Chapter 1: The Bosom Beyond the Wall. Dexter's role model corporation Caron quarters. In his security uniform, Irvin stood outside his girlfriend's office. She worked as an assistant secretary to the company's deputy personnel manager. Just as he was about to open the door, voices from inside interrupting him. Fifi, I've missed you so much. Be gentle, you might hurt my baby. Irvin felt like he had been struck by lightning. Carol was in shock. Carol never imagined that Gretchen, who was pregnant, would be betraying him by cheating at the office. Carol vibrating echoed intermittently from the office, and Irvin's rage reached its peak. Carol was about to bar in and expose the adulterous pair, ready to unleash his pent-up fury on them. Then, another voice sounded from within. Hurry up before someone catches us. If Irvin finds out, we'll be in big trouble. So what if he knows that he still wants to keep his job? With just one word from me, I can have him fight in a minute. Irvin's face darkened. Carol recognized the man's voice. It was Patrick. Patrick, the typical rare second-generation scion, was notorious for his arrogance and domineering behavior. Leveraging his father's position as vice president of the Dexter's Ronaldo Corporation, Patrick held the deputy personnel manager post within the corporation. Irvin initially landed the security job at Ronaldo Corporation thanks to Patrick's recommendation. Not only that, even Gretchen's role as Patrick's assistant secretary was reigned by him. Livy, Irvin had believed Patrick helped him out of respect for Gretchen, but now it seemed all this was all part of a premeditated plan. Gretchen continued, Young Master Sonny, when do you plan to take me into the Sonny family? Don't worry, once you give birth to my son after 6 months with a son, your status will rise, my father will be happy, and bringing you into our family will be easy. Young Master Sonny, you're really good to me. Covering this, Irvin's anger flared up uncontrollably. So she wanted to elevate her status through childbirth. This implied Gretchen's child wasn't his at all. How far this woman was, tricking him into being a fall guy to legitimize her child. Patrick laughed. Ha, talking about Irvin, he's such a fool, carving me and wearing a green hat. Every time I see him, I can't help but laugh. Young Master Sonny, you're really mean. How could you talk about Irvin like that when he helps you? Cut it out, are you defending him? You don't fancy him, do you? Not a chance, Young Master Sonny. I wouldn't choose him over anyone else. Carl's poor and a bastard. Bastard. Irvin's expression turned grim. Though he grew up in a single-parent household, living closely with his mother, he was no bastard. His mother came from a prominent family in Amsterdam, making her an aristocratic lady. However, he refused a forced marriage and eloped with his father, leading to her expulsion from the family by her father. Despite asking his mother many times about his father, he remained tight-lipped, never revealing more. This left Irvin feeling both alienated and resentful towards his father. Bye. Irvin kicked open the door, revealing two naked figures on the desk inside. Gretchen screamed in terror, jumping down and hiding behind the desk. Patrick, though equally startled, relaxed upon recognizing Irvin and feigned anger. Irvin, why aren't you standing guard outside? What audacity to turn the blame around. Irvin clenched his teeth. If I hadn't come here, I might not have cut you to red-handed. What nonsense, Irvin, don't be so dramatic, Gretchen retorted, blushing with shame. Irvin glared at Gretchen. Gretchen, shut up. After all the kindness I showed you, you betrayed me. Gretchen flew into a rage. Betrayed? You are just a fall guy. Do you really think you are something important? Patrick sneered in agreement. Yes, you are just a fall guy. You. Irvin nearly burst from anger, but then smirked. So it seems I'm not wearing the green hat, am I? Both Patrick and Gretchen were taken aback. What do you mean? It's simple. Irvin smirked. You two have been together for a while. I was the fall guy and the third party. In other words, Deputy Molly Sonny, the green hat is on your head, isn't it? Patrick was speechless. Irvin's logic was sound. Seeing this, Irvin felt more vindicated. Young Master Sonny, I should thank you. Without your arraignment, I wouldn't have met Gretchen nor experienced what it's like with a woman. Patrick's face turned livid, his eyes burning with fury. Sensing the impending danger, Gretchen shouted, Irvin, stop it. Irvin continued mockingly, Sensen, Young Master Sonny, did you know Fifi has a fantastic figure in lots of positions? Should I describe them all? Shut up, Patrick finally snapped, throwing a punch that hit Irvin's nose. Blood spurted from Irvin's nose as he collapsed to the ground, his world spinning. Hey a bastard dares to yap at me, Fifi, let's go. Patrick gave Gretchen a meaningful look, and they quickly raced to leave. Suddenly, Gretchen stopped and pulled out an ancient jade pendant, and spit venomously. Right, Irvin, this broken jade pendant you give me I return it. From now on, we're square. She threw the pendant at Irvin and left with Patrick. Scoundrels, Irvin spat, wiping the blood from his mouth, and picked up the jade pendant as he was about to put it around his neck. Whoosh! The bloodstains on his hand were instantly absorbed into the pendant, vanishing without a trace. Next, the pendant emitted colorful light as if activated. What the? Just as Irvin pondered what happened, his mind went heavy, and the voice entered his ears. Young man, I am Sun Daisheng. From this moment, you will inherit my medical legacy. Hope you practice virtue, save lives, and help others and yourself. Immediately, a flood of memories and knowledge poured from the pendant into his mind. Tian, medical arts, magic, divination, feng shui, talismans, ray formations. Dizzy and overwhelmed, Irvin passed out. Security, wake up, please. A very female voice brought Irvin back to consciousness. As he slowly opened his eyes, the scene before him sent a shockwave through him. Chapter 2: The Ice Queen CEO. Before his eyes appeared a 25 or 6-year-old woman with an oval face, mature demeanor, porcelain skin, and stunning beauty. She had a hot body that was slowly being revealed as your clothes were progressively removing layer by layer. It was none other than Paris, the Ice Queen CEO of Ronaldo Corporation. As the top beauty and successful businesswoman in Dexter's city, Paris truly lived up to her name. In the office, she always presented a cold and unapproachable expression, which eventually earned her the nickname Ice Queen CEO. This, ironically, only attracted more men who desperately sought her attention. Unfortunately for them, none had yet won her favor. Call her figure is cute. Irvin inwardly marveled and couldn't help but blink several times. In an instant, Paris's attire appeared on your body, covering your perfect form once again. What just happened? Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Irvin blinked again. Suddenly, a notification window popped up before him. Subject Paris. Status afflicted with Shaki negative energy, but misfortune imminent. Could this be the power of Caravan AI? Irvin's eyes lit up as he blurted at President Ronaldo. You're going to have a bloody mishap, be careful. Paris's expression turned chilly in an instant. What did you say? President Ronaldo, I said you're about to have a bloody mishap. It's true, Irvin edged anxiously. Paris snapped. You, security guard, what's your name? You dare spread rumors instead of doing your job properly. Are you not afraid of fire? The word you hadn't left your lips when she felt something was off with her body. Suddenly, she felt abdominal pain and realized new pain had come weakly. She promptly headed towards the nearest restroom. Noticing this, Irvin asked as he followed her, President Ronaldo, are you alright? By this point, Paris was in excruciating pain. Shut up, I'll deal with you later. She glared at him viciously before turning into the ladies' room. Squatting in the restroom, she suddenly thought could this be the bloody mishap he mentioned. After finishing, she attempted to get up but found there was no toilet paper. Great, now what do I do? My phone is still in the office, sigh. Just as Paris was contemplating, a hesitant voice came from outside. President Ronaldo. It's me, the security guard from earlier. My name is Irvin. I've placed some toilet paper outside the door for you. It was like a sound from heaven. Paris surged back and froze in confusion. How did he know? 3 minutes later, Paris emerged from the restroom and ran into Irvin. Grateful for his assistance, she couldn't bring herself to mention firing him and instead said, Irvin, right, thanks for your help just now. Don't mention it, President Ronaldo, as long as you don't think I'm spouting nonsense. That's enough, Irvin smiled. Feeling embarrassed, Paris glanced at him coolly and changed the subject. By the way, why are you lying on the ground earlier? Well. Irvin hesitated. Carol didn't want to reveal the affair between the two people he'd seen earlier. It would ruin his own reputation, so he vaguely replied, I felt DC infinity. Paris believed him without further thought. Take care of your salary. If you can't handle it, go to HR for a leave request. Say I approved it. That's unnecessary, President Ronaldo. I'm fine. Alright, I need to get back to work. I'll be going now. As Paris turned to leave, Irvin noticed the darter emanating from her neck, causing her forehead to darken. His heart raced as he closely observed the area around her neck. Suddenly, Paris's car vanished, revealing a jade necklace. Subject jade necklace. Status cursed with black magic, extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Irvin called out to Paris, President Ronaldo, wait. Paris turned back, what is it? With a serious expression, Irvin explained, President Ronaldo, another body mishap may soon occur and this one will be extremely ominous. Hearing this, Paris felt uneasy. Irvin, you just told me about the body mishap and I tolerated it. Now you're saying this, what do you mean? This is too difficult. How can I convince her? Irvin, looking helpless, continued, President Ronaldo, Shaki has entered your body, making your forehead darker. I have some knowledge of mysticism. I believe this is due to the jade necklace you're wearing. If you don't remove it, you might be in mortal danger. The jade necklace, Paris looked and in surprise. How could he know she was wearing a jade necklace when it was covered so thoroughly? Confused, she thought over it. However, since he correctly identified her necklace, she decided he must have some skills. Recalling the sanitary pad incident, she dared not take this lightly and agreed, alright, I'll listen to you and remove a necklace. Is that okay? That's not enough. Irvin shook his head. The Shaki has already invaded your body. Immediate action is needed to counteract it. Paris frowned. What must be done to counteract it? Let me think. Irvin mused while swiftly processing information in his mind. Simplest way, let me give you a small injection to dispel the Shaki. It's the quickest and easiest method. An injection, can it really dispel the Shaki? Paris asked doubtingly. Absolutely. Irvin nodded vigorously. Just one needle, and the Shaki inside you will gradually dissipate. But I'm afraid of pain, Paris admitted, biting her lip with a troubled expression. Irvin. A moment later, he conceded, since President Ronaldo is afraid of pain, I cannot help you otherwise. Paris, seeing his reaction, weakly asked, Irvin, besides the injection, is there any other way to dispel the Shaki? Irvin pondered, there is another simple method, but I doubt you'd accept it. What method? You'll have to wear my used underwear. What? Paris immediately resisted, with their severe germophobia. There was no way she could accept that. President Ronaldo, please don't be so upset, can't we discuss this rationally? Do I look irrational, underwear dispelling Shaki? No way, Paris rolled her eyes. Irvin sighed, President Ronaldo, let me explain. While the underwear itself can dispel Shaki, there is zero energy on it. After 3 hours of wearing it, the Shaki will vanish completely. During this time, you may encounter trouble, but your life won't be in danger. This. Ronald's 10. If it weren't because you're my superior and exceptionally beautiful, I wouldn't even consider lending you my underwear. Irvin smirked. Struggling with their decision, Paris ultimately compromised. Alright, I'll follow your advice, but you better not lie to me, or else you'll regret it. Irvin smiled. If I lied to you, I would castrate myself without needing you to lift a finger. Chapter 3 Warring Off Evil. After much persuasion, Irvin finally convinced Candice. Then, Irvin went to the changing room and fetched one of his undergarments. Candice glanced at it, her eyes filled with an odd expression. You're a grown man, and you wear such bright red underwear. Irvin grinned. What can I do? It's my zodiac year. Candice was speechless. At that moment, she noticed the strange symbol on the red underwear. What? This alteration ensures the description reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The term peculiar has been changed to strain to better fit the context and improve fluency. It was quite an eyesore. What the heck is this? Candice asked. It's the Warring of Evil talisman, Irvin replied. Just superstition. Candice rolled her eyes, then shut Irvin off to work while rocking the door behind herself. Looking at the tattoo shutterer, Irvin shook his head with a smile. A respectable CEO in his honorary forgot it. It will surely be Tibble and father. As he left, Irvin started his shift, patrolling around. On the way, he absorbed the information inherited in his mind. Suddenly. Secret Art of Vitality. This is a cultivation secret manual. If I learn it, our immense pair no one will dare to bully me again. Irvin's eyes lit up. Carlo immediately headed to the rarely visited basement, 3 levels 10, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began practicing. Before long, within half an hour, he felt a warm current welling up from his lower abdomen stenching. Then, the warm current eluding his 7 tendons and each radiance. After another hour, Irvin suddenly felt an abundance of energy in his entire body brimmed with explosive strength. Awesome. Irvin couldn't hide his joy. Nah, if I keep practicing, I'll eventually become someone the world looks up to. Then, who would dare call me a bastard? Maybe grandfather will reconsider and let money return to the family. Thinking about this, he grew even more eager. Just then, footsteps approached. It was Patrick and Danielle, the conniving pair. Seeing them, Irvin squinted his eyes. Great, I was just wondering where to find you both to settle accounts, and you two come to me first. At that moment, Patrick and Danielle also noticed Irvin sitting on the ground. Patrick shouted, well done, Irvin, hiding here and making us search for you. Danielle echoed, Irvin, why don't you get over here, you dogs, done pooping yet, Irvin retorting coldly. The words dropped set Patrick and Danielle off. Patrick roared, Irvin, what did you call us? Watch your mouth. I don't think because you have Miss Romaldo backing you, you can say whatever you want. Want me to finish you right now? Carlo had just tried to convince Molly Dung from Human Resources to fire Irvin but was told by Molly Dung that Miss Romaldo had killed, requesting extra care for Irvin. Realizing Irvin had found favor with Miss Romaldo, Patrick understood he couldn't get him fired. Finish me? Do you really think you can? Irvin suddenly yelled, get lost. Bastard. Enraged, Patrick couldn't hold back and rushed forward with a punch aimed at Irvin's face. Irvin dodged slightly, stood up, and kicked out. Bye. Patrick took the kick in his stomach and fell flat on his bottom. Master Sonny. Danielle quickly rushed over to help Patrick up. Master Sonny, are you okay? Patrick shoved her away, gnashing his teeth. Irvin, you bastard. You've grown some guts, haven't you, daring to kick me today? I'll make you regret it. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and lunged at Irvin. Bastard. Enraged, Irvin shot up, moved swiftly, and grabbed Patrick by the neck. Before Patrick could react, Irvin lifted him with one hand and flung him away. Bye. Patrick fell back, crashed into the floor, and knocked out 2 front teeth, leaving his mouth bleeding like he was having a menstrual period. Danielle stood there, dumbfounded, not expecting Irvin to be so ruthless. After a moment, she regained her senses and screeched, Irvin, in broad daylight, you dare to attack Master Sonny in public, are you tired of living? Irvin turned and grabbed Danielle. Cora, what did you say? Terrified, Danielle stammered. Irvin, what do you want? Are you going to hit me? Patrick's anger surged, but he paused and sneered, relax, I disdain hitting women, but you won't get off easy. With that, he secretly made a gesture, tapping Danielle's belly lightly, placing a curse of misfortune on her. This curse, bringing misfortune, came from the inherited information. Take care of yourself, Danielle. Irvin sneered and walked away. Irvin, you won't get away with this, Danielle read as he left. Meanwhile, Patrick suddenly howled, Danielle, what the hell are you standing there for and can't you see I'm hurt? Coming to her senses, Danielle hurried to support Patrick. Master Sonny, are you alright? Mighty for knocked out, what do you think? Patrick barked. Danielle looked pitiful but didn't dare speak up. Supporting Patrick, they made their way to the elevator. After waiting, the elevator doors opened and they stepped inside. But as soon as the doors closed, the elevator jolted and stopped moving. This. Patrick and Danielle were speechless. How unlucky could they be? Suddenly, Danielle's stomach growled loudly, and a strong way to pass gas followed. Covering this, Patrick peeled. 5-5, you're not. Danielle clenched up, miserable. Master Sonny, what do I do? I'm about to. Oh no, I'm leaking air. Don't leak anything, Patrick yelled in horror. This is an elevator, you need to hold it in. I can't hold it any longer, Danielle was close to tears. Just then. Bull. A foul-smelling fart erupted from Danielle's skirt, lifting the hem high. Instantly, the elevator was filled with a pungent odor, assaulting their noses. Patrick exploded. Damn it, 5-5. This is worse than a biochemical weapon. Who told you to order pecan fish for lunch and eat so much pecan cabbage? Danielle blushed deeply, mortified. Bye. Another loud fart nearly sent Danielle airborne. Patrick clamped his nose tightly, eyes bawling. This has to be at least 5 megapascals of pressure to produce such an effect. But what followed was even more despair-inducing. Chapter 4 Black Widow Aida. Danielle suddenly appeared in agony, clenching her legs together and holding the elevator railing in an odd position with both hands. Patrick's face changed drastically. 5-5, what's wrong? Don't tell me. Danielle looked completely despairing. Young Master Sonny, what do we do? I can't hold it anymore. Patrick backed away as if avoiding a sneaker scorpion, distancing himself by a meter. Carl screaming rosily. Ronald, stand up. Whatever happens, you must hold it in. I'll contact the company for immediate help. With that, he took out his phone and started dialing. However, there was no signal in the elevator, and he couldn't get through. Damn.
Patrick's expression turned from one of shock to utter despair. What did I do to deserve this? Beside him, Danielle was about to lose control. To hell with it, I don't care anymore. Hold it in, Patrick shouted, but at that moment, he also felt an urgent discomfort in his stomach. It turned out that Irvin's curse had affected even those close to Danielle. Gurgling. Not good. Patrick tightly held his stomach. Just moments ago, he told her to hold it in, but now, the The subsequent scene is not described in detail. It was as mortifying as could be. Eventually, the elevator doors suddenly opened with a clang. A group of male and female employees were waiting outside, including Irvin. Seeing the two of them inside the elevator, everyone, including Irvin, was shocked. At the same time, Patrick and Danielle were also terrified. They tried desperately to stand up, but after all the exertion, they were too exhausted to muster any strength. My God, this is too mortifying. How could Deputy Molly Sunny and Secretary Zhang act like this in the elevator? So perverse. That's right, too perverse. Let's get out of here fast. The elevator's filled with poisonous gas. We'll die if we stay. Run, run, everyone. Soon, all the onlookers ran off, leaving only Irvin standing there, recording the unbearable scene on his phone. Well, you two really are bizarre, doing such things in the elevator. Now that everyone's seen this, it will spread quickly around the company, Irvin mocked with disdain. Patrick clenched his teeth in fury. Irvin, bastard, did you do this? It was you. It had to be you. Danielle shrieked. Yes, it was me. What's wrong with that? Not satisfied? Come bite me then. Irvin laughed arrogantly. Patrick and Danielle were speechless. You. Haha, it's almost quitting time. I won't bother with you two. Carry on in there if you want. Goodbye. Irvin walked off laughing, indifferent to what happened next. Carlo knew very well that these two wouldn't last long at the company unless they were utterly shameless. As soon as the workday ended, Irvin changed out of his security uniform in the locker room and prepared to walk home. His home was nearby, just a 10-minute walk away. Unexpectedly, as he reached a crossroads, there was a loud crash. A garbage truck, losing control while braking, rear-ended a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz waiting at a red light, severely deforming the car. Other vehicles crashed into each other in quick succession due to the sudden emergency. The scene was chaos, filled with screams and cries. Irvin, along with many bystanders, rushed toward the accident site. Out of the damaged bulletproof Mercedes-Benz crawled a woman in her 30s, stunningly beautiful with a cold, elegant demeanor, dressed provocatively in a black dress covered in blood. She stood by the crumpled back door, crying out hoarsely, "Madeline, Madeline." Only then did the crowd notice a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, still inside the car. Together, they managed to pry open the mangled door and rescue the child. Although the little girl hadn't lost any limbs, she was covered in blood and barely breathing, clearly grievously injured. Madeline, Madeline. Seeing the little girl's condition deteriorate, the woman hurriedly called 120 on her phone. Within minutes, ambulances arrived on the scene. Doctors and nurses rushed to the crash site. After checking the little girl, one of the doctors shook his head. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, we've done our best. Prepare for her passing." The woman froze in horror, begging desperately. No, doctor. Please save my daughter Madeline, please. If anything happens to her, I can't live either. The doctor looked helpless. She has no pulse and her heart stopped. There's nothing more we can do. Besides, there are other injured people needing attention. Please try to cope. Sighing, the doctor left with several nurses to tend to the other victims. Left alone, the woman felt a deep despair, but then she looked around, pleading tearfully, "Is anyone willing to help? Save Madeline, and Ida, will repay you greatly." Ida? Many bystanders glanced at her in shock, surprised to see the infamous Black Widow from Dexter Zoo's underworld. Few dared step forward, fearing trouble. As Ida faced despair, Irvin approached. "Don't worry, miss, the child can still be saved." Ida's face lit up with hope, turning to look. However, upon seeing a young boy, her hopes dimmed. She asked hesitantly, Can you really save my daughter?" Irvin nodded. "Of course, or I wouldn't have stepped forward." "That's great," Ida said joyfully. "If you can save her, I'll agree to anything." "Anything?" Irvin's eyes gleamed. "Yes. In that case, I have only one condition," Irvin said seriously. Ida's expression froze. Could he mean? But her daughter's life was at stake, so she couldn't hesitate. "Fine, if you can save her, I'll be yours," Ida gritted her teeth. Irvin stared, incredulous. "Miss, did you misunderstand me?" Note: this translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English language usage and coherent storyline. Chapter 5. The 9-Finger Ronald Prolonging Technique. "So your meaning is?" Ida paused in surprise. "My point is, reviving your daughter isn't a problem for me, but I can't just work for nothing, right?" Irvin scratched his head sheepishly. "Honestly, my mother and I rely on each other, and we live frugally. If I can save your daughter, I only ask for 1,000 yuan as payment. Is that acceptable?" Ida chuckled, chiding him. "You really should have clarified things from the start. You made me misunderstand." Irvin shrugged. "So it's my fault? As long as you can save my daughter, don't mention 1,000. Even 100,000, or, no, 1 million. Ida said boldly. 1 million? Irvin inwardly gasped. Such a high fee would be enough to buy a house in Dexterjo. "Alright, let's not waste time. Save my daughter quickly," Ida urged. "Okay, I'll do it now." Irvin turned back and approached Madeline, preparing to use the 9-Finger Ronald Prolonging Technique. This technique was one of the skills passed down to him through his mental inheritance, capable of extending life. At that moment, a man's voice rang out from behind. "Stop." Irvin turned around to see a middle-aged man in a suit approaching. It was Carlbert, Patrick's father, and the vice president of Ronaldo Group. Seeing him, Irvin had an ominous feeling. He probably found out about Patrick and was here to take revenge for his son. As expected, Carlbert was indeed here for this reason. "What do you mean? Can't you see this young man is preparing to save my daughter?" Ida looked at Carlbert with displeasure. Carlbert flinched slightly under her gaze and hastily said, "Madam Fan, do you know me?" Ida frowned. Carlbert nodded humbly. "I'm the vice president of Ronaldo Group. At a recent banquet, I had the honor of seeing you, Madam Fan." Ida nodded without a word, gesturing for him to continue. Carlebert gritted his teeth and said, Madam Fan, you might not know this, but this bastard is named Irvin, just a lowly security guard at Ronaldo Group. Carlo cannot save your daughter. This? Ida hesitated and turned to Irvin. Are you really a security guard? Irvin laughed lightly. So what if I am? Does that mean I can't save lives? Let me ask you this. Are you willing to give up the only chance to save your daughter? Ida shook her head firmly. No matter how slim the chance, I will try everything to save my daughter. Irvin smiled gently. That's all I needed to hear. Seeing this, Ida seemed resolute. Fine. Follow your lead and save her. Carlebert became frantic. Madam Fan. Shut up. Ida glared at him. This isn't your place to meddle. Step aside. Carlebert felt as if he'd swallowed a fly, his face turning grim as he quietly retreated to the side, no longer daring to protest. Carlo knew better than to challenge the Black Widow of Dexter Zoo's underworld, Ida. With Carlebert gone, Irvin bit his finger and began performing the 9-finger Ronald prolonging technique. His movements were swift. Within seconds, he punctured 9 major acupoints on the little girl Madeline, leaving a drop of blood on each. Then, he began chanting softly. Soon, the 9 drops of blood on Madeline's body spread out and began to shimmer, forming a complex and mysterious array. Irvin didn't stop there. Carlo continuously circulated the vitality formula, guiding vital energy into Madeline's body with his hands. Before long, the little girl's condition began to change. Her breathing resumed, steady and strong, and even her wounds started to heal. Cough, cough. The little girl, Madeline, coughed dryly and gradually opened her eyes, slowly regaining consciousness. She's awake. She's awake. The medical skills of this young man are incredible. All her injuries are healed. Carlo Saint. Carlo's a contemporary Carlo Saint. Seeing that Madeline was saved, the crowd cheered loudly, all of them looking at Irvin with newfound respect. Ida held Irvin's hand tightly, overjoyed. Thank you so much. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Irvin felt a stir in his heart and smiled. It's fine as long as she's safe. Stunned, Carlebert watched the scene unfold. How could this be possible? Irvin was just a small-time security guard. When did he learn such astonishing medical skills? Realizing he couldn't exact revenge through Ida and might even get into trouble himself, Carlebert dared not linger, planning to leave discreetly. Hold it. Ida called out, her expression icy cold. Carlebert froze, turning back awkwardly, Madam Fan. Ida sniffed. Fortunately, I didn't listen to your lies earlier. Otherwise, my daughter's life would have been ruined by you. Carlebert was terrified and hurriedly knelt down. Please, Madam Fan, have mercy. Spare my life. You're the vice president of Ronaldo Group, and yet can't match a mere security guard. Apologize to Irvin immediately. Ida ordered sternly. Carlebert felt aggrieved. Carlo had intended to settle the score with Irvin for his son, but ended up apologizing instead. Unwilling? Ida's face grew colder, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Carlebert panicked and hurriedly apologized to Irvin. Irvin, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Irvin waved dismissively, unwilling to engage further. Seeing this, Ida barked, now get lost. Carlebert didn't dare say another word and fled like a hunted animal. Ida then handed a check to Irvin. Carlo Saint, this is a check for 1 million yuan. Please accept it. Irvin hesitated. 1 million seems too much. Not at all, not at all. Ida smiled warmly. My daughter is worth far more than that. Carloring this, Irvin accepted the check without further insistence. Delighted, Ida asked for Irvin's phone number. Initially reluctant, he gave in after being persistently asked by her. Upon receiving the number, Ida was elated. At that moment, 3 luxury cars pulled up in front of Ida. Several black-clad men got out and greeted her. Madam? Ida nodded and told Irvin, Carlo Saint, my people are here to pick me up. My daughter has had a frightful experience. I need to take her home first. I'll contact you again later. She then left with her daughter Madeline. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounded Irvin, though not everyone sought treatment from him. A few stout middle-aged women even held onto his hands, insisting on introducing their daughters to him as potential matches. Irvin was startled and rushed away quickly. The scene concluded with Irvin narrowly escaping the enthusiastic crowd while Ida prepared to return home with her daughter. Chapter 6. Unblocking the spirit apertures. The moment Irvin returned home, he eagerly handed over the 1 million yuan check to his mother. His mother couldn't quite believe her eyes and asked, Chuaner, where did you get so much money? Irvin smiled and told her about saving someone on the street, but to avoid unnecessary questions, he left out the details of how he had used miraculous medical techniques to save the person, simply saying that he accidentally saved a life. His mother nodded hesitantly and said, while your actions are commendable, accepting such a large sum of money might not be appropriate. On the way back, Irvin had already prepared his response. Carlo replied, Mom, you're right. I insisted on not taking it, but they insisted on giving me this amount, and I couldn't refuse any longer, so I accepted it. Still somewhat worried, his mother said, this is too much. Carlo's what we'll do. Give me Ms. Fan's phone number, and I'll contact her to return the check. Mom, is that really necessary? Irvin hesitated. How did I raise you? Unjustified wealth must not be taken. Have you forgotten that completely? Irvin's mother sternly lectured him. Realizing he couldn't argue further, Irvin gave her Aida's phone number. Chuaner, dinner is ready. Eat first. I'll make a call, his mother said as she turned toward her bedroom with her phone in hand. Watching her go, Irvin sighed. If only I hadn't mentioned this 1 million yuan check. Seated at the table, Irvin ate a few bites of his meal when his mother came out from her room. Mom, how did it go? What did Ms. Fan say? Irvin asked. Without answering directly, his mother said, tomorrow, I'll find her myself and return the check. Irvin was dumbfounded. Mom, really? Moreover, I went through a lot of trouble to save her daughter. His mother glared at him. Stop talking nonsense and eat your food. Knowing better than to protest further, Irvin lowered his head and quietly ate. His mother sat down across from him, and they both ate in silence, the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, his mother asked, "By the way, Schwanner, why hasn't Fei come back yet? Is she working overtime at the company?" Mentioning Danielle made Irvin's anger flare up. "Mom, don't even talk about that scumbag." His mother was startled. "Schwanner, what happened? Did you two have an argument?" Irvin sneered. "Mom, this isn't just about an argument. Carlo being with me was all part of a scheme." Carlo recounted the day's events at the company. After hearing the story, his mother was initially shocked and then sighed deeply, appearing very dispirited. Seeing her reaction, Irvin felt a pang in his heart. As a child from a single-parent family, his personal issues had always been hard to resolve, and his mother had worried a lot about it. Just as they were preparing for his wedding and expecting a baby, this unexpected incident occurred. "Mom, don't worry. Old things pass away, new ones come. In the future, I will find you a daughter-in-law even better than Danielle," Irvin laughed. Parloring this, his mother was pleased. "Great, good for you, but I wonder if you can do it?" Irvin seized the opportunity. "Forget finding a better daughter-in-law than Danielle. I can also help you return to the Young family with dignity." The Young family was Irvin's mother's own family. She had been cast out by her father more than 20 years ago. For Irvin, helping his mother return to the Young family would certainly fulfill her wish. His mother looked at him intently moved. "Schwanner, it's good that you have filial piety, but returning to the Young family with dignity won't be easy." "Mom, rest assured, I will definitely make it happen. Watch and see," Irvin confidently stated. Smiling faintly, his mother patted his head. "We'll discuss that later. Let's eat now." With that, Irvin stopped arguing and continued eating. After dinner, he returned early to his room to rest. However, he didn't rest but sat cross-legged to diligently practice the vitality technique. Everything else is just fleeting clouds. Only with formidable strength could he stand invincible. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wonderful. I've finally unblocked my spirit apertures. Opening his eyes, Irvin was filled with joy. Unblocking the spirit apertures, like martial arts masters in novels opening their meridians, was undeniably crucial. According to inherited memories, once the spirit apertures were unblocked, he could sense and absorb the essence of heaven and earth, using it to refine his body, laying a solid foundation for subsequent cultivation. Excitedly, he kept practicing without feeling sleepy. When dawn came, he opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Not bad, not bad. Finally stepped into the first stage of the body refinement realm. Keep going, and I believe I'll soon break through to the second stage. Originally, Irvin planned to continue cultivating at home rather than go to work. After all, being a security guard paid little and involved too many problems. Besides, after dealing with Patrick and Danielle, and making Sunny Daifeng look bad, he was sure that if he went to work today, Sunny Daifeng would find a way to make things difficult for him. But no matter how he cultivated, there was no progress. It seems haste makes waste. Forced cultivation isn't effective. A balance between work and rest is needed. Thus, Irvin paused, got out of bed, opened the door, and headed to the bathroom for a wash. Just as he finished washing, his mother came out of the kitchen carrying steamed buns and congee. "Schwanner, come and eat breakfast." "Sure thing." Irvin put away his toothbrush and cup and walked to the dining area. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly exclaimed. Looking up at his mother, a pop-up window appeared before his eyes. Target, Nadia. Status, normal. Cultivation, none. Combat power, 1. Huh. Irvin was astonished. Carlo never expected his Carlo-Vinli eye to display such information. This was a new function. Cool. Undoubtedly, after unblocking the spirit apertures last night, the Carlo-Vinli eye's penetrating power had increased, allowing him to see cultivation levels and combat power. Carlo secretly rejoiced. This is great. From now on, when encountering martial experts, I can instantly discern their cultivation and combat power, giving me time to weigh the pros and cons. How delightful. Seeing his unusual expression, his mother asked, "Schwanner, what's wrong?" Irvin quickly regained his composure. Nothing at all. His mother didn't think much of it and sat down to enjoy her breakfast. After breakfast, Irvin went to work as usual. Sure enough, as he had anticipated, trouble found him immediately. As soon as he arrived, the security captain approached him. "Irvin, why are you just getting here? There's a risk of pipe burst in the basement on level B3. Go check it out." Xanarrowing his brows, Irvin looked up at the captain. "Captain, repairing pipes in the basement is the engineering department's job. Why should I go check?" Chapter 7. The voice-changing spell. The security captain's face was filled with impatience as he barked, "Cut the crap! Get going!" Irvin was displeased instantly, but managed to suppress his anger. Carlo thought that going down to basement level 3 would be a good place for him to cultivate without disturbance, so he held back his rage. As soon as Irvin left, the security captain took out his walkie-talkie and quietly instructed, "Guys, Irvin is coming down soon. Get ready to give him a beating. If you do this right, I'll get Vice President Sunny to issue bonuses for you." After putting away the walkie-talkie, he sneered at Irvin's retreating figure. Irvin, you really have guts defying even Vice President Sunny. Now you're about to taste the consequences." Basement level 3. Just as Irvin stepped out of the elevator, a group of security guards holding batons swarmed around him, all grinning nastily with ill intentions. Irvin gave a cold smile. "What do you want?" "Irvin, don't blame us. The captain said you didn't know your place, so he ordered us to teach you a lesson," one guard snickered. Irvin's expression turned grave. "Deputy Captain, we're colleagues. Why push me too far?" "Just push you? So what if we do? Let me tell you, I've had enough of your sight. A guy who got into our company through a woman. Does he even deserve to be our colleague?" The deputy captain waved his hand. "Guys, attack. Teach him some manners." The guards roared as they charged at Irvin en masse. Irvin smiled coldly, meeting them head-on with sheer speed and strength. A punch to the left, another to the right. Soon enough, the security guards were all on the ground, noses bleeding and faces swollen, groaning in pain. How could he be so strong? The deputy captain stared in shock, clearly not expecting Irvin to be such a tough opponent. Irvin brushed off his hands, satisfied with his cultivation progress. Approaching the deputy captain, he asked, "Deputy captain, tell me, who told you to mess with me?" The deputy captain retorted arrogantly, "Why should I tell you anything?" Suddenly throwing a punch at Irvin. His speed was fast, but to Irvin, who had cultivated the Ronald nourishing technique and opened his spirit orifices, it seemed as slow as a snail. Bang! Irvin kicked out, catching the deputy captain's midsection before he could react, sending him flying. The deputy captain crashed hard onto the ground like a toad lying there helplessly. Irvin approached again, stepping heavily on the deputy captain's back until 2 ribs cracked under the pressure. "Tell me, who ordered you to go against me? The captain?" Yes, it's the captain," cried the deputy captain, writhing in pain. Irvin frowned deeply. There wasn't any serious grudge between him and the captain. Why did he have to target him? While pondering this, the elevator doors opened. Out came none other than the security captain himself. This old fox had initially come expecting to watch the show, but upon seeing his men all beaten up on the floor, he froze in surprise. Especially when he saw Irvin stepping on the deputy captain. The captain yelled immediately, "Irvin, I told you to check the water pipes. Instead, you start fighting here?" Irvin shot him a glance, smiling coldly. "Captain, the deputy just admitted that you ordered them to provoke me. Is that true?" "Nonsense. Who are you to deserve my attention?" the captain shouted. "You won't admit it?" Irvin sneered. "Then don't blame me for being unfriendly." "Unfriendly? Just you?" The captain laughed haughtily. "I earned my position as the security captain of the Ronaldo Corporation with real skills, not by relying on someone like you with nepotistic connections. But seeing how you can take down so many of my men, you might have some talent. Today, let me show you the power of a Special Forces soldier." Special Forces? Coloring this, Irvin's interest was piqued. Without hesitation, he activated his Carlo-Vinley eye. Target, Argyle. Status, normal. Cultivation, none. Combat power, 5. Irvin smirked. "You, with just combat power 5, dare to challenge me? Irvin, you're too cocky. Saying I'm weak?" Argyle roared furiously. "If I don't beat you until you're crawling on the ground, may I be damned." Irvin scoffed. "Sorry, you're too ugly for me to keep." Argyle nearly spat blood in anger, screaming and charging at Irvin like a berserk beast. "Damn you, still talking smack before your demise." Without a doubt, Argyle lived up to his background as a Special Forces soldier. The intensity of his sudden attack was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, to Irvin, it was nothing to be feared. Swish! Irvin stepped forward to meet Argyle, striking out with a palm. Seeing this, Argyle immediately applied the grappling techniques he learned in the army, grabbing at Irvin. In an instant, Irvin's wrist was caught. For anyone else, having their wrist seized and squeezed fiercely would render their hand useless. Unexpectedly, Irvin focused his chi deep into his dantian, his body vibrating with a powerful force rebounding into Argyle's hand. Ouch! Argyle screamed in agony, hastily releasing his grip. Wow! All the surrounding security guards were taken aback. They couldn't believe that even their captain, a former Special Forces member, couldn't subdue Irvin. "My oh my, weren't you so arrogant earlier? How quiet now? You'd waste food just standing there," Irvin taunted with a mocking grin. "Didn't you say you wouldn't keep someone ugly?" Argyle raged. Irvin laughed heartily. "Carlo, you know you're ugly, don't you?" "You." Argyle nearly vomited blood in frustration. Carlo felt utterly inadequate in front of Irvin. Suddenly, Irvin's expression darkened. With lightning speed, he appeared in front of Argyle, gripping his throat. "No beef between us. Who told you to mess with me?" Argyle responded defiantly. "I don't know." "You won't talk?" Irvin's expression turned cold. "To be honest, I already know who sent you. It's Vice President Sonny, isn't it?" Argyle snorted. "I don't know, just don't know." "Still won't talk?" Irvin's expression was half smiling, half serious. "No problem. I have ways to make you talk. No matter what you do, I won't say a word." Argyle remained resolute. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Irvin sneered and lightly patted Argyle, preparing to cast the misfortune charm. But after reconsidering its slow effect, he searched his inherited memories and replaced it with the voice-changing spell instead. As the name suggests, the voice-changing spell can instantly alter a person's voice. Chapter 8. Who's going to handle whom? It's yet to be seen. Poor Argyle had no clue that he had fallen victim to a voice-altering spell, and instead waited foolishly for Irvin to make his move. Unexpectedly, Irvin not only did nothing but also let him go. This left Seamus even more confused. Carlo couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Irvin, you said you have a way?" Carlo stopped mid-sentence because he suddenly realized that his voice had changed. His once rugged male voice had turned into an unnervingly high-pitched female tone. Damn it! Argyle shivered violently. As a man, he now sounded like a woman. How could he possibly face anyone in the future? The surrounding security guards all felt goosebumps run up their arms. "Captain, what's going on? Why are you speaking like a woman?" Feeling the strange looks from his subordinates, Argyle felt utterly humiliated, wishing there was a hole in the ground he could crawl into. "How about it? Are you getting used to this woman's voice?" Irvin suddenly laughed. "Turns out it's you, you little punk." Seamus couldn't continue, as this voice made him feel absolutely nauseous. Irvin struggled to hold back his laughter. "Captain, as long as you tell me who the mastermind behind this is, I promise your voice will return to normal." Argyle hesitated, weighing his options. Eventually, he decided to tell the truth. Yes, it was Deputy General Aureliabert who instigated this. So, it really was him. Irvin's eyes gleamed with coldness. I haven't gone after you yet, Carlabert, but you've already come after me. Don't blame me for retaliation. In Deputy General Aureliabert's office, besides Sonny himself, were two other people, Patrick and Danielle, who had been fired yesterday. Even though they had been dismissed, as Deputy General Molly, Carlabert didn't prevent them from entering or leaving the company. However, they wore hats and sunglasses to avoid being recognized. After all, despite their bad reputations, they still had some dignity. At this moment, Patrick was flattering Danielle in front of Carlabert. Dad, please recognize Feifei as your daughter-in-law. Dad, her unborn child in her womb is our family's heir, a boy. Dad, you know I have oligospermia. It was hard enough for me to have a child. Dad, if you don't accept Feifei, you're essentially rejecting your own grandson. After hearing his son's words, Carlabert's expression softened slightly. No matter what, the Sonny family mustn't die out. Seeing this, Patrick signaled to Danielle, hurry up and brew some tea for Dad. Oh. Danielle understood and hurriedly poured a cup of tea, then respectfully offered it to Carlabert while kneeling. Uncle, please don't be angry. Have some hot. Before she could finish, whoosh, a long, drawn-out fart erupted from behind her. The stench immediately filled the entire office. Danielle's face turned red with embarrassment. Patrick was so angry that his teeth nearly chattered. Carlo cursed under his breath. Useless. Why did you choose this moment to fart? Danielle felt wronged and weakly replied, is it my fault? I can't control it. Since yesterday, when she inexplicably got diarrhea, this issue hadn't been resolved. She visited several hospitals and saw experts, but none of them could find a solution. She was becoming depressed and questioning her existence. Don't talk back? Whose fault would it be if not yours? Can't even hold in a fart. Oh. As Patrick was scolding her, his face suddenly changed drastically as he clamped his legs shut. Bang! A loud fart exploded behind Patrick, louder and smellier than Danielle's. The stench spread again, now mixed with a hint of feces. Patrick's face was filled with awkwardness and discomfort as he nervously glanced at his father. Carlabert pinched his nose tightly, cursing. You rotten kid, you just farted, right? Why does it smell so awful? Patrick grimaced. Dad, I thought it was just a fart, but it wasn't. Carlabert's face turned pale with shock as he pushed Patrick away. Stay away from me. Patrick hastily explained. Dad, rest assured. I'm wearing adult diapers. This made Carlabert feel a bit better, but he still looked displeased. Still, stay away from me. Patrick had no choice but to move further away and signal to Danielle again. She obediently handed the tea to Carlabert, who reluctantly accepted it and took a sip. Only then did Patrick and Danielle breathe a sigh of relief. Setting down the teacup, Carlabert asked indifferently, tell me, what did the hospital experts say about your strange diarrhea? Patrick quickly replied, Dad, they couldn't figure out the cause. Couldn't figure out the cause? Carlabert was taken aback. It's true. At one hospital, I paid a lot of money for all kinds of advanced tests, both domestic and international, but they couldn't find out why FIFI and I have diarrhea. Ask her yourself. That's right, Uncle. Young Master Sonny isn't lying, Danielle confirmed. Carlabert frowned deeply. After a pause, his eyes lit up. I get it. It must be that security guard Irvin causing trouble. Yes, it has to be him. Patrick and Danielle were stunned. Dad, are you sure it's Irvin? Patrick asked. 100% certain. Yesterday after work, I saw him personally revive a girl who was almost dead. Carlabert recounted how Irvin saved Aida's daughter. After listening, Patrick slapped his thigh. Dad, if that's the case, it's possible he caused our diarrhea too. But the problem is, Irvin doesn't know any medicine. How could he revive the dead? Danielle doubted. Patrick scolded her. Are you stupid? If not for him, why would we still have diarrhea now? It must be his doing. Danielle still doubted, ready to argue, when Carlabert waved his hand. Enough. Once security captain Seamus deals with that kid, we'll have him interrogate him thoroughly to find out. Patrick and Danielle were confused by this comment. Carlabert explained, that kid embarrassed me greatly yesterday. Naturally, I wouldn't let him off easily. So, I ordered Captain Seamus to teach him a lesson this morning to vent my anger. They finally understood. Dad, you're truly formidable, mighty, and powerful. Patrick complimented. Absolutely, you're the best uncle, Danielle flattered. Carlabert felt quite pleased and said proudly, anyone who opposes me, I only need a single word to deal with him. And even if he suspects I'm behind it, he won't have any evidence. As he spoke, the window opened, and someone holding a phone climbed through it. Who's going to handle whom? It's yet to be seen. It was Irvin. Chapter 9. Candace's Apology. As soon as Irvin climbed in through the window, Carlabert, Patrick, and Danielle were all taken aback. But immediately, anger spread across their faces. Especially Patrick and Danielle. They looked as if they wished they could grind Irvin into dust. Irvin, you? Patrick began to curse, but suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Irvin had appeared before him like a wraith. Go on, what aren't you saying? Irvin asked coldly. Thinking back to yesterday when he was brutally beaten by Irvin, Patrick instantly cowered. Irvin, what do you want? I warn you, if you hit me again, I'll call the police. Smack. Irvin slapped him hard, spinning Patrick around 3 times on the spot, dazed. So what if you call the police? Am I supposed to be scared of that? Irvin laughed mockingly. Let me tell you this. If you dare report it, I'll leak the video of you two defecating in the elevator. Coming back to his senses, Patrick lost his nerve. Carlo now only wanted to save face and leave Ronaldo Corporation, but there were always other places willing to take him. After all, his father Carlabert had ensured the surveillance footage was deleted. However, he never imagined Irvin would have recorded it on his phone. If exposed, it would go viral, leaving him with no place to hide, even abroad. Fine Irvin, you win? Patrick gritted his teeth. not daring to mention the police again. Irvin ignored him and turned to Carlebert. Vice President Sonny, how low can you go? You actually sent Captain Seamus after me to exact your revenge. Carlebert's face darkened. Nonsense, you're just a mere security guard. Why would I seek revenge? Irvin snorted. Don't deny it, Vice President Sonny. I recorded your conversation outside the window. Still trying to deny it? Carlebert was speechless. This? Irvin put away his phone and rolled up his sleeves. So, Vice President Sonny, how do we resolve this? Carlebert's expression turned grim. Irvin, how do you propose we settle this? Irvin smiled. Relax, I won't hit you. Carlebert secretly sighed with relief, but then asked nervously, then what do you want? It's simple. Now that I have evidence, I will ask President Ronaldo to arbitrate this matter. Irvin grinned. Carlering this, Carlebert instantly cowered. No, let's negotiate please. Carlo knew that once President Ronaldo was called, based on Irvin's evidence, he'd likely be fired. Having achieved such a high position wasn't easy, especially at middle age. If fired, how would he support his family? Carlo couldn't rely on his good-for-nothing son Patrick. Sorry, before coming in, I already forwarded the video to the company's internal chat. It should reach President Ronaldo soon. Best of luck, Irvin said emotionlessly. Ah. Carlebert's face changed dramatically. Suddenly, Carlebert's phone rang. Seeing Candace's number, he hesitated for a moment before tremblingly accepting the call. President Ronaldo? Good one, Carlebert. How could you, as an executive, order our security team to retaliate against Irvin privately? From now on, resign and get out of my company. Upon hearing this, Carlebert collapsed onto the floor, nearly fainting. Dad, Uncle, Patrick and Danielle cried out, rushing to Carlebert's side. Serves you right. Irvin thought coldly, turning to leave. Just then, his phone rang. It was from an unknown number, but he answered anyway. Carlallo, may I know who's calling? Is this Irvin? This is Candace. Please come to my office immediately. 3 minutes later, Irvin stood outside Candace's office. She sat behind her desk, working intently. With subtle makeup, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and dressed in a sleek, figure-hugging dress, she exuded an icy elegance, looking every bit the goddess-like president. Irvin was momentarily stunned by her beauty. After composing himself, he knocked softly on the door. Knock knock. Candace looked up. Upon seeing him, her breathtaking face lit up with a smile. Irvin, you're here? Come in, please. Seeing her warm, inviting smile, Irvin found it hard to believe how drastically her attitude had changed from yesterday. But he didn't dwell on it, and walked straight in. President Ronaldo, did you need me? Candace smiled. Yes, from now on, you are the new captain of our security team. I've informed Molly Dong in HR. Go ahead and complete the formalities. What? Irvin was flabbergasted, never expecting this promotion. Irvin, any concerns? Candace chuckled lightly. Irvin shook his head. To be honest, President Ronaldo, I hadn't planned to stay on, so? Candace raised her hand, signaling him to stop. You didn't plan to stay because I treated you badly yesterday? If so, I apologize sincerely. With that, she stood and bowed slightly to Irvin. I'm sorry. Irvin felt awkward and quickly replied, President Ronaldo, no need, no need. Candace looked up at him earnestly. Irvin, are you still upset with me? At this point, Irvin couldn't possibly be angry. Carlo was a formidable female CEO, who didn't give any man the time of day, genuinely apologizing to him. Carlo couldn't help but feel some admiration for her sincerity. President Ronaldo, you really surprise me. Irvin laughed bitterly. You've done this, how can I still be upset? You won't bring up resignation again? Candace teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Irvin's heart raced. Given your sincere offer, I wouldn't dream of it. Candace relaxed and got him a glass of water. Handing it to him, she said slowly, Irvin, I imagine you're wondering why my attitude has changed, right? Irvin nodded. Yes. Simple, yesterday's accident near the company made me realize you were right about the jade necklace I was wearing having issues. Oh, perhaps you didn't know, but I was present when you revived that little girl named Madeline, Candace explained gently. ####Chapter 10. The Karlovinli derivation art. After hearing Candace's explanation, Irvin finally understood. No wonder. From that moment on, I started treating you differently and reflecting on what I said to you yesterday. At this point, Candace bit her rosy lips and looked at Irvin. What do you think? Irvin, do you understand now? Irvin nodded. Yes, I do. I originally planned to apologize sincerely to you this morning, but work was too busy, and it got delayed. I didn't expect Carlebert to actually incite the security Captain Argyle to retaliate against you, so? Ronaldo Molly, no need to say more, I understand, Irvin said. As long as you understand. Candace smiled. Then you won't refuse being the security captain anymore, right? Under her watery gaze, Irvin felt his heart racing. And no. Haha. Candace couldn't help but laugh upon seeing his awkwardness. This laughter melted away any tension, leaving Irvin dazed. Seeming to realize her behavior might be inappropriate, Candace quickly regained her composure. Right, Irvin, can you really help me deal with that jade necklace? Of course it's true. But how? Can you ensure it won't be ruined? It means a lot to me. Don't worry. I only need to apply some techniques to clear the negative energy inside without damaging it, Irvin assured her. Overjoyed, Candace asked again, can you handle it for me now? She pouted her sensual lips and looked at Irvin with hopeful eyes filled with anticipation. This enchanting expression hit Irvin hard. Feeling his breath quicken, he struggled to respond after a while. Why yes, sure. Candace then took off the jade necklace and placed it in front of Irvin. I entrust it to you. Thanks. Irvin smiled slightly and took the necklace. Carlo implanted an exorcism talisman into it, following the medical knowledge passed down in his mind. Instantly, a visible wisp of black smoke emerged from the necklace before dissipating completely. Candace gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Even if she couldn't fully understand, she felt that this black smoke was indeed negative energy. Ronaldo Molly, it's done. Smiling, Irvin returned the necklace to her. Candace took it and glanced at him admiringly. Irvin, suddenly I feel that making you just a small security captain is really underutilizing your talents. How about becoming my personal bodyguard instead? Unable to bear her soul-stirring gaze, Irvin lowered his head guiltily and responded ambiguously. Ronaldo Molly, anything else? If not, I'll go and get back to work. Alright, go ahead and do your work. Later, I'll treat you to a big meal to thank you, Candace laughed. Goodbye, Ronaldo Molly. Relieved, Irvin hurried out. Watching him leave, Candace's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she murmured softly, Irvin, who exactly are you? Stepping out of Candace's office, Irvin let out a long sigh of relief. This Ice Queen goddess truly exudes irresistible charm with every smile and frown. Compared to her, Danielle is nothing. Thankfully, I left quickly, or I wouldn't have been able to hold up. Very well, given how much Ronaldo Molly appreciates me, I'll do my best as the security captain. Having muttered to himself, Irvin went to the HR department and found Molly Dong to complete the promotion procedures. Immediately afterward, Molly Dong gathered all the security guards and announced the appointment on the spot. The guards had already witnessed Irvin's formidable power, thus they submitted obediently, trying to please him. Feeling irritated, Irvin dismissed them all and stayed in the former room of security captain Argyle, closing the door to meditate. After meditating for nearly an hour, he realized he was hitting another bottleneck. So he stopped and began digesting the vast amount of inherited knowledge in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed that the inheritance involved a divination manual, the Carlovinly derivation art. A divination manual? What a treasure! If I learn this, won't I be able to tell fortunes for people? Intrigued, Irvin delved deeper into it. Soon, he became ecstatic. Damn, this Carlovinly derivation art is amazing. Once learned, it allows divination of auspicious and ominous events. Especially with increased proficiency, it even reveals the past and foresees the future. Carlo immediately immersed himself in digesting all knowledge related to the Carlovinly derivation art. Half an hour later, finally having digested everything, Irvin mastered the mysteries within the Carlovinly derivation art. Let's test its effectiveness and predict my fortune today. Closing his eyes, Irvin raised his left hand and began calculating. After a moment, he paused and opened his eyes. Before him appeared a pop-up. Subject, Irvin. Fortune. Romantic opportunity within 5 minutes. Romantic opportunity within 5 minutes? So soon? Irvin's eyes lit up. His heart raced. Deeply hurt by Patrick and Danielle, he craved starting a new relationship to mend his emotional wounds. But who could bring such luck? Time ticked away, approaching the 5-minute mark. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Irvin felt his heart leap into his throat. Captain Yi, some men are harassing a girl outside our company gate. My brothers asked me to see if you want to intervene. Outside, a guard's voice sounded. Irvin blinked. A girl being harassed? This must be my romantic fortune. Certainly. Of course we should. Irvin stood up, opened the door, and commanded the guard, lead the way. The guard eagerly led the way. They reached the main hall, where from a distance, they saw a group of thugs surrounding a cute-looking girl outside the gate. Hold on, little sister. Help is coming in 2 seconds. Irvin shouted and sped up. Many people stared in shock. The Ronaldo Group security guards covered their faces in embarrassment. Captain, can you not act like a clown? Ignoring the odd looks, Irvin rushed to the thugs and pulled the girl behind him. The girl looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. The lead thug pointed at Irvin and shouted, You stupid security guard, this isn't Ronaldo Group territory. What business is it of yours? Get lost, don't hinder us from picking up girls. Please note, in the original text, there are some minor grammatical issues and narrative inconsistencies that I've smoothed out for better readability and coherence in English. Chapter 11. Lolita Beauty Adamaris. Bullshit. Irvin shouted. When I see injustice, it's everyone's responsibility to help. This may be outside the Ronaldo Corporation's grounds, but you scumbags dare to harass an innocent woman at our company entrance. How can this not concern me? In hell. I think this little security guard is asking for death. Do you know who we are? Who cares who you are? Irvin charged forward, swinging a punch that hit the thug squarely on the nose. Aya! The thug screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The other thugs were enraged. Great, attacking our Braxton. You're looking for death. Guys, beat him up until he can't take care of himself. Immediately, the thugs took out knives and sticks from their clothes and lunged at Irvin. Irvin sneered, grabbing the wooden stick from one of them and swiftly disarmed him. Then, with a swift backward swing, bang! The stick smashed into the thug's forehead. Aya! Another scream as this thug rolled on the ground, crying out in agony. Irvin didn't stop there. He darted around like a tiger among sheep, leaving the remaining thugs scrambling and falling. Everyone around, the security guards and passersby, all stood in disbelief. As for the cute girl hiding behind Irvin, she looked at him with adoring eyes. Wow, so cool. Get lost. Irvin threw away the stick and roared at the thugs. The thugs gathered around the guy called Braxton. Great, you lousy guard, daring to go against the Ronald Blade gang? Aren't you afraid of severe retaliation? Braxton yelled, holding his bleeding nose. The petty Ronald Blade gang dares to be arrogant in front of me? Still haven't left? Braxton saw he couldn't handle Irvin and fled with his gang. Cheers erupted. Seeing Irvin single-handedly drive off the thugs, everyone clapped and cheered. Irvin smiled and turned, fixing his gaze on the girl he had saved. She looked about 18 or 19, with big expressive eyes and an adorable face full of collagen. Her figure was hot, like those childlike beauties, akin to a Lolita like Sakura Mizu. Damn, too beautiful. Guard brother, thank you for saving me. The girl thanked him, then asked, I'm Adamaris, can I have your phone number? How could Irvin refuse such a pretty girl? Of course. Irvin immediately gave her his number. After noting it down, Adamaris asked, "Guard brother, can I ask you something?" "Sure, go ahead. If I know, I'll tell you," Irvin said confidently. "Do you recognize a security guard named Irvin?" Irvin froze. "That's me. What do you want?" Adamaris was delighted. "You're Irvin. Great. I came specifically to find you." "What for?" "I don't know you." Irvin was puzzled. Did he exude a kind of aura that attracted her? "Well, I heard someone say you saved a little girl in a car accident yesterday and they call you Medicine Sage. So, I want to invite you to treat my grandfather. Is it okay?" Irvin nodded internally. "But I'm at work now. Can't you take leave? Please, Irvin brother." Adamaris reached out, tugging his arm while pouting and gazing at him adorably. Despite not being inexperienced, Irvin couldn't resist. "All right, let me try." "Thank you, Irvin brother." Adamaris was overjoyed. "Even if you can't cure my grandpa, I will still be grateful." Irvin then called Molly Dong in HR and requested leave. Surprisingly, he agreed easily. "I've taken leave. Let's go." "Okay." Adamaris smiled and dialed a number. "Dempsey, I found him. Please come and pick us up." 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce pulled up beside them. Adamaris opened the door for him. "Irvin brother, please get in." Feeling honored, Irvin sat inside, and Adamaris joined him closely. Sitting so near, Irvin could feel her body heat and smell her fresh fragrance, getting a bit dizzy. The driver turned and asked, "Miss, ready?" Irvin noticed the driver, around 40, lean but sharp-eyed, obviously trained in martial arts. This person isn't ordinary. Irvin activated his Carlo-Vinli. Subject, Zhou Zane. Condition, normal. Cultivation level, body tempering 3rd level. Combat power, 35. What the? A cultivator, and he's just a driver. Adamaris' family must be very powerful. "Dempsey, let's go," Adamaris said. Under Zhou Zane's driving, the car slowly moved. Along the way, Adamaris chatted incessantly, revealing her admiration and affection for Irvin. Half an hour later, they arrived at a luxurious mansion in the city center. "Irvin brother, welcome to my home. Please step out." "Okay." Irvin nodded, impressed by the Zhou family's wealth. Inside the living room, a crowd had gathered. An elderly man lay motionless on a sofa, pale and cold, clearly in bad condition. People were frowning, making the atmosphere tense. "Everyone move aside. I brought a divine doctor to treat Grandpa." Adamaris led Irvin over. "Irvin brother, this is my grandpa. Please help him." "Okay." Irvin nodded, about to use his Carlo-Vinli. Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted. "Schwer, where did you find this idiot? Does he really look like a divine doctor?" ####Chapter 12. "You have kidney deficiency." Despicable look? Irvin's face darkened. "Am I really that pitiful?" Carlo turned his head to see a young man dressed in garish attire, looking like a playboy, sneering at him disdainfully. Immediately, Irvin activated his Carlo-Vinli and looked over. Subject, Titus. Condition, kidney deficiency due to excessive indulgence, leading to tinnitus. Cultivation level, 1st stage of body tempering realm. Combat power, 12. Irvin suddenly understood. So he is only at the 1st stage of body tempering realm. No wonder he is so arrogant. Carlo evaluated his own strength. Carlo was on par with the other party, but his biggest advantage was the vast amount of inherited memory. This was his greatest asset. In other words, there was no need for him to back down. Carlo retorted immediately, "Schwer, what's this idiot named Titus to you?" Adamaris was taken aback. "Brother Irvin, how did you know his name? Do you know him?" Irvin laughed. "I can predict everything. What's so strange about knowing this idiot's name?" Adamaris immediately showed admiration. "Wow, Brother Irvin, you're amazing." "Yes, he is called Titus, my second uncle's son." Irvin nodded. "So he's your cousin. No wonder he's so arrogant, lacking even basic manners." Upon hearing this, Titus flew into a rage. "You damn kid, how dare you speak to me like this? Do you think I won't kill you?" Irvin's expression darkened. "What?" Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Adamaris hurriedly interjected. "Cousin, how can you behave like this? Brother Irvin is the divine doctor I invited to treat Grandpa. I am confident he can cure Grandpa's illness." Titus shouted angrily, "Nonsense! How could someone so young be a divine doctor? Is he qualified?" Adamaris became displeased. "Cousin, can you please stop underestimating people? Though he is young, yesterday he saved a severely injured little girl at the scene of a car accident on Zixia Road all by himself. If he isn't a divine doctor, who is?" Titus sneered. "What a joke. Did you witness it yourself when you say he saved an untreatable girl?" Adamaris faltered. "Well," seeing this, Titus felt more smug. "So you just heard it from others? Haha, ridiculous. You actually believe hearsay?" Adamaris gritted her teeth. "Even though I didn't see Brother Irvin save the girl with my own eyes, it's clear from how he knew your name right away that he's not simple." Titus snorted. "Don't try that trick. Who knows if you told him my name beforehand?" Adamaris was furious. "Cousin, you?" At this moment, Zhou Zane behind them spoke up. "Ariv, I guarantee Miss did not reveal any information about our Zhou family on the way here." Titus rudely interrupted. "Shut up, dog slave. When we masters talk, it's none of your business." Zhou Zane's face turned grim, but he did not explode on the spot. Titus then barked at Irvin. "Brat, get out of my Zhou family." Irvin's face darkened. "Who do you think you are? A guy with kidney deficiency, speaking to me like that?" Everyone present was shocked. "Kidney deficiency? Ariv has kidney deficiency? You're talking nonsense." Titus lost face, almost losing his temper. "Your kidney deficiency," Irvin said coolly. Those 3 words dealt a heavy blow to Titus. "You." Titus was almost choked with anger. Carlo roared, "Brat, kneel down and apologize now, or I'll strike you dead this instant." "Your kidney deficiency is due to excessive indulgence," Irvin continued sarcastically. "Bullshit. You're the one indulging excessively, and your whole family too." Titus stomped and punched towards Irvin. Irvin smirked, dodged the attack with a slight turn of his head, and sneered, "Because of your excessive indulgence, you suffer from tinnitus. Shut up. Just shut up." Titus was livid, attacking wildly. "If you don't stop your excessive indulgence, your kidney deficiency will persist long-term, and tinnitus will plague you forever." Despite the storm of attacks, Irvin remained calm, using his inherited combat experience to easily defend while continuing to taunt verbally. "Brat, shut up. Shut up." Titus was almost driven mad, wanting to find a piece of tofu and bash his head against it. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed through the living room. "Titus, get out now." Caught off guard, Titus turned around to look at the old man lying on the sofa. "Grandpa?" The old man's face was grim. "Dare to disobey me? Carloplus." Titus glared at Irvin. "Brat, wait until I'm done with you." Ow. It turned out the old man had kicked Titus in the buttocks. On the ground, Titus complained bitterly. "Grandpa, you kicked me for an outsider? Rubbish. Whoever Snowy brings back is a guest of the Zhou family. As my eldest grandson, you have no manners at all. Now get out." The old man roared with authority. Daring not to say another word, Titus held his butt, full of anger and resentment, and stormed out. The old man collapsed back onto the sofa. With his already severe condition, the anger and exertion took a toll on his body. "Grandpa!" Adamaris cried out in alarm and rushed forward to support the old man. The old man slowly recovered and consoled. "Snowy, don't worry. I'll hold on." "Grandpa, rest assured, Brother Irvin is very capable. Carlo can definitely cure your illness." After saying this, Adamaris turned tearfully to Irvin. "Brother Irvin, my cousin was rude to you just now. Please accept my apology on his behalf and help Grandpa, all right?" Irvin usually preferred softness over harshness, especially after Adamaris personally apologized. His anger subsided. "Miss Snowy, don't worry. As a healer, I cannot stand by and watch," Irvin smiled. Adamaris was deeply moved, filled with gratitude as she looked at him. Irvin then walked to the old man and used his Carlovinly eye to examine him. Subject, Zhou Mingyuan. Condition, extreme cold throughout the body due to practicing ice silk palm. Cultivation level, second stage of body consolidation realm. Combat power, 140. This old man is formidable, actually at the second stage of body consolidation realm. This realm is significantly higher than the body tempering realm. Unfortunately, he suffered a backlash from practicing ice silk palm. Irvin was inwardly alarmed and shook his head. At this point, Adamaris asked, "Brother Irvin, how is Grandpa's condition?" Chapter 13, Supreme Gold Card. Irvin regained his composure and smiled. "It's fine, just a small ailment." "Small ailment?" Adamaris was taken aback. Carlo's grandfather's condition was very severe, with no experts or professors from multiple hospitals able to help. She didn't expect Irvin to call it a small illness. Then the elderly man lying on the sofa beside them spoke up, his tone filled with suspicion. "Young man, don't talk big." Irvin chuckled lightly, undisturbed. "Sir, the reason you have this illness is because of practicing the ice silk palm, causing your whole body to be cold. Am I right?" Hiro gaped in shock. You can tell I practiced ice silk palm." Carlo had kept his practice of this palm technique a secret from everyone in the family, even from his beloved granddaughter Adamaris. To think this young man could see through it at first glance. Meanwhile, everyone present, including Adamaris, became tense. "Grandpa, you're so old. How could you practice such an evil palm technique? If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" "Sob." Adamaris began to cry as she spoke. Hiro quickly consoled her and apologized, finally calming down Adamaris's agitated emotions. Then, Hiro turned to look at Irvin. "Young man, being able to see that my condition is due to practicing ice silk palm speaks of your exceptional insight. I apologize for underestimating you earlier." Irvin waved his hand. "There's no blame if one doesn't know." Hiro asked further, "So, in your opinion, can my condition still be treated?" "Certainly," Irvin said confidently. "A single serving of special flavored fire chicken soup, mixed with various Chinese herbs, will eliminate your cold disease." The special flavored fire chicken soup was a recipe he found from the knowledge in his mind. For Hiro's condition, it was indeed the right treatment. Coloring this, Hiro sighed in relief. Adamaris promptly said, "Get someone to buy a fire chicken immediately." Immediately, servants went out to buy the fire chicken. Irvin added, "Also, some herbs are needed." Carlo then wrote down the names of these herbs on paper. After receiving it, Adamaris immediately arranged for someone to buy the Chinese medicines. Within 20 minutes, a fire chicken and a large pack of Chinese medicines were brought back. They cooked a pot of special flavored fire chicken soup according to Irvin's requirements. Soon, a steaming bowl of fire chicken soup emitting the scent of Chinese medicine was served before Hiro. Hiro drank it all up instantly, praising it endlessly. Special flavored fire chicken soup. The taste is really special. In less than 3 minutes, his complexion improved significantly, revealing a healthy hue where previously there was pallor, and his blue lips became much rosier. The elder's illness is cured. It's effective. This special flavored fire chicken soup is really effective. Youthful medical sage. You are truly a medical sage of our time. All around, everyone in the Zhou family showered Irvin with praises. Especially Adamaris, whose gaze towards him was filled not only with admiration but also intense adoration. Irvin felt secretly ashamed. If not for the heritage knowledge and Carlovinly assisting him, he would be helpless. "Young man, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be able to treat my cold disease. I must properly thank you." Hiro took out an extremely exquisite golden card and handed it to Irvin. "This is the supreme gold card of our Zhou family. With this card, you can dine free of charge in any restaurant, hotel, or mall under our Zhou family's name." "Free dining?" Irvin's eyes lit up. "This sounds good. Also, this gold card symbolizes my identity. In the future, you can command anyone in my Zhou family, including our martial arts experts," Hiro added. "Damn, doesn't this mean that this card is like the golden plaque of ancient emperors?" Irvin was excited and thanked the elder. Thank you, sir. Since you are fully cured now, I'll go back to work. After pocketing the gold card, he prepared to leave. Adamaris hesitantly said, Brother Irvin, thanks for today. Please go back to work first. I'll make another appointment with you later, okay? Sure, Irvin nodded. Adamaris immediately called Josane to send Irvin back to Ronaldo Corporation. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Irvin tried to contain his excitement. The gold card might not mean much to others, but to Irvin, it certainly counted as a steady meal ticket. Carlos secretly decided to take his mother out for a grand meal someday to show his filial piety. 30 minutes later, the car arrived outside the Ronaldo Corporation building. Irvin got off, while Josane drove back. Walking toward the entrance of Ronaldo Corporation, the security guards on duty immediately greeted him. Captain Yi, welcome back? Irvin nodded. I'm back. Stand guard well. I'll invite you all for a big meal later. The security guards were overjoyed and thanked him. Just as Irvin continued walking into the compound, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning back, he saw the door of a van open, and a group of black-suited men, looking like bodyguards, walked towards him, surrounding a man who was none other than Titus. Trouble. Irvin frowned and said sternly, Titus, I didn't expect you to chase me here. From a distance, Titus yelled, Mr. Yi, you're doomed. Let's see how cocky you can be now. With that, he waved his hand. The black-suited bodyguards immediately surrounded Irvin. The security guards at Ronaldo Corporation panicked but stood their ground around Irvin. What are you doing? Get lost. Do you know where you are? Running wild here. Leave now, or we won't be nice. Unfortunately, these black-suited men showed no fear and instead laughed aloud. One of them shouted, Trash, daring to challenge us? Do you know who we are? Tell you the truth. We are from the Zhou family of Dexter Zhou. Dexter Zhou family? The security guards exchanged glances. Who didn't know the illustrious Zhou family in Dexter Zhou? If the underworld of Dexter Zhou was ruled by Black Widow Ida, then the above-ground world was ruled by the Zhou family of Dexter Zhou. They were distinct yet influential. At once, the security guards felt hesitant and dared not stick up for Irvin anymore. Irvin wasn't surprised. He hadn't expected help from his colleagues anyway. Directly addressing Titus, he said, Titus, I advise you to scram. Otherwise, you'll regret it. While speaking, he secretly activated his Carlo-Vinli eye. To his surprise, Titus's bodyguards were all either at the first-level body tempering or second-level body tempering stage. Carlo wasn't a match for them. Carlo frowned deeply, gritting his teeth. Looks like I need to practice harder and get stronger. Power is everything. At this moment, Titus laughed mockingly. Regret it? Boy, you got it wrong. Carlo suddenly shouted at his bodyguards. Attack! Beat this brat until he can't take care of himself. Yes, Master June. They moved towards Irvin with clenched fists. Irvin despaired silently. Is this the end? Suddenly, a majestic female voice interrupted. Daring to lay a hand on my brother Irvin? Aren't you tired of living? Chapter 14. The 18 Hands of the Karlovin's Trigram. Irvin looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes brightening. Ida. Indeed, the woman was none other than Ida. She wore a tight-fitting cheapao that hugged her curvaceous body, walking gracefully out of an Audi car with an elegant snake-like sway. Behind her followed a large group of bodyguards, and every gesture she made exuded unparalleled charm and majesty. In short, she was overwhelmingly beautiful and imposing. What's this wild woman doing here, daring to criticize me? Titus stopped mid-sentence as his eyes widened at the sight of Ida. Holy crap, this mature lady is too beautiful. If she were on the bed, it would be amazing. Carlo was just about to indulge in his fantasy when a bodyguard whispered beside him, Ariv, watch out. This is our famous Black Widow, Ida from Dexter Zhou. What? She's the Black Widow Ida? Titus paled and hurriedly suppressed his lustful thoughts. The notorious reputation of the Black Widow was known by everyone in Dexter Zhou. Rumor had it that many bold men who tried to flirt with this beautiful older woman ended up mysteriously disappearing without a trace. Even their families couldn't find evidence or bring charges against her. Yes, Ariv, she is the Black Widow Ida, the leader of the underground forces in Dexter Zhou, equally matched with our Zhou family. Thankfully, we have always maintained a non-aggressive relationship, so it's best not to provoke her. Titus hesitated after hearing the bodyguard's words and spat through clenched teeth. So you're protecting this little bastard Irvin, Madam Fan? Exactly. Ida replied with a cold laugh. Carlo's my godbrother, of course I must protect him. Godbrother? Irvin was taken aback. Since when did I become her godbrother? Titus frowned deeply. Madam Fan, do you know who I am? Aren't you Titus, the scion of the Zhou family of Dexter Zhou? Ida snorted in disdain. Titus's face changed. It was clear the other party had done thorough research on him. Ronald Sten carefully, don't think because your Zhou family is a martial arts household in Dexter Zhou. Ida, won't dare challenge you. Take your people and leave now. Ida roared fiercely. You. Titus nearly ground his teeth to powder in rage. Let's go, Ariv. Each of these bodyguards isn't easy to deal with. Fighting them will only lead to disaster. And if the old master finds out, he'll never forgive us, a bodyguard whispered urgently. Despite his reluctance, Titus knew he didn't have the courage to continue. Carlo gritted his teeth and said to Ida, Fine, Madam Fan, you win. Let's go. With that, he waved his hand, and they left with their tails between their legs. Afterward, Irvin approached Ida gratefully. Thank you for helping me out, Madam Fan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to handle it. Still calling me Madam Fan? Ida gave him a sultry glance. You should call me Sister Fan, got it? Irvin hesitated but finally said, Sister Fan. Ida smiled warmly. That's better. From now on, you, Irvin, are my godbrother. In this city of Dexter Zhou, I'll take care of you. If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name. She patted her ample bosom for emphasis. Irvin swallowed hard, deeply touched. Thanks, Sister Fan. Ida beamed. Brother Irvin, are you wondering how I became your godsister? Isn't it curious? Yeah, Irvin nodded stiffly. The reason is simple. Your mother came to me to return the million-yuan check. We hit it off very well, so I called her my godmother, and she accepted me as her goddaughter. Naturally, you became my godbrother, Ida explained. I see, Irvin realized. By the way, where's my mom? She's already gone home. Oh. Irvin nodded. Sister Fan, what time do you get off work this afternoon? Ida suddenly asked. Why? What do you need, Sister Fan? Irvin asked, bewildered. Well, yesterday, I was busy with my daughter Yin Yin, and today, I'm not feeling well, especially my lower back. Your medical skills are even better than those hospital experts, so I came to ask you for help, Ida explained. Irvin understood. Alright, let me check. Carlo activated his Carlo-Vinli eye, examining her condition. Target. Ida. Condition. Due to a car accident, she sustained damage to her lumbar spine, which can be cured using the 18 hands of the Carlo-Vin's trigram. After seeing this, Irvin already had a plan. Sister Fan, you injured your waist due to yesterday's accident. Follow me to the security room. I'll massage and manipulate it for recovery. Ida rejoiced. Alright. Irvin led her to the security room. However, upon reaching the door, Ida halted the following bodyguards. Wait here. Yes, madam, they responded in unison. Ida then entered the security room and closed the door behind her. Sister Fan? Irvin paused, unsure. Giggling softly, Ida replied, What are you nervous about, brother Irvin? I'm not going to eat you. Irvin internally tensed. As a grown man, why would I fear being eaten by you? Still, sharing a room with a woman alone could easily spread rumors, especially in a company setting. Sister Fan, you're joking, Irvin chuckled nervously. Alright, Irvin, tell me, how are you going to massage me? Ida giggled again, her gaze smoldering. She's such a temptress. Struggling against her provocative gaze, Irvin lowered his head. Just lie down on this bed. He gestured toward the simple bed. Okay. Seeing his discomfort, Ida giggled and obediently lay on the bed. Ready when you are, brother Irvin. Gazing at her perfect figure, Irvin felt a surge of admiration. Carlo found himself dry-mouthed and breathing heavily. How could a woman be so captivating? Eventually, Irvin regained his composure and placed his hands on Aida's lower back, beginning to massage her gently according to the techniques inherited in his memory. The 18 hands of the Carlo-Vin's trigram was a profound divine art specifically designed for massage therapy, incorporating 18 techniques including pressing, pointing, pushing, squeezing, and kneading. Notably, mastered to perfection, this art could heal or kill. Unfortunately, Irvin's current skill level was far from unleashing even 0.01% of its power, but it was more than enough to treat Aida's back injury. With each passing minute, Irvin focused intently on applying the precise strokes and pressure points outlined in the ancient technique. His hands moved rhythmically over Aida's lower back, soothing her pain and enhancing blood circulation. Despite his focus, the proximity to such beauty was distracting. Yet, the therapeutic effect was undeniable, and gradually, he felt her muscles relax under his touch. Feels good, Ida murmured, her voice soft yet full of relief. Irvin continued his ministrations with increased confidence. After what seemed like a long while, he finally withdrew his hands and sat back, observing the improvement. How do you feel now, Sister Fan? Irvin asked, genuinely concerned. Much better, Ida replied, turning around to face him. I can almost walk without pain. Thanks a lot, brother Irvin. You're welcome, Sister Fan. Rest assured, you'll be completely fine soon. Ida stood up and stretched, her movements indicating a significant reduction in pain. She looked at Irvin with gratitude and admiration. You truly have incredible skills. I'm impressed. Thank you, Sister Fan. If you ever need any more help, don't hesitate to reach out. Ida smiled warmly. Of course. And remember, I'm always here for you, godbrother. Irvin returned her smile, relieved and appreciative of her trust and support. Chapter 15. Simply a deadly siren. However, what Irvin never expected was this. As his fingers gently massaged, Alyssa closed her eyes and occasionally let out soft, pleasurable moans. She seemed to be enjoying herself immensely, completely at ease. Irvin, on the other hand, inwardly groaned in frustration. Carlo was a grown man. How could he resist such unparalleled beauty? Just then, Alyssa turned her head, looking at him with an ambiguous smile. Ronald, brother Irvin, what are you thinking about? Irvin blushed instantly, quickly replying, nothing. Thinking she would drop it, Irvin was taken aback when she continued with a playful smirk. Ronald, brother Irvin, what do you think of sister's figure? Is it beautiful? Ah. Irvin was startled, clearly not expecting that question. Sister is asking you a question, Ronald, brother Irvin. Alyssa's mature and alluring face broke into a mischievous smile. Beautiful. Irvin swallowed hard. Then, Ronald, brother Irvin, which part of sister's body do you find the most beautiful? The face or? Alyssa's eyes twinkled as she gracefully twisted her shapely figure, accentuating her hourglass curves. It was like a mesmerizing landscape, radiating allure. Even more maddening were her seductive eyes, gazing at Irvin with unspoken emotion. It was as if they were saying, pick the flower while it's still in bloom, why wait? Suddenly, Irvin's face flushed and his breathing quickened. While he wasn't inexperienced, this was his first time encountering such an enchanting and soul-stirring scene. Sister is waiting for your answer, Ronald, brother Irvin. Alyssa's voice dripped with sultriness, her eyes filled with desire. A siren. She was truly a deadly siren. Irvin couldn't take it anymore, stammering, Sis Fan, your body should be mostly healed. I'll stop massaging you. I need to use the bathroom. With that, he awkwardly turned and ran towards the door. Ha ha ha, Ronald, brother Irvin. Looks like your kidneys can't keep up. Alyssa giggled, covering her mouth. Irvin nearly fell over. Carlo was in his prime with vigor. How could his kidneys fail? Sis Fan, can you please stop joking around? Irvin replied with a bitter smile, looking back. Okay, no more jokes. Hurry up before you can't hold it. Alyssa said, seemingly implying something else. Shaking his head, Irvin didn't dare continue the conversation and fled through the door like a scared rabbit. That Ronald's brother Irvin is so easily teased, kind of cute. Alyssa giggled again as she watched him leave. In the restroom, Irvin looked at himself in the mirror. His face was red like a monkey's bottom. Touching his cheeks, he found them burning hot. Carlo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Irvin, you're such a coward. Just because a siren flirted with you, you panicked? What was that all about? Still, despite the reprimand, he had to admit that Alyssa was the finest woman he had ever met. Of course, Candace and Joshua could rival her too. At the very least, they were equally matched. Exiting the restroom, Irvin met Alyssa again. Unexpectedly, upon seeing him come out, she pretended to check her phone and smiled mockingly. Less than 30 seconds, and you're already done? Something felt off. Irvin shook his head, turning serious. Sis-fan, I need to get back to work. Alyssa laughed softly. Oh, you're mad? Irvin sighed wryly. Sis-fan, don't play with me. I really need to go to work. Patting his shoulder, Alyssa chuckled. Alright, seeing as you're a responsible person, I won't tease you anymore. Oh, here, take this. With that, she handed him a piece of paper. Looking down, Irvin saw it was the $1 million check he had given to his mother. Sis-fan, you? Irvin was confused. Ronald told brother Irvin, Auntie returned this check to me. I tried refusing it, but she insisted. So now, I'm returning it to you. Keep it safe and don't tell Annie. But sis-fan, how can I accept this? Ronald told brother Irvin, you saved my daughter yesterday. That's a great deed. 1 million isn't much compared to that kindness. Moreover, Leona healed my back. If I didn't show any gratitude, it would be inhumane. But, enough, Ronald told brother Irvin. Don't say anything else, just take it. You and Auntie live modestly. Use this money to improve your life. When it runs out, come ask me for more. Alyssa said. After some thought, Irvin agreed. As the saying goes, a wealthy man stands tall, while a poor one struggles. Besides, he had helped Alyssa twice. Wasn't $1 million appropriate? Alright, sis-fan, I'll accept it without further protest, Irvin replied. Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Ronald told brother Irvin, I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, she prepared to leave. Suddenly, Irvin remembered something and warned. By the way, sis-fan, your back still needs rest. Avoid strenuous activities. Strenuous activities? Alyssa turned, her eyes filled with flirtation. Be more specific, Ronald told brother Irvin. What kind of strenuous activities? Bed activities? This siren. Irvin was speechless. How did everything she say turn suggestive? Ha ha ha. Alyssa giggled coyly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Goodbye. With that, she left escorted by a group of bodyguards. Watching her leave, Irvin felt a strange sense of loss. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from beside him. Never thought our captain ye had such good fortune with women. Startled, Irvin turned to see President Candace standing there. President Ronaldo, you jest? What good fortune? She's just my god sister. Oh right, she's the mother of the little girl who got into the car accident yesterday. She came to me for treatment after hurting her back. Is that all? Just treatment? Candace lightly laughed, clearly unconvinced. That's it. What else could there be? Irvin asked. Candace remained unperturbed. Irvin, perhaps you don't know who that woman is. Let me tell you, she's the underground empress of Dexterjo. Many thugs, and even ruthless individuals serve under her. Rumor has it, she kills without hesitation. Be careful. With that, she turned and left. Watching her depart, Irvin muttered to himself. Isn't she overstepping her bounds? Chapter 16. I don't even want it. After lunch, Irvin spent the entire afternoon at the company. However, he instructed the security team not to bother him unless it was necessary. To them, he was a godlike presence now, and no one dared go against his wishes. So, he hid in his room for cultivation, enjoying peace and quiet. Before work ended, he stopped cultivating and called his mother, telling her not to prepare dinner and that he would take her out for a big meal, asking her to wait by the entrance of their residential complex. When work finished, he went straight to the complex entrance, where he saw his mother waiting as expected. Chuan, why did you suddenly decide to take me out for a fancy dinner? Rosalind asked with a smile. Mom, you raised me with great hardship. As your son, I should treat you well, Irvin replied with a grin. Rosalind scoffed, flatterer. Though she said this, she was secretly very happy. Any mother in the world hopes for her son's filial piety. But she still insisted, Chuan, your heart is appreciated, but it's not easy for you to earn money. We shouldn't waste it. Irvin chuckled. Don't worry, Mom. The place we're going tonight doesn't cost a thing. Free? How is that possible? Rosalind was incredulous. Just trust me, come along, Irvin grinned. Reluctantly, Rosalind agreed. They hailed a taxi. Once inside, he told the driver, Mingyuan Mall. Carlo had checked beforehand. Mingyuan Mall, named after Irvin, was located in the bustling city center and housed numerous fine dining restaurants worth visiting. Half an hour later, they arrived at Mingyuan Mall and chose a high-end restaurant, the Rongo Restaurant. Not bad, this name sounds down to earth. Plus, it even has security. Let's choose this one. Irvin pulled his mother and was about to enter enthusiastically. Just then, a couple approached the entrance, Patrick and Danielle, clinging together. Why do I keep running into you, you bastard? Such a small world indeed. Patrick gritted his teeth. How could he not grind his teeth? While his diarrhea wasn't as severe, he still occasionally suffered from it, making him wear adult diapers everywhere he went, a humiliating ordeal. Danielle wasn't faring any better, if not worse. She now covered her bald head with a cap and wore oversized pants to hide her diaper, unable to showcase her previously beautiful hair or stylish outfits. Thus, when she saw Irvin, she instinctively hated him, forgetting her own mistakes. Patrick, watch your mouth. If Mom weren't here, I'd beat you up, Irvin warned sternly. Humph, in broad daylight, dare you? Patrick responded boldly but feebly. Watch me. Irvin glared, making Patrick back down instantly. With no other choice, Patrick nudged Danielle to say something. Irvin, don't be so arrogant. Did you have something to do with my diarrhea and young Master Sunny's? Danielle demanded. Of course, Irvin denied it, snickering. Danielle, speak carefully. Why should I be involved in your diarrhea issues? If it wasn't you, how are we still? Danielle couldn't finish her sentence amidst the crowd. Do you still have diarrhea, right? Irvin mocked. That's your problem, not mine. You, Nadia, see what kind of son you've raised? Why don't you discipline him? Rosalind frowned, but before she could speak, Irvin exploded. Danielle, shut up. You're not worthy to mention my mother's name. Show her some respect or I'll slap you. Startled by his sudden outburst, Danielle cowered, remembering his previous violent actions towards Patrick. Mom, let's ignore these lunatics. Come on. Irvin moved towards the restaurant with his mother. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in uniform, somewhat attractive, approached and greeted Patrick warmly. Well, if it isn't young Master Sunny, what brings you here? Your visit truly honors our humble place. Patrick brightened up. Tristan, just in time. I find this mother-son pair annoying. Kick them out immediately. But, young Master Sunny, isn't that inappropriate? How can I turn guests away? Tristan hesitated. Inappropriate? My word is law here. Patrick sneered. Remember, I'm your Platinum VIP member, spending hundreds of thousands annually. Do you dare disobey? Even as a Platinum VIP, I can't kick guests out, Tristan pleaded. Tristan, you underestimate my influence. I'm close friends with young Master Titus from the Zhou family. Believe me, one word from me, and your restaurant won't last in Minuan Mall, Patrick threatened. Realizing the Zhou family controlled Minuan Mall, Tristan dared not offend. Okay, young Master Sunny as you wish, she complied and whispered to Irvin and Rosalind. Sorry, you saw the situation. Young Master Sunny is a regular customer and Platinum VIP. Please change restaurants elsewhere. Next time, I'll offer you a 20% discount. Rosalind, kind-hearted and avoiding trouble, considered accepting. However, Irvin refused. Today was supposed to be a pleasant experience for his mother, not to be spoiled by Patrick's interference. 20% off? Big deal? Irvin laughed scornfully. Even 50% off wouldn't interest me. Ronald Sten carefully. We're staying here. Nowhere else. Hashtag chapter 17. Throw them out. Seeing Irvin's firm expression, Charlene immediately looked perplexed. On the other side, Patrick shouted loudly. Charlene, why are you still wasting time with this penniless rascal? Hurry up and get rid of them. Otherwise, I'll call Arav right now. No. Charlene suddenly panicked and hurriedly tried to persuade Irvin. Sir, please don't make it difficult for me. I'm just an employee. I can't lose my job. Irvin remained unmoved, snorting coldly. How can I possibly suppress myself just so you won't lose your job? Charlene explained further. Sir, you don't understand. If Sunny were merely a Platinum VIP member, I wouldn't care much, but he knows Arav from the Zhou family, and they're close friends. You'd better leave quickly. Stirring up trouble won't benefit you. So what if it's Arav from the Zhou family? Believe it or not, I've taken care of that guy before. Irvin sneered. What? Charlene covered her mouth, looking utterly incredulous. Who was Arav? Carlo was the eldest son of the Zhou family. Moreover, the Zhou family was a renowned martial arts family in Dexter Zhou, respected by both legitimate and underground circles. And now, this person actually claimed to have taken care of Arav? Was he crazy? At this moment, Patrick started yelling from the side. Irvin, you scumbag. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you boast about taking care of Arav? Do you know who he is? His name alone would scare you half to death. Carlo's the son of the Zhou family, known as a martial arts family in Dexter Zhou, with formidable backing. Do you think I should call him now and let you die without a burial place? Die without a burial place? Irvin burst into laughter, looking at Patrick as though he were an idiot. Damn, you really only cry when you see a coffin. Let me make that call right now. As Patrick reached for his phone, Charlene panicked, urging Irvin again. Sir, please leave now, otherwise? What do you see here? Suddenly, Irvin pulled out a golden card from his pocket, flashing it in front of Charlene. My God! Charlene's eyes lit up instantly. After a moment, she gasped, You actually have the supreme gold card that only the patriarch of the Zhou family possesses? What did the supreme gold card mean? It signified the presence of the patriarch of the Zhou family himself. Compared to the patriarch, Arav was nothing, less than nothing. What? Carlo has the supreme gold card that only the Zhou family's patriarch possesses. Upon hearing this, Patrick felt his heart race wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. Even if given 100 lives, they would never have imagined that Irvin had the patriarch's supreme gold card. This time, he'd picked a fight with someone untouchable. At that moment, Irvin's mother was also greatly alarmed. She couldn't understand how her son could possess the patriarch's supreme gold card. Had he stolen it? Fake. This lousy gold card must be fake. Irvin, a mere security guard, couldn't possibly have such a card. Patrick roared furiously. Charlene frowned, saying, Sunny, I'm sorry, but this supreme gold card is genuine. We received training on this card during our employment. Look, it has unique anti-counterfeiting marks that only internal staff can identify. Patrick's face turned pale. He was speechless, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then Danielle spoke up loudly, even if it's real, it must have been stolen. I've been with him for some time, and have never seen him take it out. Irvin retorted angrily, Stolen? Danielle, your imagination is too vivid. I cured the patriarch of the Zhou family's illness, and he personally handed me this card. Why would I bother stealing it? What? The patriarch of the Zhou family gave you this card? Danielle's face froze. Irvin didn't bother explaining further, turning to Charlene. Charlene, listen carefully. Immediately throw this pair of dogs out. What the hell? Patrick was fuming with anger, thinking of himself as the respectable Sonny Dashi. When had anyone ever thrown him out? Sir, rest assured, I will have the security personnel remove them, said Charlene, calling the guards over. Patrick instantly panicked. Charlene, think clearly. Arif and I are close friends. Charlene, who had already been annoyed by Patrick's behavior, replied sternly, I'm sorry, but even if Arif's father came here, it wouldn't help. She knew that in this situation, even she, being stupid, understood that the patriarch of the Zhou family was the true authority. Leave now, or I will use force. The guards came and pushed Patrick and Danielle out of the door. The two of them, seething with rage, could do nothing but be forced out. Watching these two leave like a pair of plague-infected rats, Irvin felt incredibly satisfied. Mom, now you understand why I could say we'd eat for free? It's because of this supreme gold card. Irvin smiled. Come on, Mom, let's go in. His mother nodded, asking while walking, Chuaner, that supreme gold card, you didn't steal it, did you? This card was given to me by the Zhou family patriarch. How could it be stolen? But why would the Zhou family patriarch give such valuable items to you? Did you really save his life? Of course. Irvin, fearing more probing questions, quickly added, Come on, Mom, let's go inside. I'm starving. You child. His mother shook her head helplessly, deciding not to ask further, and followed him inside. Charlene, now fully aware of Irvin's background, treated him with even greater enthusiasm than Patrick. Various signature dishes were served one after another. 20 dishes in total. Irvin and his mother ate until their stomachs were full and content, feeling happier than ever. At 8:30 p.m., the mother and son left the restaurant and returned home. That night, they fell asleep immediately after getting home. Nothing significant happened throughout the night. The next morning, after having breakfast, Irvin walked to work. However, as he stepped out of the neighborhood gate, he noticed a girl nearby wearing a baseball cap and sportswear, handing out flyers, being harassed by a fat man. Initially, he didn't intend to interfere, but upon glancing at the girl, he changed his mind, because this girl was none other than his former college classmate, Ronaldla. Translation provided by AI. Please adjust any specific details as needed for accuracy and style consistency. Chapter 18. Ronaldla. The mention of Ronaldla stirred a hint of regret within Irvin's heart. Back when he was studying in Nanjing, he often worked part-time to ease his mother's financial burden. Ronaldla came from a family that wasn't much better off than his, and they both often engaged in part-time work, gradually becoming familiar with each other. They became inseparable friends who talked about everything and helped each other out. To describe their relationship, one could sum it up by saying, they skipped classes together, climbed over walls together, and even sold goods on the street together. Irvin had once thought about developing their relationship into something more romantic. However, despite her modest background, Ronaldla was very charming and universally acknowledged as the school's beauty queen. At the time, there were plenty pursuing her both within and outside the school. And him? Carlo was just a poor boy. What qualification did he have to pursue her? Later, after graduation, he returned to Dexter for development. As for Ronaldla, he initially stayed in touch but stopped initiating contact after getting involved with Danielle to avoid misunderstandings. Unexpectedly, he met Ronaldla here today. Exine, listen well, running away to Dexter won't help you. If you're sensible, give Dad money, so he can pay off debts. If not, Dad will use you to settle the debt, the corpulent man said loudly. Coloring this, Irvin suddenly realized this must be Ronaldla's father. What a despicable scumbag. Who would ever expect such a father to coerce his own daughter like this? Dad, please leave me alone. Ronaldla pleaded bitterly. That's impossible. The proverb says, daughter repays father's debt. Since you are my daughter, if I owe someone, where else should I turn except to you? Gideon shouted loudly. But Dad, I really don't have any money. I haven't even earned enough for my postgraduate tuition yet. Enough nonsense. Gideon then broke into an evil grin. Right, let me introduce you to a place where you can make big money. Not only will you earn enough for tuition, but also repay Dad's debt quickly. Though naive, Ronaldla was not unintelligent. No need. I can support myself. Even if it's a small income, it brings me peace of mind. What do you know? Handing out flyers all day. How much can you earn? Frustrated, Gideon grabbed Ronaldla and dragged her away. Come with me now. I'll take you to a nightclub. There are many wealthy people there. If you agree to entertain customers, your good figure and appearance guarantee you'll earn thousands in one night. Ronaldla struggled fiercely. I won't go entertaining customers, no? Irvin clenched his fists in anger. Was this still human? Meanwhile, several passersby couldn't bear it and joined in criticizing Gideon for his behavior. Gideon stood his ground, suddenly producing a fruit knife, yelling, all of you scram. It's none of your business to meddle in my family affairs. Seeing the knife, everyone was frightened into silence, except for Irvin, who sneered coldly, I'll meddle. What can you do? Swish. Everyone's attention turned towards Irvin. Irvin, is that you? Truly you? Seeing him, Ronaldla's joy was indescribable, nearly tearing up from emotion. Irvin, surprised by her reaction, nodded, yes, it's me. I never expected to meet you here. Ronaldla choked with tears, neither did I. At this moment, Gideon asked loudly, Exine. You two know each other? Who is he? Ronaldla looked helpless, explaining, Dad, he's my college classmate Irvin. We have a great relationship. Great relationship? Gideon's eyes lit up. Does that mean he's your boyfriend? Dad, stop babbling. Carlo's not my boyfriend at all. Ronaldla blushed. Gideon snorted, Exine, don't think Dad knows nothing. You've been pursued by many during your college years, yet you never took a serious look at anyone. But you treat this guy differently. If he's not your boyfriend, what is he? Please, don't say nonsense, Dad. Ronaldla stamped her foot. Ignoring her, Gideon stared at Irvin and yelled, Boy, since you're Exine's boyfriend, pay part of the dowry money now, or you can't see her again. Part of the dowry money? What kind of operation is this? Irvin was bewildered. Then, Ronaldo shouted. Irvin, don't listen to my father's rubbish. Carlo's a fraud trying to extort money from you. Don't fall for it. Realizing what had happened, Irvin chuckled inwardly. This old man thought he was Ronaldo's boyfriend. Carlo warned, Ronald, stand up, release Ronaldo immediately, or I won't hold back. Hemph, I was considering you for my future son-in-law given your appearance, but you actually lecture me first. Without dowry money, you won't take her away, Gideon retorted. As her father, you shamelessly sell your own daughter. Count of 3, release Ronaldo. Irvin pointed at Gideon's nose, threatening. I won't. What can you do? Gideon brazenly replied. 3, 2, 1. Gideon remained defiant after Irvin counted down. Irvin grew furious, channeling his chi, and swiftly moved forward to snatch the knife from Gideon, pulling Ronaldo behind him. You little bastard, I'll kick you to death. Gideon kicked at Irvin, who coolly blocked the attack with a sidekick to Gideon's calf. Clutching his leg in pain, Gideon hopped around. A moment later, he gritted his teeth. You dare kick your future father-in-law? Unbelievable. Irvin, impatient, flung the knife. It embedded itself deep into a tree, blade fully submerged. The crowd gasped in amazement. Even Gideon was stunned speechless. Ronaldo watched Irvin with astonishment, as if she'd never seen him before. Scram immediately, or I won't hold back if you harass Ronaldo again. Irvin barked menacingly. Gideon, terrified, fled without another word. Turning to Ronaldo, Irvin asked, Are you okay, Ronaldo? I'm fine. Ronaldo shook her head, lifting her beautiful eyes and biting her lip. Thank you, Irvin. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Hashtag chapter 19. Big brother is flush with cash. Irvin smiled, carloping those in need. I merely did what I should. Besides, you and I are such good buddies. Talking about thanks sounds like slapping my face. As he spoke, he winked. Ronaldo couldn't help but laugh at his antics. You haven't changed a bit after over a year. Irvin's eyes lit up instantly, his heart pounding as he felt her smile was just as captivating as ever. Parlor laughter stirred him deeply. Noticing his fixed gaze, Ronaldo asked curiously, Irvin, are you okay? Are you dazed? Oh, nothing. Irvin snapped back to reality, scratching his head guiltily. Meeting Ronaldo again brought him right back to the days when they studied and worked part-time together, warm and sweet moments. However, this secret buried deep within him could not be revealed. Irvin, you don't look too well. Are you not feeling good? Ronaldo, being attentive, extended her fair hand, gently placing it on Irvin's forehead. This gesture seemed completely natural to her. After all, she had cared for Irvin this way before. Previously, due to his inferiority complex, Irvin dared not express himself, suppressing his true feelings. But now, having turned his luck around and inherited medical skills, his mindset had changed. Thus, the warmth from Ronaldo's gentle touch was like a spring rain nourishing his heart. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just ate something unclean today, Irvin explained vaguely. Ronaldo nodded upon hearing his explanation. That's good if it's not serious. Afraid of her lingering on the topic, Irvin quickly changed it. By the way, Ronaldo, how did you end up in Dexterjo? Ronaldo blushed slightly, avoiding eye contact. When I applied for graduate school, I chose Dexterjo University. Irvin was stunned. With your academic performance, you didn't need to come to Dexterjo University. You could have gone to Beijing, or the capital. Speaking of which, Dexterjo University ranks lower than our undergraduate alma mater, Jilin University. Ronaldo avoided his eyes even more, biting her lip. My family's financial situation isn't great, so we can't afford an elite university in Beijing. Can't afford? Irvin found it strange. The state's investment in education is substantial, and someone in Ronaldo's situation could easily apply for student loans. Just as he was about to say that, Ronaldo interrupted. Right, Irvin? Do you live in this neighborhood? Yes, I work nearby as a security guard and rent a place here. Irvin nodded, then asked in surprise, How did you know that? Ronaldo glanced at him briefly, then lowered her eyes, whispering, I heard it from our college classmates. Irvin realized, So you were distributing flyers early in the morning here because? Ronaldo nodded. I didn't know which building you lived in, but I had a part-time job distributing real estate brochures here, hoping to run into you by chance. I unexpectedly ran into my dad, and even more surprisingly, I met you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I wouldn't have known how to get out of that. She looked at Irvin gratefully. Irvin understood completely and chuckled. It seems fate wanted us to meet again. Don't even start. Ronaldo suddenly sounded upset. After undergrad, you left for Dexterjo without a word, even changing your phone number. What was your intention? Irvin stammered. Well. After moving back to Dexterjo, the old number wasn't usable anymore. Back then, his sudden departure was driven by his insecurity. Carlo thought there were too many men pursuing Ronaldo, and he saw no hope for himself, leading him to choose to leave quietly. If you weren't using your old number, why didn't you tell me your new one? Ronaldo pressed on. Irvin struggled to respond. Fortunately, Ronaldo seemed to realize she was being too harsh and softened her tone. Sorry, I went too far just now. Don't take it to heart, okay? Irvin scratched his head awkwardly. No big deal. Changing the subject, do you live on campus now? No, Ronaldo shook her head. The school has strict regulations that make it inconvenient for me to work part-time off campus. Besides, I have a younger sister to take care of, so I rented a place near Dexterjo University in a city village. You rented a place in a city village? Irvin frowned. City villages are dangerous and unsuitable for two girls. It's not safe for you and your sister. Ronaldo rolled her eyes. What choice do we have? Should you take care of us? Realizing her mistake, she blushed profusely. Unexpectedly, Irvin laughed. Sure, I can take care of you both. To be honest, I'm flush with cash now. Though he was joking, Ronaldo felt reassured but insisted, Thanks for your offer, but we're fine where we are. Irvin shook his head firmly. No, it's too chaotic there. Let me go punch in at work, then visit where you're staying. I'll find a better neighborhood nearby and help you move in. Irvin, really, it's unnecessary. No. Irvin cut her off decisively. Your safety is my priority. This is final. Rent is on me. Saying that, he patted his chest confidently. Of course. Carlo had money now, and no longer needed to lack confidence in speaking. Seeing his determination, Ronaldo felt a stirring in her heart, indescribable. How about this? You focus on work first. I'll finish distributing the flyers, pack up, find a suitable place, and then let you know to help me move. How does that sound? Ronaldo suggested. All right, Irvin thought for a moment and agreed. They exchanged phone numbers and parted ways. On his way, Irvin kept recalling their meeting, feeling incredibly content. It was like years of pent-up emotions were finally released. At the company, he clocked in and headed to the locker room to change into his security uniform. Suddenly, the sound of high heels caught his attention. Turning around, he saw the beautiful CEO Candace. Today, she wore an elegant white dress, dignified and stylish yet alluring, catching everyone's eye. Good morning, President Ronaldo. Irvin greeted with a smile. Candace nodded and glanced at him. No need to change into the uniform. Follow me to the 4S store to pick up the car. Translation ends here. Chapter 20. Picking up the car. President Ronaldo, what did you say? Pick up a car? Irvin was speechless. You're picking up a car? What does that have to do with me? Am I not going to work anymore? Yes, pick up a car. Candace nodded. Irvin smiled bitterly. President Ronaldo, if you're picking up the car, why should I go along? What's my role? The car is bought for you. If you don't come to experience it, how can you pick it up? Candace countered. What? For me? Suddenly, Irvin felt enveloped by a happiness that fell from the sky. Too surprising. Too surprising? Not for you, then for someone else? Candace retorted irritably. Irvin had calmed down by now and said somewhat suspiciously, but President Ronaldo, for no reason at all, why would you buy me a car? Could it be you want to keep me as your kept man? I should declare here and now. As a man of integrity, I can support myself and definitely will not accept such an arrangement. His tone turned firm and serious towards the end. Candace's pretty face flushed red as she stamped her foot. What nonsense are you talking? Who said anything about keeping you? Irvin was taken aback. So, President Ronaldo, what you mean is... Candace rolled her eyes. Isn't it because you helped me neutralize the evil aura in my jade necklace yesterday that I decided to buy you a car as a thank you? Is this what you thought was keeping? Irvin immediately became embarrassed and scratched his head. President Ronaldo, ignorance is bliss. But any man might have misunderstood. Candace gave him a disparaging look. Talking nonsense. Irvin chuckled. Right, President Ronaldo. Helping you with the jade necklace yesterday was just a small matter. Nothing special. You didn't need to buy me a car. Candace shook her head. To you, it may seem like a small matter, but to me, it was a huge favor. Pausing a bit, she continued, Irvin, do you know? That jade necklace was a memento left to me by my mother. I've always worn it, but since I started wearing it over a month ago, misfortune has been endless. Without you, I probably would have continued to be unlucky or even lost my life. Irvin nodded. Honestly, if it hadn't been for him, Candace, who was completely unaware, would indeed have continued to suffer misfortune and might even have lost her life. So, Irvin, giving you a car is one way I express my gratitude. If you don't accept the car, I'll find another way. Accept? Why wouldn't I accept? Only a fool would refuse. Irvin hurriedly laughed. After all, living in the city, having a car made travel more convenient. All right, let's go now, follow me. Candace turned and walked away. Sure thing. Irvin followed closely behind her. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a nearby Audi 4S dealership. The manager had already received word from Candace and was waiting at the entrance. After they arrived, the manager promptly invited them inside. Following Candace, Irvin entered viewing mode, feeling dizzy from all the options, unsure which car to choose. After all, though he had long had a driver's license, he had never had the money to buy a car, so he knew nothing about car configurations or performance. Irvin, what do you think of the Audi A8? Candace suddenly asked. Irvin didn't answer directly but asked, how much does it cost? Candace looked at the manager, who quickly replied humbly, with the current market prices, it costs at least 900,000 yuan. But since it's for President Ronaldo, I can give a 10% discount. Irvin took a sharp breath. 900,000 yuan, too expensive. As a mere security guard, driving such an expensive car would invite ridicule from everyone at the company. The manager maintained a professional smile. Mr. Yi, so what you mean is? Irvin responded confidently, find me a car around 300,000 yuan. Low-key but not ostentatious, luxurious yet tasteful. Candace looked at him appreciatively, clearly gaining a new respect for his character. The manager said, then, Mr. Yi, let me recommend the Audi A5. How about it? Saying so, he pointed to a nearby vehicle. Irvin glanced over and nodded. Okay, let's get it. The manager agreed. Fine. I'll arrange the transfer paperwork right away, and then you can pick up the car. Great, Irvin said cheerfully. Under the manager's arrangements, Irvin completed the transfer procedures. Next, Candace took out a bank card, preparing to pay at the dealership's finance office with the manager. But Irvin stopped her suddenly. President Ronaldo, I'll pay for it myself. I'm not short of money now, and besides, I had plans to buy a car anyway. Candace gave him a disdainful look, frowning prettily. It was agreed that I would bring you here to pick up the car. How could I let you pay? If you insist on this, it's clearly undervaluing me. Given her words, Irvin couldn't persist and grinned awkwardly. In that case, I'll trouble President Ronaldo. Candace's expression softened, smiling. Why talk about trouble? You did me a huge favor. Buying you a car as a reward is fitting. Irvin was left speechless. After the transaction, Irvin personally drove the Audi A5 into the company's underground parking lot with Candace in the passenger seat. Irvin, I'm off to work first. See you later, Candace said with a smile before getting ready to exit the car. But Irvin called her back. President Ronaldo? Do you have something else? She asked. Can I drive out for a spin? Oh, no, to practice? Irvin scratched his head and smiled. Of course you can. Candace said magnanimously, you've just gotten the car and aren't familiar with its performance yet. It's appropriate to practice driving on the road more, but drive slowly and stay safe. As for work at the company, hand it over to your deputy squad leader. Irvin didn't expect her to be so understanding and was delighted. Thank you, President Ronaldo. Candace smiled faintly and then turned to leave. Irvin took out his phone, handed his work to the deputy captain, and then restarted the car, driving out of the basement and taking a leisurely drive around the area. Originally, he planned to return to his rented neighborhood to pick up Ronaldo, but unexpectedly, she was nowhere to be seen at the gate. Calling her revealed that she had taken a taxi back. Reluctantly, he could only drive alone. Carlo must admit, the performance of this Audi A5 was truly excellent, powerful and stable. Later, he felt that driving around the same area wasn't exciting enough, so he kept driving further and finally ended up at a traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market on the outskirts of the city. Traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market? Irvin had an idea. Right, my cultivation progress is slow. If I buy some traditional Chinese medicine and use the alchemy techniques inherited in my memory to refine pills specifically helpful for improving cultivation, wouldn't that be perfect? With this thought, he parked the car by the roadside, got out, and walked into the traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market. Chapter 21. Bone marrow cleansing fluid. After entering the traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market, Irvin immediately went into shopping mode. In no time, he had gathered all the required herbs and loaded them into his car, ready to drive home and prepare a spiritual potion known as bone marrow cleansing fluid. Bone marrow cleansing fluid, as its name suggests, is a liquid that has the effect of purifying one's bone marrow. In the inherited knowledge passed down to him, this elixir was an essential item for early-stage cultivators. Moreover, the preparation process wasn't complicated. It could be done using common kitchen utensils. Once home, Irvin rushed straight to the kitchen and began his work. His mother, who worked as a janitor in the neighborhood, was not at home, giving him the freedom to work undisturbed. Sorting, washing, boiling, filtering, reboiling. The steps were continuous and sometimes repetitive. After nearly 3 to 4 hours, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally managed to brew a bowl of bone marrow cleansing fluid. Although it didn't look very appealing and was slightly blackened, the strong medicinal aroma was absolutely invigorating. Now, let's test the effects of the bone marrow cleansing fluid. Irvin wasted no time and drank the entire bowl in one go. Immediately, he felt as if molten lava had dropped into his stomach, scorching the delicate lining. It felt like his whole body was melting, a sensation incredibly painful. However, trusting the inherited knowledge, Irvin remained calm, his expression resolute. Carlo knew that this pain was nothing compared to the rapid strength gain, the desire to become unbeatable, and the ambition to rise above others. Fortunately, as he sat cross-legged and channeled his energy, the liquid penetrated his stomach walls, entered his bloodstream, and circulated through his limbs, gradually reducing the pain. But a new issue emerged. As the medicinal power spread throughout his body, his cells seemed to be awakened, becoming extremely active, almost dancing chaotically. With the medicine seeping deeper, his body started sweating profusely, drenching his clothes. The discomfort was overwhelming, so he stripped off his clothes and continued meditating. Gradually, the sweat became viscous and darkened, eventually turning pitch black. This indicated the bone marrow cleansing fluid was purging impurities from his body, transforming him fundamentally, much like rust being cleaned from iron. After a long while, Irvin felt his burning body cool down and return to normal. The cleansing process was complete. Carlo had turned completely black, covered in dark, sticky sweat. It looked repulsive, but he paid no mind and laughed heartily. Fantastic! Finally, the cleansing is over. Xanature cultivation won't be hindered anymore. Satisfied, he rushed to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and began washing. Soon, his originally tan skin turned as smooth and white as porcelain, even surpassing most women's complexion. Notably, he noticed his body now lacked any scars. Even the blackheads on his face had vanished, replaced by youthful collagen. Haha, isn't this what they call fresh meat? So refreshing. Irvin admired his reflection in the mirror, thoroughly satisfied with his transformation. Carlo was confident that his new appearance would attract countless women outside. After a while, he calmed down, dressed up, cleaned the bathroom floor, and returned to his bedroom to practice the vitality technique. To his surprise, the long-standing bottleneck that had constrained his cultivation was suddenly gone. The progress was smooth and unobstructed. Finally, amazing! I've finally broken through to the second level of the body tempering stage. Irvin opened his eyes, his face filled with joy, checking himself through his inner eye. Subject, Irvin. Status, normal. Cultivation level, second level of body tempering. Combat power, 28. Carlovans. Isn't this our Captain Yi? Carlo looks so handsome. Captain Yi, did you go for plastic surgery today? You weren't here all day. Captain Yi, which clinic did you visit? I want to get a face like Adnan. Facing their envious gazes, Irvin felt a surge of pleasure. With such high looks, his future life couldn't help but be vibrant. Do not believe in any plastic surgery clinic. Beauty comes from within. Before Irvin could finish, screams interrupted him. A group of female employees had noticed him, their eyes gleaming excitedly. Wow, isn't that Captain Yi? Carlo looks so handsome. Yeah, his skin is as fair as Ryan's. My type exactly. Captain Yi, I heard you broke up with Secretary Zhang. Can I be your girlfriend? Captain Yi, consider me too. I'm willing to bear your children. These comments left Irvin startled. It was as if he were being treated like a rare treasure. Seeing the girls charging at him like spirits, Irvin turned to flee. Just then, a stern female voice called out, "This is the office. Everyone should maintain decorum." All eyes turned to see President Candace walking out with a stern expression. The female employees immediately quieted down, obediently clocked out, and left for the day. Candace approached Irvin, looking at him up and down in astonishment, and asked, "Are you really Irvin?" Irvin grinned proudly, "Without a doubt. How could this be? I saw you this morning. How can your skin improve so much in just one afternoon? Did you really undergo surgery?" Candace couldn't believe her eyes. From a security guard to a fresh-faced youth, she was momentarily bewildered. Irvin retorted, "President Ronaldo, do you think I need surgery? I've always been handsome." But why the sudden change? Candace couldn't resist asking. Irvin chuckled, "It's a secret. You." Candace rolled her eyes. "Forget it." She turned away, leaving Irvin stunned. This beautiful CEO had quite the temper. If she were gentler, wouldn't he have told her? Lost in thought, his phone rang. Pulling it out, he grinned. It was Ronaldo calling. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, Intimate Touch. Seeing that the call was from Ronaldo, Irvin didn't dare to delay and immediately answered it. "Carlallo, Ronaldo?" "Irvin, are you off work now?" "Yes, I just got off work. Have you packed all your stuff?" "Yes, and I've also found a new place near Dexterjo University." "That's great. I'll come over right now. Send me your location via WeChat." "Okay." After hanging up, Irvin waited patiently for a few minutes. Soon, Ronaldo sent him her location through WeChat. Carlo then went down to the underground parking lot, drove his beloved Audi A5, and followed the navigation to Ronaldo's location. 20 minutes later, Irvin arrived at a village within the city. It was full of old, low brick houses, with poor infrastructure and unsanitary conditions everywhere. Seeing this, Irvin felt nauseous and couldn't help but feel pity for Ronaldo. From their past interactions, Ronaldo had always been very particular about her quality of life. Renting here must have been due to some reason, likely her unreliable father. Parking by the roadside, he walked into the village following the navigation. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Ronaldo, now in a floral long dress, standing gracefully, emitting an extraordinary charm. She was facing away from Irvin, organizing her luggage, packages, and kitchenware. Irvin smiled and quietly approached her. Coincidentally, Ronaldo bent down at that moment, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. Irvin swallowed hard, estimating she must be at least a size E. "Bastard, what are you staring at?" Ronaldo instinctively shielded herself and angrily rebuked upon noticing someone watching her chest. Irvin was taken aback for a moment before laughing. "Ronaldo, don't you recognize me?" Ronaldo turned around, looked him up and down in surprise and asked, You're Irvin?" She found it hard to believe that the same Irvin she saw earlier could suddenly look so handsome. "Haha, Ronaldo, surprised by my looks?" Irvin said proudly. "Yes, you're much handsomer." Ronaldo mumbled, lost in thought, before recovering and asking, "Did you go for men's beauty care?" "Nah, I'm naturally good looking." Irvin shrugged. "If not for that, how did you change so drastically?" Ronaldo retorted skeptically. Irvin sighed inwardly, deciding not to reveal his secret bone-washing potion. So he changed the topic. "Let's get moving. Carlalp, you move first." Ronaldo agreed and didn't argue further. "All right." "Oh, isn't your new place far from here?" "Around 5 kilometers. I was about to call a taxi when you came." "No need for a taxi. I have a car," Irvin said confidently. "You have a car?" Ronaldo was stunned. "Sure do. Wait here. I'll bring the car over." Irvin grinned. "Okay." Ronaldo nodded. Carlo returned to fetch the Audi A5 and parked it steadily. After opening the trunk, he started loading Ronaldo's belongings into the car. However, Ronaldo hesitated. "Irvin, is this your company's leader's car? It might not be proper to use it for this." "Company's leader's car? This is mine." Irvin patted his chest. "What? Yours?" Ronaldo gaped in disbelief. How could someone from a struggling family afford an Audi A5 shortly after graduating? "Not mine. Whose then?" Irvin chuckled. "Hurry up and load the things." Biting her lip, Ronaldo helped put everything into the trunk despite her doubts. They both got into the car, and Irvin, guided by Ronaldo, drove them to the resettlement complex nearby. Though not upscale, it had security and property management, ensuring better safety. In the basement, they parked and unloaded everything. They took the elevator to apartment 1301 on the 13th floor. "This is it." Ronaldo unlocked the door. Irvin peeked inside. A modest 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, clean and tidy. Carlo silently approved. Together, they moved in the belongings. Just as they finished bringing in the "Ronaldo, are you all right?" Irvin asked with concern. Feeling his intense male aura, Ronaldo blushed and tried to push him away. "I'm fine." Irvin frowned hearing her moan in pain. "Sit down. Let me see." "I'm really fine. Don't be stubborn. Let me check." Pulling her to the living room sofa, he knelt down and gently lifted her skirt hem. "Irvin, stop. I'm fine. Do as I say." "Hold on." Irvin held her foot gently. Ronaldo shivered at his touch, exclaiming, "Irvin, stop. I'm really okay." Reflecting on it, although from a humble background, she had never allowed anyone such intimate contact before. Chapter 23. The Florist Thief. "Your ankle is so swollen, and you still say it's nothing?" Irvin looked at her in disbelief. Without another word, he began applying a special technique to realign Ronaldo's sprained ankle. Crack. Caught off guard, Ronaldo involuntarily groaned in pain. But quickly, the sensation of being sprained disappeared, replaced by an indescribable comfort. Irvin's hands were busy all along, gently kneading her injured ankle. Revitalizing energy continuously seeped out from his palms, transforming into warmth that soaked into her ankle. This heartwarming warmth made her so comfortable she felt as if she wanted to embrace yet resisted, unable to stop. At first, she could forcefully suppress it, but eventually, she let out an involuntary moan. "Oh, oh." Carla's naturally melodious voice instantly touched a chord deep within Irvin's heart. Good heavens, this is too much, isn't it? Irvin inwardly sighed and momentarily paused his actions. Ronaldo finally came back to her senses when she saw his facial expression and realized her own indiscretion. Carla's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. For a moment, the entire living room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Fortunately, Irvin quickly snapped out of it and said, "All right, Ronaldo, now try moving your ankle and see if it still hurts," then released his hands. Responding to him, Ronaldo moved her ankle. To her surprise, her beautiful face lit up with astonishment. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Irvin, you're amazing." "I have many other incredible skills too," Irvin couldn't help but show off. "Irvin, thank you," Ronaldo gratefully said shyly. "Don't mention it, we're close friends," Irvin laughed. "By the way, do you have enough money for rent?" Ronaldo bit her lip, seemingly hesitating to speak. Still, Irvin immediately understood and offered, "I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you via WeChat." Saying this, he took out his phone. 50,000? Ronaldo was taken aback, never expecting Irvin to be so generous. After all, 50,000 yuan wasn't a small amount. It equaled nearly a year's salary for an average office worker. "Do you think it's not enough? I can transfer you another 30,000 yuan, Irvin suggested. No, Irvin, that's not what I mean. 50,000 is too much. Yearly rent only costs a little over 8,000. It's not very expensive." "I know the rent isn't expensive, but aren't you also trying to gather tuition fees? You can use the extra money for that, so you don't need to work part-time and can focus on your studies." "But, alright, Ronaldo, just take it. Things are different now for me. I've mastered the code to wealth and can earn money easily." "Is that so?" Ronaldo looked at him dubiously. "What project are you working on now? Don't get involved in any illegal activities. It could ruin your life." "Ronaldo, how low do you think of me?" Irvin chuckled, "Rest assured. I'm not doing anything illegal. Every cent I earn is legitimate. I'm well appreciated by my company leaders, receiving good benefits. Even the Audi A5 that Nan sits in is a reward for my leader." "Really?" "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask around in our company anytime," Irvin stated confidently. Seeing this, Ronaldo finally believed him. "Alright, Ronaldo, here's 50,000 yuan. If you need more, let me know," Irvin said and transferred the money via WeChat. After struggling with indecision, Ronaldo finally accepted. "Irvin, thank you. Once I start working after graduation, I'll pay you back." Irvin originally wanted to tell her there was no need to pay it back, but considering her character, he replied, "We'll talk about it later." At this moment, his phone rang. Checking, he saw it was a message from his mother asking why he hadn't come home yet and mentioning dinner was ready. Carlo immediately typed a reply, saying he was on his way. Then he told Ronaldo, "It's getting late. My mom's calling me for dinner. I'll go back first and visit you another day." Ronaldo suddenly felt a tinge of reluctance but responded, "Okay, take care on your way. When I've tidied up, I'll invite you again." "Sure." Irvin agreed readily and left. Ronaldo was about to escort him, but he politely declined. "You have quite a lot to clean up. No need to send me off." Thus, she stopped. Irvin went to wait by the elevator. Suddenly, he noticed someone peering out stealthily from nearby fire stairs. Frowning, Irvin subconsciously activated his Carlovinli eye for a closer look. The wall vanished, revealing a man hiding behind it. The man had a sharp face and slender body like a bamboo pole, dressed gaudily, clearly a dubious character. Increasing his penetration power further, information about the guy popped up. Subject, Frederick. Status, normal. Cultivation level, body tempering realm layer 1. Combat power, 13. Irvin was startled. This fellow was actually a cultivator. But what did he mean by sneaking around here? Is he following me? Suspecting something, Irvin used the Carlovin deriving technique to deduce the situation. Soon, he had the answer. As a cultivator, he actually practices by absorbing in energy. And, he's here not to follow me but has set his eyes on Ronaldo, intending to steal her maidenhood to boost his cultivation. Despicable. Clenching his teeth, Irvin stormed towards the fire stairway, confronting the man. "You dare to scheme against Ronaldo? If I don't cripple you today, I'm not Irvin." Irvin cursed, then punched him fiercely. "Ronald punk, meddling in others' affairs." Frederick yelled, blocking with his hand. Snap. Just as they clashed, Frederick felt his hand bones break, causing him unbearable pain. Carlo realized he'd met his match. Afraid, he fled down the stairs. "Halt!" Irvin pursued him without hesitation. Soon, he grabbed the collar of Frederick's shirt and lifted him up effortlessly. Frederick cowered instantly, pleading pitifully, "Sir, we have no grudge between us. Why are you targeting me? Please let me go. If it were anyone else, I might have spared you. But for someone who cultivates by stealing in energy, I will never forgive you." Irvin growled menacingly. Chapter 24. Recruiting a lackey. "Humph, if I let you go, wouldn't you continue to harm more virtuous women?" Irvin barked. Upon hearing this, Frederick panicked even more and immediately knelt down. "Big brother, I've decided. From now on, I will reform myself and never harm virtuous women again. Please spare me just this once." "No." Irvin firmly rejected. Seeing his relentless refusal, Frederick clenched his teeth in anger. "You don't know when to appreciate an offer. Fine, then I'll fight you." Finishing his words, Frederick's eyes turned cold as he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his body and stabbed directly at Irvin's chest. Everything happened so abruptly. If it were anyone else, they would have surely lost their life. Unfortunately for Frederick, he was facing Irvin, who had inherited special abilities. "I see that you're the one who doesn't know how to appreciate an offer." Irvin was enraged inside and immediately acted, grabbing Frederick's wrist with lightning speed despite being slower to react initially. Then, he gave it a fierce squeeze. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as Frederick's wrist was broken. Frederick screamed in pain, his face turning deathly pale, and his entire body trembling. At this moment, fear filled his eyes as he looked at Irvin. Prepare to die. Irvin coldly finished his sentence, lifting his hand to prepare to kill him with a single palm strike. Big brother, don't kill me, please don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to dedicate everything I have, including gold and silver treasures and women, all of which I will offer. Xander Thermore, if there are any matters inconvenient for you to handle, I can step in to assist. From now on, you are my master, and I am your servant, your lackey. Frederick kowtowed like pounding garlic, pleading ceaselessly. Irvin's mind flickered. A lackey? This could work. Who wants your gold, silver, treasures, or women? What do you take me for? To be honest with you, I'm not that dishonorable. As Irvin spoke, he changed his tone. However, considering your pleading for mercy, I might consider giving you a chance to live. From now on, you will be my lackey. Parloring this, Frederick was overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Irvin thought for a moment. Taking advantage of Frederick's distraction, he reached into his pants, scooped out a small lump of dirt, molded it into a tiny pill, and handed it over. Stop babbling. Swallow this. Master, what is this? Frederick raised his head, full of confusion. These days, it's hard to tell who's trustworthy. Who knows if you truly mean to acknowledge me as your master, to be my servant, my lackey. This pill is a secret poison I concocted. Only I possess the antidote. If you dare to break your word or betray me, you will die from the poison. Frederick's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Master, it's unnecessary, right? You won't eat it? Irvin's face darkened. Then you only have one way out, death. Startled, Frederick dared not hesitate, swallowed the pill whole. Irvin found it amusing in his heart. What a fool, too easily deceived. Actually eating the dirt from my pants. But soon after, he became cautious, thinking to himself, this pill can only deceive temporarily. If this guy realizes it, he might flee. Luckily, the inheritance memories include many rare drugs that can be refined. Soon, I'll refine them to completely control Frederick, making him truly reform. At this moment, Frederick, seeing his silence, felt uneasy and timidly asked, Master, you won't kill me anymore now, right? Irvin snapped back to reality. All right, Frederick, give me your contact information for future communication. Frederick didn't dare disobey and obediently provided his phone number. Irvin dialed it. Frederick immediately saved his number. All right, you can leave now. Remember, starting from now, no more wrongdoing, especially not harming virtuous women through debauchery. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. Yes, master. Frederick bowed deeply and left via the fire escape stairs. Irvin took the elevator downstairs and went home. Upon arriving home, his mother was still waiting at the dining table. The dishes on the table remained untouched. Mom, why didn't you start eating first? Irvin felt apologetic. You haven't returned yet. How could I eat without appetite? Cameron said kindly. Irvin was deeply touched. Mom, I went out to handle some matters and came back late. In the future, don't wait for me. Your health is important as you grow older. Cameron smiled gently. Okay, Schwanner, enough talk. Let's eat quickly. I reheated the food just before you came in. All right. Irvin couldn't say much more and sat down to enjoy the meal. After dinner, Irvin returned to his room to practice cultivation. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Irvin walked energetically to the company. Just after changing into his security uniform and stepping out of the locker room, a woman in black work attire approached him gracefully. She was none other than Candace's personal secretary. Captain Yi, General Molly Ronaldo asks you to her office. She says she has something important to discuss. Oh. Irvin was taken aback. I wonder what it is. You'll find out when you get there. Seeing she wouldn't elaborate, Irvin followed her to Candace's office. They arrived shortly thereafter. The secretary opened the door and invited him in. Without hesitation, Irvin entered and saw Candace sitting behind her desk, looking troubled as she perused documents. Seeing her like this, Irvin wondered what was wrong. Had she encountered some thorny issue? Just then, Candace lifted her delicate face, seeing him enter, and couldn't help but smile. Irvin, you've come just in time. I've been waiting for you. Irvin was taken aback. General Molly Ronaldo, what do you need me for? Candace seemed hesitant, pausing for a moment before saying, Irvin, how have I treated you? Irvin was puzzled by her question, but he responded, of course, you've treated me well. That's good. Candace smiled. Now, let's get straight to the point. I want to ask how you ended up this way. Irvin suddenly understood. It was about this. General Molly Ronaldo, can you be a bit more specific? How have I changed? You. Candace hadn't expected him to tease her and said unhappily, Irvin, you know what I mean. If you really don't want to say, forget it. Saying this, she turned away, pretending to be angry. Irvin's heart raced. Even her act of being upset was irresistibly charming. General Molly Ronaldo, don't be mad. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Irvin took a deep breath. To be honest, I became incredibly handsome because I drank a medicinal soup I concocted. Your self-made medicinal soup? Candace's eyes lit up. Exactly, Irvin confirmed. Candace's breathing quickened. Irvin, do you have the formula for this medicinal soup? Can you sell it to me? I'm willing to pay a high price. Irvin smiled slightly. Well, if you're willing to pay, it's certainly negotiable. But it's a bit complicated. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Versatile oral Ronald quit. Buy it at a high price? Irvin was taken aback. No matter how imaginative he could be, he never expected Candace to propose something like this. However, it did remind him of something. In this day and age, what was the most valuable? Intellectual property, of course. Just look at America's Qualcomm, earning millions every year from patents because they held the key technology for many chip designs. Carlo was 100% sure that his bone marrow cleansing elixir was a unique and invaluable item in today's world. If he were to compile other excellent formulas from his inherited memories, wouldn't he become incredibly wealthy? Carlo'd never have to worry about anything for several generations. Yes, I can buy it at a high price. Candace smiled brightly. Of course, if you don't want to sell, we can consider other forms of cooperation, like profit sharing. The ratio can be negotiated. In any case, you won't be shortchanged. Irvin's eyes twinkled as he said with a grin, President Ronaldo, isn't it just a formula? You've been so good to me. Giving it to you would be no problem at all. Giving it to me? Candace was somewhat surprised. Absolutely, why not? You've been so kind to me, Irvin laughed. Being a president, Candace didn't entirely believe him and instead looked at him suspiciously. Just giving it to me? There must be some strings attached? There are indeed conditions, Irvin replied. What conditions? Candace asked. Irvin wore a naughty smile. I want you. You're so wicked. Teasing even me? Candace blushed and gave him an exasperated look. Surprisingly, she wasn't angry. Irvin realized that his impression on President Ronaldo must not be bad. Carlo promptly resumed a serious demeanor and said, President Ronaldo, don't think too poorly of me. I wasn't finished speaking yet. Why are you so flustered? So what do you want? Candace couldn't meet his eyes and spoke almost inaudibly. I just want you to treat me to a meal, Irvin smiled faintly. Just that simple? Candace looked surprised. Just that simple. Why do you make it so complicated? Irvin chuckled. Candace felt a great relief, then shot him a flirtatious glance. Can you finish your sentences at once next time? You almost scared me to death. Remember, don't do this again. Irvin's heart raced from her seductive attitude. My goodness, the charm is overwhelming. Fortunately, I have extraordinary willpower, or else. They came to an oral agreement, and Irvin then wrote down the formula, manufacturing process, and precautions, handing them over to Candace. She received it like a precious gem and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Irvin. Don't be so formal, President Ronaldo. We're close enough, aren't we? Irvin waved it off. Candace glanced at him deeply and murmured, Irvin, you might not know, but since I put on that jade necklace, my luck has turned for the worse, especially with our company facing unprecedented difficulties. Now, with this formula, I believe our company will revive and thrive. Irvin remained silent but smiling. Candace continued, I need to go now to arrange a meeting with the management team to discuss how to mass produce this product. That's fine. You go ahead. I'll leave now. Irvin nodded. Okay, Candace agreed. Irvin left the office immediately. Watching his departing figure, Candace's face flushed slightly as she muttered, This guy is getting more audacious, but why didn't I get angry at all? Could it be? Over the next 2 days, besides practicing cultivation, Irvin went to work, making his days very fulfilling. One lunchtime, having just finished eating at the company cafeteria, Candace's female secretary found him, asking him to change out of his security uniform into casual clothes and meet Candace in the underground parking lot. Although puzzled, Irvin complied. Shortly after, he found himself in Candace's car. Today, she wore a tight-fitting long dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Parlor legs encased in black stockings shone seductively under the dress, exuding allure and sex appeal. But what startled Irvin most was her face. Flawless, unadorned by makeup, and glowing with health. She looked even more beautiful than before. Immediately, he realized, President Ronaldo, your complexion looks radiant today. Is it? Candace smiled happily. You guessed right. The formula you gave me has already been developed into a product. Look, it's this. She handed over a small bottle of oral liquid. Irvin took a look. Versatile Oral Ronaldquid? Yep. Candace nodded but hesitated. Do you think the name Versatile Oral Ronaldquid sounds too common? I think it's quite good. Simple and easy to remember, which is good for promotion, Irvin replied. Relieved, Candace sighed. That's a relief. I'm glad you approve of the name. Oh, by the way, President Ronaldo, surely there's another reason you brought me along besides discussing the name? Irvin asked suddenly. Of course not. Candace shook her head and smiled. Since we've developed this new product, we should promote it. Coincidentally, I've been invited to a birthday party by a close friend who comes from a prestigious family. Plenty of influential people will attend. So, Irvin nodded. I understand. You want to give this versatile oral Ronaldquid as a birthday gift. Precisely, Candace agreed. However, everyone's constitution is different. Our product may not suit everyone, and I'm worried about possible side effects. Therefore, I thought it best to bring you along. Given your medical expertise, you can handle any emergencies. Sure, no problem, Irvin understood. Good, let's head out. Candace breathed a sigh of relief and started the engine. The car left the underground parking lot and entered the main road. An hour later, they arrived at a luxurious private estate in the suburbs. Various luxury cars lined up near the entrance, indicating a well-attended event. Inside the mansion, 2 young women in elegant kipayos greeted them joyfully, yelling, You finally made it. Chapter 26. I can Zainal fill your wishes. When Candace saw the 2 young women in elegant kipayos, she was overjoyed. Sally, Tessa, you've come so early. Irvin followed Candace's gaze and noticed that the 2 women were quite voluptuous but short, no taller than 1.50 meters. In contrast, Candace stood at a commanding 1.70 meters, the difference being obvious. Could we not come early? After all, we are Yuling's closest friends, the woman on the left giggled. The other woman chuckled lightly. Tessa, stop pretending. You're only here early to see if there are any eligible bachelors at the party, aren't you? Carlo, Sally, how can you be so unsparing of my dignity? The woman named Tessa snorted. Humph, don't think I don't know. You came to Yuling's birthday party hoping to find a handsome guy too. Didn't I just see you exchanging glances with Mr. Damien? You two were practically setting something up, haha. Oh my goodness, you're such a nuisance. Don't say that. Don't say that. I will. I absolutely will. The 2 women started teasing each other, leaving Candace speechless. She quickly intervened as a mediator to calm them down. At this point, the 2 women noticed Irvin and sized him up curiously. Then the woman named Sally asked Candace, Welling, who is this poor-looking man? Is he your boyfriend? The other woman named Tessa chimed in, Yueling, this isn't your usual standard. With your looks and intelligence, why would you date a poor man? That's really beneath you. Poor looking. Irvin's expression darkened. Damn, these two girls seemed okay at first. Why are they speaking like that? Candace felt embarrassed. She sneaked a glance at Irvin and seeing his displeasure, she reprimanded them lightly. Tessa, Sally, how can you talk like that? Even if he seems poor, does that give you the right to be so pretentious? And by the way, he isn't my boyfriend. He's our company's security captain, Irvin, whom I asked to act as my bodyguard for today. Seeing her serious face, the two women laughed sheepishly and hastily apologized to both Candace and Irvin. Only then did Candace's expression soften. As for Irvin, considering Candace's sake, he held back but silently had little good feeling towards these two women. Candace, sorry, I didn't expect them to look down on you and speak disrespectfully, Candace said apologetically in a soft voice. Irvin smiled generously. It's fine. I wouldn't stoop to argue with two ignorant busybodies. Busybodies? Candace couldn't help but giggle, giving him an affectionate glance. You're talking behind their backs? Irvin shrugged. Well, what can I do when they insult me? Candace shook her head with a smile. You? Irvin suddenly said. By the way, Boss Ronaldo, where are they from? Why are they so arrogant? They're from prestigious families in Dexterjo. The one on the left is Allison, and the one on the right is Pamela, Candace explained softly. Irvin nodded in understanding and smirked. Despite their high lineage, their upbringing pales in comparison to yours. Candace sighed with a bitter smile. At this moment, Allison approached and asked, Yueling, what are you planning to gift Yueling for her birthday? Pamela joined in, yeah, Yueling, I see you have empty hands. It looks like you didn't prepare anything. Candace smiled. Who says I didn't prepare anything? As she spoke, she opened her Louis Vuitton handbag and took out the beautifully packaged multivitamin oral solution. What's this? Allison asked involuntarily. It's a multi-effect beauty tonic, a new product from our company that has skincare and body enhancement effects. Once taken, the results are immediate, Candace explained. Is that true? Pamela seemed skeptical. Don't believe me? Candace pointed to her own flawless skin. Look at my skin, without any makeup. Isn't it smooth and fair? With her hint, Allison and Pamela closely examined her face. After a moment, Pamela exclaimed, Right, Yueling, your skin is indeed great. I thought you used some imported skincare products. Candace smiled gently. Also, this beauty tonic has scar removal properties. Really? Both Allison and Pamela asked skeptically. Yes, certainly, Candace nodded. Remember I had a scar on my neck after the car accident? Now check again. Do you see the scar? She brushed her hair aside, revealing her neck. Sure enough, her neck was now flawless. Allison was visibly excited. Yueling, do you have extra bottles of this tonic? Can you give me one to try? Me too. Pamela followed suit. Don't worry, everyone gets one. Candace nodded and handed out 2 bottles to Pamela and Allison. Before coming, she had prepared several bottles and kept them in her handbag, anticipating the need. Both women were eager to drink it immediately upon receiving it. Candace rushed to intervene. Tessa, Sally, don't drink it right away. Why not? They asked together, puzzled. Candace explained. Because after taking the tonic, the metabolism speeds up, and impurities in your body will be excreted through your pores, making your skin dirty. You'd need a bath to clean up. Since we are at a party, it wouldn't be convenient. Upon hearing this, Pamela and Allison realized the logic and stopped. Suddenly, Pamela asked, By the way, Yueling, when did your company develop this tonic? Candace hesitated but finally replied, Actually, we didn't develop this tonic in-house. I bought the formula from him and then produced it. She gestured toward Irvin. Her words clearly aimed to uplift his reputation. Indeed, Irvin felt a surge of pride and unconsciously straightened his chest. You bought the formula from him? Pamela and Allison exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Candace nodded. To be honest, don't underestimate him just because he's a security guard. Carlo has remarkable skills. Do you know Black Widow Ida? Carlo's daughter was critically injured in a car accident. Even the ambulance doctor couldn't save her. It was Irvin who revived her. What? Carlo saved Aida's daughter? Once again, Pamela and Allison were stunned. Their looks of disdain vanished completely as they looked at Irvin. After regaining composure, they walked up to Irvin, linking arms with him. Their attitudes entirely changed. So your medicine master Yi, please forgive our earlier rudeness. Medicine master brother, your skills are miraculous. Could you possibly help us grow a little taller? We beg you. Yes, medicine master brother please. Irvin was baffled by their sudden change in behavior, especially since both women were voluptuous. Standing between them caused him to brush against them occasionally, distracting him. His mind became somewhat clouded, unsure of the situation. Translation ends here, maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. However, he soon caught sight of Candace's glaring eyes and couldn't help but feel a chill. Carlo gently pushed the 2 women away and said righteously, Don't be so clingy, okay? So many people are watching. You just want to grow taller, right? That's easy. I can fulfill your wishes. Carloing this, Pamela and Allison were instantly overjoyed. Really? They asked hopefully. Chapter 27. Effortlessly earn 10 million. Of course it's true. Irvin nodded. I can refine a height-increasing pill for you, guaranteeing that your height will significantly increase after taking it, and I assure you the effect won't diminish. This is truly wonderful. Pamela and Allison's faces were filled with surprise and joy. Could they not be surprised? Despite their distinguished lineage and wealth, as well as powerful backgrounds, their petite stature made finding an ideal partner difficult for them. But while I do have a way to help you grow taller, refining these pills is very labor-intensive. You must understand that some effort needs to be put in. You know what I mean, Irvin said as he mimicked counting money. Pamela and Allison instantly understood and declared in unison. Medicine Saint brother, don't worry. No matter the cost, we are willing to bear it if it can make us grow taller. Medicine Saint brother, how about this? I'll transfer you 50,000 now. I'll also transfer you 50,000. Seeing the eagerness on both women's faces, Irvin shrugged and said calmly, sorry, but this amount is far below my expectations. Ha, you think 50,000 would make me help you grow taller? Dream on. Actually, according to the inherited knowledge in his mind, all he had to do was find a traditional Chinese medicine recipe that aids growth and follow the process meticulously to refine the medicine. This would solve the two women's problems. However, just moments ago, they spoke disrespectfully and even called him poor and lowly. Carlos secretly vowed to make them pay. So, medicine saint brother, how much would you say the cost should be? Pamela asked anxiously. Not less than 5 million per person. Irvin smiled faintly as he raised 5 fingers. What? 5 million per person? Upon hearing this, Allison's face turned pale, and she exclaimed, Irvin, you're asking too much. Pamela also expressed her indignation. Indeed, Irvin, you're really asking for too much. Our money doesn't grow on trees. Want to fleece us? Not a chance. Even Candace, standing nearby, felt taken aback. 5 million per person. It was indeed too high a price. Is this revealing his true colors? Seeing the intense reactions of Allison and Pamela, Irvin sneered inwardly. If he didn't squeeze out 5 million from each of them today, his name could be written backward. Too high? Fleecing? Irvin chuckled. Ladies, you can't talk like that. If you feel the price is too steep, you're free to refuse. Both Allison and Pamela choked on their words. True, they could refuse, but wouldn't that leave their height issues unresolved forever? A big loss. After a moment, Allison gritted her teeth and said, Irvin, can't you lower it a bit? Pamela chimed in angrily. 5 million is way too much. At least lower it a little. Sorry, no room for negotiation. Irvin stood firm. Miss Shui, Miss Han, 5 million is nothing for ladies of your status. Remember, growing taller isn't something you can buy easily. It's lucky you met me. Otherwise, you might cry over it. With that statement, what could Allison and Pamela say? They could only grit their teeth and agree. All right, 5 million per person it is. Exactly. Irvin then provided his bank account details. Make the transfer. Hold on, Allison interjected unhappily. You want us to each transfer you 5 million without seeing the pills first? That sounds like money first, product later. Right, money first, product later. 5 million isn't pocket change. What if you take the money and run? Pamela echoed. Irvin rolled his eyes. Please, ladies, aren't you thinking too lowly of Irvin? Am I the kind of person who takes the money and runs? If you don't trust me, let's forget about this whole height issue. You, Allison and Pamela both flared up. At this point, Candace stepped in. How about this, Sally Tessa? I'll vouch for him. If he runs off with the money, I'll compensate you. This calmed Allison and Pamela down, and obediently they each transferred 5 million to Irvin's account, effortlessly earning 10 million. What a delight. Irvin couldn't stop smiling. In fact, Irvin wasn't petty by nature, and considering his relationship with Candace, he could have refined the pills without any payment. However, those two women had spoken rudely. This was their comeuppance for looking down on him. Despite the small conflict earlier, solving their height issue was worth it for them. After all, 5 million was nothing to girls of their caliber. With Candace comforting them, Allison and Pamela finally relaxed. Irvin, you're amazing. 10 million so easily. Candace pouted cutely, her mild scolding making her irresistibly charming. Irvin grinned widely. What can I do? The heavens gave me a golden opportunity. If I didn't seize it, wouldn't I disappoint the heavens? You're such a villain. From my observation, the cost of refining one of those height pills is probably not more than 50 yuan, right? Candace laughed lightly. One? Probably only 5 yuan. Irvin chuckled. My god, only 5 yuan? Candace's eyes widened in shock. My darling, keep your voice down. Irvin hurriedly covered Candace's mouth and motioned toward Allison and Pamela nearby. If they hear, they'd get upset. The strong pheromones emanating from him left Candace feeling dizzy. It took her a while to regain her senses before she gently pushed Irvin's hand away. Remove your hand quickly. Irvin hastily pulled back his hand, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry. Candace shot him a look of both anger and embarrassment. You're so bold. Never again. Got it? Irvin sighed in relief, promising quickly, never again. Seeing his embarrassed look, Candace shook her head and suddenly giggled. You're a big businessman, a major opportunist. Selling pills that cost 5 yuan for 5 million. You should go into business rather than this. Irvin said earnestly. Boss Ronaldo, don't put it that way. So what if it costs 5 million? I sold it based on my own strength. Why label me as a... Stop talking, look. Candace suddenly pointed. Following her gaze, Irvin couldn't help but complain. Damn, must have chosen a bad day. Why am I running into those two dogs everywhere? This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English that aligns coherently with previous content. Chapter 28. The Youth Preservation Pill. It turned out that Irvin saw a man and a woman, none other than Patrick and Danielle. One was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, while the other wore a one-piece long dress. Both were dressed formally and elaborately. Behind them followed a bodyguard who held an object covered by a red cloth in his hands. No one knew what it was, but it was undoubtedly a birthday gift. As soon as they appeared, all the guests in the estate immediately gathered around to see what was happening. What are these two idiots up to? Irvin wondered, then activated his Carlovinly eye. Soon, the red cloth vanished, revealing the object inside. A box of ancient-looking pills. Intrigued, Irvin delved deeper. Object, youth preservation pills. Status, expired. Consequence, after consumption, the body is likely to experience side effects. Seeing this, Irvin couldn't help but laugh inwardly. How could anyone dare to bring an expired item as a birthday gift? Truly remarkable. At this moment, Patrick and Danielle approached Irvin and Candace. Seeing Irvin, both Patrick and Danielle's expressions changed. Especially Patrick, he gritted his teeth and said, well, Why am I running into you, little security guard? Patrick had deep-seated grievances with Irvin, so deep that he would recognize him even if Irvin were turned to ashes. Therefore, despite Irvin's transformation into a strikingly handsome individual, Patrick still recognized him at first sight. Carlo, didn't you wonder how a lowly security guard got invited to such an upscale birthday party? Must be thanks to the boss lady here, Patrick sneered, noticing Candace's presence. Back then, it was Candace who had expelled him from the Ronaldo Corporation. Naturally, he wasn't going to be polite when speaking to her now. Kept. This word coming from Patrick's mouth caused everyone around them to give strange looks, their gazes filled with peculiar curiosity. Instantly, all attention was on Candace. Patrick, what did you say? Candace's eyes turned cold, clearly enraged. Carlo, boss Ronaldo, am I wrong? Patrick scoffed. Irvin, this bastard, is nothing more than a security guard in your company. Now, you're seen together. You can't deny that you're keeping him, right? Candace stomped her foot angrily. Patrick, you're making things up. Boss Ronaldo, am I making anything up? I used to work for Ronaldo Corporation. Incidents like female bosses and male subordinates having affairs happen often. Patrick smirked. What? You dared to keep him but can't let me speak. You. Candace's fists clenched tightly, her body swaying slightly, clearly struggling to bear the humiliation. Irvin quickly steadied her, then snapped at Patrick. Patrick, you scumbag. Watch your words. If you keep slandering boss Ronaldo, I'll make you regret being born. While there was nothing improper between him and Candace, such gossip would spread quickly and cause serious damage to her reputation. I'm a scumbag? Fine, let me continue my slander. See what you can do about it. Patrick glared at everyone around and yelled, Ronald, stand up. This Irvin is boss Ronaldo's kept security guard. I was fired by Ronaldo because I exposed their affair. This statement infuriated Irvin, who finally lost control. Everyone, don't listen to this liar. My relationship with boss Ronaldo isn't what he's saying. She fired him purely because of his absurd behavior, which brought negative impact to the company. To clear things up, let me tell you all something about Patrick. He's a pervert who defecated in the company elevator. Actually, I still have video evidence of that incident. Let's take a look, Irvin shouted, pulling out his phone to show everyone the footage. Immediately, everyone surrounded him. Irvin, you kept that video? Patrick, realizing his plan backfired, looked devastated. Delete it. Delete it. No wonder he was so upset. The guests here were all young elites from Dexter Zoo's upper society. Once this news spread, his future would be ruined. A liar? Who's distorting the truth and defaming boss Ronaldo without basis? Who's the real scoundrel here? Ronald stand carefully, kneel down and apologize to boss Ronaldo, or I'll beat you today. Irvin barked. Apologize and kneel? Dream on. Patrick shot Irvin a venomous glare, suddenly gesturing to his bodyguard. Davian, hurt him? Davian responded, yes, young Master Sonny. Carlo stepped forward, standing in front of Patrick, glaring menacingly at Irvin. Clearly, this bodyguard was formidable, and not someone to be trifled with. Irvin, undaunted yet cautious, used his Carlo-Vinley eye to assess the situation. Target, Algernon. Status, normal. Cultivation, body tempering realm level 4. Combat power, 48. What the hell, body tempering realm level 4. This Algernon is way too strong. Irvin's eyes twitched with worry. Carlo was only at body tempering realm level 2, 2 levels below Algernon, making him no match at all. Clearly, he was still too weak. Carlo needed to cultivate further and improve his strength. Youngster, daring to challenge our young Master Sonny? You must be tired of living. Let me teach you a lesson. Algernon declared and prepared to attack. Just as tensions escalated, a large group approached. Leading them was a father and daughter. The man, about 50 years old, had a square face and a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding a strong aura of authority. Carlo was none other than the male host of the mansion, Nathan. Beside him stood his daughter, Lucy, the star of the birthday party. Greetings, Uncle Jai. All the guests, mostly juniors, respectfully greeted Nathan. Nathan smiled warmly and nodded. Thank you all for coming to my daughter's birthday party. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. Speaking of which, he walked over with his daughter to where Irvin, Candace, Patrick, Algernon, and Danielle stood. What's going on? Ready to fight here? Nathan asked sternly, looking at Irvin, Patrick, and Algernon. Chapter 29. The Big Shot. As Nathan spoke, an aura of authority and domineering presence inadvertently revealed itself. Patrick and Algernon were immediately intimidated, as if they were mice confronting a cat, no longer daring to act arrogantly. And Irvin didn't fare much better. He felt completely suppressed by the other party's overwhelming presence. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately used Carlo-Vinley eye on Nathan. Target, Nathan. Condition, normal. Cultivation level, solid body realm 2nd stage. Combat power, 204. My god, how unbelievably powerful. Irvin felt a sudden shock in his heart. Although he had already sensed that this Jai person was no ordinary figure, he never expected him to be so formidable. Someone like Algernon, who was at the 4th stage of body tempering, seems insignificant in front of a 2nd stage solid body realm expert. Of course, he himself couldn't even compare to the dregs. In an instant, he experienced a strong emotional impact, yearning for power more than ever. Carlo secretly swore in his heart, sooner or later, I will have the same strength as Nathan, or even surpass it. Uncle Jai. At this moment, Candace walked up to Nathan and politely greeted him. Upon seeing her, both Nathan and Lucy's eyes lit up. It turns out it's Miss Ronaldo. Your attendance at Yuling's birthday party brings great honor to my Jai family. Nathan laughed heartily. Candace smiled modestly. Uncle Jai, you flatter me. It should be my honor. Lucy warmly stepped forward, holding Candace's arm and said happily, Sister Yuling, I'm so glad you could come to my birthday party. Candace smiled back, Sister Yuling, I'm happy too. After exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, Nathan suddenly asked, Miss Ronaldo, what happened just now? Uncle Jai, it was just a misunderstanding. Today is Sister Yuling's birthday, and I think we should let it go. Candace did not want the situation to escalate further. However, someone did not agree with this idea. Luo Fei sneered. Misunderstanding? This little punk dared to challenge young Master Sunny. This matter can't be left unsettled. If he doesn't kneel down and apologize to young Master Sunny today, I will beat him until even his mother won't recognize him. Scoundrel! Nathan suddenly roared angrily. What are you? How dare you wreak havoc in my home? Luo Fei sneered. Old fool, clean up your mouth. Provoking me? Do you think I'll let you off easily? Seeing this, Irvin silently chuckled to himself. This guy is really courting death. How dare he confront a second-stage solid body realm expert? What did you say? Nathan flew into a rage. A massive wave of overwhelming energy enveloping Luo Fei. Luo Fei's face turned pale instantly, feeling as if he were being stared down by a ferocious beast, his life in imminent danger. Only at this moment did Luo Fei fully realize that he had kicked a steel plate today, confronting someone he shouldn't have. Bang! Suddenly, Luo Fei's legs gave way, and he knelt down. Mr. Jai, I am sorry. Earlier, I failed to recognize your importance and offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Nathan's anger subsided somewhat, and he coldly snorted. Today is my daughter's birthday, and I don't want any major conflicts. Since you belong to Patrick and have personally begged for mercy, I won't make things difficult for you. Get up. Thank you, Mr. Jai. Luo Fei stood up awkwardly, then glanced at Patrick uncomfortably. Fool. Patrick cursed inwardly. This Luo Fei was a highly paid bodyguard he had recently hired from another region, not lacking in skill. Initially, Patrick had hoped that Luo Fei would help him teach Irvin a lesson. Ronald did he expect this fool to challenge Nathan? In all of Dexterjo, who didn't know that Nathan had far-reaching influence, commanding respect in both the underworld and legitimate circles? But now that things had escalated, Patrick quickly sought to patch things up, stepping forward as mediator. Uncle Jai, Davian is under my command, and he should not have spoken rudely to you. Please, Uncle Jai, do not take offense. Nathan glanced at Patrick coldly and said, Patrick, take care of your people in the future. Yes, Uncle Jai, I will definitely take good care of them. Patrick smiled obsequiously and then took the red-covered box from Luo Fei's hand, turning to Lucy. Miss Jai, happy birthday. Oh, this is a box of youth elixir I bought yesterday for 10 million from the Duan family of Jinling in Dexterdong province. Please accept it, Miss Jai. Carlo then handed the box over. All of 10 million, just to buy one box of youth elixir from the Duan family in Jinling? Everyone present was moved. The Duan family of Jinling was a renowned alchemy family in Dexterdong, selling their medicines at astronomical prices, especially the youth elixir. Anyone who takes it will retain eternal youth without aging. It was rumored that the black market price for this elixir had been inflated to 50 million per box, and it wasn't always possible to secure the goods. Really? Is this really the youth elixir from the Duan family in Jinling? Lucy gasped, her face full of surprise and delight. Rest assured, Miss Jai, it is indeed the youth elixir from the Duan family in Jinling. Seeing Lucy so excited, Patrick felt immensely satisfied. Carlo immediately unveiled the red cloth and opened the box. Inside lay 5 pill-sized orbs, each shimmering brilliantly, clearly not ordinary items. Thank you. Lucy happily accepted the gift, continuously thanking him. Around them, especially among the girls, many showed envy. Even Candace couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Only Irvin sneered inwardly. Expired youth elixir. What's so great about it? At this moment, Nathan clapped Patrick on the shoulder and laughed. Patrick, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. After the banquet starts, sit next to me. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was shocked. Who came to the birthday party without trying to curry favor with such a big shot as Nathan? Yet Patrick managed to win Nathan's favor right away. What a tremendous honor. Feeling the envious gazes around him, Patrick felt incredibly pleased, regaining the face he had lost earlier. Thus, he deliberately looked at Irvin and Candace, his face filled with provocation. Irvin and Candace ignored him. Especially Irvin, who smiled evilly. Why celebrate prematurely? If something happens after Miss Jai consumes it, it will be enough to deal with you. However, he didn't expose the truth on the spot. After all, it was Miss Jai's birthday, and he didn't want to create a fuss and risk being labeled a troublemaker. With Patrick taking the lead, the guests who attended the birthday party began presenting their gifts to Jai Yueling one by one, making her beam with joy as she thanked them repeatedly. When it was Candace's turn, she handed over a package containing the multipurpose oral solution that she had prepared in advance. Sister Yueling, this is a new product developed by our company. It can beautify and enhance one's physique, with noticeable effects. Before Jai Yueling could respond, Patrick couldn't help but sneer. President Ronaldo, not to offend you, but considering you are the president of Ronaldo Corporation, isn't it beneath you to give such a cheap birthday gift to Miss Jai? Chapter 30. Accept the consequences. Seeing Patrick targeting her again, Candace was quite annoyed. She retorted immediately, Patrick, what nonsense are you talking? If you don't know the wonders of this multi-ancient oral Ronald quid, then please keep quiet. Patrick sneered, President Ronaldo, it's just a bottle of oral liquid. What kind of wonderful effects can it possibly have? Patrick, don't mock others with your ignorance. Candace bit her teeth in anger. Let me tell you frankly, this bottle of multi-ancient oral Ronald quid, when consumed, can accelerate metabolism and expel all sorts of toxins hidden in the human body. Before she could finish, Patrick coldly interrupted. President Ronaldo, stop making excuses. These days, dishonest businessmen exaggerate and hype their products endlessly. In reality, they're useless. I've seen too many such incidents. What did you say? Are you mocking me as a dishonest businessman? Candace trembled with anger. She always conducted business with integrity, never expecting Patrick to defame her like this. President Ronaldo, I've worked in your Ronaldo group before. The filthy internal affairs of your company and various underhanded matters related to you. Do you want me to expose them all one by one? Humph. Calling you a dishonest businessman is already giving you too much credit. Patrick, you bastard. Candace couldn't hold back any longer and was about to slap him. However, Patrick reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist and pushing her hard. Unprepared, Candace stumbled backward. Irvin rushed forward to support her. President Ronaldo, are you alright? I'm fine. Candace forced back her tears despite feeling deeply insulted and wronged. Seeing this, Irvin was furious, gritting his teeth. President Ronaldo, why should you care about a rogue's insults? Calm down, and let me handle him. Then, he turned to look at Patrick, humming, Patrick, earlier when you presented that eternal youth pill to Miss Shy, I didn't want to say much. But now, not only are you unrepentant, but you're also personally attacking President Ronaldo. So, don't blame me for speaking up. Irvin, bastard, who do you think you are to speak here? Patrick bellowed. Irvin gave a cold laugh, not replying, instead calmly saying, Patrick, those eternal youth pills of yours are clearly past their expiration date. How dare you still give them to Miss Shy? What do you mean by that? His words were like a bomb, igniting chaos on the scene. What? Expired? Expired? I didn't hear wrong, right? Those eternal youth pills are actually expired. That's highly unlikely. People around started chattering. Father and daughter, Nathan and Lucy, looked astonished. Could the eternal youth pills from the Sheng.1-252.I family be expired? Nonsense. Everyone, don't listen to this bastard's lies. Patrick clenched his teeth, angrily yelling. To get this box of eternal youth pills from the Sheng.1-252.I family, I persuaded my father to take out our savings and even mortgaged our villa. How could they be expired? Irvin smiled faintly. Patrick, if you claim these eternal youth pills aren't expired, then dare you take one yourself? Why should I listen to you and take one? Who do you think you are? Patrick said furiously. So, you're guilty then? Irvin chuckled. K off, I just don't care about what you say. Is it because you don't care or are afraid? Afraid? Haha. Patrick laughed. The eternal youth pills are incredibly valuable. How can I just take one casually? Besides, I've already given them away. That's easy. I can help retrieve one for Miss Shy. Ronald stinned closely. Don't be chicken-hearted. Irvin then walked to Lucy, saying, Miss Shy, all medicines have some level of toxicity, especially if expired. For your health, I hope you can provide one of these so-called eternal youth pills to let Patrick be the guinea pig to test its effect, okay? Lucy clearly hesitated. Each eternal youth pill was worth a fortune. How could she part with one easily? But Nathan spoke up. My dear, your safety comes first. Give him one. Lucy then took one pill and handed it over to Irvin. Thank you, Miss Shy. Soon you'll thank me. Irvin smiled, walking to Patrick. Patrick, I've got you one eternal youth pill. Have the guts to take it? Looking into Irvin's determined eyes, Patrick felt a chill down his spine. Could the pill really be expired? How? Afraid? Irvin smirked. Bullshit. Who's afraid? It's just taking a pill. I'll take it. Patrick snatched the pill fiercely but changed tone. However, if I'm fine afterward, what will you say? How about this? Let's make a bet. If you're fine after taking it, I'll give you 10 million. If something happens to you, you give me 10 million. Irvin declared loudly. 10 million? Do you, a bastard, have that much money? Patrick didn't believe it. Don't believe it? Irvin pulled out his phone and showed the bank app balance. Open your eyes wide and look clearly. Damn, you really have 10 million? Patrick felt his old face slapped repeatedly. Did you steal it? Steal? Irvin rolled his eyes. Frankly, Pamela and Allison each transferred 5 million to me just now. Just as he said this, Pamela and Allison stood up among the crowd to verify the transfer. Now speechless, Patrick had no more arguments. And many people around, including Nathan and Lucy, wondered silently. Who exactly is this Irvin that even got Pamela and Allison to transfer 5 million each? Patrick, ready to take it now? Irvin urged. Take it, I will. With Uncle Jai as witness, I'm not afraid of you. Patrick swallowed the pill in one gulp, then gloated at Irvin. Irvin, watch well. I've taken it and nothing happened. Irvin didn't reply but began counting 10, 9, 8. Irvin, what are you doing? Patrick couldn't help asking. Ignoring him, Irvin continued, 3, 2, 1. Right as he finished, Patrick's face contorted. Ah? Immediately after, he clutched his chest in unbearable pain. Ronald Master Sonny, are you alright? Danielle became anxious, rushing forward to ask. My stomach, so painful. Patrick's facial muscles twisted painfully. Good. Irvin grinned. I told you it was expired. Too bad you didn't listen. Now you've reaped what you sowed. Remember, accept the consequences of your actions, prepare the 10 million. Wow. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Father and daughter Nathan and Lucy exchanged horrified looks. Could these eternal youth pills truly be problematic? At this moment, Danielle turned around and loudly accused Irvin. Irvin, did you sabotage this? If I guessed correctly, the pill Ronald Master Sonny ate passed through your hands. You must have tampered with it to trap Ronald Master Sonny. Note, please continue with the story following this translated excerpt. Chapter 31. Absolutely incredible. Seeing Danielle, who had been silent all along, suddenly come forward to argue for Patrick, Irvin couldn't help but frown. Deliberately trap him? Carlo insisted on his own risky actions. Why would I need to trap him? Irvin, stop trying to justify yourself. Danielle retorted angrily. Fine, let's not quibble. Let's get Miss Shy to fetch another pill for you to try. How about it? Irvin suggested. Danielle's voice faltered. Irvin's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What, afraid now? Danielle hesitated. She had just witnessed Patrick suffering. If something happened to her after taking the pill, she would be courting trouble. Humph, Danielle, if you don't have the guts, then stop complaining. Get lost. Irvin barked. As Danielle was about to retreat, Patrick, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth, said, Fei, go ask Miss Shy for another pill to try. I don't believe that the youth preservation pills, which I bought at such great cost, could have any issues. Danielle's face fell. But young Master Sunny. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Patrick's expression turned sinister. With no choice, Danielle had no way out. She could only comply with Patrick's demand. Patrick then glared viciously at Irvin. Irvin, listen up. If nothing happens to Fei, not only will you owe me 10 million, but I'll also make you suffer unspeakably. Facing Patrick's mad dog-like threats, Irvin sneered. What if something does happen? Patrick was speechless. Irvin dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Pointless. Meanwhile, Danielle approached Lucy hesitantly. Miss Zhai. At this moment, Lucy had lost her earlier excitement and became cautious. She directly fetched another youth preservation pill and handed it to Danielle. Danielle swallowed it, anxiously waiting for the result. Everyone present watched her intently, especially Patrick, whose heart was almost pounding out of his throat. If something happened to Danielle, he would lose face disastrously. Losing face aside, what mattered more was the 10 million bet. Even selling himself off wouldn't cover the loss. And there was an even bigger problem. Nathan? Imagine giving Nathan's daughter a problematic youth preservation pill as a birthday gift. If it really was defective, that would be a catastrophe. Don't let anything happen. Don't let anything happen. Patrick silently prayed. However, fear always brings about what one fears most. Danielle suddenly clutched her chest, her expression contorting in pain. Fei, you. Patrick's complexion changed drastically. Ignoring his own agony, he rushed forward. Fei, what's wrong? Young Master Sunny, my stomach hurts so much. Danielle was nearly in tears. Patrick felt as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank, his face pale like death. Although he anticipated this outcome, he still held onto a shred of hope. But now, Carlos stole a glance at Nathan, seeing storm clouds gather on the face of this bigwig, his eyes bloodshot as if ready to devour someone alive. Seeing this, Patrick's heart pounded wildly. Oh no, it's over. So, Patrick, do you have anything to say now? Nathan roared in uncontrollable fury. Patrick's lips trembled. Uncle Zhai. Don't call me Uncle Zhai. I'm not your uncle. Nathan snarled. Patrick's heart tightened. With a wretched look, he said, Mr. Zhai, this is a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Bullshit. The gift you gave to my daughter is problematic, and you dare to tell me it's a misunderstanding? Nathan exploded. Mr. Zhai, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Patrick panicked and hopped around frantically. Seeing little effect, he immediately vented his anger at Irvin. Mr. Zhai, this must be Irvin's doing. Think about it. How could he know at first glance that the pills were problematic? I'm certain he secretly switched them, deliberately tricking me and subsequently you and Miss Zhai. His explanation made Nathan momentarily pause, clearly finding some logic in his words. Moreover, many people around were swayed by Patrick's arguments. After all, the first person to mention the pills being problematic was Irvin. Patrick, do you have any shame left? Blaming me to pass the buck. For your information, I didn't even know you'd be here. Irvin, cut the crap. Today, if you can't explain how you spotted the issue at first glance, I won't let you off. Patrick shouted. Yeah. Danielle, enduring severe pain, chimed in loudly. Irvin, if you can't explain, prepare to face Mr. Zhai's wrath. Watching these two despicable figures jumping around, Irvin felt disgusted. Carlo disdainfully remarked, the reason is simple. I know medicine. So, I could tell from one glance whether your pills were problematic. Patrick sneered. Irvin, I admit you're good in medicine. But do you think we're fools? Spotting problems with just a glance. Aren't you losing face? Irvin ignored Patrick's frantic raving. Are you done yet? Not by a long shot. Patrick scoffed and looked at Nathan. Mr. Zhai, don't believe Irvin's nonsense. Frankly, I didn't expect today's turn of events, but I assure you, I would never dare bring faulty youth preservation pills to harm Miss Zhai. Irvin must have switched them. After a moment's thought, Nathan looked at Irvin with an extremely unpleasant expression. Irvin, what do you have to say? Irvin remained calm. Mr. Zhai, further explanations are futile. Instead, let me prove my words. How do you prove it? Nathan asked. Watch closely, Mr. Zhai. Irvin looked at Lucy and activated his Carlo-Vinley eye. Soon, relevant information about Lucy appeared before his eyes. Miss Zhai, if I'm not mistaken, you have congenital heart disease, specifically a ventricular septal defect, right? Irvin smiled faintly. Coloring this, Lucy gasped audibly. Only my family knows about this. How did you know? Irvin smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began listing facts. Sir, you're Ronald Wingen. If I'm correct, you've had an appendectomy, right? Sir, you're Song Qingshan. You have vision issues, specifically red-green color blindness, correct? Lady, you're Tian Xiaowei. Your tooth has cavities, and it hurt you terribly yesterday, didn't it? Silence filled the room unexpectedly. Everyone named mentioned stood dumbfounded. After a while, they snapped back and raised their thumbs. My God, absolutely incredible. He got everything right. Translation completed while maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 32, IOU. After witnessing Irvin's extraordinary skills, everyone present immediately changed their attitude toward him. After all, almost none of them knew Irvin before, but he managed to not only correctly state their names, but also point out each person's health issues without a single mistake or omission. This indirectly proved that he could indeed tell the problem with the eternal youth pills at first glance. Even Nathan and Lucy began to respect him more and took him seriously. The only two people who remained pale were Patrick and Danielle. They had lost the bet. Not only would they lose face, but they would have to pay 1 million yuan as well. Worse yet, they had offended the influential figure Nathan. It was uncertain whether they could leave the Zhai residence safely today. At this moment, Irvin's detestable voice rang in their ears. Patrick, Danielle, what do you have to say now? Humph, I have nothing to say. Patrick gritted his teeth. Good, since you admit your loss, shouldn't you give me 1 million? Irvin said with a half smile. What 1 million? Patrick retorted, showing a shameless expression. Irvin rolled his eyes disdainfully. In broad daylight, you dare to openly deny it? Patrick, your skin is really thick. Let me remind you, Mr. Zhai witnessed everything. Denying it won't help you at all. Patrick was speechless, his face turning red with embarrassment. At this moment, Nathan spoke up. Patrick, listen carefully. Today is my daughter Yuling's birthday party. I don't want a big fuss. For now, I'll assume you didn't intentionally deceive my daughter, so I won't hold you accountable. But for your bet with young Master Yi, if you still deny it in front of me, you'll be embarrassing me. Upon hearing this, Patrick breathed a sigh of relief. At least, this powerful figure, influential in both legal and illegal circles in Dexterjo, publicly stated that he wouldn't pursue the matter. However, Patrick soon started to feel miserable. Nathan's words clearly indicated that he could not renounce the bet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. After some hesitation, Patrick said unwillingly, fine, since I lost, according to our agreement, I'll transfer 1 million to Irvin, for Mr. Zhai's sake. Irvin interrupted. Transfer it later? Ha, how funny. Who was it just mocking if I had 1 million or not? Patrick responded with a reddened face. I just don't have enough cash on hand. I don't care about that. Since you insisted on betting with me, now that you've lost, you need to compensate me. Irvin huffed. Of course, I'm reasonable too. If you really can't pay right away, write me an IOU. An IOU? Isn't that unnecessary? Patrick frowned. People's intentions are hard to fathom. Without an IOU, you might back out later. How could I chase after you then? Irvin said coldly. Patrick wanted to argue further, but then Nathan interrupted. Enough talk. Writing an IOU is only fair. Hurry up. Hate-filled, yet unable to refuse, Patrick reluctantly complied. Subsequently, he asked Nathan for paper and pen and wrote an IOU under Irvin's instructions, even pressing his fingerprint on it, then handed it over. Irvin put the IOU away and warned, Ronaldston carefully, Patrick. According to the IOU, within 3 days, you must pay me 1 million. Otherwise, the consequences will be on you. Patrick clenched his teeth and replied, rest assured. Even if I sell my pot and pan, I'll give you the 1 million. Farewell. Saying that, he dragged Danielle and left. Could they not leave? Their pride was shattered. If they stayed any longer, they would only bring more humiliation to themselves. Undoubtedly, at this moment, they already harbored a deep-seated hatred towards Irvin, vowing never-ending enmity. Fortunately, no one cared about the departure of these two clowns. As for Nathan and Lucy, they had no intention to retain them either and walked up to Irvin together instead. Ronald told Brother Yi, thank you for uncovering their deception today. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous when my daughter consumed the expired pills. Nathan expressed his gratitude. Irvin smiled. Originally, I didn't plan to expose them on the spot, but they kept going against me. Blame them for that. Lucy then thanked him. Mr. Yi, thank you. Irvin smiled and said, Miss Zhai, you're welcome, but I think you should thank someone else. Who? Lucy asked. Why, our CEO Ronaldo, of course. Irvin glanced at Paris, whose mood had greatly improved. If not for her bringing me along today, you might have fallen into Patrick's trap. Only then did Lucy realize and immediately walked up to Paris. Sister Yueling, thank you. Paris, who didn't expect Irvin to involve her, blushed slightly and gave him a playful glare, then smiled faintly. Sister Yueling, we're sisters in heart. There's no need for such formalities. By the way, Sister Yueling, does this versatile oral solution work as well as you said? Lucy shook the bottle in her hand. All the guests were wealthy young men and women from Dexterjo. Could Paris miss such a great opportunity to promote her product? Of course, Sister Yueling. To be honest, it's a formula provided by Irvin. We organized many technical experts in our company's factory to produce it. If you don't believe me, try it now, Paris smiled. Coloring this, Lucy became eager to try it. Just as she was about to open the packaging, Paris stopped her. Wait, let's go to your room otherwise. Then, she whispered something into Lucy's ear. Lucy's cheeks turned red, but she obediently nodded. Since you have experience using it, Sister Yueling, please come with me. Sure. Paris readily agreed. With the two girls leaving, the whole manor bustled again. After that incident, Irvin became the guest of honor in Nathan's eyes. Guests started flocking around Irvin, trying to build rapport with him. Even Miss Pamela and Miss Allison, who initially looked down on him, changed their attitudes and approached him enthusiastically. When Irvin was busy entertaining them, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Oh my God, so beautiful. Everyone turned to see. There stood Lucy, the birthday girl, accompanied by Paris, looking remarkably prettier than before, with flawless, porcelain-like skin. She looked like a China doll, incredibly adorable. Nathan rushed over excitedly. Yueling, is that really you? Excitedly Lucy nodded. Dad, it's really me. It's really me. How did you become like this? Is it because of that versatile oral solution? Nathan asked. Lucy nodded again excitedly. Yes. Upon hearing this, not only Nathan but everyone else couldn't contain their excitement. They all crowded around Paris, asking for the solution. Seeing this, Paris felt extremely pleased. With such positive word of mouth, the versatile oral solution would undoubtedly be a huge success. Chapter 33 Thorough Cure. In just a few seconds, the dozen or so bottles of versatile oral liquid that Candace brought were snatched up completely. Those who didn't manage to get any, regardless of gender, couldn't help but grumble. Seeing the enthusiasm, the shrewd Candace, of course, wouldn't let them down. She promptly said, I'm very sorry. This versatile oral liquid is truly too precious, and I didn't bring much this time. But everyone, please don't worry. All of you present today can receive 1 bottle for free. Coloring this, cheers erupted throughout the room as people praised Candace for being considerate. Candace smiled slightly, waiting for the commotion to die down before continuing. Now, please add me on WeChat and provide your name, address, and phone number. I will arrange for the bottles to be sent to each of you via courier. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. Soon, everyone at the party became WeChat friends with Candace and had provided their personal information. To these people, they felt like they had received a great deal. So why not take advantage? For Candace, these WeChat contacts represented a considerable resource of connections, something she couldn't have asked for better. At this moment, everyone was pleased. After taking care of everything, it was time for a birthday celebration. Everyone went wild with joy. Even Irvin joined in. All guests were thoroughly entertained. It wasn't until 9 o'clock at night that the birthday celebration finally came to an end. Irvin was preparing to leave the Zhai family compound with Candace when suddenly, one of the Zhai family's servants came looking for him. Mr. Yi, Mr. Zhai has invited you to his study. Irvin was slightly surprised but quickly understood and nodded cheerfully. Sure, no problem. Lead the way. Before long, he was led to a study on the second floor. The moment Nathan saw him enter, he walked up with a full smile. Young brother Yi, did you enjoy yourself? Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Zhai, for your warm hospitality, Irvin replied with a smile. This is nothing. It's all about you enjoying yourself. Nathan laughed. Oh, Mr. Zhai, did you call me because of Miss Zhai's congenital heart disease? Irvin asked. Indeed, it's easier talking to someone smart. Nathan looked at him admiringly. Young brother Yi, I heard from Miss Ronaldo that your medical skills are extraordinary. So, I would like to ask you to treat my daughter, giving her more time. What do you say? Irvin replied firmly. As a healer, I won't stand by idly. Nathan was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young brother Yi. Irvin waved his hand smilingly. No need for formalities, Mr. Zhai. However, I have one question. If the congenital heart disease had been treated earlier, it could have been cured. Why? Nathan sighed. To be honest, young brother Yi, it's all my fault. In the past, I was obsessed with martial arts. When my daughter was born, her mother died due to childbirth complications. Back then, I knew nothing and didn't take her to the hospital for a checkup promptly. It wasn't until she grew up that we discovered her congenital heart disease, which included a severe ventricular septal defect. Doctors and experts have said that she wouldn't live past this year, which is why I threw such a grand birthday party for her today. Irvin suddenly understood. According to common knowledge, Miss Zhai's condition is indeed serious, making it hard for her to survive this year. However, in my view, Miss Zhai's congenital heart disease can be completely cured, Irvin said solemnly. Completely cured? Really? Nathan's eyes lit up instantly. Initially, he only hoped Irvin would help extend his daughter's life for a while since congenital heart disease isn't a minor ailment. Ronald told did he expect Irvin to offer such a huge surprise. Absolutely unexpected. Of course. Irvin nodded. Mr. Zhai, you can now invite Miss Zhai here, and I will treat her. All right. Nathan was thrilled, hurriedly calling a servant to fetch Lucy. Before long, Lucy arrived, accompanied by Candace. Dad, did you call me for something? Lucy asked curiously. Daughter, your congenital heart disease can be cured. Nathan said excitedly. Young brother Yi is willing to treat you. Come, thank him. Really? Lucy looked astonished at Irvin. Of course it's true, Irvin smiled. Miss Zhai, please sit nearby. I'll treat you now. Lucy still harbored some doubts, but beside her, Candace reassured, Yuling, don't worry. Irvin's medical skills are truly remarkable, as I've witnessed firsthand. Upon hearing this, Lucy was overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude towards Irvin. Mr. Yi, thank you. Irvin remained silent with a smile, gesturing for her to sit down. Lucy obediently sat on a stool nearby. Without delay, Irvin activated the Ronald Force technique, bit his finger, and began applying the 9 revitalizing fingers technique on Lucy's back. Before long, a substantial amount of vital energy entered Lucy's body. Amazing! You're also a cultivator? Nathan exclaimed in surprise. Irvin didn't reply but activated his Carlovinly eye, continuing the treatment. Soon, he observed that the ventricular septal defect in Lucy's heart was visibly healing. Time ticked away slowly. Beside him, Nathan and Candace watched intently, holding their breaths. Finally, Irvin stopped, took a deep breath, and looked at Lucy. Miss Zhai, try taking a deep breath. Lucy nodded and followed the instruction. Soon, her face was filled with surprise. I feel much better breathing. It's nothing like the stuffiness I used to experience. Coloring this, Irvin smiled. Great. Miss Zhai, congratulations, you are fully cured. Lucy was thrilled. Thank you. Nathan found it hard to believe his ears, amazed. You're completely cured already? Irvin smiled. If you don't believe me, Mr. Zhai, you can take Miss Zhai to the hospital for a recheck now. Coloring this, Nathan had no more doubts, expressing immense gratitude. Suddenly, he walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a bank card. Young brother Yi, there are 50 million in this card. It belongs to you now. The password is 6SIXS. 50 million? Oh my god. This guy is seriously rich. Wait. No, this should be classified as super rich. 50 million. Given away so casually. Irvin felt his heart pounding. But soon, he became conflicted. Just curing Miss Zhai's congenital heart disease. Should he accept 50 million straight up? No. I've had 9 years of compulsory education. This greedy behavior is unacceptable. After hesitating for a moment, he finally resolved firmly and declared, Mr. Zhai, I'm sorry, I cannot accept this. Please take it back. Chapter 34, A Windfall. Irvin had barely finished speaking when Nathan said, Young brother Yi, do you find this insufficient? Irvin smiled and replied, Mr. Zhai, you misunderstood me. As the saying goes, bestow kindness without expecting returns. Saving Miss Zhai was simply part of a healer's duty. I did not do it for your 50 million yuan. Mr. Zhai, I appreciate your intention, but please take back your bank card. At this remark, Nathan, Lucy, and Candace all regarded him with renewed respect. None of them expected that in the face of such immense wealth, he could remain so composed. Especially Candace, whose eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. To give without seeking repayment, what beautiful words. Nathan then interjected, Young brother Yi, Perhaps you don't know my temperament. Once I've given something, I won't ask for it back. However, Irvin attempted to persist. Nathan declared firmly, 50 million may seem like a lot, but it pales in comparison to the life of my daughter. If she were to leave this world, this money would mean nothing to me. Moreover, as a cultivator, material wealth is external to me. With just one word from me, someone will deliver it. Carloring this, Irvin decided not to press further. Then thank you, Mr. Zhai. Carlo took the bank card. The bank card wasn't heavy. In fact, it felt as light as a feather, yet under his excited mood, it felt immensely weighty. 50 million. Such a colossal sum seemed unimaginable. Including the 10 million prepaid by Pamela and Allison earlier, he now had a total of 60 million. Tonight, he had truly hit the jackpot. For a moment, Irvin felt as if he were living a dream, exhilarated beyond measure. After staying at the Zhai residence for a while, realizing it was getting late, Irvin left with Candace. Irvin, you're becoming more and more unfathomable. You possess extraordinary medical skills, yet you contentedly work as a security guard. What are you thinking? Candace asked eagerly once they were outside the Zhai family's estate gates. For this question, Irvin was momentarily at a loss for words, but he quickly came up with an answer, grinning widely. For love, of course. Candace instantly realized what he meant. You're talking about Danielle? Irvin sneered slightly. Yes, it was her before, but after discovering her infidelity with Patrick in the office, I lost all hope in her. Candace nodded and pressed on. So, you stayed as a lowly security guard in our company for another woman? That's right, Irvin admitted candidly. So, who is this woman from our company? Candace asked curiously. Who else? Of course it's you, Ms. Ronaldo, Irvin laughed. Oh. Startled by his straightforwardness, Candace nearly drove into the wrong lane. Ms. Ronaldo, can you focus on driving? Do you know how scared I was? Irvin teased dramatically. It's all because of you. Candace playfully scolded. All right, let's not joke anymore. Focus on driving, Irvin said seriously. Candace gave him a disdainful look and focused on driving. Irvin put away his playful thoughts and began contemplating how to spend the 60 million he'd amassed tonight. Obviously, part of it should be saved, but not all of it. Otherwise, wouldn't he just be a miser? Soon, he remembered that over the years, he and his mother had always rented a house. It was time to buy a place of their own. Indeed, buying a house. And it must be a big house, no. It should be a villa, a grand villa. The thought excited him. Carlo couldn't wait to rush home and tell his mother this wonderful news personally. About half an hour later, Candace dropped Irvin off at his rental complex's entrance. After bidding farewell, he got out of the car as Candace drove away. Upon arriving home, Irvin found his mother awake, watching TV. Seeing him, she greeted warmly, Schwanner, you're back. How was it? Was the banquet with your company's leaders enjoyable? Of course, it was great, Irvin nodded, smiling. Then he said, Mom, listen, I've struck it rich today. His mother was taken aback. 60 million? You earned all that in one night? Is that true? Mom, of course it's true. Irvin showed her the balance on his mobile banking app. Carlo's 10 million? Oh, and here's the bank card worth 50 million that Mr. Zhai from the Zhai family gave me. Initially stunned, his mother then admonished, Schwanner, why did you accept so much money recklessly? Don't you know unrighteous wealth is? Mom, this isn't unrighteous. This is what I deserve, Irvin explained, recounting the reasons for receiving the 60 million. After listening, his mother's tone softened. Schwanner, do you think it's appropriate to accept this much? Mom, why not? Forget about those two wealthy girls. Just consider Miss Zhai's congenital heart disease. It took a great deal of effort to cure her completely. Isn't it reasonable for Mr. Zhai to give me 50 million? Pausing, he continued, moreover, Mom, I didn't accept it without hesitation. Even Ms. Ronaldo from our company witnessed this. With that, his mother sighed and couldn't protest further. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, by the way, where did you learn these remarkable medical skills? I've never seen you study medicine. Irvin hesitated but vaguely answered, Mom, I only recently apprenticed under a renowned doctor. You apprenticed under a renowned doctor? His mother brightened. That's wonderful for you. Why don't you bring him home one day so I can thank him properly? Irvin felt a headache coming on and lied. Mom, my master doesn't allow me to talk about him to anyone. Seeing this, his mother reluctantly dropped the subject. Unwilling to dwell on it further, Irvin redirected. Mom, since I'm not short of money now, I plan to buy a villa. We'll move in so you can live comfortably. Seeing his filial piety, his mother felt gratified. But Schwanner, shouldn't you save it for marriage instead? Irvin chuckled. To get married, we need a house first, right? Without a home, who would marry me? His mother had no retort. All right, Mom, let's decide this now. We'll look around for suitable villas in the area and buy one when we find the right one. Okay. Note. The names are transliterated using pinyin and maintained consistently as instructed. #### chapter 35. Did this guy get shot? The next morning, Irvin went to the company and clocked in first. Then, he drove to the traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market to buy a large quantity of medicinal herbs. After all, last night at the Zhai family residence, he had promised Pamela and Allison to refine some height-increasing pills to fulfill his promise. Carlo finally managed to concoct about 7 or 8 height-increasing pills by early afternoon. Afterward, he returned to the company and appeared at Candace's office door. At that moment, Candace was chatting on WeChat with someone, her face beaming with joy. Seeing him come in, she immediately said cheerfully, Irvin, you came just in time. Do you know how good the reputation of our company's multi-change oral Ronalquid is? When I came to work this morning, many people contacted me saying that the multi-change oral Ronalquid's effects are remarkable. Irvin smiled. President Ronaldo, that's a great thing. Congratulations to you first. However, when we make big money later, don't forget my share of the profit. Don't worry. By the end of the year, you won't miss out. Candace shot him an unamused look. Irvin grinned. All right then. Then, He took out the newly refined height-increasing pills and placed them on her desk. What's this? Candace asked, taken aback. These are the height-increasing pills I just refined. You can take them to Miss Han and Miss Shui, Irvin explained. Really? Candace's eyes lit up, then she picked up a pill and examined it, feeling its metallic luster. She realized it was definitely not an ordinary item and immediately commented, You refined them so quickly? This required sacrificing my working hours, spending several hours refining them at home. It wasn't easy for me. Shouldn't the company consider giving me some rewards? Irvin laughed. Chatterbox. Candace glanced at him playfully. Didn't you already get $5 million from each person? That's your side job. Now you want benefits from the company? Irvin couldn't stand it. President Ronaldo, what you're saying isn't fair. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even bothered to refine those height-increasing pills for Miss Han and Miss Shui. Seeing his sulky face, Candace chuckled. Look at you getting upset? Isn't it just about wanting a reward? Alright, let you off early today. Deal? Not bad. Irvin grinned. Okay, President Ronaldo, I'll leave now. Hold on. What now? Irvin was puzzled. You can go if you write down the formula and production process for the height-increasing pills, Candace said, her lips slightly curved. Coloring this, Irvin understood her intentions and said, President Ronaldo, you're really something. First, it was multi-change oral Ronalquid. Now it's these height-increasing pills. Is this okay? Tisk. Candace gave him a flirtatious glare. Just say whether you'll write it or not. Seeing her enchanting demeanor, Irvin felt compelled and replied, Fine, I'll do it. Candace smirked triumphantly. Good. Anyway, rest assured, your annual bonus will still include your share of profits. She fetched paper and pen and handed them over. Irvin wrote down the formula and method for the height-increasing pills effortlessly. Carlo was about to hand it over when Candace said, That's it? That's it, no more? Irvin shrugged. I don't believe it. Candace retorted irritably, Isn't there any other medicine besides the height-increasing pills? Irvin suddenly realized and sighed, President Ronaldo, you're going to squeeze every drop out of me. Candace giggled. You're not too stupid after all. So, are you going to write it or not? Irvin lamented, President Ronaldo, please let me off. If you keep squeezing me like this, I can't handle it. With multi-change oral Ronalquid and height-increasing pills as flagship products, you've got enough to make huge profits. Why reach for more? Candace seemed to find his argument reasonable and said, Alright, I'll listen to you. Now that's what I call sensible, Irvin laughed. Leaving Candace's office, Irvin headed to the underground parking lot and got into his Audi. Since I have nothing to do this afternoon, why not go sightseeing? But where should I go? Suddenly, Irvin's eyes lit up. Right. Isn't Ronaldo studying at Dexterjo University? I should go find her and see how she's doing. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone, started navigation, and drove out of the company's underground parking lot. Hashtag Dexterjo University. Irvin appeared on campus. Watching the bustling students, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. If not for his poor family background back then, he would have continued pursuing postgraduate studies right after graduation. Instead, he would still be studying and living in this ivory tower of academia. Initially, he planned to call Ronaldo directly and ask her to meet him. But then, he changed his mind and used the Carlo-Venli derivation technique to deduce. Soon, the result came out. The divination showed that Ronaldo had been called to room 403 on the 4th floor of the nearby comprehensive building by her graduate supervisor. Irvin promptly headed there. 10 minutes later, after asking around, he arrived at the 4th floor of the comprehensive building. Carlo looked around for room 403 when a middle-aged man in his 40s, balding and with yellow buck teeth, approached with a stern face. Which department in college are you from? What are you lurking here for? Irvin frowned but responded, I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? The middle-aged man sized him up. Who are you looking for? Ronaldo. Ronaldo? You're looking for Ronaldo? The middle-aged man inspected him again. What relation are you to Ronaldo? Irvin's frown deepened. Sir, I'm a friend of Ronaldo. Friend? Why hasn't Ronaldo ever mentioned having such a friend? The middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned cold. You must be impersonating. Scram. Or else I won't be polite. Irvin felt an inexplicable rage. Has this guy been shot? Why so angry? A thought struck him, and he activated Carlo-Venli. Subject *Aiden. Condition *syphilis. Cause *overly promiscuous, frequently visiting nightclubs, exploiting female students, and having chaotic private life. Damn, this guy is syphilis. Irvin was shocked and quickly backed away. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man named Aiden spat angrily. Ronaldo is my best student. How could she possibly know a punk like you? Humph, you don't seem like anything good. Unbeknownst to him, Irvin, hearing this from afar, stopped in his tracks. Ronaldo is his best student? Could he be her graduate supervisor? Irvin thought and hurried back. At this point, Aiden had entered a room marked 403 and locked the door behind him. Irvin's curiosity piqued. He used Carlo-Venli to peer through. However, the scene that unfolded made him furious. Chapter 36, Despicable Beast. Upon entering the room, Aiden immediately stood behind a female student sitting at the desk, his hands resting on her shoulders. This female student was none other than Ronaldo. Recalling what he had seen through the divine eye, Irvin's expression changed. Damn, this old pervert. Considering how he had just closed the door, even an idiot could guess what Aiden intended to do. Carlo was about to burst in but thought better of it. The reason was simple. Judging by Ronaldo's demeanor, she trusted her mentor implicitly and had no defenses up. If he rushed in now, it might backfire. Fine, I'll wait until you show your true intentions towards Ronaldo before I act. Having made up his mind, Irvin calmed down. Meanwhile, inside the office. Ronaldo, what brings you to see me today? Aiden patted Ronaldo's shoulder, adding, Did you encounter any difficulties and need help again? Ronaldo lowered her head and replied, Teacher Bai, I have collected enough for tuition. I came today to repay the money you lent me. Repay the money? Aiden was taken aback. Yes, teacher bye, said Ronaldo as she took out a wad of cash from her backpack and continued. Teacher bye, this is the 20,000 you lent me. Carlo it is. Looking at the genuine pile of cash, there wasn't a hint of joy on Aiden's ugly face. In fact, when he accepted Ronaldo as his student, he had been lusting after her innocent beauty and quiet elegance. Without exaggeration, among the girls he had toyed with, Ronaldo was the most beautiful and had the best figure. To get this girl, he had feigned righteousness, offering care in studies and life, almost convincing himself in the process. In his view, Ronaldo would eventually fall for him. The reason was simple. Ronaldo's family was in dire straits, unable to cover tuition fees or living expenses. Without his frequent help and support, she probably couldn't continue. But now, she actually had money and even brought back 20,000, insisting on repaying him. Did that mean his plans were falling apart? Thinking this, Aiden felt a pang of unwillingness and said insincerely, Ronaldo, keep this money. Your family isn't well off, with a gambling-addicted father and an unreliable sister who spins like water. You might run into trouble again one day. Thank you for your kindness, teacher bye, but I've borrowed this for too long and don't need it anymore, Ronaldo said, pushing the money towards him. Ronaldo, listen to me, take it back. If you need more later, just ask me, Aiden smiled sweetly. Teacher, I really don't need it. Ronaldo pushed the money forward once more. Unexpectedly, Aiden shoved the money back, frowning. Ronaldo, if you do this again, I'll be angry. Ronaldo shook her head. Teacher bye, I really don't need it. Just then, Aiden placed his hand on hers, saying passionately, Ronaldo, can't you see how much I care for you? This was essentially a confession. Ronaldo hadn't expected this and instantly panicked, hastily retracting her hand. Teacher bye, I have something else, I must go. She stood up to leave, but Aiden pressed her back into her chair, smiling wickedly. Ronaldo, don't rush to go. I want to talk to you more. I really have something else. Ronaldo instinctively pushed him away, wanting to leave. Humph. Aiden's face darkened, yelling, Ronaldo, don't pretend now. I only lent you money to pursue you. Now that you have money, you're trying to dump me? What's that supposed to mean? Ronaldo's face stiffened. Teacher bye, when you lent me the money, you didn't say anything else. Even though I didn't spell it out, you should know why I lent you the money. Who would lend without any benefit? Ronaldo, listen carefully. I'll be frank now. Since you joined our Zhejiang University and chose me as your advisor, I've wanted you. If you stay with me, I promise a smooth graduation. Otherwise, forget about the degree. Aiden showed his sinister side, directly threatening her. Ronaldo's face turned paler. She struggled hard to enter Zhejiang University's postgraduate program. If she didn't get her degree, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? After a brief internal struggle, Ronaldo gave in. Teacher bye, please let me go. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her trembling body looked pitiful, making one heartache. Unfortunately, this only fueled Aiden's lust. Ronaldo, cut the crap. I'm your supervisor now. If you disobey, not only will you lose your degree, I can expel you right away. What? Ronaldo's expression changed dramatically. Seeing her terrified, Aiden felt a surge of satisfaction and suddenly reached out to touch her face, smirking. Ronaldo, think carefully. For your future, come with me and I promise you a smooth graduation. How about it? Ronaldo was torn. Refusal meant no degree and a bleak future job-wise. Submission meant selling her soul and body, something she could never accept. As they say, one thought leads to paradise, another to hell. For her, both choices led to hell. What should she do? At that moment, Aiden couldn't hold back, touching her all over. Ronaldo, stop hesitating. Submit to me, and I'll treat you well. Teacher bye, let me go please, let me go. Ronaldo struggled futilely, but Aiden lost all reason and pushed her onto the desk, attempting to kiss her wildly. Just as Ronaldo was about to be violated, bang, the door flew open. Who's there? Aiden jumped, turning to look at the door. Ronaldo also trembled in fright. But when she saw who entered, a glint of relief flashed across her face. Irvin. She used all her strength to push Aiden away and hid behind Irvin, crying. Seeing her disheveled state, Irvin's face darkened. Carlo turned to glare at Aiden. You despicable beast. To do this to your own student? Unforgivable. Chapter 37. Kissed against Carlo will. Irvin spoke and then suddenly slapped Aiden hard across the face. Aiden let out a pained cry and fell to the ground. Irvin clearly wasn't done with him yet. He followed up with a barrage of punches and kicks, not holding back at all. Arg. Aiden was beaten within an inch of his life, writhing in agony and pleading for mercy. But Ronaldo, seeing how ruthless Irvin was, feared that it might end fatally. She hurriedly intervened. Irvin, stop, please. How could Irvin calm down so easily? Carlo suddenly stomped down viciously. Crack. Aiden's arm bone snapped under the force of the stomp. Ayahawk. Aiden's eyes bulged wide, emitting a piggish scream as he rolled on the ground in pain. Just as Irvin was about to continue, Ronaldo desperately held him back. Irvin, please stop. If you keep going, you'll kill him. Irvin finally relented but left a stern warning. Mr. Bai, if you dare cross me again, I'll settle this once and for all. Carlo then accompanied Ronaldo downstairs. On the way, Ronaldo was sobbing uncontrollably, clearly devastated by what had transpired. How could she ever have imagined her mentor to be such a despicable person? Upon reaching the building's entrance, Irvin noticed that Ronaldo headed straight for the school gate. At first, he thought she was going back to her rented apartment, but soon realized he was mistaken. She wasn't heading there. Unable to contain his curiosity, Irvin asked, Ronaldo, where are you going? I want to go to a KTV. Will you come with me? Ronaldo looked at him with pleading eyes, her lips quivering. Well, Though Irvin initially wanted to refuse, he saw the vulnerability in her eyes and knew she needed to vent. Eventually, he nodded. All right, I'll go with you. They soon arrived at a KTV. It was clearly student-friendly, bustling with college students. Irvin booked a private room and entered with Ronaldla, led by a waiter. Once alone, Ronaldla immediately picked 7 or 8 songs, drinking can beer while singing. Noticing her drinking excessively, Irvin frowned and tried several times to dissuade her. You shouldn't drink so much. Each time, she refused stubbornly. I need to drink. Leave me alone. Reluctantly, Irvin let her be. Soon, Ronaldla was completely drunk, her face flushed red. With a snap, she opened another can of beer and gulped it down hastily. The sudden intake made her cough violently. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Irvin couldn't stand it anymore. Ronaldla, you've had enough. Please stop. Carlo snatched the beer from her hand. Tears welling up in her eyes, Ronaldla clung to him, sobbing, Irvin, do you know how much I respected him? I never expected him to harbor such ill intentions. If you hadn't appeared today, my life would have been ruined. Irvin sighed, Ronaldla, what has happened. Be brave and face it. Know that I'm always here for you. Carlo's broken heart found warmth in his words. Really? Of course, Irvin replied gently. Irvin, unable to control herself any longer, Ronaldla hugged him tightly, burying her face into his chest, crying loudly. Caught off guard, Irvin stiffened. But despite the warmth and fragility in his arms, he remained respectful, comforting her softly. Go ahead, cry. Let it all out. It will make you feel better. This only made Ronaldla cry even harder. Irvin reached out, gently patting her back in reassurance. After a while, her sobs subsided somewhat. Ronald thing her head. Her tear-streaked eyes gazed at him. Irvin, will you think less of me? Irvin laughed bitterly. Ronaldla, what are you talking about? How could I think less of you? This is not your fault. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have beaten that bastard until he cried for his mother. Amused by his words, Ronaldla chuckled. Come on, Ronaldla. This isn't your fault. Why should you feel so sad? You need to stay strong, Irvin encouraged her. Ronaldla stared at him for a moment, then said, Why are you so good to me? We're friends, aren't we? Who else should I be good to? Irvin answered honestly. Irvin, suddenly emboldened, Ronaldla wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him forcefully on the lips. Irvin froze, feeling like he'd been struck by lightning. His mind buzzed with shock. What the heck? I got kissed. This happiness came too unexpectedly. Carlo felt elated. However, just as he was about to respond passionately, Ronaldla blushed furiously and slipped out of his embrace, giving him a sultry glance. You're so bad, taking advantage of me like that. Taking advantage? Irvin chuckled. More like you took advantage of me. If I hadn't struggled, who knows what might have happened. Ronaldla blushed even more, covering his mouth with her hand. Don't say that. Don't. Okay, I won't. Just teasing you, Irvin smiled. Their bond deepened after the event, hugging closely together, sharing their past experiences. Through their conversation, Irvin discovered that Ronaldla had long harbored feelings for him. Carlo had simply been too insecure to express himself. And being a reserved girl, Ronaldla never voiced her feelings either. After Irvin graduated and disappeared without a word, Ronaldla felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something precious. Fortunately, through Irvin's classmates, she learned he returned to Dexterjo. Determined to reunite, she applied for graduate studies at Dexterjo University. To have a girl so devoted to him, what more could he ask for? Deeply moved, Irvin vowed, Sorry, Ronaldla, it was all my fault. I promise I won't leave without telling you again. MMM. Nestling into his embrace, Ronaldla murmured, Irvin, now that I've fallen out with my advisor and you broke his arm, it might be hard for me to graduate smoothly in a year. Irvin assured her confidently, No worries, I'll ensure you graduate without a hitch. Really? Do you have a plan? Ronaldla's eyes lit up with hope. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and tone from the original Chinese text. ##### chapter 38, adding a twist. Irvin chuckled, My solution is simple. Get you a new mentor, and that's it? Ronaldla nodded. That sounds good, but switching mentors midway would be problematic. No mentor would likely agree to it, as it could be seen as poaching. Relax, I'll take care of this, Irvin assured her. Take care of it? How do you plan on doing that? Ronaldla asked curiously. Simple. Get Professor Aiden disgraced and ruined. Once that happens, he won't be tolerated at Dexterjo University and will most likely be fired. Then you can... Fired? Ronaldla was shocked. You mean, expose what he did to me today? Ronaldla, don't worry. I wouldn't publicly reveal such matters. It could damage your reputation, Irvin stated solemnly. So how do you plan to handle it? That's my business. Just wait for the news while I deal with it. Irvin spoke confidently. Seeing that he wouldn't say more, Ronaldla relented. All right, I'll trust you. Afterward, the two continued to enjoy their time in the private room until nightfall when they finally paid and left. As Ronaldla had drunk quite a bit, Irvin safely escorted her back to her rental apartment before heading towards Aiden's residence. Through his Tian technique, Irvin had already pinpointed that Aiden lived in a high-rise near Dexterjo University. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Aiden's door. However, just as he was about to knock, a heavily made-up young woman dressed provocatively sashayed up to him, swaying her hips. Are you Mr. Bai? Irvin was taken aback. You are? The young woman gave him a seductive look. Mr. Bai, don't tell me you've forgotten calling for home service? Home service? Realizing what was happening, Irvin thought, damn, this guy Bai is really something. He even has the nerve to solicit prostitutes with a broken arm? Noticing his confusion, the young woman realized her mistake. So, you're not Mr. Bai. Who are you? Irvin hesitated, then smiled and said, It doesn't matter who I am, but would you like to earn some money from me? Parloring this, the young woman raised an eyebrow, grinning coyly. You want to have a friendly session? Considering you're kind of cute, I might give you a special rate. Irvin shivered inwardly. Carlo wasn't into that. Laughing, he corrected, misunderstanding, miss. Well then, I need your help with a small favor, and I'll pay you 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? The young woman's eyes lit up. Ronald handsome. What do you need me to do? Easy. After you go in there, secretly record your encounter with Aiden. Can you do that? Irvin asked. Pfft, that's all? The young woman scoffed. Not willing. Irvin asked. Why wouldn't I be willing? She giggled. Let me tell you, little handsome, I'm actually a live streamer, and I've done similar things many times. You're a live streamer? Irvin's eyes brightened. Perfect. If you succeed, I'll give you an additional 30,000 yuan. 30,000 more? Carlo's eyes widened. Excited, she pounded her chest. All right, no problem, I'm in. Delighted, Irvin immediately transferred the first 10,000 via WeChat. Upon receiving the transfer, the young woman beamed. Ronald handsome, are you enemies with Mr. Bai? Irvin hadn't expected such bluntness, but didn't evade the question. Yes, we are. Carlo dared to touch my girlfriend, and if I don't punish him, it will be hard to swallow. So, you want to record a video to ruin his reputation? Smart. Irvin complimented. Will you still help? If you back out, I'll find someone else. Of course, why not? 30,000 yuan is waiting for me. The young woman laughed coquettishly. And I can add a little twist. A little twist? What kind of twist? Irvin was puzzled. Watch this. She opened her Louis Vuitton handbag and pulled out a whip, giggling. I'll drug this by guy, and then I can do whatever I want to teach him a lesson and vent some anger for you. Irvin's eyes lit up. Great job. Thank you, miss. Oh, by the way, may I know your name? Everyone calls me Big Sister Seamus. Big Sister Seamus, thank you so much. Irvin said. Don't worry, it's on me. Big Sister Seamus patted her chest confidently. Then Irvin retreated and hid nearby. Big Sister Seamus knocked on the door, and soon Aiden appeared, his arm bandaged and looking dispirited. But upon seeing her, his demeanor instantly changed, and he welcomed her inside. Outside, Irvin activated his Sheng.1-252.I. Through the closed door, the disturbing scenes unfolded before him. Humph, this by guy sure knows how to play, Irvin smirked evilly. As Big Sister Seamus drugged Aiden and the scene grew increasingly bizarre, Irvin felt uncomfortable and deactivated his Sheng.1-252.I. After about an hour, the door opened, and Big Sister Seamus walked out. Irvin immediately approached her. Seeing him, she grinned. Mission accomplished. The videos you wanted are on my phone. I'll send them to you. Great. Big Sister Seamus sent the videos one by one via WeChat. Satisfied after checking them, Irvin transferred the remaining 30,000 yuan. Ronald handsome, you're very generous. If you need any more help, just call me, she winked before leaving. All right, walk carefully, no need to see you off. Irvin moved to the side, ready to post the videos online to expose everything. But suddenly, he reconsidered. If he posted them, the police could trace it back to him. Thinking of someone, he dialed a number. Carlo E. Frederick? It's Irvin. Get to Dexterjo University immediately. I need your help. Note, this chapter involves mature content and themes which may not be suitable for all readers. Chapter 39. Obedience Pill. Half an hour later, Frederick appeared before Irvin at Dexterjo University. However, to Irvin's surprise, he wasn't alone. Several people followed him, all glaring fiercely as if they wished to devour him. Irvin's face darkened. Was this guy planning something? Carlo immediately said in a stern voice, Frederick, what do you mean by this? Frederick's eyes turned cold, like a venomous snake. Damn it, Irvin. You tricked me into believing I was poisoned and made me seek medical help everywhere. In the end, nothing happened. Humph, I've been looking for you everywhere, and you actually called me. Tell me, how do you want to die today? Carloing this, Irvin frowned deeply. Carlo never imagined that this guy would have enough intelligence to know he might be poisoned and thus seek medical assistance. Fortunately, while helping Pamela and Allison refine height-increasing pills, Irvin had prepared extra pills beforehand, including poisons and even aphrodisiacs for self-defense. Boys need to protect themselves when they're out, right? Notably, among these pills, there was one called the Obedience Pill, which was exceptionally miraculous. The Obedience Pill, as its name suggests, is a pill that controls a person's spirit after ingestion, making them obedient and subservient. This Frederick, having long indulged in his bandit-like behavior as a rapist, found it extremely difficult to reform. However, Irvin did not wish to kill him, nor did he want to eliminate him for the public good. Therefore, the Obedience Pill came in handy. Frederick, it seems you won't give up unless you've met your match. Fine, today I'll teach you how to behave, Irvin declared. Ha ha ha. Frederick laughed loudly. Irvin, still putting on a brave front at the brink of death? Look carefully, these are my good buddies, all formidable. Let's see how long you can hold on. As he spoke, he pointed to his companions. Irvin, following his gaze, activated his Sheng.1-252.I, only to see that they were all first-tier body-tempering realm cultivators. Relieved, Irvin sneered, a bunch of misfits. Irvin, am not afraid of you. You little brat, it looks like you need a taste of your own medicine. Frederick suddenly bellowed, guys, attack together. Carlo led the charge, punching straight at Irvin. His companions didn't hesitate either, launching their attacks. Irvin smiled coldly, quickly grabbing Frederick's fist. Huh. Frederick's expression changed, struggling desperately. It was futile. Irvin's grip was like a vice, holding tightly onto his fist, no matter how much force Frederick exerted. Arg, arg. Suddenly, Irvin twisted forcefully, causing Frederick to kneel involuntarily on the ground, screaming hysterically. Let him go! His companions charged forward. Quick as a flash, Irvin placed a hand on Frederick's head, jumped up, spun around, and delivered a sweeping kick. Bang bang bang. In the midst of cries of pain, every companion was kicked in the chest and fell to the ground. Ah! Seeing this, Frederick's face paled dramatically. Carlo thought gathering brothers could deal with Irvin, but he never expected Irvin to handle it so easily. Frederick, weren't you arrogant just now? Why aren't you talking anymore? Irvin sneered. Boss, I'm wrong. Please spare me, Mr. Yi. Spare me? Frederick begged relentlessly. At this point, if he didn't realize the gravity of the situation, he'd be dead. Enough chatter. Swallow this. Irvin ordered. Seeing the metallic shiny pill in Irvin's hand, Frederick immediately realized it was different from the previous one and likely poisonous. I won't eat it, I won't. Frederick shook his head frantically. Swallow it. Irvin forced the obedience pill into Frederick's mouth without hesitation. The obedience pill dissolved instantly. Before Frederick could react, it was already in his stomach. Next second, Frederick's pupils began to dilate, vacant and soulless, like a fool. Irvin asked immediately, Frederick, listen carefully. From now on, you are my servant, and I am your master. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. Do you understand? Frederick answered mechanically, yes, master. Immediately, his formerly vacant eyes regained focus, looking at Irvin with obedience and reverence. This obedience pill is quite effective. Irvin felt pleased and said, stand up. Frederick stood up at once, standing humbly with lowered eyes. Seeing this, his companions were astonished. What's going on? How did Frederick suddenly change like this? Did he really turn over a new leaf and become a servant? At that moment, Irvin's gaze swept over the group, looking at them briefly, then said to Frederick, Frederick, who are these people to you? Frederick replied respectfully, to answer master, they are my brothers, bound by life and death. So, they're also rapists like you? Irvin asked grimly. This? Frederick hesitated. Answer me, yes or no? Irvin ordered. Frederick shuddered and admitted, yes, master. Coloring this, Irvin's eyes turned icy. If these rapists were let loose, countless innocent women would be harmed. Thus, better they serve him as minions. With that thought, he took out more obedience pills and handed them over, each one takes one. These guys dared not refuse, shaking their heads. Irvin didn't waste words, signaling Frederick, who immediately commanded, stop chattering, swallow quickly. It won't kill you. So what are you scared of? Didn't I come out fine? One guy weakly argued, but brother Nan, if we take it, we will become his servants like you. Frederick slapped him on the forehead and scolded, what's wrong with being the master's servant? It's an honor for you to be chosen as one. Got it? The guy instantly quieted down. Frederick took a few obedience pills from Irvin and forcefully shoved them into his mouth. Moments later, this guy acknowledged Irvin as his master, becoming another obedient minion. The rest couldn't escape either. Forced to take the obedience pill, they obediently submitted to Irvin. Having subdued these men and established a small power base, Irvin felt immensely satisfied. With these servants, he could have them run errands for him whenever needed. Frederick, transfer all these videos to you. You find someone and get him to resign and leave Dexterjo University. Master, who is this person? Carlo's a professor at Dexterjo University named Aiden. Master, rest assured. I'll do it right away and ensure the task is completed. Note, the content contains mature themes and explicit violence. Proceed with caution. Chapter 40. Acknowledging the situation. After seeing Frederick off, Irvin left Dexterjo University and drove home. Next, it was time for patient waiting. Carlo was confident that once these videos were shown to the despicable Professor Aiden, this person would surely fear ruin and disgrace and choose to resign from Dexterjo University. That way, Ronaldo could officially request a change of mentor from the school. By the time he got home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. His mother had been waiting for him. Seeing him return, she immediately asked solicitously, Chwaner, have you had dinner? Mom, I've eaten, Irvin smiled. With his busy schedule now, he had informed his mother earlier that if he didn't come back in time for dinner, she didn't need to wait for him. Good. Rosalie smiled kindly. By the way, Chwaner, are you sure about buying a villa? Of course. Irvin nodded. You've worked hard your whole life for me. I should certainly buy a villa for you to live in as a token of my filial piety. You're being sweet. Rosalie spat affectionately, but her heart was warmed by her son's devotion. Carlo. Irvin scratched his head. Chwaner, I went to nearby real estate offices and agencies today. There are several villas worth considering. I brought the brochures back. Do you want to see them? Saying this, Rosalie handed over several beautifully printed brochures. Irvin didn't look at them, just smiled and said, Mom, whichever one you like, we'll buy. My job is to pay for it. That's fine then. Let's go with this one. It's a recommendation from the agency. Although it's secondhand, it has its own courtyard and is fully furnished. We can move in right away. That sounds good. Let's go with it. Irvin agreed promptly. Suddenly, Rosalie hesitated. But Chwaner, this villa isn't cheap. It costs more than 40 million yuan. Fine. If it's 40 million, it's 40 million. I'm not short on money now. Irvin laughed. Seeing this, Rosalie beamed. All right, let's choose it. When do you have time to go see the house? How about tomorrow? Sounds good. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, as soon as Irvin clocked in at the office, his phone rang. It was Frederick calling. There's news. Irvin felt a chill of anticipation and hurriedly answered, Frederick, is it done? On the other end, Frederick spoke respectfully. Sir, it's done. We found Aiden last night. When he saw the evidence we recorded, his face turned pale, and he resigned from Dexterjo University shortly after. Irvin exhaled. Humph, at least he knows what's good for him. Initially, he planned to expose Aiden completely, but upon reconsideration, doing so would destroy his career, and he'd likely suspect Ronaldo. Desperate people do desperate things. If Aiden retaliated against Ronaldo out of desperation, it would harm her. By forcing him to resign using the videos, they spared him some dignity and reduced the risk to Ronaldo, a win-win situation. Frederick, well done, Irvin praised. Serving you is an honor, Frederick responded humbly. All right, talk later if there's anything. Goodbye. Yes, sir. Putting away his phone, Irvin breathed a sigh of relief and dialed Ronaldo to share the good news. Soon, the call connected. Irvin, came Ronaldla's excited voice. Ronaldla, you're up? Irvin asked, smiling. Already up. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I've had breakfast. Good. I have good news for you. Aiden has decided to resign. You can go to the school and apply to choose a new mentor. Really? Ronaldla was astonished. Of course. If you don't believe me, check with the school. I'll go later. Good. Thank you, Irvin. What for? You're my girlfriend now. Who else would help you if not me? Huh, who says I'm your girlfriend? I haven't agreed yet. Click. The call disconnected. Irvin stood dumbfounded. Didn't we seal our relationship with that kiss? She still won't admit it? Then he chuckled. This girl was just being coy. Haha. Irvin spent the entire morning at the office. As the security team leader, he couldn't keep wandering around outside. It wouldn't look good. After lunch, he received a call from his mother. Mom, what's up? Irvin asked. Schwanner, didn't we agree to look at houses today? I'm outside your company. Oh, I know. Mom, I'll be right out. Irvin changed into casual clothes in the locker room and headed out, indeed finding his mother waiting. Meeting up, they were both overjoyed. Under Rosalie's guidance, they quickly reached a nearby real estate agency. Upon learning they wanted to buy a villa, the manager was delighted. Any villa sale could easily earn him a significant bonus. The manager lavished them with attention. Molly, no need for pleasantries. We're interested in this second-hand villa. Can you arrange for us to meet the owner and discuss it? Irvin asked the manager. No problem, the manager smiled. I'll call Mr. Carlerbert right away. Carlerbert? Irvin paused. Is he a middle-aged man? Yes, the manager confirmed. Mr. Carlerbert is a regular customer here. Carlo used to be an executive at Ronaldo Corporation but mysteriously quit. Carloring this, Irvin chuckled grimly. How coincidental. Running into someone with whom he had an unsettled debt while house hunting. What made him suddenly decide to sell? Carlo said he plans to leave Dexterjo and immigrate, the manager explained. Immigrate? Irvin's face darkened. His son Patrick owed him 10 million. Who knew if Carlerbert planned to escape his debts by immigrating? Mr. Yi, you seem familiar with Mr. Carlerbert? The manager noticed. Yeah, kind of. Irvin changed the subject. Can you take me to meet Mr. Carlerbert? We'll discuss it in person, and I'd like to see the house. Sure thing, let's go. His villa is nearby, the manager grinned. Lead the way. Irvin followed, intrigued and cautious, knowing this meeting could be quite significant. Chapter 41. Regret. In the living room of the Sunny family's villa, Carlerbert abruptly ended his call and cursed. What kind of person is this Ascari? My villa has a prime location with great appreciation potential. It should be worth at least 50 million now. Despite being old friends, he only offers me 10 million. How can anyone be this heartless? After venting his frustration, he plopped onto the sofa, sulking in silence. Standing beside him, Patrick hung his head, too scared to breathe loudly. Dare he breathe loudly? If not for his losing 1 million in a gambling match against Irvin at the Zhai family's place, would Carlerbert have been forced to sell their property? Even with 100 guts, Carlerbert wouldn't dare offend Nathan of the Zhai family. Since they couldn't provoke him, there was only one solution. Flee. Therefore, Carlerbert decided to sell off their assets within 3 days and quietly leave the country with his family. Uncle Sonny, please calm down. Don't ruin your health over this. Carlo some silver ear soup that Nan cooked for you. Have it while it's hot, Danielle said as she presented a steaming bowl of silver ear soup with a placating smile. But Carlerbert, still furious, snapped, Do you think I'm in the mood to drink that now? Saying this, he slapped the porcelain bowl out of her hand. Clash. The bowl shattered on the floor, soup splattering everywhere. Danielle blanched. Uncle Sonny, don't try to curry favor here. I don't need it. Go away. Carlerbert barked. Feifei, thoroughly humiliated, felt tears well up in her eyes. What did you say, you hussy? Are you deaf? Carlerbert raged furiously. Feifei started sobbing as she moved aside. Seeing her like this, Carlerbert remained unrepentant. You only know how to cry. What bad luck we've had because of you. I even doubt if the child you carry is truly ours. Turning to Patrick, he demanded, Son, let me ask you again. Are you certain this brat inside her is really yours? Startled, Patrick quickly responded, Dad, it should be mine. Nonsense. What do you mean by should? Carlerbert slammed the table. Don't forget she used to be involved with Irvin. Who knows whose child it really is? Patrick tried to explain. Dad, how could that be? Feifei was already pregnant when she was with Irvin. That doesn't matter either. Who knows if the child she carries isn't another man's? Besides, after what happened between her and Irvin, she's no longer pure. Can we afford to keep her? Son, listen to me. This woman brings bad luck. End things with her early so we can leave for abroad. Women are abundant overseas. Why worry about finding one? But Dad, Feifei's carrying my child. Patrick replied with a troubled expression. Foolish boy. Even if it's your child, what good will it do? You have only 1 day left to repay the debt. If the house isn't sold, we'll be in trouble. Remember, Nathan isn't someone to mess with. If we stay in Dexterjo without paying the debt, our lives won't be safe. Also, even if we sell the house and go abroad, we might not have enough money. Including her as deadweight is too expensive. But Dad, I have low sperm count. It was a miracle to get her pregnant. Idiot, how many times must I tell you? Your condition can be treated better overseas. Ronald stint to me and cut ties with her right now to avoid misfortune. Patrick hesitated. Not listening? Fine, then stay here with her. That debt you incurred yourself, deal with Irvin however you can. I wash my hands off it, Carlerbert growled. Carloring this, Patrick lost his nerve and turned to Danielle. Feifei, you heard my father. We're breaking up. Feifei, stricken pale, stuttered. Young Master Sonny, you're joking, right? With my pregnancy, you want to break up? There's no other way. If I don't end it with you, my father won't help me. I can't lose everything for you, Patrick stated resolutely. You. Tears streamed down Fei-Fei's face, consumed by regret. She never imagined that she'd be abandoned by this scoundrel. If she knew this would happen, she would have stayed with Irvin, who genuinely loved and pampered her. But it was too late now. At this moment, the phone rang. Who is this? Acton from Datong Realty? Carlebert answered casually but immediately perked up. What? Someone willing to pay 40 million for my villa? And they're seriously interested? Great, great, bring them over. After hanging up, Carlebert's spirits soared. Son, good news. Someone wants to buy the villa for 40 million, and they're seriously interested. If true, that's excellent news. Patrick also rejoiced. With this 40 million, our immigration abroad is secure. Yeah. While the father and son were elated, Danielle was dejected. This windfall wouldn't benefit her in the slightest. 10 minutes later, Acton from Datong Realty arrived. Carlebert asked puzzledly, Acton, where's the buyer? Ma frowned. Mr. Sonny. The buyer inspected the villa from outside and deemed it inauspicious. Carlo changed his mind. Changed his mind? Carlebert deflated. Carlo's not buying anymore? No, he just thinks the villa isn't worth 40 million. At most, he's willing to pay 10 million. At most 10 million? Carlebert almost spat blood in fury. Beside him, Patrick retorted, nonsense. Our villa has an ideal location and comprehensive amenities. Its market value is 50 million. We're discounting to 40 million, and he offers us just 10 million? Is he trying to cheat us, or some quack claiming to understand feng shui? Acton, somewhat awkwardly, explained, young Master Sonny, this buyer is knowledgeable in feng shui and divination. On the way, he accurately revealed every detail about me. Oh, and he predicted that once I enter, the chandelier in your living room would fall. Bullshit. Both Carlebert and Patrick said simultaneously. Immediately, there was a loud crash. The chandelier above fell unexpectedly and shattered into pieces. The two men stood speechless, realizing the prediction had come true. Chapter 42. Seizing by deceit. Seeing the chandelier in the reception hall actually fall and shatter, Carlebert and his son, Patrick, were left speechless. Acton's eyes lit up. See, Mr. Sonny, young Master Sonny, I told you. That buyer is truly incredible. You can't help but admire him. Carloring this, Carlebert and Patrick exchanged uneasy glances. Could it be that their villa really was a cursed house? At this moment, Acton continued, Mr. Sonny, young Master Sonny, that buyer also told me that your family has been extremely unlucky recently because of the influence of this cursed house. If you don't decide quickly to sell this house to him for 10 million yuan, misfortune will follow you forever. Carlo really said that? Carlebert couldn't help asking. Yes, Acton nodded. Carlebert hesitated and said, all right, Acton, bring that buyer in. I want to talk to him in person. Sorry, Mr. Sonny, but the buyer has already left. However, he has fully entrusted me to handle the matter. If you agree to sell this villa to him for 10 million yuan, we can sign the contract right now. This is the contract he has already signed. Acton then revealed the pre-printed contract. After glancing at the contract, Carlebert felt suffocated. Although he had bought this villa for only about 800,000 yuan initially, over 10 years, property prices in Dexterjo had skyrocketed, making the market value of this villa soar to over 50 million yuan now. If he sold it for just 10 million yuan, wouldn't he be losing out significantly? But on the other hand, if this villa really was a cursed house, wouldn't continuing to own it mean even greater misfortune? With this thought, he finally sighed and said, all right, 10 million yuan it is. I'll sign. Acton was delighted and immediately handed over the contract. Good, Mr. Sonny, please check the contract for any issues. Carlebert carefully read through it and found no problems, except for the unusual name of the buyer. Nadia? Carlebert wondered aloud. Why is it a woman's name? Could she be the buyer? The speaker spoke without intent, but the listener had different thoughts. Beside them, Danielle, who had been quietly distraught, instantly thought upon hearing the name Nadia. Isn't this Irvin's mother's name? Could Irvin be the buyer? Thinking this, she increasingly felt that this transaction carried an air of conspiracy. She was about to warn Carlebert father and son, but recalling their earlier heartless words, she changed her mind, harboring a desire for revenge. Himph, if the buyer really is Irvin, why should I warn them? At that moment, Acton spoke. Mr. Sonny, this woman is the buyer's mother. They came together. Oh, Carlebert nodded, not thinking much more, and then continued, there are no issues with the contract. I'll sign it now. Carlo signed his name boldly. Acton, now that the transaction is completed, can we arrange a meeting with the buyer? Carlebert asked. No problem, Acton smiled and dialed a number. Mr. Yi, the transaction is done, and the signature is complete, but Mr. Sonny wants to meet you. Can you come over? Good, we'll wait for you. After hanging up, Acton smiled again at Carlebert. Mr. Sonny, please wait a moment. Mr. Yi will be here soon. Okay. Carlebert nodded and immediately instructed Patrick, son, go get some fruits. I want to properly greet this buyer. Since he could predict everything so accurately, he must be a master. I need him to help calculate my plans for immigration abroad. Sure, Patrick nodded and went to prepare the fruits. You don't need to. I won't eat your family's fruits. They're disgusting. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. Carlebert, Patrick, and Danielle turned to see a man and a woman enter. It was none other than Irvin and his mother, Nadia. Irvin? Carlebert and Patrick's faces changed dramatically. It's really him. Danielle covered her mouth, feeling secretly relieved. Irvin, why are you here? This is our home. Get out immediately. Carlebert shouted angrily. That's right, this is our home. Irvin, get out now. Patrick echoed. Is this your home? Irvin approached Acton, took the contract, and smiled, saying, Acton, thank you for your cooperation. The 1 million yuan commission has already been transferred to your company account. Please check it. Acton rejoiced. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Only then did Irvin turn to look at Carlebert and Patrick, sneering, Patrick, Ronald Stin carefully. Since you signed the contract, this villa is now under my mother's name. What? Carlerbert widened his eyes. Your mother's name is Nadia? Correct, Irvin smiled. Danielle knows my mother's name. Didn't she remind you? Upon hearing this, Carlerbert became enraged, shouting at Danielle, Danielle, why didn't you remind us? Danielle replied loudly with resentment. You kicked me out. Why should I have reminded you? You deserve it. You bitch. Carlerbert was so angry that he was about to slap Danielle across the face. Unexpectedly, Danielle suddenly screamed and ran behind Irvin for cover. Bitch, come out and let me teach you a lesson. Carlerbert rushed forward to hit her. Irvin's expression darkened as he grabbed Carlerbert's wrist and pushed him to the ground. Carlerbert, listen carefully. This villa is now mine. How dare you cause trouble in my home? You. Carlerbert fumed and lunged at Irvin. But how could he get close to Irvin, whose strength was unmatched? Not only did he fail to get close, but Irvin pushed him back several steps. If not for Patrick supporting him, he would have fallen on his bottom. Carlerbert, let me tell you again. This villa is now under my mother's name. If you continue to act irrationally, don't blame me for being harsh. Irvin warned. Irvin, this is seizing by deceit. You cheated me out of my villa for just 10 million yuan. Do you think I won't sue you? Carlerbert, don't threaten me. If it comes to a lawsuit, I'm not afraid at all. Let me tell you honestly, this villa was supposed to be auctioned off by the court. But 10 years ago, you colluded with the court insiders to acquire it for 800,000 yuan, which was an illegal operation. Once this gets public, you'll likely end up in prison for a few years. Irvin calmly stated. What? How do you even know about that? Carlerbert was visibly shocked, looking at Irvin as if he were seeing a ghost. Chapter 43, Ronald Baration. Indeed, this villa was the auction property he bought 10 years ago. If it weren't for his bribery of the judge at that time and following an inside procedure, he wouldn't have been able to get it smoothly for 800,000 yuan. But the question was, how did this little brat Irvin know? How do I know? It's simple, because I can't predict anything related to you. Nothing can escape my knowledge. Irvin smirked. Carlerbert was dubious, but eventually retorted stubbornly, Irvin, don't pretend to be some mystical fortune teller. This villa may be an auction property, but I obtained it through legitimate means, not illegal operations as you say. Carlerbert, it seems you need hard evidence to believe me. Alright, let me tell you a few more things about your unlawful activities. Irvin paused and continued. 8 years ago, you embezzled over 3 million from Ronaldo Corporation for real estate speculation. 6 years ago, you cheated on your wife with a nightclub girl who had 3 abortions for you. 4 years ago, you partnered in running an underground casino and illegally lent high-interest loans. 2 years ago, you purchased firearms abroad and hid them at home. Half a year ago, cold sweat poured down Carlerbert's body, his lips trembling. You actually know everything? Irvin chuckled. So, are you still thinking about suing me? Carlerbert fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, Irvin, you're ruthless. Fine, 10 million is 10 million. Pay up. Pay up. Irvin nodded. Sure, here you go. Handing him a piece of paper, Carlerbert thought it was a check, but reading its contents almost made him explode with anger. A promissory note? That's right. It's a promissory note your son Patrick wrote me for 10 million. Perfect to offset the price of this house. Irvin chuckled. Zanerius, Carlerbert exclaimed. Offset the price of the house? That means you got this villa without spending a penny. Damn it, you're just a sly fox. Indeed, I am. What's the problem? Not convinced? Well, let me call Nathan now to mediate, shall we? Irvin spoke in a threatening tone, taunting him. Well, instantly, Carlerbert gave in. Carlo planned to sell the house and immigrate to avoid debt and Nathan's threats. But if Irvin brought Nathan here, there'd be no way out. After weighing the options, Carlerbert bit his teeth and said, Fine, Irvin, you win this time. I'll give you the villa, but remember, I'll take it back one day. Turning to his son, he barked, Son, let's go. Yes, Dad. Patrick glared fiercely at Irvin. Irvin, remember this, I'm not done with you yet. With that, they packed their luggage and left. Meanwhile, Danielle stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Irvin frowned at her. Danielle, why haven't you left yet? Walking closer, she kneeled and sobbed uncontrollably. Irvin, I was wrong. Can we get back together? I promise to love you truly from now on. Danielle, what are you doing? We broke up long ago. Why do you want to get back together now? What do you take me for? Irvin coldly replied. Irvin, I know I hurt you before, but I swear I won't anymore. Can you forgive me? Are you kidding me? Don't forget, you're carrying Patrick's child. Do you want me to be a fool for you? No, I won't ask you to be a fool. I'll go to the hospital and terminate the pregnancy. Irvin, will you come with me? Irvin stared in disbelief before shaking his head. Danielle, you're truly heartless. To reconcile with me, you'd even abort your own child, calling it illegitimate. Have you any conscience? Go away. We're finished. Irvin, Danielle pleaded pitifully, but Irvin remained unmoved. Crawling to Ye's mother who stood silently, she cried, Auntie, please help me. Let Irvin and me get back together. I promise I'll be a good girlfriend and daughter-in-law. Carler dilemma troubled Ye's mother, who responded, Fei, this is between you two. I shouldn't interfere. But Auntie, you know Irvin best. If you don't help me, no one else will. Wah. Pulling her hand, Danielle sobbed louder. Unable to stand it, Irvin pulled her up forcefully. Ronald Stin carefully, Danielle. There's no going back. Our fate has run out. Keep bothering me, and I'll call the police. The mention of the police deflated Danielle's spirit. Suddenly, she wiped her tears and demanded loudly, Fine, Irvin. Since you're so heartless, I won't beg anymore. If you want me gone, pay me for my youth. Now wealthy, Irvin owned a villa worth 50 million yuan. Seeing no hope of reconciliation, she seized this chance. Compensate you for your youth? Irvin laughed derisively. We were only together for a few months. How much youth did you lose? And the loss of mine during those months, should I demand compensation from you? Danielle snorted. It doesn't matter. Without compensation, I won't leave today. Danielle, aren't you being unreasonable? Irvin sneered. I don't want to argue. Carlor, take this money and go. Drawing a check from his pocket, he threw it at her. It was the $1,000,000 check given by Ida. 1 million. Picking up the check, seeing the amount, Danielle grinned widely. She never expected Irvin to give her so much. Witnessing her greedy expression, Irvin saw through her unchanged materialistic nature. Danielle, take this $1,000,000 check and scram. From now on, go your way, and I'll go mine. No further contact. Goodbye. Irvin ordered sternly. Okay, I'll go right now. Danielle happily put away the check and rushed off. Watching her leave, Irvin exhaled deeply, feeling utterly liberated. 2 words. Relieved. Chapter 44. Senior Inspector Queenie. Outside the villa, Carlbert and his son, Patrick, stood outside their former villa, seething with anger over its being taken away by Irvin. They were unwilling to leave for a long time. Father, are we still planning to immigrate overseas? Patrick asked timidly. Immigrate overseas? Without money, how can we do that? Carlbert glared at him angrily. Oh. Patrick responded submissively, not daring to argue. Then what do we do now? Just let it be? Of course not, Carlbert sneered. I could forgive past grievances, but that bastard Irvin taking our multi-million villa through deception is something I cannot tolerate. Father, what's your plan? Patrick asked. I'll go to the city police station and find Director Chow. Carlo and I have met before. If I can bribe him to arrest Irvin, getting our villa back won't be a problem. Carlbert clenched his teeth. Yes, that's a good idea. Patrick agreed enthusiastically. Well then, let's go to the city police station now. Half an hour later, the father and son appeared in Director Chow's office at Dexterjo City Police Station. Director Chow, someone tricked me into giving away my villa without spending a penny. Please help me get it back. Carlbert pleaded respectfully. Director Chow was somewhat impatient. Carlbert, this matter doesn't fall under my jurisdiction. It's up to the court. You should file a lawsuit. Carlbert looked dejected. Director Chow, lawsuits take too much time and energy, which I can't afford. Carlbert, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Director Chow shook his head. Now leave. I have a criminal case to handle. Seeing he was about to be dismissed, Carlbert panicked. Director Chow, wait. If you can help me with this, the 300,000 yuan in this bank card is yours. Carlo handed over a bank card. Director Chow raised an eyebrow, eyes narrowing. Oh. Seeing there was hope, Carlbert quickly shoved the bank card into Director Chow's pocket, smiling awkwardly. Director Chow, please. Suddenly, bang, the door to the office was kicked open. Who dares to be so insolent in my police station? Director Chow's face turned stern. For someone to kick the door open in his office was sheer audacity. Carlbert also stared at the entrance, curious who had such boldness. However, both of them were stunned. The person who entered was a young woman who looked sharp and efficient. Carler's delicate face was makeup-free, her hair tied back into a ponytail. She wore a large t-shirt that hugged her ample chest and denim jeans that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Though simply dressed, she exuded confidence and an untamed rebellious charm, catching everyone's attention. Both Director Chow and Carlbert stared dumbfounded. Who is Director Chow? The young woman spoke, her eyes sweeping between Director Chow and Carlbert. Carler's tone was calm, yet carried an icy coldness that made the room seem colder. That's me. Who are you? Director Chow swallowed hard. Despite his rank, he felt a chill in front of this young woman. I'm Senior Inspector Queenie from the Karlovan Patrol Department, sent to inspect Dexterjo. The Karlovan Patrol Department? Are you from the Karlovan Patrol Department? Upon hearing this, Director Chow's heart raced wildly, cold sweat drenched his back, and his hands trembled. Carlo couldn't be afraid? The Karlovan Patrol Department was directly led by the national leader, holding supreme status akin to the ancient Jinui, with powers to investigate and act on behalf of the state. Yes, I am from the Karlovan Patrol Department. I've heard about your corruption for a long time but lacked evidence. Today, this guy actually tried to bribe you right here, and I caught you red-handed. Queenie sneered, then shifted her gaze to Carlbert. Carlbert felt uneasy under her piercing stare. Inspector Fong, it's a misunderstanding, really? I don't even know him. He gave me a bank card, but I refused. Carlo insisted. Director Chow hastily defended himself. Queenie laughed coldly. Director Chow, don't explain. I installed a hidden camera in your office long ago. I saw everything that just happened. Ah. Director Chow's face turned ashen. Moments later, he reacted, grabbing Carlbert angrily. Son of a bitch, why did you give me the bank card? You've ruined me. I'll choke you to death now. Carlo lunged at Carlbert, squeezing his neck. Cough, cough. Carlbert gasped for breath, coughing non-stop. Queenie shouted, Chow Yusheng, stop. Do you think just this bribery alone is enough to convict you? Be honest, I already have evidence of your other crimes. Carloring this, Director Chow collapsed, speechless. Queenie tossed him handcuffs. Chow Yusheng, cuff yourself and come with me. Director Chow silently handcuffed himself without a word. As for Carlbert, he watched Queenie nervously, fearing he might also be arrested. But fear has a way of coming true. Queenie threw another pair of handcuffs at him. You openly bribed a government official, not a light offense. Come with me. This, Carlbert immediately regretted ever giving that bank card. Just as he was at a loss, another person entered. Captain Fong, it's not good. Our team members encountered an expert during an operation. One of them is injured badly and may not survive. What? Queenie's expression changed. Who's injured? Gao Seamus. Gao Seamus? Carlo's fourth-stage body tempering. No ordinary person can hurt him. Queenie was shocked. Do you know who did this? Captain Fong, we're not sure yet. This place, Dexterjo, is complex and full of all kinds of people. Damn. Queenie slammed her hand on the table angrily. They dared to attack us? Stay here, I need to see Gao Seamus one last time. Queenie got up to leave, but Carlebert stopped her urgently. Captain Fong, wait. I know a miraculous doctor who can bring the dead back to life. Hashtag chapter 45. I won't treat. Carlering that there was a miraculous doctor who could bring people back from the dead. Queenie's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at Carlebert. Is what you're saying true? Carlebert saw an opportunity and hastily responded, yes, absolutely true. Who is this miraculous doctor? Where is he now? Queenie asked urgently. Carlebert's eyes darted around, and he smiled slyly. Inspector Fong, if I tell you where he is, will you let me off and release me? Queenie frowned, recognizing the old man's attempt to blackmail her. However, given the urgency of her subordinate's life, she finally nodded. All right, if you tell me the whereabouts of this miraculous doctor, I'll release you. But if you lie, I'll make sure you don't survive. Carler's tone turned menacing as she finished speaking. Startled by her fierce gaze, Carlebert hurriedly replied, the miraculous doctor is named Irvin. Carlo's the head of security for the Ronaldo family corporation in Dexterjo. Carlo should still be at my former villa on number 30 Sci-fi Road. Good. You lead the way to your villa. My subordinate needs his immediate help, Queenie said gravely. Sure thing. As Carlebert spoke, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. With Irvin's medical skills, he should be able to save Inspector Fong's subordinate. But what if he failed? Wouldn't that just create a huge problem for Irvin? Hashtag number 30 Sci-fi Road. Irvin was helping his mother move their belongings from their rental apartment into a bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Just as he was organizing his clothes into the wardrobe, his mother rushed over. Chwaner, someone is looking for you. They say they're from the Sky Patrol Department. The Sky Patrol Department? Irvin was taken aback. Why would they come to me? Did I do anything illegal? His mother shook her head. I'm not sure, but they carried an injured person inside. I think they came here for treatment. Irvin breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll go downstairs. Carlo quickly went down to the living room, where a group of people were waiting. A striking woman sat arrogantly on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other. Nearby, a stretcher held an unconscious, heavily injured person. Irvin's heart raced as he activated his Carlovinly eye on the woman. Subject * Queenie. Status * normal. Cultivation * body tempering stage, 2nd level. Combat power * 28. Damn, this young woman is already at body tempering stage 2? Irvin felt a chill run through him. Carlo then glanced at the others, noticing they were all at body tempering stage 1st level. That made him feel more at ease. When Queenie saw Irvin descend the stairs, her beautiful eyes landed on him with a puzzled expression. You're Irvin? According to Carlebert, you're supposed to be some miraculous doctor, yet you look so young. Carler's tone was indifferent, but the disdainful look on her face was hard to miss. Carlebert? Irvin frowned slightly. So, it was this old fox who set them up. Carlo probably didn't have good intentions. Calming himself, Irvin asked, Queenie, right? What do you want from me? Queenie hesitated. How do you know my name? Did Carlebert call you? Carler's demeanor turned icy. Irvin found her attitude extremely irksome and sneered. None of your business. You. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Queenie's expression darkened. At this point, one of her subordinates snapped, Rogue, do you know who you're talking to? Irvin retorted angrily. What if I do talk like this? You guys are from the Sky Patrol Department, aren't you? Should I be scared? I don't believe the Sky Patrol Department would dare to act rashly in broad daylight. That brat, you're courting death. Enraged, the subordinate lunged at Irvin with a punch aimed at his forehead. Prepared, Irvin dodged and countered with a punch to the subordinate's chest, sending him reeling backward. Incredible. Queenie looked at Irvin with surprise and immediately halted her subordinate. Stop. The subordinate, feeling humiliated, wanted to retaliate but backed off when Queenie stopped him. Turning to Irvin, Queenie said, I didn't expect you to be a cultivator too. It seems Carlebert wasn't lying. Perhaps you truly possess the ability to revive the dead. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Please, save my subordinate. Sorry, I won't treat. Irvin rejected her request outright, still furious. What did you say? Queenie's face darkened. One of her subordinates interjected menacingly. Brat, you better understand who we are. Defying the Sky Patrol Department will have serious consequences. So what? Am I, Irvin, afraid of you? Irvin challenged. You. The subordinate pulled out handcuffs. Then I'll have to arrest you. Not if I can help it. Irvin braced himself for a fight. Seeing tensions escalate, Queenie roared, Stop causing trouble. Show respect to Dr. Yi and stand down. Yes, ma'am. With the subordinate backing off, Queenie addressed Irvin. Dr. Yi, I apologize for the earlier incident. My subordinate is critically injured. Surely you can't stand by while he dies. Please, I beg of you. Bowing respectfully, she pleaded earnestly. Impressed by her sincerity, Irvin's mood improved. Fine, for your sake, I'll try to save him. But once I've done so, please leave immediately. Queenie quickly assured him, Dr. Yi, as long as you can save my subordinate, we'll leave right away and even pay you handsomely. With her promise secured, Irvin approached the stretcher and used the 9-finger revival technique. In less than 3 minutes, the injured man stood up, completely healed and as lively as ever. Queenie and her companions were stunned by this miraculous recovery. Such skill was beyond comprehension, especially Queenie, whose eyes now gleamed with fervent admiration. She resolved silently to recruit such talent into the Sky Patrol Department. Just then, Irvin asked, Now that I've saved him, Inspector Fong, can you and your team leave? Chapter 46. Unconventional Maneuvers. Seeing Irvin give the order to leave, Queenie did not get angry at all but instead smiled gently. Master Yi, don't be in a hurry. Can we talk for a moment? Irvin snorted. Sorry, I have nothing to discuss with you. Queenie laughed. Master Yi, I understand that you're upset about my subordinate's rash actions just now. I can let him apologize to you personally. After saying this, she immediately gave her subordinate a signal. At this moment, the subordinate was also impressed by Irvin's abilities and sincerely apologized. Master Yi, I'm sorry. I acted impulsively just now, and I shouldn't have spoken disrespectfully to you. Irvin seemed impatient. All right, no need to go on about this. If there's nothing else, please leave. Seeing that Irvin wasn't buying it, the subordinate could only look helplessly at Queenie. Queenie sighed, smiling. Fine. We won't disturb you anymore, Master Yi. With that, she told her subordinate, leave $10,000 as consultation fees for Master Yi. The subordinate nodded, then took out what seemed to be a pre-filled check from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Subsequently, Queenie and her team quickly left the villa. Watching them depart, Irvin shook his head, collected the check, and then went upstairs. However, what he didn't know was that as soon as Queenie and her team exited the villa, she instructed her subordinate, I want detailed information on Irvin. Gather it within 3 days. Yes. Queenie turned to glance at the villa, her resolute face revealing a smile. Irvin, I've set my sights on you. You won't escape my grasp. Back inside the villa. As soon as Irvin reached the second floor, his mother approached, worriedly asking, Schwanner, those people from the Sky Patrol department, are they causing any trouble? Mom, relax. It's fine. They just wanted me to save someone, Irvin replied. Oh, I see. His mother breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, here's the $10,000 consultation fee they left for me. Take it to the bank and exchange it. Irvin handed the check to his mother. Sure thing. His mother did not refuse. She had come to terms with the fact that since her son was capable of saving people, there was nothing wrong with charging a consultation fee, especially since they were willing to pay. Suddenly, she asked curiously, strange, how did the Sky Patrol department know about your medical skills? It's probably due to Carlerbert, Irvin said irritably. Technically, I didn't spend a penny but ended up owning his villa, so he should hate me, not introduce me to business. Yes, his mother also found it puzzling. Forget about that kind of scumbag. No matter what his intentions are, he can't stir up much trouble, Irvin said. After chatting for a while, they each returned to their rooms to continue packing. At the city police station, Queenie and her team returned here. In Director Chow's office, Queenie directly met with Carlerbert. This man had been anxiously waiting in the police station for over an hour when he saw Queenie return and immediately put on a grin. Inspector Fong, how did it go? Did Irvin manage to save the person? Carlerbert, you've done a great service this time. Your crimes will be expiated by your meritorious deeds. You are free to go now, Queenie said. Upon hearing this, Carlerbert instantly felt relieved but inwardly seethed. Irvin, you got lucky this time. By the way, Carlerbert, I wonder who taught Irvin such extraordinary medical skills? Queenie suddenly asked. Carlerbert shook his head. Inspector Fong, I'm not sure either. Queenie frowned. Then how do you know he has excellent medical skills? Inspector Fong, listen, Irvin used to be a security guard at Ronaldo Corporation, originally unknown, but somehow recently he acquired medical skills and saved many people. Carlerbert recounted Irvin's background in detail, and then maliciously added, Inspector Fong, in my opinion, that guy must have some secrets. I suggest you arrest him and interrogate him rigorously. Surely something will come out of it. His hatred for Irvin had reached a deadly level, and he would seize any opportunity for revenge. But obviously, his plot failed. Shut up. Queenie's face darkened as she glared at him. You can go now. Keep blabbering, and I might reconsider locking you back up. Carlerbert this, Carlerbert was scared witless and hurried off without another word. Queenie stayed in the office, lost in thought. Irvin, you really seem to have some background. My interest in you is growing. After tidying up his belongings, Irvin returned to work. Unexpectedly, just as he was heading to the changing room to put on his security uniform, Candace arrived. She wore long flowing hair, a black silk embroidered blouse, and form-fitting jeans that accentuated her fiery figure, radiating an irresistible charm. Irvin's eyes lit up as he smiled. President Ronaldo, what brings you here? Candace glanced at him coquettishly. Irvin, you've done great things for the company. My father, the chairman, wants to meet you. Irvin smiled. It's just the chairman wanting to see me, right? Sure, take me to his office. Candace bit her red lips. Dad isn't in the office. He's at home. Carlo wants me to take you to see him tonight. Do you have time tonight? Sure. Irvin grinned. For the chairman to invite me home, I should definitely show some respect, right? Carloring this, Candace breathed a sigh of relief, delightedly saying, great, let's go now. Now? Irvin was taken aback. Not working this afternoon? Why bother? I have to fix up your appearance first. Don't you think you look too shabby? Candace rolled her eyes teasingly. Caught off guard by her flirtatious gaze, Irvin inwardly exclaimed, overwhelmed. Suddenly, a strange thought struck him. Isn't it just meeting the chairman? Why go through such elaborate preparations? However, he hesitated to ask Candace directly and remained silent. Following Candace to the underground parking lot, Irvin got into her car. She drove out of the parking lot and took him to a mall where she bought him a stylish suit, and then to a beauty salon for a fresh, clean haircut. Honestly, her unconventional moves thoroughly confused Irvin. Finally, he couldn't help but ask bluntly, President Ronaldo, what exactly are you doing? This feels like taking a boyfriend home to meet the parents. Are we progressing this fast really? Hashtag chapter 47, posing as the boyfriend. Seeing Irvin question her, Candace's face flushed, and she avoided his gaze, stuttering, don't misunderstand. It's your first time coming to my house, after all. I just need to make sure you're presentable. I can't have you embarrassing me. Molly Ronaldo, are you implying I wasn't well-groomed before? Irvin was taken aback. Candace put on a stern expression. Why so many questions? Are you going to follow my arrangements or not? Seeing that she was getting annoyed, Irvin sighed. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. Happy now? This finally earned him a smile from Candace. That's more like it. After convincing him, Candace got into the car and drove him to the Ronaldo family residence. In the western part of Dexterjo City lies Songshan Lake, where the Ronaldo family compound is located, a vast complex of southern-style garden architecture. Once they entered the estate, Irvin felt like Ronaldo Lau Lau entering the Grandview Garden, completely captivated by the beautiful scenery inside. Good heavens, poverty really does limit one's imagination. I thought buying a villa would make me rich, but compared to this place, it's nothing at all. Passing over a serene and elegant bridge over running water, Irvin couldn't help but marvel aloud, clenching his fist in resolve. I've decided. I will work hard to earn money and buy an even larger garden someday. Candace couldn't help but laugh lightly. From what I know, you and your mother live together. Would both of you be able to live in such a large garden? Molly Ronaldo, you misunderstand. While it's just two of us now, after I get married, I'll definitely add more branches to the family tree. We won't lack for space, Irvin said seriously. Candace was taken aback. That still doesn't make sense. Even if you marry and have children, how many people could that be? Your future wife probably won't have more than 2 kids. This place is still too big. That's easy. Just marry a few more wives, problem solved, Irvin replied nonchalantly. What? Marry multiple wives? Candace stared in disbelief. Isn't that a bit heartless? Irvin chuckled. What can I do? Fate has decreed that my love life will always be chaotic. Please, fated chaos? From what I see, not many women would look twice at you. Candace rolled her eyes disdainfully. Ah, Molly Ronaldo, don't be so sure. Want to bet on that? I'm not interested in betting with you. Candace snapped and turned away, refusing to speak to him. Irvin laughed inwardly. Molly Ronaldo truly had a temperamental disposition, always ready to get upset. The two walked in silence until they arrived at an imposing and luxurious townhouse villa. Inside the living room, there were guests chatting and laughing, making quite a lively scene. Candace looked puzzled. Strange, did we have visitors? Irvin frowned. Molly Ronaldo, since you have guests, should I leave and come back another day? Candace shook her head. You're already here. How can you just leave? Let's go in together. Seeing her insistence, Irvin nodded. All right. They entered the villa. Just as Irvin followed Candace, she suddenly stopped and grabbed his arm. His heart raced. Molly Ronaldo, what's going on? Quiet. Candace's face flushed, biting her lip gently. Irvin, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Pretend to be your boyfriend? Irvin widened his eyes. Molly Ronaldo, isn't that inappropriate? Ronaldston, Irvin, Candace explained. The guests inside are from the Liu family of Jinling, longtime friends of our family. Fraser, the son of their family head, has been pursuing me, but I don't like him. So, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to discourage him? Yes, Candace looked at him pleadingly. What do you say, Irvin? Will you help me? Molly Ronaldo, don't be silly. Of course I'll help you. Irvin assured her. Great, let's go inside now. Candace smiled and continued walking, holding onto his arm. Everyone in the living room noticed their arrival and the intimacy between them, causing a stir. Especially a young man who stood up abruptly, staring at Candace in shock. Yueling, who is this guy? Irvin glanced at the stylishly dressed youth with chiseled features and realized this must be Fraser. Activating his Carlovinly eye, he scanned him. Target, Fraser. Status, normal. Cultivation, none. So, this was Fraser. Carlo's my boyfriend. What's the problem with that? Candace retorted. Your boyfriend? Impossible. Fraser gasped in disbelief. Indeed, given his extensive surveillance over Candace, he would have heard about any relationship she might have started. Fraser, anything is possible. We've only recently started dating, Candace calmly replied. Fraser's expression darkened. After scrutinizing Irvin for a moment, he growled, Yueling, what's his name? What's his background? Candace shot him a cold look. Fraser, why should I tell you? You. Fraser's face turned livid. Ignoring him, Candace pulled Irvin towards a middle-aged man with a square face and slicked back hair. Dad, I'm back. This is Irvin I mentioned. She then introduced him to Irvin. Irvin, this is my father, Milton. Irvin quickly responded, Chairman Ronaldo, no, Uncle Ronaldo, nice to meet you. Milton sized Irvin up without comment. Then he told Candace, Yueling, follow me. Father needs to talk to you. Carlo stood up and left. Candace turned to Irvin. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Irvin nodded. Sure. As soon as they left, Fraser approached Irvin with a bitter expression. Irvin, is it? How did you manage to trick Yueling into this? Tell me. Trick? Coloring this word, Irvin became irritated and retorted. Look, what kind of attitude is this? If Yueling and I are together, it's because we clicked. What do you mean by tricked? End of chapter 47. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 48. Stubborn Ronald Chu. Still saying it's not a lie? Fraser sneered. You should take a good look at yourself. With your character, do you really match Yueling? Irvin laughed mockingly. Sorry. It's precisely this character of mine that has Yueling completely infatuated. Isn't that infuriating for you? You. Fraser's face turned green with rage. Carlo had never imagined that Irvin would be so skilled with words, leaving him speechless. But soon, he sneered again. Right, Irvin, I haven't asked about your family background yet. Why should I tell you? Irvin huffed. Fraser sneered. Irvin, are you too insecure to mention your family background? Himph, what's there to hide? Irvin replied proudly, though I come from a commoner's home, my family history is clean. So, you're from a commoner's family. That puts my mind at ease, Fraser said with a satisfied smile. What do you mean by that? Irvin's face darkened. As they say, marriage should be between equals. For someone from a commoner's family to aim as high as the Ronaldo family, don't you think it's too far of a stretch? Let me tell you straight, I don't see this going well. You'd better let go early, Fraser shook his head. Fraser, I don't like what you're saying, Irvin frowned. So what if there's a gap? It doesn't stop me from being with Yueling. Irvin, you won't learn until you hit rock bottom, Fraser chuckled. Let me give you some information. Yuelling's sister was once in love with a poor boy. What happened? Carl, father stepped in and broke them up. You should quit now. Irvin remained stern-faced. That's none of your business. Fine, we'll just have to wait and see. Fraser sneered. Walking away? Sure, like I'm scared of you? Irvin retorted without backing down. At that moment, a servant approached Irvin. Mr. Yi, my master asks for your presence. Please follow me. All right. Irvin nodded and followed the servant. Watching Irvin walk away, Fraser's eyes gleamed with malice. A pauper dares to compete with me for Yuelling? We'll see how I make your life miserable. In the study upstairs, as Irvin arrived at the door, he saw Candace coming out. President Ronaldo, what's happening? Irvin whispered. Be careful. My father is furious. If he lashes out at you, you must endure it, okay? Candace advised. Irvin's face fell. President Ronaldo, you didn't tell him the real situation, did you? How could I? Candace sighed. My father favors Fraser the most. Carlo's long seen Fraser as a future son-in-law, but I don't like Fraser at all. If I told him everything, he'd force me into a marriage with Fraser. Just great. Irvin rolled his eyes, sighing. President Ronaldo, why do I feel like I've been dragged into your mess? What mess? Don't talk nonsense. Candace glared at him. Even if this is a mess, do you want to join or not? Irvin choked on his reply. Given her words, what else could he say? Carlo sighed. All right, fine. I'll join your mess. Candace smiled faintly. Good, hurry inside. My father is waiting for you. Remember, he has a fiery temper, so bear with him. Okay. Irvin nodded and entered the study. Immediately, he felt an immense pressure upon entering. Carlo grew nervous but then calmed down, remembering they were only putting on a show. Carlo stood tall and walked towards Ronaldo. Irvin, listen carefully. I don't want to waste time. Leave my daughter immediately. Ronaldo shouted bluntly. Irvin frowned. Uncle Ronaldo. Irvin, remember your place. You're just an employee in Ronaldo Corporation. How dare you speak to the chairman like that? Ronaldo interrupted harshly. Irvin frowned deeper. I heard from Yuelling that you contributed significantly to the company's recovery. That's why I allowed her to bring you here. But I never expected you to have designs on her, falling in love with her. Ronaldo's anger flared. Don't you know Yuelling and Fraser have been engaged since childhood? By suddenly involving yourself, aren't you making the Ronaldo family lose face? Irvin couldn't hold back any longer. Chairman Ronaldo, what era are we in? Why are feudal arranged marriages still practiced in the Ronaldo family? Yuelling doesn't like Fraser. Forcing them together will ruin her life. Bang. Ronaldo just slammed the table. Standing up, I decide what to do. Who are you, a brat, to instruct me? In short, leave Yuelling now, or else don't blame me for being rude. Irvin was dumbfounded. Despite preparing mentally, he hadn't anticipated Ronaldo's obstinacy. Fine, Irvin, get out. Ronaldo ordered. Irvin, also prideful, stomped out in frustration. Upon exiting, Candace met him, scolding. Didn't I tell you to be patient? Why did you storm out so quickly? Irvin retorted. President Ronaldo, your father's temper? Who can endure that? If I stayed longer, he might have torn me apart. Candace was silent for a moment. Finally, she sighed. What do we do now? If I can't convince my father, I might end up marrying someone I don't like. Sigh. Coloring this, Irvin felt compassion. Carlo couldn't stand by idly. Suddenly, he activated the Tian art, calculating possibilities. His eyes lit up. President Ronaldo, I have an idea. It might change your father's mind, preventing you from marrying Fraser. Irvin, tell me, what's the plan? Candace eagerly grabbed his hand. Feeling her warmth, Irvin's heart skipped a beat. Your father is very filial to his mother, isn't he? Yes, he's the most devoted grandson, Candace responded, suddenly realizing something. You don't mean persuading my grandmother to influence my father, right? Clever. Irvin praised. Exactly. But the problem is, my grandmother is old and senile. She can hardly communicate. She can't help us, Candace worried. President Ronaldo, you forget important things, Irvin shook his head. Irvin, what do you mean? Candace paused, confused. Chapter 49. Bao Bao's Carlo art is Zanel of grief. Irvin chuckled. President Ronaldo, have you forgotten who I am? If I can revive the dead, do you think I'm afraid of curing dementia? Upon hearing this, Candace's eyes immediately brightened. Right, how could I forget? Irvin smiled. President Ronaldo, let's go. Take me to meet your grandmother. Okay. Candace nodded in agreement and led him out of the villa to another grand residence. The entire mansion looked ancient and elegant, entirely designed in imitation of traditional Huizhou style. As they entered, a pleasant scent of sandalwood greeted them. After passing through a screen adorned with servant-made images, the two of them stepped into the main hall of the mansion. To their surprise, Fraser was already inside. Carlo stood respectfully beside a recliner where an elderly lady nearly 80 years old sat, her face kind but hazy. Two young maidservants stood behind her, heads bowed. Seeing Candace bring Irvin, Fraser's expression turned unpleasant. Grandma, this is the guy I told you about, Irvin. Carlo's the one who took Yuelling away from me. The elderly lady mumbled vaguely, oh. Candace shot a disapproving look at Fraser, clearly blaming him for being too talkative. She then pulled Irvin forward to greet the elderly lady before giving him a meaningful glance. Irvin nodded and immediately activated his Carlovinly eye, focusing intently on the elderly lady. Target, Ronaldo Hongxia. Condition, possessed by evil spirit. Reason, 3 years ago, during a hometown visit to pay respects, she fell victim to an exorcism ritual due to poor health. Treatment, implanting an exorcism charm into Ronaldo Hongxia will suffice. Irvin frowned deeply upon reading this. Seeing this, Candace whispered, Irvin, what's wrong? Irvin spoke in a grave tone. Your grandmother has been possessed, but it was done deliberately. My grandmother was possessed? And it was intentional? Candace exclaimed in shock. Fraser couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Possessed? Irvin, you're really a fraudster. In this day and age, you still stick to superstitions? Ignoring Fraser, Irvin continued speaking to Candace. Do you remember the jade necklace you were wearing? Let me be honest with you. That necklace had a curse placed on it, leading to your recent string of bad luck. I seriously suspect that your grandmother's possession is somehow connected to the curse on your necklace. What? Candace looked bewildered. Fraser couldn't bear it anymore. Irvin, stop misleading everyone. Yelling, don't believe this quack. Fraser, shut up. Candace cut him off rudely. Believing or not believing him is my own business. It's none of your concern. Yelling. Fraser looked almost ready to cry. Baby's heart is full of grief. Carlos simply couldn't fathom why Candace trusted Irvin so much despite the superstitious claims. Irvin, are you serious about what you just said? Candace asked heavily. Yes. Irvin nodded. Do you have a way to exorcise my grandmother and make her normal again? Candace asked again. Of course, Irvin affirmed. Overjoyed, Candace quickly asked him to exorcise her grandmother. Irvin bit his finger, recited some words, and was about to draw an exorcism symbol on the elderly lady's forehead when Fraser interrupted loudly. Irvin, what are you doing? I won't let you play tricks here. Irvin frowned and glanced at Candace. Understanding, Candace coldly ordered, Fraser, move aside. But Yelling, how can you trust this fraudster? Fraser protested urgently. Candace's face darkened. Fraser, I'm telling you again, move aside. Yelling. Reluctantly, Fraser backed off, though he still glared at Irvin. Irvin, listen to me. If Grandma doesn't get any better, I won't forgive you. Irvin ignored him and drew the exorcism symbol on Candace's grandmother's forehead. Soon, the elderly lady began to contort in pain, trembling violently and unable to stop. Grandma! Candace cried out in shock. Seeing this, Fraser seized the opportunity to confront Irvin. Look what you've done, Irvin. You've messed up the elderly lady like this? Wait till I pound you to death. As he swung a punch at Irvin's face, Irvin kicked him back. Ah! Fraser screamed as he flew backward after taking a hit to the stomach. Don't try anything funny if you value your life, Irvin warned. Fraser gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to stand. Though he wanted to retort, the menacing look in Irvin's eyes made him back down. You win, Irvin. I'll call Uncle Ronaldo to deal with you. With that, he rushed off. Turning to Candace, Irvin said, President Ronaldo, the elderly lady's demonic influence is severe. I need to continue the ritual. Please hold her down. Candace hesitated. Irvin, will this really work? President Ronaldo, trust me completely at this point, Irvin replied firmly. Candace stared at him for a moment before nodding. All right, I trust you. Following Irvin's instructions, Candace used all her strength to pin down her grandmother's shoulders, while Irvin drew exorcism symbols on both cheeks of the elderly lady. Soon, visible black smoke started emanating from the elderly lady, gradually dissipating into the air. She stopped shaking violently and slowly calmed down. Relieved, Irvin sighed. Candace asked worriedly, Is Grandma all right? Irvin smiled. Don't worry, she's fine now. However, expelling the evil force left her body weakened, and she needs some time to recover. She'll regain consciousness soon. Candace sighed in relief, grateful. Thank you, Irvin. Irvin smiled modestly. President Ronaldo, between us, there's no need for such formalities. Candace giggled. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside. Fraser and Milton appeared at the doorway. Uncle Ronaldo, see? I didn't lie. The elderly lady's face is covered with bizarre blood symbols drawn by Irvin, the fraudster. Fraser shouted accusingly. Chapter 50. Comparison can be a real downer. Unkit turned his head in the direction Fraser pointed. Indeed, he saw his mother's face smeared with blood, making him furious on the spot. Irvin, was it really you who drew on my mother's face like this? Irvin slightly frowned but still replied firmly, Yes, I did. But it was for... Shut up. Unkit interrupted rudely and shouted at someone outside. Get some people here to throw this charlatan Irvin out. Moments later, 4 or 5 black-suited bodyguards rushed in. Candace quickly explained, Dad, calm down. Irvin isn't a charlatan. When someone put a curse on my jade necklace, he helped me get rid of it. Dad, can you listen for just 1 second? Irvin isn't a charlatan. I've seen him exorcise spirits with my own eyes. Can't you? Unkit wouldn't listen and ordered the bodyguards again. What are you waiting for? Throw this charlatan out now. The bodyguards stepped forward once more. Candace blocked them and protected Irvin behind her, speaking firmly. Irvin saved Grandma's life. Anyone who dares to touch him is in trouble. The bodyguards exchanged hesitant glances, not daring to make a move. You dare defy me? Unkit roared in anger. Why aren't you acting immediately? Reluctantly, the bodyguards moved forward again. Just then, an elderly voice came from behind. Tuha, Yelling, why are you two quarreling? Grandma. Candace turned around and saw the old lady had awakened, her expression puzzled yet clearly more lucid than before. Mom. Unkit's face showed surprise. It was true that before, due to her age, the old lady had been unconscious and often incoherent. Lady Ronaldo, you? Fraser was utterly bewildered. Carlos still vividly remembered how senile she appeared when he visited earlier. Why are you two arguing? The old lady asked again, visibly displeased. Grandma, let me explain. Candace recounted what had happened, praising Irvin. Thanks to Irvin, Grandma, your condition has improved. Despite his young age, he possesses remarkable medical skills. The old lady suddenly realized, no wonder I feel so refreshed and clear-headed. This young doctor must have healed me. She looked at Irvin and thanked him sincerely. Young doctor, thank you so much. Irvin smiled faintly. You're too kind. Candace expressed her discontent. But Grandma, Dad refuses to believe Irvin cured you and wants to kick him out. The old lady's expression darkened as she turned to Unkit. Tuha, look at what you've done. Unkit's face turned red and stammered, Mom, I. What nonsense. Apologize to the young doctor immediately, the old lady demanded. Being a mountain man, Unkit had no choice but to apologize. Irvin, I'm sorry. For the sake of Candace, Irvin decided not to hold it against him and replied coolly, It's all right. Irvin, I appreciate you curing my mother's illness. Name your price, Unkit said gravely. Carloring this, Irvin felt uncomfortable. It seemed Unkit still harbored resentment towards him. Carlo refused immediately. Mr. Ronaldo, there's no need. After all, I'm Yueling's boyfriend, and this is something I should do. Upon hearing this, Candace couldn't help but smile sweetly. Noticing Candace's actions, Fraser wished he could castrate himself. Never in his life had he enjoyed such attention from Candace. The old lady's eyes lit up. Yueling, the young doctor is your boyfriend? Candace nodded shyly, agreeing. The old lady beamed with delight. My dear granddaughter, you're truly capable, finding such an excellent boyfriend. Now Grandma feels relieved. Fraser panicked. But Lady Ronaldo, Yueling and I have been betrothed since childhood. The old lady huffed. So what? Who made you so useless? You're still nothing significant. Our family can't marry off Yueling to a nobody. This simple statement from the old lady struck Fraser with immense pain. Coming from a wealthy family and graduating from a prestigious university, he couldn't believe the old lady considered him a failure. Indeed, comparison can be a real downer. Feeling cheerful, the old lady took Irvin and Candace by the hand and said with a smile, Come along, let's stroll through the garden and enjoy ourselves. The three of them left together. Seeing this, Fraser felt his heart breaking. Almost in tears, he stood there dejectedly. Noticing this, Unkit patted his shoulder, saying seriously, Fraser, stay strong. No matter what, you're still my chosen son-in-law. As for Irvin, he's nothing in my eyes. Fraser felt somewhat comforted but still sighed, But Uncle Ronaldo, Yueling is devoted to Irvin, I fear. Don't worry, Unkit reassured. I'll arrange for someone to investigate this kid thoroughly. Once I find his weak points, Thank you, Uncle Ronaldo. In the back garden, the old lady strolled with Irvin and Candace. They chatted merrily, enjoying the day. Suddenly, Candace recalled something and asked Irvin, By the way, didn't you say earlier that Grandma was cursed intentionally? Irvin nodded, yes. The old lady looked confused. Yueling, what are you two talking about? Candace told her everything. The old lady was astonished. So, these years of dementia were caused by someone intentionally? That sounds outrageous. Candace nodded deeply and asked Irvin, How can you be sure Grandma was cursed deliberately? Irvin couldn't reveal he had divine sight. Instead, he vaguely replied, I understand divination techniques and concluded it through reasoning. Divination techniques? Both Candace and the old lady were taken aback. Noticing their disbelief, Irvin didn't explain further but instead calculated something and stated dramatically, In 1 minute, Yueling, you will receive a harassing call. Candace? Rosa? Chapter 51, Delta Blow. Soon, Candace snapped out of her shock. Irvin, you mean to say that in 1 minute, I'll receive a harassing call? Irvin nodded. Yes, and I can assure you that it's from a bank, asking if you need a loan. Parloring this, Candace was even more astonished. Irvin, are you that certain? Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Irvin gave a confident smile, his handsome face beaming with assurance. Don't worry, I am responsible for my actions. Candace sized him up carefully, feeling increasingly uneasy inside. Could he really be telling the truth? At that moment, the elderly woman praised Irvin joyfully. Good child, what determination. All right then, let's wait a minute and see. Seeing this, Candace couldn't say anything more. Time ticked by second by second. Sure enough, after 1 minute, a call came through on Candace's phone. The caller ID clearly showed it was from Dexterdong Development Bank. Candace's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Irvin, you're amazing. The elderly woman couldn't stop smiling. The young generation is indeed formidable. Irvin smiled calmly and said to Candace, Answer, and see if they're offering you a loan. Candace nodded and answered. After some conversation, it became clear. The bank manager had called to ask if she needed a loan, just as Irvin had predicted. After politely declining, Candace hung up and put away her phone. Then, like a devoted fan, she looked at Irvin adoringly. Irvin, it really happened as you said. How could you be so accurate? Irvin felt secretly pleased. Indeed, Candace was famously the ice goddess at the company. When had she ever admired a man like this? Amazing, absolutely amazing. Beside her, the elderly woman, unable to conceal her excitement, suddenly changed tone seriously. No way, Yueling, you must marry this child Irvin immediately, otherwise, Grandma won't rest easy. Upon hearing this, Irvin first stared in shock, then his eyes brightened. What a powerful endorsement from the old lady. Grandma. Candace blushed, stamping her feet embarrassedly. The elderly woman chuckled but didn't tease further, understanding well how delicate girls were. After walking around the backyard for a while, they were suddenly informed by a servant that dinner time had arrived. The elderly woman immediately took Irvin's hand. Come, join me for dinner. Unfortunately, Irvin did not enjoy this dinner much. Though Fraser had already left the Ronaldo family in anger, both Candace and the elderly woman were quite welcoming to him. Yet during the meal, Unkit kept throwing cold remarks at him, making him very irritated. If not for Candace's sake, he would have shown his displeasure right there. So, after dinner, Irvin bade farewell promptly. Originally, Candace intended to personally escort him home, but Unkit had arranged a driver beforehand, not giving her any chance. Encountering such an extreme chairman, Irvin felt deeply frustrated, yet had to endure it. Getting into the car, Irvin was about to close his eyes for a rest when the driver handed him a phone. Mr. Yi, Chairman Ronaldo wants to video call you. Irvin frowned. No matter how stupid he might be, he could guess the other party's intention, clearly trying to drive them apart. However, this only fueled his competitive spirit. Taking the phone, he saw Unkit on screen. Chairman Ronaldo, Irvin said gravely. Irvin, I must admit, you are indeed capable. However, marriage involves two families and requires equal social standing. Don't you think your background is far beneath ours? Unkit said coldly on screen. Irvin replied proudly, Chairman.1-252. I admit my background isn't good, but I can work hard to bridge the gap. Bridging the gap? Unkit sneered. You are truly naive. Do you think the difference between the lower and upper classes is merely financial? No, it's also about connections and influence. You think I insist on marrying Yueling to Fraser solely for a prestigious union? Honestly, I value the connections and power of the Liu family. Understand? Irvin felt dealt a heavy blow. Connections, power. Indeed, although his earning ability was top-notch, his network wasn't extensive, and as for power, he was nowhere near. Most high society marriages carry ulterior motives. Hence, there are many arranged unions. Could he and Candace really have no future? Chairman.1-252, rest assured, I will expand my connections, and regarding power, I believe I can build my own eventually, Irvin declared confidently. Young man, don't boast anymore. It does you no good. Unkit laughed scornfully. Even if Irvin usually had a good temper, he couldn't help getting angry now. Chairman.1-252, am I boasting? If you don't believe me, there's no point talking further. Let's talk again when I become strong. With that, he cut off the video call angrily. On the other end, Unkit, seeing the call ended, glared angrily, taken aback for a long while. Let's talk again when I become strong. This sentence echoed repeatedly in Unkit's mind, deafening and profound. Spurning wine and seeking punishment. Unkit suddenly slammed the table and shouted outside, someone? A bodyguard entered promptly. Sir, what do you need? Bring Dempsey here. Yes, sir. Not long after, a stern-looking old man in his 60s walked in. It was Dempsey, who held a unique position in the Ronaldo family. Mr. Ronaldo, do you want me to deal with that Irvin kid? Dempsey asked. Unkit shook his head. Dempsey, not yet. From tomorrow onwards, you don't need to guard me in secret. Instead, I want you to watch him closely and ensure he doesn't meet Yueling. But what about the Liu family? That Irvin is still useful to our group, plus he cured my mother. I can't repay kindness with enmity. Once his relationship with Yueling fails, I won't touch him. I understand. After getting out of the car, Irvin walked back to his villa. Along the way, he felt vexed and preoccupied, merely lowering his head and walking aimlessly. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. Carlo lifted his head and froze. Frederick. Frederick, reeking of alcohol, was smugly holding two extravagantly dressed, scantily clad women, obviously not proper people. Frederick, upon seeing him, reacted exuberantly as if on drugs. Master, why are you here? Irvin noticed his surroundings and realized he had taken a wrong turn, ending up in front of a bar. Just wandering around due to a bad mood, Irvin said irritably. Frederick chuckled. Master, this Sheng.1-1 bar is filled with beauties. Want to experience it? ##### Chapter 52, Elsa. Irvin shot a disdainful look at Frederick. Frederick, you brute. What do you think of me? Seeing his anger, Frederick was instantly terrified and quickly released the two girls, putting on a humble smile. Master, it's all my fault for being tactless. I'll slap myself a few times. As he spoke, he actually started slapping his own face. In no time, his mouth became swollen and red, looking like two sausages. Irvin waved his hand. Enough. Stop hitting yourself. Since we're here, let's just go inside and have a drink to clear my mind. Sure thing, master. Please follow me, Frederick said, bowing obsequiously as he ushered Irvin into the Sheng.1-1 bar. At the bar counter, a bartender immediately greeted Frederick respectfully. Brother Nan? Frederick, who had just been submissive to Irvin, now took on an air of superiority. Ronald, stand up. This is my master. You must serve him well tonight. All expenses are on me. Master? The bartender was bewildered. When did Brother Nan develop such peculiar tastes? Truly outdoing himself. Driven by curiosity, the bartender glanced at Irvin, puzzled. This guy looks normal. Doesn't seem like any sort of BDSM weirdo. But how did a young punk become Brother Nan's master? Too bizarre. What are you all standing around for? Get to serving my master. Frederick barked. The bartender dared not delay, and immediately asked Irvin what kind of cocktail he wanted. Anything, Irvin replied despondently. The bartender then fetched various liquors, poured them into a shaker, shook vigorously, and performed some flashy bartending tricks, drawing applause from the patrons. After about 2 minutes, the bartender poured a light pink concoction into a wine glass. Sir, your drink is ready. The bartender slowly slid the glass in front of Irvin. Irvin nodded and began drinking, trying to drown his sorrows. Beside him, Frederick knew he was upset and chuckled again. Master, would you like a pretty girl to join you? Irvin snapped at him. Get lost. Covered in insults, Frederick didn't dare stay and quietly moved away. Without Frederick's interruption, Irvin drank one sip after another, feeling increasingly intoxicated and dizzy. Just then, handsome, can I join you? A soft, sweet voice came from behind him. Irvin turned to see a young girl smiling sweetly at him. She looked to be about 18 or 19, with an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and big, round eyes. She wore a white off-shoulder t-shirt that revealed her ample bust and denim shorts that accentuated her long, slender legs. Notably, despite her revealing outfit, she exuded no trace of worldly experience, looking fresh and innocent, clearly a decent girl. Irvin's heart pounded uncontrollably. Sure, beautiful, come sit. The young girl sat down next to him. Irvin turned to the bartender. Give her a drink. But the girl giggled. No need. Irvin was puzzled. Then how are you going to drink with me? Ronald this, she purred, picking up his drink and taking a small sip before wrapping her arms around his neck and pushing the liquid into his mouth with her lips. Oh my god. Irvin felt like he'd been struck by lightning, utterly stunned. Carlo never expected such forwardness from a young girl. Carlo wanted to push her away, But it was as if he were under Medusa's spell, unable to move. Instead, he thought, is this what a one-night stand feels like? Thrilling. Suddenly, there was a commotion around them. Isn't that the third Miss of the Zhou family from Dexter Zhou? Holy crap, it really is her. Who would have thought Miss Zhou would come to a bar to get drunk? Carlo-y kid, let go of Miss Zhou, let me take over. Me too. With the crowd surging, Irvin was taken aback and tried to push her away. But the girl's eyes smoldered as she whispered, ignore them. She took another sip and sealed his mouth again. Surrounding them, numerous men crowded closer. Just as they were about to cause trouble, a group of tall, burly black-clad men rushed over, blocking their way and protecting Irvin and the girl. Seeing they couldn't win, the men grudgingly backed off. Feeling odd, Irvin noticed the girl holding him tighter, almost making him lose breath, leaving no room for other thoughts. After about a minute, she gently pushed him away and smiled coquettishly. How was it? Did you enjoy having a drink with me? Irvin savored the moment. Yeah, enjoyed it a lot. Did you notice the taste of sedatives in the drink? She giggled. Sedatives? Irvin froze momentarily, then suddenly came to, sedative? You mean in the drink? Not in the drink. I bit open a sedative capsule hidden in my teeth and mixed it with the drink. Now, do you feel weak all over? She nipped at his earlobe, chuckling. Irvin checked his chi flow, finding his dantian empty and his body limp. His expression changed, but he maintained composure. I do feel a bit weak, but seriously, why give me a sedative if you want a one-night stand? It's simple, you're my enemy. Without the sedative, how could I deal with you afterward? She blinked playfully. What? I'm your enemy? Irvin's face darkened. Suddenly recalling what the crowd said earlier, he exclaimed, you're the Zhou family's third Mississippi. What's your relationship with Adamaris? And with Titus? Carlo, not too dense, the girl smirked triumphantly. My name is Elsa. Adamaris is my cousin, and Titus is my brother. Coloring this, Irvin felt as if struck by lightning. Great, what a mess. After all my achievements, am I going to end up here? ##### end of chapter 52. Chapter 53, a narrow escape. At a loss, Irvin decided to invoke the Carlo-Vinley derivation art, and secretly calculated his fortune by finger calculation. Soon, he had a result. Subject, Irvin. Fortune, a narrow escape. A narrow escape? Does that mean someone will come to save me? Irvin felt reassured. At this moment, Elsa chuckled. What's wrong? Irvin, are you stunned by my true identity? Without worries now, Irvin took a deep breath and feigned panic. Elsa, right? Speak up, what do you want from me? Elsa's eyes sparkled seductively. Relax, you're handsome enough for me. I'll have some fun with you before I have you buried alive. Let you die under the peony blossoms and live a life of pleasure even in death. Giggles. Buried alive? Irvin's heart tightened. Women truly can be vicious. So, what do you say? Are you willing or not? Elsa cast him a flirtatious glance and her red lips curled up. If you refuse, I'll have my men bury you alive right now. Looking into her enchanting eyes and smelling her alluring fragrance, Irvin felt an immense force within him about to burst forth. Willing? How could I not be? Irvin grinned slyly. Since this girl clearly meant him harm, there was no need to adhere to principles. Not bad. Elsa scoffed lightly and barked at her subordinates. Take him to the hotel? Yes, Miss Zhou. Several black-clothed men replied in unison. Soon, Irvin was brought to a room in a nearby hotel. In a few swift moves, Elsa stripped him bare. 2 hours later. Finally, Elsa slowed down. She dressed herself and glanced at the exhausted Irvin, saying regretfully, Irvin, tonight you performed very well, but unfortunately, your existence threatens my brother. So, you must die. Saying this, she left the room directly. Watching her retreating figure, Irvin felt extremely anxious. The divination said there would be a narrow escape. Why hasn't anyone come to save me yet? Moments later, 2 black-clothed men entered, carrying a sack. Considering his life was at stake, Irvin struggled desperately. Unfortunately, one of the black-clothed men shouted, Stay still. Carlo suddenly delivered a sharp palm strike, causing Irvin to pass out immediately. Dazed and confused, Irvin felt himself being thrown into a pit and covered with earth, completely buried underground. Soon, the cold and dampness underground jolted him awake. How come nobody has come to save me yet? This Carlo-Vinley derivation art is so inaccurate. Desiring to cry without tears, Irvin was just about to curse when he realized something dire. The oxygen underground was quickly depleting, and if he continued feeling sorry for himself, he would suffocate eventually. But unexpectedly, after half an hour, nothing happened. What's going on here? Perplexed, Irvin began searching through the vast amount of inherited information in his mind. Finally, he found the answer. I see. It must be because I cultivated the vitality technique. Even though I am buried in the soil, it's full of vitality, allowing me not only to avoid dying of oxygen deprivation but also thrive. No wonder the divination showed I would have a narrow escape. Fortunately, the effects of the knockout drug have worn off, and I've regained strength. Irvin sighed in relief, then sank his breath into his dantian, preparing to break free from the soil. However, he seemed to be buried quite deep. After several attempts, he still couldn't succeed. Forget it, struggling is futile. Might as well practice cultivation first. After all, my cultivation is nearly perfect. Perhaps after breaking through, I'll find a way out. Elsa, you just wait. Next time we meet, I'll blind you with my brilliance. Let you pay with both body and reputation. With a satisfied smile, Irvin began to cultivate. Soon, he fell into a state of profound concentration. Vitality surged from his dantian, spreading through his entire body. Impact, impact, another impact. After countless attempts, Irvin suddenly felt refreshed, and the resistance that once blocked his advancement had vanished entirely. Woohoo! I've finally advanced to the 3rd level of body tempering realm. Totally exhilarating. Irvin was overwhelmed with joy. After some time, he calmed down and tried again to break through the soil. This time, he succeeded. Boom. Carlo shot up from the ground like a rocket. After landing, he looked at the sky. It was still dark. Examining his surroundings, he found himself in a derelict construction site overgrown with weeds, a failed real estate project. Damn, I'm finally out. Elsa, your bad luck is coming. Irvin sneered coldly. Just then, a chill breeze blew by, and he felt an intense cold. Looking down, he realized he was stark naked. Damn it, what do I do now? Can't go around naked. Suddenly, he remembered his clothes were likely inside the sack. Carlo jumped back into the pit and fumbled around inside the sack. Sure enough, his clothes were still there, and so was his phone, which was turned off. After getting dressed, he checked his phone and immediately called Frederick. Upon connecting, Frederick anxiously asked, Master, did they really take you away? That's right, Irvin nodded grimly. That little wench even had me buried alive. What? Then how are you still alive? Frederick exclaimed. Humph, her men thought I'd surely die once buried, but I didn't. Master, after a great calamity, there's bound to be good fortune. Frederick rejoiced. By the way, where are you now? Irvin carefully observed his surroundings and replied, It's a failed construction site. According to the sign, it's Sheng.1-252.I Construction's Sheng.1-1 project. Master, I know the place. Wait for me. I'll come pick you up. No need for now. I can move on my own. I have an important task for you. Master, what is it? Find out where Elsa is. I want to settle accounts with her. Understood, Master. You'll get the news soon. Putting away his phone, Irvin left the construction site. Half an hour later, Irvin reached a small town and found out from a passerby that he was in the southern suburbs of Dexterjo City. Right then, Frederick called back, Master, I found Elsa. She's at a KTV called Diamond Dynasty, celebrating with her brother Titus. Got it. Irvin smiled coldly and put away his phone. Elsa and Titus, you two are dead meat. Chapter 54. Can't back down, just go for it. Diamond Dynasty KTV. Irvin had just arrived at the entrance and was about to go in when a group of people appeared. It was Frederick and his few companions. Carlo, Frederick, why are you all here? Irvin was taken aback. Frederick chuckled. They say that if the master is distressed, it's an insult to his servants. Besides, our master has been subjected to a grave humiliation. We can't stand by and do nothing. The others chimed in as well. Yes, we absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. Irvin's eyes lit up, and he approvingly said, Very good. Well said. From now on, don't call me master anymore. You are all my brothers. No matter what happens in the future, Brother Chuan will cover for you. Frederick beamed with joy. Thank you, master. Oh no, thank you, Brother Chuan. Irvin waved his hand grandly. Let's go in. Sure thing. Let me lead the way. I know which private room they're in, Frederick confidently declared. Good. Irvin nodded. Led by Frederick, the group quickly arrived at a large private room in the KTV. Outside the room, a group of men in black were guarding the area. Among them, Irvin recognized several as Ingrid's bodyguards. When they saw Irvin, they immediately looked like they'd seen a ghost. Gosh, wasn't this kid buried alive? How is he still alive? I said, Old Wu and Old Zhang, how did you two mess up so badly? How would we know? Exactly, how would we know? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and inform young master in Mississippi. Soon, these people rushed into the private room in a panic, saying, Young master, miss, there's trouble. At that moment, Titus and Elsa were singing songs enthusiastically. Seeing their intrusion, both of them were quite unhappy. What's going on to make you so panicked? Elsa coldly asked. Miss, it's not good. Irvin has come. What? Elsa was shocked. Wasn't he buried alive? How is he still? Miss, we really don't know either. But that kid was definitely buried by us, and we guarded the burial site for 2 hours before leaving. That's really bizarre. Then how did he survive? Being buried for 2 hours, anyone would find it hard to escape death. Elsa was baffled. At this point, Titus said, All right, sister, don't get angry. Let's go out and see what's happening first. Agreed, Elsa nodded. Afterward, the group left the private room. They saw their bodyguards facing off against a group of people, tension running high. Elsa quickly spotted Irvin standing at the front of the opposing group, and Irvin noticed her too, grinning. Elsa, haven't seen you in a while. Coloring his voice, Elsa immediately confirmed it was indeed Irvin. Advancing towards him, Irvin, are you human or ghost? I'm definitely human, Irvin smiled sweetly. But you were buried alive for 2 hours. How can you still be alive? Elsa gritted her teeth. Of course, my character is good, and even Karlovin couldn't bear to let me die. So it let me live again, Irvin laughed. So, Elsa, seeing me still alive, do you feel a bit defeated, having lost both dignity and advantage? You. Elsa stomped her feet in anger. Titus pulled her back. Sister, calm down. Big brother will handle this for you. With that, he stepped forward, staring Irvin straight in the eye, fiercely saying, Irvin, it doesn't matter how you came back to life. Last time, I'd have spared you. But since you're here again, I won't let you off easily. Don't talk rubbish. You can't touch me, and neither can I spare you. Irvin retorted. Earlier, he had activated his Karlovinli eye and scanned Titus's group. Carlo found that they were mostly at the first or second stage of body tempering realm. Despite their numbers, the gap in strength made a huge difference. In other words, they weren't a match for him. Irvin, stop boasting. Titus waved his hand. Attack them and cripple them. Immediately, his group of black-clothed men charged forward with grim smiles, flexing their fists. To them, Irvin and his group were just waiting lambs. Irvin looked at Frederick and the others. Brothers, anyone scared? No. Frederick and the others responded resoundingly. Irvin was satisfied. Great. Can't back down. Just go for it. Can't back down. Just go for it. Frederick and the others loudly echoed. Looking for death. Titus raged. Get them. Beat them to death. I'll take all the consequences. Elsa shrieked in agreement. Whoever kills Irvin, that bastard. This miss will spend a night with him. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed men charged forward towards Irvin and Frederick with animal-like fervor. Seeing this, Irvin shouted, "Follow me." Carlo took the lead, charging forward, with Frederick and the others following closely behind. Facing Irvin was a towering man with a broad face and a short buzz cut, wearing black clothes. The man swung his massive fist towards Irvin's face forcefully. But Irvin didn't dodge or evade. It seemed he had accepted his fate. Look at this, Irvin is really overconfident, not dodging at all. Just wait. His head will be smashed to pieces by that punch. Titus sneered. Yes, he's dead for sure. Elsa said excitedly. But in the next second, bang! A crisp sound rang out, leaving the siblings dumbfounded. They saw the black-clothed man with the buzz cut being struck first by Irvin, who punched through his massive fist, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Aya! My hand! My hand! The buzz-cut black-clothed man screamed in agony, collapsing unconscious. Karlovin, what kind of freakish strength is this? When did this kid get so strong? Just one punch could break a man's fist. This guy can't be underestimated. Everyone be careful. The remaining black-clothed men were stunned. On the other side, Frederick and his group, witnessing Irvin's might, became incredibly motivated and pounced on the dazed enemies, beating them up relentlessly. But soon, the black-clothed men regained their senses and surged forward. Good timing! Irvin roared, channeling the vitality technique to its peak, charging in and out, fighting like an ancient war god, slaying all around him. Before long, most of the black-clothed men lay defeated before him, those still standing missing limbs. Titus rubbed his eyes disbelievingly. What's going on? How did he suddenly become so powerful? This is clearly the strength of the third stage of body tempering realm. Elsa was even more anxious. Brother, what should we do? It looks like our men aren't a match for Irvin. Should we run? Of course, we need to run. Titus grabbed Elsa's hand and fled. Irvin, with his sharp eyes, chased after them. Where are you going? Today, I will kill you. Just then, a furious male voice called from behind. Ronald, old bastard, you dare touch my son and daughter? Your nerve. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55. An intimate encounter. Ronald Mars colliding with Earth. Dad. Upon hearing the voice, Titus and Elsa both shouted in pleasant surprise. Irvin followed their gaze to see a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a gray suit, emerging from the hallway entrance. His gait was imposing, exuding an aura of authority. Behind him, two men dressed in black stood, sharp-eyed and muscular, looking like they weren't to be trifled with. Irvin's heart skipped a beat as he immediately activated his Karlovin-I. Subject, Artie. Cultivation, 5th tier body tempering realm. Combat power, 56. Seeing this, Irvin's eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. What the hell? Carlo's so powerful. Definitely out of my league. Carlo then redirected his Karlovin-I to the two black-clad men behind the middle-aged man. Luckily, their strength was on par with his, both at the 3rd tier body tempering realm. However, either of them was slightly stronger than him. Irvin felt a headache coming on, but immediately, he straightened up, determined not to back down and ready for action. And anyway, if brute force wasn't enough, poison could make up for it. Just a few days ago, he had bought large quantities of precious Chinese herbs and concocted several strange and potent poisons. In a sudden attack, they would definitely take the opponent by surprise. With that thought, he calmed down, now looking at Artie without any fear. By this time, Titus and Elsa had already run up to Artie. Titus pointed at Irvin, grinding his teeth. Dad, that little bastard Irvin has killed many of our people and is still trying to kill us. Don't let him off. Elsa squeezed out a few tears and wailed, Dad, that scumbag Irvin is also a lecherous pervert. Carlo violated me and destroyed my purity. Please seek justice for me. Carloing this, Irvin was speechless. While he didn't react to Titus's words, Elsa's accusations shocked him. It was clearly her insatiable desire that led her to seduce him, yet she turned around and accused him of ruining her innocence. What shame! Where was her face? At this moment, he understood a saying. The most despicable are invincible. After listening to his son and daughter accuse Irvin, Artie flew into a rage and barked at Irvin, Ronald, old bastard, give up your life. Just as he was about to move, the two black-clad men stepped forward. Mr. Zhou, there's no need to wield a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let us brothers take care of him. Exactly, Mr. Zhou, you should rest aside and watch us bring him to you. Artie thought for a moment and agreed. All right, Braden Beckett. Leave the little bastard to you two. Braden and Beckett approached, glaring fiercely at Irvin. Looking at what? You two losers. Irvin yelled defiantly. Ronald, old bastard. Who are you calling a loser? Braden fumed. Irvin curled his lip disdainfully. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me just now? Beckett glared angrily. Ronald, old bastard. Stop playing with words. Ronald, stand up. When we were out here hustling, you were probably still peeing and playing in the mud. Irvin sneered. From when I was peeing and playing in the mud until now, nearly 20 years have passed. You've really wasted those years in cultivation. What do you mean? Braden shouted. Yes, what do you mean? Beckett chimed in. Can't you understand that? Looks like you two need to drink more 6 walnuts to boost your brains. Irvin shook his head and continued. Fine. Seeing how eager you are for knowledge, I'll put it plainly. You two have been hustling for over 20 years, but are only at the 3rd tier body tempering realm, the same as me. Aren't you ashamed? Braden looked extremely embarrassed. Beckett cursed. Ronald, old bastard. Do you think martial arts cultivation is as easy as drinking water? Truly ignorant and fearless. Meanwhile, Artie bellowed. Braden, Beckett, stop talking nonsense. Both of you together. Get rid of him first. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Braden and Beckett charged towards Irvin, roaring angrily. Their power far exceeded that of Titus and Elsa's lackeys. Anyone else would have been scared out of their wits. But Irvin showed no fear, immediately stepping into the soaring dragon step, vanishing on the spot. The soaring dragon step was a heaven-grade movement technique stored in his mind. Although his current strength was too low to unleash even a fraction of its power, it might suffice to deal with Artie, who was at the 5th tier body tempering realm. However, it was certainly enough to handle Braden and Beckett. Sure enough, when Braden and Beckett saw him disappear, they were stunned. Where did he go? Where is he? At this moment, Artie shouted loudly, "That little bastard is behind you. Be careful." Shocked, Braden and Beckett hurriedly tried to evade. Unfortunately, it was too late. Irvin moved quickly, grabbing their heads and smashing them together with great force. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Braden and Beckett's heads collided, blood and flesh mingling, making them dizzy with stars in their eyes before collapsing unconscious. Clap, clap. Irvin brushed his hands and sneered, "Both of you at the 3rd tier body tempering realm. I'm truly ashamed to be associated with such company." Carlo spoke lightly, but his tone was firm and confident, boosting the morale of everyone like Frederick. "Brother Chuan, awesome. Brother Chuan, so mighty and domineering. Brother Chuan, please accept my knee." On the other hand, Artie, Titus, and Elsa's faces turned ashen. They couldn't imagine that Irvin was this strong. "Irvin, don't get cocky. Don't forget my dad is still here," Titus shouted. "Yeah, remember my father. Once he starts, you're done for," Elsa added. Irvin turned around and sneered, "Indeed, I can't match your father. The gap in our strength is too great." Before he finished, Titus interrupted. "Since you know the difference in strength, why don't you surrender on your knees? I'll ensure my father gives you a proper burial." "Haha, what a big joke." Irvin laughed aloud. "Though I can't match your father, killing me won't be as easy as you think." "Is that so?" Artie, suppressing his anger, finally spoke. "Ronald bastard, you're really delusional. Do you know what my cultivation is?" Carlo raised his neck proudly. "Just 5th tier body tempering realm? So what? With all these years, you're not even half as strong as your grandfather Zhou Laoshifu. No wonder he doesn't value you." Irvin smirked. Through Adamaris, Irvin knew quite a bit about the Zhou family. Speaking like this was to deliberately provoke him. As expected, Artie reacted like a wild cat whose tail was stepped on, exploding with fury. "Ronald bastard, you dare to reveal my scar in front of everyone? Since you want death, I'll grant you that wish." Saying that, he swung his sandbag-like fist at Irvin. Chapter 56, Counterattack. Seeing Drew getting infuriated and charging at him, Irvin immediately braced himself for a fight. However, Drew was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Irvin. Is this guy really that fast? Irvin's expression changed. The psychological pressure from this formidable opponent felt even heavier. At this moment, he suddenly realized just how weak he was. When faced with someone so powerful, he could only passively defend. How humiliating. It seemed he really needed to focus on enhancing his own cultivation. "Ronald bastard, prepare to die." Drew's gigantic fist ruthlessly smashed down towards Irvin's head. Irvin jumped back, hastily using the dragon step to barely evade the blow before it landed. "Don't run if you have any guts." Drew pursued relentlessly. "You old coot, don't chase if you have any guts." Irvin responded defiantly. Drew grew even angrier, doubling his speed all of a sudden. Irvin now found himself in grave danger, desperately evading blows using the dragon step. Unfortunately, while Drew's strength was formidable, facing such a subtle Karlovan-grade movement technique, he couldn't do much about it either. Yet it did no good. Irvin also suffered greatly, secretly complaining. The dragon step was intricate but extremely energy-consuming. Carlo felt that if this continued, he would be utterly exhausted and left vulnerable. "I can't keep dodging. I need to counterattack." "Counterattack!" Irvin roared inwardly. Immediately, a vicious plan emerged in his mind. Just then, Drew caught up again. Without hesitation, Irvin turned around and threw a palm strike. "Old coot, take this." "Haha, too arrogant. Show me your palm techniques?" "Fine. Today, I'll show you the power of my thunderclap palm." With a loud laugh, Drew raised a hand to meet Irvin's attack. Bang! A huge explosion followed, and Irvin flew backward, slamming hard into the wall, blood gushing out. "Brother Chuan." Frederick and others who had been watching rushed over in shock. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet, just my arm got dislocated." Supporting himself against the wall, Irvin realigned his shoulder joint with a sharp click, standing up straight again. Frederick and the others' eyes widened in surprise. "That worked? Haha, you won't die easily. But Dad's palm strength is formidable. Even if you survive, you'll lose some skin," Titus laughed arrogantly. "Exactly, Irvin, you little bastard. After failing to get buried alive earlier. Now see if you can survive under my father's hands," Elsa taunted. Irvin glanced at Titus and Elsa and sneered. "You two useless scoundrels, you better check on your father. His condition is far worse than mine." "What?" The siblings froze, turning to look at Drew, whose face was turning purple, trembling violently as if he were poisoned. "Dad, what's wrong?" They hurriedly rushed over. Gritting his teeth, Drew stared hatefully at Irvin. "Ronald bastard. You didn't follow the martial code, and actually poison me secretly?" Irvin laughed loudly. "Martial code? You used your higher strength to bully me? Did you ever consider martial ethics?" Drew's face flushed, but he quickly argued back. "That's different. I fought you fairly, but you resorted to tricks. As long as it beats the enemy, any means are justified," Irvin grinned. Twisting words. Rage boiled within Drew. "I held back earlier. Now, I'll go all out. I'll completely crush you and rip you apart to vent my anger." Carlo lunged forward again. In this desperate moment, he resembled a roaring lion, sending chills down everyone's spines. But then Irvin said something that instantly made him hesitate. "Carlo, Drew, You'd better be careful. What you're dealing with is my secret concoction, invincible itch powder. What? Invincible itch powder? What is that? Drew was taken aback. Itch powder. Think about it carefully. Irvin encouraged gently. Drew's complexion changed, asking fearfully, does it make you itch? As soon as he said it, his right palm began to itch uncontrollably, prompting him to scratch. To his horror, scratching only intensified the itching, driving him mad with discomfort. Teachable material. Irvin smiled. What teachable material? How did you use that idiom? Ronald bastard, do you have to play with words? Drew bellowed. Shouldn't blame me for not warning you. Your agitation only accelerates blood circulation, making your whole body itchy. You understand, right? Irvin smirked. Drew felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, the itch spread rapidly from his palm to his entire hand. Drew panicked as the itching crept up his wrist. Without thinking, he gritted his teeth. Ronald bastard, I'll let you off today. Let's go. And he started leading Titus and Elsa away. Haha, using harsh tones to say the most cowardly words? Irvin laughed aloud. You. Drew seethed. Drew, stop wasting your efforts. With my invincible itch powder, you're practically 1 foot in the grave. Just wait for death, huh? Irvin laughed. Without antidote, I won't need one. Suddenly enraged, Drew pulled out a dagger and severed his right hand at the wrist. Blood sprayed out in torrents. Dad! Titus and Elsa cried together in shock. Cutting off the wrist like a hero? Irvin's eyes widened. This old man truly went to extreme lengths. However, this drastic move was effective. It halted the spread of the invincible itch powder throughout his body via the bloodstream. Ronald bastard, now that I know you can use poison, I will take precautions. Let's see how much longer you can last. Saying this, Drew charged forward at incredible speed, appearing right in front of Irvin, seizing his neck with his left hand. Oh no! Irvin paled, wanting to escape but too late. Die, little bastard! Drew was about to snap Irvin's neck. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out, Tian Bureau. Everyone, crouch and cover your heads. Chapter 57. A Grand Misunderstanding. Upon hearing that the Sky Patrol Department had arrived, Artie's expression changed instantly. Carlo loosened his grip on Irvin's neck. Though he prided himself as a cultivator who was superior to ordinary people, he did not dare to defy an institution like the Sky Patrol Department. Moreover, the Sky Patrol Department also had its fair share of cultivators, many of whom were much stronger than him. Carlo, at only the 5th level body tempering stage, could be considered nothing more than trash. Oh no, less than trash even. At this moment, a woman rushed forward and shouted, Did you hear me tell you to squat down with your head between your hands? I heard you. I heard you. Daring not to remain defiant, Artie immediately released Irvin completely and squatted down obediently with his head in his hands. Relieved, Irvin breathed deeply, taking several large breaths until his breathing became steady. Then he turned his head to look at the woman who saved him, Fong. Before he could finish, the woman rudely interrupted him. Did I ask you to speak? Aren't you going to squat down with your head in your hands? Indeed, she was none other than Queenie. She was so fierce. Irvin secretly pouted, but after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to comply and squatted down. The rest present, including Titus, Elsa, Frederick, and others, also squatted down accordingly. Taking in the scene, dead bodies littered the ground, and the wounded were everywhere. Queenie frowned deeply. How did this become such a bloodbath? What exactly happened? Titus immediately pointed at Irvin and shouted loudly, Report! It was all done by Irvin. Elsa echoed loudly, That's right. It was this little bastard Irvin. Oh, he also gave my father a poison called tickle powder which forced my father to sever his own wrist to protect himself. Seeing the siblings distort the facts, Frederick objected out loud. Nonsense. You're talking complete rubbish, twisting things around. Carlo then looked at Queenie and explained, Report. Every cause has its effect. This Elsa is a venomous and vicious woman. Knowing that our brother Chuan had a grudge against her brother, she deliberately retaliated by leading people to bury our brother Chuan alive. Bury alive? Elsa cut him off with a sneer. That's hilarious. If he were buried alive, how could Irvin still be alive now? Frederick was speechless. Truthfully, he didn't know how Irvin survived either. But his mind worked fast and quickly countered. Of course, our brother Chuan managed to save himself and survive the ordeal. Save yourself? How? Titus scoffed. Who would believe that nonsense? Frederick stammered. You? Seeing that they were about to argue, Queenie interjected impatiently. Do you all have itches that need scratching? All of you calm down. Titus, Elsa, and Frederick complied quietly. Queenie then turned to Irvin. Tell me what happened. As she spoke, she subtly winked at him when no one was paying attention. Irvin understood immediately. She was clearly on his side. Immediately, he recounted the events succinctly. Coloring this, Queenie ordered, Bring everyone here, including Frederick and these Zhou family members, to the Dexter Zhou police station for investigation. What? The silent Artie suddenly grew anxious. Why aren't you taking the little bastard Irvin? Does the Sky Patrol Department require your permission to make decisions? Queenie rebuked. Chastised by a young girl, Artie nearly shed tears but didn't dare utter a word. Let me tell you plainly, Irvin is involved in another major case which requires immediate interrogation by us in the Sky Patrol Department. Understood? Queenie said coldly. Upon hearing this, Artie felt invigorated as if given an adrenaline shot. Being taken to the municipal police station was no big deal. Relying on the Zhou family's influence in Dexter Zhou, the police wouldn't likely cause them trouble. However, being taken to the Sky Patrol Department for questioning was far more serious. Everyone knew how brutal their interrogations were. Entering there, one might come out unharmed but certainly would feel like a peeled layer of skin. Especially when Queenie summoned one of her subordinates to bring black hoods and handcuffs. Put these on Irvin. Irvin's face fell. Really necessary? Queenie glared. No more talking. Artie gloated. Ronald bastard, you're done for. Irvin smirked. Old man, don't celebrate too soon. It turned out that Leona had secretly calculated his fortune using divination and found no ominous signs but rather auspicious ones. Balling his fists, Artie snarled. On the verge of death, and you're still so arrogant? Let's see if you can come out unscathed. Just then, Queenie's subordinate put handcuffs on Irvin and covered his head with a black hood. Take him away. Queenie pushed Irvin and commanded. Soon, Irvin was led out of the KTV and into a minivan. Once seated, Irvin sensed a whiff of fragrance beside him. It was none other than Queenie. Inspector Fong? Can we end this act now and release me? Irvin smiled. What act? Queenie retorted. Irvin, don't flatter yourself. Although you saved some of our department members, every matter has its consequence. Since you killed someone, you must bear legal responsibility. Inspector Fong, it's a misunderstanding, a grand misunderstanding. I didn't intend to kill. It was self-defense. You saw, they were many while we were few. Enough talk. We have our reasons for taking you, Queenie reprimanded. Coloring this, Irvin resigned to silence, reassured by the favorable divination result. However, feeling suffocated under the hood for so long, he finally asked, Miss Inspector Fong, can you remove this hood? I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Queenie relented and removed the hood. Breathing in fresh air, Irvin became emboldened. Miss Inspector Fong, can you remove the handcuffs? I want to stretch. No way. Queenie refused directly. Irvin thought for a moment. Miss Inspector Fong, I need to use the restroom. Hold it in. Miss Inspector Fong, I really can't hold it. Irvin complained. Queenie winced. Irvin persisted. Miss Inspector Fong. All right. Queenie eventually sighed, handing Irvin something. Solve it in the car. Then she instructed the driver to pull over and stepped out with a few subordinates. Taking a look, Irvin nearly burst into laughter. A small Waha AD calcium milk bottle? Miss Inspector Fong, are you serious? What capacity does this tiny bottle have? Chapter 58. Comprehensive Physical Examination. At this moment, Queenie turned back and raised her eyebrows. Dumb. Can't you solve it by installments? Irvin was a bit bewildered. That matter can be done in installments? Queenie rolled her eyes at him. Your IQ needs recharging. With that, she walked away. Is this related to IQ? Irvin was speechless with laughter. However, he lost his mood for anything else and put away the small bottle of Waha AD calcium milk directly. Next, the car continued on its way. An hour later, Irvin was taken to an unfamiliar place. Put the hood on him and then take him out of the car. Queenie instructed her subordinates. Yes. The subordinate put the hood back on Irvin and led him out of the car. Unbeknownst to them, Irvin had already activated his Karlovinli eye, seeing everything clearly outside. This was clearly a secret base set up by the Sheng.1 department in Dexterjo. Although the personnel were few, they were very complete. After walking for a while, Irvin was brought to the basement of the base. After winding through several corridors, he was finally led to a large compartment separated by concrete walls. Inside the large compartment were surgical beds and various surgical equipment, all quite complete. Subsequently, Irvin was left here, feeling uneasy. I'm not sick. Why lock me here? Although the hexagram indicated great fortune, involving himself made him cautious. Who knows if there might be any danger? Bang! The door opened, and Queenie walked in. Irvin, quickly take off your clothes. Irvin. Fong Patrol Officer, did I hear wrong? I am still an innocent boy. Irvin was dumbfounded. As the saying goes, once bitten, 10 years afraid of ropes. Carlo had already fallen into Elsa's trap. How could he not learn from that experience? Romantic luck wasn't always good luck. Enough nonsense, do as I say. Queenie was somewhat impatient. The doctors will come in shortly to give you a comprehensive physical examination. A comprehensive physical examination? Irvin became even more confused. Patrol Officer Fong, my body is excellent. There's no need for a comprehensive examination, right? Besides, many patients have praised me as a young medical sage. Don't I know my own condition? Shut up and hurry up. Queenie glared at him. She was fierce again. Irvin pouted. Isn't doing what you say enough? How about this? Get me a steel pole, and I'll dance for you. Perv. Queenie cursed. If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I can make sure you won't be a man anymore. That was harsh enough. Irvin was startled and didn't dare to show off anymore. Carlo immediately stripped off his clothes, revealing a strong, well-built physique with distinct muscle lines. Even though Queenie tried to remain calm, she couldn't help but secretly swallow. This guy was not only handsome but also had a fit body, which was extremely attractive to those fangirls. At this point, a doctor in a white coat and 3 nurses in nurse uniforms entered. Next came Irvin's comprehensive physical examination. Soon, the preliminary results came out. Patrol Officer Fong, Irvin has no abnormal signs on the surface of his body, the doctor said. Queenie pondered. Draw a tube of blood and test it. Yes, Patrol Officer Fong. The doctor responded and started working with the 3 nurses. Before long, 3 liters of Irvin's blood were drawn. Irvin couldn't bear to watch. Carlo, hey, what exactly are you planning to do? Also, wasn't it just supposed to be 1 tube of blood? Why 3 liters? You're really not playing fair. What's the difference between this and taking advantage of me? Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him, especially Queenie, who left and didn't come back for quite a while. Seeing the doctor and the 3 nurses busy at work, Irvin, bored, suddenly had an idea and began calculating with his fingers. Soon, he figured out a fact. I see. This witch has been watching me closely. After all, I've progressed too quickly these days, especially in my medical skills, which has raised her suspicions. So, she brought me back under the guise of a checkup, actually wanting to find out what secrets I have. It looks like I should leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might end up being dissected for research. At this moment, a nurse walked over. Irvin's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered softly, Nurse, you're so gentle and beautiful. The nurse couldn't resist his compliment and nodded. Thank you. Not afraid of you speaking, just afraid of you not speaking. Encouraged, Irvin immediately activated his Carlovinly eye, gave her a quick scan, calculated with his fingers, and then smiled warmly. Nurse, if I'm not mistaken, you should be called Jalen, right? How do you know I'm called Jalen? The nurse was stunned. Irvin chuckled. I not only know you're called Jalen, but also that you're from Gon Prefecture in northern Dextersu. You have a younger brother named Ding Ronald. Also, Carlo rambled on, leaving Nurse Jalen dumbstruck. She never thought that someone who seemed to be a complete stranger would dig up all her personal information. Seeing Jalen impressed, Irvin then revealed the backgrounds of the other doctor and nurses. Jalen was thoroughly shocked. After a while, she exclaimed, our information is known only by internal members of the Sheng.1 department. How does an outsider like you know so much? Irvin grinned arrogantly. Because Big Brother has foresight. I don't believe it. You must have found out our backgrounds through some other channels, Jalen huffed. This generation of netizens was hard to please. Irvin sighed inwardly and was about to explain when suddenly, Queenie walked in. Seeing this, Jalen immediately reported what had happened. Unexpectedly, upon hearing it, Queenie's eyes narrowed. Irvin, I didn't expect you to have so many secrets. The information about Xiaotsue and others is only known by a few people inside the Sheng.1 department. Yet, you managed to recite it all. Quickly, tell me how you knew. Irvin cursed inwardly. Irvin, stop showing off. Now you've got yourself into trouble. Patrol Officer Fong, I can't predict. Let me prove it. I can perform calculations on your marital matters now. How about that? Irvin hurriedly grinned. Surprisingly, Queenie didn't refuse but instead said sarcastically, all right, then help me calculate when I will marry and who my future partner will be. Fine. Irvin immediately began his calculations. Very soon, he had his result. But the result left him utterly stunned, unable to speak. What? Speechless? When will I marry? And who will my future partner be? Queenie mocked. Irvin stared at her intently, swallowed hard, and said, Patrol Officer Fong, do you really want me to say it? No nonsense. Speak. All right, I'll tell you. Irvin cleared his throat. You will marry in 5 years and your partner is me. Chapter 59. I am your Xanature husband. Upon hearing Irvin's words, Queenie rolled her eyes. I'll be getting married 5 years from now, and you think it'll be with you? Irvin, you're hilarious. Irvin shrugged, smirking. Believe or not, your choice? Bull crap. Queenie shot him a scornful glance. Irvin was at a loss, but the hexagram of Tianjian predicted exactly this. And yet, there was no way he could explain it. Sigh, life is tough. Suddenly, his heart moved, and after a quick calculation on his fingers, he said solemnly, Inspector Fong, I have some unfortunate news to share. Your paternal uncle has passed away, and in 1 minute, you will receive a call notifying you to return home for the funeral. What? For real? Queenie exclaimed in surprise. Irvin remained silent with a smile. Queenie gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll wait for 1 minute and see. But remember this. If you are fooling me, I'll make you pay dearly. Irvin kept smiling without a word. 1 minute later, Queenie's phone rang. She took it out to see it was indeed a call from her cousin back home. After answering, just as Irvin had said, her cousin called to inform her of the sad news about her uncle and asked her to return for the funeral. Hanging up, Queenie felt completely unsettled. Is he human? This is divine prediction. Immediately, an idea popped into her head. No way, such talent must be roped in. Irvin, you win. Queenie eyed him. Irvin chuckled. So, do you now believe that in 5 years, we'll be getting married? Police, quit the nonsense. Queenie shot him a harsh look. Whether or not I get married in 5 years, my partner will never be you. Stubborn till death. Irvin didn't argue further, knowing fate was decided, leaving it all to time. Besides, marrying such a spirited woman, he'd probably wake up smiling every day. All right, Irvin, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Will you join our Sky Patrol department to serve the country? Sorry, not interested. Irvin shook his head. Why? Queenie was puzzled. Isn't it obvious? What's so great about joining the Sky Patrol department? It's restrictive and unfree. Irvin pouted. Queenie's brows furrowed but quickly changed her tone. Irvin, the issue you raised does exist. But why don't you consider the benefits of joining our department? Sorry, even if the benefits were monumental, I won't join, and no one can take away my freedom, Irvin declared resolutely. Irvin, think carefully. You killed several people at the Diamond Dynasty KTV. Without the protection of our Sky Patrol department, you'd likely end up in jail. Queenie's words carried a veiled threat. Unexpectedly, Irvin wasn't fazed. Don't scare me. I'm your future husband. I trust you'll handle it for me, right? Rascal. Who recognized you as my future husband? If you keep babbling nonsense, do you dare to test my patience? I'll give you the Qing Dynasty's 10 brutal tortures and show you. Queenie flew into a rage, her aura suddenly freezing cold like an iceberg. Irvin was taken aback. She reacted this intensely? Forget it. Seeing as you're my future wife, I'll let it slide this time. Carlo promptly appeased her. Sorry, don't be angry. It was just a joke. Queenie glared at him. Is this kind of joke something to play around with? Irvin rephrased, even though I don't want to join the Sky Patrol department, I can certainly help you whenever you need it. Queenie slightly frowned, deep in thought. A moment later, she said, fine, force-fitting doesn't taste good. Since you refuse to join, I won't insist. However, if I need help in the future, you must come to my aid. No problem. Irvin slapped his chest loudly. But, I have one condition. What condition? If I ever need help, you'll help me too. As long as it's legal and righteous, I naturally will assist you, Queenie assured. Great. Not bad for my future loving wife. Irvin was quite pleased. What did you say? Queenie's face turned red with anger. Sorry, slip of the tongue. Irvin hurriedly corrected himself. Anyway, can I leave now? My mom must be worried sick since I was out all night. Get lost. Queenie huffed. Thank you, little sister. Oh, thank you, Inspector Fong. Irvin laughed. extending his hands to signal her to remove the handcuffs. Queenie sighed, took out the key, and unlocked the handcuffs for him. With his hands free, Irvin felt a wave of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something. Oh, regarding the Diamond Dynasty KTV incident, leave it to you. Also, don't forget to get my buddies released from the police. Talk much. Queenie grumbled. Bye. Hold on. What is it? Give me your phone number, in case I need to contact you. Sure thing. Irvin readily provided his phone number, and after saving it, Queenie waved. Now you can go. Irvin grinned. As you wish, my dear wife. Queenie was about to lose her temper when Irvin had already vanished. That scoundrel. After leaving the base, Irvin first called his mother to reassure her. What he didn't expect was that his overnight absence, during which his phone was unreachable, left his mother sleepless and anxious. Irvin felt guilty. Actually, after being buried alive last night, he had been fully focused on cultivation. His mother had called several times, but he ignored them to avoid distractions. Later, after breaking through to the third level of body tempering, he completely forgot about it. Ronald told did he know that it would worry his mother all night. He truly deserved a slap. Over an hour later, he returned home and apologized profusely to his mother. Fortunately, Ye's mother was gracious, warning him not to repeat it. Irvin naturally agreed without argument. Then, his mother asked about his whereabouts last night. To avoid worrying her, he casually fabricated a story. Exhausted from the previous night's events, he called his company's manager to take a day off before returning to his room and falling into a deep sleep. Carlos slept until 2 in the afternoon when a phone ring jolted him awake. Picking up his phone, it was Ronaldo calling. However, as soon as he answered, Ronaldo's tearful voice came through. Irvin, can you come over to my place now? I'm scared. Irvin felt alarmed. Ronaldo, what happened? Who bullied you? Hashtag chapter 60. Ronaldo's sister. No one has bullied me, but I've been threatened by some unknown people. On the phone, Ronaldo was sobbing. Irvin, can you come over quickly? I'm really scared. All right, I'll be there immediately. Irvin didn't dare to delay. After hanging up, he rushed through his morning routine and then drove off. Half an hour later, Irvin arrived at the entrance of the apartment building where Ronaldo rented her place. To his surprise, the door had several shocking red words painted on it in red paint. Father's debt, daughter repays, righteous and justified. Seeing this, Irvin immediately understood the situation. Most likely, Ronaldo's father's creditors had found her to collect the debt, resorting to such extreme measures. What utter nonsense. Ronaldo's father owed money. What did that have to do with her? Thinking this, Irvin felt a surge of anger. Carlo knocked on the door. Soon, it opened, and a fragrant scent enveloped him. Irvin, you're finally here, Wa. Irvin held Ronaldo tightly, gently patting her back to soothe her. Don't cry, don't cry. With me here, no matter how big the problem is, I'll help you handle it. Ronaldo wiped her tears, looking at him with trust. At that moment, she felt like she had a backbone again, no longer feeling lost and helpless. They entered the apartment. Irvin said, if I guessed right, those 8 characters outside were left by your dad's creditors, scaring you, right?
Yes.
Ronaldo nodded, biting her lip. Nan came home from school and saw those words, which scared her. So she called you. Coloring this, Irvin felt a wave of anger. What a wicked thing to do. The one who owes money is your dad, not you. They're trying to force you into a corner. Don't worry about it, Ronaldo. I'll handle it. How will you handle it? Ronaldo asked. The first priority is to find your dad. Once we find him, all problems will be solved. But the problem is, I don't even know where my dad is now. How can I find him? Ronaldo replied. Irvin grinned. I have a way. What way? Ronaldo's face lit up. You kiss me first, and then I'll tell you. Irvin smirked. Hate you. How can you joke at a time like this? Ronaldo couldn't help but lightly punch him but eventually complied, giving him a peck on the cheek. Irvin, satisfied, began to think for a moment. Suddenly, he frowned. Your dad is with your sister.
What?
Ronaldo was shocked. How do you know that? Don't ask how I know. What matters is that your dad is using your sister for prostitution to earn money and splitting the earnings with her to repay his debts. Ah. Ronaldo was utterly shocked, her body trembling. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, Irvin, you can't be kidding, right? For something this serious, would I lie to you? Irvin's face turned grim. Tears streamed down Ronaldo's face. How could my dad do this? My sister is still his flesh and blood. How could he do something so inhumane? Irvin sighed. In fairness, Ronaldo, your sister bears significant responsibility too. She chose this path herself, prioritizing easy money over her principles. Ronaldo fell silent. After a while, she muttered softly, no wonder Xiaochan hasn't contacted me for days and didn't want to move in with me. I thought she went traveling with her friends. I never imagined she would be doing this with my dad. Irvin said, Ronaldo, talking about this won't change anything. The most important thing now is to find them and stop them from continuing their despicable actions. Ronaldo agreed. But where are they now? Longueuil Street, Irvin said solemnly. All right, let's go there now. All right. They got into Irvin's car and headed to Longueuil Street. An hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Longueuil Street. It was a chaotic place, dirty and cluttered, with prostitutes standing around, dressed provocatively, trying to lure passers-by. Irvin turned to Ronaldo. This place is filthy. You should stay in the car. But if you go in alone, don't worry, I'll be fine. And I promise I can bring your sister out safely. All right, be careful. Ronaldo bit her lip. Okay. Irvin got out of the car and entered Longueuil Street. Watching him leave, Ronaldo's beautiful eyes reflected an unusual glow. She suddenly realized how inseparable she was from this man. As Irvin walked along, he paid attention to the street numbers. Unbeknownst to him, several women tried to flirt with him and pull him closer. Wow, a fresh young boy. Wanna play? Yeah. Handsome guy, full service interested? Come here, I'll make sure you have a great time. Irvin was irritated and shooed them away. Go away, all of you. The women scattered, startled by his stern expression. Irvin continued walking until he reached a low, shabby house. There, he encountered a middle-aged man, Ronaldo's father. Elroy was initially surprised, but his eyes lit up. Well, isn't this Xiaoxin's boyfriend? What are you doing here? Looking for fun too? Suppressing his disgust, Irvin smiled ambiguously. Yeah, I'm here for some fun. Elroy laughed. Interesting, Xiaoxin thought she got a reliable boyfriend, huh? Turns out she's blind. Irvin chuckled. A man can't resist, right? Elroy laughed again. Speaking of which, I have a pretty girl here, none other than Xiaoxin's sister. Interested? Irvin suppressed the urge to beat this old man and feigned interest. Sure. Seeing his agreement, Elroy's eyes gleamed. Good, pay me $1,000. $1,000? That expensive? Don't like the price? Forget it then, try somewhere else. Elroy huffed arrogantly. Irvin frowned but knew it wasn't time to confront him yet. Fine, 1,000 it is. WeChat transfer. Great. Elroy beamed, showing his WeChat QR code. Irvin scanned and paid. Elroy was elated to receive double the usual rate. Guided by Elroy, Irvin entered a room inside the house and met Ronaldo's sister, Bradford-chan. She had dyed hair in a bizarre style, her small, delicate face heavily made up, resembling a ghost. Bradford-chan, this is your sister's boyfriend. Make sure you serve him well, Elroy sneered, closing the door. Bradford-chan stared at Irvin, confused. Seriously, you're my sister's boyfriend? Irvin nodded calmly. Yes. Bradford-chan suddenly became furious. Bastard, you're supposed to be my sister's boyfriend, and you come here for pleasure? Get lost, I won't serve you. Despite her rage, Irvin wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Good, she hadn't completely fallen. There's still hope. Chapter 61. Sowing Discord. Isabella, right? Irvin glanced at Isabella and then cast his gaze down to her chest, curling his lips in disdain. With a body like yours, I doubt you weigh more than 2 liang of meat. Even if you threw yourself at me, I wouldn't want you. Damn it, what did you say? Try saying that again. Isabella's most sensitive spot was her physique, and she glared at him angrily. I don't have time for your nonsense. Irvin's face darkened. Follow me immediately. Your sister is waiting outside. Only then did Isabella realize the situation and screamed aloud. Dad, this guy isn't here for fun. Carlo's here to take me back. Instantly, Elroy barged in, furious. You despicable rat. You planned this all along. With me here today, you won't take Ken away. Irvin sneered. Are you sure about that? Humph, even if I must risk my life, you will not take Ken away. Elroy shouted loudly. Irvin scoffed. Sorry, but I'm taking her today whether you like it or not. With that, he delivered a swift palm strike to Isabella's neck, causing her to faint with a soft groan. Irvin then picked her up horizontally and prepared to leave. Elroy's face changed. He lunged forward shouting, let go of Ken. Unfortunately, Irvin kicked him in the stomach, sending the old man flying as he struggled on the ground. Given that you are Ronaldo's biological father, I'll spare your life today. If you dare to have any other plans for her sister, you'll regret being alive, Irvin warned fiercely before leaving with Isabella in his arms. Unexpectedly, just outside Longueuil Street, Isabella woke up and started struggling while screaming, Carlo, help, be still. Irvin firmly held onto Isabella, preventing her from moving. However, the wildness of the young girl made her disobey, which infuriated Irvin. Carlo swiftly knocked her out with another palm strike. Afterward, Irvin hurried towards their car. Upon arrival, Ronaldo opened the door anxiously. Seeing her unconscious sister, Ronaldo couldn't help but ask, Irvin, what happened to my sister? Your sister has a very wild temperament. I nearly couldn't control her, so I had no choice but to knock her out first, Irvin explained. Uh-huh. Ronaldo nodded, then clenched her teeth and asked, what about him? Irvin understood she was referring to her father and replied sharply, Carlo tried to stop me from taking your sister, so I kicked him away. Does he have any serious injuries? Ronaldo asked hesitantly, feeling conflicted. Although her father acted horribly, almost like an animal, he was still her biological father, and she couldn't remain indifferent. Don't worry. Carlo will suffer but won't die, Irvin assured her with a smile. Ronaldo felt slightly relieved and started the engine. Soon, the car drove into the lane. Ronaldo turned to look at her sister's miserable state and sighed heavily. This silly girl, how did she fall into such decay? One word, gambling. Irvin said sternly. Gambling? Ronaldo was startled. Are you saying Ken has become addicted to gambling? That's right. Irvin spoke gravely. Originally, your sister wasn't inclined to gamble, but after your father took her to the casino, it spiraled out of control. She also amassed substantial gambling debts. To pay them off, she had to sell her body. Parloring this, Ronaldo was overwhelmed with sorrow. It's all my fault, all my fault. If I hadn't neglected her, she wouldn't have fallen into such ruin. Ronaldo, now that it has come to this, self-blame is futile. Our urgent task is to help your sister turn over a new leaf, Irvin said seriously. Ronaldo agreed with him, biting her lip. Irvin, you have a plan, right? Snap. Irvin snapped his fingers and chuckled. Of course. Would I be worthy of being your boyfriend if I didn't? Tisk. Ronaldo smiled through her tears. Tell me quickly, what is the plan? Sorry, I'll keep you guessing for now. You'll find out soon, Irvin replied with a mysterious smile. At this moment, there was movement behind them. Looking through the rearview mirror, Irvin saw Isabella sitting up, rubbing her neck and dazedly asking, where am I? Irvin frowned. I'm driving. Sit properly and don't move. Isabella instantly flared up. I remember now. You damn jerk knocked me out and kidnapped me, right? Let me out of the car. Let me out. Seeing her agitated state, Ronaldo quickly turned around and scolded. Can, what nonsense are you talking? Sit properly. Sis? Isabella was taken aback when she saw her. You're here too? Ronaldo looked at her disapprovingly. What? Don't you want me here? Isabella's little face showed embarrassment, and she forced a laugh. Sis, why would I think that? Then, she shot Irvin a scornful glance. Sis, is this creep your boyfriend? Ronaldo heard the disrespectful tone in her voice toward Irvin and rebuked. Don't pry. You're too young. Isabella curled her lips. Sis, what do you mean prying? I'm just making sure he's good enough for you. Do you know when he came in, he tried to attack me. Luckily, I fought hard, or he would have succeeded. Upon hearing this, Irvin felt his blood pressure rise. Carlo hit the brakes abruptly and shouted, Nonsense. When did I ever attack you? Sis, see? This creep got exposed and is getting angry. I say, you'd better break up with him right away. Isabella incited. Unexpectedly, Ronaldo didn't believe her and harshly said, I know Irvin better than you. If you keep sowing discord, wait until we get home. Seeing her attempts to sow discord fail, Isabella pouted stubbornly. Ignoring wise advice means trouble is coming your way. Just wait and see, sis. Ronaldo ignored her completely. Isabella felt embarrassed and stopped talking. Unknown how much time passed, Isabella suddenly exclaimed, Bastard, where are you driving the car? Turn back. Irvin smirked. Scared? Isabella's face turned pale. Why did you drive to Albin's underground casino? I owe him over 50,000. I can barely avoid him, yet you brought me here. Parloring this, Ronaldo was also alarmed. Irvin, what are you doing? Irvin signaled to Ronaldo reassuringly. Trust me, there's a reason. Out of trust in him, Ronaldo nodded. I believe you. Irvin smiled and parked by the roadside, then asked Ronaldo and Isabella to get out of the car. As soon as Isabella got out, she tried to run, but Irvin held her back. Stop running around. Lead the way. I'll go play a few rounds at Albin's casino and win money to pay off your gambling debt. Isabella sneered. With you? Forget it. Irvin smiled calmly. Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Stop procrastinating. Just tell me how, Isabella huffed. Chapter 62. Underground Casino. Simple. Irvin grinned. I can win $1 million with just $10 in this underground casino. Do you believe me? Isabella scoffed. Yeah, right? You look like the one who's worth $1 million. Irvin didn't argue. He simply asked, do you dare bet on this? What's there to fear? Isabella replied. Her pride stung. But what if you lose? Easy. If I lose, I'll give you $1 million. Spend it however you like, Irvin stated confidently. With those words, Isabella's eyes lit up with excitement. You said it. Let's see how you're going to win $1 million with $10. Beside them, Ronaldo worried. Irvin, this isn't a game. Don't bet with her. To her, Irvin was boasting. How could someone win $1 million with just $10? Don't worry. My luck is skyrocketing today. It'd be hard for me to lose, Irvin chuckled. But the casino owners won't let you leave even if you do win $1 million. Ronaldo voiced her concerns. You don't need to worry about that. If they dare not let me go, I'll shut down their operation entirely, Irvin declared ominously. Isabella couldn't hold back any longer and urged, Husband, hurry up. Why rush? We aren't in a hurry to reincarnate, Irvin retorted irritably before turning to Ronaldo. Want to come along? Ronaldo shook her head. These places make me uneasy. I'll stay here. Irvin nodded. Good idea. Stay in the car, and I'll be back soon with Isabella. Be careful, Ronaldo warned, biting her lip. Don't worry, Irvin smiled, then signaled to Isabella. Lead the way. Understanding, Isabella led the way immediately. Soon, the two vanished from Ronaldo's sight. On the way, how did you know this was Luciano's underground casino? Isabella asked curiously. I have my ways, Irvin smirked. Yeah, sure, Isabella sneered. You must have investigated me and knew I came here often. Irvin just laughed, choosing not to explain. They soon arrived at a chess and tea room. On the surface, it seemed like a legitimate entertainment venue. However, once they entered a hidden basement door, Irvin found an entirely different world. A place filled with gambling tables where gamblers were wildly betting. Alright, we're here. Let's see what magic you can do with $10, Isabella hummed. Don't jabber so much. What special rules are there? Irvin asked curtly. Not many. It's similar to other underground casinos. Oh, remember, everyone has to buy chips first, Isabella reminded. Buy chips, huh? Irvin pulled out a bill. Go get me some chips. You. Though reluctant, Isabella complied when she remembered the $1 million she'd gain if he lost. She soon returned with colorful chips, but Irvin only chose a green chip worth exactly $10. Really, just $10? Isabella exclaimed. Irvin remained silent, walking to a dice table. What a weirdo, Isabella muttered, following closely. Bet now, bet quickly. The dealer shouted, and soon bets were placed across the table, totaling tens of thousands. Husband, haven't you bet yet? Big or small? Isabella teased, be careful, don't bet wrong, or you'll regret it. Irvin didn't respond, instead activating his Carlo-Vinli. The dice cover vanished, revealing 3 sixes. I bet big. Irvin placed his green chip on the big spot. Tisk, $10, really? Who gave you the guts? A Hermes sneered. What's wrong with $10? Isn't money valuable no matter the amount? Irvin retorted. Idiot, the Hermes spat. Who are you calling an idiot? Irvin's expression darkened. Idiot, the gambler blurted out without hesitation. Irvin laughed. Good, admit you're an idiot. You. The Hermes turned green with anger. Everyone look. Open. The dealer announced, and with the cover lifted, cries of big echoed throughout. The Hermes grumbled, glancing at Irvin. You got lucky? Irvin stayed silent, smirking. Isabella approached, amazed. Husband, how did you do it? A secret, Irvin grinned. Pfft, sure it is, Isabella rolled her eyes. One lucky guess doesn't mean much. Still far from $1 million. Ronald girl, watch and learn. Today, I'll surprise you, Irvin reassured her, placing another bet. With the Carlo-Vinli, betting felt like cheating, and he put all his chips on each round. Soon, his chips multiplied rapidly, reaching over 80,000 in half an hour. Is this kid possessed by a gambling god? Carlo wins every time. Unbelievable luck. Whatever he bets, I'm following. Yes, follow him. Irvin's performance attracted numerous gamblers. Even Isabella, who was initially skeptical, now urged excitedly, "Husband, hurry up and bet." Seeing Irvin's skill, Isabella dropped all her disdain, addressing him warmly. But Irvin shook his head. "Let's stop while ahead. The dealer's watching me. He won't let me win anymore." Isabella was puzzled. What? Translation ends Carlor. Chapter 63, Slander. Seeing Isabella's skeptical face, Irvin didn't immediately explain but gave a profound smile. "Just watch, there's a good show coming up soon." "Oh." Isabella was half believing. At this moment, the dealer suddenly started shouting, "Quickly place your bets, quickly place your bets." While speaking, he deliberately glanced at Irvin with a meaningful look. The gamblers present all turned their eyes to Irvin. Irvin smiled faintly, took a $100 chip, and placed it on small. The dealer looked at him in surprise. "You're not betting everything?" "Why should I bet everything? I'll bet as much as I want. Is that not allowed?" Irvin smirked. The dealer pursed his lips and said nothing more. Witnessing this, the other gamblers all clamored excitedly. "Bet on small. Everyone bet on small." Soon, piles of chips were placed on small, forming a small mountain. "Anyone else placing bets? If no one is, I'm going to open." While the dealer shouted, his foot subtly operated something under the table. Carlo gently kicked a button beneath the gambling table. In the next second, the 3 dice inside the dice cup suddenly changed from 113 to 556. Unbeknownst to him, this little trick was seen clearly by Irvin with his enhanced vision. 3, 2, 1. Open. The dealer revealed the dice cup and loudly announced, "Big." Afterward, he grinned broadly, sweeping all the chips toward himself. The gamblers groaned despairingly, their faces filled with hopelessness. Many had bet their entire savings hoping for a big win. Now they lost everything. The only safe one was Irvin, who had only lost a $100 chip. However, he had no intention of continuing here, so he left with Isabella and asked her smilingly, "How about it? Do you understand why I didn't bet everything now?" Even if Isabella was slow, she wasn't that dumb. She nodded. "If my guess is correct, the dealer just did some underhanded tricks." "Smart," Irvin praised, giving her an approving look. "To be honest, this gambling table has a mechanism underneath. The dealer didn't notice me at first until my bets got larger and others followed. Carlo targeted me last round, waiting for my bet before tampering to get me. But he never expected that you saw through everything and deliberately made a low bet to leave safely." Isabella looked at him admiringly. "Brother-in-law, you're really amazing. If you weren't my brother-in-law, I'd want to bear your child." Irvin rolled his eyes. "Watch your words, or your sister will flay me alive." Isabella pouted. "I was just joking." Irvin shook his head and didn't reply. "By the way, brother-in-law, this underground casino is too shady. Shall we leave?" Isabella suggested. Irvin laughed. "Aren't you a gambler? Why are you backing out now?" Isabella huffed. "Now I know why I always lose money. Why would I still gamble? I swear, I'll never gamble again." Seeing her change of heart, Irvin felt pleased. "If you think this way, my visit isn't in vain. However, since we're here, I won't leave without winning anything substantial. Besides, my goal of winning $1 million hasn't been met yet." "You know this casino is rigged, and you still want to gamble?" Isabella exclaimed. "Brother-in-law, you've already won quite a lot which can cover my 50K gambling debt. Let's go." "No." Irvin firmly refused. "I do things to completion. Since we have a deal, I won't leave unless I take away $1 million. With that, he walked towards another table. Seeing this, Isabella shook her head but followed. This time, Irvin used guerrilla tactics, winning each game before moving to another table, preventing dealers from reacting. As a result, he kept winning, doubling his chips quickly, reaching over 1.3 million. Carlo was quietly raking in the wealth. "Wow, brother-in-law, you're amazing. From now on, I'm following you." Isabella repeatedly exclaimed, looking at Irvin with admiration and fondness. "Don't get carried away." Irvin laughed. "I'm just telling the truth," Isabella said happily. "Anyway, from now on, I'm following you." Saying that, she hugged Irvin's arm affectionately. Feeling her youthful aura, Irvin's heart skipped a beat, but remembering her identity, he subtly withdrew his arm. "All right, it's getting late, let's go." Isabella nodded. "Okay." They went to exchange their chips at the front desk. Unexpectedly, a group of people were waiting there. The leader was a burly man with a thick gold chain around his neck and full-body tattoos. Carlo was none other than the casino boss, Eduardo. "Eduardo," eyed Isabella maliciously. "Canny girl, aren't you bold today, bringing in a card shark?" Isabella was bewildered. "Card shark? Don't act foolish with me." Eduardo glared, pointing at Irvin. "I watched him closely. If he didn't cheat, how could he win every game and take $1 million from me?" "Eduardo, I can vouch for my brother-in-law. He didn't cheat." Isabella hurriedly defended. "Shut up. You proving what? Who do you think you are?" Eduardo roared. "Guys, drag this cheater out, cut off both his hands to teach him a lesson." "Ah." Isabella's face turned pale with cold fear creeping up her spine. She thought her brother-in-law's winnings would mean a victorious return, but Eduardo didn't recognize it and accused her brother-in-law of cheating, even wanting to hurt him. At that moment, she fully understood. Once a gambler entered the casino, they became mere ATMs for the house, never a winner. Then, a group of thugs arrived, leering at Irvin. "Haha, losing face, starting to cheat, and accusing me of cheating." Irvin sneered. "I must say, no one beats Demetrius at passing the buck." Demetrius was Eduardo's nickname. "You insolent brat, what did you say?" Eduardo flew into a rage. "Clearly, you cheated and still dare to be so arrogant? What are you standing around for? Take care of him immediately." The thugs obeyed, rushing at Irvin. Withdrawing gangsters. Using his enhanced vision, Irvin saw these thugs were ordinary people, then smiled coldly. Ignoring them, he stepped forward and slapped Demetrius. Smack. With a sharp sound, Demetrius was smacked flying and hit the floor hard. Eduardo. All the thugs were dumbfounded, looking at Irvin with terror. Could he really have taken down Eduardo with a single slap? Too freakish. Chapter 64. Who gave you the nerve? At this moment, Isabella was equally stunned. She never expected that her brother-in-law, who looked so frail, could be this formidable. After all, this Ninth Master is a ruthless person. She had personally witnessed many people who owed gambling debts to Ninth Master being brutally beaten by him with extreme ruthlessness. But now, her brother-in-law took one move and directly laid Ninth Master flat on the ground. At this point, Jordy got up from the ground and snarled at Irvin. Nice try. You actually practice martial arts. Let me tell you, you've messed up, big time. Haha, messed up big time? Irvin laughed. So what? Try and bite me if you dare. You insolent brat, still so arrogant at the brink of death? Ronald Stinwell, if I don't kill you today, I'm not Ninth Master. Jordy finished speaking and suddenly threw a punch straight towards Irvin's face without warning. Brother-in-law, watch out. Isabella screamed in alarm, her complexion pale, urgently warning him. Irvin felt warmth in his heart and smiled faintly. Relax, with just his clumsy moves, he can't do anything to me. What? Clumsy moves? Jordy was greatly infuriated and shouted, Today, I'll show you how powerful I am. Before his words faded, he pounced onto Irvin and kicked towards his stomach. Irvin narrowed his eyes and swiftly kicked out. The speed of his kick was so fast that it reached its target even before Jordy's did, striking precisely Jordy's crotch. Bang! With a loud sound, his dignity shattered. Ah! Jordy held his crotch with both hands, eyes bulging, hopping around while screaming in agony. The nearby casino goons shivered in sympathy, realizing that Ninth Master might no longer be able to have children. On the contrary, Isabella's face lit up with excitement as she jumped up and down repeatedly. Haha, brother-in-law, you're incredibly strong. Even Jordy isn't your match. One kick and you laid him flat. Now, she completely lost any fear or reverence for Ninth Master and started calling him by name. Jordy glared at her viciously, wishing he could tear her apart. Unfortunately, Isabella wasn't afraid of him anymore and instead taunted the goons. Anyone else want to challenge my brother-in-law? Single combat? Screw that. Let's gang up on him. Jordy roared. The goons, hearing this, immediately rushed forward. Alas, they were no match for Irvin. In no time, Irvin had knocked them all to the ground, their cries of pain filling the air. Seeing this, Jordy finally realized he had provoked someone too dangerous today and fled in terror. Irvin, with his sharp eyesight, immediately chased after him, stomping him back to the ground and smirked. Jordy, not so confident now? Didn't you say I'd be in big trouble? To hell with you. Jordy suddenly bellowed, pulling out a sharp dagger from his leg and stabbing toward Irvin's calf. Wanna die? Irvin's expression darkened. Carlo lifted his leg, kicking the dagger out of Jordy's hand. Following up, Irvin stepped down hard. His size 42 feet stamped squarely on Jordy's face. Ouch! Jordy screamed, his face contorting in agony. Carlo gritted his teeth. You damn brat, you dared defy me. Do you know who I am? So, who are you? Irvin smiled. Let me tell you the truth. I'm under Lady Fan's command. Do you know Lady Fan? She's the queen of Dexter Zoo's underworld. Defying me is defying her. A single word from her could end your life. Lady Fan? Irvin's eyes brightened. Black Widow Ida? Haha, looks like you know our Lady Fan. I advise you to let me go immediately, otherwise, she'll make sure you have no grave. Jordy shouted fiercely. No grave, huh? Irvin laughed loudly. Coincidentally, I happen to have her number. Let me call her, and see if she will indeed leave me no grave. What? Jordy was dumbfounded. Could this guy really know Lady Fan? Irvin then took out his phone and dialed Ida. Sis Fan? It's Irvin. Sis Fan? Jordy's heart sank. This tone suggested the two might be very familiar. If true, it would spell doom for him. Sis Fan, I'm currently at a casino run by someone named Jordy under your command. I won over $1 million, but he accused me of cheating and said you'd ensure my doom. Alright, I'll give you the phone. Irvin handed the phone to Jordy. Jordy's heart raced as he spoke cautiously into the phone. Lady Fan? A stern female voice replied, Jordy, how do you run a casino? Any business ethics left? Unwilling to accept defeat. You even attempted to kill my brother Irvin. Who gave you the nerve? Getting a verbal lashing, Jordy's face turned bleak, not daring to utter a peep. Dare he? Carlo recognized the voice as none other than Black Widow Ida. Lady Fan, I was wrong, truly wrong. Had I known he was your brother, I wouldn't dare. Jordy lamented. Enough excuses. You started this mess. If you don't satisfy my brother, prepare for misfortune. Ida hung up. Jordy fell into despair, feeling utterly chilled. Finished. Finished. Anything more to say, Jordy? Irvin asked, reclaiming his phone with a sarcastic smile. Jordy collapsed, begging pitifully. Please spare me. I admit I was wrong. I couldn't recognize your prowess. Now you realize, where were you earlier? Irvin scoffed and continued. I ask you, do you acknowledge the $1 million I won? Of course, of course. Jordy hurriedly agreed. And I didn't cheat? No, no way. Excellent. Irvin smiled contentedly. By the way, I heard Isabella owes you $50,000 in gambling debts. All forgiven, totally forgiven. Jordy hastily assured. That's better. Irvin nodded. Ronald, stand up from now on. Isabella and you are debt-free. If you harass her, Sis Fan will ensure you have no grave. I won't, I swear, Jordy hurriedly guaranteed. Irvin released Jordy and gestured to Isabella. Let's cash out the chips. Isabella snapped out of her shock and followed obediently. After exchanging the chips for over $1 million in cash, Irvin led Isabella out of the underground casino and the tea house. Watching them leave, the goons gathered around Jordy, one of them grinding his teeth. Ninth Master, should we pursue and use guns to quietly take them out and recover the money? Pursue my sister's ass. Jordy slapped the man's forehead. As soon as they leave the casino, something happens? Anyone could figure out it was us. When Lady Fan gets enraged, will we still have a chance to live? Remember, this person is not someone you or I can provoke. Translation notes. Names such as Isabella, Irvin, Jordy, and Ida have been transliterated according to Pinyin rules. Ensure that the translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks to stay faithful to the source material. Kept the storyline and logic coherent, preserving the sequence of events and characters' reactions. Chapter 65. You knocked me over. On the way, Isabella's flattering words never ceased. Brother-in-law, you're really amazing. I never thought you would be so capable, easily winning over $1 million and getting away unscathed. And your face looks like that of a young idol, but when it comes to fighting, everyone's scared of you. From this moment on, she completely changed her previous attitude toward Irvin and became his biggest fan. Alright. Irvin chuckled. I just want to tell you one thing. Gambling. Don't touch it anymore. If you lose, you'll be buried in debt. And if you win, you might not get away with it either. Brother-in-law is right. Isabella nodded vigorously, taking Irvin's words as golden truths. Amidst their banter, they reached the car. Ronaldo, who had been waiting in the car, saw them return happily and immediately heaved a sigh of relief, rushing out and throwing herself into Irvin's arms. Irvin, did you guys encounter any trouble? Irvin smiled lightly. Don't worry, everything's fine. Isabella pouted. Sis, with someone as awesome as brother-in-law around, what trouble could we possibly run into? She then vividly recounted everything that happened in the underground casino. My God. After hearing her story, Ronaldo looked at Irvin adoringly. When did you become so powerful? Are you still the Irvin I know? Irvin kissed her forehead fiercely and chuckled. Of course I'm still the same Irvin. Just rest assured. Ronaldo's face turned bright red, embarrassed. My sister is here. Couldn't you be more considerate? Irvin grinned. Couldn't help it. Isabella couldn't bear it any longer. Please, can you two stop being so mushy in front of me? Do you even think about how I feel? Humph. She turned away, leaving only her back. Irvin and Ronaldo exchanged amused glances. They got in the car and headed home. Half an hour later, they arrived at the rented apartment. Since Ronaldo moved in, Isabella had been out of touch, so she didn't know about the move. Now, seeing the much better living conditions, Isabella fell in love with the place instantly. Candy, your belongings have all been packed up and placed in your bedroom. Go check it out, Ronaldo reminded her. Okay, Isabella eagerly rushed off. Once she was gone, Ronaldo couldn't hold back her affection any longer. She grabbed Irvin's hand and led him into her bedroom, closing the door before throwing herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Ronaldo Master Nun. Easy there. You nearly knocked this monk over. Feeling the warmth of her body, Irvin couldn't help but feel stirred. Hateful. Ronaldo buried her head deeply into his chest, refusing to come out. Unbeknownst to her, this shy gesture only further ignited Irvin's passion. Irvin, thanks to you, my sister has been saved from disaster today. Ronaldo suddenly looked up, her voice soft. You are my greatest benefactor. In the next life, I will surely repay your kindness. Seeing her lovely appearance, Irvin felt his desire surge like untamed horses running wild. Who wouldn't be moved by such beauty? Irvin smirked. Why wait for the next life? Can't you repay me in this one? As he spoke, he gently stroked her back. Ronaldo couldn't endure his teasing. Shivering, she said, Irvin, please, don't do this. My period started today. Irvin was taken aback. His hard-won restraint crumbled at her words. Reluctantly, he decided to calm down and held her close, chatting about life and sharing sweet nothings. After eating dinner prepared by Ronaldo, Irvin wanted to stay overnight to deepen their relationship. But Ronaldo, sensing his intentions, insisted that he leave because of her sister and her traditional values. Irvin had no choice but to kiss her goodbye and drive home. Halfway through his journey, his phone rang. It was Frederick. Carlo answered immediately. Jean Fei, you're free now? Irvin asked eagerly. Yes, brother Yi. We've been released, Frederick replied excitedly. Seems my future wife is quite efficient, Irvin laughed. Your future wife? Frederick was puzzled. Yes, my future wife, Queenie, Irvin smiled. Queenie? The inspector from the patrol department? Frederick gaped. That's right. What's wrong with that? Irvin retorted. No, nothing wrong, Frederick sounded admiring. Brother Yi, you're truly bold, doing what others dare not dream. Respect. Cut the flattery, Irvin chided. Nothing else? Gotta go driving here. Wait, brother Yi, I need to report something. What's up? It turns out Artie, Titus, and Elsie used their connections and were also released by the city police. Oh, really? Irvin's expression darkened. Carlo had serious grudges with these three. Now that they were free, especially Artie, who despite losing a hand, still possessed formidable strength, it posed a significant threat. Carlo needed to boost his strength further and prepare for danger. Resolved, Irvin focused on driving. 10 minutes later, he returned home. As always, his mother was waiting up for him. Seeing him safe, she finally relaxed, washed up, and went to bed. Irvin did the same, then sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. The night passed quietly. The next morning, after breakfast, Irvin was preparing to drive to work when his phone rang again. It was Adamaris. Recalling his clash with her uncle last night, Irvin felt uneasy. Was she calling to confront him? Miss Schwer, good day. It's been a while, Irvin said cheerfully. Brother Yi, can you come to our house right now? Adamaris' voice sounded anxious. Irvin sensed something was off. Miss Schwer, what's wrong? Did something happen? Chapter 66. Your brain really works in mysterious ways. My grandfather suddenly fell into a deep coma, and our family's private doctor is helpless. So, I beg you to come over quickly and save my grandfather, Ambrose said, almost on the verge of tears. Irvin was stunned. What? Cooper suddenly fell into a deep coma? Although Cooper is old, he is still quite healthy. How is this possible? But Grandpa really is in a deep coma. Brother Irvin, I beg you, please come over quickly, okay? Alright, I'll head over right now. After hanging up, Irvin called Molly Dong from HR for leave, and then rushed toward the Zhou residence. More than half an hour later, he appeared at the Zhou family gate. Upon learning this, Zhou Shuer personally came out to greet him. Brother Irvin, you're finally here. Please come with me. It looks like grandfather won't last much longer. With evident worry, she pulled his hand and led him inside. Sensing the soft touch of her jade-like hand, Irvin felt a stir in his heart. However, with Cooper's life hanging in the balance, he did not indulge in distractions. Soon, they arrived at Cooper's bedside. The elderly man lay on the bed, pale and unconscious. Beside the bed stood 4 people. Among them were Artie, Titus, and Elsa. The other person was a male doctor wearing a white coat and glasses. The moment they saw Irvin, Artie, Titus, and Elsa's faces darkened immediately, glaring at him with venomous eyes. You brat, weren't you caught by the Sky Patrol Department? Why are you still wandering around? Artie ground out through clenched teeth. Who said I was caught by the Sky Patrol Department? Your brain really works in mysterious ways. Irvin sneered. To tell you the truth, little Grandmaster here has climbed aboard the Sky Patrol Department. Do you fear that or not? What? Artie's eyes almost shot flames. Carlo had intended to kill Irvin on sight as retribution for last night. But never did he expect this brat to have connected with the Sky Patrol Department. This explained why Irvin was released. Now, he couldn't openly deal with Irvin without hesitation. You brat, regardless of whether you've joined the Sky Patrol Department or not, this is the Zhou family. Get out immediately. Artie roared. That's right. This is our Zhou family. Who do you think you are to even come here? Titus echoed loudly. Get out, damn you. Leave right now. Elsa shrieked. Irvin snickered. If Miss Schwerer hadn't invited me, not even a royal carriage could bring me to your doorstep. So what? Then why don't you leave already? Artie yelled furiously. Sorry, Miss Schwerer invited me, and she hasn't told me to leave. What does it mean when you all start jumping out to order me around? Irvin retorted. What did you say? Artie flared up, ready to act. But thinking of the Sky Patrol Department behind Irvin, he had to hold back. Irvin gave him a sidelong glance and sneered. Carlo, heh, a wise man knows the times. I just love how much you hate me yet can't do anything about it. You! Artie was so angry his lungs nearly burst. But Irvin was right. A wise man knows the times. Not even 10,000 courages would make him challenge the Sky Patrol Department. At this moment, Zhou Shuer interjected. Uncle too. I don't know what happened between you, but grandfather's life is at stake. Only Brother Irvin can save grandfather. Can you set aside your prejudices and let Brother Irvin help first? Artie humphed, disdainfully saying, Can this brat actually save anyone? Uncle too, Brother Irvin can indeed save people. Last time when grandfather suffered from the cold poison backlash of Ice Palm, Brother Irvin helped him recover. If you don't believe me, ask elder brother. Zhou Shuer looked at Titus. Titus replied resentfully, It was sheer luck that he saved grandfather. What's so great about that? Upon hearing this, Artie glanced at Irvin differently but eventually asked, Irvin, I'm asking you, how sure are you that you can cure my father? Irvin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he activated Carlo Vinley Eye to scan Cooper. Target, Zhou Mingyuan. Condition, poisoned by intestine-penetrating powder, critical condition. Intestine-penetrating powder? Irvin was alarmed. How did Cooper get poisoned by such a deadly toxin? At that moment, Artie shouted loudly, Brat, I'm talking to you. Coming back to his senses, Irvin responded coolly, I am 100% certain that I can cure Cooper. 100%? Artie laughed loudly. You're making jokes, aren't you? Even Dr. Wiley, an expert, says there's less than a 10% chance. Yet you claim 100% certainty? Who gave you the nerve? The male doctor adjusted his glasses and shook his head, smiling. I thought you might be skilled, but you're just a braggart. Modern medicine is advanced, but no one dares claim 100% success rate even for minor surgeries. Your lack of confidence doesn't mean I lack it, Irvin shot back. The male doctor shrugged, remaining silent. Artie shouted, Enough nonsense. Brat, I'm asking. If you fail to cure my father and instead kill him, what will you do? A cunning glint flashed in his eyes, clearly trying to trap Irvin. Seeing through his intentions, Irvin smirked. Relax. I'll take full responsibility. Whatever you want to do with me, go ahead. Good. Those were your words. Artie seemed exhilarated. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. I said it, Irvin affirmed. But if I succeed in saving Cooper, what then? Simple. If you save him, you can do whatever you want me to, Artie declared. All right, fair enough. Irvin agreed. At this point, Zhou Shuer asked worriedly, Brother Irvin, Uncle too. What exactly happened between you two? Why this hostility? Artie raised his severed hand and gritted his teeth. My second uncle's hand was lost because of this brat. I want to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Ah. Zhou Shuer gasped, looking at Irvin. Brother Irvin, what's going on? Irvin replied, It's complicated and hard to explain briefly. In short, the grudge between me and your second uncle and his family is irreconcilable. Let's focus on saving your grandfather first. Coloring this, Zhou Shuer didn't press further. Irvin approached Cooper and began using the 9-finger revitalization technique. Everyone watched intently, their gazes fixed on him. Meanwhile, Artie stealthily moved close to Dr. Wiley and whispered, Are you sure that after taking my intestine-penetrating powder, there's no hope left for grandfather? Translation provided as requested. Chapter 67. Let's see how you can deny this. Dr. Wiley nodded and whispered in response, Mr. Zhou, you can rest assured. The gut-piercing powder is incredibly toxic, having already corroded the elder's liver and intestines. Even if Hua-Tuo were reborn, he would be powerless. Parloring this, Artie smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then, he shifted his gaze back to Irvin, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. But no such luck. The scene he had imagined did not materialize. Instead, after Irvin used the 9 reviving fingers technique on the elderly Mr. Zhou, the latter gradually showed signs of life. How is this possible? Seeing this, Artie was utterly baffled, his eyes wide open and mouth agape. After a while, he glared angrily at Dr. Wiley and said through gritted teeth, "Didn't you say even a reborn Hua-Tuo would be helpless?" Dr. Wiley was also completely dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. This doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. Carlo could not have predicted that Mr. Zhou, whose liver and intestines had been corroded by the gut-piercing powder, would still come back to life under the hands of an inconspicuous young man. It was simply defying medical knowledge. At this moment, Titus suddenly came to his senses and urged Artie, "Dad, quickly, act now. We mustn't let this boy revive the elder." Elsa also slapped her thigh and said, "Right, once this damn Irvin revives the elder, our plot to poison the elder will be exposed. With the elder's cultivation, Dad, you won't stand a chance against him." Artie nodded resolutely, "You're right. We can't let this boy revive the elder." With that, he rushed straight to Irvin and struck out decisively. At that moment, Irvin, who was concentrating all his efforts on the rescue, had not anticipated an attack from Artie. Poof! Irvin was hit in the back by Artie's palm, spewing blood profusely. "Brother Irvin." Ambree's face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with rage as she hurriedly rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Irvin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said firmly, "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet." Ambree relaxed slightly, then turned to Artie and angrily denounced, "Second uncle, why did you attack Brother Irvin? Didn't you see he was trying to save Grandpa? Himph. If this little brat saves the old bastard, will I have a leg to stand on?" Schwer, originally, I intended to spare you, but you called this guy here and asked him to treat the old man. There's no way I can let you live. Artie sneered. Only then did Ambree realize the truth. "I understand now. Making Grandpa fall into a coma was your doing." Schwer, you only figured it out now? Isn't it a bit late? Artie laughed heartily. Beast. Ambree was so angry she cried. Artie snorted coldly, "Cut the crap. How has the old man treated me these past few years? Haven't you noticed? Whenever something good happens, the old man always thinks of you but never of me. Carlo even handed over all the family's assets to you. Of course, as a cultivator, I'm not interested in the family business, but Titus is my son and the only male heir of the Zhou family. Why didn't the old man hand over the business to him? What ridiculous logic is this?" Ambree indignantly retorted, "Nonsense. Grandpa didn't entrust the family business to Cousin June simply because he idles away his time. If the business fell into his hands, it would surely be squandered away. Alright, even if the old man had those considerations, wouldn't I, Elsa, be capable of managing the family business?" Elsa interjected. "Yet, the old man still overlooked me. How do you explain that?" "Grandpa said your conduct is improper. Once the family business is handed over to you, our Zhou family's reputation built over decades will be ruined by your hands," Ambree replied solemnly. "What? Improper conduct? Did the old man really say that?" Elsa instantly flew into a rage. "Elsa, watch your tongue. Remember your place." Ambree scolded angrily. Just as Elsa was about to retaliate, Titus interrupted. "Meyer, why argue with this little bitch?" Carlo then turned to Artie. "Father, quickly get rid of her and that little bastard Irvin. That's the proper way to eliminate future troubles." Artie nodded. "You're right. Things have reached this point. There's no turning back." Then he began to close in on Irvin and Ambree step by step. Irvin's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was already inferior to Artie, and now that Sierra had been seriously injured by a surprise attack, he was even less of a match. "Am I going to die here today?" Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out from the direction of the main gate. Immediately after, a crowd of people surged in. Leading them was none other than Queenie, the senior patrol officer of the Sky Sweep department. "Wife," Irvin blurted out, his face full of joy. Ambree was momentarily stunned. "Wife?" Irvin realized his slip and felt a bit embarrassed, unsure how to explain. Meanwhile, Artie, Titus, Elsa, and Dr. Wiley all turned pale. Initially, they thought they had the situation under control, but they hadn't expected reinforcements to show up unexpectedly. "Senior." "No, Officer Fong. This Artie is a beast, even daring to poison his own father. Arrest him quickly." Irvin, enduring excruciating pain, stepped forward and shouted loudly. Queenie gave him a stern look, clearly displeased with his informal address, then waved her hand and ordered, "Arrest all of them." Immediately, 2 subordinates moved forward to apprehend Artie. How could Artie let himself be captured easily? Carlo immediately put up a defensive stance and shouted, "Irvin, you're talking nonsense. How could I possibly harm my own father?" Queenie rebuked, "Whether or not you harmed your father, we will investigate. For now, you must surrender peacefully, or your crime will be compounded." Artie huffed heavily. "Humph, Officer Fong. Without evidence that I committed the poisoning, you can't arrest me unjustly. I refuse." "Ha, saying you didn't do it doesn't make it true," Irvin scoffed. "Fine, wait until I revive the elder, then let's see how you can deny it." Irvin then mustered his remaining strength and walked over to Mr. Zhou. "Brother Irvin, you're injured. Can you still save my grandpa?" Ambree asked worriedly. "This minor injury won't hinder me. A brief meditation will be enough. Saving him is crucial." Irvin shook his head and immediately sat down to meditate and adjust his breathing. Indeed, the Vitality Codex lived up to its reputation as the supreme cultivation secret technique. As he continuously channeled it, his injuries healed at an astonishing speed. A few minutes later, he sprang up, looking as lively and vigorous as ever, completely different from the heavily injured person he was moments ago. Not only was Ambry shocked, but even Queenie, along with Artie, Titus, and Elsa, were amazed by his rapid recovery. How did he achieve such incredible healing speed? Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Irvin continued to administer aid to Mr. Zhou. Soon, Mr. Zhou's eyelids fluttered, seemingly about to regain consciousness. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 68. Is Carlo really in a panic? Artie suddenly broke out and fled before Irvin fully regained consciousness. Carlo ignored his son, Titus, and daughter, Elsa. It was not hard to understand. Once Irvin fully woke up, he would definitely be enraged and take it out on him, possibly even taking his life. If not now, when? Stop him quickly. Queenie ordered loudly. Carlo's subordinates immediately drew their guns, aiming at Artie and pulling the triggers. Stop! Stop! However, Artie paid no attention and continued running wildly. Soon, gunshots erupted. Unfortunately, Artie was too fast. Not a single bullet hit him, allowing him to escape. Annoying. Queenie was furious on the spot and shouted, "Follow me and chase him." After saying this, she personally led her subordinates in pursuit. Irvin could not call back in time. With Irvin not yet fully awake, he could only temporarily give up and focus on saving him. Fortunately, 1 minute later, Irvin opened his eyes and fully regained consciousness. "Grandpa!" Ambry cried with joy as she rushed forward. "I'm not dead yet?" Irvin was somewhat confused, looking around bewilderedly. "Is this the underworld?" Ambry hastily said, "Grandpa, you didn't die. Irvin saved you." Irvin then realized, sitting up and gratefully looking at Irvin. "Ronald Dr. Yi, you've saved my life again." Irvin smiled calmly. "It's just a small matter." At this moment, Irvin noticed his nearby children, Titus and Elsa. His old face darkened instantly. "You two little brats still have the nerve to stand here?" Titus and Elsa were frightened and quickly knelt down together. "Grandpa? You two, shut up. I am not your grandpa, and you are not descendants of our Zhou family." Irvin scolded. "By the way, where is that beast Artie?" "Carlo, Titus and Elsa stammered. Ambry hastily interjected, "Grandpa, Uncle 2 was afraid of your punishment and escaped before you woke up, but someone has gone after him." "Someone went after him? Who?" Irvin was puzzled. "I'm not sure." Ambry shook her head. Irvin explained, "People from the Sky Patrol Department." "Sky Patrol Department?" Irvin was puzzled again. "I have no connection with them." But he soon reacted, looking at Irvin. "Could it be that they have connections with Ronald Dr. Yi?" Irvin smiled. "Old sir, your eyesight is sharp indeed." Irvin's face showed surprise and admiration. "Ronald Dr. Yi, you keep surprising me more and more." Irvin scratched his head sheepishly. At this moment, footsteps sounded at the door. Irvin turned around and saw Queenie and her people returning. "Ronald Dr. Yi, are they the ones from the Sky Patrol Department?" Irvin asked. Irvin nodded. "That's right." Irvin nodded, then approached and asked, "Comrade, did you catch that beast Artie?" Though he was elderly, his lifelong cultivation was formidable. Facing him, Queenie felt unprecedented pressure, which made her nervous. "Old sir, Artie's skills are too strong for us to catch." Irvin gritted his teeth and said grimly, "Too bad he can run fast, otherwise, I'd tear him limb from limb myself." Queenie reassured, "Don't worry, old sir. Although that guy fled, I will report this to headquarters upon return, issuing an arrest warrant for him." Irvin nodded. "Good. With you Sky Patrol Department involved, I'm sure he won't be able to escape to the ends of the earth." Queenie smiled without comment. Then, Irvin warmly invited Irvin and Queenie to stay for lunch. Unable to refuse, Irvin agreed. But Queenie indicated she had important matters and couldn't stay long. Irvin sighed and gave up. Queenie then bid farewell and left with her team. Irvin escorted her out of the Zhou family gate and asked, "Wife?" Queenie's expression grew cold. "Oh no, Inspector Fong." Irvin hurriedly corrected himself. Queenie shot him a look and snapped fiercely, "Irvin, I'm warning you again. If you call me wrong again, do you think I won't teach you a lesson?" She was so fierce. Irvin pouted silently and changed the topic. "How did you come here so timely? If you hadn't brought people in, I might have fallen into Artie's hands." Queenie retorted irritably, "Isn't it to secretly protect you?" "Secretly protect me?" Irvin's eyes lit up, realizing something wasn't right. "Sister Inspector, who are you trying to fool? Secret protection? Isn't it more like surveillance?" Caught red-handed, Queenie looked awkward, but she retorted arrogantly, "Yes, secret surveillance. So what? Dissatisfied?" Irvin laughed. "What? It's just that you guys are surveilling me. Is that why you got angry?" Queenie rolled her eyes and didn't want to waste words. "I have an S-class mission. I can't chat with you anymore. Be careful. Artie may come after you anytime." With that, she left with her team. Watching her go, Irvin felt a bit sentimental. She truly cared about him, being his future wife. Suddenly, he remembered something, thinking, right, Queenie mentioned she had an S-class mission. I wonder what it is. Let me try divination to predict its outcome. Carlo then used the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique to calculate the outcome. The result startled him. Not good. She's in danger. And it's a certain death situation. Feeling anxious, Irvin immediately tried to figure out how to save her. Luckily, a solution emerged. "It seems I need to follow her personally to ensure her safety." After explaining the situation briefly to Ambry on the phone and getting her understanding, Irvin caught up with Queenie's team. Seeing him coming, Queenie was surprised. "Irvin, what are you doing? Can't you be serious? We need to carry out a mission." Irvin nodded. "Of course, I know you need to carry out the mission. However, this trip is extremely dangerous. I suggest you let me join. With my divine medical skills, I can help reduce casualties." Queenie frowned. "You're not part of the Sky Patrol Department. You'd only cause trouble. Not letting me join? Then our verbal cooperation agreement is nullified," Irvin stated solemnly. "You." Speechless, Queenie hesitated. Reluctantly, she agreed. "All right, you can come along. but you must follow my orders and not cause trouble. No problem. With that settled, the group set off on their mission. ####Chapter 69. Achieving a great deed. Following this, Irvin accompanied Queenie and her team into a black armored vehicle. Along the way, the armored vehicle sped like the wind, and nobody spoke. The atmosphere was heavy. It made sense. It was an S-class mission, and if anything went wrong, lives could be lost. After more than 20 minutes, the armored vehicle stopped outside a chemical plant. At this point, dozens of police cars and a large number of officers had surrounded the area. Out of the car, Queenie gave the order and immediately leaped out. Carler's subordinates didn't hesitate and followed suit. Irvin also jumped out of the vehicle. The group quickly approached a police car where they met the Special Forces captain in charge of this operation. Upon learning that Queenie was from the Patrol Karlovan department, the captain was delighted and promptly said, "Inspector Fong, it's great you've arrived. Let's get straight to the point. Tell us what happened," Queenie said bluntly. "We received intelligence that terrorists had infiltrated this chemical plant with plans to cause destruction. After our team responded, we found that these terrorists weren't ordinary individuals but cultivators. They have hidden within the plant, striking without warning, leading to heavy casualties on our side. That's why we contacted higher-ups for assistance." "I understand," Queenie nodded. "You maintain the perimeter here while we handle the rest." "Thank you." Queenie then waved her hand and led her team toward the entrance of the chemical plant. Suddenly, Irvin blocked her path. "Wait a moment." Queenie paused, surprised. "Irvin, what is it?" Without a word, Irvin activated his Karlovan-I and scanned the plant. Shortly after, he spoke up. "The terrorist is named Jace, a cultivator at the second level of body refinement stage. Carlo's currently hiding above a large boiler inside the plant. If you enter recklessly, there will likely be significant casualties." "How do you know this so precisely?" Queenie asked, astonished. Irvin wouldn't reveal the power of his Karlovan-I and merely grinned. "I can predict things. Isn't that enough?" Queenie rolled her eyes sarcastically. "Yeah, right." She then waved her hand and proceeded into the plant with her team. "Why doesn't she believe me? Her future husband?" Irvin muttered under his breath, though he had no choice but to follow her for safety reasons. Though stubborn, Queenie did not dismiss Irvin's words entirely. When the group approached the boiler area, she quietly warned everyone, "Be cautious." However, after a thorough search around the boiler, they found nothing, not even a trace of the terrorist. "Irvin, didn't you say the terrorist was hiding here by the boiler? Where has he gone?" Queenie glared at him angrily. Irvin sighed helplessly. "Please, he isn't stupid. He would run when he sees you coming." Queenie had no comeback for this. After a moment, she asked, "Where is he now? Can you predict that?" Irvin pointed in a direction. "Carlo's over there." Just as he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. 70 meters away on top of a warehouse, he saw the terrorist Jace lying in wait with a long gun, aiming through the scope. It seemed Jace was targeting Queenie. "Watch out!" Irvin yelled and lunged at Queenie without hesitation. "What are you doing, you bastard?" Queenie's eyes widened as she couldn't believe Irvin had pounced at her. Caught off guard, Queenie was knocked to the ground. Irvin's hands landed exactly where they shouldn't have, on her chest. The sensation. Irvin felt his nosebleed rising, his mind turning chaotic. "Irvin, you damn pervert, I'm going to kill you." Queenie fumed, her demeanor turning icy cold, radiating extreme hostility. She had severe mental hygiene issues. Even a glance from ordinary men could earn them a slap. For Irvin to violate her sacred boundaries was unforgivable. Note, mental hygiene might not be the best term here. A more natural expression might be personal space issues, or she was extremely protective of her personal space. Revised. "Irvin, you damn pervert, I'm going to kill you." Queenie fumed, her demeanor turning icy cold, radiating extreme hostility. She was extremely protective of her personal space. Even a glance from ordinary men could earn them a slap. For Irvin to violate her sacred boundaries was unforgivable. Bam! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the ground where Queenie had been standing just moments before. Sparks flew. "Oh!" Queenie finally realized her mistake and wanted to apologize to Irvin, but he spoke seriously instead. "Queenie, I didn't expect the terrorist to have a gun. That was my mistake. If you attack recklessly, there will be casualties. You stay here and secure the area. I'll go deal with the terrorist." With that, he turned and left. "Irvin, it's dangerous. Come back." Queenie panicked, forgetting about his earlier misconduct, yelling loudly. Unfortunately, Irvin ignored her and kept moving forward. Another gunshot sounded, bullets whizzing past her. Queenie dodged and ordered, "Everyone, take cover immediately to avoid the terrorist's gunfire." "Yes, ma'am." Carlo's subordinates quickly complied. Meanwhile, Irvin dashed and reached the roof of the warehouse where Jace lay in wait. The terrorist, holding his gun like a hunter, waited for his prey, but the first missed shot had alerted him, leaving him waiting in vain. "Damn!" Jace cursed inwardly. "If that kid hadn't pushed her down, I wouldn't have missed. Once I find him, I'll shoot him in the head." "You want to shoot me in the head? Pretty gutsy, huh?" A mocking male voice came from behind him. Jace spun around, seeing the same man who had pushed Queenie appear behind him. "Brat, it's you?" Jace hastily raised his rifle to aim. Irvin, however, didn't give him the chance. Carlo swiftly appeared in front of him and stomped hard on his knee. Now at the third level of body refinement stage, Irvin's strength was considerable. Crack! Jace's knee shattered instantly, the excruciating pain causing him to scream. "Go ahead, fall." Irvin seized the moment and kicked Jace square in the buttocks, sending him tumbling off the warehouse roof to crash onto the ground below. Seeing this, Queenie rushed over with her team. In mere seconds, they apprehended Jace and handcuffed him. "Take him to the vehicle and return to base for interrogation," Queenie instructed and then looked at Irvin, who had just jumped down from the roof. "Irvin, you've done a great job. I will definitely report your achievements to our superiors. But how did you know the terrorist was here?" Don't tell me you can predict everything. I don't believe you can deduce that terrorists would hide on the warehouse roof. Chapter 69. A major contribution. Subsequently, Irvin followed Queenie and her team into a black armored vehicle. The ride was intense. No one spoke as the vehicle sped through the streets with an oppressive atmosphere inside. After all, this was an S-class mission where a wrong move could cost lives. 20 minutes later, the armored vehicle stopped outside a biochemical factory surrounded by dozens of police cars and a large number of officers. Everyone out. Queenie gave the order and immediately leaped out. Carla's subordinates followed suit without hesitation, including Irvin. They quickly approached a police car where they met the special police force captain in charge of this operation. Learning that Queenie belonged to the Sky Patrol Department, the captain was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Inspector Fong, your arrival is timely. Let's get straight to the point. Tell me what happened," Queenie said directly. "We received intelligence that terrorists had infiltrated this biochemical factory intending to sabotage it. When our special forces arrived, we discovered that these terrorists weren't ordinary people but cultivators who hid within the factory, causing heavy casualties for us. Therefore, we contacted superiors for assistance." "I see." Queenie nodded. "Secure the perimeter around the factory. Leave the rest to us." With gratitude, Queenie then led her team towards the entrance of the biochemical factory. Suddenly, Irvin stopped her. "Wait. Queenie, what are you doing?" she asked in confusion. Without a word, Irvin activated his Sheng.1-252.I and scanned the area. Shortly after, he revealed, the terrorist's name is Jace, a second-stage body tempering cultivator. Carlo's hiding on a large boiler inside the factory. If you enter recklessly, there will be significant losses. "How do you know all this so clearly?" Queenie asked in astonishment. Irvin wouldn't reveal the power of his Sheng.1-252.I and joked, "I have premonitions, didn't you believe me?" Rolling her eyes, Queenie responded sarcastically, "Yeah, right?" With that, she entered the factory with her team. "Stupid woman, why don't you believe your future husband?" Irvin muttered, though he had to follow for her safety. Though tough-talking, Queenie took Irvin's words seriously. As they neared the boiler, she instructed cautiously, "Everyone be on high alert." After an extensive search around the boiler, nothing was found, not even a trace of the terrorist. "Irvin, did you say he was here? Where did he go?" Queenie glared at him. Irvin shrugged helplessly. "Please, he's not dumb. He would run when you're closing in." Speechless, Queenie eventually asked, "So where is he now? Can you divine it?" Pointing a direction, Irvin replied, "Carlo's over there." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Carlo spotted the terrorist named Jace on the roof of a warehouse 70 meters away from the boiler, holding a long rifle and aiming through the scope, apparently targeting Queenie. "Beware." Reacting instinctively, Irvin lunged towards Queenie. "What the hell are you doing?" Queenie exclaimed, surprised as Irvin pushed her down and landed on top of her. In the scuffle, his hands pressed against parts they shouldn't have, causing immediate chaos. Blood rushed to his nose as he struggled with conflicting emotions. "Irvin, you bastard! I'll kill you!" Queenie roared in fury, her demeanor instantly cold like an iceberg. She detested physical breaches. Ordinary men might earn a slap just for a glance. How dare Irvin invade her personal space? Bang! A gunshot interrupted her rage. The bullet hit the ground where she had been standing moments ago, sparks flying. Realizing her mistake, Queenie felt guilty. Wanting to apologize, she heard Irvin's serious tone. "Queenie, I misjudged that the terrorist had a gun, but reckless attacks would lead to more harm. You stay and secure this area. I'll deal with the terrorist." Leaving immediately, Queenie yelled anxiously, "Irvin, it's dangerous. Come back." Ignoring her pleas, Irvin ran toward the warehouse. Swiftly reaching the rooftop, he caught Jace unaware. Jace, realizing he missed his chance earlier, angrily cursed, "If that guy hadn't tackled her, I wouldn't have missed. Once I find him, I'll shoot him dead." "You want to shoot me?" Bold move. Turning abruptly, Jace saw Irvin right behind him. Attempting to aim, Irvin swiftly reached him, kicking hard at his knee. With Irvin now a third-stage body tempering cultivator, the kick shattered Jace's knee with a sickening crunch. Overwhelmed by pain, Jace screamed as Irvin kicked him off the rooftop. Watching him fall and crash onto the ground, Queenie rushed over, capturing Jace with handcuffs. "Increase the guard around him. Take him back to base for interrogation," Queenie ordered. Turning to Irvin who had jumped down, "Irvin, you've done well. I'll report your contribution to the higher-ups." "How did you know he was there? Don't tell me it was just premonition. How did you know he'd be on the roof?" For Sheng.1-252.I, I interpreted it as a severe aversion to physical breaches or invasions of personal space. So instead of mental hygiene complex, I translated it as detested physical breaches to convey her strong dislike towards any form of unwanted physical contact. ##### Chapter 70, Conspiracy. Seeing Queenie staring at him like a curious child, Irvin smiled. "How many times do I have to say it? I really can predict things." "I don't believe you." Queenie shook her head decisively. "If you don't believe me, what else can I say?" Irvin shrugged. "You." Seeing his stubbornness, Queenie felt somewhat depressed. She had always wanted to debunk Irvin's ability to foresee events because it concerned her own happiness. Yet, the more she interacted with him, the more she felt he might actually possess that skill. Carlo seemed to anticipate many things before they happened. It was simply incredible. "Officer Fong, why bother with these details? The terrorists are captured, so you've completed your mission." Irvin, seeing her hesitation, quickly smiled and tried to comfort her. Queenie nodded seriously. "Thank you for helping earlier. Otherwise, I would probably be a corpse now. No need to thank me. Just don't think of me as a pervert." Irvin laughed generously. Queenie was suddenly embarrassed, not knowing what to say next. Seeing her expression, Irvin couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Then he remembered something and warned her. "Oh, by the way, you have a small lump on your body. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Don't delay it." "A lump on my body? Where?" Queenie was taken aback. "Where else?" "Right here." Irvin pointed to her chest. Don't talk nonsense. Queenie blushed, instinctively covering her chest and giving him a stern look. Irvin looked helpless. Carlo meant well, but it seemed she wasn't grateful. Oh well, better to leave it alone. Okay, Officer Fong, consider my previous words as unnecessary chatter. Just take it as a joke. It's getting late, I should go. Goodbye. Irvin smiled and left. Watching his retreating figure, Queenie felt dazed. Could he be right? Jinwei Martial Arts School. As a renowned martial arts school in Dexterjo, it attracted numerous practitioners. At this moment, a man sat in one of the private rooms, drinking silently. This man was none other than Artie, who had fled from the Zhou family like a defeated dog. Beside him was another man, drinking with him. This man was Remy, the owner of Jinwei Martial Arts School. Why worry about such trivial matters, Brother Tudong? To us practitioners, wealth and property are mere external possessions. Only cultivation is paramount, Remy advised. Artie gritted his teeth. Brother Sheng.1-252.I, I know what you mean. Carlo took another swig of wine and continued. But the problem is, my old man is too biased. Clearly, Titus is his grandson. Yet he didn't pass the family business to him, but instead gave it to my elder brother's daughter. How infuriating. Brother Tudong, you have a point. Family businesses are typically passed down to sons, not daughters. Your father seems quite biased, Remy agreed. Bang. Artie slapped the table, glaring fiercely. I had already poisoned that old bastard, but who would have thought Ambry would bring in my nemesis to save him? What a pain. Remy raised an eyebrow. Your nemesis? Could it be Irvin, who forced you to sever your wrist? Who else could it be? Artie's eyes turned bloodshot. That little brat cost me a hand. I must avenge myself. Remy declared loudly. Don't worry, Brother Tudong. I've already sent people to track him down. We'll have news soon. Good, then I owe you one when I get my revenge. Artie exclaimed. Don't mention it. We're brothers. Remy raised his glass with a smile. Carlo, let's drink. Just as they were enjoying their drinks, a man rushed in. Remy tensed. Janice, have you found out? The man named Janice hastily reported. Master, we've almost gathered all information about Irvin. Before Remy could respond, Artie interrupted eagerly. Tell me everything about that kid. That Irvin is the security captain of our Dexterjo Ronaldo Corporation, living in a villa on Shuefe Road. Carlo has a mother. Janice recounted all the details. Parloring this, Artie couldn't wait. Brother Sheng.1-252, I'll set aside the drink for now. Once I capture his mother, that brat will have no choice but to surrender. Remy immediately advised. Is it necessary for you to go personally for just a woman? Besides, the Sky Patrol Department is watching you closely. If you step out, you might get caught. Let me handle this for you, ensuring everything goes smoothly. Artie pondered and agreed. Fine, leave it to you. No big deal. Remy waved a hand and called in a subordinate. Soon, a lean man with sharp, sinister eyes entered respectfully. Master. Braden, I want you to visit Shuefe Road and handle a matter for me. Complete it, and you will be generously rewarded, Remy instructed sternly. Master, please give orders. Capture Irvin's mother Nadia within a day. For details, ask Janice. Rest assured, Master. I'll get it done in one night. Braden said confidently. Brother Braden, don't underestimate him. Though Irvin is only at the 3rd level of body tempering, he's cunning and knows many tricks. Even I lost a hand to him. Be cautious. Artie warned. Brother Tudong, rest easy. While he's strong, as long as I don't face him head on, he can't do anything to me, Braden snorted. Coloring this, Artie nodded. You're right. I entrust this to you. Brother Tudong, no need for formalities. I'll depart now. Braden bowed and hurried off. Watching him leave, Artie's eyes turned cold. Irvin, you never saw this coming. Once I capture your mother, let's see how you squirm. Ha, you're right, Brother Tudong. With his mother as hostage, he won't cause much trouble. Remy laughed heartily, raising his glass. Carlo, let's toast to your vengeance. Haha, let's drink. Hashtag chapter 71. Then I can't hold back my move. Hashtag Shahui Road, Villa number 30. The moment Irvin returned home, he suddenly realized that a group of uninvited guests had come to his house. They were all dressed in black and wore sunglasses, exuding a murderous aura, clearly indicating they were no ordinary visitors. Initially, he thought something terrible had happened and someone was targeting him for revenge. However, his worries were alleviated when a petite little girl came bouncing out. Indeed, this little girl was none other than Aida's daughter, Madeline, whom he had saved from a car accident earlier. Naturally, Aida had come to visit. Uncle Yi, Madeline excitedly called out as soon as she saw him. Irvin smiled gently and picked her up, saying softly, Madeline, why are you here? In her childlike voice, Madeline replied, Mommy said you saved my life, and she didn't have time to bring me over to thank you, so she brought me today. Irvin nodded approvingly. Madeline is such a good girl. It wasn't in vain for Uncle Yi to save you. At that moment, a mature and alluring figure appeared before him. It was none other than Aida. Today, she had changed from her usual dark style into a white chiffon long dress, adding an air of elegance and grace, making her even more striking. Sister Fan, Irvin greeted with a smile. Brother Yi, weren't you still at work? How did you manage to get off early? Aida asked with a smile. Irvin laughed awkwardly and mumbled. Nothing much was happening at the company today, so President Ronaldo let me off early. President Ronaldo? Aida's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Brother Yi, you're talking about the beautiful president of your Ronaldo group, right? She's quite famous in Dexterjo for her beauty. Who would have thought she pays special attention to a security guard like you? Irvin couldn't miss the hidden meaning in her words and felt somewhat embarrassed, so he quickly changed the subject. Sister Fan, if you brought Madeline to visit, it can't just be to thank me, right? Aida rolled her eyes playfully. What kind of talk is that? Of course, I'm here to thank you for saving Madeline's life. Actually, today is Mother's birthday, so naturally, I brought Madeline to celebrate with Grandmother. Today is Mom's birthday? Irvin was taken aback, then smacked his forehead in realization. Oh no, how could I forget my mom's birthday? Ida tapped his forehead lightly, scolding him. Forgetting your own mother's birthday deserves punishment. Irvin scratched his head sheepishly, laughing nervously. You silly boy, Ida shook her head, seeing his embarrassed expression. Just then, Irvin's mother walked out from inside the villa, surprised by his early return. Chuaner, why are you back so early? Before Irvin could explain, Ida interjected, Mother, it's your birthday today, so brother Yi took leave early from work to show his filial piety. Look at how considerate he is. Irvin was dumbfounded, but caught on when Ida gave him a look. His heart swelled with gratitude for her support. Parloring what her goddaughter Ida said, Rosalie beamed with pride. Chuaner has always been such a dutiful son. I raised him, so I know. Irvin felt ashamed, realizing how remiss he had been in forgetting his mother's birthday. Suddenly, Madeline rubbed her cute little nose. What's that smell? Something seems to be burning. Rosalie slapped her thigh in realization. Oh no, it's the barbecue. She hurried back inside the villa. Irvin was puzzled. Barbecue for a birthday? Ida explained, smiling sheepishly. Originally, I bought a birthday cake, but mother said you love barbecues, so she prepared it especially for you. Irvin felt a surge of emotion. Despite it being her own birthday, his mother catered to his preferences. Carlo vowed silently, I swear, I will ensure mother lives in honor again, repaying her nurturing kindness. About half an hour later, an unconventional barbecue birthday party began. As they enjoyed the barbecue, one of Aida's subordinates reported, Sister Fan, there are suspicious people outside, who seem to have ill intentions. Ida, assuming they were targeting her, responded sternly, no matter who it is, drive them away immediately. If they have any issues with me, tell them to confront me directly. Yes, Sister Fan. The subordinate was about to leave when Irvin stopped him. Wait. Surprised, the subordinate paused. Mr. Yi. Irvin gestured for silence and started deducing with a finger snap. Soon, he concluded. Sister Fan, those people aren't targeting you. They're after my mother. Irvin said grimly. What? Ida was shocked. Rosalie, still eating, didn't hear clearly and asked what was wrong. Irvin waved it off, telling her nothing was amiss. Sister Fan, did you say that person isn't after you but after mother? Ida whispered. That's right. Irvin's face turned grave. More precisely, they're after me, using my mother as leverage. Ida stared at him in disbelief. Brother Yi, what's going on? Irvin explained in a low voice, recounting his conflict with Artie. So, it's Artie, the second son of the Zhou family, trying to harm you. Ida exclaimed, then spat. Who would have thought this Artie is so despicable? Irvin grunted. Since he's willing to cross every line to use my mother as leverage, I can't hold back my move anymore. True to her reputation as the queen of the underground world in Dexterjo, Ida responded boldly. Brother Yi, what do you plan to do? Should Sister Fan arrange some experts to deal with him? Sister Fan, this is personal between Artie and me, so don't get involved. But, there's something I need to ask of you. Brother Yi, speak freely. Sister Fan, with your many skilled subordinates, I want to ask you to arrange some experts to protect my mother secretly, ensuring she has no worries. No problem. Ida agreed readily. Your mother is my dry grandmother. Protecting her safety is my duty. Thank you. Now, I'll settle accounts with that guy. Irvin got up, excused himself to the restroom, and slipped out through the back door of the villa. Sure enough, as he approached the front of the villa, he spotted someone peering inside furtively. Carlo walked up and patted the man on the shoulder, sneering, Brayden, right? Note, the paragraph structure and breaks have been maintained as per your request. The translation aims to keep the tone, style, and fluency natural while staying true to the original content. ####Chapter 72, The Challenge. The moment Perry heard the voice behind him, he was startled. Carlo immediately turned his head and sized Irvin up and down. Who are you? How do you know my name? Irvin sneered. You're just here to deal with me on behalf of Artie, right? How could you not know who I am? Perry's face changed. You're Irvin? Irvin laughed dryly. You're not as stupid as I thought. Perry's expression darkened. Suddenly, he swung his hand, revealing a short dagger and stabbed at Irvin with lightning speed. Die. Himph, a mere second-stage body tempering realm practitioner dares to act arrogant in front of me? Irvin retorted coldly. Originally, upon seeing this guy, Irvin had already used his Carlovinly eye to see through Perry's background. At this moment, Perry's dagger was almost at Irvin's chest. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his body, Irvin slightly shifted his body, avoiding the fatal blow. Simultaneously, Irvin struck back with a palm, hitting Perry's shoulder. Ouch! Perry staggered backward, then fell onto the ground. Irvin smirked. With your amateur skills, you dare to cause trouble for my mom? Let me give you a piece of advice. Surrender now, and I might spare your life. Irvin, dream on. Perry grew enraged and suddenly fished out a long needle from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, the needle shot straight towards Irvin's face. Despicable. To dare attack me from behind? Irvin flared up with anger and swiftly dodged. Taking advantage of the moment, Perry bolted away. Stop. Irvin quickly used the swift dragon steps and chased after him like a wraith. Soon, he caught up with Perry. Carlo delivered a punch that hit Perry's back directly. Aya! Perry flew into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood profusely. Irvin chased after him again, ready to finish him off. At this point, Perry began to beg pitifully. Please, don't kill me. Please, have mercy. Himph, not killing you? You think I'll let you continue harming my mom? Irvin said sternly. Big brother, I was just following orders. Please, don't kill me. If you spare my life, whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it, even if it means going through fire and water. Perry pleaded desperately. Going through fire and water? Irvin's mind stirred. Are you telling the truth? Seeing the other side loosen up, Perry beamed with joy and hurriedly confirmed, yes, absolutely true. So, if I make you turn traitor and kill Artie, will you do it? Irvin asked solemnly. Perry's face fell. Brother, you're asking too much. Artie is 5th stage body tempering. I can't stand against him. If that's the case, then there's nothing else to say. Irvin grunted and prepared to strike Perry down with a palm. Perry was instantly terrified and knelt down, begging for mercy. Brother, please don't kill me. I'll listen to you, okay? Irvin shook his head in disdain. This coward. On normal days, he wouldn't waste time or food on someone like this. However, given his current strength was inferior to Artie, if he could keep Perry alive, he might be able to turn the tables and find a way to eliminate Artie, who posed a threat. Perry, take this. Irvin produced a pill. What is this? Poison? Perry's face contorted. Enough talk, swallow it. Irvin barked. Without further ado, Irvin shoved the obedience pill directly into Perry's mouth. Ugh. Before Perry could react, his pupils started to dilate, becoming blank and lost. Didn't I tell you to show respect to your master? Irvin demanded. Perry shuddered and looked at Irvin with obedience and reverence. Master Perry bows to you. Irvin nodded in satisfaction and took out a poison pill. Perry, go back to Jinwei Martial Arts Hall and secretly poison Artie. Thinking to himself, he realized that wasn't right. As a man of principles, certain actions were off limits. Using underhanded tactics to poison someone would tarnish his reputation. Though he had a grudge against Artie, he would rather fight openly. Changing his mind, Irvin put the poison away. Perry was confused. Master, you don't want me to poison Artie? Forget it. Irvin shook his head. Go back and tell him you failed. And tell Artie to stop using these underhanded tricks. If he wants revenge, he should come at me openly. If he has the patience, he can wait 3 days. After that, I'll challenge him to a duel to the death. Yes, master, Perry replied respectfully. Once it's done, I'll call you immediately. Fine. Irvin gave his phone number to Perry and waved him off. Perry hurried away. Looking at the sky, Irvin's eyes narrowed. Looks like I need to accelerate my cultivation and enhance my strength. Hashtag Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. Perry, what did you say? You failed? Remy stared in disbelief. I'm sorry, sir. Please punish me for my incompetence. Perry hung his head. Worthless. Remy cursed. Sitting opposite Remy, Artie glared. I told you, that brat Irvin isn't easy to handle, but you didn't listen. Fine. I'll personally deal with his mother. Just as he was about to get up, Perry lifted his head and spoke to Artie. Second Master Zhou, Irvin wanted me to deliver a message to you. Really? What message? Artie asked, intrigued. Second Master Zhou, Irvin said if you want revenge, you should come at him openly. Stop playing these despicable tricks behind the scenes, Perry conveyed. And, Perry continued, he said if you can wait, he will challenge you to a fair duel in 3 days. Carlo wants to settle this once and for all. Artie chuckled. Haha, that little brat is truly naive. To actually challenge me to a duel to the death? Carlo should look in the mirror and see how weak he really is. A mere 3rd stage body tempering versus my 5th stage? Truly overestimating himself. Remy snickered in agreement. Absolutely, that little bastard is way over his head. All right. Artie slammed his fist on the table, standing up fiercely. Since the brat wants 3 days fine, I'll give him 3 days. Let's see what he can do within this time frame. Chapter 73, Body Tempering Pill. After receiving a definitive response from Artie, Braden left and informed Irvin of the situation via text message. Irvin, who had been waiting at home for news, was greatly invigorated upon learning about this development. Now it's settled. I can practice with peace of mind and no longer have to worry about Artie trying any tricks. However, I cannot let my guard down. I need to seclude myself in meditation over these 3 days, but I can't do it without protection. I might as well go find Sister Fan and ask her to stay at my place for another 3 days. With this decision made, Irvin went to see Ida and explained his intentions to her. Ida readily agreed. Sure thing, Ronald, brother Irvin. As long as you don't mind having me around, it wouldn't be an issue even if I stayed for 3 months. Irvin laughed. Sure, Sister Fan. If you like, you're welcome to stay for your whole life. My home is your home. Ida giggled, her figure trembling like a blooming flower branch. All right, you said it. You can't take it back now. Caught up in her mature allure, Irvin felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. This is what they call the charm of a young wife. Moments later, he regained his composure and chuckled. Rest assured, I won't take it back. Ronald, brother Irvin. Are you letting me stay for 3 days only because you have some ulterior motives? Ida raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with playful intent. How could Irvin withstand her flirtatious gaze? Carlo hastily explained. Sister Fan, where did that come from? Carlo then recounted his upcoming duel with Artie in 3 days. Oh, so that's how it is. Ida spoke somewhat dejectedly, as if she was a little disappointed. So all this while, you only asked me to stay here for protection, huh? Seeing her displeased expression, Irvin felt helpless. Sister Fan, this is the best way I can think of. Over the next 3 days, I need to focus on cultivating and aim to break through to the 4th level of body tempering. This will reduce the gap between Artie and me, allowing me to defeat him easily. Look, Sister Fan was just teasing you. Why did you take it seriously? Ida gave him an exasperated look and continued. By the way, isn't your current cultivation at the 3rd level of body tempering? Breaking through to the 4th level within 3 days sounds quite challenging. Sister Fan, rest assured, I have my ways, Irvin replied confidently. Seeing his confidence, Ida stopped pressing further. Fine, since you've made up your mind, I'll support you. Let me know if you need anything. I have a good collection of medicinal herbs at home, but I'm short on special furnaces used for alchemy. Can Sister Fan help me get one? Irvin asked. Alchemy furnace? Ida pondered for a moment, then said, I happen to have one at home. It's said to have been obtained by my father from a traveling alchemist. I wonder if it's useful. Irvin's eyes lit up. Since it came from a traveling alchemist, it should be useful. Ida responded, all right, I'll have it sent over immediately. That's very kind of you, Sister Fan, Irvin expressed his gratitude. Ida then called someone to bring the furnace over. About half an hour later, a person delivered a quaint-looking furnace to Ida, who passed it on to Irvin. Ronald told brother Irvin, check if it's useful. Sure. Upon inspecting the furnace, which stood approximately 50 centimeters tall with various intricate markings, Irvin recognized its significance immediately and activated his Carlo-Vinley eye. Object, integrated Xanarnase of primordial unity. Status, superior grade mortal instrument. Damn, it's actually a superior grade mortal instrument. What a gem. Irvin rejoiced inwardly. Ronald told brother Irvin, does it work? Ida asked. It works perfectly, Sister Fan. Irvin couldn't hide his excitement. You have no idea how much I want to kiss the ground you walk on. This furnace is like a treasure. What nonsense, talking without decorum. Ida blushed and gave him an exasperated look. Irvin smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. All right, since the furnace is useful, make the most of it, and try to advance your cultivation within these 3 days. With that, Ida left. Without delay, Irvin took the integrated Xanarnase of primordial unity to the basement. After moving into the villa, he had converted a storage room into a hidden alchemy space. Now faced with deciding which pill to refine, he struggled due to the vast amount of knowledge stored in his mind about pills aiding cultivation. After filtering and comparing options, Irvin finally decided to refine the body tempering pill. It was simple. He was currently in the body tempering realm and needed continuous refinement of his physical body to gradually enhance his cultivation. The body tempering pill was specifically designed for this purpose. Deciding not to waste any more time, Irvin set to work immediately. The fuel for the integrated Xanarnase of primordial unity was high-concentration alcohol. After pouring the alcohol and igniting the furnace, he threw the required medicinal ingredients into it. With the furnace's assistance, the process was remarkably efficient, and within an hour, he refined over 100 body tempering pills, each containing abundant energy. Feeling it was enough, Irvin sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating the vitality scripture for cultivation. Time ticked away, and he felt his cultivation level slowly increasing. Each time he hit an obstacle, he consumed a body tempering pill. As he progressed, one pill wasn't enough, so he took 2, 3, or even handfuls. Unrelentingly practicing day and night for 3 days, the number of body tempering pills dwindled, yet he felt closer and closer to breaking through. Finally, yes, I've broken through to the 4th level of body tempering. Artie, though my strength may not match yours, I still have ways to beat you so badly you'll lose control. Standing tall and feeling refreshed, Irvin picked up his phone and dialed Braden's number. Braden, inform that old man Artie that I'm ready for our fight. Tell him to choose a place, and we'll settle this once and for all. ####Chapter 74, Giant Strength Pill. At Shinwei Martial Arts Academy, Braden informed Artie and Remy, who were playing Go, about Irvin's challenge. Upon hearing this, Artie immediately became excited as if he had just taken a stimulant. Damn it, that little bastard has finally made contact. I thought he had forgotten about this. Carlo then turned to Braden. By the way, did that little bastard say I should find a place for us to duel? Yes, Master Zhou, Braden nodded. At this point, Remy sneered, Humph, that little bastard is rather arrogant. Actually telling you to choose the place yourself? Isn't he afraid we might set an ambush? If you ask me, since he's so confident, we might as well agree. No need. Artie shook his head resolutely. That kid is so arrogant. I want to see what makes him think he can get away with it. Remy frowned. Isn't this risky? That kid must be well prepared. What if he brought help? Just in case, I think we should. Artie said proudly. Ronald told brother Ronald. No need to worry. Though that little brat is cunning, I can tell he's somewhat proud and won't resort to bringing help against me. Remy replied, even so, it's wise to be cautious. Let's arrange for that little bastard to come here to our academy. Artie couldn't argue further and agreed. Fine, let's do it your way. After deciding, they instructed Braden to relay the message to Irvin. Soon after, Braden received a reply from Irvin, saying he was on his way. Remy then ordered the entire academy to go on high alert. About half an hour later, a disciple rushed in breathlessly, reporting that Irvin had arrived. Remy felt a chill and glanced at Artie, shouting, bring him in. The disciple left and soon returned with Irvin. Ronald told bastard, didn't expect you'd have the guts to come alone. Brave enough. Artie stood up, looking coldly at Irvin. Don't waste time. The 3 days are up. Now I'm here. Will you dare accept my challenge? Irvin growled, coldly staring at Artie. Haha, not bad for a young brat like you. Artie smirked. When I was dominating the martial world, you weren't even born yet. Irvin retorted fiercely. You? Not even fit to dominate a nursing home. Do you remember whose hand mutilated mine? This enraged Artie, who shouted. You still dare bring that up? If it weren't for your poisoning, how would I have had to sever my own arm? So what if I poisoned you? You could have poisoned me too. Irvin laughed mockingly. You little bastard really seek death. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Artie. With that, Artie clenched his fist and attacked Irvin. Come at me. Irvin immediately executed the dragon step, moving as fast as a shadow. Artie's attacks kept missing, making him gape in disbelief. What? This brat's speed is several times faster than before. How is this possible? Carlo, didn't expect me to break through from the 3rd stage of body tempering to the 4th in just 3 days, did you? Irvin replied smugly. What? You went from the 3rd stage to the 4th in 3 days? Artie gasped. So? Scared? Irvin laughed. This comment roused Artie's pride. Scared? I'm at the 5th stage of body tempering. Why would I fear a 4th stage punk? Ronald told Brat, don't be overconfident. I'll teach you some manners. Carlo resumed his frenzied attack on Irvin. Unfortunately, Irvin's dragon step was too elusive, and Artie couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes after several furious assaults. Ronald told bastard, aren't you all arrogants? Why keep dodging? Have some guts and stand still. Artie roared. Yeah, Irvin, stop dodging. Otherwise, at this rate, when will you two ever finish fighting? Remy interjected. Immediately after speaking, Irvin stopped using the dragon step, a strange smile creeping across his face. All right, if you insist, no more dodging. Hard clash it is. Carlo pulled out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Soon, his arms surged with explosive power. This pill, called Giant Strength Pill, enhanced his arm strength tenfold. Though Irvin's cultivation level wasn't yet at Artie's level, the pill amplified his arm strength by 10 times. With this advantage, Artie was sure to suffer a significant setback. Take this punch, little bastard. Artie roared and swung a heavy punch at Irvin. Seeking death, Irvin smirked and met the punch with one of his own. Bang! A loud thud echoed, followed by Artie's painful scream. He was punched until his right arm shattered into pieces. And it was a comminuted fracture, impossible to heal completely. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Remy gasped and rushed forward. Brother Joe, are you alright? Artie sweated profusely and shivered. My arm! It's ruined. Ruined? Artie, didn't expect this, did you? Irvin laughed coldly. This is the price of underestimating me. Artie glared hatefully at Irvin, gritting his teeth. You win, little bastard. But a warrior may be killed but never humiliated. My fellow disciples will seek revenge. You better prepare for endless retaliation. With that, he drew a dagger from his pocket and stabbed it into his heart. Brother Joe, no? Remy cried out. Too late. The dagger pierced straight into Artie's heart, causing him to die instantly. Irvin looked at Remy. So you're Remy, headmaster of Sheng.1 Martial Arts Academy? It seems you and Artie were close friends. Initially, I planned to spare no one, but since you haven't committed any major crimes, I'll let you live. Swallow this. Saying this, he threw a pill towards Remy. What is this? Remy's face changed, instinctively thinking it was poison. Submissive pill, Irvin said calmly. Submissive pill? Remy looked bewildered. Irvin waved a signal to Braden behind Remy, who understood and struck Remy's neck with a palm strike. Ugh. Remy groaned and collapsed. Braden approached, picked up the submissive pill from the ground, and fed it to Remy. Chapter 75. So hostile. A while later, Remy slowly regained consciousness, looking bewildered. Seeing this, Braden hurriedly whispered, Pavilion Master, what are you dazed for? Hurry up and pay respects to the master. Carlo pointed at Irvin as he spoke. Only then did Remy's eyes clear. Carlo quickly knelt before Irvin, saying, Remy pays respect to the master. Irvin waved his hand and said solemnly, Remy, get up. Though his face was calm, he was elated inside. Previously, when he had subdued Frederick and Braden, it merely added 2 more subordinates. However, Remy was different. Subduing him effectively meant indirectly controlling the Sheng.1 Martial Arts Pavilion. In other words, he finally had his first martial arts force under his control. This marked a firm step toward the goal he promised Unkit. Humph, Unkit, rest assured. One day, I'll make you beg me to be with you, Elling. I'll let you know that you should not look down upon young people who are poor. Irvin secretly vowed. At this moment, Remy instructed Braden to bring in someone to bury Artie. Coloring this, Irvin immediately told Remy, prepare a fine coffin first and place Artie's body in it, then take it back to the Zhou family with me. Despite Artie's many wrongdoings, he was still a member of the Zhou family. Since Irvin had forced Artie to commit suicide, he felt it reasonable and proper to inform the Zhou family. Yes, master. I'll arrange it immediately, Remy hurried off. An hour later, the men sent by Remy bought an excellent coffin from the funeral market and transported it back to the Sheng.1 Martial Arts Pavilion, where they also placed Artie's remains into it. Subsequently, Irvin personally supervised the transport of the coffin to the Zhou family. When the Zhou family's servants saw him, they immediately reported to Axel and Adamaris. Soon, this grandfather-granddaughter duo came out to greet them. Seeing the coffin, Adamaris couldn't help but be taken aback. Brother Irvin, is this? This is what happened. Irvin explained their purpose. Axel and Joshua finally understood. Ronald told Medicine God, this incident was entirely due to Artie's own actions, not your fault. Axel stated. To be frank, ever since this villain started poisoning me, I've been thoroughly disappointed in him. You helped me deal with him, and I can only be grateful, not resentful. That's right, Brother Irvin, don't blame yourself. If not for you, Grandpa and I might have already been killed by Uncle too, Adamaris consoled him. Seeing their understanding, Irvin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your forgiveness. No problem, no problem. Axel smiled. Oh, Ronald told Medicine God, last time you saved me, I didn't even get a chance to thank you before you had to leave with the Tian department. Today, you must stay for dinner. Moved by their warm hospitality, Irvin was about to agree, but at that moment, his phone rang. Checking his phone, he found it was Candace calling. Thinking about the 3 days he had missed work without notice, Irvin felt somewhat guilty. Surely she wasn't calling to reprimand him? Carlo gave Axel and Adamaris an apologetic smile. I'll take this call. Go ahead, Ronald told Medicine God, Axel laughed. Irvin stepped aside and pressed the answer button, speaking cautiously, Director Ronaldo. Before he could finish, Candace's angry voice came through the receiver. Irvin, you bastard, 3 days absent from work without even asking for leave. What the hell are you doing? So hostile. Irvin inwardly complained, then said, Director Ronaldo, why so upset? It's just 3 days of absence, not a big deal. Plus, there's still the deputy head of security, right? Don't play dumb with me. Candace interrupted loudly. Tell me, are you planning to jump ship, leaving our Ronaldo Corporation for another company? Confused, Irvin replied, Director Ronaldo, what do you mean? I just missed 3 days of work without asking for leave. How does that relate to jumping ship? Irvin, you really don't plan on leaving our Ronaldo Corporation for another company? There was a hint of worry in Candace's voice. At this point, Irvin realized she wasn't here to berate him but feared he would leave. Director Ronaldo, I really have no such intention, Irvin smiled wryly. It took so much effort to find a beautiful CEO who values me and offers shares. Why would I abandon Ronaldo Corporation for another company? Candace burst out laughing on the other end. You really are amusing. Seeing her cheerful mood, Irvin laughed. Director Ronaldo, rest assured, I will not leave Ronaldo Corporation. Good, I believe you. Candace's tone lightened. By the way, I'm about to finish work. Can you join me for dinner? Well, Irvin suddenly felt conflicted. Axel had already invited him to stay. Declining now might not be good. Irvin, what do you mean? Don't want to have dinner with me? Candace sounded slightly annoyed. Not at all, Irvin denied reluctantly. Then will you join me for dinner or not? Candace pouted. Parloring her coquettish voice, Irvin almost melted and responded involuntarily. Of course, I will. But after saying this, he felt a bit regretful, unsure how to explain this to Axel. Yet, given the situation, he could only go with the flow. Okay, I'll wait for you at the company. Call me when you arrive. Sure. Hanging up, Irvin returned to Axel and Adamaris. Sorry, Axel. I'm afraid I can't stay. Irvin looked apologetically at Axel. Axel chuckled. No problem. Ronaldo medicine god ye. Since you have something to attend to, go ahead. Whenever you're free, you're always welcome at the Zhou family. Thank you for your understanding. Goodbye. Irvin bid farewell and left. Watching him depart, Axel noticed his granddaughter looking gloomy and dispirited. Carlo teased Adamaris with a half-smile. Schwer, you need to put in more effort. Otherwise, Irvin will become someone else's boyfriend. Blushing furiously, Adamaris stomped her feet. Grandpa, stop making things up. I'm ignoring you. Turning away, she left. Axel chuckled, shaking his head. What a silly child. Though I am old, my eyes are still sharp. Chapter 76. Why aren't you showing off anymore? 40 minutes later, Irvin arrived at the underground parking lot of Ronaldo Corporation. Just now, he had contacted Candace, who asked him to wait in the underground parking lot first. After waiting for 5 minutes, the sound of high heels approached from behind. Irvin, did you wait long? Candace came over gracefully with a charming smile on her face. Today, she let her beautiful hair down and styled it with a trendy baby bang, looking neat and quiet, refreshing and eye-catching. Notably, her outfit was very fashionable. She wore a white short shrug jacket over a light yellow velvet knee-length skirt, accentuating her excellent figure and giving off an energetic yet professional goddess vibe. Irvin swallowed subconsciously and smiled. President Ronaldo, you make it sound as if it's an honor to wait for you, something others would envy. Candace obviously liked his words, smiling coyly. You sure know how to speak. All right, I won't hold your truancy against you these past 3 days. Irvin. Subsequently, the two got into the car. A few minutes later, Candace drove to a food street and parked in an open-air parking lot. Getting out of the car, Candace asked Irvin, what do you feel like eating? I don't mind. Whatever is fine. Irvin replied. What about some skewers? Candace asked, seeking his opinion. Skewers? Irvin was taken aback. Carlo hadn't expected that this aloof and somewhat otherworldly beauty CEO would be so down-to-earth. Carlo-y, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Are you stunned? Candace said irritably. Sure. Why not go for skewers? Irvin grinned. All right, I know a place where the skewers are quite good. Let me take you there. Under Candace's guidance, they soon reached a roadside skewer stall. It must be said that this skewer stall was incredibly popular, with every seat taken. Irvin and Candace waited patiently for 10 minutes before finally getting a table arranged by the stall owner. Then, Candace ordered vegetables such as eggplant, leeks, and spinach, while Irvin chose meat items like ham, chicken wings, and chicken strips. Never would have thought that the president of the prestigious Ronaldo Corporation enjoys this kind of food, Irvin teased. Who says a CEO can't eat roadside skewers? Candace gave Irvin a light glance and said, my father has always said that roadside stalls serve junk food and wouldn't allow me to eat here. But I always come secretly. So you like coming here sneakily? Irvin swallowed again. Candace didn't pick up on Irvin's implication and replied, yes, I love it here most. However, I usually come alone. You're the first man to join me. Irvin felt his heart thumping loudly. Even if his emotional intelligence was low, he couldn't miss Candace's underlying meaning. It was a clear and blatant hint. President Ronaldo, as you say so, I am truly flattered, Irvin laughed. Humph, good that you understand, Candace replied with a slightly coquettish smile. After waiting 7 or 8 minutes, the stall owner brought over a tray of skewers. At this moment, someone at a nearby table interrupted. Boss, this tray of skewers is ours. The speaker was a punk with dyed yellow hair, looking arrogant. These skewers were ordered by those 2 guests. The stall owner was clearly conflicted. You deaf or what? Put them here. Think I won't beat you up? The punk growled, while his companions gave the stall owner menacing looks. Boss, don't listen to them. Just put it here. Irvin spoke assertively, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Let's see how they dare touch me. Ronald told Punk, do you want to die? How dare you talk to me like that? The punk jumped up, glaring at Irvin. Irvin, forget it. Let them have it. No need to cause trouble, Candace frowned. They're just trash. No trouble at all, Irvin smiled. Besides, after working hard all day at the company, you must be hungry. I won't let anyone steal your skewers and leave you hungry. Coloring this, Candace's lips curved into a sweet smile. Boss, bring us the skewers. Irvin sternly instructed. Don't worry. If they mess with you, I'll deal with them. Okay, I'll give them to you first, the stall owner agreed, recognizing Irvin's presence and confidence. Conversely, the punks, though aggressive, seemed weak inside. Damn it, daring to fight over food with me? Fed up with life? The punk roared. Fighting over? We were here first and ordered first. Who's fighting over what? Irvin glanced coldly. Bullshit. Looks like you're asking for it. Zaiming, the punk grabbed a plastic chair and hurled it at Irvin's head. Irvin, watch out. Candace exclaimed. A bunch of scum. Nothing to be afraid of. Irvin stood up abruptly and slapped the punk hard across the face. Smack. The punk fell on his butt, his cheek instantly swelling up. 3 teeth flew out of his mouth as blood gushed. Ah, so much pain. The punk screamed, yelling at his buddies. Why are you standing there? Beat him up. Dispose of this little bastard for me. The group of thugs started moving toward Irvin. Smack, smack, smack. Irvin didn't hesitate. A slap from the front, another from behind, and within seconds, he felled them all. The thugs groaned in pain, sitting on the ground without daring to get up. His efficiency in dealing with them stunned everyone present. Just a bunch of rabble, Irvin sneered, then turned to the punk. Yellow hair, why aren't you showing off anymore? Landon was completely subdued by Irvin's brutal handling, revealing a more hideous expression than crying, Brother, I'm wrong. Do you admit it? Irvin narrowed his eyes. All right, all of you stand there, in a stork pose. What? Hurry up, Irvin barked. Landon didn't dare hesitate, and led the other punks to stand in a stork pose. For a moment, strange glances were cast at them. Some even pulled out their phones to record the hilarious scene. But Landon and his gang dared not move, bearing it stoically with despondent expressions. Irvin ignored them and looked back at Candace. President Ronaldo, no flies bothering us now. Let's enjoy the skewers. Great. Candace nodded, beaming with joy. They began enjoying their skewers happily. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. One person, looking particularly sardonic, addressed Irvin. President Ronaldo, who is this guy? Could he be your lover? Chapter 77. Stop talking the talk without walking the walk. Mistress? Upon hearing this term, Irvin frowned deeply, then turned his gaze in the direction of the voice. Carlo saw a young man, around 27 or 28 years old. Tall and well-built, he wore a full set of designer clothes, indicating that he was no ordinary person. However, this man's eyes were glued to Candace with a greedy gleam. At this moment, Candace's expression turned cold, and she sternly said, Ade, clean up your mouth. The young man named Ade sneered. What, Ms. Ronaldo, getting upset? Could it be this kid really is your mistress? Gao Yongwei, shut up. Candace shouted furiously. Unfortunately, Ade had thick skin and acted as if nothing mattered, extremely stubborn. Irvin couldn't stand it any longer, so he stood up and stepped in front of Candace to protect her. Carlo asked, Ms. Ronaldo, what did you call him again? Seeing him stand up for her, Candace felt warmth in her heart and replied, Ade, go Yongwei. Irvin narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Ade, and smiled teasingly. Brother Yongwei, your name is not just good but absolutely genius. Your dad must have been very talented. I can't help but admire him. Ade's face darkened, and he yelled, Brat, who do you think you are? Daring to mock my name? Are you tired of living? If I am tired of living, why don't you come and bite me? Irvin taunted. Brat, you're like a lantern in a latrine, seeking death. Ade roared angrily, shouting to those behind him. What are you all standing there for? Take him down. Carloring this, the people behind him immediately clenched their fists with sinister smiles and lunged toward Irvin. Seeing this, Candace became anxious and hurriedly intervened. Stop. The group immediately shifted their attention to Ade, awaiting his command. Ade raised his hand, signaling them to hold off. Only then did Candace turn to Irvin and say, Irvin, this person has considerable influence. It's best not to provoke him. Irvin frowned. Ms. Ronaldo, what kind of background does this guy have? Carlo is the eldest son of the Gao family in Nanjing, an influential martial arts family in Dexterdong. This time he came to our city of Dexterzhou representing Nanjing to participate in the Dexterzhou Cup Youth Martial Arts Tournament hosted by the Dexterzhou Martial Arts Association, Candace explained. The Dexterzhou Cup Youth Martial Arts Tournament? Irvin's eyes lit up. What a great event, yet he had only just heard about it. Yes. Candace nodded. From what I know, Ade is quite strong. Carlo is reportedly at the 3rd level of body tempering realm, making him one of the best among young martial artists. Irvin inwardly snorted. Just the 3rd level of body tempering realm. He still had a long way to go. Irvin, I don't want anything to happen to you. Please don't provoke him anymore, alright? Candace held his hand, almost pleading. Caught off guard by her sudden grip, Irvin felt a flutter in his heart and blurted out, Okay, I'll listen to you and won't provoke him. Candace sighed in relief and smiled faintly. Let's go then. With that, she tried to lead Irvin away. Just then, Ade blocked their path, saying, Ms. Ronaldo, no need to rush. Candace replied coldly, Move aside. Ha ha, Ade laughed arrogantly. Ms. Ronaldo, you are an interesting woman. Congratulations, you've piqued my interest. Coloring this, Candace snapped, Ade, show some respect. My patience with you has its limits. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. Do you consider me to be without one? As she spoke, she deliberately moved closer into Irvin's embrace. Smelling the delicate fragrance from her, Irvin felt entranced and instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Unexpectedly, this display of affection did not deter Ade but rather spurred him on. Haha, Ms. Ronaldo, you may not know my nature. I, Ade, excel in cutting in and stealing lovers. So what if you have a boyfriend? I'll still take you, Ade sneered. You scoundrel. Candace couldn't help but curse. Brother Yongwei, stop talking and do it. If you're going to steal, then steal. Stop talking the talk without walking the walk. Irvin scorned. Brat, today, I'll let you see my true capabilities. Saying this, Ade took large strides forward and suddenly threw a swift punch at Irvin's face. Irvin merely smiled, extending one hand, intercepting the punch and grasping Ade's fist before it could even reach him. Huh. Ade's face changed. He clearly hadn't expected Irvin to react so quickly. Brother Yongwei, can you slow down? Your punch is too slow. Irvin mocked. Brat, don't get too cocky. I only used less than half my strength. Ade, Underestimating Irvin, sank his chi into his dantian and tried to pull back his fist. Sadly, despite his utmost effort, he couldn't budge Irvin at all. Brother Yang, why don't you use the rest of your strength? Wouldn't it match your name if you were weak? Irvin smirked. This? Ade gritted his teeth, feeling extremely embarrassed. Despite exerting all his might, his face flushed red but to no avail. Noticing something was wrong, Ade's followers started shouting at Irvin. Brat, let go of our young master Gao. Yeah, release him now, or you'll regret it. Let him go. Ignoring their threats, Irvin instead tightened his grip. Ade felt as though his bones were clamped in iron pliers, causing him to scream in agony. Sweat poured down his forehead. Startled, Ade's people rushed to attack Irvin. But Irvin showed no fear. Instead, he swept them all off their feet with ease, kicking them to the ground one by one. The sudden chaos frightened the customers of the grill stall, who screamed and scattered. Candace was shocked. She never expected Irvin to be so formidable. Carlo, Brother Yang, you seemed so confident earlier. Why the retreat now? That doesn't seem like your style. Having dealt with Ade's men, Irvin continued to increase his pressure while speaking. No, brother. Please stop, you're crushing my hand. Ade howled in pain, nearly kneeling down. Brother Yang, will you dare to cut in and snatch my woman again? Irvin demanded. No, I won't. Ade shook his head submissively. Brother, please spare me. Irvin chuckled. That's better. Very well, I'll let you off today, but if you try anything else, I won't be gentle. Go. Saying this, he gave Ade a hard push. Ade landed on his bottom, then got up and slunk away with his group, tail between legs. However, after running a few dozen meters, he turned back and yelled, Brat, remember this. I won't let you off. One day, I'll make you kneel and sing conquer. This translation aims to capture the essence of the original Chinese text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. The paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall tone are maintained as requested. Chapter 78. Absolutely no compensation in the flesh. Singing conquer on one's knees? Irvin's face darkened. Carlo was about to unleash his dragon steps to catch up with Ade. At that moment, Candace held him back. Forget it, Irvin. Why should you stoop to the level of a scoundrel? Irvin pouted. But Miss Ronaldo, you saw how he just asked for a beating. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will think I am easy to bully. Irvin, that guy really has a lot of influence. It's better to leave things be, Candace consoled him. Humph, who cares what influence he has? To even dare have designs on you, and openly claim to snatch you from me? Unforgivable. Watch this, if he dares, I guarantee he'll end up being a eunuch. Unable to even be called Yang anymore, Irvin growled viciously. Candace couldn't help but laugh. You are truly wicked, but I like it. Irvin's eyes lit up. Carlo, as long as you like it. At this moment, the skewer stall owner came over looking very worried. Obviously, the previous conflict had scared away many customers, causing significant losses. Irvin felt apologetic. After all, it was his actions that led to his business suffering. So, he directly transferred 1,000 RMB via WeChat to compensate for the loss. The skewer stall owner was suddenly elated, almost kneeling down to thank him profusely. After this incident, Candace had lost interest in eating more skewers and prepared to leave. Upon reaching the parking lot, they got into the car. Once she started driving, Irvin remembered something and asked, By the way, Miss Ronaldo, earlier you mentioned the Dexterjo Martial Arts Association holding the Dexterjo Cup Youth Martial Arts Championship. Is that true? Candace nodded. Of course it is. So do you know when it is? Irvin asked again. It's the day after tomorrow. Having explained, Candace suddenly paused. Why are you asking, Irvin? Surely you're not thinking of joining too. Irvin smiled enigmatically. Why can't I join? I didn't mean it like that. Candace shook her head. But as far as I know, there are many participants in this Dexterjo Cup Youth Martial Arts Championship, and they are all top-notch martial artists. As the saying goes, fists and feet know no mercy. What if you get hurt, If I get hurt, what would you do? Irvin smiled warmly. Candace glanced at him, irritated. Irvin, you should know what I mean. Irvin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Sorry, Miss Ronaldo. My IQ isn't high enough to understand what you mean. You're infuriating. Candace glared at him fiercely. I'm worried about you getting hurt. The captain of our Ronaldo Group security team will need to be replaced. Now do you understand? Coloring this explanation, Irvin was both amused and speechless. Women love to say one thing and mean another. However, he did not call her out but said instead, Miss Ronaldo, rest assured. Even someone like Ade can participate, so why can't I? Besides, I myself am a divine doctor. Minor injuries are nothing, easily healed, right? Candace was speechless. Indeed, with Irvin's miraculous medical skills, injury wasn't a big deal at all. After a while, Candace finally sighed. Fine, since you've decided, I won't stop you. But you must promise me to take care of yourself. Yes, I promise, Irvin assured her. Subsequently, Irvin asked Candace about details of the Dexterjo Cup Youth Martial Arts Championship. She didn't hold back and told him everything. Unconsciously, they had arrived at Zayasafii Road number 30. Irvin asked Candace to park by the side and wave goodbye to her as she drove away. Irvin then headed home. Ronald told did he know, nearby, a pair of eyes had been watching him. Once they saw Irvin enter the villa, the owner immediately dialed a number. Mr. Ronaldo, I saw Miss driving Irvin back. Yes, Mr. Ronaldo, I will continue monitoring. Back home, Irvin found his mother and Ida playing with Madeline in the living room. Seeing him return, Madeline bounded over and threw herself into his arms. Irvin played with Madeline for a bit before putting her down. Ida then gave him a knowing look and whispered, Problem solved? Irvin understood what she meant and nodded. It's resolved. Ida smiled lightly. So, my mission is done. Guess I should go now. Huh? Sis fan, you make it sound like I'm using you, Irvin chuckled. Don't worry, you're welcome to stay here as long as you like. This will always be your home. Save it. Ida laughed coquettishly. Tell me, how are you going to repay me for helping you this time? Seeing her flirtatious demeanor, Irvin thought to himself, truly a vixen, bewitching to death. Sisfan, how do you want me to repay you? Irvin grinned. Let me clarify. Absolutely no compensation in the flesh. Yuck, don't flatter yourself. Ida blushed slightly and spat playfully. What kind of compensation? Gross. Sorry, just a joke. A joke? Irvin laughed. Ida shook her head. This favor you owe me will be noted. Payback comes later. Got it? No problem, Irvin agreed cheerfully. Since it was already late, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Thinking of the upcoming Dexter Joe Cup Youth Martial Arts Championship, Irvin was excited and couldn't sleep. Carlo sat cross-legged and began to practice meditation. At the Ronaldo residence, bang! Ronald Tuahu's face twisted with anger as he smashed his phone to the ground. Carlo had just received a call from a private investigator stationed at Sci-fi Road number 30, informing him that Miss Ronaldo personally drove Irvin home, making him furious. Truth be told, for the past 3 days, Irvin had been absent from work, leading Ronald Tuahu to assume he had given up. Who knew that in an off moment, he found his daughter and Irvin together again. People, go fetch Dempsey for me. Ronald Tuahu fumed uncontrollably. Shortly after, Dempsey arrived. Sir Ronaldo, you wanted me? Seeing Ronald Tuahu's grim expression, Dempsey was somewhat taken aback. Dempsey, you were supposed to keep an eye on that boy Irvin, but you didn't do it well. Now, he seized the opportunity to harass Miss Welling again, Ronald Tuahu said reproachfully. Dempsey frowned slightly. Sir Ronaldo, it's not that I haven't tried keeping an eye on Irvin. The truth is, he's surrounded by people from Ida. They aren't weak, and I feared alerting them prematurely. People from Ida? Ronald Tuahu was astonished. How does he even know that widow spider Ida? I don't know, Dempsey pondered. Sir Ronaldo, what should we do now? Ronald Tuahu's face darkened. Hmph, I gave that kid chances, but he doesn't know how to appreciate it. Under any circumstances, I cannot offend the Liu family. Since that's the case, we must eliminate him. Dempsey, find a chance to kill him. Remember, do it covertly. Yes, Sir Ronaldo. Chapter 79, Fostering the Sword Embryo. Just as Dempsey left on his errand, a woman's voice sounded from outside. It was Candace. The moment she entered, Unkit noticed her beaming with delight. Needless to say, it was all because of that boy Irvin. Father, I'm back, Candace greeted happily. Unkit's face immediately turned grim. Why are you back so late? Candace realized something was off and mumbled, I had dinner with friends. With friends? Could this friend possibly be Irvin? Unkit snorted, clearly displeased. Father, how could it be Irvin? It was just my close girlfriends. Humph, close girlfriends? Unkit pulled out his phone and displayed the photos sent by his private investigator. You look at this, then explain yourself. Candace glanced at the photo, showing herself parting ways with Irvin on Chassis Road. She was momentarily stunned. Father, you had someone spy on me? Hmph, if I hadn't spied on you, how would I know when you lied to me? Alright, since you insist on going against me and getting cozy with Irvin, fine. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to go to work anymore. Unkit declared dominantly. Candace panicked. Father, how can you do this? I've worked hard to get the company back on track. Don't worry about the company. I will handle it personally. You stay home and mend your ways. After saying this, Unkit turned to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned back. Oh, hand over your phone. Candace's face changed. Father, how can you do this? Unkit coldly replied, rest assured. I'll return your phone once everything is resolved. With that, he approached her, opened her handbag, took out the phone, and walked away, leaving Candace standing there in despair. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Irvin was woken by Callie's knocks on the door. Uncle Irvin, breakfast is ready. Come eat. Irvin opened his eyes, stopped cultivating, and took a deep breath. Having the body tempering pill indeed makes cultivation more efficient. I estimate another night, and I'll break through to the 5th level of body tempering. Haha. But as Welling mentioned, the Dexter Joe Cup Youth Martial Arts Tournament tomorrow will have many strong competitors and allows weapons. I need to prepare a suitable weapon. What kind of weapon should I prepare? Irvin began sifting through the vast amount of inherited knowledge in his mind. Soon, his eyes lit up. Crap, this confluence of man and sword, skill, primeval illusion sword technique, is quite impressive. Xanarthermore, once mastered, sword skills improve with cultivation. In other words, this sword technique can grow, offering limitless potential in the future. Now, the first step is to foster a primeval illusion sword embryo within me. Otherwise, everything is futile. Deciding this, Irvin went out for breakfast. After breakfast, Ida said she had urgent matters to attend to, leaving her daughter Callie in Irvin's mother's care, along with some martial artists to secretly protect them. Then she left. Irvin stayed home, not going to work as usual, and prepared to foster the sword embryo. Fostering a sword embryo essentially means using his body as a carrier, concentrating vitality true chi to cultivate the embryo in the dantian, forming the innate conditions for man and sword becoming one. Without delay, Irvin locked the door and began the process according to the steps in his mind. Carlo forcefully gathered all the dispersed vitality true chi into his dantian. Next, he recited an incantation. Carlovan and earth darkened, universe primal, sun and moon wax and wane, stars align. Time ticked by slowly. Feeling something emerging in his dantian, he looked down and activated his Carlovinly eye. Instantly, the skin, blood vessels, and bones in his lower abdomen disappeared, revealing churning energy currents in the dantian, with a faint, translucent small sword the size of a finger floating amidst it. Is this the sword embryo of the primeval illusion sword? Irvin's eyes lit up. Great, I finally managed to cultivate it. With a thought, he urged the vitality true chi, gathering it in his right palm. Instantly, a transparent yet substantial-looking sword appeared in his hand, exuding ancient, primeval vibes that chilled one's heart. Fantastic sword. Truly fantastic. Overjoyed, Irvin tested its power by slashing at a triangular clothes hanger. Whoosh! The primeval illusion sword let out a light whistle, slicing through the hanger effortlessly without a sound. Oddly, the hanger showed no immediate reaction. What's happening? Is this primeval illusion sword useless? Suddenly, the hanger cracked into two halves. Whoa! Irvin gasped in astonishment, because he discovered the cut was perfectly clean, demonstrating how incredibly sharp the primeval illusion sword was. Damn, this power is too strong. And this is just the embryo. Once fully developed, its attack will be even stronger. Haha, what a blast. With this skill, I have a trump card. In the future, encountering any strong opponent, I might win if I surprise attack them. Irvin became adept at manipulating the primeval illusion sword. However, he also noted its major flaw. It consumed a lot of vitality true chi. After using it thrice, he felt a tenth of his chi depleted. Looks like this move can only be used in life or death situations, where I'll exhaust my chi and be helpless. I need to intensify my training to use the primeval illusion sword at will. Irvin continued practicing until noon. Checking his combat strength through Sheng.1-252.I, he found it had risen to 47, not far from breaking through to the 5th level of body tempering. After lunch, he prepared to continue cultivating when his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Candace, simple instructions to meet her in the underground parking garage, 3rd basement level of the company. Carlo replied, "What for?" Unfortunately, she didn't respond further. This Candace, what's she up to? Trying to meet me privately? Irvin wondered but didn't think much of it, driving straight to the designated location. Minutes later, he arrived at Ronaldo Corporation's 3rd basement level. As soon as he exited the car, an elderly man in a traditional Bradford suit appeared, glaring menacingly. "Irvin, you finally came to die." Chapter 80, The Final Move. Committing suicide? Irvin's face changed instantly as he barked, "Who are you?" "The old man has come for your life." "What do you think the old man is?" The old man in Bradford attire grinned, revealing a mouth of yellow teeth. His withered, bark-like face exuded a malevolent aura. Irvin's gaze turned grave, as he immediately activated his Sheng.1-252.I. Subject, Destin. Cultivation, Solid Body Realm Level 3. Combat Power, 388. Upon seeing this, Irvin's expression drastically changed as he blurted out, "Solid Body Realm Level 8? Carlo was currently at Solid Body Realm Level 4, and the gap between him and the elder named Destin was too vast. How could his expression not change? Destin glanced at him unexpectedly. "Young man, I didn't expect you to see through my cultivation at first glance." "Not bad." Irvin gritted his teeth. "What's so impressive about that?" "Your cultivation level. I can see at first glance, even your name I can tell just by looking." Destin couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, you sure like to brag. Very few people even know my real name in Dexterjo, let alone those who have met me. They don't know, but I do." Irvin shrugged. "Aren't you called Destin?" "Huh." Destin was taken aback, almost shouting. "How did you know?" Irvin chuckled. "So, you admit it, huh?" Destin narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flashing in them as he stared at Irvin. "You're quite something. No wonder Miss treats you differently." "Miss?" After some thought, Irvin realized. "You used Candace's phone to send me a message on WeChat, luring me here to the underground parking lot. No doubt, you're sent by Candace's father to kill me, right?" "Smart." Destin smiled faintly. "But being too smart might not be a good thing. Because you're too smart, you must die today." Irvin's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Don't you fear the truth will come out, and the Sky Patrol Department will punish you? To tell you the truth, I have connections in the Sky Patrol Department." With such a large disparity in strength, he had no guarantee of winning. For now, bluffing by invoking the Sky Patrol Department was his only option. "Pimph kid, cut it out. Just because you have a connection with Queenie from the Sky Patrol Department, does it mean anything to me?" Destin sneered coldly. Irvin was startled. The other party even knew Queenie, indicating they had thoroughly investigated him. "Besides, once I kill you and bury you where no one will ever find out, who would know it was me?" Carlo added, "Oh, almost forgot to tell you. All the surveillance inside and outside the Ronaldo Corporation has experienced technical issues and has been temporarily shut down. So, killing you won't leave any evidence for the Sky Patrol Department to trace back to me." "You." Irvin inwardly panicked, realizing the opponent was meticulously thorough. Although he knew the other party was strong, some things could not be compromised or backed down from, especially matters of life and death. "All right, Irvin. I've said so much just to ensure you understand clearly before you go." Destin approached, his killing intent evident. Irvin immediately felt an overwhelming pressure from the other party's aura, feeling suffocated under it. But to survive, Irvin had no choice but to fight. From the beginning, Irvin was at an absolute disadvantage, completely suppressed in both strength and speed by the elderly Destin. Bang! Destin suddenly unleashed a palm strike, hitting Irvin's left shoulder directly. Ugh! Irvin flew backward, spitting out blood before crashing onto the ground heavily. Though he wanted to get up, he couldn't muster any strength after the severe blow. "Young man, you're a talent with a promising future, but you dared to provoke Miss Ronaldo, which offended Mr. Ronaldo greatly. Originally, considering you saved his mother, Mr. Ronaldo let you go, but you continued to Joe-chan her, sealing your own fate." As he spoke, Destin moved closer. Note, the word Chanju seems out of place in English. I've adjusted it to continue to Joe-chan her, assuming this is meant to indicate that Irvin continued to pursue or involve himself with her despite being warned off. If Jo was a typo and should be Jo-chan, then harass or pursue might fit better depending on context. For better fluency, here's a more natural phrasing. "Young man, you have a bright future ahead of you, but by provoking Miss Ronaldo, you've crossed Mr. Ronaldo's D-shan. Initially, because you saved his mother, Mr. Ronaldo decided to spare you. However, you didn't know when to stop and continue to pursue her, sealing your own fate. As he spoke, Destin moved closer. Note: I've also corrected Shan to ensure consistency in terminology. Feeling closer to death, Irvin realized he had to act if he was going to survive. It was time to unleash his ultimate move. Carlo gathered his energy in his dantian, preparing for a critical blow. Destin saw through his intentions and laughed scornfully. Give up, kid. Struggling will only make your suffering less. Continuing to approach, he prepared to deliver a final strike. But just as he was about to land the lethal blow, Irvin acted. The hell you think killing me is easy? Struggling for breath, Irvin shouted, suddenly summoning the primal illusion sword and striking forward. What's this? Seeing something sword-like appear in Irvin's hand, Destin was stunned. Chop! Irvin swung horizontally, releasing a wave of sword chi straight toward Destin's waist. Oh no! Destin's expression changed dramatically as he leaped to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword chi slashed through Destin's thigh, severing it clean off, leaving only his upper body suspended in midair. Ah! Destin screamed in agony before slamming to the ground. The impact was excruciating, but more terrifying was the constant flow of blood from his severed legs, causing intense pain and dizziness. Meanwhile, Irvin wasn't much better. Unleashing the ultimate move had drained a significant amount of his true essence, leaving him feeling empty. Carlo didn't expect that, did you? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Irvin struggled to stand, a smug expression on his face. You boasted about killing me, but what happened? You lost both your legs. You brat, what sorcery did you use? With your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to achieve such power. Destin glared coldly, hating him fiercely despite the unbearable pain in his thighs. Humph, why should I tell you? Irvin retorted with disdain. You. Destin shook his head, closing his eyes as if accepting his fate. Fine, if you won't say, then I won't ask. Finish me. I won't kill you today, for Candace's sake. Irvin took a deep breath, his tone icy. But tell Unkit not to cross my limits again. Otherwise, I'll make sure he dies miserably. Saying that, he supported himself against the wall and strode away. Watching him leave, Destin felt a complex mix of emotions. A monstrous force like this, indeed, foreshadowed turbulent times ahead for Dexter Dong. Chapter 81. I didn't see anything just now. After seeing Irvin leave, Destin briefly lost his composure, but quickly pressed several acupoints on his thighs to stop the bleeding. Feeling slightly better, he then took out his phone and called Unkit. Dempsey, how did the operation go? Did you manage to take care of that kid, Irvin? Unkit's anxious voice came from the other end of the line as soon as it connected. Destin gave a bitter laugh. Mr. Ronaldo, I apologize. My mission failed. What? Unkit was stunned. Dempsey, you have solid body realm strength far surpassing that kid. How could you fail? Is Black Widow Ida secretly protecting him? Mr. Ronaldo, no one was secretly protecting him. He relied entirely on his own strength. Not only did I fail to kill him, but my legs were also disabled by him. What? How is that possible? Mr. Ronaldo, if you don't believe me, come down to the underground parking lot level B3. Alright, I'll be there right away. Destin hung up the phone and waited quietly. Soon, Unkit and his two bodyguards appeared before him. Seeing Destin with both legs cleanly severed, Unkit was deeply shocked, trembling lips quivering uncontrollably. How can this be? How can this be? That kid is merely at the Chu Ti, body tempering realm. The two bodyguards had already helped Destin up. Enduring the intense pain in his legs, Destin looked gloomily and said, Mr. Ronaldo, we've greatly underestimated Irvin. His cultivation is indeed at the body tempering realm, but it's only an appearance. I believe he must be hiding his true strength, feigning weakness. Coloring this, Unkit remained speechless for a long while. Suddenly, Destin sighed. I never thought that after roaming through life, I would make such a miscalculation. But where does that kid come from? So young yet so terrifying? Confused, Unkit replied, I once heard mention that this kid was just our company's ordinary security guard. Nothing outstanding about him. This matter is indeed suspicious, Destin murmured. Suddenly, Unkit grew anxious. This isn't good. That kid is so powerful, and I've thoroughly offended him. If he retaliates. Destin comforted him. Mr. Ronaldo, you needn't worry too much. Before leaving, that kid told me to pass a message to you. Don't challenge his limits again, or else he won't let you off easily. In other words, as long as you don't provoke him anymore, he won't trouble you. Relieved, Unkit felt reassured but still worried. Though that's true, what if the kid still harbors resentment inside? Destin shook his head. From what I observed, that kid seems to have feelings for Mist. Since you are her father, he likely won't make things hard for you. Feeling convinced, Unkit finally put his mind at ease. At this moment, Destin began to convulse violently. Dempsey! Dempsey! Alarmed, Unkit hurriedly shouted. Sadly, Destin suddenly slumped over, dying instantly. Unkit burst into sorrowful wails, as if he had lost a dear parent. Without exaggeration, Destin's presence had ensured peace and safety for the Ronaldo family over these past decades. To Unkit, Dempsey was like a father and friend, invaluable and irreplaceable. Wiping away tears, he instructed his bodyguards sadly, carry Dempsey home immediately. I want to give him a proper burial. After the funeral, I will gather martial arts experts to avenge him. Yes, Mr. Ronaldo. Driving into his car, Irvin felt increasingly uneasy. Immediately using Carlo-Vinley evolution technique, he started deducing. Quickly, his brow furrowed. So President Ronaldo wasn't at work today because she's under house arrest. Should I see her and tell her about today's events? Doing so might deepen the conflict between her and her father. Pondering for a long time, he decided to visit her. After all, it was best to address problems directly. Two minds were better than one, especially when facing adversity. Resolved, he drove away from Ronaldo Corporation straight toward the Ronaldo residence. After more than half an hour, he arrived outside the Ronaldo household gate. Considering that he was unwelcome by Unkit, he figured the guards wouldn't let him in. Therefore, he parked outside the main gate and scaled the back garden wall effortlessly, thanks to his Chu-Ti fourth layer strength. Following memory, he avoided household servants and swiftly reached Candace's bedroom balcony. Who's there? Startled by the sound from the balcony, Candace sat up abruptly from her bed. Me, Irvin. Irvin responded, and entered the room directly. What met his eyes left him utterly astonished. Dressed in a V-neck thin silk nightgown, due to the sultry weather, Candace's exquisite figure was revealed in all its allure. Especially the valley between her breasts drew Irvin's gaze. She looked incredibly sexy. Irvin. Surprised and delighted by his voice, Candace quickly realized Irvin was staring. Covering her chest, she exclaimed, "Oh, you? Turn around quickly." Unbeknownst to her, this revealing outfit almost made Irvin bleed from the nose as he blurted out, "What? Turn around?" Candace stamped her foot, clearly upset. Coming back to his senses, Irvin quickly turned away. Candace found her outer robe and wrapped herself up, then said somewhat angrily, "Now you can turn back?" Turning around, Irvin felt embarrassed. "President Ronaldo, rest assured, I didn't see anything just now." His words echoed like someone protesting too much. Still saying that? Candace glared at him. Irvin smiled awkwardly and didn't say more. "All right, forget about that. Why are you here?" Candace asked curiously. Without concealing, Irvin recounted Leona's encounter in the company's underground garage. "What? Dad sent people to kill you? How could that be?" Candace looked shocked. "President Ronaldo, I know you find it hard to believe, but it's true. The old man your father sent to kill me was strong, at solid body 3rd level. Fortunately, I used a critical move in the nick of time and severed his legs, turning the tables," Irvin explained. "Well?" Stunned, Candace paused for a moment and then said, "How could Dad do that?" "Such actions are no different from hiring a killer." Irvin helplessly replied, "Shouldn't you confront your dad and tell him that I'm just a pretend boyfriend you brought in temporarily?" Unexpectedly, Candace's face darkened. "What? Irvin, do you really want to sever ties with me so badly?" Irvin smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond further. "All right, let's change the subject. How come you're here?" Candace questioned. Irvin told her about Sierra's ordeal at the company's underground parking lot. "What? Dad sent someone to kill you? How is that possible?" Candace was visibly shocked. "President Ronaldo, I know you don't believe me, but it's true. The old man your father sent had significant strength, solid body 3rd level. Fortunately, I managed to use a decisive move and cut off his legs, thus winning the fight," Irvin explained. "So?" Candace was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a while before asking, "How could Dad do this? It's no different from hiring a murderer." Irvin felt helpless. "President Ronaldo, shouldn't you talk to your dad and explain that I'm just a fake boyfriend you brought in for show?" Unexpectedly, Candace's expression darkened. "What? Irvin, do you really want to break ties with me so badly?" Chapter 82. You have to trust your man. Clear the relationship? Under Bridget Ronaldo's intense gaze, Irvin felt his heart race wildly, unable to control himself. After a while, he took a deep breath and chuckled. "President Ronaldo, how can you say that? When did I ever want to clear our relationship? You're the CEO, and I'm just an employee. No matter what, we can't change the relationship between boss and subordinate." "That's not what I'm talking about." Candace directly expressed her dissatisfaction. "Not that relationship?" Irvin wasn't stupid. Immediately his eyes lit up with surprise and joy. "President Ronaldo, you don't mean we have a romantic relationship, do you? Still pretending? If I didn't have feelings for you, would I let you pretend to be my boyfriend?" Candace angrily glared at him. Her cheeks flushed red. Indeed, considering she was a president who never cared about any man, now openly expressing her feelings to Irvin, it took a lot of courage. But Irvin took advantage of the situation even more. Carlos simply shrugged and spread his hands wide. "President Ronaldo, it's not that I'm pretending, but I need to confirm your intentions. What if I get it wrong? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me?" "What? At this moment, you care about losing face?" Candace grew angrier as she raised her fists to hit him. Unexpectedly, Irvin caught her hand and pulled her close. "Ah!" Candace gasped as she tumbled into his arms. Smelling the strong male scent from him, she felt lost in emotion. At the same time, Irvin couldn't hold back either. "Nonsense. A gorgeous woman dressed lightly falling into your arms, could you resist?" Smack! Irvin immediately pressed his lips hard onto Candace's plump, red ones. Candace froze momentarily, as if struck by lightning. However, after feeling the passion conveyed through the kiss, she began to respond fervently. 1 minute later, their lips parted. Irvin wore a smug expression. "President Ronaldo, such delicacy. I'll take care of you from now on. You're so annoying." Candace's blushing face tapped him gently on the chest. "President Ronaldo, I was wrong, okay?" Irvin smiled slightly. Candace shyly glanced at him, biting her lip. "I didn't expect you to be so bad. You kissed me without warning. Men need to be a bit naughty to attract women." "I understand President Ronaldo's heart well," Irvin laughed. "Still calling me president?" Candace gave him a charming look. Yes, from now on, I shouldn't call you president anymore. Otherwise, people might think you used your power and means to get me, your subordinate." Barking up the wrong tree. "Are you still talking?" Candace pinched his waist angrily. Okay, no more talking," Irvin laughed. Only then did Candace let him go, sighing softly. "My father is determined to marry into the Liu family in Jinling and harbors a deep prejudice against you. Now that this happened today, I don't know how to resolve it." "Don't worry, Dot. There's always a way out," Irvin looked at her firmly. "You have to trust your man." Coloring his words, Candace felt enveloped in warmth, replying happily, "Yes, I believe in you." They held hands tightly, understanding each other without words. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the romantic atmosphere. "Who is it?" Candace asked hurriedly. Mr. Ronaldo has returned, but he looks very upset. Please check on him. All right, I got it. Candace replied and turned to Irvin. Stay in my room. Don't leave. Sure. Irvin agreed happily. Candace then gave him a tender kiss before leaving the room. Watching her go, Irvin couldn't feel at ease and secretly followed her. In the first-floor living room, Candace saw her father, Milton, looking utterly dejected. On the ground lay a covered body, making her pause in shock. Dad. Who else? Of course, it's Grandpa Zane. Milton looked sorrowful. What? Did Dad send Grandpa Zane to kill Irvin? Candace changed her expression. Just then, Milton's eyes narrowed. How did you know I sent Dempsey? Unless... Realizing this, he suddenly stood up fiercely. Did Irvin come to see you and tell you everything? Candace inwardly cursed but remained calm as the CEO of Ronaldo Group. Dad, you're talking nonsense. How could Irvin come to me? Carlo called me and told me you sent someone to kill him. Lying. Milton roared. You handed over your phone. Irvin wouldn't know the home number. How could he call you? Candace's face fell. Tell me, did Irvin come here? Speak. Milton grabbed her wrist harshly. Pain made Candace's face pale. Dad, he really didn't come here. Really didn't. At this point, you're still lying? Milton was furious and slapped her. Seeing the slap about to land, a large hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Milton's wrist. Huh. Looking up, Milton found Irvin there, seething with anger. So you were in my house all along, Irvin? Irvin pushed Milton lightly, causing him to stumble backwards several steps. Regaining his balance, Milton raged, pointing at Irvin. You killed Dempsey and dared to come to my house. What are your intentions? If I don't avenge Dempsey today, I am not Milton. Guards. Immediately, a group of bodyguards rushed in. Together, eliminate this kid. Avenge Dempsey. Milton roared. Yes. The guards prepared to attack. Candace stepped forward, protecting Irvin behind her, crying sadly, Dad, I'm heartbroken about Grandpa Zane, but it's because you asked him to kill Irvin that Irvin defended himself. Now, Grandpa Zane is gone. If you kill Irvin, won't you make your daughter a widow? Widow? What do you mean? Milton's face darkened as if he had been hit in the tail. Chapter 83. Treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Upon hearing Milton's inquiry, Candace said through gritted teeth, Dad, to be honest, Irvin and I have already, consummated our relationship and pledged ourselves to each other. After she spoke, a shy expression crossed her beautiful face. Consummated their relationship? And pledged themselves to each other? Don't you have some major misunderstandings about these phrases? Irvin stared dumbfounded at Candace. Clearly expecting his reaction, Candace signaled desperately with her eyes. Only then did Irvin realize the situation. He shouldn't underestimate this beauty CEO. Her use of deceptive tactics was quite proficient. Carlo promptly regained his composure and waited to see how things would unfold. Milton, with an enraged look on his face, demanded, What? You and this kid Irvin have already gone that far and pledged yourselves to each other? When did this happen? Just before you came back. Candace replied coolly. You. Milton felt his blood pressure surge in anger. But then he immediately shook his head. No. Just now when I entered the gate, I noticed a car parked at the entrance. I assume it's the one you bought to reward Irvin, right? According to security, the car just arrived about 10 minutes ago. In such a short period, you managed to go that far and pledge your future together? Nonsense. Dad, you're right. Irvin did arrive about 10 minutes ago. But that didn't prevent us from getting along well, Candace insisted. We finished everything in just 5 minutes. Coloring this, Irvin suddenly had an urge to cover his face. 5 minutes? Am I really that weak? Are you complimenting me or criticizing me? At this moment, Milton couldn't believe what he was hearing. His face turned incredibly grim, and for a while, he couldn't say a word. Dad, it has come to this. Why do you insist on marrying me off to the Liu family of Nanjing? Besides sacrificing my lifelong happiness, what benefits will it bring to you? Candace tried to persuade him. You don't understand anything. The Liu family of Nanjing is one of the most prominent families among Dexterdong's elite. Marrying into them would ensure a life of luxury. Refusing them, however, means completely offending them. A disaster for our Ronaldo family? I can't agree more, Dad. You're overreacting, Candace retorted. Our Ronaldo Corporation sales of multivitamin Oral Ronald Quid and Carlotin Creasing Oral Ronald Quid are skyrocketing daily, driving up our stock prices. Our company has a bright future. How could we face any catastrophic disaster? Irvin was taken aback. Carlotin Creasing Oral Ronald Quid? But he quickly understood. It must be because Candace improved the formula of his height-increasing pills, turning them into an oral liquid. This way, it instantly became more appealing and market-friendly, which helped boost sales dramatically. This girl Candace truly had a natural talent for business. You don't understand, Milton rebutted roughly. You're underestimating the Liu family of Nanjing. Carlo paused before continuing loudly. To tell you the truth, not only are they financially powerful, but they also wield significant influence. They employ over 50 martial artists, 1/3 of whom are solid body realm experts, even including a few chi practitioners. Meanwhile, our Ronaldo family only has Dempsey at the 3rd level of solid body. Once the Liu family becomes furious and targets us, won't it spell disaster for us? Candace paled in fear. In today's world, a family's strength isn't just about wealth, but also its martial power. A family's martial strength depends on the number of martial artists it possesses. As a prominent household in Dexterjo, the Ronaldo family recruited only about a dozen martial artists, all at the physical quenching stage. How could they possibly compete with the Liu family of Nanjing? Now you understand the severity, Moon Ronald? Milton snorted. But there's no need to worry. So what if the deed is done? Modern medicine can perform hymen repair surgery. You'll still be a virtuous daughter. As long as no one says a word. Once you marry into the Liu family, you'll live in luxury. But this boy must die. Carlo pointed at Irvin. Seeing this, Irvin burst out laughing. Even a third-level solid-body martial artist like old Destin wasn't a match for me. Do you really think these weaklings can kill me? Milton's face stiffened. At this point, he realized he had been too angry earlier and overlooked something crucial. If Irvin were to get serious, wouldn't it endanger his own life? Irvin, seeing his thoughts, sneered, "Relax, for Moon Ronalding's sake. I won't confront you, my future father-in-law." Milton heaved a sigh of relief but soon regained confidence. "Irvin, stop pretending. You killed Dempsey. A reconcilable enmity. I absolutely won't let you stay with Moon Ronald. Moon Ronalding, how can you remain indifferent after seeing Dempsey dead by his hands?" Candace's beautiful face showed distress. She had grown up under Dempsey's watchful eye and was often protected by him whenever danger loomed. Now, her beloved uncle died at the hands of her love. Could she not feel conflicted? "Moon Ronalding, don't be sad." Seeing her pain, Irvin consoled, "I'm a divine physician. Since I can cause death, I can also bring life." Instantly, Candace's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" Irvin nodded with a smile. "Not only can I revive your Dempsey, but I can also restore his legs, bringing him back to full health." Overjoyed and moved to tears, Candace urged, "Irvin, what are we waiting for? Quickly, please bring Dempsey back." Irvin nodded and smiled. "Moon Ronald, rest assured, I'll give it my all, but I'm not sure if your dad will let me." Candace then looked at Milton with pleading eyes. "Dad?" Milton sneered. "Moon Ronald, as the saying goes, once someone is dead, they can't be brought back to life. This boy is just talking nonsense. Do you really believe him?" Candace persuaded. "But Dad, treating a dead horse as if it were alive might save Dempsey. What if Irvin really brings him back to life?" "Well," Milton hesitated. Dempsey was the Ronaldo family's sole, third-level solid body expert. With him, the Ronaldo family was as steady as a mountain. If news spread, hostile Dexter-Joe families would likely stir and shake the Ronaldo family's foundations. Thus, he agreed to give it a try. "All right, let this boy try. If he can save Dempsey, I will forgive all previous grievances," Milton declared loudly. With his assurance, Candace looked at Irvin full of hope. "Irvin, did you hear Dad's statement? Please do your best to save Dempsey. Rest easy and watch the show." Irvin then approached the stretcher, lifted the white cloth covering Destin's body, and prepared to perform the miracle. Chapter 84. The 7 stars returning to Yang formation. However, this time Irvin did not directly use the 9 Ronalds extending technique. The reason was simple. The 9 Ronalds extending technique was for people on the brink of death, but Destin was already dead. How could his life be extended? Moreover, after Irvin examined Destin's body with Karlovin's eye, he found that his soul had long left his physical body. Therefore, to bring Destin back to life, Irvin had to perform the 7 stars returning to Yang formation from the legacy information in his mind. The 7 stars returning to Yang formation was an ancient formation capable of bringing a departed soul back to life by borrowing a lease on life from heaven. Truly extraordinary. "Do you have kerosene lamps at home?" Irvin asked Ronaldo. "What do you need kerosene lamps for?" Ronaldo asked, surprised. Irvin felt it would be hard to explain, so he ambiguously said, "They will be very useful." Seeing he wouldn't explain, Ronaldo didn't press further and replied, "We probably don't have kerosene lamps, but what about candles?" "Candles can work too, though they might be less effective," Irvin pondered. "All right, I'll get someone to bring the candles over." Ronaldo went to find the housekeeper. As soon as she left, Unkit mocked, "Playing God? Reviving someone with just candles sounds like a fairy tale." Irvin smiled faintly. "Mr. Ronaldo, whether it's a fairy tale or not, you'll know shortly. Why are you so eager to voice your doubts now?" Unkit didn't expect such a sharp retort, so he grudgingly huffed, "Fine. I'd like to see how you can save someone with mere candles." Irvin simply smiled and didn't argue further. At this moment, Ronaldo returned with a bunch of candles. Irvin picked out 7, observed the living room's layout, then arranged them around Destin's body in the pattern of the Big Dipper. "Light these 7 candles now," Irvin instructed, zanily trusting him. Ronaldo fetched a lighter and lit all 7 candles. Then Irvin told her, "Everyone else must leave. No one should interrupt." Immediately, Ronaldo told Unkit, "Dad, please take everyone outside." Unkit was unhappy. "Am I considered extra personnel too?" With a helpless look, Ronaldo pleaded, "Dad, just make this sacrifice for Grandpa Zane, okay?" Unkit hesitated, but eventually led everyone out. Irvin had Ronaldo close the door and turn off the lights, leaving only the candlelight illuminating the dark living room. "I'm about to perform my technique. You guard me. Remember, if any candlelight starts to fade, immediately replace it. Got it?" Irvin warned. "Got it," Ronaldo nodded. Next, Irvin sat cross-legged next to the formation and followed the steps of the 7 stars returning to Yang formation, stored in his memory. Carlo first bit his finger and sprayed drops of blood into the air. Soon, the blood spread out into misty clouds enveloping Destin inside the formation. Ronaldo was stunned by the scene, never expecting such an anti-scientific phenomenon to occur before her eyes. However, she quickly recovered, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and adoration. Indeed, how could she not admire and adore a man who could achieve such feats? Suddenly, noticing one candle's flame dimming, she rushed to relight another beside it. As she busied herself replacing multiple candles, a miraculous occurrence happened. The blood mist between the 7 candles suddenly burst into blood-colored light, breaking through the ceiling and shooting toward the sky. A colorful auspicious cloud then descended slowly from the heavens, covering Destin before vanishing into his body. Gradually, Destin's complexion regained color, and his eyes slowly opened. "My God!" Ronaldo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she ran up. "Grandpa Zane, you're alive again?" Confused, Destin asked, "Miss, didn't I die? How am I alive again?" Joyfully, Ronaldo explained, "Grandpa Zane, you were indeed dead, but Irvin brought you back." "Irvin brought me back? Impossible." Destin couldn't believe his ears. At this point, Irvin stood up and walked over, saying calmly, "Your legs were severed. I'll reconnect them." Ronald down. Zaming upon seeing him, Destin refused. "I don't want your help." Frowning, Irvin glanced at Ronaldo. She understood and persuaded, "Grandpa Zane, there's no real enmity between you and Irvin. It's all because of Dad's stubbornness. For my sake, listen to him. Only he can reattach your legs." Carlossitating, Destin finally decided that if this young man could even snatch his life from the underworld, reconnecting legs shouldn't be much of a problem. "All right, for Miss' sake, I'll let you reconnect my legs," Destin muttered sullenly. Irvin smiled, not holding it against him. Destin lay down again while Irvin reconnected the severed legs. Simultaneously, he channeled vitality true chi from his dantian through his hands, enveloping the broken areas. A remarkable transformation occurred. The lifeless legs revived under the nurturing true chi, especially as the muscles and bones came back to life and seamlessly integrated with Destin's body. How is this possible? Destin stared in disbelief, having never seen such a miraculous leg reattachment in his lifetime. Translation ends here. ##### Chapter 85. For you. I'll give it my all. After witnessing Irvin's miraculous medical skills, Destin, deeply shaken, became much more obedient and cooperated fully with Irvin's meticulous treatment. A few minutes later, Destin's broken legs were successfully reconnected. Irvin stopped, beads of sweat covering his forehead. The life force chi within him had nearly been depleted while saving Destin, leaving him utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Candace felt an intense pang of concern and quickly found a tissue to wipe away his sweat. Parlor manner was that of a gentle wife tending to her husband, completely devoid of her usual domineering air as the CEO. Looking at her carefully wiping away his sweat, Irvin felt warmth in his heart and, inexplicably, gently kissed her forehead. "Carlo, you?" Candace's face turned crimson. "Grandpa Zane is still here." "What? Not happy about it?" Irvin's face was filled with smugness. Candace shot him a coquettish glare and spat out, "Annoying." Irvin grinned but said nothing, instead turning to look at Destin. "Elder Zane, your legs have been reconnected, but for now, you shouldn't move. You need a week to 2 weeks of rest." "Understood," Destin nodded, his expression complex. Today's events, especially Irvin's extraordinary ability to bring the dead back to life, completely transformed his perception of Irvin. Just thinking about how he almost followed Mr. Ronaldo's instigation and tried to eliminate such a remarkable person made his old face flush with shame. At this moment, Irvin asked Candace to open the door and let Unkit, who was waiting outside, come in. Candace complied. Soon, Unkit entered. Upon seeing old Master Zane alive and well before him, the patriarch of the Ronaldo family opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. "Old Master Zane, you've come back to life?" Unkit rushed to the stretcher, examining old Master Zane up and down, visibly moved. Destin nodded. "Thanks to Irvin, I can see the light of day again." "How is that possible?" Unkit still couldn't believe it. This kid's medical skills are indeed impressive, but he can't bring the dead back to life. Destin sighed. "Mr. Ronaldo, I didn't want to believe it either, but facts are facts, and we must accept them." Carlo paused and continued. "Also, Irvin has even reconnected my legs. Look." As he spoke, he gently patted his thigh. Unkit exclaimed in shock. "What? Carlo reconnected your legs too?" "Yes," Destin nodded solemnly. "Mr. Ronaldo, Irvin is no ordinary man. Fraser from the Jinling Liu family is not even comparable to him. In my opinion, we should call off the marriage alliance with the Liu family." Unkit frowned slightly, not committing to an answer. "Old Master Zane, Nan is very tired after her ordeal. I'll have someone take you back to rest." With that, he arranged for his bodyguards to escort Destin away. Destin shook his head and sighed, unwilling to say more. After old Master Zane was taken away, Unkit turned his skeptical gaze toward Irvin. "Irvin, what kind of dark magic did you use to bring old Master Zane back to life?" Before Irvin could respond, Candace interjected, "Dad, whether it's dark magic or not, as long as Irvin saved Grandpa Zane, isn't that enough?" Unkit coldly ordered, "Shut up. This is none of your business." Candace, seemingly provoked, retorted loudly, "Dad, regardless of anything, I'm determined to be with Irvin. I will never marry into the Jinling Liu family." "You." Unkit was so angry he was on the verge of madness. But seeing her firm resolve, Unkit helplessly shook his head and slumped onto the sofa. A grown daughter doesn't listen to her father anymore. Fine, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore." Seeing his dejected expression, which seemed older and more weary, Candace felt some compassion. "Dad." Unkit ignored her and looked at Irvin through gritted teeth. "Irvin, listen to me. I won't oppose you being with Yueling anymore, but if you want to continue your relationship, you must agree to one condition." Irvin's heart leapt upon hearing his concession and hurriedly asked, "What condition? Please tell me, Mr. Ronaldo." Candace was also surprised and hastily looked at Unkit. Unkit said gravely, "I opposed your relationship mainly because of the power of the Jinling Liu family. I don't ask you to surpass them, but if you can stand equal to them within a year, I will approve your union. However, during this year, you and Yueling cannot see each other." "That's not fair, Dad." Candace protested loudly. "The Liu family of Jinling is an old established family in our region with deep roots. How can Irvin possibly achieve this in just 1 year?" Unkit scoffed. "I've laid down the condition. Whether he can do it or not is his problem." "Dad, you..." Candace tried to protest again, but Irvin held her back, looking calm. "It's only a year, and matching the Liu family is not hard." Coloring this, Candace was dumbfounded. "Irvin, are you crazy?" Irvin took her delicate hand, speaking earnestly. "Yueling, don't worry. I'm not crazy. If I make a promise, I have the confidence to back it up. For you, I'll give it my all. For you, I'll give it my all." Those final words hit Candace like a sweet cannonball, enveloping her in overwhelming happiness. She couldn't speak. "All right, young man, I respect your determination," Unkit shouted. Let's see if you turn into a dragon or a worm in a year. If you're still a worm, don't blame me for separating you two. Guards, show him out. Immediately, 2 bodyguards approached Irvin. Irvin frowned slightly, glancing at Candace, who was already sobbing tearfully. Irvin, I'll wait for you. Irvin gently wiped away her tears. Don't worry, I'll come for you in a year. Candace nodded fiercely. Irvin gave her one last look, then left without looking back. Watching his departing figure, Unkit's lips curled into a sinister smile. A year is a long time. We'll see if you survive until then. Shafei Road, number 30. Upon returning home, Irvin found that his mother and Ida were not yet back, leaving the house eerily empty. Finding something edible in the fridge, Irvin returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and continued his cultivation. There was no point worrying about what would happen in a year, since he had decided he would go all out. However, things needed to be done step by step. Tomorrow's Dexterjo Cup Youth Martial Arts Tournament was his chance to make a name for himself. Carlo had to seize this opportunity. End of Chapter 85. Chapter 86. A man must be resolute. For the entire next day, Irvin devoted himself to cultivation. Even when his mother and Ida came back in the afternoon and called him down for dinner, he only took 3 minutes to devour his meal before rushing upstairs to continue his practice. During this time, he frequently encountered bottlenecks that hindered further progress in his cultivation, but he directly grabbed a handful of body-tempering pills and shoved them into his mouth, barely managing to overcome these obstacles. Effort will eventually pay off. By 10 p.m., Irvin felt a violent fluctuation in the vital energy stored within his dantian. His cultivation finally broke through. Haha, 5th stage body tempering. Irvin laughed heartily, exhaling a heavy breath. Carlo felt an even more powerful force surge through his body. Suddenly, the door pushed open. In came Ida wearing a seductive nightgown, her mouth filled with a toothbrush. What? 5th stage body tempering? Surprise flickered across Ida's beautiful face. Yeah, Sister Fan. Irvin leaped off the bed with a grin. My heavens. Ronald brother Yi, you're simply monstrous. Though Ida was not a martial artist, she understood that many people needed at least 1 or 2 years to advance from the 4th stage to the 5th stage of body tempering. Yet Irvin had managed it in just a few days. Envy flashed across her face as she spoke. Irvin felt a tinge of pride inside, but merely smiled faintly. Sister Fan flatters me. Suddenly, Ida draped an arm over his shoulder, her mature and voluptuous body leaning towards him slightly. She exhaled fragrantly. Ronald brother Yi, with such outstanding talent, why don't you join Sister Fan and become my personal bodyguard? Inhaling her intoxicating scent, Irvin felt dizzy, unable to control himself. Sister Fan, stop joking around with me. You are the underground queen of Dexterjo and have many bodyguards. Do you really need me as your bodyguard? Irvin replied wryly and gently pushed her away. And Sister Fan, could you please not be so affectionate with me? I'm still a young man, and I can't handle such temptation from you. Coloring this, Ida suddenly got excited, chuckled, and moved closer, teasing him. Oh, Ronald brother Yi, you actually said that? So, you do have feelings for Sister Fan? Irvin rolled his eyes. Sister Fan, please take care of yourself. If you keep doing this, I might lose control. And if things get out of hand, you'll have no regrets left. Ida giggled softly, her eyes seductive. Out of hand? How exactly would it go out of hand? Ronald brother Yi. While speaking, another of Aida's arms wrapped around his neck. Irvin was a man, especially one who had experienced emotional wounds with Sierra at the Ronaldo family. Confronted with her blatant teasing, how could he possibly hold back? However, just as he was about to reach out and embrace her voluptuous waist, a sudden cry of a little girl echoed from the adjacent room. Mommy, mommy! Irvin froze upon hearing this, his face turning pale. Carlo immediately calmed down and swallowed hard. Sister Fan, it's Madeline. Please go back, she's crying. Aida's brows furrowed slightly, but considering the child, she hurriedly returned. Ronald brother Yi, look at you getting all scared. It's just a joke, yet you're so tense. Ida poked his forehead with a light laugh. Okay, good night then. With that, she turned and walked out of the room. Watching her leave, Irvin secretly sighed in relief. This Sister Fan is truly enchanting. If not for Madeline's crying, I might have already succumbed. Close call, close call. Nothing much happened that night. The next morning, after breakfast with his mother, Ida, and Madeline, Irvin prepared to leave in the car. However, the vehicle malfunctioned and wouldn't start. Darn, this can't be happening. Irvin muttered angrily. At this moment, Ida holding Madeline's small hand walked over, smiling playfully. What's wrong, Ronald brother Yi? Losing your temper? Irvin replied helplessly. What else? The car won't start. If it won't start, let it be, Ida smiled. Anyway, since you're heading to Ronaldo Corporation, it's on my way. Let me give you a ride. Irvin shook his head wryly. I'm not going to work at Ronaldo Corporation anymore. Of course, he had agreed to Unkit's condition yesterday, to not see Candace for a year. With no chance to meet her, what point was there in working there? Did he need the salary? A man must be resolute. You're not going to Ronaldo Corporation? Ida was surprised. Did you resign? Irvin looked gloomy. Yeah, I resigned. Noticing his expression, Ida guessed he was troubled. Ronald brother Yi, what happened? Is something troubling you at Ronaldo Corporation? Tell Sister Fan, and I'll send someone to help you out. Startled, Irvin realized Ida was the underground queen of Dexterjo. If she sent people to stand up for him, it would certainly create chaos at Ronaldo Corporation. Carlo immediately shook his head. Sister Fan, it's not as complicated as you think. I simply don't want to work anymore. Think about it. Who am I? I'm a great physician, dedicated to healing the world. Working as a security guard in a small company seems like a waste of talent, doesn't it? Ida giggled. That's true. By the way, where are you planning to go? Irvin didn't hide it from her. I plan to attend today's Dexterjo Cup Youth Martial Arts Conference and meet various heroes. Ida exclaimed in surprise. Coincidence. I'm going there too. Really? Irvin was taken aback. You're going too, Sister Fan? Of course. Ida pouted proudly. I'm the queen of Dexter Zoo's underground world. Such a grand event couldn't possibly miss my presence. To be honest, I've been invited as a judge in the chairman's panel. Irvin understood. All right, since you're going too, let's take your car. I'll drop off Madeline at kindergarten first, and then we'll go together, Ida suggested. Sure, Irvin agreed gladly. 8:30 a.m. Dexter Zoo Martial Arts Exchange Hall. As the venue for the Dexter Zoo Cup Youth Martial Arts Conference, the hall was bustling with hundreds of young martial artists from all regions gathered here. Moreover, many ordinary citizens filled the spectator stands. Candace stood anxiously by the entrance of the hall, watching outside for the figure of her beloved. Although Irvin had promised her father not to see her for a year, Candace hadn't agreed to this. Especially after finding out Irvin would attend the conference yesterday, she sneaked out early this morning. That silly Irvin. He said he would come to the conference to gain fame and prestige. Why isn't he here yet? Candace stomped her feet impatiently. At that moment, an unpleasant voice sounded nearby. Well, isn't this President Ronaldo waiting foolishly? In my opinion, Irvin chickened out and won't come. Chapter 87. Where did you find such pitiful reinforcements? Candace turned her head and saw a group of people walking over. At the front was none other than Ade, his expression as arrogant as ever, and his tone full of ridicule. Ade, don't talk nonsense here. Irvin will definitely come, Candace said coldly, looking displeased. Haha, I'm talking nonsense? Ade sneered. It's already this late, and that guy still hasn't shown up. In my opinion, he's absolutely scared to death and dared not come. Ade, shut your mouth. I won't allow you to talk about him like that. Candace snapped angrily. Why? Carlo can be a coward, but I can't speak up? Ade raised an eyebrow with a wicked smile. Boss Ronaldo, don't waste time on that coward. Why not just follow me? I guarantee you'll have all the luxury you desire. Besides, my skills, especially in bed, are sure to drive you wild. As he spoke more and more offensively, Candace's beautiful face turned redder from anger, and she slapped him. Unfortunately, she faced Ade, who was at the third level of body tempering realm. She wasn't his match. Suddenly, Ade reached out and caught her wrist, teasing, Boss Ronaldo, are you trying to flirt with me? Zenirious and anxious, Candace shouted, Carlop, this man is being indecent. Upon hearing this, passers-by were enraged, glaring fiercely at Ade. Some martial artists who had come for the martial arts assembly questioned loudly, what kind of person are you, to dare molest a virtuous woman in broad daylight? Do you think no one can stop you? Haha, what kind of person am I? Ade grinned, eyes filled with contempt, really hilarious. What kind of person am I? Scaring you shitless. I am Ade, the eldest son of the Jinling Gao family. What? Carlo was actually Ade, the eldest son of the Jinling Gao family? When this news broke, everyone present, including the martial artists, fell silent almost instantly. The Jinling Gao family. Being one of the prominent martial arts families in Jinling City, their influence was significant. They allegedly had dozens of body tempering realm experts and a few solid body realm powerhouses. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Who would dare make a move against them? What? Are you all cowards? Ade laughed coldly, then began to mock everyone. A bunch of fools. Who do you think you are to criticize me, a young master? If you don't have any background, shut up and save yourselves the embarrassment. Everyone felt indignant, but dared not act rashly. Seeing this, Ade became even more arrogant, losing himself in the moment as he looked at Candace. Boss Ronaldo, see? My aura is so strong. You might as well submit to me. Let go of me, let go. Candace struggled desperately. To no avail, Ade only tightened his grip on her. Witnessing this scene, everyone grew furious, wishing they could rush over to rescue the damsel in distress. Sadly, reality was cruel. No one dared risk offending the Jinling Gao family by confronting Ade. Ade, it seems you need another lesson. Have you forgotten the last one? At this moment, an angry voice rang out nearby, drawing everyone's attention. Irvin? Ade paused. Irvin, you finally came. Candace's eyes lit up with surprise and delight, breaking free of Ade's grip while he was stunned, then running towards Irvin, throwing herself into his arms. Irvin looked affectionately at her, comforting, Yueling, did you suffer greatly? Don't worry, I'll give you back everything tenfold. Candace's mood improved, but remembering the crowd watching, she shyly disentangled herself, saying softly, why did you come so late? Don't you know how long I've been waiting? Irvin smiled bitterly, my car broke down, so I had to ride with Sister Fan. Besides, I didn't know you'd come. You said you'd attend the martial arts assembly. Naturally, I wanted to see you, Candace retorted without good humor. Irvin felt moved, then asked, your father forbade us from meeting. Didn't he try to stop you? Our verbal agreement is your business. I never promised anything, Candace replied with a huff. Irvin's eyes brightened. So, we can secretly meet and develop our relationship, right? Spit. Secretly meet? Can you say it less disgustingly? Candace spat, blushing. Irvin chuckled foolishly, just joking around. On the other side, seeing Irvin and Candace flirting in public, Ade envied and seethed. So, you finally showed up, Irvin. Ade bellowed. Carloring this, Irvin frowned, turning to Ade, his face darkening. Yang Wei, don't tell me you forgot the last beating you took? Unexpectedly, Ade replied arrogantly, Irvin, last time I underestimated you, letting you trick me. You won't be so lucky today. Carlo pulled someone beside him, shouting, look closely. This is my buddy, Arlen, at the 4th level of body tempering realm, the same level as you. Irvin didn't respond, instead focusing on Arlen and activating his Carlovinli eye. Target, Arlen. Status, normal. Cultivation level, 4th level of body tempering realm. Combat power, 49. At the same level? Who are you kidding? Irvin sneered, suddenly vanishing with a dragon step. Eight's face changed. Where is he? In the next second, Irvin appeared before Arlen, delivering a swift kick. Bang! Arlen let out a pained cry, flying away after the blow, unable to get up again. Ah! Everyone, including the martial artists, was shocked. As for Ade, he was dumbfounded. How could a fourth-level body-tempering realm expert become so weak? Had Irvin gotten stronger? Ade, where did you find such pitiful reinforcements? Irvin scoffed, approaching Ade step by step. What are you going to do? Ade stepped back fearfully. Irvin grabbed his collar, lifting him up. Apologize to Yelling now. Or, you know the consequence. No, I'll apologize, alright? Ade cried, knowing he couldn't stand a chance against someone who easily defeated a fourth-level body-tempering expert when he was merely at the third level. Irvin released him. Ade apologized immediately to Candace. Boss Ronaldo, I was wrong, sorry. Candace replied coldly, don't let it happen again. Ade sighed in relief. Irvin ordered, now scram. Ade ran away with his followers but soon returned, gritting his teeth. Irvin, you little bastard, wait for me. I'll find reinforcements. If I don't knock you down today, I'm not Ade. With that, he fled. Fool. Irvin muttered disdainfully, then turned to Candace. Yelling, are you alright? I'm fine. Candace shook her head. Just then, a woman's laughter sounded from behind Irvin. Ronald, brother Irvin, you sure have great luck with women. Even getting close to a beautiful CEO, like Boss Ronaldo. Even if Irvin thought with his toes, he knew it was Ida. But before he could say anything, Candace's expression turned cold as she noticed someone and asked, Irvin, why is she here? Irvin's face froze. Oh no, danger alert. But before he could say anything, Candace, standing nearby, gave a cold stare. Irvin, what is she doing here? Irvin's expression froze. Not good, danger was palpable. Note, the text implies a sudden tension, likely due to an unexpected person appearing. The sentence yosachi is an idiomatic expression meaning that there is hostility or danger in the air, often used in dramatic or comedic contexts. This translation preserves the original tone and structure while making it natural and fluent in English. If you have more context about who she is, I can further refine the translation. Chapter 88. The more, the merrier. Feeling that the atmosphere was off, Irvin quickly explained, Yelling, didn't I say earlier that my car broke down and I couldn't come here? It just so happened that Sister Fan was invited to attend the martial arts conference, so I came along with her. Sister Fan? Candace's pretty face was full of suspicion. For someone like Queen Ida of Dexter Zoo's underworld, she kept a respectful distance, but she never thought that Irvin would be on such friendly terms with her. Yes. Irvin nodded and then explained, not long ago, wasn't there a traffic accident near our company? At that time, I saved Sister Fan's daughter, Madeline. She even gave me a $1,000,000 check as thanks. But my mom thought I shouldn't accept others' checks like this. So, the next day, she got Sister Fan's number from me, took the check to return it to her. As a result, Sister Fan recognized my mother as her godmother. After hearing this, Candace finally understood and relaxed, saying, so that's how it is. Sorry, Irvin, it was impulsive of me just now, and I misunderstood you. Irvin smiled, indicating it was no big deal. But immediately, Candace said again, however, I don't want to get involved with underworld figures. You understand. I'll go to the spectator stands first. With that, she left on her own. Irvin was stunned, never expecting her to act like this. But thinking about it, it wasn't hard to understand. Candace was a pure businessman who only wanted to conduct business properly and avoid getting entangled in other matters. Wow, little brother Irvin, this President Ronaldo of yours sure has quite a temper. She didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Ida remarked with some resentment, if it were up to me, I'd teach her a lesson. Irvin jumped in surprise. Sister Fan, not that extreme, right? Seeing him so scared, Ida winked and laughed lightly. Don't worry, considering she's your girl, Sister Fan won't bother with her. Only then did Irvin breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Ida smiled sardonically. However, according to what I know, you're quite the womanizer. You even managed to charm Ronaldo, a college student, haven't you? And it's rumored that Fallon, granddaughter of Axel of our Dexter Jojo family, also has something going on with you. Is that true? Irvin was taken aback. Sister Fan, how do you know that? How I know doesn't matter. Ida shook her head. I ask you, how many girls do you plan to involve yourself with before you stop this womanizing? Irvin scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Fan, how would I know? Anyway, the more, the merrier. The more, the merrier? Ida paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You're really quite the player, aren't you? What can I say? More capable people have to work harder, and who says I'm not tough? Irvin laughed, making it sound serious. Ida scowled. Look at you, being all smug. I ask you, how many wives do you plan to have in the future? Well, it's hard to say, but I'm good at fortune-telling. After divining for myself, I discovered that I am destined to have a love calamity this life, and my future wives will at least be a dozen, Irvin said proudly. Seeing his smug expression, Ida frowned. A dozen? That's 12. There are only 7 days in a week. Can you manage every night? No problem. Every night, I can sleep between them, taking care of 6 nights that way. This still leaves me 1 day to rest, Irvin replied with mock seriousness. You? Ida almost fumed at how bad this guy was. What? Sister Fan, are you angry? Irvin chuckled. I was just joking with you earlier. You're not taking it seriously, are you? Bother. What's there to take seriously? Ida grumbled. Alright, let's not talk nonsense anymore. I need to report to the chairman panel, and you should hurry to register since I've already called the registration office of the Dexter Joe Martial Arts Association. Okay, I'll go now. Afterward, Irvin and Ida parted ways. Finding out the location of the registration office, Irvin walked over calmly. At this moment, several young martial artists were arguing with the staff at the registration office. I just barely missed the mark. Why can't I participate? I think your power test machine is faulty. Before I came, I tested my strength, and it was just above 10, but here it reads only 9. Isn't your power test machine broken? The staff member looked impatient. Are you done yet? How could our power test machine be faulty? Clearly, you're just not strong enough and are looking for excuses. Pausing, he continued. Also, the Dexterjo Martial Arts Association had announced that registration ends at 8:30 today. Now it's 8:35, and you guys only came now to register. What do you mean by this? The young martial artist lost their composure instantly. The staff waved his hand. All of you, scram. Stop bothering me. I still need to organize the list and report it. Seeing him about to leave, Irvin hurried over. Wait, I'm here to register. The staff's expression turned grim. Didn't you hear what I just said? Registration has ended. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Irvin felt displeased, muttering, when my sister Fan told me to register, she didn't mention the deadline had passed. But here I learned otherwise. Your sister Fan? The staff's expression changed, carefully asking, is it Ida, the invitee to the chairman review panel, Madam Fan? Yes, Irvin replied nonchalantly. The staff's attitude changed instantly, smiling, brother, you must be Irvin, right? Excellent, excellent. Madam Fan has already informed me and registered you ahead of time. No need for the power test, go in. Carlo pointed to a passage. Irvin nodded but didn't move. Suddenly, the few young martial artists beside him protested. Unfair, unfair. Why can he enter late? Yes, not even testing his strength, and he goes in? Too unfair. Special treatment. Coloring this, the staff felt extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Irvin suddenly approached the power test machine and punched its titanium magnesium alloy target. Bang! The screen showed a number, 57. Damn! The young martial artists were dumbfounded. This was a clear sign of 5th stage body tempering. Seeing this, the staff became arrogantly proud. Did everyone see that? Go look at yourselves in the mirror. Look at Brother Irvin. What kind of strength does he have? And what about you guys? After hearing this, Irvin smiled and shook his head before calmly walking through the passage, leaving those few young martial artists standing bewildered in the wind. Chapter 89. Youth Martial Arts Conference. Irvin entered the passage and soon arrived at a large room. Inside, many young martial artists had already gathered in groups, chatting animatedly. Irvin's mind stirred as he activated his Carlovinli eye to scan the area. My goodness, there are quite a few 8th and 9th tier body tempering realm warriors here. Irvin was startled but quickly regained confidence. No worries, I even defeated Destin, an elderly solid body realm fighter. Why should I be afraid of them? This martial arts conference will definitely be my chance to make a name for myself. Thinking this way calmed him considerably. Just then, a young martial artist nearby spoke up. Did you know? The famous brothers Carloe and Colton from our Dexterdong region are participating in this conference in Dexterjo. Instantly, numerous young martial artists around them gasped in surprise. Carlovins, if Carloe and Colton are here, what hope do we have? Indeed, they're going to sweep all the top places. We'll just be fighting for 3rd place. Exactly. They're reportedly both in the 10th tier of body tempering, just one step away from solid body realm. Fighting opponents like that is asking for a beating. Coloring this, Irvin wondered, Carloe? Colton? Ronald from Boonie Bears? At that moment, someone in the crowd asked, strange, why haven't Carloe and Colton arrived yet? Who knows? Maybe they're causing trouble somewhere else? Another teased back. Laughter echoed around the room. Suddenly, an irritable male voice sounded. Who's bad-mouthing my brother and me? Everyone turned to see a small group entering through the passage. Leading them was a burly man in his 30s, with a rugged appearance, a thick beard, and a robust build. He clearly wasn't someone to mess with. Behind him stood another man of similar age who looked exactly like him, clearly twins. It was obvious to anyone that these were Carloe and Colton. Upon their arrival, their imposing presence made the previously noisy atmosphere freeze, leaving everyone speechless. However, Irvin remained unperturbed. Even a solid body realm expert didn't faze him. Why would 2 body tempering experts? Noticing someone familiar among Carloe and Colton's followers, Irvin identified Ade, who also spotted him. Carloe, Colton, that's Irvin, the guy I told you about. Carlo's always against me. Please help me deal with him. If you can teach him a lesson, I guarantee you won't regret it. Ade pointed at Irvin and loudly addressed the brothers. Stopping in their tracks, Carloe and Colton followed Ade's finger towards Irvin. That scum? Carloe shook his head disdainfully. I wouldn't bother with such trash. Brother Air, it's your turn. Colton nodded, patting Ade on the shoulder. Relax, leave it to your older brother. Ade's arrogance returned as he shouted from afar. Irvin, listen up. At merely 5th tier body tempering, you're no match for Carloe and Colton. You're doomed. Everyone present was taken aback by this sudden hostility. What was going on? Why such deep-seated animosity right from the start? All eyes turned to Irvin. Ignoring the curious gazes, Irvin mocked Ade. So these are your reinforcements? I thought they'd be impressive. This statement stunned the entire crowd, sparking various discussions. Holy cow, he doesn't seem very strong, but he dares to look down on Carloe and Colton, both 10th tier body tempering experts? Yes, isn't he just inviting death? Really? Where does he get the courage from? Ronald standing to the murmurs, Ade maliciously stoked the fire. Ha, Carloe, Colton, did you hear? That little punk doesn't respect you at all. Carloe and Colton, being less intelligent, immediately fell for it, their faces turning red with anger. Brat, you've succeeded in pissing me off, Colton. If I face you later, I'll beat you to the ground. Colton snarled. Brother Air, well said. Carloe echoed loudly. If I meet him, I'll do the same. Facing their intimidation, Irvin remained unfazed, smirking coldly. Let's see who ends up on the ground. Ade declared loudly. All right, let's wait and see. Thereafter, they stopped their verbal sparring and separated. All the young martial artists present felt that something dramatic was bound to happen next. 5 minutes later, the organizers came in and announced the tournament rules. To ensure fairness, the competition consisted of group elimination rounds, semifinals, and finals. For the group eliminations, participants were divided into 8 groups via a lottery system. Only one person per group could advance, determining the final 8 contenders. After that, 4 more would emerge from the quarterfinals, leading to the ultimate showdown. Any cold weapons could be used during the matches, with combatants free to display their skills, but they must stop short of deliberately harming each other. Irvin was placed in Group 8, while Ade landed in Group 1. Carloe and Colton were in Groups 3 and 6, respectively. Next, all participants exited the passage to the outdoor arena. As they appeared, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. As the first contestant to take the stage, Ade eagerly jumped onto the platform, brandishing a dazzling weapon, a thunderbolt saber, and boastfully challenged, "Who dares challenge my thunderbolt saber? Step up if you think you can." The audience gasped collectively. What the heck, a thunderbolt saber? It's rumored to be an exquisite mundane artifact. Apparently, it has attribute bonuses, significantly boosting speed and strength for whoever wields it. This is troublesome now. Although Ade is only 3rd tier body tempering, with this thunderbolt saber, his power rivals 5th tier. Ade is supposedly from the prestigious Gao family in Jinling, which has countless treasures. Who knows if he has brought others? I'll observe carefully before taking action. None of the competitors in Group 1 dared to be the first to challenge. Seeing this, the referee started counting down from 10, but still, no one stepped forward. Thus, Ade was declared the winner by default. The audience was astounded. This was almost a bloodless victory. Descending from the stage, Ade ran up to Irvin, gloating. "See that? With my precious saber, who dares oppose me? Hope you can make it out. Then I'll show you what despair truly feels like." Chapter 90, decided by one punch. A defeated foe still has the nerve to brag in front of me? Irvin said with disdain, seeing Ade's smug expression. "What did you say?" Parloring this, Ade was almost ready to spew blood. Enraged, he said, "I forced them to submit without a fight and qualified from the group directly. Have you got the guts to qualify from the group directly? You call that forcing someone to submit without a fight? That's hilarious." Irvin scoffed. "You only intimidated people with your top-grade ordinary weapon, the thunderclap saber. Try doing it without the thunderclap saber." This, Ade, embarrassed yet angry, shouted, "Irvin, you damn brat, quit your smart talk. So what if I rely on the thunderclap saber? Are you envious or jealous? Then get one for yourself." "No need," Irvin sneered. "With my bare hands alone, I can be unbeaten on this arena." "Pa!" Ade spat fiercely. "You think you can be unbeaten on this arena with that style of yours? Look at yourself in a piss mirror and see how you really are." Irvin shrugged. "Who cares? Even if I'm not unbeaten on the arena, defeating you is enough since you're already my defeated opponent." "Oh yeah, don't be too showy, as if we didn't know about Yang Wei." The last sentence clearly had another meaning. Ade instantly caught it. "Irvin, you little punk, you're asking for death." Ade, greatly angered, wanted to start a fight. "Fool, do you have no sense of occasion?" Irvin shot him a look of disdain. This, Ade immediately crumbled, glancing at the referee nearby who was frowning severely, suggesting he would disqualify Gao if there were any trouble. "Irvin, don't get too cocky." Ade left right after saying that. "Fool!" Irvin ignored him with a dismissive look. Soon after, the second group's competition began. After several rounds of matches, one contestant stood out and advanced successfully. The subsequent 5 matches were just as fierce. Only the 3rd and 6th groups were less interesting because when the brothers Carloe and Colton appeared, their imposing presence discouraged most contestants from facing them. A few dared to challenge but barely lasted 3 moves. Soon, it was time for Irvin's 8th group. The first to take the stage was a short-haired young martial artist. "Who dares challenge me?" he bellowed. Immediately, a displeased contestant stepped up. Unfortunately, after a few rounds, the short-haired fighter easily defeated the challenger barehanded. Several others attempted, but suffered the same fate. Soon, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Frowning, Irvin activated his Carlovinli eye. Target, Branson. Condition, normal. Cultivation level, 8th level body tempering realm. Combat strength, 85. Upon seeing this, Irvin realized, no wonder this guy is so formidable. He's in the 8th level body tempering realm. Reassured, Irvin stepped onto the stage. Seeing him go up, Carloe snickered from below. "Carloe Irvin, are you stupid? Branson is at the 8th level body tempering realm, while you're just at the 5th. How can you be his match? Don't make a fool of yourself. Get down from there." Ade joined in loudly. "Yeah, get down before you embarrass yourself." Embarrass himself? Irvin sneered internally, paying no heed and continued walking onto the stage to face Branson. Branson frowned, sizing him up. "Kid, you've got some guts. Only at the 5th level body tempering realm, yet daring to challenge me? Are you tired of living? Or do you have some world-renowned weapon like Gao Young Master?" "Rest assured, I have no such powerful weapon, but defeating you will be easy," Irvin replied calmly. "Arrogant." Branson laughed coldly. "Let's see what you got. I'll even give you 3 moves." "Your word then?" A smile formed at the corner of Irvin's mouth as he secretly took a pill, pretending to cough and swallowed it. It wasn't any other pill but the Carlerculian pill. As it entered his mouth, an explosive surge of power coursed through him. "Himph, to look down on me. Let me show you what real monstrous strength feels like," Irvin thought. Unbeknownst to Branson, his opponent's strength had multiplied several times due to the pill. "That's my word," Branson said arrogantly. "Fine, watch this." Irvin moved swiftly, landing a lightning-fast punch. Branson barely regarded Irvin seriously, thinking the punch unremarkable and only slightly evaded. Unexpectedly, Irvin's punch was too fast, hitting Branson's chest within seconds. "Huh? It's coming too fast." Branson's expression darkened, but still underestimated him. After all, a 5th-level body tempering realm person couldn't possibly be that strong. Thus, Branson didn't evade and was hit squarely on the chest. Bang! Arg! A scream rang out as Branson flew off the stage, decided by one punch. Wow! Everyone was stunned, eyes wide open. A 5th-level body tempering contestant overpowered an 8th-level body tempering? That's ridiculous. How is that possible? Ade's face turned black as he stammered. How could that kid have such power? Am I dreaming? Carloe and Colton were equally dumbfounded. After a moment, Colton asked, Brother, what happened? Why is this kid so strong? This doesn't make sense. Carloe frowned, then smiled. Interesting. It seems this Irvin is more than meets the eye. Carlo intrigues me now. Colton was taken aback. Brother? Carloe waved his hand seriously. Ronald, brother. We should be careful if either of us faces Irvin. I suspect he must have special skills to dare participate in the youth martial arts tournament. Colton dismissed it. Big brother, you're overestimating him. Branson was careless. If I faced him, I'd show him who's boss. According to the rules, falling off the stage meant losing. So, Irvin won this match. The referee announced Irvin's success in advancing from the group stage and then declared, the 8 finalists of the group stages are decided. We will now move on to determine the 4 semifinalists. Stay tuned. ####Chapter 91. Breaking into the semifinals. After a brief intermission, the draw for the semifinal matches was about to take place. Interestingly, Irvin and Ade were placed in the same group, and it happened to be the last one. In other words, whoever won this match would directly qualify for the top 4. As for the brothers Carloe and Colton, they were respectively placed in the first and second groups. Unsurprisingly, the 2 youths who faced Carloe and Colton acknowledged defeat even before stepping onto the stage, eliminating themselves from contention. The third group, however, provided some excitement. After a fierce battle, a youth named Cade, at the 7th stage of body tempering, emerged victorious and smoothly entered the top 4. Everyone present knew that he stood little chance of making it into the top 3 and was essentially just filling in the ranks. When it was finally time for Irvin and Ade's match in the last group, many spectators became eagerly focused on the impending clash. Indeed, these two already had unresolved tensions, promising a brutal confrontation. Most people were particularly interested to see if Irvin could defeat Ade, now armed with the Thunderbolt saber. Standing on the platform, Ade glanced at Irvin with a provoking sneer. Brat, I didn't expect you to make it this far. You must have had some dumb luck? Irvin retorted sarcastically, Humph, how can I compare to you? Your luck is better than mine, having made it this far only because of that Thunderbolt saber. Enough talk. Ade sneered coldly. I held back during our previous match to keep it a secret, and thus was defeated. This time, I'll hold nothing back. Prepare yourself for a beating. Moron. Irvin rolled his eyes. We'll see who ends up beating whom. If you want to see, then let's go. Ade grunted heavily. At that moment, the referee announced, the match begins. Take this. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Ade struck first, wielding the Thunderbolt saber and slashing toward Irvin. But Irvin remained rooted in place, immovable like a mountain. Ade inwardly smirked. This idiot still doesn't know how to dodge? For a moment, Ade saw victory within his grasp. But suddenly, Irvin vanished like a gust of wind right before his eyes. Huh? What kind of movement technique is this, so fast? Ade was momentarily bewildered. From behind him came Irvin's mocking laughter. Let me tell you, this is called Dragon Stride. No matter the Thunderbolt saber's speed boost, it's not enough to match me. Before Irvin could finish, Ade swung his saber with a backhand slash. A loud buzz erupted as the Thunderbolt saber unleashed its power, aiming straight for Irvin. Unexpectedly, Irvin stepped to the left, disappearing once more with ghost-like agility. The strike missed. Frustration began to rise in Ade. Carlo hadn't anticipated that his advantage from earlier rounds wouldn't work here. Irvin, you brat, stop darting around. Ade shouted. No sooner had the words left his lips when Irvin's mocking voice echoed from behind him. Yang Wei, I'm right here. Ade's heart sank as he hastily turned to slash again. But this time, Irvin did not dodge. Instead, he flew a kick directly at Ade's wrist. Ow! Pain shot through Ade's wrist as the Thunderbolt saber slipped from his grasp. Without the Thunderbolt saber's enhancements, Ade's combat power plummeted. Dumbfounded, Ade realized too late that he, at merely the 3rd stage of body tempering, stood no chance against Irvin. Get off! Irvin delivered another powerful kick, sending Ade flying off the platform. Poor Ade tumbled ungracefully to the ground. Irvin had secured a decisive victory. The referee promptly announced, Irvin wins. Cheers erupted from the stands as spectators stood up and clapped for Irvin. With adoring and admiring gazes following him, Irvin descended from the platform triumphantly. Meanwhile, Carloe and Colton helped Ade to his feet. Yang Wei, weren't you acting all smug earlier? How did it end up? Still got kicked down by me, didn't you? Irvin mocked, eyeing Ade's bruised face. Ade glared hatefully at Irvin. Ronald brat, don't gloat. Losing to you is bad luck, but bear in mind, Carloe and Colton are in the semifinals. If you meet either of them in the finals this afternoon, you're sure to lose. It was already noon, lunchtime, so the finals were scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ade's warning wasn't without reason. However, Irvin showed no fear. So what? Am I scared of them? He replied, giving a sideways glance at Carloe and Colton. Carloe and Colton felt disrespected and frowned. Colton pointed at Irvin and threatened. Irvin, you punk. If I meet you in the finals, you'll regret it. Irvin chuckled. Sounds like something I should say to you. What did you say? Colton's expression darkened instantly. Second brother. Carloe stopped Colton and calmly addressed Irvin. Irvin, your strength indeed surprised me, but beating us? That's wishful thinking. Irvin smiled nonchalantly. Not necessarily. Carloe laughed humorlessly. You're quite confident. Very well, Carloe will teach you a lesson in the finals this afternoon. Alright, let's settle it there. Irvin nodded and left the scene. Watching him walk away, Ade gritted his teeth. Carlo E. Colton, I'll offer an extra 3 million. Please, use all your strength on him in the match. Even if you can't kill him, maim him. Carlo E. and Colton exchanged glances and smiled. Understood. Meanwhile, Irvin reached the edge of the viewing stands. His performance had already gained him considerable renown. Enthusiastic fans surged towards him, eager for autographs and photos. Even some overly zealous female fans screamed in excitement wanting pictures with him. Irvin's vanity was thoroughly satisfied, and he happily accommodated their requests. However, as the crowd grew larger, he found himself overwhelmed and eventually used a bathroom break as an excuse to slip away. Finding a quiet spot, Irvin called Candace. They met in a secluded garden within the martial arts exchange hall. Irvin, congratulations. You really did great. Candace exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. Carlo, wait till we get married. You'll discover how amazing I truly am, Irvin teased with a lecherous grin. Candace, sensing the innuendo, spat at him playfully. Speak sense. Irvin grinned widely, yelling, since I'm in the top 4, shouldn't you reward me? Reward? Candace blushed and timidly leaned in to give Irvin a gentle kiss on the cheek. Bliss. Irvin felt an incomparable wave of pleasure wash over him. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Ida. Answering immediately, Aida's worried voice came through. Irvin, where are you? Come here quickly. A contestant has suffered severe injuries and is in critical condition. Chapter 92. It's a minor matter. When Irvin heard that a contestant's injuries had worsened, his expression turned serious. Big sister fan, don't panic. Where are you now? I'll come over immediately to help, Irvin said. I'm at the main stage. Got it. I'll be there right away. Irvin hung up, put away his phone, and told Candace, yelling, one of the contestants from the tournament has been injured, and his condition has deteriorated. Big sister fan asked me to check on him. People's lives are important. I'll go with you, Candace said promptly. Great. Irvin then held her hand and rushed towards the main stage. Before long, they arrived at the main stage. It was surrounded by a large crowd. Irvin made considerable efforts to finally bring Candace inside the circle. On the platform, he saw an injured contestant sitting on the ground, pale-faced. Irvin recognized this contestant. It was Branson, whom he had fought. Behind Branson stood an elderly man with a bald head like a peeled egg, his hands pressed against Branson's back. Carlo was clearly channeling his energy to treat Branson. That's strange. I only knocked Branson off the platform and didn't hurt him seriously. Carlo shouldn't have such severe injuries. Irvin thought to himself. Just then, seeing Irvin appear, Alyssa greeted him with delight. Brother Irvin, you've finally come. Come quickly and see what happened to him. Irvin didn't delay and activated his Carlo-Vinli directly on Branson. Target, Branson. Condition, blood and chi flowing backward due to emotional agitation. Seeing this, Irvin understood. Branson must have suffered from internal distress after being defeated, causing his blood and chi to flow in reverse. Honestly speaking, for cultivators, reverse blood and chi were already considered a very serious situation. If not handled carefully, it could lead to complete loss of cultivation, turning the person into a waste. However, Irvin's inherited memories provided many methods to resolve such conditions. What do you think? Can he still be saved? Alyssa asked. Irvin smiled and nodded. Big sister fan, it's just a minor matter. Alyssa was greatly relieved. That's good. Unexpectedly, a cold snort came from nearby. A minor matter? Young man, don't be too presumptuous. Irvin froze and looked in the direction of the voice, spotting the elderly man who was treating Branson. Irvin didn't argue immediately, but activated his Carlo-Vinli on this person. Target, Bob. Condition, normal. Cultivation level, 2nd rank solid body realm. Combat strength, 241. It turned out to be a solid body realm expert. Irvin felt a chill in his heart. Pang Sr.? Irvin asked solemnly. Bob, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, was taken aback. Do you know me? Irvin smiled slightly. I don't recognize you, but I am skilled in divination. Telling your name should be no problem. Nonsense. Bob frowned, clearly disbelieving. What divination? Just feudal superstition meant to deceive people. Irvin smiled but didn't argue. Candace couldn't stand it any longer. Now, Senior Pang, can you stop making assumptions? Don't dismiss everything just because Brother Irvin is young, Candace retorted indignantly. Young miss, what did you say? Bob's face darkened. Seeing that a conflict was about to erupt, Alyssa hurriedly mediated. Senior Pang, please calm down. Let me explain. Honestly, Irvin is my adopted brother, and I know his abilities well. Carlo isn't lying. I can guarantee that. Coloring Alyssa's words, Bob had to reassess Irvin. After all, Alyssa was the queen of Dexter Zoo's underground forces, whose words carried immense weight. As a martial practitioner, Bob knew it would be wise to pay attention. After a while, Bob asked solemnly, Mrs. Fan, is this boy really not lying? Of course not. Alyssa nodded emphatically. Senior Pang, you might not know that I was involved in a car accident recently, and my daughter's life hung in the balance. Only thanks to my adopted brother did my daughter survive. Is that so? Bob was surprised. Yes, it's true, Alyssa confirmed. I can vouch for this too, Candace added. The accident happened near our company. To be frank, Brother Irvin's medical skills are divine. He can even save the dead. Just then, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Ah, I know who he is. Carlos Irvin, the young medical sage everyone talks about online. Yes, he looks exactly like the Irvin in the videos. Immediately, many bystanders echoed the sentiment. Yes, he's the rising young medical sage of Dexterjo. Whoa, it's really him. Oh my gosh, I actually met Seiji in person. Who would have thought he would attend the martial arts conference as well? No wonder he made a sensation. For a moment, the crowd buzzed with excitement, praising Irvin. Ronald standing to the comments around him, Bob's expression grew more serious. but he still seemed skeptical, asking Alyssa, Mrs. Fan, seeing is believing. All right, I'll step aside. Let's see if he can save Branson. With that, he withdrew his palms and stood up. Alyssa gave Irvin a look. Brother Irvin, hurry and save him. Irvin nodded and asked Bob, Senior Pang, could I borrow a box of silver needles from you? Bob was startled. How do you know I carry silver needles? Irvin smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Seeing this, Bob muttered, this boy is eerie. After a moment, Bob finally pulled out a box of silver needles and handed them to Irvin. Young man, after being defeated by you, Branson was overwhelmed with shame and frustration, leading to his current severe condition. Simple acupuncture won't suffice. Irvin smiled confidently. Senior Pang, rest assured. I'm not using the needles to save him, but to seal his heart meridian. What? You want to seal his heart meridian? Bob's expression changed, his tone growing stern. Young man, do you understand what you're doing? Sealing his heart meridian will stop his heart from beating, causing certain death. Can you bear that responsibility? Huh. Chapter 93, Flying Needle Acupuncture. Seeing that Bob was repeatedly targeting him, Irvin couldn't help but feel agitated, even though he usually had a good temper. Carlo responded directly, of course, I can take responsibility for this. You think you can take the responsibility? Bob sneered. Young man, do you really consider yourself someone important? Humph, your feathers aren't even fully grown yet, and you dare to talk big here? Irvin's face darkened, about to speak up when Candace beside him interjected loudly, I'll share the responsibility with him. Will that be enough? Ronald girl, who are you? Bob sized up Candace. Candace, executive president of Sheng.1-252.I Corporation, Candace announced loudly. What's this Sheng.1-252.I Corporation? This old man hasn't heard of it. Bob dismissed her words contemptuously. You, Candace felt indignant. At this moment, Ida spoke up, Mr. Pang, if I, Ida, am included, will that be enough? This, Bob hesitated. After all, Ida was the queen of the underground world in Dexterjo. Her influence was formidable, and her words carried significant weight. After a brief pause, Bob gritted his teeth. Fine, since Madame Fan puts it like that, this old man will give him a chance. Turning to Irvin again, he sternly said, Young man, listen carefully. If anything goes wrong, I won't let you off. Irvin retorted directly, rest assured. If anything goes wrong, I'll accept any punishment. Good, those were your words. Bob shouted. Irvin gave a cold laugh, then shifted his tone. But if I cure him successfully, what then? Simple, if you cure him successfully, I'll apologize to you publicly right here in front of everyone. Bob replied. All right, it's settled then. Irvin said decisively. Next, Irvin walked up to Branson, removed his upper garment, and opened the box containing silver needles, picking out several slender needles one by one. Strangely, although it was his first time practicing acupuncture, the inherited knowledge in his mind made him feel extremely proficient and familiar with the technique. Carlo tried moving his hand slightly, and with a swoosh, a silver needle flew from his hand and accurately pierced into the Zhongfu point on Branson's chest. Flying needle acupuncture? Bob's pupils constricted. Flying needle acupuncture was an ancient Chinese medical skill passed down through generations. An ordinary old doctor would need decades of practice to master it. Given the complexity of human acupoints and the required precision and strength, the slightest mistake could lead to unpredictable consequences. Yet, this young man managed to perform it so effortlessly. Could he not be shocked? Feeling confident about his technique, Irvin prepared to continue. However, at that moment, Branson, who had been unconscious, suddenly woke up. Seeing himself topless with a needle sticking into his chest, his face changed, and his body started trembling violently. What is happening? Ida quickly explained, Mr. Branson, please stay calm. You suffered a reversal of qi due to excessive rage. Irvin has excellent medical skills and is currently treating you. What? Carlo's treating me? No, I don't want him to treat me. Make him go away. Upon hearing it was Irvin treating him, Branson was utterly unable to accept it. Carlo came to participate in the martial arts competition today, hoping to become famous and establish his reputation. Instead, he lost to Irvin and harbored deep resentment towards him. How could he possibly accept this? Frowning, Ida said, Mr. Branson, your condition is indeed severe. Even Mr. Pang from our judging panel is at a loss. If you refuse Irvin's treatment, no one might be able to save you. At this point, Bob spoke up, that's right, young friend Branson. Irvin truly has some remarkable skills. Initially, this old man didn't trust him either, but after seeing his flying needle acupuncture, I realized how mistaken I was. Rest assured, Irvin can definitely heal your internal injuries. Everyone present was surprised. No one expected the old man to change his attitude so quickly. Irvin also looked at Bob in surprise. Bob noticed his thoughts and smiled slightly, explaining, young man, this old man apologizes for my earlier rashness. With that, he bowed. Irvin immediately became respectful and greatly changed his opinion of him. Carlo hurriedly returned the bow. Mr. Pang, you shouldn't do that. You really shouldn't. Bob smiled again. Enough, young man. Hurry up and treat him. Irvin nodded and then looked at Branson. Brother Branson, what do you think? Branson hesitated for a moment. Concerned about his life and considering that Mr. Pang from the judging panel vouched for Irvin, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, Brother Irvin, I entrust my fate to you. Irvin smiled slightly. Brother Branson, rest assured. Then, he continued using flying needle acupuncture. Soon, Branson's chest was dotted with silver needles. Meanwhile, Branson's heart meridians were sealed, and blood circulation gradually slowed down. Irvin didn't stop there. Instead, he kept moving his hands, continuously channeling vital energy through the needles into Branson's chest. According to the knowledge inherited in his mind, this method could prevent Branson's blood from flowing backward while maintaining steady and strong heartbeats stimulated by the vital energy. Soon, Irvin used his Carlovinli eye to observe that the blood in Branson's heart meridians began to flow normally again. Carlo immediately started removing the silver needles from Branson's body one by one. Then, Branson woke up again. Irvin asked with a smile, "Brother Branson, how do you feel?" Branson was astonished, feeling embarrassed and muttered, "It's just okay." Upon hearing this, Candace was displeased. "What do you mean, just okay? Irvin saved your life, and you don't even have a word of gratitude. Are you still human?" Branson snorted. "Did I ask him to save me? If I hadn't been careless, I wouldn't have been knocked off the stage by him. How could I have ended up in such a state? Humph, he ruined my big plans. I should be lucky he isn't punishing me." With that, he stood up, pushed past the crowd watching, and left. Seeing this, Candace turned pale with anger. "You?" Irvin frowned and stopped her. "Let it be. Don't bother with him." Candace remained indignant. "Who does he think he is?" Irvin smiled without speaking but inwardly felt puzzled. "This Branson says I ruined his plans. I'm innocent. How did I ruin his plans?" Chapter 94. What a perfectly chosen name. Just as Irvin was deep in thought, Bob walked up and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Young man, don't let that Branson's bad attitude bother you. It's enough to act with a clear conscience." Irvin nodded and smiled. "Mr. Pang, rest assured, I'm not the kind of person who harbors grudges." "That's good. That's very good." Bob nodded with a smile and added, "By the way, it's almost lunchtime. If you're not against it, would you like to join me for lunch?" As soon as he spoke, everyone present froze. Especially the young martial artists who came to attend the martial arts conference. They all displayed envious and hateful expressions. After all, Bob was a member of the presidential judging panel at this martial arts conference and held a transcendent position. Even if Irvin couldn't secure the championship this time, he had already left an excellent impression on Bob. With Bob's attention, wouldn't his reputation soar in the martial arts world? But to everyone's surprise, Irvin directly declined. "Sorry, Mr. Pang, I still have matches this afternoon. I need to conserve my strength." "So?" Upon hearing Irvin's words, Bob smiled. "That's fine. That's perfectly understandable. How about we have dinner after your match this afternoon?" "All right." Irvin accepted with a laugh. Subsequently, Bob turned and left gracefully. Ida, being part of the presidential panel, exchanged a look with Irvin before following. At the scene, only Candace stayed with Irvin. "Come on, Yueling, let's go eat. Once we've eaten our fill, we'll come back for the finals this afternoon." Irvin pulled Candace's hand and slowly left under countless gazes. In the spa of Karlovin and Earth Club, Ade, Karloe, and Colton were shirtless, each being massaged by two female technicians. They seemed quite comfortable. However, Ade kept a sullen expression, clearly still upset over losing to Irvin in the morning. Seeing this, Colton laughed. "Karloe, young Master Gao, it's just that you lost to Irvin. It's not a big deal. Let's help you get back at him in the finals this afternoon." Ade gritted his teeth. "Brother Colton, you don't understand. I can lose to anyone but that little bastard Irvin." Colton frowned. "Young Master Gao, do you have some deep-seated hatred for Irvin?" "Exactly," Ade said angrily. "That little brat stole the woman I fancied. I can't let this stand." "Carlo stole the woman you liked?" Colton asked curiously. "Yes." Ade nodded fiercely. "She's the CEO of Nanjing Ronaldo's group. The moment I saw her, I fell for her. I swore to make her mine." Colton gave a thumbs up. "Well done, young Master Gao." Ade grinned. "Needless to say, no woman I want has ever escaped me." In a private room at a home-style restaurant near the martial arts hall, "Irvin, let me congratulate you with tea instead of wine for your victory today. You did incredibly well." Candace raised her teacup enthusiastically, toasting Irvin. Irvin smiled broadly and raised his cup as well. "Thank you. I'm not flattering you. I mean it," Candace declared earnestly. "Haha, then may I ask if Miss Ronaldo has any special rewards?" Irvin winked playfully. Upon hearing this, Candace immediately knew what he was up to and spat. "Ugh, always thinking of special rewards. Can't you be a bit more ambitious?" Irvin chuckled. "Sorry, that's all the ambition I have. Miss Ronaldo, can't stand it?" Candace replied tersely. "Annoying." Chuckles. Irvin laughed. Just as he was about to tease her further, the door to the private room burst open, and a group of people stormed in aggressively. Startled, Irvin and Candace turned their heads to see who it was. Among them was none other than Branson, and beside Branson stood a bald, middle-aged man with broad shoulders, looking like a bull. "Master brother, this is Irvin." Branson pointed at Irvin and shouted. The middle-aged man immediately glared at Irvin. "You damned runt. Eliminating my junior brother cost us a lot in side bets. Today, if I don't beat you to death, I won't be Baldy Chong." "Baldy Chong?" Irvin chuckled inwardly. What a perfectly chosen name. Carlo activated his Karlovinly eye to observe the situation. Target, Jeffrey. Status, normal. Realm, body solidification stage level 1. Combat strength, 123. What the heck? Another body solidification stage powerhouse. Irvin's face darkened slightly. Then the bald man, Jeffrey, roared again. "Ronald Runt, why are you standing there dumbly? Didn't you hear me? What's this runt nonsense?" Irvin snapped out of it, raising an eyebrow. "Calling you a runt?" Jeffrey barked without hesitation. "Haha, it seems it's the runt himself calling me," Irvin smirked teasingly. "Huh." Before Jeffrey could react, Candace burst into laughter. You dared call me a runt?" Jeffrey's face flushed red. "I didn't curse. You admitted it yourself." Irvin shrugged, smirking. "With your level of intelligence, you're not even worthy of my curses." You. Enraged and embarrassed, Jeffrey spat. "Dying and you still dare to mock me? If I don't cripple you today, I won't be called Baldy Chong." "Huh. Parloring this," Irvin burst into laughter. "Baldy Chong. Aren't you watching too many cartoons? Calling yourself Baldy Chong is just ridiculous. Are you trying to kill your opponent with laughter and win without a fight?" "Carlahi, Irvin, you're hilarious." Candace laughed uncontrollably. "Mr. Yi, stop laughing. This is no place for jokes. You're practically dead meat." Why aren't you serious? Branson suddenly roared. Irvin's face darkened. Branson, you're truly ungrateful. Had I not saved you earlier, would you still be alive? And here you are bringing people to challenge me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Branson scoffed. Nonsense. If I hadn't been careless, I wouldn't have been knocked off the platform by you. Irvin responded calmly. So, what now? A rematch? Absolutely, Branson shouted. If so, draw the line. If I don't kick your butt today, I'm not Irvin. Irvin sneered. Fool. Xenerius, Branson charged at Irvin with both fists raised. Chapter 95. Don't you know any rules? Seeing Branson lunging at him, Irvin remained calm and immediately executed the wandering dragon steps. In an instant, he vanished from Branson's sight. Huh? Where did he go? Branson was bewildered. Fool, I'm right here. Suddenly came Irvin's mocking laugh from behind. Branson's face changed, reacting instinctively without turning his head, lashing out with a swift dragon tail kick towards Irvin. Unexpectedly, Irvin had already kicked out, striking Branson on the buttocks first. Ow! Branson screamed in pain as he flew backward, smashing into the wall, leaving a huge hole. Corbin stared in disbelief, wiping his eyes vigorously. How is this possible? This kid is only at the 5th level of body tempering. How could he have such strength? What Corbin didn't know was that after taking the Carlerculian pill earlier, the effect hadn't completely worn off yet, which naturally gave Irvin extraordinary power. At this moment, Branson struggled to rise from the ground, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Yi, congratulations, you've thoroughly enraged me. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be surnamed Jing. My goodness, so our previous fight didn't anger you enough? Irvin replied sarcastically. Humph, save your lip flapping. Prepare yourself. Branson finished speaking and suddenly drew a weapon from his waistband, a medium-length, flexible sword. With a flick of his wrist, he danced the soft sword beautifully, displaying impressive skills. Irvin froze for a moment, then laughed. Branson, what are you up to? Trying to embarrass yourself in front of me? Irvin, today, I'll show you the might of Wuji sect's sword techniques. Branson's expression hardened as he swiftly wielded the soft sword like a ghost, fiercely stabbing toward Irvin. Wuji sect? What martial arts sect is this? Irvin's expression changed. However, he didn't have time to ponder further because Branson's soft sword was already upon him. Irvin immediately used the wandering dragon steps, barely evading the attack. Unexpectedly, Branson lunged again, raising his sword to stab at Irvin's chest. Danger! Seeing the sword about to pierce his heart, Irvin reacted instantly, unleashing the primal illusion sword with a swift slash. Instantly, the roar of sword chi erupted. A domineering blade of invisible energy detached from Irvin's hand, transforming into a substantial transparent sword aimed straight at Branson's waist. What's this? Branson's face paled as he hastily retreated, but the sword chi moved too fast, forcing him to desperately parry with his sword. Bang! A loud noise echoed, causing Branson's arm to go numb, nearly making him drop his soft sword. More terrifying was that the sword chi bypassed his sword and continued forward, prompting him to urgently dodge. It was already too late. The sword chi grazed his arm, slicing a deep cut that bled profusely. To hell with it. How can this be? On the side, Corbin watched in shock, completely stunned. No matter how many heads he grew, he couldn't understand how Irvin, being merely at the 5th level of body tempering, could have such bizarre abilities. Meanwhile, Irvin wasn't having it easy either. In his panic, he used the primal illusion sword, consuming much of his life essence and true chi. Thinking about the duel later in the afternoon, he inwardly tensed. It seemed he shouldn't use the primal illusion sword anymore. Otherwise, with his true chi depleted, how could he fight against Carloe and Colton? Yi, so you're pretending to be weak while hiding your true strength. Your capabilities far exceed the 5th level of body tempering. Branson, clutching the wound on his arm, gritted his teeth. Irvin snapped back to reality and laughed. Afraid now? Branson's eyes flickered, finally putting away his soft sword with apprehension. Ronaldston, Yi, a gentleman takes revenge within 10 years. I will come back for you one day. Carlo then signaled to Corbin, preparing to leave. Corbin also understood they had hit a brick wall today, so he dared not be arrogant anymore, nodding in agreement. Just then, Irvin sneered. Leaving already? Is that all? Branson's face turned pale. What do you want? Irvin retorted coolly. Branson, as someone who has ventured through the world, don't tell me you don't know any rules? Branson looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Irvin leisurely responded. Aside from saving your life earlier, which puts me in your debt, you obviously aren't my match. Feeling cowardly and wanting to leave isn't unreasonable, but you should leave something behind. Branson suddenly understood. You mean, payment for sparing my life? At least you're not entirely stupid, Irvin chuckled. You. Branson's face alternated between red and white but thought of the frightening and mysterious sword technique. Carlo feared if he didn't leave payment, he wouldn't get away. Carlo felt incredibly aggrieved. How much money do you want? Branson asked harshly. Sorry, no amount of money can buy my integrity. I just want the sword in your hand. Irvin said calmly. Not happening. Branson refused outright, his face changing. This sword is the treasure of our Wuji sect. How can I give it to you? So this sword is your sect's treasure, huh? Irvin smiled. Now I really want it. Ronaldston up, you must leave the sword today, or you won't leave at all. Yi, you've gone too far. Even if I die, I won't hand it over to you. Branson roared in rage. Watch this. Finishing, he swung his soft sword once more. Instantly, the sword light shone brightly. Irvin remained unperturbed, declaring boldly, Fine, let's fight. However, he didn't intend to use the chaotic illusion sword again, as this ultimate move drained too much true chi. Moreover, to subdue Branson, he didn't necessarily need the chaotic illusion sword. Carlo glanced around, grabbed a chair, broke off a leg, and wielded it. This peculiar action left both Branson and Corbin dumbfounded. Branson, listen up, little master will use this stick to fight you. Irvin remarked nonchalantly. What? Branson paused, then burst into laughter. Are you delirious? You think you can fight me with a wooden stick? But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Watching Irvin swing the stick expertly, generating fierce and stylish movements, Branson dared not take it lightly, biting his teeth. Fine. Let's see how powerful your staff skills are. Just watch closely, Irvin smiled faintly, holding the stick with one hand and assuming a starting stance. This very move was a Karlovan-grade staff technique inherited from the mental information, the demon subduing staff technique. White snake spits venom. Irvin jabbed forward swiftly and accurately with the wooden stick. Arrogant! Branson shouted, swinging his sword to strike, attempting to break Irvin's stick. Chapter 96. I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. But at that moment, the wooden stick in Irvin's hand twisted sharply, avoiding the sword and smacking heavily against the side of the blade. Bang! After a thunderous crash, a powerful force came crashing down. Branson's wrist went numb from the shock, nearly losing his grip on the soft sword. What the hell? This kid is way too strong, isn't he? Those watching from behind, including Jeffrey, were all dumbfounded. Devastating 1,000 armies. Irvin wouldn't give Branson a chance to catch his breath and swung the stick once more at him. Seeing this, Branson was startled and swung his sword to block it again. This time, Irvin repeated his tactic. But Branson didn't learn from his mistake and fell for it again. Moreover, due to Irvin applying more strength, Branson lost his grip on the soft sword, which dropped to the ground. Irvin hurriedly moved forward, hooking the soft sword off the ground with his foot and catching it in his hand. You refused to hand it over when I told you. Look how it ended up, in my hands. Irvin smirked at Branson mockingly. Branson's face was like ashes, unable to retort. Irvin ignored him and instead examined the soft sword. The soft sword had a jet black body, extremely sharp edges, and an ancient design. It clearly wasn't an ordinary weapon. A thought struck him, and he immediately activated Karlovan-I. Object, Zhanlong sword. Status, supreme grade mundane weapon, provides speed, strength, and agility enhancements to the holder. Supreme grade mundane weapon? Irvin's eyes widened. Based on the inherited knowledge in his mind, a supreme grade item was a tier above a top grade one. In other words, Branson's Zhanlong sword was much more formidable than Ade's thunder knife. No wonder Branson felt so aggrieved after being defeated by him. Originally, this kid could have relied on this sword to defeat all competitors, including Carloe and Colton, winning the championship of this youth martial arts congress. However, because of carelessness, he was defeated by Irvin and eliminated. Good sword indeed, but what a pity, falling into the hands of such an arrogant fool as you, rendering it useless. Irvin shook his head. At this point, Branson snapped back to his senses, furious. Return it to me immediately. Those around Jeffrey were also livid. This is our Wuji sect's treasured sword. If you know what's good for you, return it immediately. Right? Return it right away, or you'll be declaring war on our Wuji sect. You're in for a world of trouble if you don't give it back. Facing their threats, Irvin remained haughty, not willing to part with such a supreme-grade mundane weapon. Want me to return it? Dream on. Branson became enraged. I'll take you on. Annealed by anger, his attacks became desperate, aiming directly at Irvin's vital points. Autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves. Unperturbed, Irvin took a dragon glide step and lunged forward with the wooden stick. Before Branson could react, he was struck. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed repeatedly. Several ribs shattered on the spot. Pain made him clutch his injuries and roll around on the floor. My God, this kid is no joke. His strength can rival the inner disciples of our Wuji sect. Luo senior brother, we can't deal with him. Let's run? Yeah, we're in trouble if we don't flee now. Suddenly, Branson's companions began to cower, ready to retreat. Don't chicken out. We are many. Why fear this e-brat? If word gets out, it would tarnish our Wuji sect's reputation. Ronald, stand up. Everyone attack together. This little rat can't handle us all. Jeffrey roared. With that, he charged forward first, joining the fray. Seeing this, everyone reluctantly followed suit. Good timing. Seeing Jeffrey and others charge, Irvin laughed heartily. Carlo never expected the demonic subduing staff technique to be so powerful, worthy of being a Karlovan level staff skill. Ronald told Rat, prepare to die. Jeffrey suddenly drew a short dagger and stabbed toward Irvin. Irvin sneered, using a dragon glide step to position himself behind Jeffrey and struck powerfully. Though Jeffrey was stronger than Branson and reacted quickly to dodge, Irvin's speed was simply too fast for him. Bang! Jeffrey was hit directly in the back, spitting out blood and nearly fainting. Luo senior brother. Seeing Jeffrey injured, everyone panicked and attacked Irvin recklessly. A bunch of rabble. Irvin wielded the wooden stick, felling all who stood before him. Within moments, 7 or 8 guys were knocked to the ground. They clutched various parts of their bodies, arms, bellies, thighs, screaming in pain, unable to stand. All suffered severe internal injuries. It was evident that the demonic subduing staff technique was no ordinary Karlovan level staff skill. Go to hell. At that moment, Branson suddenly appeared in front of Irvin, flying up to kick him in the groin. Irvin's face changed drastically as he dodged just in time, glaring angrily. Branson, what a despicable move. Do you want me to be childless? Branson gritted his teeth. For trash like you, such moves are necessary. Seeing his reaction, Irvin was thoroughly infuriated. Fine, since you insist, then don't blame me for retaliation. With a low roar, Irvin swung the stick upward. Bang! A dull thud sounded as the stick hit Branson's crotch area, causing immediate agony. Oh! Branson clutched his groin, screaming in a high-pitched wail, legs giving way, passing out instantly. Beside him, Jeffrey instinctively clamped his legs together, thinking it must be excruciating. Having finished with Branson, Irvin turned to Jeffrey, snorting. Baldy Chong, still fighting? Spare me. Spare me. We don't want the sword. We really don't. Jeffrey trembled, kneeling down and begging for mercy. All right, consider yourself lucky, Irvin muttered. Get lost. Daring not to disobey, Jeffrey hastily helped Branson up and fled. Once they left, the room emptied out. Braving her hiding spot, Candace excitedly rushed over. Oh my god, Irvin, you're incredible. Facing so many opponents, you held your own. Irvin chuckled. What's the big deal? I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Want to see them now? Parloring this, Candace spat. Parlor we go again. Stop being annoying. Translation completed as requested. Chapter 97. Don't talk nonsense to me. What do you mean by here we go again? I'm just speaking the truth, alright? Irvin smiled. Candace couldn't help but laugh. What kind of truth? It seems like you don't know how to be discreet at all. Irvin shook his head, serious. Come on, am I not being discreet enough? I feel like I'm a dark bottle full of soy sauce. Candace was taken aback. A dark bottle of soy sauce? What does that mean? Irvin grinned. It means deep and hidden. Carla he. Candace laughed uncontrollably, swaying back and forth. But at that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Seeing this, Candace's laughter gradually faded, and she bit her lip. Grandpa Zane. The person was indeed destined. With a stern face, he said in a low voice, Miss, you should be aware of the agreement between your father and Irvin. You shouldn't meet him privately. Since this is your first time, I won't inform your father. But this must not happen again. Now, come with me. Okay. Candace instantly looked dejected and glanced at Irvin with lingering reluctance, wanting to say something but holding back. Irvin also felt uncomfortable inside, but as a man of his word, he could not renege on his promise. Since he had promised Unkit, how could he break it? Yueling, go back first. 1 year isn't that long, right? Remember what I said. I will do everything for you, Irvin said resolutely. Tears streamed down Candace's face moved. Irvin, I believe in you. Irvin gently wiped away her tears. Go back now. Yes, I'll wait for you. Candace nodded, then suddenly cupped his face and planted a passionate kiss on him before leaving without looking back, following Destin. Watching her leave, Irvin felt a pang of loss. After a while, he gathered himself and sighed. There's no point in worrying too much. Better focus on each step in this year. My goal now is simple, to win the Youth Martial Arts Championship and make a name for myself. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered the Dragon Slayer sword and began to examine it. Indeed, the design of the Dragon Slayer sword was exquisite. With its dull blade and perfect curve, it was no wonder it could be used as a belt. After studying it for a while, Irvin found the hidden clasp on the sword and fastened it around his waist, covering it with his clothes. Checking the time, the final of the martial arts competition was approaching. Without delay, Irvin headed for the martial arts exchange hall. However, he never expected that once he appeared in the hall, tens of thousands of densely packed spectators in the stands erupted in cheers. Medical Sage Yi! Medical Sage Yi! Irvin was stunned. What's going on? And when did there become so many spectators in the stands? At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him, followed by a familiar woman's light laughter. Ronald's brother Irvin, surprised? Even if Irvin thought with his gut, he would know the woman behind him was Ida. Carlo turned around and asked, Sister Fan, what's happening? I didn't think I was that famous, right? Ida laughed softly. Ronald's brother Irvin, did you know someone uploaded a video of you saving people at noon today to the local Dexterjo martial arts forum? It caused quite a stir, attracting many people to watch. Irvin's eyes lit up. Really? Ida chuckled again. Of course, more people want to see you because they hope you can heal them. After all, the medical sage's reputation has already spread far and wide. Irvin understood immediately, but soon, he began to worry. So many people seeking medical treatment from me. Even if I had multiple arms, I couldn't handle it all. I can guarantee that if you open a Douyin account now, you'd gain a massive wave of followers, Ida declared confidently. Open a Douyin account? Irvin's eyes lit up. Why not? This was the era of social media where everyone played Douyin. If he opened an account, wouldn't his fame skyrocket? With fame, wouldn't resources and connections come easily? Wouldn't that bring him closer to his grand goal in 1 year? Thinking this through, he immediately took out his phone, opened Douyin, logged in using his phone number, completed verification, and recorded a short video of himself at the Dexterjo Martial Arts Exchange Hall, uploading it successfully. Just as he finished, Ida spoke up. By the way, Ronald's brother Irvin, where's Miss Ronaldo? Didn't she come with you? Irvin's expression darkened. She's already gone back. Seeing his change in demeanor, Ida guessed something happened and teased, Oh, Ronald's brother Irvin, now that Miss Ronaldo is gone, you're distracted? No way. Irvin scratched his head, embarrassed, not wanting to talk about it further. Observing his reaction, Ida tactfully stopped questioning. Since she was part of the judging panel and had work to do, she excused herself. Irvin then proceeded down the corridor to follow the event rules for drawing numbers. As he entered the large room from the morning, a group approached. Among them was none other than Ade. Next to him were Carloe and Colton. Upon seeing Irvin, Ade said arrogantly, Irvin, you really have guts to come for the finals, impressive. But aren't you afraid that either Carloe or Colton will beat you to death? Irvin shrugged. Don't talk nonsense to me. I don't want to talk to someone whose name includes Yang Wei. You. Ade was struck dumb, turning black with rage. For a man, Irvin's veiled remarks weren't harmful but extremely insulting. Suddenly, Colton pointed at Irvin and yelled, Mr. Yi, don't get cocky. Be careful, or I'll knock your teeth out in our match. Spare me, you idiot. That's what I should say to you. Irvin shot back without flinching. What did you call me? An idiot? Colton raged. Do I need to call you that? Your face looks like an idiot. Irvin sneered. Indeed, Colton's appearance was dim-witted. Colton screamed hysterically. Mr. Yi, I'll kill you now. As he lunged forward, Carlo held him back, saying, calm down, brother. This is the martial arts exchange hall. We can't act rashly. Besides, the finals are coming up soon. Won't we have plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson? Colton reluctantly agreed but snarled at Irvin, brat, wait until later. I'll make you regret this. Satisfied with stirring up trouble between Irvin and Colton, Ade mocked, Mr. Yi, I'm too lazy to lecture you. How dare you challenge Colton? Don't you realize you're courting disaster? Boring. Irvin ignored him and prepared to walk away. At this moment, a cheerleader appeared at the entrance, noticing Irvin and rushing over excitedly. Seeing this, Ade's eyes lit up. Damn, this chick is cute. Is she looking for me? Carlo immediately puffed up his chest, striking a pose he thought was attractive. But the next second, his face turned green. Chapter 98. The Imposter in Disguise. The girl in the cheerleading uniform ran straight to Irvin and said admiringly, brother-in-law, how did you get here? Irvin was taken aback. This girl was none other than Ronaldo's younger sister, Isabella. Wearing this cheerleading uniform today, she had undergone a complete transformation. Carla Chomao hairstyle was gone. The heavy makeup was also gone. With her fresh and neat appearance, she exuded a refreshing charm. Brother-in-law, I've actually been here for a while, Isabella said excitedly, hugging his arm affectionately. Feeling an unusual sensation from her body, Irvin felt uncomfortable and casually withdrew his hand. Carlo asked, Kenny, you've been here for a while? Yes. Isabella nodded vigorously. I saw online that you were participating in the youth martial arts conference, so after lunch, I came over. Later, I found out that the cheerleading squad was recruiting, so I took up a part-time job, earning some pocket money to help ease my sister's burden. Carloring this, Irvin felt reassured and smiled. That's great. If your sister knew how sensible you are, she would be very happy. Keep it up. Grateful for his praise and encouragement, Isabella blushed with excitement. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely work hard and not let down either you or my sister. By the way, it's almost our turn for the cheerleading performance. Brother-in-law, I'll go now. See you later. With that, she rushed off. Seeing her departing figure, Irvin shook his head with a smile and turned away. However, he didn't know that nearby, Ade was looking at her with burning eyes and rapid breathing. So, this little girl is Irvin's little sister-in-law. TSK. Never thought she'd be so beautiful with such a good figure. I bet her older sister isn't far behind. Well then, this young master has decided to take both these sisters, just to deal a big blow to Irvin. Yes, that's what I'll do. Meanwhile, Irvin was completely unaware that his girlfriend and sister-in-law had caught Ade's attention. At that moment, under the arrangement of the organizers, he was with Carlo, Colton, and another semi-finalist in youth martial arts, drawing lots. The results hadn't come out yet. All four were waiting patiently. Suddenly, the young martial artist glanced at Irvin and spoke in a strange voice, half laughing, Irvin, right? Who would have thought? You saved Branson, but he repaid you with enmity. Irvin raised an eyebrow. The incident with Branson betraying him had happened in a restaurant. How did this guy know about it? For a moment, he couldn't figure out the origins of this young martial artist. Carlo immediately activated his Carlo-Vinli eye and focused intently on him. Target, May. Status, normal. Cultivation level, body refinement 8th stage. Combat power, 82. Isn't this person named Gong Ronaldway? How did it become May, which sounds like a woman's name? Irvin was puzzled. As the Carlo-Vinli eye delved deeper, he soon made a new discovery. On this young martial artist's face was a lifelike mask. Underneath this mask was a delicate and charming female face. Irvin stared dumbfounded. Immediately, he continued to scan downward, particularly focusing on her chest. Soon, he confirmed it. This was no one else but a disguised woman, wearing men's clothing. Seeing him continuously examining her, especially her chest, May felt unease and deliberately shouted, What are you looking at? After hearing her words, Irvin couldn't help but laugh. No wonder her voice sounded odd earlier. She was purposely changing it. What are you laughing at? May said unhappily. Irvin suppressed his laughter and replied, Nothing. Just remembered an opera called The Female Scholar. May instantly changed her expression. Clearly, she understood Irvin's implications, that he had seen through her disguise as a man. However, she couldn't understand where her cover had slipped. Irvin, don't think that just because you snatched the Slayer sword from Branson, I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you, I can easily defeat you too. May finished speaking and turned away, ignoring him. The Slayer sword of our sect? Irvin was stunned, because he remembered Branson mentioning that this Slayer sword was their Wuji sect's most treasured item. Now, May claimed it belonged to her sect. What was going on? Could there be some grudge between them over the Slayer sword? Curiosity piqued, he was about to use Carlo-Vinli derivation technique to deduce the situation when the organizer announced the draw results. Interestingly, he was grouped with Carlo, while May was paired with Colton. According to the competition rules, the winners of each group would compete again for the championship and runner-up positions, while the losers would compete for third place. F***CK. Colton swore profusely and then glanced at May. Thought I'd face that brat Irvin, but instead, it's you. Let me give you some advice. Surrender now, otherwise, don't blame me for thrashing you on the stage. May snorted, talking big. She left through the passageway. Damn, shameless. Colton's gaze turned cold, and he followed suit. Carlo looked at Irvin with his usual stern expression. Irvin, I hope you can last 10 moves against me. With that, he also left. Irvin shook his head. Why was Carlo so similar to Colton? Way too underestimating people. 10 minutes later, the organizers announced the start of the finals to all spectators. The first match was between Colton and May under the alias Gong Ronaldway. Everyone believed that with Colton at body refinement 10th stage and Gong Ronaldway at body refinement 8th stage, the gap was obvious, leading to a sure win for Colton. However, the result shocked everyone. Midway through the intense battle, May suddenly pulled out a flute and began playing mournfully. The once domineering Colton swayed like a drunkard. Then, May struck unexpectedly, kicking Colton off the stage. This round, Colton was thoroughly defeated. Upon regaining consciousness, Colton, losing face, immediately approached the chief judges, claiming that Gong Ronald Wei had cheated and demanded a rematch. Unfortunately, the chief judges, led by Bob and Ida, dismissed his unreasonable request. With no choice, Colton left grumpily. Passing by Irvin, the latter grinned. Carlo Colton, who was it that threatened to flatten someone earlier? Colton glared viciously at Irvin and angrily retorted, Irvin, stop talking nonsense. Just wait for my brother to crush you. Chapter 99, Bronze to King. Irvin cast a cold glance at Colton and said, bulldoze? With your brother? Colton was deeply unhappy and shouted at Carlo, brother, look at this. This guy totally disregards you. You have to. Carlo waved his hand, his face stern. No need for more words. I know what to do. Only then did Colton shut up obediently. Subsequently, Irvin and Carlo stepped onto the arena. Unexpectedly, just as they appeared on the stage, an audience member in the stands suddenly yelled, everyone, quick look, it's Beckham's turn. Upon hearing this, all spectators in the stands rose to their feet, cheers erupting loudly one after another. Beckham! Beckham! The passionate and excited scene seemed about to tear the entire martial arts exchange hall apart. Seeing this, Irvin, standing on the platform, felt one word in his heart, cool. Across from him, Carlo saw all of this and felt bitter inside. They hadn't even started, but his opponent had already gained the upper hand in momentum. It looked like he couldn't underestimate this kid. Irvin, I really didn't expect that you would have so many supporters. However, I must tell you, these are all nothing in front of absolute strength, Carlo said solemnly. I still stick to my previous words. I hope you can last 10 moves against me. Irvin sneered. 10 moves? What's so difficult about that? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Carlo comes. Carlo roared, raising his iron palms towards Irvin. Indeed worthy of being at the 10th level of body tempering, his speed was lightning fast. My goodness, isn't this too fast? Seeing this, Irvin felt tense and hurriedly executed the Yulong step. Undeniably, the Yulong step was an extremely delicate heaven-grade technique. Despite the huge gap in cultivation, Irvin still managed to evade Carlo's thunderous attack. Where do you think you're running? Carlo's face darkened, and with one leap, he blocked Irvin's path, striking out with his iron palm once again. Oh no! Irvin felt uneasy. His opponent was too powerful, sticking to him like glue. Seeing the iron palm coming towards his chest and recognizing the significant disparity in power, he didn't dare to confront directly. Carlo immediately unsheathed the Zhan-long sword tied around his waist, gathered energy in his dantian, and swung fiercely. As Vitality True Chi was released from his palm into the Zhan-long sword, there was a hum. The Zhan-long sword burst forth with sword light. In the next second, Irvin felt all of his combat attributes including speed, strength, and agility skyrocketing wildly. Carlo immediately activated Carlo Vinli to check his status. Target, Irvin. Status, normal. Cultivation, 5th level body tempering. Combat power, 148. Damn, his combat power reached an astounding 148. Isn't this just like the 10th level of body tempering? Irvin was speechless. In an instant, he felt incredibly exhilarated. Bronze becoming king. Could this not be cool? Noticing Irvin's sudden rise in momentum, Carlo across from him couldn't help but be stunned. But when he saw the long sword in Irvin's hand, Carlo suddenly woke up and exclaimed in surprise, Zhan-long sword? Isn't this the Ronald sword sect's treasured weapon? How did it end up in your hands? Ronald sword sect? Coloring this term, Irvin had a hunch and subconsciously glanced at May sitting not far from the platform. Seems like this girl is probably from the Ronald sword sect. I wonder what kind of sect this is. Irvin muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, May, who was down below the platform, kept her fiery gaze fixed on the Zhan-long sword in Irvin's hand, wishing to seize it for herself. At the same time, whether it was the judges on the podium or the audience members on the stands, especially those martial arts practitioners, they all stood up spontaneously, each face filled with envy. Especially Gaoyang Wei and Colton, who were eliminated and relegated to watching from the stands, almost popped their eyes out. My god, it's actually the supreme rank mundane Zhan-long sword which hasn't been seen in the world for 20 years. My Thunder Roar Saber doesn't seem great compared to this, Gaoyang Wei said despondently. F***CK, no wonder this guy, only at the 5th level of body tempering, dared to participate in the young martial arts competition. Carlo had a formidable weapon in hand. Strange, how does this kid get hold of the supreme rank mundane Zhan-long sword? Gaoyang Wei couldn't help but ask. Colton explained, it's said that this Zhan-long sword came from a martial arts expert named Jeremiah, but over 2 decades ago, he mysteriously disappeared, and this sword ended up in the hands of the Ronald sword sect. Now, this Zhan-long sword has landed in Irvin's hands. I wonder what's their relationship? Who knows? Gaoyang Wei shook his head, then suddenly had a thought. Brother Colton, do you think they might be father and son? At this moment, on the platform, Irvin paid no attention to the commotion around him. After all, the final match wasn't over yet. Facing a strong enemy like Carlo, he had to go all out. Kid, I never expected that you would have the supreme rank mundane weapon Zhan-long sword, coveted by countless people. Since this is the case, I, Carlo, won't let you off any longer. Carlo finished speaking and pulled out a short dagger shimmering with cold light from the side of his calf. This short dagger was pitch black all over, radiating a dense malevolent aura even from a distance. Irvin's expression turned grave as he directed his Carlo Vinli eye toward the short dagger. Target, Wolf Spur. Status, upper rank mundane weapon. Upper rank mundane weapon? Irvin frowned deeply. To force Carlo to use an upper-rank mundane weapon, it seems the Zhan-Long sword in his hand posed a significant threat to him. Watch out, kid. Carlo roared, brandishing the wolf spur short dagger and charging forward with full strength. As he advanced, airwaves rippled wherever he went, sending chills down everyone's spine. So strong. Irvin's heart clenched and immediately swung the Zhan-Long sword to counterattack. Undoubtedly, having immersed himself in martial arts for years, Carlo possessed remarkable combat prowess. His wolf spur short dagger darted unpredictably, making it hard to defend against. However, facing him was Irvin, who possessed an immense trove of inheritance information in his mind, especially the vast combat experience memories of the immortal Dr. Xiaoyao. Confronted with Carlo's storm-like offense, Irvin avoided while searching for any openings. Suddenly, now, Irvin whispered, abruptly swinging the Zhan-Long sword forward like a dragon emerging from its lair. In the next second, Carlo's wrist was struck heavily by the body of the Zhan-Long sword. Instantly, Carlo screamed in agony as if struck by a blow, dropping the wolf spur short dagger to the ground. Then, the tip of Irvin's Zhan-Long sword was placed against Carlo's neck. How is this possible? Seeing this, Carlo's face turned ashen, unable to accept the situation. A 10th level body tempering expert defeated just like this? Witnessing this scene, the entire martial arts exchange hall fell silent. Chapter 100. I don't have a preference for that. After quite some time, the referee finally stepped forward to declare Irvin's decisive victory. Boom. In an instant, the entire martial arts exchange hall erupted into a frenzy. The audience in the stands applauded thunderously. Irvin's fanatical supporters were shouting wildly with chants of, Beckham, Beckham. Standing on the platform, Irvin appeared unperturbed, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Carlo had initially thought he would have to use his ultimate move, the primal illusory sword, to defeat this Carlo, never expecting such an outcome. This worked out better as he still had to face that female impersonator Magdalena. This move could be saved for her. Victory here would firmly secure the Dexter Joe Cup Youth Martial Arts Champion title for him. Irvin, I underestimated you. However, there's nothing more to say. May the best man win. Carlo said reluctantly. Regaining his composure, Irvin looked at Carlo and said with a smile, thanks for letting me win. Carlo returned the gesture, then sneered, but don't celebrate too soon, Irvin. Remember, having precious things brings trouble. The dragon severing sword is a supreme artifact. Many martial artists will view it as their ultimate treasure. Just wait for the multitude who'll come to challenge or steal it after this event. Irvin chuckled. That's not your concern now, is it? Humph! Carlo snorted and descended from the stage without another word. Ade and Colton came up to greet him below the stage. However, Carlo remained somber and did not utter a single word. Ade and Colton, sensing his foul mood, dared not pry further. But Ade glared fiercely at Irvin on the stage and warned, Ronaldston, Irvin, don't get too cocky. Your luck won't last forever. With that, they left to catch up with Carlo. Irvin paid no heed to Ade's taunt, focused instead on preparing for his next match. According to the organizers' regulations, after 2 consecutive matches, to ensure full rest and recovery for the contestants, the final match was scheduled half an hour later. Irvin walked down from the stage, ready to return to his room via the passage when Magdalena spoke up beside him. Irvin, let's make a deal. A deal? Irvin paused, looking at her in surprise. Exactly. Magdalena nodded. I observed your match against Carlo and realized despite your lower cultivation level, you're only at the 5th level of body tempering. Your martial arts prowess is impressive. You spotted Carlo's weakness and struck decisively. So, I realize I might not be able to defeat you. Irvin, somewhat impatient, asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Magdalena smiled. Irvin, we have no enmity. Frankly, I don't want to become your enemy. I joined this Dexter Joe Youth Martial Arts Conference because I received intel that the Infinite Gates young Master Branson would bring their sect's prized dragon severing sword. So you joined this tournament to seize this dragon severing sword. Is that right? Irvin smiled at her. Yes. Magdalena admitted openly. If you return this sword, I'll withdraw from our match and let you claim the champion's throne. How about it? Sorry. Irvin was about to decline when Magdalena interrupted him. Don't rush to refuse, Irvin. I know the power of this dragon severing sword has sweetened you. If I ask for it back, you might be reluctant, so I'm willing to pay a price. Pay a price? What kind of price? Irvin scanned her, grinning wickedly. Sacrificing your appearance? Magdalena felt suddenly flustered, her eyes darting away but retorted stubbornly, Irvin, I'm a man. What can I sacrifice my appearance for? Pretending? Irvin found it amusing internally but didn't call her out, instead replying, relax, I don't have a preference for that. Tell me, what price are you offering? 1 million. Magdalena tested. Irvin rolled his eyes. Forget it. A mere million for this supreme artifact? It's extremely rare. Magdalena also felt it was too little and quickly asked, how much do you want then? 1 billion. Irvin replied casually. What? 1 billion? Magdalena stared dumbfounded. Irvin, you're making an outrageous demand. Sure am, Irvin confirmed. Irvin, don't push it. Magdalena growled. How about this, let's wager. What kind of wager? We fight on the stage. If I win, the sword goes to me. How does that sound? Magdalena eagerly suggested. Irvin pondered. All right, but if I win, I'll give you 1 billion, but I need time to gather it. Magdalena gritted her teeth. Deal. Both agreed and headed back to rest before the impending match. After 20 minutes, staff announced the time had come. Irvin and Magdalena emerged from the passageway. Beckham, Beckham. Victory for Beckham. Victory, victory. Upon seeing Irvin, the audience erupted in cheers, electrified. Feeling a surge of excitement, Irvin felt momentarily elated. Magdalena, taken aback by his popularity, merely huffed and climbed onto the stage silently. Irvin followed suit. They stood facing each other. Though they hadn't started yet, everyone sensed the tension and imminent clash between them. Begin. At the referee's command, they launched straight into combat. Magdalena drew a sword from a flute, revealing a hidden weapon. A sword within the flute. Irvin knew he couldn't be careless. Behind Magdalena was the Ronald Long sword sect, famous for its expertise in swordsmanship. Its disciples must possess exceptional skills. With a swift motion, Magdalena lunged with her sword. Irvin countered using the dragon sliding step while holding the dragon severing sword, probing Magdalena's technique. Carlo needed to understand her fighting style before finding an opening to strike. Magdalena's sword movements, though seemingly simple, hid potent attacks behind each stroke. After a few minutes of back and forth, Magdalena suddenly changed her tactics, her sword glowing brightly. Irvin blocked hastily, only to find Magdalena's sword spinning, generating a strong suction force. His grip on the dragon's severing sword loosened, and it slipped from his hands into Magdalena's. Damn. Feeling vexed, Irvin snapped. You think you've won? Not necessarily. Undeterred, he rushed in unarmed. ####Chapter 101. You can't play Ronald this. Seeing Irvin still not conceding, May's face turned grim. Now that you don't have the Dragon Slayer sword in your hands, let's see how you plan to defeat me. With a sharp cry, she brandished her flute sword and charged forward. But at this moment, the scene took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, in Irvin's hand appeared a translucent yet radiant long sword, seemingly intangible but exuding an overwhelming aura. It was none other than Irvin's ultimate secret weapon, the illusory chaos sword. Wow. In the entire martial arts exchange hall, both the judges on the main stage and countless spectators on the stands burst into an uproar. No one had expected Irvin to have such a move up his sleeve. This? May stood there dumbstruck, her eyes filled with disbelief. Who said I don't have a sword? Irvin's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Carlo, be careful. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. With that, he waved his hand. The sword chi of the illusory chaos sword detached from the blade, transforming into a streak of sword light that darted toward May like lightning. Oh no. The sword light was incredibly fast. May had no time to dodge. In a panic, she raised her flute sword to block it. Clang. May's flute sword was cleaved in two by the sword light. Moreover, after blocking the sword light split into two parts but continued advancing without slowing down. This? May's face paled as she hurriedly tried to dodge. It was too late. Swoosh. Carlo's entire right arm was severed by the sword light, along with the broken flute sword, which fell to the ground. Ah! May clutched her bleeding stump, letting out a hysterical scream. At the sight of this gruesome scene, everyone in the hall was stunned. Wasn't this too cruel? Even Irvin was taken aback. The power of the illusory chaos sword was too fierce. Had he just dismembered someone? Wasn't this making him look like a heartless brute? Carlo hurriedly stepped forward. Sorry, Xiao Gong. No, Brother Gong, don't move around. I can reattach your arm and leave no scars. May shot him a hateful glare, her eyes practically wanting to devour him alive. Without further ado, Irvin quickly pressed several acupoints on her arm to stop the bleeding. Then, he retrieved her severed arm and reattached it. Next, he focused his energy, continuously releasing vitality true chi from his palms over the severed area. Soon, May felt her arm gradually healing. May was completely dumbfounded. She had thought she would be crippled for life, but she never imagined Irvin's medical skills were so miraculous. At this moment, several people rushed onto the platform. Among them were Ade, Carlo-y, and Colton, who harbored deep-seated grudges against Irvin. Great job, Irvin. According to the rules of this martial arts competition, we agreed to only fight until the opponent yields. Yet you went all out and maimed someone. Are you even human? Ade demanded loudly. Colton chimed in. Exactly. Someone with such a vicious heart. Even if they win the championship of this martial arts competition, what's the point? I suggest immediately canceling Irvin's results. Let me say this. Not only should his results be cancelled, but he should also be sent to the police to face criminal charges and be thrown in jail. Ade roared. Under their instigation, quite a few others who had rushed onto the platform joined in denouncing Irvin. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. What nonsense are you all talking? In a martial arts match, blows may land anywhere. Isn't injury normal? Why should we treat my brother-in-law this way? The speaker was Isabella, dressed in a cheerleading uniform. Upon seeing her, Ade's eyes lit up, but he huffed. Missy, your brother-in-law violated the rules of this martial arts competition. Instead of stopping when his opponent yielded, he severed someone's arm. Shouldn't we criticize him? Isabella was at a loss. Even if she were ignorant, she could clearly see that Irvin had caused significant harm. Suddenly, everyone shut up. Don't you see Irvin is trying to save her? Ade and the others turned to see a group of people walking in. It was the chairpersons of the judging panel for the martial arts competition, and the one speaking was the sole female judge, Ida. Ida, who was the queen of Dexter Zoo's underworld, was known by everyone. For a moment, Ade and the others were wary, but they still looked unconvinced. At this moment, Bob stepped forward with a cold expression. All of you settle down. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with first by me. Bob was a solid stage expert, and his mere presence exuded an intimidating and tyrannical aura that silenced everyone. Suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, "Oh my God! Look, the arm has been reattached." Reattached? Everyone looked down at the ground. Indeed, Gugonglina's severed arm had been reattached seamlessly, leaving no scars. Wow! The entire hall erupted in noise. Bob and Ida exchanged relieved smiles. Isabella, on the other hand, cheered wildly, more excited than if it were her birthday. Brother-in-law is amazing, brother-in-law is amazing. How is this possible? Ade's face darkened. This kid's medical skills are too incredible. Damn, this kid is too bizarre. Colton gritted his teeth. No wonder he dared to go all out. He has this kind of trick. Carlo didn't speak, but silently sighed. This boy is truly unfathomable. Carlo seems untouchable. As word spread that Sheng.1-252.I's severed arm had been reattached by St. Dr. Yi, the entire martial arts exchange hall buzzed with excitement. Everyone discussed it animatedly, especially those who had come specifically to seek treatment from Irvin. They were moved to tears. St. Dr. Yi! St. Dr. Yi! Cries echoed incessantly, wave after wave. However, Irvin ignored all of this and instead helped May up, smirking. How does it feel? Didn't I tell you I could reattach your arm? May gave him a complicated look and gritted her teeth. Irvin, this time you win, and I accept my defeat. Rest assured, I'll give you the 10 billion yuan later. See you again soon. With that, she pushed through the crowd and left. She's leaving? As Irvin was dazed, he suddenly remembered that she had taken the Dragon Slayer sword with her. Carlo called out loudly, Carlo-y, hey, my Dragon Slayer sword. Just as he was about to chase after her, May sped away and vanished into thin air, leaving behind a final sentence. The Dragon Slayer sword belongs to our sect. Keeping it could be dangerous for you, so I took it. Damn, isn't this outright robbery? The Dragon Slayer sword is mine. You can't play like this. Irvin pounded his chest in frustration. Chapter 101. No fair play. Seeing that Irvin was still not conceding, May's face darkened. Now that you don't have the Dragon Slayer sword in your hands, let's see how you plan to defeat me. She yelled and swung her flute sword to meet him. However, at this moment, the situation took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, a translucent yet radiant long sword appeared in Irvin's hand. It looked almost ethereal, emitting a formidable aura. This was Irvin's ultimate secret weapon, the Primal Illusion Sword. Wow. Everyone in the martial arts exchange hall, whether on the judges' platform or in the audience stands, burst into an uproar. None of them expected Irvin to have such a move. This? May was stunned on the spot, disbelief evident in her eyes. Who said I don't have a sword? Irvin smiled smugly. Carlo, be careful. I'm about to use my big move. With that, he waved his hand. The sword energy from the Primal Illusion Sword detached from the blade, transforming into a sword shadow that streaked toward May like lightning. Oh no! The sword shadow was incredibly fast, leaving May no time to dodge. She hastily raised her flute sword to block it. Clang! May's flute sword was cleaved in two by the sword shadow. After being blocked, the sword shadow split into two parts, but continued its relentless assault towards May. May's face changed drastically as she desperately tried to evade. Unfortunately, it was too late. Swish! May's entire right arm was severed by the sword shadow, along with the broken pieces of her flute sword, which fell to the ground. Ah! May clutched her bleeding stump and screamed in anguish. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone was shocked. How brutal could this get? Irvin was also taken aback by the ferocity of the Primal Illusion Sword. How could he sever someone's arm like that? This would paint him as cruel. Carlo hurriedly stepped forward. Sorry, Xiao Gong? Oh no, Brother Gong, don't move around. I can reattach your arm and make sure there won't even be a scar. May glared at him with pure hatred, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Ignoring her stare, Irvin quickly pressed several pressure points on her arm to stop the bleeding. Then, he picked up the severed arm and connected it back. Next, he focused his chi into his dantian and continuously released rejuvenating true chi from his palms over the reattached arm. Soon, May felt her arm gradually healing. May was utterly dumbfounded. She had resigned herself to being disabled, never expecting Irvin's medical skills to be so miraculous. At this moment, many people rushed onto the stage. Among them were Ade, Carlo and Colton, who harbored deep grudges against Irvin. Irvin, according to the rules of this martial arts conference, you were supposed to only incapacitate, not seriously harm your opponent. What did you do? You're a monster. Ade shouted. Colton chimed in. Exactly. Even if you win the championship, what does it matter if you're this malicious? I suggest we disqualify Irvin immediately. To add to that, not only should he be disqualified, but he should also be handed over to the police for criminal charges and imprisonment. Ade roared. Under their incitement, many of the people who rushed onto the stage began verbally attacking Irvin. At this point, a woman's voice interrupted. What nonsense are you all spouting? In martial contests, injuries are normal. Why should my brother-in-law be treated this way? It was Isabella in her cheerleader uniform. Upon seeing her, Ade's eyes lit up, but he snorted, Ronald girl, your brother-in-law violated the rules of this conference. Carlos severed someone's arm instead of just incapacitating. Shouldn't we condemn him? Isabella was at a loss. Even if she were naive, she knew Irvin had caused serious trouble. Suddenly, why all the fuss? Don't you see Irvin is trying to save the injured? Everyone turned to see a group of people entering. It was the judging panel of the martial arts conference, led by Ida. Ida, known as the queen of the underground world of Dexterjo, was not unfamiliar to anyone. For a moment, everyone, including Ade, became wary, though some remained defiant. At this point, Bob stepped forward with a cold expression. Calm down. Anyone who causes trouble will face my wrath first. Bob, a solidified realm powerhouse, exuded an overpowering aura that silenced everyone. Suddenly, someone cried out, Look, the arm has been reattached. It's really reattached. Everyone looked down. Sure enough, May's severed arm had been reconnected without any scars. Wow. The hall erupted into applause and murmurs. Bob and Ida exchanged relieved smiles. Isabella cheered loudly, more excited than on her birthday. Brother-in-law is amazing. How is this possible? Ade's face turned dark. This guy's medical skills are unbelievable. Damn, this guy is too strange. Colton gritted his teeth. No wonder he dared to seriously injure someone. He has these kinds of tricks up his sleeve. Carlo remained silent, reflecting inwardly. This person is unfathomable. Better not provoke him. As news spread that Ronald-Y's severed arm had been successfully reattached by Irvin, the martial arts exchange hall buzzed with excitement. Everyone was talking about it. Especially those who had come seeking Irvin for medical help were moved to tears, shouting, "Medical Seiji," repeatedly. Ignoring the commotion, Irvin helped Mei to her feet and said, "See? Just as I said. Your arm is reattached, right?" Mei looked at him with complex emotions, gritting her teeth. "Irvin, this time you win, and I accept it. Rest assured, the 10 billion will be yours soon. Goodbye." With that, she pushed through the crowd and left. She's leaving already? Irvin was bewildered when he suddenly remembered his Dragon Slayer sword was taken by her. Carlo shouted loudly, "Carlo-y, hey, my Dragon Slayer sword." Just as he was about to chase after her, Mei sped up and vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a voice. "The Dragon Slayer sword belongs to our sect. Keeping it would endanger you. I'll take it away." "You've got to be kidding me. Isn't this theft? That Dragon Slayer sword is mine. This is no fair play." Irvin punched himself in frustration. Chapter 102. Everybody is happy. In this Dexterjo Cup Youth Martial Arts Conference, Irvin was undoubtedly in the limelight. Not only did he secure the championship trophy, but he also amazed many people with his miraculous medical skills. Especially after winning the trophy, he provided free on-site consultations and cured many people who had come seeking treatment. As a result, many were completely healed of their diseases, while he gained a great reputation and made many friends. Even Carlo-y and Colton greatly changed their impression of him, sincerely admiring him. For a moment, everyone was happy. Notably Ade, after witnessing Irvin's abilities, felt a major blow to his confidence and no longer dared to oppose Irvin. Instead, he shamelessly pestered Irvin to take him as a disciple. Irvin, of course, directly refused. With his sharp eyes, he saw clearly that Ade, on the surface, was bothering him but was actually trying to get closer to Isabella. Considering Isabella would be his future sister-in-law and her innocence, he naturally needed to nip it in the bud. Therefore, after accepting Bob's invitation for dinner along with Ida, he asked Isabella to go home first to avoid attracting Ade's attention. Isabella was somewhat reluctant, but seeing his stern face, the future sister-in-law obediently went home. The dinner ended around 7 at night. Irvin and Ida exchanged contact information with Bob before leaving and getting into the car. Thinking about Irvin's outstanding performance at the martial arts conference, Ida still could not stop marveling. Her eyes bright, she said, "Ronald's brother Irvin, you were truly impressive today. I can assure you, your fame must have skyrocketed." Irvin laughed confidently, "Of course it has." Seeing his somewhat smug expression, Ida gave him an alluring glance and warned, "However, let me remind you, as they say, tall trees catch much wind. With your rising fame, you will encounter more troubles in the future. At least, many martial artists will challenge you, so you'd better be mentally prepared." "Fear? What's there to fear? Let them challenge, however many come. I'll win them over," Irvin boasted proudly. Seeing his blind self-confidence, Ida shook her head slightly. Then, she concentrated on driving. Meanwhile, Irvin, feeling bored, took out his phone and opened Douyin. But as soon as he logged in, he was shocked. Tens, hundreds, thousands, my god, 10,045 followers. This is insane. Irvin stared at the screen in disbelief. Back when Weibo was popular, he had registered but found increasing even a few followers almost impossible. Carlo never expected that in just half a day, his Douyin followers increased by more than 10,000. Moreover, the number was still slowly growing. Strange, I just registered. How could I get so many followers so quickly? Puzzled, Irvin immediately opened the only video he had posted. Carlo found that the comments section under the video was flooded with tens of thousands of comments. My goodness, this is amazing. Eyes lighting up, he started browsing through the comments. Soon, he understood what happened. Turns out, the rapid increase in his followers was because many spectators at the martial arts conference uploaded videos of his brilliant performances on the stage and his 2 rescue acts onto Douyin. According to Douyin's big data algorithm, his newly released martial arts conference-related video was recommended to users who had previously watched similar content, thus driving traffic to his new account. As a result, he gained over 10,000 followers at once. Douyin platform is truly remarkable. Irvin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a trending topic on Douyin. Dexterjo Youth Medical Saint Irvin. My god, I'm trending. Excited, Irvin quickly clicked on the trending topic. Soon, Douyin displayed a flurry of viral short videos shared by netizens, all about his various moments at the martial arts conference. Most of these videos had been edited by netizens. Looking at the comments below these short videos, they were all positive reviews. At this moment, Irvin really felt like he had become an internet celebrity. It was exhilarating. Haha, seems like I have the potential to be a star internet celebrity too. Grinning, he raised his phone and took a random selfie, posting it directly on Douyin. To his surprise, the first commenter got snapped up instantly. Immediately after, comments, shares, and likes surged wildly. Damn, I've really become an internet celebrity. This is awesome. Irvin's eyes widened in disbelief. Internet celebrities, or net celebrities, refer to people who become famous online. In this highly interconnected era, net celebrities have emerged as a new form of stardom. They don't need to sing, act, or possess any particular talent. If managed well, a prominent net celebrity can gain millions of followers. Posting a single picture can garner tens of thousands of shares and likes. A simple selfie with puckered lips can drive over 100,000 fans wild. Every move and expression attracts fans' attention and stirs their emotions. Just imagining it feels incredibly satisfying. And right now, Irvin had this wondrous feeling. When I have more followers, will brands find me for endorsements or live streaming sales? Will TV producers pick me to host health programs? And with my current good looks, will someone want me in the entertainment industry to act in shows? Ha ha ha. Irvin couldn't resist fantasizing. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the villa at number 30, Xiaobei Road. At this time, Irvin's mother had already put Aida's daughter Yin to sleep. Seeing the two return, she greeted them, asking why they came back so late. Ida then told Irvin's mother about his performance at the martial arts conference. After hearing this, Irvin's mother wore a proud expression and began asking him for more details. Irvin didn't hide anything from her, recounting the day's events and showing her various videos on Douyin related to him. Unexpectedly, after watching a video of his match against Mei, his mother's expression turned strange, and her body began to tremble. "Mom, what's wrong?" Irvin asked curiously. Suddenly tears welled up in his mother's eyes as she quivered. "Chuaner, do you know that the Dragon Slayer sword you received today is actually something your biological father always carried with him?" "What?" Irvin was stunned. Carlo never imagined that the Dragon Slayer sword belonged to his biological father. Ida couldn't help but exclaim, "Dry Mom, are you kidding? There are many things named Dragon Slayer sword in this world. That one doesn't necessarily belong to Dry Dad." This translation captures the essence of the original Chinese text, maintaining its tone, style, and coherence. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original. The names and places are transliterated accurately, ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition. ##### Chapter 103. Unveiling of his background. Seeing Aida's disbelief, Bet shook her head and sobbed inarticulately. "No, it must be his. I wouldn't mistake it." "This?" Ida didn't know what to say, and could only turn her gaze towards Irvin. At this moment, Irvin had regained his composure. "Right, let me try to deduce." Carlo immediately began using the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique, calculating with his fingers. Soon, a result popped up. Object, dragon-slaying sword. Origin, this sword is an extraordinary common weapon, forged 30 years ago by the famous Xia Kingdom swordsmith Eddie. Over 20 years ago, it was purchased by a Qi condensation realm powerhouse, Jeremiah, for a hefty sum. From then on, Jeremiah wielded this sword to fight for justice and became renowned across Dexterdong. However, due to many enemies he made, Jeremiah suffered severe injuries, and the dragon-slaying sword eventually fell into the hands of the Ronaldenglong sword sect, becoming their sect treasure. Irvin was overjoyed internally. Previously, he had tried to deduce information about his biological father but failed because his cultivation level was too low at the time, resulting in blank responses from the deduction system. After reading all the information in the pop-up, Irvin eagerly asked his mother, "Mom, was my biological father named Jeremiah?" Bet was greatly surprised and stopped crying. "Chuaner, how do you know that?" Carlo's words confirmed Irvin's deduction without doubt. "Mom, someone told me that this sword once belonged to someone named Jeremiah, and since we share the same surname, I assumed." Unwilling to explain the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique, Irvin used this excuse as a cover. Bet believed him and did not pry further. Relieved, Irvin took a deep breath and immediately started deducing the whereabouts of his father, Jeremiah. Soon, the result came up. Object, Jeremiah. Whereabouts, in ruins. Irvin was thrilled. It seemed his biological father was still alive. However, what exactly were the Yin ruins? Just as he was about to deduce more about the Yin ruins, Bet suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Chuaner, if someone knew your father once possessed the dragon-slaying sword, they likely know his whereabouts. Did you ask them?" Irvin took a deep breath and replied vaguely, "Mom, I did ask, and they said Dad is still alive." "Your father is still alive." Bet was elated, tears welling up in her eyes. "That's wonderful, just wonderful." Seeing her reaction, Irvin sighed inwardly. Clearly, her love for her husband was immense, even causing her to defy her father and break her engagement, leaving the family. Then Bet asked again, "Chuaner, did that person tell you where your father is now?" Irvin answered gravely. "They said he went to a place called the Yin Ruins." "The Yin Ruins?" Bet looked puzzled. Ida exclaimed in surprise. "What? Godfather actually went to the Yin Ruins?" Irvin and Bet both turned to look at Ida. "Fanji, do you know about the Yin Ruins?" Irvin couldn't help but ask. Ida nodded and began explaining. The Yin Ruins are one of the origins of martial arts development in today's world. It is said that 50 years ago, there were small-scale tectonic movements worldwide, including the Yin Ruin site within our Xia Kingdom. Afterwards, many adventurers appeared around the Yin Ruins. Although many who entered never returned, making it a forbidden zone for many, those who did return became martial powerhouses. These martial powerhouses established sects and recruited disciples after returning to modern society. Over 50 years of development, this formed today's martial landscape. After listening, Irvin finally understood and gained a preliminary understanding of the Yin Ruins. Suddenly, Irvin thought of something and looked at his mother. "Mom, now is the time for you to tell me everything about Dad, right? I'm already an adult, and it's no longer right for me to remain ignorant of my background." In truth, he could have used the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique to find out, but the pop-up would only give general information, which was less detailed than hearing it directly from his mother. AI. Bet sighed lightly. Since it has come to this, there's no point in hiding anymore. She then recounted in detail how she met Jeremiah. It turned out that over 20 years ago, a group of kidnappers abducted her when she was still a young lady from the Yang family in Jinling. The kidnappers' goal was to extort a huge ransom from Irvin's grandfather. Though Irvin's grandfather paid the ransom, the kidnappers went back on their word and planned to kill her. At a critical moment, Jeremiah appeared and saved her. From then on, she and Jeremiah met, fell in love, and married. Unfortunately, this infuriated Irvin's grandfather, who firmly opposed it and arranged a high-society marriage for her. She refused adamantly, and before they were married, she became pregnant with Irvin. When Irvin's grandfather found out, he flew into a rage, deeming her actions disgraceful to the family name, and expelled her and her son from the family. Thereafter, she lived with infant Irvin and Jeremiah for a year. Regrettably, her so-called fiancé, who had been plotting against Jeremiah, gathered martial powerhouses to relentlessly pursue and assassinate Jeremiah. Eventually, Jeremiah encountered strong enemies and disappeared while protecting her and Irvin, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Despite the worst possible outcome, She held out hope and waited longingly for their reunion. To avoid drawing attention from her fiancé, who might harm Irvin, she moved far from Jinling to Dexterjo and lived incognito. Carloing this, Irvin felt a lump in his throat. Carlo gritted his teeth and said through tears, "Mom, you've suffered so much these past years. But don't worry, one day we will reunite as a family." Ida added, "Yes, godmother, you three will surely reunite." "Yes, we will definitely reunite." Bet nodded with a smile. "By the way, Mom, who exactly is this fiancé?" Irvin asked. Bet suddenly looked terrified. "Schwanner, why are you asking about this?" Irvin's face darkened. "We are separated now, and you've endured so much hardship. It's all because of this man. I must confront him." Bet was horrified and shook her head. No, Schwanner, you absolutely cannot go after him. His family background is extremely powerful. Even your father couldn't handle it." Seeing her unwillingness to talk, Irvin didn't press but smiled lightly. "Mom, if I'm not mistaken, your fiancé was probably Sammy from the Imperial City's Morong family, right?" Bet looked disbelieving. "Schwanner, how do you know that?" Ida also exclaimed. "The Imperial City's Morong family? They're a renowned martial lineage in northern Dexter." Irvin wasn't about to reveal that he deduced it using finger calculations and firmly stated, "Mom, rest assured, I won't act rashly. But when I gain enough strength, I will confront the Morong family to seek justice." ##### Chapter 104. What a seductress. Seeing Irvin's firm stance, his mother was terrified and hurriedly persuaded him. "Schwanner, you don't know how powerful the Morong family is. The number of martial arts experts they have on retainer is countless. You simply..." Irvin firmly said, "Mom, don't inflate their confidence while undermining our own morale. You have to believe in me. I will definitely grow stronger quickly." His mother had no idea he had inherited the medical immortal's legacy and still had some reservations. "Schwanner, Mom knows you've entered the world of martial arts now, but to become as strong a martial artist as your father, it will take decades of practice. Ronald Stin to me and just don't. Mom, no matter how long it takes, I will strive toward this goal. Don't worry, I won't act rashly," Irvin said with great resolve. Seeing his stubbornness, his mother eventually stopped trying to persuade him but remained somewhat upset. After this incident, a rift appeared between mother and son, and she sulked back to her room. Seeing her reaction, Irvin felt helpless, yet he couldn't tell her the truth, so he could only hold it in. It was Ida who comforted him. "Ronald told Brother Yi, don't worry, I'll help convince your foster mom later." "Thank you, Sister Fan," Irvin smiled. "What are you talking about? We're like family." Ida giggled but then suddenly seemed to remember something, asking with a teasing smile, "Right, Ronald told Brother Yi, what's going on with that cheerleading girl from today at the martial arts exchange hall? She kept calling you sister-in-law?" As soon as Irvin heard this, he immediately guessed she was referring to Isabella. His face flushed as he stammered, This. Seeing his reaction, how could Ida not understand? "Ronald told Brother Yi, you really have quite the string of admirers coming one after another," Ida remarked softly. Something didn't seem right. Irvin's heart raced as he noticed her beautiful eyes filled with longing, making his heart thump wildly. "Sister Fan, what can I do? Who could resist someone as charming as me, destined to attract such attention?" Irvin chuckled awkwardly. "Destined to attract attention?" Ida laughed and moved closer, her breath sweet like blossoms. "So, do you think Sister Fan is part of your destined charm?" Irvin's breathing quickened at her words, which were almost outright flirtation. Recalling her provocative behavior in his room last night, his heart fluttered uncontrollably. Carlo teased, "Sister Fan, can you stop playing around? You're gorgeous and mature, full of allure. How could I, Irvin, miss out on you?" "Pa, you're so flirtatious, even targeting your foster sister." Ida spat. Irvin rolled his eyes. "Sister Fan, who's targeting whom? Don't forget who came to my room last night." Before he finished speaking, Ida extended her delicate hand to cover his mouth. Embarrassed, "Don't say it." Smelling the alluring fragrance from her hand, Irvin felt his hormones surge, and he couldn't hold back, pulling her into his embrace. "Ah!" Ida let out a soft cry, falling into his arms. The warmth of her body made Irvin's heart race despite his usual composure. Carlo leaned in to kiss her inviting red lips, but suddenly, Ida gasped, "Quickly release me, someone's coming." She jumped away from him like a startled rabbit, maintaining a distance. "No one's coming," Irvin, irritated, was about to pounce again when footsteps approached. Ida's subordinate rushed in from the villa entrance. Irvin cursed silently and straightened up. Ida glanced at him with an ambiguous expression, her eyes sparkling mischievously. What a seductress. Irvin shot her a disapproving look, but couldn't react on the spot. Seeing his reaction, Ida's face lit up, enjoying this teasing game. The subordinate arrived and respectfully reported, "Madam, there's an unknown person outside the villa, seemingly quite formidable." Irvin and Ida exchanged glances, both serious. "Order the guards to be vigilant. If that person dares to break in, kill without hesitation," Ida commanded sternly. "Yes, madam." The subordinate left. Irvin smiled, "No need for such tension. The person has no ill intent." "What did you say?" Ida asked, surprised. Irvin gave a mysterious smile. "I know who the visitor is, but they aren't an enemy." "How do you know who it is?" Ida pressed. Irvin avoided answering. "Sister Fan, allow me to keep you guessing. Go rest first. I'll be right back." Worried about his safety, Ida said, "That doesn't sound wise. What if something happens? How will I explain to your foster mom?" "Are you concerned about me?" Irvin grinned. Ida shot him a glare. "Ridiculous. As your foster sister, shouldn't I care?" "Just care as a foster sister?" Irvin insisted. Ida glared again. "Can you stop being so self-absorbed?" "Fine, go if you must. I can't stop you." She turned and went upstairs. Women, such deceiving creatures. Irvin shook his head, then walked out of the villa onto the empty street. Using his Carlo Vinley eye, he quickly spotted a figure hiding behind a tree nearby. So, they're hiding there. Carlo smiled knowingly and walked over. Soon, he stood before the figure and calmly said, "Should I address you as Mr. Gong Ronald Wei or Miss May?" The visitor was none other than May, whom he had sparred with at the martial arts exchange hall earlier that day. Unexpectedly, May suddenly lunged from behind the tree and struck with a swift throat lock. Damn, really necessary to attack upon meeting? Startled, Irvin tried the dragon glide step, but it was too late. May's throat lock seized his neck tightly. Irvin froze but remained calm. Carlo had already divined his fortune before coming out, and he knew he would encounter danger but remain unharmed. "Irvin, stay put, or I'll snap your neck." May pushed him against a nearby wall. "Gong miss, no need to be so rough. You just want to pin me against the wall, right? Relax, I won't resist." Irvin smirked. Chapter 105. Who can handle this? Miss Gong? What Miss Gong? What nonsense are you talking? May's expression darkened, and her tone was displeased. However, her eyes clearly avoided direct contact, unwilling to meet Irvin's gaze, clearly guilty. Irvin chuckled inwardly and said, "Miss Gong, there's no need to act with me. You're obviously a woman. Why dress up as a man? Are you playing some kind of role-playing game? Is it thrilling?" Seeing she couldn't cover up any longer, May's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she tightened her grip, threatening, "Tell me, how did you figure out I'm a woman? Did someone leak information to you? Speak." Cough cough. Due to her excessive force, Irvin had difficulty breathing and began to cough dryly. May immediately loosened her grip slightly upon seeing this. Irvin felt his breathing ease but was already irritated. Carlo snapped, "What are you doing? Was that really necessary?" May frowned, "Cut the crap. Quickly, tell me how you found out I'm a woman. Did someone inform you?" Unbelievable. Does anyone treat their savior so harshly? Confident in the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique, Irvin defiantly replied, "Your attitude is terrible." I refused to answer. May was speechless. This guy didn't follow the script at all. He was hard to deal with. Feeling he didn't respond to threats, she decided to change tactics and use charm instead. She tore off her face mask, revealing an incredibly beautiful face. For some reason, just seeing her face made Irvin's heart race uncontrollably. Is this an angel descending from heaven? Do I look beautiful? May shot him a sultry glance, her voice dripping with allure, extremely seductive. As soon as their eyes met, Irvin felt like he'd been electrified, his mind going hazy. However, it only lasted a moment before his mind cleared. Carlo immediately understood that she had used a charm technique on him. But because of his cultivation of the vitality technique, which had a brain-refreshing effect, he managed to escape unscathed. This little minx, using a beauty trap on me? What does she take me for? Irvin felt annoyed but played along. Beautiful, very beautiful. Then tell me, how did you discover my true identity? Did someone really reveal it to you? May asked again, her voice full of allure. Irvin intentionally stayed silent. May frowned slightly. Is my charm not working? It seems I need to get tough. She extended her other hand, soft and boneless, slowly climbing up Irvin's chest and moving downwards. Meanwhile, she pressed her sexy red lips close to his ear, whispering enticingly, "Tell me quickly, and I can fulfill all your fantasies about me." Irvin felt like he was going to explode. Can't take it, can't take it. Who can handle this? Finally, he steeled his heart. Fine, no more acting, time to come clean. Miss Gong, this is what you said. But my body is fragile. Don't go too far, Irvin laughed. May's face froze. So all her efforts were for nothing. He wasn't charmed at all? Damn, how dare you touch me? Angry, May kneed him in the groin. Irvin panicked. If that knee landed, would he become infertile? No way, can't let her finish me off. In a critical moment, Irvin sank his breath into his dantian and struggled free from her grasp. Fearing she might retaliate, Irvin gave her a big bear hug. Ouch! May showed signs of pain on her face. Irvin was stunned. Didn't I apply much force? Lowering his head, he saw her shirt torn open at the abdomen, blood flowing continuously. You're injured? Irvin exclaimed in surprise. Let go of me. May struggled fiercely. How could Irvin release her? Ronald Gatortis holding onto his scale, he stubbornly refused to let go, even enduring several heavy punches. Thus, the two struggled and fell to the ground together. Irvin pinned May down, taking control. Immediately, he restrained her limbs like an octopus. May fought back, but due to her injuries, her strength was greatly reduced, and she couldn't match Irvin. Irvin, you bastard. You're pressing on my wound. Let go. May shouted angrily. Irvin's expression froze, and he quickly got off her. Once free, May threw a punch at Irvin forcefully. Unbeknownst to her, Irvin was prepared, dodging with a dragon step. Miss Gong, you shouldn't play this way. If not for my kindness during the day, you might have become disabled. Irvin complained. Parloring this, May's anger subsided somewhat, glaring at him fiercely. Relieved by her calmer demeanor, Irvin changed the subject. By the way, how did you get hurt? Who did this to you? May remained silent, still angry with him. Irvin shook his head. Since she didn't want to talk about it, it must be private, and he had no right to pry. Let me heal your wounds, Irvin said solemnly. May bit her lip. No need, it's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Seeing she wouldn't accept his help, Irvin scowled. Follow my orders. Strangely, when she saw his stern expression, May felt no resistance and obediently complied. Irvin lifted her shirt, revealing a flat abdomen without an ounce of excess fat. A 20-centimeter long knife wound below her navel was visible and disturbing. Who could be so merciless? Such a lack of respect for women, Irvin muttered, then placed his hand over the wound, releasing vitality chi to heal her. Under the healing effect of vitality chi, her wound visibly started to recover. May's pain eased, and she glanced gratefully at Irvin, saying softly, it was the people from Wuji sect. Wuji sect. Irvin's face darkened. Those people with Branson? Yes. That doesn't make sense. They have no grudge against you but are deeply resentful towards me. Why didn't they target me first? Irvin looked puzzled but then snapped his fingers. I get it. They came after you to seize the Dragon Slayer sword. You guessed right, May said appreciatively. After I took the Dragon Slayer sword from you this afternoon, they received information and chased me relentlessly. Luckily, I had hidden the sword earlier, so they couldn't get it. Irvin nodded in understanding. Irvin, I came here to warn you to be prepared. Taking the Dragon Slayer sword from them is a huge humiliation. They won't stop until they have their revenge, May said. Himph, if they don't leave me alone, I'll show them. When provoked, I'll make every last one of Wuji's sect my underlings, Irvin retorted. May was taken aback. All of them as underlings? Irvin smiled mysteriously. Miss Gong, want to join me for something big? Hashtag chapter 106, muscle relaxing powder. Go big? May paused. Irvin, what are you planning? Irvin chuckled with a mysterious smile. Just asking if you want to. After a brief moment of thought, May guessed his intentions. She said, the Wujiman sect is beyond redemption. If you're planning to target them, I have no objections and can even assist you in your plan. Snap. Irvin snapped his fingers and laughed. With those words, that's all I need. May exclaimed in surprise, you really intend to target the Wujiman sect? Of course, Irvin snorted firmly. They've already become my sworn enemies, and they will come after me sooner or later. In that case, I might as well strike first. May gasped, strike first? Did I hear that right? By the way, there's something you might not know yet. Because of you, Branson has already called his second senior brother to Dexterjo. So what? Irvin's face was filled with arrogance. Whoever Branson brings along, I'm not afraid of any of them. Seeing him speak so resolutely, May was almost incredulous. After staring at him for a while, she said, all right, Irvin, since you're not afraid, I won't stop you. Tell me your plan. Let's see if it's feasible. Irvin nodded. My method is simple. Can't overpower them, but we can outsmart them. Outsmart? How do you plan to outsmart them? Asked May. Irvin chuckled and pulled out a large bag full of various small porcelain bottles from his clothes. May glanced at them, noticing labels on each bottle, naming all kinds of random medicines. May picked up a small porcelain bottle and asked skeptically, what is this I love a big bang used for? Irvin laughed. It's an aphrodisiac. Ah. May jumped, dropping the bottle as if it were a venomous snake. Irvin couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. May glared at him angrily. You look like a decent person, but why do you have such dirty thoughts? Carrying these kinds of things around? Irvin justified himself. My mother says boys must protect themselves when going out. Bringing an aphrodisiac for self-defense, how does that make my thoughts dirty? You. May didn't know how to respond to his sophistry, falling silent momentarily. After searching through the bag, Irvin suddenly held up a small porcelain bottle, grinning. Found it? May read the label on the bottle and asked, muscle relaxing powder? What for? Massive chemical weapon, Irvin grinned. Speak plainly, May demanded, somewhat irritated. Why can't you appreciate humor? Irvin shook his head helplessly and continued. This muscle-relaxing powder is similar to an incense stick, but normal ones can only knock out regular people. It wouldn't work on martial artists. Pausing for a moment, he continued. But my muscle-relaxing powder is specifically designed for martial artists. Just a whiff of it will cause immediate paralysis, and even trying to dispel the poison with inner strength is useless. Parloring this, May understood. In addition, its area effect is quite effective. No matter how many people come, they'll be knocked out anyway, Irvin added. May finally comprehended fully and asked, then what do you plan to do after knocking them out? Kill them all? Kill them all? Irvin shook his head vigorously. Miss Gong, please don't be so heartless. Karlovin has a compassionate nature. If I kill them all, it would shorten my lifespan. So what do you plan? I mentioned earlier, turn them into my followers, Irvin replied. Turn them into your followers? Will they listen to you? Ha, by then they won't have a choice. Irvin smiled, packed away the porcelain bottles, and said to May, let's go to Zenighiadian. To Zenighiadian for what? Branson and his gang are hiding in a village in Zenighiadian now. Where else would we go? How do you know where they are? Divine prediction. Cut it out, who would believe you? In a tiled house in Zenighiadian, the lights were brightly lit. From one of the rooms came sounds of male and female pleasure. Next door, two people were eavesdropping on the wall. They were none other than Branson and his bald senior brother Jeffrey. TSK, senior brother 2 is truly strong, having been at it for 2 hours straight without stopping, Jeffrey said admiringly. But beside him, Branson seemed impatient, complaining, really? Senior brother 2 just had to ask us to find women for him as soon as he arrived in Dexterjo. Does he really need women so much? If we had gone to number 30 Zyaselu earlier to confront Irvin, we could have taken our revenge by now. Jeffrey frowned. Jing, when you seek help from others, you shouldn't act like this. Without senior brother 2, we couldn't have dealt with that Gong Ronald way. Unfortunately, that kid hid the Xandragon sword. Otherwise, Branson sighed, though that's true, senior brother 2 being so desperate for women. Jeffrey laughed. Senior brother 2 is like that. What can we do? Anyway, tomorrow you should find more women for him. Island girls, Korean girls, European and American girls, anything goes. I guarantee if you make him happy, he'll do his best to help you. Otherwise, we can't return to the sect after losing the Xandragon sword. Alright, I get it. Weighing the pros and cons, Branson finally agreed reluctantly. Meanwhile, Irvin and May crept under the cover of night and reached a cornfield near the tiled house. Because there were patrollers outside the tiled house, Irvin, fearing they might alert them, dragged May to hide among the corn stalks. Then, Irvin activated his Karlovinli eye and looked towards the tiled house. Carlo quickly noticed that inside and outside the tiled house were over 10 people. Among them, he spotted Branson and Jeffrey in one of the rooms. Worth noting, apart from Branson and Jeffrey, the rest were all formidable practitioners. Especially in one room, a middle-aged man who was currently intimate with a young woman, was actually a solidified realm practitioner of the second level. Thankfully, he brought muscle-relaxing powder, or it would have been challenging. Irvin felt a chill and whispered to May, "That's the place." May still had some doubts. "Are you sure?" Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a loud barking came from the direction of the tiled house. A black dog tethered in the corner of the yard leaped out, snarling at the cornfield. "Who's there?" A patroller shouted loudly in the courtyard. Irvin and May's faces changed. "Junior brother Ronald, go check it out." "Yes, senior brother Matthias." One of the patrollers took out his phone, turned on the flashlight function, and hurried towards the cornfield. In no time, he reached Irvin and May's position. Bam! At that moment, a handful of white powder was thrown by a black hand from the darkness. Ugh! Before junior brother Ronald could react, he fell to the ground, paralyzed and unable to speak. Irvin emerged from the shadows, quickly gave him an obedient pill, then administered the antidote for the muscle-relaxing powder. Soon, he acknowledged Irvin as his master and became his loyal follower. "Now listen, you go back and drug the others." Irvin handed him a bottle of muscle-relaxing powder and explained its use. "Yes, master," junior brother Ronald answered before departing. Not far away, May, who had been secretly observing, was utterly dumbfounded. Carlo recruited a follower just like that? How did he manage it? Chapter 107. Second senior brother Carloyward. After watching junior brother Ronald leave, Irvin quietly returned to May's side. "How did that Ronald family member listen to you so obediently? How did you manage that?" May asked softly. Irvin grinned. "Through my burst of good character." May rolled her eyes at him. "You have good character? How did she talk?" Irvin felt his face twitch with awkwardness. Seeing that he couldn't bluff her, Irvin smiled and brushed it off. "Never mind then." The obedience pill was a great tool, but it was also his secret weapon, which he would never tell anyone under any circumstances. At this moment, that junior brother Ronald had already returned to the courtyard where senior brother Matthias greeted him. "Junior brother Ronald, did you find anything?" "No findings whatsoever." Junior brother Ronald shook his head and suddenly took advantage of the situation to sprinkle a small handful of muscle-relaxing powder. "Junior brother Ronald, you?" Senior brother Matthias was immediately affected, collapsing on the spot, barely able to speak. Then, this junior brother Ronald proceeded to take down all the patrolling disciples outside the tile-roofed house in the same way. Thus, only those inside the tile-roofed house were left: Branson, Jeffrey, and the so-called second senior brother who was currently busy with an unnamed woman. Meanwhile, Irvin didn't stay idle. Under the cover of night, he gave each fallen person a pill of obedience and secrecy, thereby gaining more loyal henchmen. Such audacious moves made May stare blankly. At this rate, the entire Wuji sect might become his personal property. Could it be that this guy's good luck has really exploded? May started questioning reality. At this moment, Irvin had brought senior brother Matthias and junior brother Ronald and others to the entrance of the tile-roofed house. Originally, Irvin planned for them to knock out Branson and others inside using the same method. However, a sudden scream from a woman interrupted his plans. Startled, Irvin activated his Carlo-1-252.I and looked inside. The sight he saw made his blood boil. Inside the room, a young woman was being strangled to death by an obese middle-aged man. What a depraved pervert. Irvin was furious and decided that such a person must not remain in this world. At that moment, a harsh voice came from the room. "Who's there?" In the next second, the chubby middle-aged man appeared at the window. Upon seeing Irvin and the stranger, his expression changed, then his gaze fell on senior brother Matthias. "Junior brother Matthias, who is this blonde kid?" At this point, senior brother Matthias had completely turned into Irvin's henchman and shouted loudly, "Carloyward, watch your mouth! How dare you speak to our master like that?" Junior brother Ronald and others also didn't stay idle, angrily condemning Carloyward as well. The chubby middle-aged man named Carloyward stood dumbfounded for a moment before bursting into rage. "Rubbish!" With a bang, Carloyward smashed through the window and appeared in front of Irvin and company. Senior brother Matthias and junior brother Ronald quickly surrounded Irvin at the center. Carloyward's anger flared even more. "You've really rebelled. I am your second senior brother. How dare you defy me?" Senior brother Matthias loudly declared, "Carloyward, if you don't show respect to our master, we will oppose you." Junior brother Ronald echoed, "Exactly." Others followed suit. Seeing this, Carloyward felt like his lungs were going to explode with fury. Just then, Branson and Jeffrey heard the commotion and rushed out of the hall. Seeing Irvin, both of them were startled. "You, Irvin, we were just planning to settle scores with you at number 30 Shasue Road. You actually come here yourself?" Branson fumed with rage. "Irvin, today you are doomed. If you're smart, kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Maybe we can spare your life." Jeffrey shouted. Carloyward blinked. "Jing junior brother, Luo junior brother, do you know this blonde kid?" Branson nodded. "Second senior brother, this guy is Irvin, the one who stole our sect's prized possession, the dragon-slashing sword." "That's Irvin?" Carloyward's expression darkened as he glared at Irvin, sneering. "Well, Irvin, how dare you oppose us Wuji sect? Today, you are definitely dead." Irvin chuckled coldly. "Am I doomed?" "Not necessarily." Carloyward laughed mockingly. "All right, tonight I, Carloyward, shall test you." Carlo immediately launched an attack. Boom! A powerful punch unleashed, creating an awe-inspiring momentum. Irvin naturally didn't resist head-on. Instead, he skillfully used the dragon dance step to dodge. Bang! The very ground where Irvin stood a moment ago crumbled into a large pit. Dirt splattered everywhere. What the hell? So strong? Irvin's expression changed, instinctively activating his Carlo-1-252.I to observe Carloyward. Target, Carloyward. Condition, normal. Cultivation level, solidification realm tier 3. Combat power, 340. So, you're at solidification realm tier 3. No wonder you're so formidable. Irvin felt a chill down his spine. While thinking, Carloyward suddenly advanced towards Irvin, grinning maliciously. Your movement skills aren't bad, but you met me, Carloyward. Before Irvin could react, Carloyward was already in front of him. Irvin's face changed dramatically. This guy's speed was unbelievable. As another heavy punch was coming his way, Irvin didn't hesitate and dodged again. However, Carloyward seemed to predict his movements, appearing in front of him once more. Carlo, hey boy, stop wasting effort. Die now. Another punch came hurtling toward Irvin. Realizing he couldn't evade anymore, Irvin steeled his heart and summoned the primal illusion sword. Watching a virtual yet tangible sword materialize in Irvin's hand, Carloyward was genuinely startled. What's this? Without saying a word, Irvin slashed with the sword. Instantly, an overwhelming sword beam shot directly toward Carloyward, faster than he could imagine. Second senior brother, be careful. Branson and Jeffrey shouted warnings together. Coloring their cries, Carloyward immediately dodged. The sword beam passed right by his side. Irvin inwardly regretted the mischance but didn't stop, launching continuous attacks. Sword beams shot out one after another like machine gun bullets, heading straight for Carloyward. But what Irvin hadn't anticipated was that Carloyward, being a solidification realm tier 3 expert, managed to avoid them all. Meanwhile, Irvin found himself in dire straits because after using the primal illusion sword multiple times, his internal chi had nearly been depleted. Boy, truly didn't expect you, merely at the bone-tempering realm tier 5, to be so capable. Today, I will definitely capture you alive and make you reveal all your secrets, Carloyward roared, suddenly appearing before Irvin and attempting a grappling move towards his neck. Not good. Irvin's face turned grim, but he wasn't one to give up easily. Carlo reached into his coat, grabbed a vial of muscle-relaxing powder, and smashed it open, releasing a large puff of powder on the spot. Chapter 108. You fell for it. Poison? Carloyward, with his vast combat experience, instantly sensed danger as Irvin sprinkled a bottle of powder. Carlo immediately held his breath and covered his mouth and nose with his hand. As expected, this move failed to affect him. Irvin's expression changed, and he felt a surge of panic inside. Could it be that today's divination was inaccurate, and I'll meet my end here? Humph, you think a little poison can bring me down? Irvin, you're far too naive, Carloyward sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly released powerful true chi from his body. The powder floating in the air, which would have weakened muscles and bones, was instantly swept away by his overwhelming true chi. Over on the other side, Branson and Jeffrey were in an almost manic frenzy. Second Master is still Second Master. He has Irvin under complete control, majestic and dominant. Jeffrey loudly praised. Yes, yes. Branson chimed in loudly. But Second Master, you must capture this boy. There are surely many secrets hidden within him. Otherwise, he couldn't be so formidable. Once we take him back to the headquarters, my father will be very pleased. At that time, I'll speak well of you to my father, and he will certainly reward you richly. At these words, Carloyward felt a tickle of anticipation. Branson was the young master of the Woodgeman sect. With him speaking favorably about him to the Grandmaster, he might truly receive significant rewards. So he declared loudly, all right, Brother Jing, I'll take this guy down right now. With that, he lunged at Irvin again, attempting to subdue him. Want to catch me? Not so easily. Irvin shouted at Matthias Lauschie and Ronald Dashing, along with their gang of sycophants. What are you all waiting for? Aren't you going to help me? Matthias Lauschie, Ronald Dashing, and the others immediately rushed forward. However, with their level of skill, they were no match for Carloyward. In just a few moments, they were all flattened to the ground by Carloyward, groaning in pain. A bunch of traitors, I'll deal with you later. Carloyward growled before leaping towards Irvin again. Irvin remained calm and suddenly struck Carloyward directly in the face with a punch. Overestimating yourself. Carloyward sneered, quickly changing his stance and grabbing at Irvin's fist. Under normal circumstances, Irvin would have pulled back his hand. But this time, he didn't retreat, but instead moved closer. Before long, Carloyward had grabbed hold of Irvin's hand. But just then, Irvin smirked and said, Carloyward, you fell for it. What? Carloyward froze. Irvin suddenly twisted his hand and grabbed Carloyward's wrist. Feeling something was amiss, Carloyward looked down and saw that his wrist had been coated with a large amount of powder. Not good. Carloyward's expression darkened, and he cursed angrily, Ronald old bastard. How low can you go? Enraged, he unleashed a palm strike. Ah! Irvin spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Irvin! Seeing Irvin injured, May, who had been hiding in the darkness, suddenly appeared, supporting Irvin. Irvin, are you okay? At this moment, Irvin's insides churned from Carloyward's blow, and he felt 2 broken ribs. The pain caused his lips to twitch continuously. I'm alright. Saying that, he sat cross-legged and began circulating the vitality technique. Now injured, he needed to heal his wounds using vitality true chi. Seeing this, May immediately stepped in to guard him. Meanwhile, Branson and Jeffrey noticed the situation and approached Carloyward. Second Master, what happened? Branson asked anxiously. Damn it, that brat got the better of me. He poisoned me. Carloyward revealed his wrist. Upon seeing this, both Branson and Jeffrey's faces changed. You two, go restrain that kid. Once I expel the poison, we'll settle scores. Carloyward gritted his teeth and sat down, starting to drive out the poison through his cultivation. Yes, Second Master. Branson and Jeffrey advanced towards Irvin and May. May swiftly drew her Zhanlong sword and readied herself for defense. The Zhanlong sword? Branson and Jeffrey's eyes lit up. May sneered, yes, this is the Zhanlong sword. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Why do you have the Zhanlong sword, you insolent girl? Branson shouted. This sword belongs to the Ronald Glong sword sect. Why shouldn't I have it? May retorted coldly. Are you from the Ronald Glong sword sect? Branson's expression changed. Then Jeffrey loudly said, no, wait. The Zhanlong sword fell into Gong Ronald Y's hands. How could it be? May laughed softly. Switching to a male voice, Ronaldston carefully to my voice and see who I really am. Realization dawned on Branson and Jeffrey as they stared at each other. You're Gong Ronaldway? You were dressed as a man? At least you're not completely dense. May snorted. Because of Carloyward, I was previously wounded by you guys. Now that he's hurt and struggling, your days of luck have run out. With that, she thrust her Zhanlong sword and charged at Branson and Jeffrey. Being evenly matched in cultivation and now wielding the extraordinary mortal-grade weapon, she effortlessly overpowered them. Run! Branson and Jeffrey's expressions changed drastically. They turned tail and fled, not daring to resist. Where do you think you're running? May dashed forward, appearing before them and swinging her Zhanlong sword. Swoosh! Swoosh! With the lightning-fast slash of the Zhanlong sword, 2 heads flew off, spouting blood. Brother Jing, Brother Luo? Not far away, Carloyward, who had finished expelling the poison, saw this and roared in fury. Suddenly, he transformed into a whirlwind and rushed at May. Startled, May hastily dodged. I'll kill you. Roaring furiously after missing, Carloyward pursued relentlessly like a shadow. Carloring the roar, Irvin couldn't help but open his eyes. Seeing that Carloyward was still standing even after being exposed to the soft muscle powder, he was momentarily stunned. Impossible! Is the soft muscle powder ineffective on him? But upon further thought, he realized the truth. Although soft muscle powder could weaken a person when inhaled through the respiratory system for quick effects, applying it directly to the skin took longer to work. Moreover, with Carloyward's cultivation, it was easier for him to force it out of his body. Just then, May screamed, ah! Irvin immediately looked over and saw May's Zhanlong sword being snatched away by Carloyward. She had also been struck by a palm, falling to the ground. Ronald Wench, you dared to kill my brothers Jing and Luo. I'll make you pay with blood. Carloyward brandished the Zhanlong sword menacingly and walked toward May. Facing certain death, May looked utterly desolate. At that moment, whoosh! A streak of sword light pierced the air and passed through Carloyward's chest. Chapter 109, Ghost Nurturing Shrine. Ugh. Carloyward couldn't believe his eyes as he looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, then fell to the ground with a look of sheer resentment. May had been waiting for her death with closed eyes, but was now looking on at the scene, still shaken by what had happened. After a while, she recovered her senses and confirmed Carloyward's demise at Irvin's hands. She turned her head to look toward Irvin. Irvin, having exhausted all his inner strength from using the primordial illusion sword, lay there utterly drained. Irvin, are you alright? Upon seeing this, May hurriedly got up, picked up the Dragon Slayer's sword lying on the ground, ran to Irvin, and helped him up. Not too bad, not too bad. Struggling to stand, Irvin's eyes were fixed on her chest with an intense gaze. May felt very uneasy and instinctively looked down, only then realizing that her clothes were torn and her bra was showing. Irvin, what are you staring at? Turn around. Carlo's face flushed red. She glared at him fiercely before quickly fixing her clothing. Caught in the act, Irvin appeared awkward, smiled sheepishly, and turned away. A moment later, May softly said, done. Irvin then turned back. May looked at Irvin with mixed emotions. Thank you for helping me take my revenge tonight. Thanks, Irvin. Nah, it's no big deal. Irvin waved it off with a smile. Carlor, take this bank card. The password is 6SIXS. May took out a bank card and handed it to Irvin. Startled, Irvin asked, what's this for? May replied somewhat unhappily, since I lost our wager today, I need to honor my commitment. There's only 1 million inside now. But I'll gradually fulfill the rest later. Just 1 million? Irvin was speechless. Miss Gong, we bet 100 billion. With just 1 million, how long will it take you to pay it off? May looked embarrassed but soon retorted. What can I do? That's all I have on me. I can't go robbing banks for you, can I? Irvin smirked wickedly. I have an idea that could settle everything at once. What idea? Well, you know. Irvin grinned lecherously. Go to hell. An enraged May slapped him. However, Irvin was prepared and dodged. Carloe, Miss Gong. What's the matter? Trying to murder your husband? Irvin said with exaggerated concern. You. May was nearly bursting with anger, but she calmed down quickly and said seriously, Irvin, can we please talk sensibly? To be honest, you killed 3 disciples of the Wuji sect tonight, including Branson who is the junior master. The sect leader Ace will definitely not let this go. Laughing, Irvin replied, don't worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Besides, the Wuji sect has committed countless atrocities. Even if Ace doesn't come after me, I'll go after him. Impressed by his confidence, May nodded. Considering his unpredictable actions, she wasn't too surprised. At that moment, a fireworks display lit up the night sky. May's expression changed. Irvin, my fellow disciples are calling me back. Until next time. With that, she hurriedly left. Irvin was taken aback and called out, Carloe, hey, we don't even have contact information. How are we supposed to meet again? Without turning back, May simply said, don't worry, I'll find you. She vanished into the darkness swiftly. Irvin muttered, she runs fast, huh? I wanted to ask more about the Dragon Slayer sword. Guess I'll wait for next time. Just then, Matthias Sherxiong and Ronald Sherdi arrived, supporting each other, asking how to handle the aftermath. After some thought, Irvin instructed them. First, bury the bodies of Branson and the others somewhere safe. Then, all of you return to infiltrate the Wuji sect. My only requirement is that everyone in the Wuji sect, including Ace, should follow my orders. Saying this, he produced several obedience pills, explained their use to Matthias Sherxiong, and gave them to him. Matthias Sherxiong gratefully accepted and agreed to the task. As they carried the bodies of Branson, Jeffrey, and Carloyward to bury them behind the tile house, a small object resembling an urn fell from Carloyward's body. What's this? Irvin wondered. Matthias Sherxiong explained, Master, this is our second senior brother's ghost nurturing shrine, housing many evil spirits. Intriguing. So, Ghosts can be tamed? Curious, Irvin activated his Carlo.I. Object, Ghost Nurturing Shrine. Status, contains a female ghost, heavily charged with resentment, making her extremely powerful and dangerous. If tamed, she could become a valuable asset, capable of unseen attacks. Unseen attacks? Irvin's eyes gleamed. This is a useful item. It's mine now. Carlo immediately picked up the shrine and instructed Matthias Scherchiong and the others to continue with the burial. They complied and left. Floating away, Irvin examined the shrine further. The shrine was filled with eerie mists and dark auras. Carlo intensified his inspection, and soon, the mist cleared to reveal a disheveled, fearsome female ghost. She noticed his observation and snarled at him. My goodness! Irvin was startled, almost dropping the shrine. It took him a while to calm down. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right. The inherited knowledge in my mind includes methods to subdue ghosts. Let me check. Carlo searched his memory and found the answer. To tame this female ghost, I need to chant scriptures to purify her evil thoughts. The universal salvation scripture seems perfect for this. Determined, Irvin hastened his journey. After leaving Zhangjiadian, Irvin stopped a taxi and sat in the back seat, meditating. Despite killing Carloiwer tonight, he knew luck played a big part. If not for May's distraction, he might not have succeeded. Carl once, every spare moment should be spent in training to get stronger. An hour later, he returned to Villa number 30, Zafei Road. Everyone at home was already asleep. Only Aida's guards remained on duty. To avoid disturbing anyone, Irvin quietly returned to his room, washed up, and took out the ghost nurturing shrine. Carlo began chanting the universal salvation scripture softly. Through his Carlo.I, he observed black auras dispersing from the shrine. It was working. Eager, he continued chanting. After an hour, though, he realized the black aura, though reducing, was still thick. It seems this will take time. The deep-seated resentment won't dissolve easily. Realizing this would take time, he reluctantly went to sleep. Chapter 109, Ghost-Keeping Shrine. Carloiwer, in disbelief, looked down at the hole through his chest, then fell to the ground lifelessly with a look of utter frustration. May, who had been preparing for death, watched this scene in shock. After a while, she came back to her senses and, after confirming Carloiwer was killed by Irvin, turned her head toward Irvin. Irvin, having exhausted all his true chi from casting the primordial illusion sword, lay collapsed on the ground from sheer exhaustion. Irvin, are you alright? Seeing this, May hurriedly got up, picked up the fallen slasher sword, ran to Irvin's side, and helped him up. Still okay, still okay. Irvin barely managed to stand up but kept staring at her chest with fiery eyes. May felt uneasy and instinctively looked down, only to find her clothes were torn, revealing her undergarments. Irvin, what are you looking at? Turn around. May blushed, giving him an angry glare as she quickly adjusted her clothes. Caught red-handed, Irvin looked awkward, gave an embarrassed smile, and turned away. After a moment, May softly said, done. Irvin then turned back. May looked at Irvin with mixed emotions. Thanks to you tonight, I can finally get my revenge. Thank you, Irvin. That's nothing, Irvin waved it off with a smile. Carloiwer, take this bank card. The password is 6 6s. May handed over a bank card. Irvin was surprised. What for? May retorted, I lost our bet today, so I have to honor my promise. There's only 1 million now, but I'll make up the rest gradually. Just 1 million? Irvin was speechless. Miss Gong, we bet 100 billion. This will take forever. May, slightly embarrassed, responded defiantly. What else can I do? That's all I have right now. You can't expect me to rob someone. Irvin smirked. I have an idea. You can repay it all at once. What's your idea? Why not settle it carnally? Irvin grinned lewdly. Go to hell. May slapped him angrily, but Irvin dodged it effortlessly. Miss Gong, are you trying to kill your husband? Irvin exclaimed dramatically. You. May was about to explode in anger, but soon calmed down. Irvin, let's talk seriously. You killed 3 disciples of Wujudin sect tonight, especially Branson, who is the young master. The Wujudin sect leader Ace won't let this go. Irvin smiled. Don't worry about that. I have my plans. Besides, the Wujudin sect has committed countless atrocities. Even if Ace doesn't come for me, I'll go after him. Impressed by his confidence, May was taken aback, but soon understood given his unconventional methods. At that moment, fireworks lit up the night sky. May's expression changed. Irvin, my fellow sect members are calling me back. Until next time. She quickly left. Irvin was stunned. Wait, we haven't exchanged contact information. How do we meet next time? Without turning back, May replied, don't worry, I'll find you. She soon vanished into the night. Irvin was exasperated. She runs too fast. I wanted to ask her about the slasher sword. Guess I'll wait until next time. At that moment, Matthias Scherchiong and Ronald Shitty arrived, supporting each other, asking how to handle the aftermath. Irvin thought for a moment and said, first, bury the bodies of Branson, Jeffrey, and Carloiwer. Then return to Wujudin sect as infiltrators. My requirement is simple. Everyone in Wujudin sect, including the leader Ace, must be loyal to me. Carlo handed several bottles of obedience pills to Matthias Scherchiong and explained their use. Matthias Scherchiong took them gratefully. As they prepared to bury the bodies, a small object like an ash urn fell from Carloiwer's body. What's this? Irvin asked. Matthias Scherchiong explained. This is our second senior brother's ghost-keeping shrine, where many malevolent ghosts are kept. Intriguing. Irvin activated his Carlo.I. Object, Ghost-Keeping Shrine. Status, contains a female malevolent ghost, which has absorbed much resentment and radiates intense killing intent. If tamed, it could serve as a powerful invisible ally. An invisible killer? Irvin's eyes lit up. This is awesome. It's mine now. Carlo picked up the shrine and instructed Matthias Scherchiong to continue the burial. On the way, he continued observing the shrine. Inside, dark mists loomed ominously. Increasing his observation intensity, he saw a disheveled and fearsome-looking female ghost glaring at him. Oh my god! Irvin jumped, nearly dropping the shrine. Calmly composing himself, he remembered the inheritance information in his mind, had techniques to subdue malevolent spirits. After searching, he found the answer. To tame this female ghost, I need to recite scriptures to purify her evil thoughts. The scripture called Sutra of Universal Salvation should work. With a plan in place, Irvin hurried home. Stopping a taxi, he sat in the back seat and began cultivating, reflecting on his close call with Carloyward. To grow stronger was the only solution. An hour later, he returned to his villa. Quietly returning to his room, he washed up and began quietly reciting the Sutra of Universal Salvation. Through his Carlovinly eye, he saw black mist dissipating from the shrine. Effective. Continuing his recitation for an hour, the black mist was still dense despite diminishing. It seems this won't happen overnight. It needs time to completely cleanse her evil. Acknowledging this, he stopped and went to sleep. Hashtag chapter 110. What a strange name. The next morning, Irvin was woken up by a phone call. Carlo picked it up and saw that it was Ronaldo calling. Irvin immediately perked up and answered quickly, Carlo, darling, why are you calling me so early in the morning? On the other end of the line, Ronaldo's excited voice came through. Irvin, you're really something. You actually went to participate in the Dexterjo Cup Youth Martial Arts Conference and won first place. I'm so proud of you. Irvin instantly wore a proud expression but pretended to be modest. Not really. Not really. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Ronaldo, my victory happened yesterday. How did you only find out now? Ronaldo explained, yesterday, I was at school all day. My new mentor gave me a new research project, and I was working overtime. I even worked through the night last night and only came home this morning. When I got home, Rue told me about what happened yesterday. Coloring this, Irvin finally understood. Then he grinned, darling, now that I've won, how do you plan on rewarding me? On the phone, Ronaldo laughed at him. You never change, thinking I should reward you just because you won? So unambitious. Irvin chuckled without arguing back. Instead, Ronaldo suggested, anyway, since I finished the project ahead of time, my mentor gave me a day off. How about we go sightseeing together today? Sure. Irvin agreed happily. They then set the time and place to meet before hanging up. Immediately after, Irvin changed into new clothes, drove out, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of Ronaldo's residential complex. Ronaldo was already waiting for him. She was wearing a blue and white checkered dress. Although simple, it made her look fresh and pleasant. Irvin, what are you looking at? Haven't you had enough yet? Ronaldo blushed. Of course not. I want to look every day, forever, Irvin teased. Annoying. Ronaldo's face turned even redder, but in her heart, she felt sweet. By the way, where do you plan on going? Irvin asked. Without hesitation, Ronaldo replied, wherever you want. She looked bashful as she spoke. Irvin's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Is this what they call the husband leads and the wife follows? Ronaldo blushed fiercely and stomped her foot. Bad Irvin, what are you saying? Keep this up, and I won't talk to you anymore. Seeing this, Irvin secretly delighted and hurried to soothe her. Just joking, darling. Ronaldo's expression eased and she asked, so, where do you want to go? Just as Irvin was about to speak, he thought of something, right? I heard there's a temple nearby called Mingyang Temple. Yes, Ronaldo nodded. It's a famous spot near our school. Plus, I heard there's a temple fair today. Let's go there for some fun. Good. Deciding on their plan, they headed towards Mingyang Temple. It wasn't far, and they only walked for 10 minutes or so before arriving. Since it was a temple fair, there were indeed many people around. So many that it could be described as a sea of people. As they toured around, they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. After wandering for some time, they came across a jade exhibition area. Though small and run like a street stall, quite a few people gathered around. Seeing this, Irvin took Ronaldo's hand. Let's go check it out. If we find any suitable pieces, I'll buy one for you. Okay. Ronaldo was very happy inside. After all, her boyfriend was willing to spend a lot on jade for her, which naturally made her feel delighted. As they browsed, a couple walked over holding hands. Look, isn't this Ronaldo who's rumored to have something going on with our school's professor? The woman sneered. Her voice wasn't loud, but every word clearly reached Irvin and Ronaldo's ears. Their faces immediately darkened. Frowning, Irvin asked Ronaldo, who is this? Ronaldo bit her lip and replied, she's my classmate from school, Riley. Riley? Irvin almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold back with great effort. What a strange name. At this moment, Riley opened her mouth again with a sarcastic tone. Ronaldo, who's this guy next to you? Could he be your boyfriend? She glanced at Irvin and then wore a disdainful expression. Today, Irvin was dressed neatly but simply. In Riley's eyes, he was completely ordinary. My boyfriend Irvin, Ronaldo said honestly, then looked at the man beside Riley. Riley, who's he? Ronaldo, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Eben. His family does jade business. If you want to buy jade and need help, you can ask him. Carlo's an expert, and will ensure you get a good deal. Riley pointed at the man beside her while slightly lifting her chin, obviously showing off. Oh, Ronaldo smiled and extended her hand towards the man named Eben. Mr. Tian, nice to meet you. Ronald did she know. Eben was completely stunned by Ronaldo's beauty and elegance, standing there dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. Seeing this, Riley grew angry. Though she had been with Eben for a while, she knew all too well that he would lose his mind over a beautiful woman. Now, this guy was struck dumb by Ronaldo, who was not only prettier but also more elegant than her. What a headache. Sensing danger, Riley elbowed Eben forcefully. What are you doing? Eben snapped back to reality and awkwardly said, Miss Bradford, nice to meet you. Then he reached out to shake hands with Ronaldo. Unexpectedly, when he touched her hand, he didn't let go. This infuriated Riley, turning her face green with anger. Ronaldo struggled free eventually. Irvin was furious and about to lose his temper, but Ronaldo noticed his mood and stopped him. However, Eben remained oblivious to the impending danger, still staring straight at Ronaldo. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Irvin pulled Ronaldo's hand and said, "Let's go." Ronaldo couldn't bear Eben's gaze either and followed obediently. Eben, understandably, felt displeased, and Riley felt challenged, speaking haughtily, "Ronaldo, your boyfriend might not be capable, but his temper sure is big." Chapter 111. Where do they get their courage from? As Riley spoke, even if Ronaldo were a clay Buddha, she would be provoked to anger. "Riley, please have some self-respect. My boyfriend has quite the temper, but he's also quite capable. You'd best not provoke him." "Oh my, Ronaldo, you really know how to brag." Riley sneered sarcastically. "Your boyfriend looks like nothing more than a scumbag. What can he possibly do? To be honest, my boyfriend could make him squirm with just one finger." While speaking, she intentionally snuggled into Eben's arms, posing in a coquettish manner. Eben, clearly wanting to show superiority in front of Ronaldo, deliberately frowned at Riley and said, "Xiang, can't you be a little lower key? Am I the kind of person who takes advantage?" "Dear, being low-key doesn't mean being insignificant. Moreover, without giving Ronaldo a taste of reality, she won't know her place." Riley huffed, purposely glaring at Ronaldo provocatively. Ronaldo was about to snap back. "Riley, you?" Irvin smiled slightly and stopped her. "You're pure and kind-hearted. You're no match for such small-minded people. Leave it to me." Honestly, at his current level, Irvin thought it beneath him to deal with clowns like Riley and Eben. However, despite his repeated tolerance, they dared to push their luck. So, these two faces, he had to teach them a lesson today. But first, he wanted to activate his Carlovinly eye to examine their true strength. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, then you will win every battle. Soon enough, he found it amusing. Turned out, Riley and Eben were clearly ordinary people with no cultivation at all. Where did they get their courage from? Then, Irvin looked at Riley with an ironic smile. "Did you say that your boyfriend could make me suffer with just one finger?" "Yes," Riley replied disdainfully. "Do you know what background my boyfriend has? Let me tell you, his uncle is Remy, the headmaster of Dexter Zhou Martial Arts Hall." Irvin laughed inwardly. "Remy? Wasn't he the lackey I subjugated a while ago?" Unaware, Riley continued arrogantly. "Know what Dexter Zhou Martial Arts Hall does?" Ronaldson carefully. "It's not just any martial arts hall. It exists beyond the reach of the police. Tell me, wouldn't your suffering be inevitable with just one finger from my boyfriend?" Without replying, Irvin scoffed. If Remy knew he had a nephew like you, he'd probably be so angry he'd spit blood. Upon hearing this, Riley's face changed instantly. She urged Eben, "Darling, see, this guy doesn't take you seriously." Eben's face turned grim. Pointing at Irvin, he yelled, "Kid, what did you just say?" "I don't repeat myself," Irvin replied calmly. "You're asking for it." Enraged by such disdain, Eben lunged forward, aiming a punch at Irvin's face. Unexpectedly, before he could land his punch, Irvin grabbed his fist with a swift movement. Eben's face changed as he tried to struggle free. Irvin squeezed hard. Instantly, Eben's face turned red as a pig liver, howling in pain. "Ah, let go, let go. Didn't your girlfriend say you could make me suffer with one finger? Now you've used your whole fist, 5 fingers. Irvin mocked. Let go, it hurts, ah." Eben writhed in pain. Beside him, Riley lost her previous arrogance and began pulling Irvin desperately. "Bastard, let go of my boyfriend, let go." The scene drew the attention of many passersby, who stared in shock. Seeing this, Ronaldo pulled Irvin urgently. "Irvin, quickly let him go. There are so many people watching. It might not look good." Irvin frowned, but decided to let Eben off for Ronaldo's sake. "Ronaldson, don't act tough in front of me. If it weren't for my girlfriend pleading on your behalf, your hand would be shattered right now." With those harsh words, Irvin released Eben forcefully. Scram! Losing balance, Eben fell on his buttocks. His face felt like it had been slapped mercilessly by an invisible hand. "Darling, are you okay?" Riley rushed to help Eben up. Unexpectedly, Eben pushed her away, angrily pointing at Irvin. "Boy, wait for me. You better not run." Irvin saw through his plan immediately and mocked. "You want your Uncle Remy to intervene, right? Sure, I'll wait and see if he stands up for you." "Fine, you wait for it." Eben took out his phone and walked aside to make a call. Riley glared at Irvin. "You wait until my boyfriend brings his uncle here. You're dead." "Clown." Irvin glanced at her, too lazy to argue further. Ronaldo worriedly asked, "Irvin, don't worry, the sky won't fall." Irvin smiled calmly. Seeing his confidence, Ronaldo was reassured and stopped worrying. Suddenly, a voice rang out among the crowd. "Holy crap, isn't that the young medical sage Irvin who won the Dexter Zhou Cup Youth Martial Arts Conference yesterday?" This remark caused a commotion. "Right, it's him indeed. Wow, I didn't expect to meet medical sage Irvin here. I need to give him my business card and try to connect with him." "Yeah, same here. Ronald is unpredictable. Having connections with someone like him could be helpful." "Medical Sage, here's my card." "Medical Sage, I'm a fan of yours on Douyin." In no time, a crowd swarmed around Irvin, trying to curry favor with him like sycophants. Irvin welcomed everyone warmly, not putting on airs at all. Seeing this, Ronaldo was filled with joy, looking at Irvin with admiration and adoration. On the contrary, Riley was envious, resentful, and full of hatred. She couldn't believe that Ronaldo's boyfriend was actually the famous medical sage Irvin who made waves in Dexter Zhou. Oh no, I offended the medical sage. I heard he can revive the dead. If something happens to me one day, I'll need his help. No way, I must mend this quickly. Immediately changing her attitude, Riley approached Ronaldla with a forced smile. Ronaldla, so your boyfriend is the renowned medical sage Irvin? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's all my fault for not recognizing the greatness. Please don't take it personally. Could you speak to your boyfriend for me? I'd like to apologize in person. Ronaldla, being kind-hearted, was about to nod in agreement when Irvin suddenly interrupted. Too late. Chapter 112. Why not think big? Riley's expression instantly turned extremely stiff, but she managed to choke out a word. What? I said it's too late. Didn't you hear? Irvin said bluntly. Riley's body trembled as she put on a miserable face. Beckham, what happened earlier was indeed our fault. Irvin sneered coldly. You mocked me just now, and now you come here to flatter me. What do you mean? If I weren't the sage doctor, would you have come here to apologize? Seeing that Irvin wasn't giving her any face, Riley suddenly became angry with embarrassment. All right, very well. I came especially to apologize, and you actually mock me. Humph. So what if you're just a sage doctor? What's so great about that? Irvin chuckled. Oh, say 2 words to you, and you turn your back immediately. Is this how you apologize? All around, many passersby had witnessed the conflict, and they almost unanimously supported Irvin, criticizing Riley heavily. Carloe, don't you know shame, woman? You started trouble, and now you're turning your back. Good thing Beckham didn't accept your apology. People like you who change with the wind should roll as far away as possible. If I were her, I would find a tofu block and bash my head against it, dying of shame. Yeah, dying of shame. Facing the condemnation from countless passersby, Riley burst into tears. You all? Just then, Eben returned. Seeing her in such distress, he exploded in anger. Xiang, what happened? Riley quickly recounted the events to him. Eben clenched his teeth and gritted his jaw. Xiang, don't cry. I've already called my uncle. He's nearby and will be here soon to stand up for us. Riley's eyes lit up immediately, wiping away her tears fiercely as she pointed at Irvin and screamed. Listen well, Missy. My boyfriend's uncle will be here soon. If you dare not run, let's see if you can still be arrogant then. What a stubborn and irrational woman. Irvin shook his head and replied directly. Fine, then I'll stay here and stroll with my girlfriend while we wait for your boyfriend's uncle to arrive. Having said that, he ignored them and led Ronaldla away by her delicate hand. Watching them leave, hatred flashed in Riley's eyes. Eben comforted her beside. Xiang, rest assured, when my uncle arrives, he'll teach him a lesson. Riley nodded. But he won the championship at the Dexter Joe Cup youth martial arts competition yesterday. Carlo might have some real skills. Can your uncle handle it? Eben was displeased when he heard this. Xiang, what nonsense are you spouting? Carlo only won the youth championship, which doesn't count for much. If it weren't for the age limit, my uncle could easily thrash him with his martial arts expertise. Riley felt reassured and said, we should follow and keep an eye on them, in case he runs away. All right. Eben nodded. So, they followed closely behind. At this time, Irvin was holding Ronaldla's hand, wandering between the stalls at the Jade exhibition. Occasionally, people approached to try to get close to this young sage doctor, which annoyed Irvin no end. If not for Sierra's promise to Eben, he would have really taken Ronaldla away. Suddenly, Ronaldla had a thought and asked, Irvin, what if I also set up a stall here to sell jade? How would that be? Irvin was stunned. Why did you suddenly think of setting up a stall? Ronaldla looked somewhat embarrassed. You know my situation. My sister and I need to live. By selling jade here, I can contribute to our household expenses. Irvin frowned. Household expenses? There's no need for you to do this, Ronaldla. Are you short of money? Just ask me. I can give you some. Ronaldla shook her head. No, you've already lent me 50,000 yuan. I can't borrow more from you. Lend or not, we are close, remember? My money is your money. Irvin declared proudly. Ronaldla was moved but firmly replied, Irvin, please respect me. I'd rather work for myself than be a parasite relying on men. Irvin showed admiration. Still, he added, however, you're still pursuing a postgraduate degree. Studies come first. Where will you find the time to set up a stall? Ronaldla laughed. Of course I don't have much time, but my sister can help. She's idle every day but dreams of getting rich. I'm worried she'll go astray again. Irvin suddenly understood. I see. You want to give her something productive to do? Yes. Ronaldla nodded. Irvin nodded again, then said, since that's the case, why not think big? Think big? Ronaldla was puzzled. Irvin, do you have any ideas? But we don't have much capital, nor do we want you to invest. If we lose money, we can't afford to repay you. That's fine. You can always pay in kind, right? Irvin teased. Blah, never. Ronaldla blushed and spat playfully. Irvin grinned. Just joking. Ronaldla let him off. Irvin then said seriously, don't worry. We can start this business without needing much capital from you. Coloring this, Ronaldla became interested. Tell me how. Follow me. Irvin held her hand and walked back towards a jade processing stall. Behind the stall was a bamboo basket filled with jade scraps. Next to it were several burlap bags, presumably also containing jade scraps. Irvin, what are you doing? Ronaldla looked at him confusedly. Irvin smiled without answering, instead asking the stall owner, Boss, what are you planning to do with these jade scraps? The stall owner glanced at him and said craftily, these scraps usually have designated handlers. If you want them, I can sell them to you cheap. Sure, how much? Irvin asked. 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Irvin shook his head immediately. Boss, are you trying to cheat me? Cheating. The boss argued confidently. Boss, as grown men, we should speak honestly. Your jade scraps are basically worthless. If you're treating me like a fool, I'll just go elsewhere. This street is full of jade scraps. The stall owner hesitated, seeing he couldn't fool Irvin. Alright, how much will you offer? 100 yuan. What? Only 100 yuan? 100 yuan seems too little? Forget it then. With that, Irvin turned to leave with Ronaldla. The stall owner panicked, knowing these scraps had no use either way. Alright, 100 yuan it is. Take them all. Irvin smiled and told Ronaldla, stop being dazed. Pay him the money. Unsure of his intention, Ronaldla protested. Irvin, what exactly are you trying to do? 100 yuan isn't much, but we shouldn't waste it. Irvin smiled and whispered in her ear, trust me, these scraps may seem useless, but I can turn them into treasure. Ronaldla doubted, but finally handed over 100 yuan to the stall owner. Just then, Riley and Eben, who had been following, stepped up and ridiculed them. Truly ridiculous. These jade scraps are completely useless, and you actually paid for them. Hilarious. Honey, you're so right. They're simply idiots. Chapter 112. Why not think bigger? Riley's expression immediately froze, but she managed to force out a question. What? I said it's late. Didn't you hear? Irvin replied without hesitation. Riley's body trembled, and she wore a pained face. Divine Dr. Yi, what happened just now was indeed our fault. Irvin scoffed coldly. Just now, you mocked me mercilessly, but now you're trying to flatter me? What do you think this means? If I weren't a divine doctor, would you have come to apologize? Seeing that Irvin wasn't giving her any face, Riley quickly became enraged with shame. Fine, very well. I came specially to apologize, yet you mock me. Humph, you're just some divine doctor. What's so impressive about that? Irvin sneered. Haha, you change your attitude as soon as I say 2 words. This is not how an apology should go. Around them, many passersby had witnessed the conflict and were almost unanimously siding with Irvin, criticizing Riley harshly. Carloe, do you even have any shame left? You were the one who started the trouble, and you're the one flipping the script. Divine Dr. Yi was wise not to accept your apologies. People like you, who are so pretentious, should get lost far away. If I were her, I'd find a block of tofu and bash my head against it. What a disgrace. Yeah, such a disgrace. Faced with the public backlash from numerous bystanders, Riley's eyes welled up with tears. You all. At this moment, Eben returned. Seeing her in distress, he grew furious. Shang, what's going on? Riley then recounted what had happened. Eben gritted his teeth and said, Shang, stop crying. I've already called my uncle, who happens to be nearby. Carlo will be here soon to stand up for us. Riley's eyes lit up instantly. She wiped away her tears fiercely and pointed at Irvin, shouting, listen up, my boyfriend's uncle will be here shortly. Don't run away if you dare. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly. What a stubborn and petty woman. Irvin shook his head and responded straightforwardly, all right, then let me stay here with my girlfriend while we wait for your boyfriend's uncle. With that, he turned around, took Ronaldla's hand, and walked away. As they watched the couple leave, resentment flickered in Riley's eyes. Beside her, Eben consoled her, Shang, don't worry. Once my uncle arrives, we'll show him. Yeah, Riley nodded. But, remember, this guy won the championship at the Dexter Joe Cup Youth Martial Arts Tournament yesterday. Carlo might be skilled. Can your uncle handle him? Parloring this, Eben bristled. Shang, what are you saying? The Youth Martial Arts Championship doesn't mean much. If there were no age restrictions, my uncle would beat him easily given his martial arts skills. Riley felt reassured and said, we need to follow them and keep an eye on them. What if he runs away? Good. Eben nodded. So, they followed after them. At this point, Irvin was walking with Ronaldla through various stalls at the Jade exhibition. Many people tried to chat him up, knowing he was the young divine doctor, which annoyed Irvin. If not for Sierra's promise to Eben, he would have taken Ronaldla away long ago. Suddenly, Ronaldla had an idea and asked, Irvin, what if I set up a stall here to sell jade? What do you think? Irvin was taken aback. Why did you suddenly think of setting up a stall? Ronaldla blushed slightly. You know my situation. My sister and I need to live too. Selling jade here can help cover our living expenses. Irvin frowned. Covering living expenses doesn't mean you have to set up a stall, Ronaldla. Are you short on money? Just ask me, and I'll give it to you. Ronaldla shook her head firmly. No, you've already lent me 50,000 yuan. I can't borrow more from you. What's this about borrowing? We're close, aren't we? My money is your money. Irvin asserted proudly. Touched by his words, Ronaldla was moved but still firmly replied, Irvin, please respect me. I'd rather support myself than be dependent on you men. Irvin was impressed by her determination, but he added, however, you're still pursuing a master's degree. How can you manage time to run a stall? Ronaldla smiled. I certainly don't have much time, but my younger sister can help. She's always idle and dreams of making a fortune. I'm afraid she might fall into the same pitfalls as before. Irvin understood. I see. You want to keep her occupied. Exactly, Ronaldla nodded. Irvin nodded again and said, in that case, why not think bigger? Think bigger? Ronaldla was puzzled. Do you have any ideas, Irvin? But we don't have much capital and don't want to rely on you either. If we lose money, we can't afford to repay you. Not to worry, Irvin joked. You can always pay back in other ways. Pa as if. Ronaldla blushed and spat playfully. Irvin chuckled. Just kidding. Relieved, Ronaldla forgave him. Serious now, Irvin continued, don't worry. We don't need much capital to start the business. This caught Ronaldla's interest. Tell me more. How? Follow me. Irvin pulled her hand and led her back to a jade processing stall. Behind the stall was a bamboo basket filled with jade scraps. Several burlap bags nearby probably also contained jade scraps. Irvin, what are you doing? Ronaldla looked at him, confused. Irvin smiled enigmatically and asked the stall owner, Boss, how do you plan to deal with these jade scraps? The stall owner glanced at him and haggled. These scraps are usually handled by specialists. If you want them, I can sell them cheaply to you. Sure, how much? Irvin asked. 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Irvin shook his head. Boss, are you kidding me? Kid, I'm serious. Come on, boss, speak with a conscience. These scraps are practically worthless. If you take me for a fool, I'll go elsewhere. There are plenty of jade scrap dealers. Well, Realizing Irvin wasn't gullible, the stall owner conceded. Okay, what price do you offer? How about 100 yuan? Only 100 yuan? That's too little. Too little? Then forget it. As Irvin turned to leave with Ronaldla, the stall owner panicked. The jade scraps were useless anyway, so selling them would be better than nothing. Carlo agreed. Alright, 100 yuan. You can have it all. Irvin grinned and instructed Ronaldla. Give him the money. Uncertain of his intentions, Ronaldla hesitated. Irvin, what exactly are you planning? 100 yuan isn't much, but it shouldn't be wasted. Irvin whispered reassuringly in her ear. Trust me, these scraps might seem useless, but I can turn waste into treasure. Skeptical but convinced, Ronaldla finally paid the stall owner 100 yuan. At that moment, Riley and Eben, who had been following them, approached and mocked. Truly strange. These jade scraps are useless, and you actually buy them. How funny. Honey, you're spot on. They're both idiots. Chapter 113, Jade Gambling. Seeing Riley and Eben pop up like flies again, Irvin's expression darkened. It's none of your damn business that we're buying jade scraps, you two dogs. What did you say? Eben, stung by the insults, was so enraged that his nose nearly twisted, and he clenched his fists. Got something to say? Want to fight again? Come on, let's see if I can't beat you senseless. Irvin sneered at Eben. Eben instantly turned cowardly, too frightened to speak, and kept silent. Pusillanimous wretch. Irvin shot Eben a scornful look and chuckled. How could Eben tolerate this abuse? Carlo gritted his teeth and said, Irvin, I admit, I can't beat you in a fight. But fighting isn't real skill. Do you have the guts to play a man's game with me? Fighting isn't real skill? That's hilarious. Is cowering considered skill? Irvin scoffed. By the way, when is your uncle arriving? Ronald Lord here is losing patience. Don't worry, my uncle will be here soon, Eben announced loudly. In the meantime, let's play a real man's game. Do you dare? There's nothing in this world I don't dare to play. Irvin proudly said. What kind of game do you want to play? Simple, gambling on jade. Eben stated arrogantly. Gambling on jade? Irvin was puzzled. What's that? Haha, just looking at your face tells me you're a complete novice. Eben sneered smugly. So what if I'm a novice? Didn't you start out as one too? Irvin retorted sarcastically. Eben was immediately lost for words. Alright, it's just gambling on jade. Not much different from gambling. It doesn't matter if I don't know it. Tell me how to gamble. Irvin has never been afraid of anyone since birth. Irvin declared arrogantly. Irvin, you don't know about jade gambling, and you still dare to gamble with him? Ronaldla couldn't help whispering. Irvin smiled slightly. Don't worry, if I'm daring enough to gamble, it means I have a surefire chance of winning. Don't forget, I've swept through underground casinos with your sister. Parloring this, Ronaldla didn't object further but sighed. Alright, I hope everything goes as you say. At this moment, Eben shouted loudly. The rules are simple. There are raw stones on this stall, and we each buy one, regardless of size. The value of the final cut determines the winner. Irvin thought for a moment. Okay, but what about the stakes? For the stakes, judging by your poor appearance, make it 1 million, alright? Eben said contemptuously. That won't work. Irvin shook his head directly. Eben sneered. I knew you couldn't afford such high stakes. Let's lower the standards. How about 500,000? Riley, who clearly wanted to thoroughly undermine Irvin, shook her head. I think even 500,000 is too much. A poor guy like him can't come up with it. Even if he were sold, it might not be enough. Make it 100,000 then. Eben laughed. Alright, considering you're poor, let's make it 100,000. Seeing these two fools play tricks, Irvin laughed. Do you misunderstand me? Did I ask for lower stakes? 100 million is too low. How about 1 billion? These words shocked Eben and Riley momentarily. 1 billion as the stake? Is this guy crazy? Eben sneered. Irvin, do you have 1 billion? Riley echoed. Right, based on you, could you possibly have 1 billion assets? Then she intentionally said to Ronaldla, Ronaldla, the boyfriend you chose really has terrible character, full of lies. Aren't you going to break up with him quickly? Ronaldla ignored Riley's provocation, but inside, she was indeed surprised. She asked Irvin quietly, Irvin, where do you have all this money? Irvin smiled bitterly. Why wouldn't I have so much? To tell you the truth, my assets are more than you could imagine. Ronaldla exclaimed, Are you serious? Irvin laughed. You don't trust me? While speaking, he took out his phone, pulled up mobile banking, and showed the balance on the screen. Ronaldla glanced over and saw a balance easily reaching 9 figures, startling her on the spot. Oh my god, so much? Irvin felt somewhat proud. This money comes partly from treating people, partly from betting victories, and additionally, I own shares in Ronaldo Family Group, which are quite valuable but haven't paid dividends yet. After listening to his explanation, Ronaldla was finally reassured. Carlo, Ronaldla, now you can rest assured that if I marry you in the future, I can't provide enough dowry, right? Irvin teased. Pfft, pigs can't produce ivory. Have I agreed to marry you? Ronaldla blushed coyly. Irvin laughed heartily and hugged her, planting a fierce kiss on her forehead in broad daylight without caring about others. Oh you? Ronaldla's cheeks flushed red, and she stomped her foot. So many people are watching. Fear not, you're my girlfriend. I can kiss you however I want. What's wrong with that? Irvin grinned wickedly. You're so domineering, Ronaldla gave up, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Seeing the couple's public display of affection, Eben and Riley felt both envy and resentment deep within. Especially Eben. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn. Another good cabbage is trampled by a pig. Carlo thought he spoke very softly, believing Irvin couldn't hear him, but he never expected Irvin's hearing was incredibly acute. The latter retorted immediately. Another good cabbage trampled by a pig? So what? Can't get the good cabbage, can you? All you can get is Riley, a rotten cabbage. Carlo deliberately looked at Riley. Riley's complexion changed instantly, about to explode at Eben. Evan noticed her change in expression and hurriedly said, Xinxiang, stay calm. This guy is trying to drive a wedge between us. Don't fall for his trick. Riley suddenly became enlightened. Right, don't fall for his trick. At this moment, Irvin suddenly said, Carlo y Evan, you were boasting about gambling earlier. Are you still playing or not? Of course I am. Evan replied loudly, but it's still unknown whether you actually have $1 billion. Before he finished, Irvin revealed the balance in his mobile banking. Open your eyes and see if little Lord here has $1 billion. Evan stepped forward, opened his eyes wide, and took a look. When he saw the balance exceeding $5 billion in Irvin's mobile banking, he was completely stunned. Carlo couldn't fathom that Irvin had such immense wealth. Evan, you've seen my background. Now it's your turn to show yours, no? Irvin said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Chapter 114. Why should it be any of your business? Evan's face was filled with sheer embarrassment. Despite having quite a fortune himself, his wealth barely amounted to tens of millions. How could he possibly compare to Irvin, who seemed flush with cash? Evan, I asked you something. Irvin smiled warmly. You don't have that much money on hand, do you? How could Evan stand such taunting? Carlo gritted his teeth and retorted, stop talking down to me. You're right, I don't have that much cash in hand, but my family has plenty of money. I've decided to bet. In his mind, having been immersed in the jadeite stone gambling business for years, he was experienced. To him, Irvin was just a reckless young man, and winning against him would be certain. So then, shouldn't we sign an agreement now to prevent someone from defaulting later? Irvin said. Irvin, stop trying to mock me, Evan responded. In gambling jadeite stones, I, Evan, have never been afraid of anyone. Just wait, it might be you who ends up defaulting. Irvin coldly shook his head, unwilling to waste words on him. Soon after, Evan fetched paper and pen, wrote out the wager agreement, and both parties signed their names, affixing fingerprints. Seeing everything written in black and white, Evan felt relieved and became arrogant. Irvin, today is your own fault. Don't blame me if you lose this 100 million. Irvin sneered, don't speak too soon. Evan replied, words won't matter now. Let's quickly go pick our raw stones. For fairness, I'll let you pick first to avoid any accusation of bullying. Irvin firmly refused, no need. Evan pouted, well-meaning advice goes unappreciated. Alright, I'll go pick mine. With that, he dragged Riley to select raw stones from various stalls. Watching them leave, Irvin didn't stay idle either. Carlo held Ronaldo's hand and said, come, let's pick ours too. On the way, Ronaldo expressed her concerns, Irvin, I heard that gambling with jadeite stones is different from ordinary gambling. There's no cheating. It all depends on luck. I know everything depends on luck. Irvin laughed easily. Moreover, what's 100 million? If I lose, I can always earn it back. Don't forget, I'm a divine doctor. Making money is as easy as pie. Seeing his determination, Ronaldo stopped arguing. Soon, they reached a stall selling raw stones. The stall displayed stones of various sizes, looking like ordinary rocks from the outside. Only when the outer layer was cut open could one tell if there was jadeite inside. If jadeite, especially premium quality, was found, overnight riches would follow. However, if nothing valuable was discovered, the consequences could be dire, even bankruptcy or worse. That's why this practice of jadeite stone gambling came about. Honestly, if it were someone else, daring to bet against Evan would be daunting. But Irvin was not just anyone. He had the Carlo-Vinley eye. At this moment, Irvin suddenly focused his gaze on a basketball-sized raw stone. This stone had an excellent appearance, with greenish skin and clear veins, almost glowing under the sun. Passers-by gathered around it, discussing it. To me, the chance of getting green jadeite here is high. Yes, the quality of this stone is top-notch. If it doesn't produce green jadeite, I'll eat it. Pity, the asking price is too high at 5 million. Indeed, too expensive. I can't afford it. Coloring this, Irvin subconsciously activated his Carlo-Vinley eye. Soon, the stone's exterior gradually faded away, revealing its true content, surprisingly empty, with no hint of green at all. Ronaldo, let's go, Irvin sighed, pulling her away. Just then, Evan and Riley reappeared. Irvin, this stone looks good, yet you won't buy it? With all your money, why not purchase it? Evan mocked. Why should it be any of your business? Irvin frowned. Evan replied, alright, don't say I didn't warn you. You can take your time choosing, but I've already made my pick. Carlo proudly showed a football-sized raw stone. See this? This one's perfect. I guarantee it will yield green jadeite, lots of it. Prepare to admit defeat. Riley added confidently, Irvin, to be honest, I accompanied young Master Tian through every stall before picking this one. I can assure you, this is the best in the entire exhibition. Finding anything better here is nearly impossible. Without responding, Irvin looked directly at the stone. Indeed, it did look promising, entirely green. Evan must have some keen eyesight. I can't believe this big jadeite exhibition only has this as the best piece, Irvin muttered. Leading Ronaldo away again, let's check other stalls. Watching them leave, Evan spat, go ahead and wander. See if you can find a better one than mine. Walking along, Irvin's Carlo-Vinley eye scanned the stalls, but as Evan mentioned, few stones looked promising. Won't I end up losing? Feeling skeptical, Irvin decided to go another round. Suddenly, beneath a nearby stall covered by a white cloth, he noticed an olive ball-sized raw stone. Thanks to his Carlo-Vinley eye, he could see beyond the cover. Though small, it contained blood-red jadeite, a rare and more valuable variant than green. Irvin's heart raced. Although inexperienced, he knew this could be incredibly valuable. Immediately, he called the stall owner. Boss, you have a raw stone under your stall, right? How much? The boss was surprised. How did you know there's a raw stone under the white cloth? Irvin couldn't reveal his secret, just a guess. The owner realized, this raw stone was sold to me by a friend, and I haven't put it on display yet. You've spotted it. Boss, what's the price? Irvin asked straightforwardly. 500,000. Oh no, Make that 1 million, the owner cunningly answered. Irvin thought it wasn't overpriced and was about to agree when Ronaldo interrupted. 1 million? That size costs 1 million? Boss, you're practically robbing people. Hashtag chapter 115, cutting the Yale. When Ronaldo directly mocked the stall owner for overcharging, the stall owner was embarrassed and smiled apologetically. Miss, at today's market price, my offer of 1 million is already quite cheap. Ronaldo did not buy into the stall owner's sob story. After all, he had initially asked for 500,000 but quickly raised it to 1 million. Clearly, there was a lot of markup. Even though her boyfriend wasn't short on money, she couldn't let him get cheated. She chuckled lightly. Boss, don't think just because my boyfriend is new here and doesn't know the market, you can quote any price. How about this? 300,000. Take it or leave it. 300,000? The stall owner made a pained face. Miss, isn't that too low? Ronaldo didn't bother with further banter, pulling Irvin's hand and starting to leave. Seeing she was serious, the stall owner panicked immediately. Wait, miss, wait. How could he not panic? Carlo had only spent 100,000 to acquire this stone from a friend. Although 300,000 was less, it still gave him a profit of 200,000. Plus, the stone had been unsold for days due to its poor appearance. So, are you agreeing to 300,000? Ronaldo suppressed her laughter and asked. The stall owner nodded. If you're serious about buying, then it's 300,000. Deal. Ronaldo gave Irvin a look, and without hesitation, Irvin paid up and carried the stone away. On the way, Irvin gave Ronaldo a thumbs up, admiringly saying, Ronaldo, thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have lost 700,000. Ronaldo felt rather proud. Now you understand the importance of a good wife, right? A good wife. Irvin's eyes lit up, grinning. Ronaldo, you haven't even married me yet, and you're already acting like one? Ah. Realizing her slip of tongue, Ronaldo blushed deeply, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. Seeing her bashful expression, Irvin felt a tickle inside. At this moment, two people appeared in front of them, Eben and Riley. So, did you buy the stone? Eben sneered. Yes, bought it. Irvin held up the stone with one hand. Eben's gaze fell on the stone, but soon his expression turned mocking. Irvin, how much did you pay for this stone? 300,000, Irvin said nonchalantly. 300,000? Eben laughed out loud. Irvin, this stone looks so poor, spending 300,000. Do you think your money has nowhere else to go? That's right, I think my money has nowhere else to go. So what? Aren't you happy? Irvin retorted. Not happy? Why wouldn't I be? Eben laughed loudly and mocked. Irvin, as I told you, this stone's quality is average. At current market prices, it's only worth about 100,000. And even at that price, no one would buy it because it likely won't yield any green jade. What if it does or doesn't? I want to, and that's fine, right? Irvin shot back. Seeing Irvin's stubbornness, Riley pulled Eben back. Darling, they want to give us 100 million quietly. Why stop them? Eben laughed. Right. If he wants us to make money quietly, why should I stop? Let's go, Irvin. Let's cut the stones and see who wins this bet. All right. Irvin agreed readily. Under Eben's lead, they went to a stall dedicated to cutting stones on site. Finding the stall owner and agreeing on the price, Eben asked Irvin, who cuts first, you or me? I don't mind, Irvin shrugged. Eben sneered. In that case, I'll go first. Irvin, be prepared mentally. Don't get shocked to the point of spitting blood. Irvin chuckled. Don't worry. I have a big heart. No fear of spitting blood. You keep being stubborn. Eben instructed the stall owner. Cut mine first. Carlo handed over the stone he had bought earlier. The stall owner nodded, placed the stone on the cutting machine, secured it, and began cutting. As someone started cutting the stone, many passers-by gathered around to watch. Soon, the crowd grew thick, surrounding the cutting area densely. Clearly an expert in cutting stones, Eben picked up a piece of chalk and drew a line on the stone. Cut along this line. The stall owner understood and operated the cutting machine accordingly. Buzz. Amidst the deafening sound, a streak of green mist emerged from the saw blade, forming a large cloud of green mist. It's yielding green. It's yielding green. Riley clapped her hands excitedly, jumping up and down like it was her birthday. Eben looked at Irvin smugly. Humph. Dared to bet against me. Now you'll feel the pain of losing. Irvin smiled enigmatically, not replying. Before long, the stone was fully cut open, revealing a uniformly emerald green interior with excellent quality. The crowd was instantly abuzz, visibly excited. Wow, it's yielding green, a great profit. Yeah, this material is excellent, and such a large piece, easily worth millions. Carlo-y brother, how much did you spend on this stone? Yeah, how much? Many people started asking Eben eagerly. Facing their praises, Eben was inwardly thrilled but pretended modestly. Not much, only 500,000. This statement stunned everyone present. My God, only 500,000? Such a huge profit. Yeah, brother, you've made a fortune. Eben grew even prouder and looked at Irvin. Irvin, did you see that? My stone yielded green with great quality. Even if yours yields green, it's not as big as mine. You're still bound to lose. Riley chimed in proudly. Humph, prepare the 100 million for us. Facing their taunts, Irvin smiled calmly. Maybe not. Stubborn till the end. Riley was annoyed. Turning to the stall owner. Boss, cut his stone quickly. Let him experience despair. The stall owner glanced at Irvin. Without delay, Irvin handed over the stone. Boss, can we skip the cutting machine and just rub it instead? I'm worried my stone might get damaged during cutting. The stall owner nodded. Sure, we can skip the machine and just rub it. But the cost will be higher. Irvin replied without hesitation. Higher costs are fine. I can afford it. Immediately, Eben snorted dismissively. This material is so poor. Rubbing it first? Do you think it's entirely green inside? Chapter 116. Can't take a loss? When Eben chimed in again with complaints, Irvin retorted directly. I do as I please. Is that not allowed? Do you have to be the one to nag? You. Eben's face turned red with embarrassment. Riley advised him, dear, don't let his words get to you. Carlo wants to clean it. Let him. I'd like to see what kind of high-grade piece this raw stone will become. Only then did Eben feel slightly better, gritting his teeth. Right? Let him clean. If it doesn't turn out, he must compensate me 100 million. Irvin gave him a contemptuous look. Compensate you 100 million? Dream on. More like I'll spit 100 million at you. At this moment, the stall owner had adjusted the jade cutting machine and began to polish it. Screech. The grating sound of the saw blades rang out once more. Under the stall owner's control, the raw stone approached the rapidly spinning side of the saw blade. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. Ronaldo was so nervous her heart nearly leaped into her throat. She instinctively grabbed Irvin's hand. Irvin smiled calmly at her. Relax. In this game of gambling on jade, I can't lose. If I did, I'd disable myself. Phew, you talk nonsense again. If you disable yourself, how will I continue your family line? Ronaldo said, annoyed. Irvin chuckled and teased. So, you want to continue my family line? How about we go home and, after this? Don't be silly. Hey show, what? Aren't you embarrassed? There are so many people around. Ronaldo blushed brightly. As Irvin was about to keep teasing, a red mist burst from the stone's surface. Immediately, the crowd erupted in excitement. Damn, it turned red. Karlovin's, blood red, and that specific shade of chicken blood red too. TSK, this is top grade. This young man is going to strike it incredibly rich. Parloring the murmurs, Ronaldo looked at Irvin admiringly. Irvin, you're amazing. Irvin smiled and then turned to the now pale-faced Eben. Carlo, Eben, weren't you pretty arrogant just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Eben clenched his teeth. Humph, you need to gloat. When we bet, we agreed the value of the cut jade would determine the winner. Your stone isn't large. Maybe its total value won't surpass mine. Moreover, only a small part has been revealed. What if only this bit is red? Irvin shook his head. Looks like you don't realize the truth until you're faced with it. Carlo immediately instructed the stall owner to polish off all the skin from the raw stone. The stall owner complied right away. Soon, under the cautious operation of the stall owner, all the outer layer of the raw stone was removed, revealing a large piece of blood-red jadeite. Once again, the scene became buzzing with excitement. Karlovins, such a large piece of chicken blood jadeite. I've never seen anything like it. With this quality, it must be worth no less than 30 million. 30 million? What an eye. Let me tell you honestly, it's got to be over 100 million. Over 100 million? Sure, in the current jade market, green jadeite is common, but chicken blood jadeite is rare, making it far more valuable. Oh, I see. So, the owner of this chicken blood jadeite must have made a killing? Absolutely. Ronald standing to the commotion around him. Eben felt terrible. His whole body trembled and his face turned gray. Carlo couldn't fathom how Irvin, a layman, managed to buy such a top-grade raw stone. Even if his own stone were completely green, its total value wouldn't compare. In other words, he lost, badly, in this jade gamble. How is this possible? I've gambled on jade for years, and I've never encountered such a situation. Irvin's luck is outrageously good. Beside him, Riley noticed his darkening mood. Dear, are you alright? My loss is 100 million. Do you think it's nothing? Eben snapped, his eyes bloodshot. Riley dared not say another word. Then, Irvin's mocking voice sounded. Eben, you lost? Why then on women? Can't take a loss, huh? Eben growled. Irvin, my woman. What's it got to do with you? True, not my problem, Irvin shrugged. Now that the result is clear, shouldn't you pay up the 100 million? Eben looked miserable. Though he was a second-generation rich, he didn't have 100 million on him. Carlo wasn't Wang Xiaoshuang. Even though his family was wealthy, once they found out he lost 100 million on a jade gamble, they might consider disowning him. Are you planning to default? Irvin's face darkened. Eben stuttered, unsure of what to do. Carlo-y, Mr. Tian, you lost? Hurry up and honor your promise. Don't forget, I have your personally signed agreement. If you don't pay up, I'll take this to your family. Irvin showed a written agreement. Many passersby began urging Eben to honor the deal. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Eben suddenly heard a stern voice behind him. Wan Chao, uncle is here. Upon hearing this, Eben's eyes lit up. Turning around, he saw his uncle Remy leading a group from the Xinwei Martial Arts Hall. The crowd quickly made way. Uncle, you finally came. Eben rushed over and pointed at Irvin, loudly saying, Uncle, this guy is trouble. Carlo also won 100 million from gambling on jade. You have to get that agreement back. A wave of shock spread through the crowd. Some nerve, trying to renege on a deal? Disgraceful. Can't take a loss. Now I've seen it. A shameless person is invincible. Facing these insults, Eben's face flushed. Carlo shouted, Everybody shut up. Believe me or not, I'll have my uncle beat you to death. Everyone fell silent instantly. Ordinary people wouldn't dare challenge the power of the Xinwei Martial Arts Hall. Clap, clap. Irvin clapped his hands, smiling. Eben, what great tactics. Eben, hating Irvin with every fiber of his being, urged his uncle, Uncle, hurry up, bring down this guy, get rid of. Before he finished, Remy's expression changed abruptly. A thunderous slap followed. You disgrace, shut up. Ah, Eben screamed, spinning on the spot. Chapter 117, Seamus U. Jade Store. After a while, Eben finally came to his senses. Carlo covered his face and looked at his uncle Remy. Uncle, why did you hit me? Idiot, you still don't know why I hit you? Remy roared, slapping Eben's face again. Ow. Eben screamed in pain, landing on the ground and crying loudly. Uncle, have you lost your mind? I'm your nephew. Do you remember being my nephew when you caused trouble for me? Remy grew angrier as he spoke, grabbing Eben and hitting him several more times. Slap, slap, slap. Ow. Ow. Eben kept wailing, tears welling up in his eyes. Uncle, what kind of trouble did I cause? Just tell me clearly. In such a public setting, could they openly say that Irvin was his master? Remy looked at Eben with deep frustration. It wasn't that he didn't dare to say it. It was because Irvin had made it clear beforehand that their master-servant relationship couldn't be exposed in public. For this reason, even if given 100 lives, he wouldn't dare. Shut up. Apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. Remy bellowed. Eben wanted to argue but backed down when his uncle raised his hand again. Carlo knew that his family's success was due to his uncle's support. Even his parents dared not defy him. Reluctantly, Eben apologized to Irvin and Ronaldo. Sorry, it was our fault just now. Irvin said coolly, is an apology enough from just you? Carlo glanced at Riley standing behind Eben. Eben hated it but didn't dare argue back, pulling Riley forward. After a nasty look from him, Riley reluctantly apologized too. Only then was Irvin satisfied. I can accept your apologies, but don't forget the 1 billion yuan gambling debt. Pay it soon. Eben's face turned grim. Though 1 billion yuan was a large sum, he could afford it. At worst, he'd get scolded or beaten by his parents. But if he defaulted, his uncle might very well disown him and let him fend for himself. So he bit his lip and promised, Mr. Yi, rest assured, I'll pay you the billion as soon as possible. With his promise secured, Irvin nodded approvingly, waving him off like swatting a fly. You can leave now. Eben didn't hesitate, dragging Riley away quickly. Remy nervously walked over to Irvin, waiting for further instructions. Irvin waved again. This has nothing to do with you. Go ahead and leave. Don't ruin our date. Relieved, Remy hurriedly led his martial arts students away. The crowd around them was still in shock. Everyone stared at Irvin in amazement. Remy was a famous figure, the owner of the prestigious Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. Now, he behaved like a lowly servant in front of the young medical sage, not daring to breathe loudly. It was unbelievable. Uncomfortable under the curious gazes, Irvin quickly pulled Ronaldo away, holding the chicken blood jade stone he had found at Leona's shop. Outside Mingyang Temple, they stopped. Unexpectedly, many passersby, especially tourists, gathered around when they saw the chicken blood jade stone in Irvin's hand. Boy, how much would you sell this chicken blood jade stone for? Someone asked. Sorry, this piece is not for sale right now. I plan to make it into a prized possession for my store, Irvin smiled enigmatically. Parloring this, they reluctantly left. Once the crowd dispersed, Ronaldo couldn't help asking, Irvin, you mentioned making a prized possession with that jade stone. Are you planning to open a store? Yes, I intend to invest in opening a store named Sheng.1-252.I Jade Store, Irvin grinned. Sheng.1-252.I Jade Store? Ronaldo, who was quick-witted, understood his intentions and blushed. Why are you using my name for the store without my permission? Isn't this silly? Irvin laughed. My master Leona calculated it. This name brings great fortune. Relax. Really? Ronaldo was doubtful. She had seen Irvin's fortune-telling skills before. Of course. Our names are meant to be together. Look, I've already thought of the slogan. Amidst the maple leaves and jade, we await you here. What do you think? Irvin said seriously. Pa, amidst the maple leaves and jade? What an idea. Though she acted annoyed, Ronaldo secretly felt delighted. After a moment, she asked seriously, Irvin, you're really planning to open a jade store? Sure, Irvin nodded. But I'll only invest. The operation will be managed by you and your sister. But neither of us knows anything about jade, Ronaldo replied. You don't need to. You just manage the place. Hire experts for specialized tasks, Irvin reassured her. But managing isn't something we know either. Ronaldo worried. No one is born knowing everything. Besides, didn't you start from scratch when you first started vending? Irvin encouraged. Ronaldo hesitated. That's true. Seeing her hesitation, Irvin continued. In this way, your sister will have a legitimate job and income, rather than loafing around. Right. Ronaldo agreed. True. But opening a jade store requires significant investment, especially sourcing materials. How will you handle that? Irvin seemed to have anticipated this, smiling. Remember those jade scraps I asked you to buy earlier? Ronaldo was surprised. Jade scraps? Yes. I told you I could turn waste into treasure. With this method, we won't need to source new materials. I can refine the scraps into jade and carve them into artworks for sale, Irvin confidently explained. His mental inheritance included secrets of jade carving. I see, Ronaldo paused. But once the store opens, with sales picking up, will you be able to manage both refining and carving? Irvin nodded. It's manageable. Plus, I'll train some apprentices. Ronaldo pondered for a moment, feeling hopeful about the future. Chapter 118. Turning waste into treasure. Horatio found Ronaldo's point quite reasonable. After all, it was impossible for him to spend a great deal of time on these trivial matters. But then, he immediately came up with an excellent idea. Ronaldo, you're absolutely right. I can't manage all this. However, I can limit production and go high-end. Horatio smiled. High-end? What do you mean by high-end? Ronaldo asked curiously. Do you mean your jade will be more upscale than those in other jade shops? Of course, Horatio said proudly. Anything produced by me is bound to be top-notch. Got it. Ronaldo laughed sarcastically. Do you have any sense of decency? Horatio chuckled, unperturbed, and continued. To be honest, the jade I produce isn't just ordinary jade. Specifically, it's not merely a handicraft or art piece, but a collector's item with special functions, worth millions. Worth millions? You're getting more unbelievable, Ronaldo rolled her eyes. Horatio felt frustrated that his explanations were falling on deaf ears. Alright, seeing is believing. Let's stop aimlessly walking around, and I'll show you firsthand how I turn waste into treasure, Horatio suggested. Fine, Ronaldo nodded. Then, Horatio stored the chicken blood red jade in the car and left Ronaldo inside to watch over it. Carlo returned to the Mingyang Temple stall and brought all the jade scraps he had bought earlier back to the car, placing them in the trunk. Finally, Horatio drove back to Ronaldo's rented house with her. Just as they entered, Isabella, wearing a revealing nightgown, greeted them. Sis, brother-in-law, you're back? Seeing her enticing attire, Horatio almost lost himself for a moment before being pinched awake by Ronaldla. Embarrassed, Horatio gave a sheepish smile. Ronaldla turned to Isabella. Canny, what are you wearing like that during the daytime? Go change now. Isabella grinned, unfazed. What's wrong with my outfit? Besides, brother-in-law isn't a stranger, so it doesn't matter if he sees. You. Annoyed, Ronaldla raised her hand to strike. But Isabella hurriedly ran back to change clothes, clearly fearing her sister's reaction. Relieved, Ronaldla then guided Horatio inside, where he placed the blood-red jade on the dining table while leaving the pile of jade scraps on the floor. Horatio, what's next? Ronaldla asked. We need one more thing before we start making the jade, Horatio replied. I'll have someone deliver it. What's that? A Hunyuan integral xanernase. A Hunyuan integral xanernase? What's that? Ronaldla looked puzzled. Horatio chuckled. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Understanding his implication, Ronaldla stopped asking. Horatio took out his phone and dialed Frederick. Frederick, where are you? Bossy, I'm outside your villa at number 30 Zafii Road, Frederick replied. You asked us to secretly protect your family, so we didn't dare neglect our duty. Horatio remembered and instructed. Go to my house, bring the Hunyuan integral xanernase from the basement. I'll send you a picture of it via WeChat. Understood, bossy. After hanging up, Horatio sent the furnace's photo from his album and shared his location via WeChat. Frederick confirmed he would take care of it immediately. Moments later, Isabella emerged, fully dressed, and Ronaldla's demeanor visibly softened. Carloe, sis, brother-in-law, this blood-colored jade looks amazing. It must be very valuable, right? Isabella noticed the blood-red jade on the table. Absolutely valuable, worth over 100 million, Ronaldla remarked casually. Over 100 million? Isabella gasped. Sure, Ronaldla nodded. Don't believe me? Ask him. Isabella's beautiful eyes turned to Horatio. Carlo explained everything about how he purchased it and won a huge sum. Impressed, Isabella exclaimed, brother-in-law is awesome. Spending 300,000 to find such premium jade and make another billion. I don't want to work hard anymore. I'll just cling to you. With that, she hugged Horatio's arm tightly, much to his discomfort and awkwardness. Carlo glanced helplessly at Ronaldla. Ronaldla scolded. Girls should strive on their own for personal value, understand? Isabella stuck out her tongue. Just kidding. Shaking her head, Ronaldla sighed. Then Isabella saw the pile of jade scraps and asked Horatio, brother-in-law, what's this for? Mysteriously, Horatio smiled. It's a secret for now. You'll see soon. Pouting, Isabella pestered him further. Keeping secrets from your own little sister-in-law? Really? Feeling her warmth, Horatio was momentarily entranced until he caught Ronaldla's warning glance. Quickly excusing himself, he slipped away to the bathroom. Left alone, Ronaldla promptly reprimanded Isabella for being too informal. 20 minutes later, Horatio received a call from Frederick saying he was at the underground parking lot. Carlo instructed Frederick to come upstairs, giving him the exact location details. Opening the door, Horatio welcomed Frederick, who carried the Hunyuan integral xanernase. Thanks, Frederick, Horatio acknowledged, taking the furnace. Grinning, Frederick replied, no trouble serving bossy. Nodding, Horatio let him leave. Turning to the sisters, he said cheerfully, prepare to witness a miracle. Both Ronaldla and Isabella watched intently as he moved the furnace to the kitchen, lit a fire, and chanted. Suddenly, the color of the flame in the furnace changed from pale blue to dark green, eerily. Seizing the moment, Horatio quickly added a handful of jade scraps into the furnace. Strangely, the once waste material started to undergo a chemical transformation, reforming into a solid piece of jade. My God, this is possible? Brother-in-law, are you even human? Isabella exclaimed in awe. Chapter 119, using fingers as a knife. Just like her younger sister Isabella, Ronaldla was now utterly amazed. Previously, Irvin had said he could turn these jade scraps into treasures. At the time, she hadn't believed him, but now, was this turning waste into treasure? It was more like transmuting stone into gold. Nonsense, if I weren't human, could I be your brother-in-law? Irvin chuckled and scolded lightly. Then, using the same method, he refined all the remaining jade scraps into 7 or 8 pieces of uniformly green, emerald jade stones of equal size. Yeah, we're rich, we're rich. Isabella yelled in excitement like a child. Brother-in-law, tell us, how much can each piece of jade sell for? Irvin pondered for a moment and said, comparing it to that piece of jade Evan processed which was supposedly worth tens of millions. Our pieces are larger. Each of ours should be worth at least that much? Good grief. Brother-in-law, so you're saying these 7 or 8 pieces can fetch over 70 or 80 million? Isabella's eyes sparkled with delight. Exactly. Irvin nodded firmly, but shook his head immediately afterward. But if we just sell them directly like this, there won't be high added value. It wouldn't be worthwhile. Ronaldla, being quick-witted, interjected. You mean we should have them carved and processed into our pieces? Snap. Irvin snapped his fingers and said happily, not bad, my girlfriend. You hit the nail on the head. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Without further ado, Irvin picked up the crimson-colored jade stone, didn't even use the carving knife designed for jade, but instead channeled his abundant true chi to his fingertips, then began working on it with his fingers acting as knives. Instantly, bits of stone chips flew about and fell to the ground. Due to the inherited information in his mind, despite never having carved jade before, his movements were remarkably proficient, smooth as flowing clouds. A minute later, a vivid sculpture of Wu Saint-1-252.I wielding a green dragon Yan-Yu-Dao, emerged in front of Ronaldla and Isabella. Revised. A minute later, a vivid jade sculpture of Wu Saint-1-252.I wielding a green dragon saber appeared before Ronaldla and Isabella. Note, Yan-Yu-Dao is typically translated as green dragon saber or moon saber to ensure it reads naturally in English. My god, brother-in-law, this Guan Yu you've carved looks almost lifelike. Isabella's eyes widened in awe and admiration. Ronaldo shared the same astonished expression. Yet deep inside, she still harbored a little doubt. Strange, I've never seen Irvin this impressive before. Why now? Haha. Looking at the masterpiece he had personally created, Irvin was very satisfied. This emerald jade statue of Guan Yu wielding the Yanyu Adeo is carved from blood red jade valued at over 100 million. Now its value has at least doubled several times over. If I add more elements to make it capable of warding off evil, accumulating wealth, enhancing chi, and blessing descendants, its value would be even greater. Immediately, he sifted through the inherited information in his mind and imbued the jade statue with various talismans and formations. Soon, the Guan Yu jade statue transformed and exuded an aura of great spiritual power. The most obvious sensation was the swirling tendrils of green mist around it. People standing nearby felt their breathing become smoother, their spirits refreshed, and an inexplicable sense of comfort. Well done. Irvin smiled, paused his work, and said to Ronaldo, this Guan Yu jade statue will be our Sheng.1-252.I jade shop's main treasure. Even if someone offers 1 billion yuan, we won't sell it. Upon hearing this, Ronaldo and Isabella exchanged glances. Even if someone offers 1 billion yuan, we won't sell it? Isabella exclaimed in shock. Irvin, isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Ronaldo couldn't help but ask. Exaggerated? Not at all, Irvin shook his head and explained. For ordinary people, this jade statue can merely ward off evil and stabilize a home. But for those practicing martial arts, it can gather natural energy, greatly aiding in cultivation and providing boundless benefits. After his explanation, Ronaldo and Isabella finally understood. Brother-in-law, do you plan to carve all the remaining jade pieces? Isabella asked, pointing at the 7 or 8 pieces they had just extracted. Of course. Otherwise, what would our Sheng.1-252.I jade shop sell? Irvin laughed. Our Sheng.1-252.I jade shop? Isabella was taken aback. Irvin then explained further. Isabella's face lit up with envy as she turned to Ronaldo. Sis, look how good your husband-to-be is to you. Carlo not only invests in a shop for you, but even includes both of your names in the store name. There's no such thing. Carlo's just fooling around. Though Ronaldo spoke thus, her body reacted truthfully, especially her beautiful face, now flushed with shy delight. No need to say, Isabella's words made her heart bloom with joy. Seeing her like this, how could Irvin not understand her thoughts? Carlo couldn't help but smile widely, especially brightly. By the way, sis, after the Sheng.1-252.I jade shop opens, it will definitely need staff. Would you like me to help? Isabella suddenly asked Ronaldo. How could we not need your help? Ronaldo smiled. To tell you the truth, Irvin has already thought it through. After the shop opens, he'll have you manage it to keep you busy rather than idle all day. So brother-in-law has already planned for me. Isabella's eyes gleamed as she looked gratefully at Irvin. Brother-in-law, you're really good to me. Rest assured, I'll work hard with you and achieve something remarkable. Irvin just smiled in response. Then Irvin continued working, cutting the 7 or 8 pieces of jade into smaller chunks of varying sizes before meticulously carving each one. It took an hour to create over 70 different jade artifacts, statues, bracelets, pendants, etc., all hand-carved by Irvin himself. Of course, to increase their value, Irvin also infused them with talismans and formations to enhance special functionalities. Now, these jade pieces will be what we sell at our Sheng.1-252.I jade shop. My requirement is simple. The prices must be set high, Irvin told Ronaldo and Isabella. Ronaldo asked, puzzled, certainly, the prices will be higher than the market average, but how much higher? We need some standard. At least 10 times the price of similar items from competitors, Irvin stated confidently. At least 10 times? Isn't that a bit excessive? Ronaldo exclaimed. Sis, is that excessive? Isabella countered immediately. Each piece brother-in-law crafted took immense effort, and they are all masterpieces, far superior to ordinary jade artifacts. I'd say 10 times the price is still low. Better yet, make it 20 times. I like the sound of that. Irvin smiled at Isabella, then turned to Ronaldo. Now that we've secured inventory, I'll send you the funds later. For choosing the location of the shop, I'll leave it to you. Ronaldo nodded. Got it. I'll go look for a suitable place right away. Isabella agreed. I'll come with you, sis. Ronaldo smiled. Okay. Suddenly, Isabella asked Irvin, brother-in-law, aren't you coming with us? Irvin shook his head. After carving the jade, I expended a lot of physical and mental energy. I need to rest. Coloring this, Isabella replied, then brother-in-law, get plenty of rest at home and wait for us to return. Irvin nodded. Afterward, Ronaldo and Isabella left, while Irvin stayed behind, sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa, meditating to recover his energy. The Ronald nourishment formula indeed worked wonders. In just half an hour, he felt his strength return, and his cultivation improved significantly. With Ronaldo and Isabella not yet back, he felt bored and reached for his phone, opening Douyin. Immediately, he was stunned by what he saw. Chapter 120, an omen of great misfortune. Carlo noticed that his follower count on Douyin had broken through to 50,000. Notably, the number of private messages had reached 999 plus, which left him speechless. Carlo immediately opened the messages. They were all from people seeking medical consultations or treatment. Irvin felt an instant headache. Usually, as a compassionate physician, he would never turn away those in need of medical help. But with so many people needing assistance, how could he possibly manage alone? Ignoring them might cause these fans to lose faith and turn against him, harming his reputation. Looks like I need to find a win-win solution, Irvin pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck him. The Sheng.1-252.I jade shop is set to open soon. Why not announce via Douyin that I will be holding a free clinic on the opening day? This way, I can address the medical needs of these people while promoting the jade shop and increasing its visibility. What's not to like? With that thought in mind, he quickly shot a short video, edited it with text using a software app, and then posted it. Right after posting, he felt the urge to go to the bathroom and rushed off. 5 minutes later, he returned. To his surprise, this newly posted video had already garnered over 30,000 likes and 3,000 comments within 5 minutes. Damn, did I unlock some kind of traffic code? I just went to the bathroom for a bit, and it already has so many likes and comments. Irvin, feeling both surprised and delighted, opened the comments section. Finally, Beckham updated. Tears. Did you know? I waited so long for a reply from Beckham. My flowers withered waiting. But now we have an official response. Amazing. Beckham truly lives up to his name by offering free medical consultations. This video from Beckham is timely rain, giving us terminally ill patients hope. On the opening day of Siamusu Jade Shop, I'll definitely come for the consultation and support the Jade Shop. Me too. And me. Looking at the screen full of comments, Irvin felt a mix of emotions, excitement, gratitude, and guilt. Ronald and death are natural, but who wouldn't want to stay with their loved ones and enjoy the colorful world? If only he had seen these comments sooner and responded earlier. Immediately, he recorded another short video to apologize publicly. Once posted, the video instantly drew massive attention with people eagerly engaging. Comments and likes poured in, and his follower count surged again. Carlo, if this keeps up, I'll become a mega influencer with millions of followers. Irvin said smugly. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Ida calling. Irvin, it's bad. Andy has been kidnapped by someone named Titus. The panic in Aida's voice was evident. What? Mom has been kidnapped by Titus? Irvin exploded in rage. Irvin, do you know who Titus is? Ida asked in confusion. If I'm not mistaken, Titus should be the son of Artie from the Zhou family. But I've already killed Artie, and Titus should hate me deeply and seek revenge. As far as I know, Titus has been under house arrest by the Zhou elder. Did he escape somehow? Irvin started calculating with the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique. Soon, the results were clear. Just as he suspected, Titus and his sister Elsa had escaped. After fleeing the Zhou family, they joined a local underground organization called the Ronaltal Knife Gang. To gain favor with the gang leader Elliot, Titus even offered his sister Elsa to serve Elliot. Under Elsa's influence, Elliot promoted Titus to a minor position within the gang and sent a few experts to assist him in infiltrating Dexter City for revenge against Irvin. Knowing Irvin's strength, Titus cunningly kidnapped Irvin's mother while she was working, aiming to force Irvin into submission. Unfortunately for Titus, he underestimated Irvin's power. Ida, don't worry. If Titus wants to play this game, I'll send him to hell to see his father, Irvin gritted out. Irvin, please don't act rashly until Auntie is safe. Ida urged. Don't worry, Ida. I know what I'm doing, Irvin reassured her. All right. Ida sighed in relief. Oh, Titus left a number. Carlo told me to give it to you. All right, please send it to me. Sure. A moment later, Irvin received a message from Ida with the phone number. Carlo dialed immediately. The call connected quickly, and a smug voice on the other end spoke. Irvin, didn't see that coming, did you? Irvin barked. Titus, listen carefully. You'd better treat my mother well, or I'll make sure you have no place to bury yourself. Don't give me crap. Titus interrupted roughly. Irvin, if you know what's good for you, get here right now, or your mother dies. By the way, you can resurrect the dead, so why don't I chop her into pieces first? You bastard, dare you? Irvin roared. Watch me. You. Concerned for his mother's life, Irvin relented. Fine. I'm coming. Send me the exact location. I'll send you the coordinates. Titus grinned. But remember, Irvin, come alone. If you call the police, I'll chop her into pieces. Titus, this is my final warning. Hurt my mother, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. With that, Irvin hung up. Moments later, a friend request notification popped up on WeChat. Recognizing it as Titus's, he accepted it. The account promptly sent a location. Checking the location, he found it was in the western outskirts of Dexter City. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated. Let me calculate the auspiciousness first before rushing off. Carlo began the calculations. Moments later, the result appeared. Subject * Irvin. Fortune * a sign of great misfortune. What? A sign of great misfortune? Irvin's face turned pale as he froze in shock. ##### Chapter 121. The Carlo-Vinley Lock Formation. Seeing the pop-up result predicting dire omens, Irvin was momentarily stunned. But soon, he regained his resolve and said with determination, No, my mother raised me through hardships. Now that she's in trouble, how can I, as her son, shrink back and do nothing? But running to save her blindly, knowing it's a grave danger, would likely end in failure and even cost me my life. That isn't wise. Fine, I'll try calculating again to see if there's any way out. Immediately, he once again activated the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique and began deducing using finger calculations. Soon, the pop-up gave him a detailed result. So it turns out the reason for the dire omen is because Titus brought along a powerful martial artist at the 5th stage of the solid body realm. The most terrifying part is that this person knows everything about me, including my mastery of the primal chaos illusory sword technique. If I go there recklessly, I won't stand a chance and will die without even a place to bury my remains. It seems that increasing my cultivation isn't feasible in such a short time. I must come up with some new tricks. Carlo then started racking his brain, sifting through the vast trove of inherited knowledge stored in his mind. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. The Carlo-Vinley Lock Formation. This one should work. The Carlo-Vinley Lock Formation was a profound and mysterious Carlo-Vin level formation within the array techniques stored in his mind. Its core revolved around the concept of locking, to confine and trap. Once an enemy of the 5th stage solid body realm entered this formation, no matter how formidable they were, they wouldn't be able to escape and would be exhausted until finally captured alive. However, while the formation was powerful, it required a group of highly trained and fearless martial artists who could carry out its demands resolutely. This posed a dilemma for Irvin. Currently, he had several martial artists under his control through obedience pills, especially Remy from the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall, who had become a loyal subordinate. With just one command, Remy would lead his disciples to follow orders promptly. Unfortunately, these disciples had rather lax personalities and might not be up to the task. What should I do? Irvin pondered deeply, then suddenly slapped his thigh again. How could I forget Queenie from the Sky Patrol Department? Allegedly, they consist of elite soldiers selected from the military, well-trained, decisive, and fearless. If I can have Queenie bring them here for my training, the Karlovinly lock formation could be put to good use. Without delay, he took out his phone, found Queenie's number, and dialed. Soon, the call connected. Irvin, what do you need? Came Queenie's voice on the other end. Irvin chuckled insincerely. Why? Do I only call when I need something? Don't play games. What do you want? Queenie's voice grew impatient. Irvin sighed. All right, I called today because I want to offer you an incredible opportunity. What kind of incredible opportunity? Queenie asked curiously. Irvin smiled. Queenie, tell me, whenever you lead your team on missions, don't you often encounter much stronger martial artists than yourselves? Yes, Queenie nodded. So, what do you do in such situations? Naturally, I request assistance from higher-ups and additional experts. Right, but what if I told you I can teach your team a powerful formation so that you can overcome strong enemies in the future? Would you believe it? Is that true? Of course it's true. Zanini, Irvin, I admit your medical skills are divine, but when did you learn formations? Besides, is just one formation that powerful? Do you not believe me? Fine, I swear on my title as the medical sage. If I lie, on our wedding night 5 years from now, I'll do 100 push-ups. No, 1,000. Huh, who says anything about our wedding night 5 years from now? Keep talking nonsense, and you'll regret it. Queenie's tone turned threatening. Undeterred by her threats, Irvin softened his tone. Just kidding, just kidding. Anyway, do you want to learn this formation or not? Let me tell you, it's amazing. Queenie interrupted coldly. Enough beating around the bush. What's really going on? I'm hanging up if you don't say. Irvin sighed. We made a cooperation agreement, right? You promised to help me when I need it, correct? Yes. To be honest, my mother has been kidnapped by that scoundrel Titus. You're serious? Yes. I plan to rescue her alone, but then I realized he has a 5th stage solid body expert backing him, someone far beyond my capability. So, I'm asking for your help. Karlovins, a 5th stage solid body expert? My team is all at the body tempering stage, and even I am only at the 2nd stage. How can we possibly handle a 5th stage solid body expert? Queenie exclaimed. Why fear? I have a formation that, once learned, will allow us to turn the tide against a stronger opponent. Really? If I'm lying, you can ride me forever. Alright, since you're so confident, I'll give it a try. Come to our base quickly. Good, send me the address. No problem. At the Dexterjo branch of the Sky Patrol Department base. Following Queenie's directions, Irvin drove here. Before leaving, he sent a WeChat message to Ronaldla to avoid worrying her and her sister. Thankfully, Ronaldla was understanding and reminded him to drive safely. Entering the base, Irvin was led to an open-air training ground by Sky Patrol personnel. Queenie stood there in camouflage, flanked by her squad waiting for him. You finally arrived. Queenie greeted him sternly. Everyone is here. When do you plan to teach us this formation? Now, Irvin answered without hesitation. Rescue operations needed urgency. Carlo had to impart the Karlovinly lock formation quickly, and then lead them to save his mother. Alright, choose whoever you like for my team, but if this formation is useless and embarrasses me in front of my subordinates, don't blame me for getting angry, Queenie warned. Don't worry, it won't happen, Irvin reassured her. Then, Queenie led Irvin to the squad. Without further ado, Irvin requested a blackboard, drew out the Karlovinly lock formation, and explained it thoroughly. The people selected for the Sky Patrol Department were highly educated and quick learners. Thanks to Irvin's clear explanations, they quickly grasped the core principles. However, Queenie objected immediately. Irvin, this formation requires significant resources and spirit yales to activate. Where are we supposed to find them? Irvin smiled. If I didn't have spirit yales, would I be here? Queenie gasped. You have spirit yales? Show me. Irvin pulled out a few egg-sized stones. Queenie rolled her eyes. Irvin, please tell me those aren't spirit yales? ####Chapter 122, Array Practice. Faced with Queenie's doubts, Irvin was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he raised his thumb in praise. You've got good eyes. This indeed isn't yet a spirit stone, but I can turn it into one right away. It turned out that the stones Irvin held were actually some pieces of jade. Before leaving Ronaldla's rented house, he had thought about how the Karlovin and Earth Golden Lock Array needed spirit stones to activate, so he refined some jade scraps back into usable jade. Can you really turn jade into a spirit stone? Queenie's eyes lit up. Of course, Irvin nodded. In essence, a spirit stone is still jade, but there is a fundamental difference. Spirit stones are jade-rich in the essence of heaven and earth. Queenie nodded. What you say makes sense, but for jade to transform into a spirit stone, it takes hundreds or even thousands of years. Can you really do this in such a short time? Don't believe me? Watch carefully. Irvin chuckled, then took a piece of jade in his hand. Carlo followed by imbuing it with an array. This wasn't any ordinary array. It was precisely the essence-gathering array. Soon, the spiritual energy from the surroundings began to converge rapidly. The originally emerald green jade became deeper in color, eventually turning dark green. Not only that, but this piece of jade also began to emit a faint energy fluctuation. As the essence grew stronger, this energy fluctuation also intensified. My goodness, you actually turned jade into a spirit stone? Queenie looked at Irvin as if he were a monster. Irvin, are you really just a miraculous doctor? Irvin smugly replied, of course not. I have many skills. What do you think? Is your future husband impressive? Queenie rolled her eyes. So, now you're boasting after getting a few compliments? Irvin laughed awkwardly. Alright, since you can create spirit stones, let's stop wasting time and start practicing the array formation. I want to see the power of the Karlovan and Earth Golden Lock Array, Queenie said. Sure. Irvin was not being formal either. This training area is excellent and spacious. Let's set up the array here. Agreed, Queenie nodded. What materials do you need? Certainly materials are necessary. Irvin glanced around and noticed several sandbags not far from the training field. Carlo instructed Queenie's subordinates to bring all the sandbags over. Then, according to the requirements of the Karlovan and Earth Golden Lock Array, he placed the sandbags where they belonged, forming walls as tall as a person. Next, Irvin selected several people from Queenie's subordinates to occupy each sandbag wall. Soon, an array based on the principles of the Bagua and I Ching began to take shape. Once everything was ready, Irvin walked to the center of the array, the key point, and took out a jade stone that had already absorbed some essence. Carlo then bit his finger, dripped a drop of his blood onto the jade, and started chanting incantations. The next moment, the once ordinary Karlovan and Earth Golden Lock Array seemed to come alive, brimming with spiritual energy. Even those standing outside the array could clearly feel its presence. Do you want to experience the power of this array? Come inside and try. Irvin shouted loudly from the center of the array. Upon hearing this, Queenie and her team immediately felt the urge to try it out. Let's go in and test it. Queenie waved her hand and led everyone forward. But unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped into the array, the scenery changed drastically. The original training ground instantly turned into vast sandy terrain. At the end of the sandy terrain stood a high wall with Irvin on top. Queenie and her companions exchanged glances in disbelief. But immediately, Queenie realized something and shouted loudly, "It's an illusion. It won't harm us. Everyone don't panic." Just as she finished speaking, Irvin laughed from the center of the array. An illusion? Harmless? Fine. Now let me show you the real power. Wind rises. In the next second, Queenie and her team felt a fierce wind whipping up, causing sandstorms that blotted out the sky. Queenie initially thought it was still an illusion and wasn't scared. However, when the sandstorm reached her, she suddenly discovered that she couldn't open her eyes. Worse, the sand hitting her face felt like cuts from knives, incredibly painful. Realizing the true power of the array, Queenie quickly called out, "Everyone be careful, don't fall for the tricks." Yes, the subordinates responded loudly. Then, one subordinate suggested, "Boss, as the saying goes, capture the king first. If we can take down Irvin, the array will be broken." Queenie thought it made sense and immediately gave the order, "Right, capture him. Let's rush forward and take Irvin down." With that, she led the charge. Carlo's subordinates followed closely behind. Still stubbornly trying to fight your way through, Irvin shook his head and smiled, yelling to the member responsible for the defense in the sandy terrain, "Davian, it's your move?" "Carlock, yeah." Davian nodded and immediately started setting up the array as Irvin had taught him. In an instant, the wind roared, sand raged wildly, and finally transformed into a huge dragon twisting and turning, with Davian standing proudly atop it. Queenie and her team stared in disbelief, scattered by the gale formed by the dragon without any chance of resistance. Finally, unable to endure further, Queenie and her team cried out in distress. Seeing this, Irvin smiled. "I told you so. You insisted on experiencing it yourself, didn't you?" Carlo then walked out of the center of the array. In the next moment, the sandstorm ceased. Queenie and her team gradually regained their senses. They all sat on the ground in a sorry state, looking utterly exhausted. "How about it? Miss Inspector Fong, what do you think of my array's power?" Irvin walked confidently up to Queenie. Queenie took a deep breath and exclaimed in delight, "I never expected that this array would be so powerful. I initially thought it was all illusions, but it turned out to be real. With this, our team will have nothing to fear from martial arts experts in the future." Irvin laughed. "That's right. Now, you won't say I'm lying to you, will you?" Queenie retorted sarcastically, "Will you ever stop? Can we drop it? Don't forget, your mother is still in Titus's hands. Aren't you worried about saving her?" Irvin's heart tightened. "Of course, I want to save her. Then why are you just standing there? We need to practice intensively. After all, we're facing a solid Realm Stage 5 expert. We must familiarize ourselves and build combat strength as soon as possible," Queenie urged. Irvin fully agreed. Under Irvin's guidance, Queenie, as the core member of the team, entered the array's central point and began leading her subordinates in drills. During this period, to test the effectiveness, Irvin personally attempted to break through the array. Initially, Queenie was somewhat flustered, but as they became more proficient with the array, Irvin found his attempts becoming increasingly challenging, ultimately forcing him to surrender. However, Irvin did not feel disheartened. Instead, he was exhilarated. With this array, what was there to fear from Titus's solid Realm Stage 5 master? As he thought, his phone rang. Carlo picked it up. It was Titus's number. "What the hell are you doing, Irvin? Why haven't you come yet? Are you going to let your mom die?" Titus screamed as soon as Irvin answered. Translation ends Carlor. Note, the provided text has been translated while maintaining paragraph structure and style, ensuring coherence and naturalness. Chapter 123, Rescue. Seeing Titus cursing and raging, Irvin felt greatly displeased. However, out of concern for his mother's safety, he chose to temporarily swallow his anger and stabilize the situation. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Why are you in such a rush? On my way here, I got into a car accident and have been stuck in traffic." "Traffic jam?" Titus clearly didn't believe it. "Irvin, are you making up a story? Do you think I have time to make up stories when I'm burning with worry?" Irvin pretended to be furious. "Who knows if you're just making up a story? Irvin, listen well. No tricks, especially no police, or else you'll regret it." Titus threatened menacingly before hanging up. Irvin's face darkened as he put away his phone, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. At that moment, Queenie stepped forward and asked, "Irvin, what happened?" Irvin recounted what had just occurred. Coloring this, Queenie decided immediately, "We can't delay any longer. Shall we depart right now?" "All right," Irvin agreed readily. But before we leave, I need to divine the outcome. Queenie rolled her eyes. Is that really necessary? There's nothing wrong with divining. Irvin ignored her doubtful look and started to calculate with his fingers. Soon, the result came in. A great omen. Irvin's eyes lit up. It seemed that relying on Queenie's team was the right move. How did it go? Seeing his delighted expression, Queenie couldn't help but ask. Irvin smiled. Good omen. We can set off. Queenie shook her head, pouting. So superstitious. Afterwards, Queenie called in 3 armored vehicles, and they all got aboard. Following the coordinates given by Titus, they headed straight to the western outskirts of the city. In the basement of a residential house in the western outskirts, a group was gathered playing poker. In the farthest corner of the basement, a middle-aged woman was bound and gagged, her eyes filled with fear and despair. They were not strangers. They were all members of the small knife gang's Tyrant Blade Hall. And this middle-aged woman was none other than Irvin's mother, Nadia. Brothers, isn't it a bit too humiliating to guard this woman as ordered by Chief Zhou? Hall Master Seamus, more than humiliation. Watching over her for so long, little brother is about to burst with frustration. Hall Master Seamus, why not do something fun? Since we're bored anyway, let's play with this woman first. Though she's a bit old, she still has some charm left. Great idea. I love mature women. No. Chief Zhou repeatedly instructed us to watch her carefully. If anything goes wrong, screw it. While Chief Zhou told us to watch her, he didn't say we can't mess with her, right? Exactly. Chief Zhou said after dealing with Irvin, this woman will be buried alive. So, let's have some fun and make her last moments enjoyable. Haha, you're a genius. That makes perfect sense. Okay, let's stop playing cards and go over. Sure. They put down their cards and approached Irvin's mother with ill intentions. She had heard every word they said and struggled wildly, though muffled due to the gag in her mouth. Stop struggling, it's useless. Yeah, might as well enjoy it since resistance is futile. Don't worry, if you serve us well, I'll plead with Chief Zhou, maybe he'll spare your life. Hurry up, strip her clothes. Right, strip her clothes. Just as they were about to carry out their vile act, an angry voice echoed from the entrance of the basement. Stop. They paused and looked towards the entrance. A young man was walking in slowly, but with steady steps, emitting a terrifying aura. It was Irvin. Before coming, he had calculated that his mother was held here alone, so he sneaked in quietly to rescue her first, and then deal with Titus and his gang. Where did you come from, brat? Get lost if you don't want to die. A long-haired man barked arrogantly. The long-haired man was none other than Hamilton, the hall master of the Tyrant Blade Hall. Irvin's face turned grim. What did you say? At that moment, Irvin's mother heard his voice and struggled fiercely. Hamilton immediately scolded. Old bitch, calm down. Unexpectedly, she continued struggling furiously. Enraged, Hamilton raised a hand to slap her. Still not calming down? Touch my mother and you die. Irvin used a swift dragon step and instantly appeared in front of his mother, blocking Hamilton. Huh. Hamilton's face showed surprise. You're only at 5th stage body tempering. How could you be so fast? You're almost as fast as me. Irvin's heart stirred as he activated his Carlo-Vinli. Target, Hamilton. Status, normal. Cultivation, 1st stage body consolidation. Combat power, 154. Irvin narrowed his eyes. Just a hall master with 1st stage body consolidation strength. This small knife gang had deep roots. No question. This small knife gang must be incorporated. One of the men reminded Hamilton, Hall Master, this is Irvin that Chief Zhou mentioned. Carlo just said this woman is his mother. Realizing this, Hamilton sized up Irvin. So you're Irvin. Who would have thought you'd find us here? Fine. Let's see if you live up to what Chief Zhou said. With that, he attacked swiftly, aiming a palm strike at Irvin. The speed was like thunder. Irvin, cautious, wanting to end this quickly and scare the others, suddenly raised his hand and unleashed the primordial illusion sword. In an instant, a sword light flashed, followed by a whoosh as a beam of sword energy cut through the air towards Hamilton. Not good. Hamilton's face changed drastically as he tried to dodge. Too late. Ah. With a bone-chilling scream, Hamilton was split from head to toe. This horrifying death stunned his subordinates. Most were terrified. But a few loyalists screamed and rushed at Irvin. Ronald bastard. Killing our hall master. Prepare to die. Chapter 124. I'm Carlor. Seeing the die-hard followers of Hamilton ready to fight to the death, Irvin didn't hesitate in the slightest. Especially when he used his Carlo-Vinli and discovered that these people were all at the 8th or 9th stage of body tempering. He immediately unleashed the primal illusory sword again. Though this ultimate move consumed a lot of true chi, if he didn't kill them immediately, he would be drawn into a protracted battle, placing him at a disadvantage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, sword beams tore through the air, slashing towards these few individuals. Ah! Roar! Amidst the cries of agony, every single one of them was torn apart by the overwhelmingly powerful primal illusory sword beams. Such astonishing killing efficiency, without any hesitation, completely stunned Hamilton's men. They lost all will to resist. They collapsed on the ground, kneeling and begging for mercy. Spare our lives, spare us. At this point, due to continuously unleashing several devastating moves, Irvin felt somewhat weak and unsteady on his feet. But he still managed to force out a command as he threw a porcelain bottle containing obedient pills, shouting, "Take these, one each." These people dared not disobey, obediently swallowing one each. As a result, without a doubt, they all pledged allegiance to him, becoming his loyal underlings. Only then did Irvin truly relax. Quick, quick, untie the ropes from my mother, Irvin ordered feebly. Yes, master. The group of underlings immediately followed orders, quickly untying the ropes from Irvin's mother. Once freed, she rushed over, hugging Irvin tightly, overcome with joy and tears. Suddenly, she noticed his weakened state and exclaimed in panic, Chuaner, what's wrong? Don't scare your mother. Irvin reassured her. Mother, don't worry. I'll recover my strength after a short meditation. Only then did Irvin's mother feel relieved. Following this, Irvin had the underlings guard him while he sat down cross-legged and meditated to recover. After 10 minutes, Irvin's true chi was fully replenished, and his energy completely restored. Carlos stood up and said, "See, mother, I'm fine now." Seeing how lively he was, his mother finally put her mind at ease and asked, "Chuaner, what's the next step?" "Mother, we can't stay here long. I'll pick a few skilled fighters to escort you out first," Irvin responded sternly. "To have them escort me out?" His mother voiced some concerns. Irvin understood her worries and explained, "Don't worry, mother. They've taken the poison I gave them. They'll obey my orders." His mother understood and accepted his arrangement. Subsequently, 3 underlings escorted Irvin's mother away. Now, Irvin was free of any concerns. The next thing is to deal with Titus. 3 kilometers away at a rural restaurant, Titus was fishing by the pond with an elder. Although the man was in his 40s, he was one of the elders of the small blade gang, named Egbert. Among the numerous elders of the small blade gang, he was the youngest but had the strongest cultivation at the 5th stage of body solidification, second only to the president. "I say, Titus, where is your enemy? This elder has been waiting impatiently," Egbert grumbled. Titus smiled apologetically. "Elder Imo, please wait just a little longer. That kid Irvin wouldn't dare to risk his mother's life. Carlo will come? This elder has already waited for hours and hasn't seen him yet," Egbert complained. "If he doesn't come soon, I'll leave." Carloing this, Titus grew anxious. If Egbert left, how could he possibly face Irvin? "Elder Imo, calm down. I've called and urged him. Irvin mentioned a traffic accident delayed him. That's his problem, not mine. If he doesn't come, simply kill his mother and pour concrete over her," Egbert retorted. Just then, someone stumbled in breathlessly. "Elder Imo, Captain Joe, bad news, Irvin has stormed in." Upon hearing this, Titus wasn't alarmed but delighted. "Damn, the kid is finally here. Elder Imo, look, he's here." Egbert nodded and gestured for Titus to call him over. "Bring that boy here. I want to meet him." At that moment, a group stormed in. Someone shouted loudly, "No need. I'm here." This voice belonged to none other than Irvin. Behind him were those newly recruited underlings. "Irvin, it's really you. Didn't expect you to actually come alone. Impressive." Titus's eyes gleamed venomously upon seeing him, gritting his teeth. "Carlo, I didn't come alone." Irvin smirked, pointing behind him. "See these people? They now swear allegiance to me." "They've sworn allegiance to you? Impossible." Titus couldn't believe it. "Don't believe it?" Irvin grinned, turning to the underlings. "Call me Master." "Master." The underlings chorused, extremely respectful. Seeing this, Titus's face darkened as he bellowed, "Traitors, aren't you afraid of severe punishment according to the gang rules?" The underlings looked at him like he was a fool, muttering curses. "Huh, what gang rules? I've sworn loyalty to Master, not the small blade gang anymore." "Same here. The small blade gang rules no longer apply to me." "Joe, kneel and beg forgiveness now if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Kneel now and beg for forgiveness." Carloing this, Titus nearly burst with anger. At this moment, the silent Egbert finally spoke. "Enough." As a 5th stage body solidification powerhouse, his voice instantly silenced everyone. The underlings fell quiet. Seeing this, Egbert seemed satisfied. Carlo then asked sternly, "Weren't you Seamus's men? Where is he?" Under Egbert's intimidation, no one dared to answer. They all turned their gazes to Irvin. Irvin coldly laughed. "Elder Egbert, right?" "Yes, this elder is Egbert." Egbert nodded. "Where is Hall Master Seamus?" "Simple. He's dead at my hands," Irvin replied casually. "What?" Egbert abruptly stood up, eyeing Irvin coldly, inspecting him top to bottom. "You're only a 5th stage body tempering, yet you killed a 1st stage body solidification Hall Master? Impossible. Even a 5th stage body solidification wouldn't stand a chance against me," Irvin declared arrogantly. "Hall Master Seamus was killed by you, perhaps because he underestimated you. Defeating this elder won't be so easy." Egbert sneered. "When I roamed the martial world, you weren't even born." "Bullshit." Irvin glared. "Your old ass probably can't handle nursing homes, let alone the martial world. Who are you kidding?" "You." Egbert flew into a rage. Suddenly, he brandished a small knife and flicked his wrist. The flying knife sped incredibly fast, piercing the air with a deafening roar, heading straight for Irvin. The power was astounding. Translation ends. Chapter 125. You've fallen for it. Solid body realm, 5th level, indeed, not to be underestimated. When Irvin saw Egbert launch a remarkable opening move, his expression changed. Carlo hastily employed the soaring dragon steps and narrowly dodged the fatal strike. Unexpectedly, Egbert followed closely like a shadow, brandishing a series of throwing knives in rapid succession at Irvin without pause. For a moment, Irvin was in grave danger. "Haha, Irvin, today is your day too?" Seeing Irvin's plight, Titus's face showed a hint of triumph as he laughed aloud. "Let me tell you, our elder Imo had thoroughly investigated your abilities beforehand. Today, you won't have wings to escape." After evading another fierce attack from Egbert, Irvin took advantage of the lull before the next wave and said with a loud laugh, "Today I can't escape? What a joke. Fine, let me show you how I'll escape right now." With that, another step of the soaring dragon, he was out of Egbert's attack range and immediately fled. "Irvin, don't run if you have any guts." Egbert shouted loudly. "Egbert, don't chase if you have any guts." Irvin deliberately taunted him. Sure enough, Egbert fell for it. With a furious roar, he transformed into a whirlwind and fiercely chased after Irvin. In no time, both had left the aggritainment village. Titus, upon seeing this, hurriedly joined the chase with all his might. Along the way, Egbert stayed hot on Irvin's heels, but the latter's movement technique was too mysterious. Each time Egbert felt he was about to catch Irvin, the latter would slip away like an eel, creating distance again. Egbert was seething inside, wishing he could devour Irvin alive. At the same time, he became increasingly curious. This kid was only at the chi refinement stage. How could he be so fast? Carlos silently vowed to capture this kid alive and force him to reveal his secrets. As he pondered, Irvin suddenly stopped and laughed loudly. Egbert, you've fallen for it. Haha. Egbert froze for a moment. Fallen for what? Instinctively, he halted and warily surveyed his surroundings, only to find over a dozen martial artists scattered around, forming a tight circle, enclosing him in the center. At first, he was startled, but sensing that these martial artists were weak, all being at the chi refinement stage, he calmed down. Haha, a bunch of weaklings at the chi refinement stage, trying to gang up on me? What a joke. Egbert laughed. Yeah. Titus, who had just caught up, echoed loudly after hearing Egbert. Elderimo, give them a taste of what a solid body realm expert can do? Absolutely. Egbert agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Irvin shook his head. Egbert, you're headed for death yet still unaware. Today, I'll show you the power of my cosmic golden lock formation. Finishing his words, he signaled to Queenie nearby. Queenie understood immediately and activated the array's focal point. Instantly, Egbert and Titus, trapped within the formation, felt the scenery change drastically, becoming perilous. What's going on? Titus's complexion turned pale as he panicked. However, Egbert, more experienced, scoffed. This formation isn't anything special, merely an illusion. Titus's heart settled a bit upon hearing this. An illusion, huh? Then come through and see if my formation is really just an illusion. Irvin smirked mockingly. Before Egbert could respond, Titus shouted, Elderimo, why bother? Just capture Irvin straight away. Isn't that it? Why make things complicated? Egbert nodded. Makes sense. With that, he roared and dashed toward Irvin at lightning speed. But right then, a man suddenly emerged from under a huge tree trunk as thick as a barrel, blocking the path. A bizarre scene indeed. This person was none other than Elon, one of Queenie's subordinates. Yet, Egbert still considered it an illusion, sneering, ghost games. Carlo brandished a throwing knife and flung it directly towards the man's face. Unexpectedly, Elon dived into the dense branches and vanished instantly. The throwing knife lost its target, lodging itself into the tree trunk. It must be acknowledged that Egbert's skill wasn't trivial. The formidable force of the flying knife made the trunk sway. Leaves rustled and dropped everywhere. Initially, Egbert dismissed it, but soon he was horrified to see the leaves cluster together midair, hanging ominously like a gigantic wasp nest, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, Elon reappeared. With a flick of his hand, the large cluster of suspended, wasp nests plummeted forcefully towards Egbert. Egbert thought it was an illusion and snorted. I'll see what damage these fake objects can cause. Carlo couldn't finish his sentence, because he distinctly felt the apparent illusion had real killing power. Press Mount Huashan. Egbert didn't dare underestimate it, and gathered energy into his abdomen. Suddenly, two intense currents of true chi burst from his palms, converging into a powerful stream and charging at the approaching wasp nest. Wind roared. Bang. After the colossal collision, the wasp nest exploded into pieces. Just as expected. Egbert, seeing this, felt a sense of contempt. At this moment, Elon, hiding on the huge tree, sneered, Really? Fine, let me show you something even stronger. Saying this, he waved his hand again. More leaves congregated into clusters, forming more wasp nests, densely covering the sky, converging from all directions towards Egbert. This time, Egbert was completely bewildered. No matter how strong his palms were, they couldn't withstand so many wasp nests. Beside him, Titus's face was filled with fear as he urged Egbert, Elderimo, hurry and counterattack. Egbert fumed. Counterattack? Focus on self-preservation instead. Immediately, he mustered all his true chi to shield himself against harm. Titus, on the other hand, was panic-stricken, unsure of what to do. At that moment, countless wasp nests swooped down. Ah! Titus screamed repeatedly as he was pummeled by the nests, skin torn open, covered in wounds until he finally fainted. While Egbert, protected by his internal true chi, remained unscathed externally but wasn't in much better shape. Worst of all, the wasp nests kept coming endlessly with no sign of stopping. Once his true chi was depleted, his fate would be identical to Titus's. Sure enough, after persisting for over half an hour, Egbert's true chi was exhausted, leaving him defenseless. Countless wasp nests rained down relentlessly. Arg, a roar. Despite being a formidable solid body realm, 5th level powerhouse, Egbert met the same fate as Titus, battered and bruised, screaming in agony. Hashtag chapter 126, verbal agreement. Outside the Carlo Vinley golden lock array, seeing Titus had fainted and Egbert was severely tormented, Irvin immediately called to Queenie at the heart of the array. That's enough. Dismantle the array. All right. Queenie nodded happily. She then deactivated the Carlo Vinley golden lock array. Soon, the surroundings returned to normal. Immediately after, she gathered the subordinates who were involved in setting up the array and brought them before Irvin. I never imagined your Carlo Vinley golden lock array would be so powerful, capable of defeating even a 5th-rank solid body realm powerhouse, Queenie said, looking at Irvin with joy. With this array, we won't have to fear anything during future missions. Irvin chuckled inwardly. My Carlo Vinley golden lock array is a heaven-grade formation. How could it not be powerful? However, he did not voice his thoughts and instead warned solemnly, this formation may be powerful, but you must not underestimate opponents. If you encounter an expert knowledgeable in formations, they might easily break it, possibly costing our team members their lives. Queenie waved her hand dismissively. So what if they lose their lives? Isn't there still you, the divine physician who can bring people back from the dead? Brothers, don't you agree? Led by Davian, the other team members echoed in agreement, yes. Irvin couldn't help but laugh wryly. You guys sure have high expectations. At that moment, Egbert struggled to sit up. Seeing him severely tormented, Queenie shook her head and then asked Irvin, by the way, how do you plan to deal with him? Irvin pondered for a moment and replied, this Egbert is an elder of the Small Knife Gang. The Small Knife Gang? Queenie's expression changed instantly. Irvin was puzzled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Queenie explained, the Small Knife Gang is a notorious martial arts gang that has committed many atrocities in Dexterdong. They caused significant resentment among the people. Under the severe crackdown of our Sky Patrol Bureau, they had been eliminated for many years. I didn't expect they'd revive now. Irvin's expression darkened. Then what are you planning to do? This Egbert must be taken away for interrogation to force him to reveal everything about the Small Knife Gang, after which our bureau will eliminate them all, Queenie declared coldly. Eliminate them all? Wouldn't that mean I'd lose a significant martial power? Startled, Irvin hurriedly interjected. Don't you just want to know everything about the Small Knife Gang? There's no need to take him for brutal interrogation. I can make him tell you everything. Queenie paused, asking dubiously, can you really make him tell us everything? Are you serious? Irvin smiled. Of course, I'm serious. Why would I lie to you? After all, you're my future. Carlo hadn't finished saying wife, when Queenie gave him a stern glare. That look was as if she wished to strangle him on the spot. Irvin, helpless, smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. Queenie then relented and changed the subject. All right, I'll trust you this once. If you can make him cooperate fully and confess, I'll report to my superiors and credit you with meritorious service. No need for credit, Irvin shook his head with a smile. I only have one condition. What is it? To err is human. If I can reform the Small Knife Gang and make them turn over a new leaf, would your Sky Patrol Bureau be willing to let them off the hook? This is certainly possible. When the time comes, I'll submit an application report to my superiors. However, according to our policy, the chief criminals must be punished, especially the president of the Small Knife Gang, Dev, who is cruel and merciless, having killed countless people. Such evil must be brought to justice. Queenie stated firmly. Deal, Irvin nodded happily. Carlo wanted control of the Small Knife Gang. As for brutes like Dev, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Both parties reached a verbal agreement. Irvin then instructed Queenie and the others to move farther away. Although curious, Queenie complied without hesitation. Once she led the others away, Irvin approached Egbert with a half smile. You, what are you going to do? Seeing Irvin, Egbert lost his earlier arrogance and became extremely nervous. Relax, I'm not going to do anything. Irvin squatted down, smiling gently. How did you find the Carlo Vinley golden lock array I prepared for you? Egbert gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it, the information Titus provided about you was completely inaccurate. Had I known you had such an array, I wouldn't have fallen into your trap. By the end of his words, he sounded somewhat regretful. Haha, Irvin laughed. It's too late now for regrets. Be reasonable and take this. As he spoke, he took out a compliance pill and handed it over. What is this? Egbert asked warily. What else? It's a miraculous medicine that can heal your injuries, Irvin lied convincingly. Is that true? Egbert doubted. Don't believe me? Then don't take it, Irvin teased. Unaware of Irvin's trick, Egbert remembered Titus mentioning Irvin's divine medical skills and believed part of it. Impatient, he said, I'll take it. I'll take it. Suppressing his laughter, Irvin handed over the compliance pill. Egbert accepted it, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. Soon, he felt something amiss, especially a strong sense of acknowledgement invading his mind. What's happening? Egbert couldn't help but ask. Why does my head feel so heavy? Irvin smirked. Feeling heavy-headed? That's right. Let me tell you the truth. This is a compliance pill, my secret remedy. Once you take it, you'll recognize someone as your master, obey their will, and become their loyal servant. Since there's no one else here, quickly acknowledge me as your master. What? Egbert's face turned pale. Initially, he thought Irvin was exaggerating and trying to scare him. However, he could distinctly feel the strong recognition impulse invading his mind, forcing him to acknowledge Irvin as his master. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the worst thing he had done in his life was falling into Irvin's trap. Irvin, listen to me. I'd rather die than acknowledge you as my master and become your slave. Egbert was about to bite his tongue and commit suicide when Irvin made a remark that broke his resolve. If you acknowledge me as your master and become my loyal servant, you can be the president of the Small Knife Gang. Don't worry, Dev is no match for me. I'll dethrone him sooner or later. Egbert had always harbored ambitions for the presidency, but Dev had suppressed him. Coloring Irvin's offer, he felt a stirring desire within him and ceased resisting, allowing the recognition impulse to fully dominate his mind. Moments later, he softened completely and bowed to Irvin. Egbert, greeting master. Chapter 127. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Successfully subduing Egbert, a 5th stage solidification realm powerhouse, Irvin was in high spirits. Immediately, he handed over a bottle of Obey pills and said, take this bottle of Obey pills. When you return to your Small Knife Gang, try to get the key figures, including your president Elliot, to each take one pill. By then, they will obey you, and you will truly be the president of the Small Knife Gang. Egbert was elated beyond measure. Thank you, master. Alright, now I'll take you to see Queenie. Answer her questions honestly. Don't withhold anything. Of course, do not reveal that you have recognized me as your master. Yes, master. In public settings with others present, call me Mr. Yi. Yes. Subsequently, Irvin took Egbert to meet Queenie. At first, Queenie was somewhat doubtful, but seeing Egbert's submissive demeanor before Irvin, she couldn't help but look at Irvin with admiration. Irvin, your methods are too impressive, aren't they? Irvin grinned. Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Queenie shot him an annoyed glance and asked again, Irvin, how did you do it? Can you tell me? Irvin, of course, wouldn't divulge the secret of the obey pill. Carlo shrugged casually and said, how else? Naturally, I convinced them with virtue. With virtue? Is your virtue really that good? Queenie shook her head sarcastically. Unfazed by Queenie's scorn, Irvin laughed. I'll leave Egbert to you. Ask him anything. Now I'm going to settle accounts with that bastard Titus. Saying that, he left. Meanwhile, Queenie took Egbert aside to interrogate him. Soon after, Irvin arrived before Titus. Titus had regained consciousness but was still weak from his injuries. Mr. Zhou, didn't expect this outcome, did you? Irvin smiled mockingly. Tell me, how do you want to die? Upon hearing this, Titus turned pale with fear and stammered, no, don't kill me, please no. So you say no, and it won't happen? When you led people to kidnap my mother, did you ask me if I wanted to stop you? Finishing his words, Irvin suddenly lifted his leg and fiercely kicked Titus's arm. The force behind his kick, fueled by sheer anger, was unimaginable. Crack! A scream followed as Titus's arm bones snapped on the spot. But Irvin was far from done. He continued to pummel Titus mercilessly. As the saying goes, a dragon has its tender scales, and touching them means death. His tender scale was his mother who raised him through hardships, and this bastard, Titus, dared to kidnap his mother, planning to make sure she would never rest in peace. Unforgivable. Before long, Titus was beaten so badly that his arms and legs were broken, and he cried out in agony. Realizing that he was bound to suffer and die today, Titus changed his usual cowardly behavior and glared at Irvin with clenched teeth. Irvin, listen up, even if I die, my sister will take revenge for me. Wait for her to come after you. Ha ha ha. In the end, he actually laughed maniacally. Revenge? Irvin chuckled bitterly. Mr. Zhou, I wonder where your confidence comes from? Do you think that because you're allied with the small knife gang, especially with your sister clinging to Elliot, you can seek revenge on me? Ha. So naive. After pausing for a moment, he continued, to be frank, Egbert has already surrendered to me. Once he returns, Elliot's days are numbered. What? Titus's face twisted in disbelief. Elder Imo wouldn't possibly surrender to you. You must be fooling me. Fooling you? Irvin glanced towards Queenie and Egbert and beckoned. Egbert, come here. Egbert was being interrogated by Queenie. Upon hearing Irvin's call, he looked at Queenie uncertainly. What was he up to? Queenie felt dissatisfied but couldn't openly show it. She nodded at Egbert. Then Egbert trotted over to Irvin with a smiling face. Mr. Yi, what do you need? Seeing this scene, Titus's eyes widened. Elder Imo, you, traitor. What benefits did this scumbag Irvin offer you that you would betray us? Bang! Egbert kicked Titus squarely in the mouth. Arg! Following his scream, Titus's mouth was filled with blood, and 2 front teeth were knocked out. The level of his suffering was indescribable. Brat, clean your mouth when addressing Elder Imo. Egbert bellowed. Do not disrespect Mr. Ye's name, or you'll find no place to bury your body. Terrified, Titus fell silent. Seeing this, Irvin dismissed Egbert. Once Egbert left, Irvin squatted in front of Titus, grinning. So, Mr. Zhou, do you believe me now? Titus panicked, at a loss for what to do. Originally, after I killed your father Drew, I didn't plan to make things difficult for you and your sister. So when you both fled the Zhou family, I didn't interfere. But I never expected you to harm my mother. Therefore, I cannot let you live today. Irvin's gaze grew cold as he abruptly reached out and snapped Titus's neck. Poor Titus met his untimely death at such a young age. You killed him? Just then, Queenie walked over. Irvin nodded. Yes, is there a problem? According to our patrol Karlovan department rules, it is forbidden to kill captives. Since we had captured Titus, you torturing him to death is a grave offense. Queenie's expression turned serious. Then she changed her tone, however, since you are not yet an official member of our department, you are not bound by our regulations. So, this time it will be overlooked. Parloring this, Irvin felt reassured and grinned. Still my future wife, always siding with me. Don't crack those jokes, Queenie said irritably. If it weren't for your significant contributions, believe me, I could arrest you right now. Irvin immediately stopped grinning. It was just a joke. Queenie shook her head. Alright, let's get back to business. With everything settled, I need to lead the team back to base and report this matter to the superiors. We'll stay in touch. Alright. Irvin nodded. Then they parted ways. Irvin called Frederick, instructing him to bring a van to transport Titus's body back to the Zhou family for the elder to handle. Initially, he considered burying Titus's body somewhere quietly, but considering that he was part of the Zhou family, handling his corpse without notice might upset Zhou Lao and Adamaris later. 20 minutes later, Frederick arrived with a van and a few underlings. Under Irvin's arrangement, Frederick loaded Titus's body into the van. Then everyone got in and headed towards the Zhou residence. However, soon after they set off, Irvin received a phone call. Taking out his phone, he saw it was from Adamaris. Irvin's heart tightened. Why would she call now? Could it be that she found out he killed her cousin Titus and wants to confront him? Chapter 128. The Enyang-I Ronaltal Girl. With a mix of apprehension, Irvin pressed the answer button. Schwer, what's up? On the other end of the line came Adamaris' anxious voice. Brother Irvin, can you come over to our house now? We have a distant relative's child who has fallen ill with something strange and needs your help. Parloring this, Irvin heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't about holding him accountable for something. No problem, I'll be right over. Irvin readily agreed. Thank you, Brother Irvin, Adamaris said gratefully. By the way, Irvin had intended to mention Titus's situation over the phone to Adamaris, but as he was about to speak, he pulled back. Carlo felt such matters should be discussed face to face. Unaware of his hesitation, Adamaris asked curiously, Brother Irvin, is there something wrong? No, nothing much, Irvin smiled. I should reach your place in about an hour. Alright, Brother Irvin, please be safe on the road. After hanging up, Irvin put away his phone. The car continued moving forward. However, as they turned into a forked road, Irvin noticed that the right front wheel of a Maybach S580 was stuck in a small ditch by the roadside. A family, adults and children alike, stood outside, helpless. A luxury car. The whole family dressed in famous brands. Irvin immediately realized these people were somewhat influential. Although he hadn't planned on getting involved, the Maybach owner spotted them and waved them over urgently for help. Frederick glanced awkwardly at Irvin. Boss Chuan, what do you think? Ultimately soft-hearted, Irvin nodded. Let's stop and help. Frederick stopped the car by the side of the road. As Irvin got out, the Maybach owner rushed over. Brother, please lend a hand. My car's front right tire got stuck in the ditch, and we can't get it out. Could you use your tow rope to pull us out? Irvin replied, it's a minor matter. Carloring this, the Maybach owner was delighted and repeatedly thanked him before heading to the trunk to find the tow rope. Unexpectedly, Irvin turned to Frederick. Frederick, you handle this little thing? Frederick grinned. You can count on me, Boss Chuan. In no time, he walked to the front of the Maybach, lifted the entire front part of the car single-handedly, and placed it back on the asphalt road effortlessly. Seeing this, the Maybach owner and his family were dumbfounded. Frederick clapped his hands, smiling. Done. Only then did the Maybach owner snap out of it, thanking Irvin and Frederick profusely. Irvin paused, looking in the direction of the scream. An 8 or 9-year-old girl was hiding behind a young pregnant woman, trembling in fear. Occasionally, she peeked out, her eyes fixed on the minivan with dread. A thought struck Irvin, and he immediately activated his Carlovinly eye. Soon, he noticed a translucent figure floating inside the minivan. This translucent figure turned out to be none other than Titus. Now everything made sense. After Titus's death, his spirit must have lingered. But Irvin wasn't worried. The spirit of a dead person couldn't pose any threat to him. It was remarkable, though, that this little girl could see the spirit. Carlo guessed that this girl likely had what was described in the inheritance knowledge as the yin-yang eye, the ability to see things invisible to ordinary people. Just as he was about to ask the girl, the young woman interrupted loudly. Natalie, your hysteria is flaring up again. There are no ghosts during the day. Get back in the car and sit quietly. The little girl seemed afraid of the woman and complied silently. Ma'am, wait before you put the child in the car. I'd like to. Before Irvin finished speaking, the young woman rudely interrupted. It's just a kid. What could you possibly ask? Don't think we owe you gratitude just because you helped us earlier. What nonsense. Irvin's expression darkened, not expecting such nastiness from her. Frederick couldn't stand it and shouted, Carlo-y lady, how dare you talk to Boss Chuan like that? Watch out. Sensing the tension, the Maybach owner hurriedly tried to pacify Frederick. Sir, calm down. My wife is just short-tempered. Please understand. Frederick glanced at Irvin, who gestured to leave. Forget it, let's go. They turned to walk away, but suddenly heard the little girl cry out, Ghost, ghost, daddy, I'm so scared. The young woman scolded her again. You brat, don't cry. There's no such thing as ghosts. If you keep crying, I'll throw you out of the car. The Maybach owner pleaded, Dear, please don't take your anger out on Natalie. Ed, what's your deal? She may not be my biological child, but as her stepmother, I can still say a word or two, can't I? I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to say that Natalie is still young. Young? She's almost 10 and still lies nonstop. Not only do you ignore it, but you won't even let me question it. You don't respect me as your wife, and you're still thinking of your ex-wife. Don't take it the wrong way. What? Am I wrong? Ed, if seeing Natalie annoys me, kick her out of the car right now. Fed up, Irvin yelled, Enough. The Maybach owner and the young woman stared at him, startled. But quickly, the young woman snapped. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? Certainly. Irvin growled. For all your fancy looks, why do you speak so crudely, calling her names like brat? Do you want me to slap you? How dare you? The young woman retorted weakly. Do you think I wouldn't dare? At this moment, Ed glared fiercely at his wife. Shut up, or I'll cut your monthly allowance of 500,000 renminbi. The young woman immediately quieted down. Then Ed turned to Irvin, apologizing repeatedly. Irvin's temper cooled slightly. Carlo shook his head. Your personal matters aren't mine to meddle in. However, Natalie wasn't making things up. She really saw a ghost. Before Ed could respond, the young woman sneered. Bah, Natalie is delusional, and so are you. Trying to fool us? Ed, do you see now? Why waste more words? Let's go. She opened the car door and stormed inside. The scene left a heavy atmosphere, and Irvin couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Hashtag chapter 129. This news is explosive. Watching his wife lose her temper, Ed gave Irvin an exasperated look and repeatedly apologized. Sir, my wife has this kind of temperament. Please bear with her. Irvin frowned at first, but then smiled understandingly. It's a small matter. However, your daughter's condition can't be ignored or delayed. If you trust me, I can help resolve her problem. If you can really solve my daughter's issue, that would be best. Ed's eyes lit up, but he quickly added softly, but with my wife's uncompromising nature, she probably won't agree. Irvin cast him a disdainful glance. Natalie is the daughter of you and your ex-wife, right? Do you need to ask your current wife's permission for such matters? Ed felt extremely embarrassed, lowering his head guiltily, avoiding eye contact with Irvin. Seeing this, Irvin couldn't help but feel disappointed. A real man shouldn't be so weak and incapable. It was truly disgraceful. Yet, thinking about the little girl named Natalie, who seemed pitiful, he softened somewhat. Carlo's what you can do. I'll give you a folk remedy that you can use to cure your daughter yourself. Really? Ed was overjoyed. Certainly, Irvin nodded. Eagerly, Ed asked what the remedy was. Irvin said, go to the countryside and find a rooster. Take a bowl of its blood, apply it to your daughter's eyelids, cover them with bandages, and let her sleep peacefully. She should be fine after that. But in the future, don't let her visit graveyards. Alright, no problem. Also, don't take her to the hospital morgue, Irvin reminded again. Ed readily agreed and then got into his car, driving away without delay. Meanwhile, Irvin and Frederick returned to the van, continuing their journey to the Zhou family residence. Along the way, Frederick couldn't help but ask, Brother Chuan, what exactly was wrong with that little girl Natalie? Irvin didn't hide anything from him. She has the ability to see ghosts from the underworld, the Eni. What? Eni? Frederick was taken aback, having never heard of such a thing. Because she can see these spirits, Natalie feels frightened. Unfortunately, her father and stepmother don't understand the situation and think she has psychological problems. Irvin sighed. That's why I told her father Ed a folk remedy to treat her. Frederick nodded in realization, but then shook his head. But judging by Ed's character, he might chicken out. Once his current wife finds out, she'll likely berate him, and he might not even use your remedy. Irvin shrugged. Whether he uses it or not is up to him. I've done my best, and I have no regrets. The rest is left to fate. Frederick agreed and focused on driving without another word. After about half an hour, they arrived at the Zhou residence. The servants promptly informed Irvin. Soon, Irvin emerged with his granddaughter Adamaris. Ronald told Dr. Yi, you've finally come. Upon seeing Irvin greeted him warmly. I kept you waiting, Irvin replied with a slightly strained polite smile. Adamaris greeted as well. Brother Yi, thank you for coming all this way. Irvin smiled. What's a bit of trouble compared to what needs to be done? Suddenly, Frederick signaled him, hinting at something in the car. Understanding immediately, Irvin nodded gravely and turned to Irvin and Adamaris. Irvin, Miss Schwer, there's something I'm unsure if I should tell you or not. Parloring this, both Irvin and Adamaris sensed something significant. Ronald told Dr. Yi, I've seen my fair share of turmoil. Whatever it is, please speak freely, Irvin said. Irvin then recounted everything that happened that day, including how Titus had attacked him and was killed. Carlo didn't hold back any details. As he finished speaking, Irvin looked anxiously at Irvin and Adamaris. To his surprise, Irvin remained calm, just as he had when Irvin returned with Artie's body. Carlo simply said, Carlovans will may still allow survival. Self-inflicted actions bring certain death. Irvin felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Irvin's words clearly conveyed that everything was due to Titus's own actions, absolving Irvin of any blame. Next, Irvin instructed Frederick to bring Titus's body out of the car. Irvin immediately ordered his servants to handle the body. Then, Irvin took Irvin's hand and warmly invited him into the house, showing no sign of distress over the recent events. This astonished Irvin greatly. Despite his son Artie being killed by him, and now his grandson Titus too, Irvin showed no signs of grief. What was Irvin hiding? Irvin, wise with age, seemed to read his thoughts. Carlo sighed softly. Ronald told Dr. Yi, don't carry this burden. Actually, Schwer, you tell Ronald told Dr. Yi the truth. Adamaris glanced at Irvin and explained, Brother Yi, you must know that although Titus is my cousin, he isn't grandfather's biological grandson. Carlo doesn't share our Zhou family bloodline. What? Irvin was stunned. This news was explosive. Adamaris continued, in fact, Titus is the illegitimate child of my second uncle's late wife. Even my cousin Elsa shares the same origin. That's why grandfather has always refused to leave the Zhou family inheritance to them. Irvin finally understood everything. Irvin sighed. Sadly, because of this, Artie quarreled with me. I didn't want to hurt him, so I kept it hidden. Alas, he never knew the secret, even in death. This? Irvin shook his head. Artie truly suffered, even in death without knowing he'd been betrayed. Enough, Ronald told Dr. Yi. Don't feel guilty. Everything happens as fate decrees, not because of others. I hereby make it clear. If Elsa ever dares to cause you trouble again, deal with her as you see fit. No need to explain yourself to me, Irvin declared. These words completely dispelled Irvin's concerns. Thank you, Irvin. With your assurance, I feel relieved, Irvin smiled. With his worries gone, Irvin chatted happily with Irvin and Adamaris, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, Irvin remembered something. Oh, Miss Schwer, you mentioned a distant relative's child had a strange illness. Could you tell me more about it? Chapter 130. Did you become the main lady as a third party? Embry explained, Irvin brother, it's like this. I have a cousin whose daughter is almost 10 years old, but she has never liked talking to others from childhood. She is somewhat autistic and often rambles. My cousin suspects that she is suffering from a strange illness. Carlo frequently takes her to the hospital for treatment, but it hasn't cured her. I heard about your medical prowess, so? Upon hearing this, Irvin understood and said, all right, I get it. Embry looked at him anxiously. Brother Irvin, I know you're busy with important matters. Will you be mad that I acted on my own? Irvin smiled. Why would I be angry? That you thought of me first when your cousin's child was ill is an honor. With his praise, Embry blushed and felt too embarrassed to speak further. For a moment, the atmosphere turned a bit chilly. Seeing this, Murray was about to say something to ease the tension when a servant announced, Sir, cousin Ronald from the Ronald family has arrived. Murray tensed up, hurriedly saying, Quick, please them in. Yes, sir. The servant quickly withdrew. Soon after, he brought in a man, a woman, and a little girl. Irvin couldn't help but be startled because these three people were none other than Ed and his family, whom he had met by chance earlier. At this moment, Ed and his two companions hadn't noticed Irvin yet. Ed walked straight to Murray, greeting him, Uncle, Sheng.1 greets you. Murray chuckled heartily, we're all family, no need to be so formal. Ed smiled, then turned to Embry, Cousin Schwer, didn't you say you knew a divine doctor who could treat my daughter Una's condition? Where is he? Embry immediately smiled and pointed at Irvin, Cousin, he's right here. It's you? Ed was taken aback upon seeing Irvin. Both Murray and Embry looked surprised. Cousin, do you know him? Embry asked. Before Ed could respond, the young woman beside him sneered, how can he not? This charlatan claimed that Una has a spiritual eye and can see ghosts from the underworld. What a laughable story. What era are we living in? Still clinging to superstition? Embry frowned. Sister-in-law, what exactly happened? I can't make sense of any of this. The young woman recounted the entire story, then continued, Schwerer, let me tell you, this person is clearly a fraud. How dare you bring him to treat our Una? Then she added, oh right, I almost forgot. Do you know what absurd idea this guy suggested to your cousin? Carlo made Ed smear chicken blood on Una's eyes to cure her illness. Isn't that nonsense? Anyway, regardless of what you think, I, Esmeralda, will not allow this quack to examine Una. Coloring this, Ambrie sensed her sister-in-law's distrust and even prejudice against Irvin. She immediately explained, sister-in-law, it's not what you think. To be honest, Brother Irvin's medical skills are truly miraculous, even praised by my grandfather. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Even Grandpa praises him? Esmeralda shook her head. Looks like you've been fooled pretty badly. Fine, I'll expose his true colors right now and snap you out of it. Honey, can you stop this? Ed whispered to dissuade her. Get lost. Esmeralda glared at him. Ed instantly became submissive and stopped speaking. Esmeralda looked at Irvin with contempt. Mr. Yi, I want to ask you, which medical school did you graduate from? Do you have a medical practitioner's license? The room grew tense. Irvin's face darkened. This arrogant woman was obviously trying to pick a fight with him. Does it matter? Irvin replied coldly. How can it not matter? Though Una isn't my biological daughter, I must be responsible for her safety, don't you think? At least, I need to know your background, Esmeralda huffed. Irvin felt his temper rising but played along. Fine, I'll tell you. I didn't graduate from medical school, and I don't have a medical practitioner's license. Happy now? Esmeralda's face changed drastically as she addressed Murray. Goodness gracious, listen to him. Carlo's not even a medical school graduate, and doesn't have a practitioner's license. And yet you praise his medical skills? Murray couldn't take it anymore and sternly said, Ronald told Dr. Ye's medical prowess. I've seen it with my own eyes. Are you doubting my judgment? Upon hearing this, Ed silently cursed his bad luck and tried pulling Esmeralda's clothes, signaling her to stop. However, Esmeralda showed no signs of stopping and continued, Grandpa, I'm not doubting you, but this Mr. Yi is just unreliable. Don't fall for his tricks. Have you finished? Murray was losing patience. Ed felt the situation worsening and desperately pulled on Esmeralda's clothes. But Esmeralda remained oblivious and kept ranting, Grandpa, it's not that I talk too much, but everything I say makes sense. This Mr. Yi is nothing but a quack. We can't trust him. Shut up. Murray slammed his teacup table in anger. The table shattered into pieces with a loud crack. Ah! Esmeralda was struck speechless, her face turning pale, and she dared not speak again. Murray loudly scolded, Una may not be your biological daughter, but she has a strange illness. Naturally, you aren't worried. If Una were your own daughter, would you still say such things? Though fearful of Murray's authority, Su Shaolin still argued, Grandpa, you misunderstand me. I only wish not to let Una be treated by an incompetent doctor. If he fails, won't it harm Una? You. Murray seethed with anger, ready to explode. At this moment, Irvin spoke, Esmeralda, right? If I'm not mistaken, you rose to this position as a third party, didn't you? Esmeralda's face turned red with rage. Mr. Yi, who are you calling a third party? Ignoring her, Irvin continued, if I guessed correctly, your husband Ed's parents always wanted a son to inherit the family business. Seeing the opportunity, you and your boyfriend conceived a child secretly, then seduced Ed. Afterward, you falsely claimed pregnancy, forcing him to divorce Una's mother. Am I right? Mr. Yi, you're lying. You're lying. Esmeralda screamed hysterically, cursing continuously. Whether I lie or not doesn't matter. What matters is modern medicine can prove that the fetus in your womb isn't Ed's. So, I ask you one thing. Do you dare go to the hospital for amniocentesis? Irvin asked with a smile. Esmeralda felt guilty but soon regained her composure and shouted back, Mr. Yi, stop manipulating people here. Why should I listen to you and go for an amniocentesis at the hospital? Note, the translated chapter aims to convey the original content accurately while ensuring natural English flow and consistency. Chapter 131. An unreasonable request. Irvin looked at Esmeralda with a smile and said, whether I've been misleading you, you know in your heart. And I can clearly tell you that the night you had an affair with Ed was 12 weeks ago, on April 8th. The place was the Seton Hotel in Jinling City, room number 1302. Am I correct? Ed and Esmeralda were stunned speechless. They never expected him to reveal these details. On the contrary, Braden and Ambrie didn't seem fazed at all, clearly having become accustomed to Irvin's abilities. You? How do you know this? Did you investigate us? Ed couldn't help but ask. Esmeralda shrieked hysterically, honey, he must have investigated us. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so many details. At this moment, Frederick sneered, our brother Yi is proficient in divination and can easily predict such petty matters. Upon hearing this, Esmeralda retorted immediately, what kind of predicting? That's just feudal superstition. I don't believe it for a second. Irvin shook his head and decided to ignore Esmeralda, instead turning directly to Ed. Ed, if I'm not mistaken, you divorced your ex-wife because you saw inappropriate videos and photos of her with another man. Am I right? Ed looked embarrassed, hesitating to respond. Seeing him remain silent, Irvin continued, actually, you misunderstood your ex-wife. She was framed. Now there's a technology called AI face swapping, and Esmeralda's boyfriend works in this field. Carlo can create a three-dimensional model to swap faces as long as he has a photo. As he spoke, Esmeralda suddenly yelled, nonsense, you're making things up? Irvin turned his head coldly. Do you really think I'm lying? Anyway, I want to point out that your phone contains other videos and photos made by your boyfriend, including compromising materials involving Ed with other women. Do you dare show it to him? Esmeralda's face froze, revealing panic. Seeing this, Ed became suspicious and finally broke his silence, demanding firmly, give me your phone. Esmeralda shook her head incessantly. Honey, don't listen to his nonsense. How could my phone have such things? Hand over the phone. Ed exploded in anger. Esmeralda resisted, instinctively pressing down on her handbag slung over her shoulder. Ed grabbed her handbag, found the phone, but then faced a challenge. It was protected by a pattern lock. What's the password? Ed asked sternly. Esmeralda hesitated. I forgot. Clearly an excuse. Esmeralda's face turned pale with shock. How do you know? She began to wonder if this guy could really predict things. Ed also thought similarly, entering the pattern lock immediately, which unlocked. This? Ed's eyes widened in shock. As her husband, he didn't know her unlock pattern, yet Irvin did. Could he really predict things? Suspicious and doubtful, he opened the video files, searching carefully. Soon, he found a video in a folder labeled private. Inside were explicit videos, one featuring himself. However, he was absolutely certain he hadn't shot this video. It must be AI face swapped. Esmeralda, you despicable woman, how do you explain this? Ed lashed out, slapping her hard. Slap. A red handprint appeared on Esmeralda's face, causing her pain. Yet, she dared not retaliate, kneeling down, sobbing uncontrollably. Honey, I'm wrong. Unfortunately, Ed's mind was now filled with rage. Esmeralda, listen well. We'll check everything, especially whether the child in your belly is mine. Now, get lost. Despite her pleas, Ed raised his hand again. Esmeralda, now fearing him, complied, staying silent. Finally, Ed suppressed his fury, looking at Irvin. Brother Yi. No, Master Yi. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. I now fully trust what you've said. I only ask that you treat my daughter's strange illness. Relieved that Ed was no longer deceived by Esmeralda, Irvin sighed. His intention wasn't to meddle in their personal issues, but Esmeralda's obstructive behavior went against his principles. After all, the child was innocent. As a stepmother, you should at least be decent. Mr. Ronald, since you agree for me to treat your daughter, I will certainly do so, Irvin declared. Delighted, Ed summoned his daughter, Una. Standing before Irvin, Una seemed timid. Irvin spoke kindly. Una, don't be afraid. Uncle will treat you now. I promise you won't see those frightening things anymore. Yes, thank you, Uncle. Una nodded obediently. Next, Irvin instructed Una to close her eyes, then bit his finger, smearing blood onto her eyelids. According to his inherited knowledge, his blood contained vital energy and numerous beneficial properties, including eye-clearing effects, faster than rooster blood. Now, open your eyes, Una, Irvin smiled gently. Una's eyes, previously dull, now sparkled brilliantly. Wow, the world looks so beautiful. Una exclaimed happily. This remark amazed Ed. Una, are you okay? Una responded excitedly. Daddy, do you know? Before, the world I saw was dark, but now, it's full of colors, so beautiful. Relieved, Ed felt reassured. Braden and Ambry approached. Cousin, now you must know Brother Ye's medical skills are extraordinary, Ambry laughed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it, Ed remarked. Then he looked at Irvin. Master Yi, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Irvin smiled. It's trivial. Ed sighed in relief, recalling something. Master Yi, I have an unreasonable request, hoping Master Yi can assist. Curious, Irvin asked. What's the request? Master Yi, since you can divine, I hope you can help me find someone. Who is it? She's my aunt, Nadia. Over 20 years ago, she was pregnant before marriage and was expelled by my grandfather. Her whereabouts are unknown. Recently, we heard she's in Dexterjo, but despite my efforts, I haven't found her. So I want you to locate her. Master Yi, why are you like this? Ed looked at Irvin in surprise, noticing the inscrutable expression on his face. Chapter 132. The Great Flood rushes into the Dragon King Temple. After a while, Irvin's expression finally returned to normal. Carlo had never imagined that Ed would actually be related to him as maternal cousins. What a surprise. It was truly like the Great Flood rushing into the Dragon King's temple. They were family but didn't recognize each other. Are you sure the aunt you're looking for is named Nadia? Irvin couldn't help but ask. That's right, Ed nodded. Do you have a photo of her? Irvin asked again. Of course. Ed then took out his phone and brought up a picture. Irvin glanced at it and saw that the photo was a snapshot of a young woman dressed appropriately with an elegant and graceful demeanor. His mother when she was younger. For a moment, Irvin's eyes welled with tears as he choked back a sob. Can you send this photo to my phone? Ed found his reaction very strange but didn't pry too much. Carlo immediately replied, no problem. Following that, they added each other as WeChat friends. Ed sent the photo over to Irvin's WeChat. Irvin downloaded and saved it excitedly. Master Yi, I've sent you the photo. Can you tell me if? Ed started again. Irvin took a deep breath and said, there's no need for divination. The person you're looking for, I know her. She's my mother. What? Ed's eyes widened in disbelief. Master Yi, are you joking? How could such a coincidence exist? Beside them, Hanley and Adamaris also wore expressions of shock, clearly finding this too coincidental. Irvin spoke earnestly. I don't believe in coincidences either, but it's the truth. Ed sized him up and seeing no signs of deceit, he said, if my aunt really is your mother, that means we are cousin by marriage, right? Irvin nodded. That's correct. Ed was elated. That's wonderful. If I had a cousin by marriage like you, I'd be laughing in my dreams. Irvin smiled. Then, Ed asked about Irvin's age. Realizing he was older, he unhesitantly started calling Irvin Brother Seamus. Irvin did not object and accepted it readily. Suddenly, it couldn't wait any longer. Carlo-y, Brother Seamus. Where's my aunt? Can I meet her first? Oh, we could do a video call on WeChat. Irvin smiled and said, why not? With that, he took out his phone and initiated a WeChat video call with his mother. Soon, the call connected, and Aida's face appeared on the screen. Irvin paused, asking quickly, Sister Fan, where is Mom? Ida responded, Auntie was kidnapped today and has been traumatized. She's resting in bed now. Me and Yin Yin are beside her. Why? Are you looking for Auntie? Irvin explained the situation with Ed. Ida was dumbfounded. Oh my god, such a coincidence? Irvin grimaced. Exactly. Should I wake Andy up? Ida asked. Irvin thought for a moment and shook his head. It's best not to. She received quite a shock today. Let her rest well for now. All right. Oh yes, Sister Fan, could you aim the phone at my mom? Let my cousin see if she really is his aunt. Sure. Quickly, Nadia's sleeping face appeared on the screen. Irvin showed the screen to Ed, who looked extremely moved after seeing it. Yes, it's my aunt. Annie, this is Sheng.1. I carried you when I was little. Seeing him getting emotional, Irvin frowned and hurriedly stopped him. Don't shout. My mom was kidnapped today, almost losing her life. Let her rest for now. I'll bring you to see her later. Ed exclaimed in shock. Andy was kidnapped? What happened? Who dared to kidnap my aunt? His tone grew inexplicably furious towards the end. Irvin clearly didn't want to dwell on it, saying, that's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. By the way, you mentioned you've been looking for my mother. What's that about? Ed nodded. Yes. Irvin frowned. Back then, my grandfather drove my mom out of the house. Now you're looking for her. What's the real deal? Ed sighed. Brother Seamus, you don't know. Ever since Grandpa drove Auntie away, Grandma has been unhappy and has always missed Auntie. My mother couldn't bear seeing her like this and has been secretly organizing searches for Auntie's whereabouts. Secretly searching? Irvin wasn't pleased. So, does that mean my grandfather still harbors resentment towards my mom? Ed looked awkward. Brother Seamus, I understand you're upset with Grandpa, but you should understand him too. After Auntie broke off the engagement, the Young family faced heavy pressure from her fiancé's family. Today, the Young family isn't as powerful anymore and even struggles in some ways. Many Young family businesses have been taken over by other major families in Nanjing. It's natural for Grandpa to harbor some resentment. Humph, natural? Irvin scoffed. If it weren't for his insistence on a family alliance, would the Young family be in this situation? Ed was speechless. This? Realizing the atmosphere was becoming tense, Hanley laughed. Young Dr. Yi and Sheng.1. You two cousins meeting today is a tremendous event. Let's not bring up these old, hurtful matters, okay? Both Irvin and Ed agreed. Then, Hanley called his servants and instructed them to prepare dinner. That evening, encouraged by Hanley and Adamaris, Irvin and Ed enjoyed a night of good wine and conversation, their bond growing closer. After the dinner, Ed pulled Irvin aside and asked, Brother Seamus, you're so capable. There's something I'd like to ask for your help with. I wonder. Before he finished, Irvin understood and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, you're hoping to reunite with your ex-wife but feel unsure, so you want me to divine for you, right? This chapter captures the dramatic revelations of unexpected family ties and the emotional reactions it brings. It maintains the flow and context necessary for continuing the storyline seamlessly. Chapter 133, Sudden Change. Ed gave Irvin an apologetic glance and said, I knew nothing could escape young brother Seamus. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I wonder if young brother Seamus is willing to help me with this matter? Irvin smiled and replied, it's a minor issue. Ed was immediately delighted. Subsequently, Irvin immediately began practicing the Karlovy derivation formula, using his fingers to calculate for him. Soon, the results were in, but Irvin frowned slightly. Seeing this, Ed anxiously asked, young brother Seamus, what's going on? Just tell me. Irvin pondered and replied, from the signs of the divination, your outcome with your ex-wife appears to be quite favorable. However, the signs also indicate that while the future looks bright, the process will be bumpy. You must take real actions, repent sincerely, and win back her forgiveness to have any chance of winning back her heart. Otherwise, it would all be like water poured into a bamboo basket. Ed nodded continuously, acknowledging, yes, everything is my fault. I've decided. I will take real actions, earn her forgiveness, and win back her heart. Irvin smiled approvingly. Remember, the bond between you two lies in your child. As long as you treat Una wholeheartedly, I believe your ex-wife will gradually be moved and reconcile with you. I understand, young brother Seamus, Ed said. Having been enlightened by Irvin, Ed felt much better. Irvin took advantage of this opportunity to inquire subtly about the Yang family from Jinling. In fact, he could directly use the Karlovy derivation formula to deduce the situation of the Yang family. However, utilizing the Karlovy derivation formula was extremely taxing mentally, and it could only provide a general result, far less convenient than asking directly. Ed answered every question and provided detailed explanations. Gradually, Irvin gained a deeper understanding of the Yang family. According to Ed's explanation, over the years, the Yang family had clearly divided into two factions regarding the search for their mother. One faction was led by grandfather Andre. Carlo opposed searching for the mother mainly because he was still resentful about the incident when the mother became pregnant out of wedlock, resulting in the Yang family being ruthlessly oppressed by her fiancé's family. The other faction was led by grandmother Kay. She insisted on finding the mother because blood is thicker than water. For many years, most members of the Yang family, including Irvin's two maternal uncles, supported grandfather Andre. They believed that the mother was a harbinger of doom who brought profound disaster upon the Yang family, from which they had yet to recover. Only Aunt Zinnia, Ed's mother, stood by grandmother Kay. Aunt Zinnia believed that blood ties are the most important. Brother Seamus, I've given you a general overview of the Yang family. When do you plan to take me to see my aunt? Ed suddenly asked. Irvin answered without hesitation. All right, it's getting late. Let's go to my place now. I'll introduce you to my mom. Okay. Ed was elated. The two then went to say goodbye to Irvin. At this moment, Ambry hurriedly ran up, breathless. Oh no. Irvin was startled. Miss Zhou, what happened? Zhou Shuiyan panted. Esmeralda forcefully took Una away in a car. I tried to stop her, telling her to leave Una behind, but she didn't listen and drove off. What? Upon hearing this sudden turn of events, Ed immediately flew into a rage. Why did she take Una? Zhou Shuiyan suddenly remembered something and added, right cousin, before she left, she told me to relay a message to you. She said since the two of you can never be together again, she doesn't expect anything either. But if you give her 1 billion yuan, she will release Una. Otherwise, she will die with Una. Crazy. She's simply insane. Ed fumed, jumping around in anger. Una is just a child, innocent and ignorant of everything. The grievances between her and me are adult matters. Why should she vent her frustration on Una? No way, I'm going after her. As he spoke, he was ready to set off. At this moment, Irvin stopped him. Don't chase after her. Ed was taken aback. Why not? Irvin sternly said. After her plot failed, Esmeralda has lost her sanity completely. Since she dared to forcibly take Una, she must have prepared for a desperate confrontation. If we chase after her now, she might panic and take Una to extremes. Upon hearing this, Ed broke out in cold sweat. You're right, Brother Seamus. But the problem is that Una is already in her hands. If we don't chase after her, isn't Una in grave danger? Danger does exist, but as long as we don't pursue her, Esmeralda can still maintain her rationality and won't endanger Una's life. At worst, she might make Una suffer a little. After all, she demanded 1 billion yuan, which indicates her desire for money. Before obtaining the 1 billion yuan, she won't let Una be in mortal danger. Coloring Irvin's analysis, Ed gradually calmed down and asked, so, Brother Seamus, what should we do next? Should we prepare 1 billion yuan? Of course, we need to prepare it, but I'm worried. Worried about what? I'm worried that given Esmeralda's personality, once she gets 1 billion yuan, she won't be satisfied and will extort more money from you. Irvin solemnly said. Ah. Ed hesitated. In reality, based on his understanding of Esmeralda, this woman was indeed insatiable. Once he gave her 1 billion yuan, she might demand even more. So, I suggest we solve this problem once and for all, Irvin suddenly said. How can we do that? Irvin smirked. Who do you think Esmeralda will seek out first after taking Una? Ed thought for a moment. Brother Seamus, you mean the man behind her, her boyfriend? Exactly. Irvin nodded. If we find her boyfriend first and keep him under control, then wait for her to come, wouldn't that solve the problem directly? Ed's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Brother Seamus, you're smart. Irvin smiled. Right, Brother Seamus. Where's her boyfriend? Can you deduce it? Ed asked. Of course I can. Irvin calculated for a moment and then said, Carlos and Jinling. Ed urged impatiently, then let's set out for Jinling tonight. Irvin held him back. Wait. Confused, Ed asked, Brother Seamus, what are you? Translation continues in the next segment. Chapter 134, Family Reunion. Irvin explained, my mom was just emotionally shaken today. I can't leave her alone in Dexterjo, so I need to settle her down first. Ed interrupted, Brother Seamus, why bother settling? Since Grandma is pining for Auntie, we might as well take her to Nanjing now and have her recognized by the family. Recognized by the family? Irvin pondered and found it reasonable. All right, let's go see Mom first and ask her opinion. If she agrees to go to Nanjing, we'll bring her along. Great. Ed was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Ambry suddenly spoke up to Ed. Cousin, it's been years since I've been to Nanjing. Can I come too? Ed frowned. Schwerer, if you leave, Grandfather will be alone in Dexterjo. What about him? Well, Ambry hesitated. At this moment, an elderly voice came. I haven't gone to Nanjing for ancestral worship in many years either. Let's all go together. Everyone turned around to see Zoran walking over. Grandpa. Ambry happily greeted. Zoran smiled warmly, patting her head affectionately without saying anything. After deciding, Irvin asked Frederick to fetch the car, and then went with Ed to number 30 Shasue Road. Watching them leave, Zoran looked at his granddaughter with a smile. Schwer, are you satisfied with Grandpa's help this time? Remember, whether you can win Irvin's heart depends on you. Ambry realized why her grandfather wanted to join under the guise of ancestral worship, feeling quite embarrassed. Grandpa? No more. Go pack your bags quickly. We'll leave for Nanjing tomorrow morning, and meet up with Irvin later. Okay. In the car, Irvin chatted aimlessly with Ed but was somewhat distracted. Carlos suddenly remembered that leaving Dexterjo for Nanjing would delay many things he promised. For example, he had promised Ronaldo to prepare for the opening of Siamusu Jade Store, which now would have to rely on her and Bradford Chan. There was also Candace. And Queenie. After much thought, he decided to inform everyone. Taking out his phone, he opened WeChat and sent messages explaining his imminent departure with his mother to recognize their family lineage in Nanjing. Soon, he received replies. Ronaldo, Irvin, go with peace of mind. Bradford Chan and I can manage the preparations. The store won't open for 2 more weeks, so there's plenty of time. Queenie, recognizing family roots is important. Go early and come back soon. Candace, darling, I'm confined indoors but I wish you a safe journey. Sending a kissing emoji. Irvin felt warmth in his heart and relief upon reading the replies. 10 minutes later, Frederick drove into the villa at number 30 Shasue Road. Irvin motioned for Ed to get out of the car and then took him upstairs to his mother's room. The room was brightly lit. Carlo pushed the door open and saw his mother awake, sitting on the bed with Ida and Madeline accompanying her. His mother seemed much better. Irvin said happily, Mom, how do you feel now? His mother nodded slightly, much better. Noticing Ed behind Irvin, she asked curiously, Tianer, who is this guest? Irvin smiled, Mom, can you guess? Carlo gently pushed Ed towards the bed. Mysterious. His mother shook her head and examined Ed closely, feeling a sense of familiarity. Eventually, she gave up, Tianer, I really can't guess. Irvin then introduced, Mom, this is Ed. He is. Before he finished, his mother's eyes lit up. Ed? My sister's son? Irvin laughed, Mom, you're right. He's Uncle's son. Upon hearing this, his mother got off the bed excitedly and grabbed Ed's hand. You are really Sheng.1? Ed was moved, nodding. Auntie, I am really Sheng.1. When I was 4, I accidentally knocked over a glass, and you pulled me away from the broken shards just in time. Coloring this, Irvin's mother became even more emotional. Yes, I remember that clearly. You must be Sheng.1. She couldn't hold back her tears and hugged Ed tightly. Auntie, Ed was touched by her emotions. Seeing this touching scene, everyone, including Irvin, Ida, and Madeline, felt their eyes moisten. Ronald told brother Irvin, "What's going on?" Ida asked softly. "It's all coincidental," Irvin explained. Ida finally understood. "So you brought Ed to see your adopted mother?" "Indeed," Irvin's expression turned serious. "Additionally, I plan to take Mom to Nanjing to try to recognize her ancestry and fulfill her long-held wish." Ida nodded. "Indeed. Your adopted mother dreamed about returning to Young family but woke up disappointed." It was heartbreaking. Irvin felt his heart clench. If only his mother hadn't become pregnant before marriage and insisted on keeping him, leading to a fallout with her father, they wouldn't have been driven out. To avoid retaliation from her fiancé, she had to hide her identity in Dexterjo. At that moment, he firmly resolved to ensure his mother was recognized by the family no matter what. Irvin's mother asked Ed, puzzled, "Sheng.1, how did you meet Tian? You've never met before." Ed smiled, recounting how he met Irvin and praising his medical and divination skills. His mother beamed with pride. Having such an outstanding son made her proud. "Auntie, speaking of which, tonight I came not only to reunite, but also to seek your consent," Ed said. "What is it?" His mother was puzzled. Ed continued, "Auntie, ever since you were expelled from the Yang family, Grandma has been yearning for you. My mom and I have tried hard to find you but failed. Now, Grandma is gravely ill and hopes to see you before passing." "What? Grandma is dying?" Irvin's mother swayed unsteadily. "Yes, Auntie," Ed confirmed. His mother broke into tears. They comforted her until she regained composure, saying tearfully, "Of course, I will go. When should we leave?" "The sooner, the better, preferably now," Ed replied. "All right, let's leave now." Irvin's mother wiped her tears, determined. ####Chapter 135, Hidden Malice. Seeing that his mother had decided to set off for Nanjing immediately, Irvin did not delay any further and instructed Frederick to bring out his Audi A5. Frederick promptly followed the order and left. Next, Rosalie began to pack her luggage simply and swiftly. Taking advantage of this moment, Irvin said to Ida, "Sister Fan, this trip to Nanjing may take some time. If there's anything, just call me." "Rest assured, brother Irvin. If there's any issue, I'll contact you right away," Ida replied with a smile. Irvin felt relieved hearing this. Suddenly, Ida recalled something and asked, "By the way, brother Irvin, you'll be alone in Nanjing. I have some friends on the streets in Dexterjo. Would you need their contact information?" After pondering for a moment, Irvin responded, "For now, I don't need it, but if I do, I'll reach out to you." "That works," Ida nodded in agreement. At this point, Ye's mother indicated she was done packing. Irvin immediately took his mother and Ed to bid farewell to Ida and Madeline. Then they went downstairs and got into the car. Initially, Irvin planned to drive himself, but considering he lacked experience driving long distances at night, he decided it was best for everyone's safety to let Frederick, his loyal follower, handle the driving. This would allow Irvin to rest and conserve his energy. It was 3:30 in the morning the next day. After an extended journey of 5 to 6 hours, they finally arrived in Nanjing. As it was still dark, Ed directed Frederick to drive the car to his house. Another hour later, the car stopped outside a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Nanjing City's 3rd Ring Road. As soon as Irvin stepped out of the car, he noticed a distinguished-looking middle-aged couple, dressed in pajamas, braving the cold night wind and waiting by the entrance of the villa. Irvin's eyes were sharp. He quickly sensed that the middle-aged woman bore a resemblance to his own mother. Sure enough, as soon as Ye's mother stepped out and saw the woman, she called out excitedly, "Sis." Upon hearing this, Irvin immediately knew this middle-aged woman must be his aunt, Zinnia. Ronald's sister. Zinnia was equally emotional, softly calling out and coming forward. The two sisters embraced each other, sobbing, making for a deeply touching scene. After a while, Ed approached Zinnia, saying, "Mom, it's understandable that you're both emotional after so many years apart, but it's cold outside. Don't catch a chill, let's go inside first." Zinnia's husband chimed in from the side, Yes, they've come all this way, they must be tired. Jan Seamus, we can't leave them out here in the cold." Realizing this, Zinnia wiped away her tears and urged everyone, Right. Everyone, please come inside. We can talk once we're settled." After welcoming everyone, she walked arm in arm with Ye's mother into the villa, with Irvin and the others following behind. Entering the living room, everyone took their seats. After exchanging pleasantries, Zinnia noticed Irvin and asked his mother, "Ronald's sister, is this your son by Jeremiah?" Ye's mother smiled faintly, "That's right, sis. This is my son with Sunigdong. His name is Irvin." Zinnia nodded in approval. "Carlo truly looks talented. Chwaner, this is your aunt and uncle. Go ahead and greet them," Ye's mother instructed. Irvin stood up respectfully, saying, "Aunt, uncle." Zinnia and Finn both nodded warmly and gestured for him to sit down again. Then, Ed couldn't help but remark, "Dad, Mom, you shouldn't underestimate Brother Yi. Carlo's quite extraordinary. Not only is he a divine doctor, but he also has predictive powers. It's amazing." "Oh." Both Zinnia and Finn looked taken aback. Ed then recounted the series of events since meeting Irvin, leaving Zinnia and Finn marveling in astonishment. Of course, they regarded Irvin even more highly because of it. "Ronald's sister, I'm really envious of you. To have such a capable son, unlike mine, who is timid and lacks talent," Zinnia said wistfully. Coloring this, Ed retorted somewhat indignantly, "Mom, is it right to speak of your own son like this?" "Well, am I wrong? If you were better off, you wouldn't still be getting nowhere," Zinnia snapped back. Ed fell silent, looking dejected. Seeing the bickering between mother and son, everyone couldn't help but smile. At this point, Irvin interjected with a laugh, "Aunt, From what I see in cousin's face, he's the type who will succeed late in life. Don't worry, one day he will make you proud. Hopefully. Zinnia didn't seem too optimistic. Finn, however, perked up and asked Irvin, Sheng.1, besides fortune-telling, can you also read faces? Irvin smiled. I know a bit about it. Finn grew interested. And feng shui? I have a basic understanding, Irvin chuckled. That's great. Finn exclaimed joyfully, standing up. Come, Sheng.1, let's check out my study. Irvin was surprised. Beside him, Ed gave a helpless smile and explained quietly, recently, a feng shui master told Dad that the layout of our study needs adjustment to improve the family's luck. But lately, things haven't been going well, so Dad wants you to take a look. So, Dad wants me to inspect it? Irvin interjected. Exactly, Ed nodded. At this moment, Finn had already reached Irvin and was about to lead him upstairs to the study when Zinnia intervened. Slightly displeased, Old Ronald, are you crazy? Sheng.1 and the others just arrived after a long journey and haven't rested properly. And you want him to examine the feng shui? Speechless, Finn reluctantly let go. Irvin smiled. Aunt, it's fine. I'll just take a quick look. It won't be an issue. Finn regained his spirits and turned to Zinnia. See? Even Sheng.1 says it's okay. Why stop him? Ed added, Mom, why don't you and Aunt continue chatting here while Dad and I take Irvin to take a look? It won't interfere. Zinnia pursed her lips but eventually relented. Alright, go ahead, but don't take too long. Let Sheng.1 get some rest afterward, a good night's sleep. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll visit our hometown. Agreed. Finn and Ed concurred happily. Under the guidance of Finn and Ed, Irvin headed upstairs to the study. Sheng.1, tell me, how does the feng shui of my study look? Finn asked. Good. Irvin nodded and started examining the area closely. Though not a professional feng shui expert, Irvin's inherited knowledge contained extensive information on feng shui, allowing him to discern the quality of the setup despite being a first-timer. Initially, everything seemed normal, but soon his brows furrowed as he spoke in a serious tone. Uncle, which feng shui master rearranged this layout for you? This arrangement harbors hidden malice. Hashtag chapter 136, the problematic ancient book, concealing sinister intentions? Upon hearing Irvin's words, Finn and his son Ed were both startled. Exactly. Irvin glanced at the father and son before continuing. This feng shui master designed this feng shui layout for you, which indeed appears to improve the fortune of your family on the surface. However, it's a short-sighted approach. In the long run, it will inevitably bring misfortune to future generations of the Ronaldan family. Finn fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said in a grave tone, Sheng.1, how do you come to that conclusion? Irvin immediately began explaining. One must admit, the design of this study's feng shui is indeed ingenious. Look, there's a wealth-attracting child statue placed at the entrance to the study. This symbolizes an influx of wealth. And on the wall facing the northwest corner, where negative energy accumulates, a bronze mirror is placed, effectively warding off evil and stabilizing qi. On the eastern side with the window, several pots of noble trees are arranged. Notably, these trees have been artificially trimmed into welcoming shapes, meaning the aura of nobility from outside will continuously flow in. In essence, this is a classic three flowers gather at the apex layout, ensuring future generations will be rich and noble. Unfortunately, just as he was speaking, Finn couldn't help but ask, Sheng.1, unfortunately what? Irvin took a deep breath and replied, Unfortunately, I feel a faint grudge lingering in this study. Currently, it's not very strong, but as time passes, this grudge will gradually intensify, dramatically reversing the luck here. Grudge? Finn looked bewildered. I use this study myself, and apart from the nanny cleaning it occasionally, no one else comes in. Where would any grudge come from? Ed nodded in agreement. Right, Brother Seamus, except for my father and the housekeeper. No one else has ever entered this study. Why would there be any grudge? Speaking of the nanny, she has an especially good relationship with our family. We've never wronged her. She shouldn't bear any grudge against us. Irvin smiled slightly. Uncle-in-law, cousin Sheng.1, don't worry. I only sensed a grudge just now. Let me investigate further. Then, he activated his Carlo-1-252.I and examined the entire study. Soon, he discovered wisps of black sha-qi, negative energy, slowly floating out from a wooden box on the bookshelf. Carlo then conducted a deeper inspection and found that inside the box lay a book. Irvin walked over, opened the wooden box, and removed the book. It turned out to be an ancient, somewhat damaged-bound volume, the Yinping Mai. If I'm not mistaken, this ancient book was also given by that feng shui master, right? Irvin asked Finn. Finn nodded. Correct. The feng shui master gave it to me, saying it was valuable due to its age. Seeing my interest in antiques, he presented it as a gift. Irvin smiled and nodded. Did he also instruct you, uncle-in-law, that this book is priceless and must be secretly stored here, never to be taken out? Finn's eyes lit up. Sheng.1, you're spot on. Yes, that's exactly what he told me. So, I had a wooden box specially made to store this book, intending it as a family heirloom. Ed laughed. Dad, didn't I say Brother Seamus is incredibly perceptive? You believe him now, right? Of course I do. Finn nodded, then looked at Irvin. Sheng.1, please continue. Ignoring their praise, Irvin continued, Uncle-in-law, this ancient book is problematic. It's evidence of that feng shui master's sinister intentions. Really? Finn's expression turned serious. Sheng.1, how did you determine that this book is problematic? Irvin frowned. With his Carlo-1-252.I, he could see the resentment emanating from the book, but Finn and his son were ordinary mortals who couldn't see it. Desperate for an explanation, he searched his mind for answers. Soon, he found one. Carlo bit his finger until it bled, then told Finn, Uncle-in-law, close your eyes. I'll smear some blood on your eyelids to open your eyes. Soon, you'll see something different. Okay, trusting Irvin, Finn closed his eyes immediately. Irvin smeared the blood on Finn's eyelids and silently recited a spell. In the next second, The blood transformed into red mist and merged with Finn's eyes. Uncle-in-law, you can open your eyes now, Irvin said. All right, Finn opened his eyes. Seeing wisps of black smoke rising from the book, he was suddenly frightened. Ah? Seeing his reaction, Ed asked, Dad, what happened? What's going on? Finn's face was pale. There really is something wrong with this book. Coloring this, Ed quickly sought Irvin's help. Brother Seamus, let me see too. Sure. Irvin repeated the process for Ed. Soon, Ed also saw the black smoke and was speechless with shock. Now, you must believe this book is problematic, right? Irvin said. Finn and Ed nodded solemnly. Oh, Una's strange illness is likely connected to this book, Irvin added nonchalantly. What? Finn and Ed looked bewildered. I'm not making baseless claims. If I'm correct, the feng shui master came over shortly after Una was born. Young children have weak constitutions and are easily affected by negative energy. Una, being influenced by this book, perceives the world differently from us. Coloring this, Finn felt a complex mix of emotions. Carlo never imagined that by inviting the wolf into his home, he'd harm his granddaughter. After a while, Ed suddenly said, Brother Seamus, since you can predict things, can you figure out why the feng shui master wants to harm us? Regaining his senses, Finn gritted his teeth. Yes, I have no enmity with that feng shui master. Why would he harm me? Fine, let me try. Irvin started divining. Soon, he got a result, but couldn't help but exclaim, Him? Brother Seamus, what's wrong? Ed asked. From the divination symbols, it appeared the feng shui master was acting under someone's orders, deliberately trying to ruin the Ronald family, Irvin explained gravely. Who? Finn asked urgently. Sheng.1 tell us, who instructed the feng shui master to harm our family? Chapter 136, The Problematic Ancient Book. Concealing Malicious Intent? Upon hearing Irvin's words, Finn and Ed were both somewhat surprised. Exactly. Irvin glanced at the father and son before continuing. This feng shui master designed this layout for you. On the surface, it indeed helps to improve your family's fortune, but this is a short-sighted approach. In the long term, it will inevitably harm your descendants. Finn fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said solemnly, Xiaochuan, why do you think so? Irvin immediately began his explanation. I must admit, the design of this study's feng shui layout is indeed ingenious. Look, there's a wealth-attracting child statue placed at the entrance of the study, symbolizing an influx of wealth. On the wall in the northwest direction, which is considered harmful, a bronze mirror is hung, deflecting bad energy. And on the eastern side with the windows, several pots of prosperity trees are arranged. Notably, these trees have been trimmed into welcoming shapes, implying that wealth and nobility will continuously flow in through the window. One can say this is a typical three flowers converging at the crown layout, promising future generations great wealth and honor. Unfortunately, just as he spoke, Finn couldn't help but ask, Xiaochuan, unfortunately what? Irvin took a deep breath and said, Unfortunately, I sense a faint resentment lingering in this study. Currently, it's not strong, but over time, it will intensify, greatly reversing the fortunes here. Resentment? Finn was stunned. I use this study myself. Apart from the housekeeper who cleans it, no one else comes in. Where could any resentment come from? Ed nodded in agreement. Right, Brother Seamus. No one except my father and our housekeeper ever enters this study. How could there be any resentment? Besides, we've never treated the housekeeper poorly. She even has a particularly good relationship with our family. She wouldn't harbor any grudges against us. Irvin smiled slightly. Uncle, cousin Sheng.1, don't worry. I only sensed a hint of resentment just now. Let me investigate further. Subsequently, he activated his Carlo-Vinli-I and examined the entire study. Soon, he discovered that black sha-chi, negative energy, was slowly seeping out from a wooden box on the bookshelf. Carlo immediately delved deeper, finding an ancient book lying inside the box. Irvin approached, opened the box, and retrieved the book. It turned out to be an old, slightly damaged traditional thread-bound ancient book, Yinping Mei, Xinghao Yinping Mai ***. If I'm not mistaken, this ancient book was also given by that feng shui master, right? Irvin asked Finn. Finn nodded. Yes, it was given by the feng shui master. Carlo said it had significant value due to its age, and knowing my interest in antiques, he gifted it to me. Irvin smiled and nodded. And didn't he specifically tell you that this ancient book is invaluable and must be secretly stored in this study, never to be taken out? Finn's eyes lit up. Xiaochuan, you're absolutely right. Yes, the feng shui master did say that. So, I had someone make this wooden box to store the book, intending to pass it down as a family treasure. Ed laughed. Dad, I told you Brother Seamus is incredible. Now you believe me, right? Of course I believe. Finn nodded, then looked at Irvin. Xiaochuan, continue. Ignoring their praise, Irvin continued, Uncle, this ancient book is problematic. It's proof of the feng shui master's hidden ill intentions. Oh. Finn's expression became serious. How can you determine that this ancient book has issues? Irvin frowned slightly. With his Carlo-Vinli-I, he could see the resentment emanating from the book, but Finn and his son were mere mortals who couldn't see it. Frustrated, he racked his brains, searching for answers within his inherited knowledge. Carlo found it quickly. Then, he bit his finger until it bled and said to Finn, Uncle, close your eyes. I'll smear some blood on your eyelids to open your vision, and you'll see something different. Okay. Trusting Irvin, Finn closed his eyes. Irvin smeared the blood on Finn's eyelids and whispered an incantation under his breath. In the next second, the blood transformed into red mist and merged into Finn's eyes. Uncle, you can open your eyes now, Irvin said. All right. Finn opened his eyes. But upon seeing the tendrils of black smoke floating out of the book, he was greatly startled. Ah? Seeing this, it couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's going on? What's happening? Finn's face was pale white. There really is something wrong with this ancient book. Coloring this, Ed hastily turned to Irvin for help. Brother Seamus, let me see too. Okay. Irvin repeated the process for Ed. Soon, Ed also saw the black smoke, stunning him speechless. Now, do you believe there's something wrong with this ancient book? Irvin asked. Finn and Ed nodded seriously. By the way, Claudia's illness is likely related to this ancient book, Irvin added casually but startlingly. What? Finn and Ed looked shocked. I'm not guessing. If I'm right, shortly after Claudia was born, the feng shui master came. Children have weak constitutions, easily affected by evil energy. Thus, Claudia's perspective on the world differs significantly from ours. Finn looked complicated. Carlo never imagined he'd inadvertently invite a wolf into his home, harming his granddaughter. After a while, Ed suddenly said, Brother Seamus, since you're skilled in divination, can you tell us why the feng shui master would want to harm our family? Finn snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth. Yes, I have no grievances with that feng shui master. Why would he want to harm me? Alright, let me try. Irvin began to divine with his fingers. Soon, the result appeared, and Irvin couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Seamus, what's wrong? Ed asked. Irvin said solemnly, the divination shows that the feng shui master acted on someone else's instructions, deliberately setting you up. Oh. Finn eagerly asked, Xiaochuan, quickly tell us, who instructed the feng shui master to target our family? Chapter 137, Grand Declaration. When Irvin inquired, Finn said solemnly, judging from the hexagram, this geomancer was instructed by someone named Fraser. Fraser? Both Finn and Abdurrahman looked puzzled. Who is Fraser? Irvin took a deep breath and explained, this Fraser is the young master of the Jinling Lu family. His father is the current family head, Jeffrey. I once met Fraser and Dexter Zhou, and we even had a fierce confrontation. So when I divined that he was secretly orchestrating the geomancer's plot against your Ronald and family, I was quite surprised. Upon hearing this, Finn and Abdurrahman suddenly understood. But soon, anger flashed across both their faces. So it turns out that Jeffrey's son, Fraser, orchestrated the geomancer to dig a pit for us Ronald and family. Damn, I have no enmity with him. Why would he try to ruin my family? Abdurrahman shouted indignantly. Finn said sternly, Shinon, this matter is not as simple as you think. I suspect that Fraser's actions were instigated by Jeffrey. If so, then this is serious business. Remember, the Lu family has been suppressing us for years. Dad, they're just another powerful family in Jinling. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, our Ronald family is also a prominent clan in Jinling. If we join forces with other powerful families here, what can we fear from the Lu family? Abdurrahman replied angrily, looking disdainful. What do you understand? Finn berated him sharply. Our Ronald family may be considered one of the powerful clans in Jinling, but compared to the Lu family, we are nothing but scraps. Abdurrahman was taken aback. Dad, it can't be that bad, can it? Why not? The Lu family is a martial lineage with considerable influence. As for us, we lack any martial foundation. Initially, I pinned my hopes on you, pouring countless resources into cultivating you into a martial expert to bring glory to our family. Unfortunately, you aren't cut out for it. Ah, Finn sighed heavily, his face filled with frustration. Abdurrahman felt embarrassed and said softly, Dad, how could this be blamed on me? After all, I couldn't open my spirit orifices. Moreover, as far as I know, Fraser, despite being from a martial lineage, hasn't opened his spirit orifices either and is now like an ordinary person, isn't he? Are you still trying to talk back? Finn snapped, glaring at him. Abdurrahman looked defiant. It's true. Seeing that the father and son were about to argue, Irvin quickly stepped in to calm them down. Only after much persuasion did their conflict subside, and they reconciled. Ronald Chuan, don't you think the Lu family's actions are rather peculiar? With their strength and influence, why bother with using a geomancer in secret? Wouldn't it be simpler to use brute force directly? It's hard to understand. Finn said, looking perplexed. Irvin laughed and said, Uncle, isn't this easy to understand? Pausing briefly, he continued, there's an old saying, even a prostitute wants to set up a memorial arch. The Lu family may be a martial lineage, but they must still care about their reputation. If they openly used force to undermine the Ronald family, how would people in the martial world view them? How would the Lu family maintain their standing in the martial world? Finn nodded thoughtfully after Irvin's explanation. That makes sense. Very reasonable. Irvin smiled without a word. At this moment, Abdurrahman asked, Dad, now that we know the Lu family is secretly undermining us, what should we do next? Finn's expression turned grave as he replied with a bitter smile. The Lu family has immense wealth and power. We can't possibly compete with them. What can we do? Abdurrahman looked indignant. Are we just going to let them ruin us? AI, Finn sighed deeply, feeling helpless. Then Irvin reassured Abdurrahman with a smile. Relax. The Lu family won't remain arrogant for long. Mark my words, sooner or later, I will bring them down. Both Finn and Abdurrahman stared at Irvin in shock, clearly startled by his grand declaration. After a moment, Ronald told Chuan, you should really think twice. The Lu family is not to be trifled with. You alone can't match their strength, Finn advised. Yes, young brother Seamus, please don't act rashly. Abdurrahman also urged. Irvin chuckled. Don't worry. One doesn't risk climbing Ronaldangshan, Mount Ronaldong, without solid reason. Since I made such a bold statement, I am fully confident. Moreover, Fraser and I already have unresolved grievances. Even if I wanted to let go, they wouldn't let me off easily. Huh. Finn's expression darkened as he urgently asked, Ronald told Chuan, you have unresolved grievances with Fraser? What grievances? Irvin didn't hide anything and recounted the conflict he had with Fraser at the Ronaldo family residence. Finn was enlightened but also concerned. So it seems reconciliation between you and the Lu family is impossible unless you abandon the Ronaldo family lady. Abdurrahman added, Dad, even if Irvin abandoned the Ronaldo family lady, given the Lu family's tyrannical style, they likely wouldn't let brother Seamus off. You have a point. Finn nodded and suddenly asked Irvin with a serious look. Speaking of which, Ronald Chuan, you said you have full confidence in bringing down the Liu family. Can you tell us how exactly you plan to do that? Irvin certainly couldn't casually reveal his secret efforts to recruit martial forces. Carlos simply said, it's straightforward. I will strive to enhance my martial cultivation. Once I become strong enough, I won't need to fear the Liu family. Finn sighed. Ronald Chuan, I'm not criticizing you, but enhancing martial cultivation is not something achieved overnight. Not to mention Qi practitioners, even solidification realm experts took years of hard work to reach their level. By the time you get strong enough, the Liu family might have already crushed you. Abdurrahman echoed similar sentiments. Yes, brother Seamus, you need to think carefully. Irvin smiled and asked, Uncle, cousin, do you know how long it took me to cultivate from an ordinary person to the 5th stage of body tempering realm? How long did it take? Finn and Abdurrahman asked simultaneously. Less than a month, Irvin replied with a grin. What? Both Finn and Abdurrahman were astonished. Becoming a 5th stage body tempering realm martial expert from an ordinary person in less than a month. This completely overturned their worldview. After a while, Abdurrahman couldn't help but ask, Brother Seamus, how did you manage that? Can you tell us? Note, translated content reflects the tone, style, and context of the original Chinese text. Names like Irvin, Finn, Abdurrahman, Fraser, and Jeffrey are transliterated based on pinyin. Chapter 138, 6th level of body tempering realm. Irvin certainly wouldn't reveal his cultivation secrets to just anyone. Carlos simply shrugged and vaguely replied, what else? Talent. You didn't tell me anything. I don't think I have that kind of talent anyway, Ed said helplessly but chose not to press further. However, after the conversation, Finn and Ed got a clear understanding of Irvin's strength. The father and son duo's confidence surged. They even declared on the spot that from now on, they would follow Irvin's lead in everything. Irvin gladly accepted this. After all, any additional force was beneficial when dealing with martial arts families like the Liu family. The three continued chatting casually for a while until Zinnia suddenly appeared at the study door, looking unhappy as she scolded Finn. Do you still have a heart? Xiao Chuan and Xingnan were exhausted from their journey. You don't let them rest properly? Finn, apparently a pushover, immediately cowered under his wife's glare. All right, dear, I'll let them rest right away, okay? Zinnia shot Finn an exasperated look and then waved at Irvin. Xiao Chuan, come along with Auntie. I'll take you to your room. Sure thing. Irvin nodded and followed her. Soon enough, he was led to a luxuriously decorated, spacious guest room with its own bathroom. During your stay in Nanjing, you'll be staying in this room. If you need anything, you can directly ask our housekeeper, Zinnia said kindly. Thank you, Auntie. Irvin thanked her sincerely. Zinnia smiled. We're family. No need to be so formal. It's late now. Get some sleep quickly. After you wake up, we'll go visit your maternal grandfather in the afternoon. Okay. Irvin nodded. Then, Zinnia left. Irvin locked the door behind him and was about to change into bedclothes when there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Irvin asked. It's me, came Ed's voice from outside. Irvin opened the door. Cousin, what else is on your mind? Ed looked worried. Seamus, brother. Could it be anything other than Una? Irvin reassured him. Don't worry, Una is safe for now. Ed nodded, then asked, by the way, Mom plans to take us to Grandpa's place tomorrow afternoon. What if Esmeralda brings Una back to Nanjing to see her boyfriend? Will we miss them? Don't worry. I calculated earlier. With Esmeralda being pregnant and having to watch over Una, she won't be able to return to Nanjing so soon. She will only meet her boyfriend tomorrow night. After we visit Grandma, we'll set up an ambush near her boyfriend's residence and rescue Una. That's good, very good. Ed felt relieved and smiled brightly. All right, Seamus brother, get some rest early. Good night. Good night. After Ed left, Irvin got into bed but didn't rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began meditating intensely. Cultivation was like rowing upstream. Once you stop progressing, you start regressing. Carlo would practice anytime possible, unless he hit a bottleneck and had to pause. Interestingly, this time his cultivation progressed without obstruction. Soon, he felt himself approaching a breakthrough point. Immediately, he increased his consumption of body-tempering pills, continuing the intense effort. Finally, haha, broken through. From now on, I've entered the 6th level of body-tempering realm. This feeling is incredible. Irvin felt elated, opened his eyes, and stood up. At this moment, he distinctly felt refreshed and more energetic, with enhanced physical strength. Pound pound. There was a knock on the door. Who's there? Irvin asked. Seamus, young master, this is the housekeeper from the Ronald family. Lunchtime is approaching. Please prepare yourself. Okay, I know. Irvin dressed, freshened up, and headed downstairs. Just as he stepped out, he met Ed. Carlo-y, Seamus brother. You've changed? Ed exclaimed in surprise. Irvin laughed. How did I change? Ed explained. It's hard to describe, Seamus brother, but you seem to exude a much stronger aura. Standing beside you, I feel pressured. Haha, well put. Irvin chuckled. To tell you the truth, cousin, my cultivation has reached the 6th level of body tempering realm. 6th level of body tempering realm? Ed was stunned. My goodness, all in one night. Irvin smirked. Now, do you believe what I said last night? Yeah, Ed nodded vigorously. I must tell Dad about this immediately. Carlo turned to rush downstairs, but Irvin grabbed him and grinned slyly. Keep it low profile, low profile. So what if my cultivation improved? Is it really such a big deal? Ed admired him. Seamus brother. No wonder you cultivate so fast. With your broad-mindedness and poise, your cousin can only admire from afar. Irvin laughed it off. In the dining room downstairs, Finn and others were already waiting. What surprised Irvin was that his mother had changed into a brand new designer outfit and applied light makeup. She looked aristocratic and stunning, nothing like the neighborhood cleaner she used to be. Mom, you've changed a lot, Irvin remarked. Rosalie smiled faintly without a word. Zinnia teased, Xiao Chuan, Do you mean better or worse? Of course better. Irvin responded without hesitation. You talk nicely, Zinnia smiled. Auntie must tell you, your mom was quite a beauty in her youth. Countless people pursued her. It's a pity that over the past 20 years, she brought you around hiding here and there, too busy to groom herself. In the future, you should treat her well, alright? Yes, Auntie, I promise. Irvin assured her solemnly. After enjoying a harmonious lunch together, Finn and Zinnia instructed the driver to take Rosalie and Irvin to the Young family villa. About 40 minutes later, they arrived at the gates of a villa. Stepping out of the car, Rosalie looked at her familiar yet unfamiliar home, unable to contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Ronald told sister, let's go in. I've informed Dad and others. They're all waiting inside, Zinnia said. Okay, Rosalie nodded. The group entered the villa. In the reception hall, several members of the Young family were gathered. Among them was a man in his 60s sitting on the sofa with a dour expression as if everyone owed him money. Seeing Rosalie, he grunted heavily. Nadia, listen carefully. I brought you back because your mother is dying. Once you've seen her, scram immediately. Chapter 139. Reunion of Grandfather and Granddaughter. This man in his 60s was none other than the head of the Young family, Irvin's maternal grandfather, Andre. Therefore, when Nadia heard her father speak such heartless words, her heart almost shattered. However, with her stubborn personality, she held back her tears and did not cry. Still, Zinnia found the situation awkward and immediately stepped forward to address Andre. Dad, please say less. It was so difficult for us to find my little sister. If we hadn't heard that mother was critically ill, how could she have come back? Finn also tried to reason with him. Indeed, father-in-law, mother-in-law is on her deathbed, yearning to see her daughter before passing. Would you be heartless enough to deny her this simple wish? Seeing both his daughter and son-in-law trying to persuade him, Andre frowned but ultimately softened. Carlos spoke impatiently to Nadia. Are you just going to stand there? Go see your mother now. Nadia pursed her lips and softly replied, Thank you, Dad. Andre sneered. Don't call me Dad. Ever since you were expelled from the Young family 20 years ago, our father-daughter relationship ended. Nadia's face turned awkward, unsure of what to do. Zinnia interjected, Ronald told sister, don't say anything more. Let's hurry to see mother. Nadia nodded and agreed. Then, under Zinnia's lead, Nadia and the group prepared to go upstairs. At this moment, Andre noticed Irvin standing behind Nadia and immediately stopped them, asking, Who is this boy? Ed smiled obsequiously. Grandpa, he's called Irvin, Aunt Chantel's son. Andre roared, recognizing him instantly. So it's you, that illegitimate child of Nadia and that no-good Jeremiah. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Ed looked stunned. Grandpa? Father, can't you be less domineering? Zinnia urged quickly. Mother has been worrying about Chantel and her son all this time. You're making it impossible for her to see Irvin before she dies. This? Andre hesitated. Finn added, Father-in-law, since Irvin has already come, might as well let mother-in-law meet her long-lost grandson. In the end, Andre's tone softened. Fine, seeing as you all are pleading for him. I'll make an exception and let this illegitimate child see his grandmother. But after this, he must leave immediately. Upon hearing this, especially the hateful word, illegitimate, Irvin clenched his fists, wanting nothing more than to punch this cold-hearted grandfather. Beside him, Ed sensed his mood and whispered, Brother Seamus, stay calm, don't act rashly. No matter how wrong Grandpa may be, he is still your grandfather. Irvin calmed down, bitterly replying, Rest assured, I'm not that foolish. The group continued up the stairs. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a bedroom on the second floor. On the bed lay an elderly woman in her 60s. She was none other than Irvin's maternal grandmother, Nadia's mother, Kay. However, she appeared frail and haggard, clearly very ill. Seeing her condition, Nadia felt a knife stab through her heart. She fell to her knees, sobbing, Mother, your unfilial daughter has come to see you. Parloring the noise, Kay turned her head. Recognizing her younger daughter Nadia, she suddenly gained energy, sitting up abruptly and exclaiming, You're Chantel? Yes, Mother, I'm Chantel. Nadia nodded repeatedly. Upon confirmation, Kay got off the bed, almost falling due to excitement. Zinnia caught her just in time. After steadying herself, Kay pulled Nadia into a tight embrace, both weeping profusely. It was a touching scene, leaving everyone in tears. After some time, they separated. Wiping away her tears, Nadia remembered something and led Irvin forward. Chwaner, come, pay respects to your grandmother. Irvin obeyed. Kneeling down, Irvin pays respects to grandmother. Grandmother? Kay paused, looking at Nadia. Chantel, is this child yours? Yes, Mother. He's the child I had with Jeremiah. His name is Irvin. Nadia confirmed. Kay closely examined Irvin, growing increasingly fond of him. This child truly looks distinguished. Chantel, I accept this grandson. Seeing her mother accept her son, Nadia beamed with joy. But at that moment, Andre snorted, saying coldly, You accept him, but I won't. Andre, you? Kay was so angry she began coughing. Nadia and Zinnia hurriedly patted her back, comforting her. Facing this situation, Andre remained stone-hearted, indifferent, and continued to scoff. An illegitimate child like him doesn't deserve to be listed in the Young family register. If it weren't for your illness, I would never have allowed this bastard to enter my home. Carlo glared at Irvin. Illegitimate ye, because of my mercy, you came in. Now that you've seen your grandmother, why don't you leave? Each mention of illegitimate infuriated Irvin, and he retorted bluntly, Andre, if it weren't for my grandmother, do you think I'd want to be here? Huh. Andre hadn't expected such defiance, and was momentarily taken aback. You dare speak to elders like that, Irvin? No wonder you're a bastard. That's right, utterly uncultured. A bastard is always a bastard. These comments came from two middle-aged men in their 40s. Are you talking about me? Irvin's face darkened, ready to lash out. While he couldn't hit his grandfather, Andre, these two men who dared to provoke him gave him no hesitation. At that moment, Kay burst angrily, Jinlong, Jinhao, are you human? Startled, the two men instantly quieted down, realizing they were cornered. They were Nadia's brothers and Irvin's two uncles, Maxim and Marcus. Kay continued raging, you two idiots. Your father is heartless, and so are you? How can you say that Chantel's child is a bastard? And what am I then as a grandmother of a bastard? Maxim and Marcus had no answer. Suddenly, Andre roared furiously at Kay. Kay, do you run this household or do I? Back to bed. Someone, escort Nadia and Irvin out. Chapter 140. Who dares to order me around? The moment Andre finished speaking, two bodyguard-like men immediately entered, ready to escort Nadia and Irvin out. Let's see who dares. Kay abruptly stood up, glaring at the two bodyguards. The bodyguards looked at Andre, unsure of what to do. Andre glared furiously at Kay. Kay, are you losing your mind? At a time like this, you're still protecting them? Tears streaming down her face, Kay shouted loudly, Chantel and her son are the apples of my eye. If I don't protect them, who will? Back then, I told you not to arrange a wealthy marriage alliance, but you didn't listen. How did it end up? Parlor words undeniably rubbed salt into Andre's wounds. Andre flew into a rage instantly. What's wrong with a wealthy marriage alliance? Look at her now. She has aged so much that one can tell she has suffered greatly. Where is the appearance of a rich girl anymore? It's evident that Yi Sunnydong didn't let them live decently for the past 20 years. Weren't these hardships over the last 20 years caused by you? If you hadn't kicked her out of the house, how would she have suffered? Kay raised her voice again. You. Andre was fuming. What do you know? If I hadn't kicked her out, how could we have avoided retribution from Dexter Bay? Our entire family might have been exterminated without any burial place. Do you understand? At this point, Nixon added, that's right, Mom. If it weren't for Sister's stubbornness in breaking off the engagement back then, which completely offended Dexter Bay, our young family wouldn't be in today's predicament, vulnerable and in fear. Jarvis followed suit. Yes, Mom. If Father hadn't decisively expelled Sister from the Young family, our entire clan would probably have been obliterated long ago. You! Seeing both her sons taking their father's side, Kay felt an overwhelming sadness and angrily scolded. You selfish beasts, Chantel is your own sister, yet you disregard kinship. Is this how you act as brothers? Nixon and Jarvis were silenced, lowering their heads. Kay, no matter what you say today, it won't change my decision, Andre shouted at the bodyguards. What are you waiting for? Get Nadia and Irvin out of here immediately. Let's see who dares. Losing control, Kay grabbed a fruit knife from the bedside table and pointed it at her own neck. Andre, if you push me further, I'll commit suicide. I mean it. Enough. Andre trembled with anger. Roaring, he said, Ronaldston to me, Kay. If you insist on keeping them, I won't stop you. But think carefully. If Dexter Bay finds out about this, prepare for the extermination of the entire Young family. Kay froze, unsure what to say. Despite her age, she wasn't senile. If her insistence jeopardized the entire Young family, it was not her wish. While she was conflicted, Nadia tearfully said, Mom, I appreciate your kindness. To ensure the safety of everyone in the Young family, whatever hardship I endure means nothing. Kay burst into tears. Chantel, you've suffered enough. I'm not suffering, Mom. Not at all, Nadia choked out. Moreover, being able to see you one more time leaves me with no regrets. But before I leave, Mom, you should let Irvin examine you. His medical skills are excellent, and he can surely heal you. Kay paused. Irvin knows medicine? Nadia nodded. Yes, Mom. At this moment, Ed interjected. Grandma, I can vouch for this. Irvin is simply incredible at medicine. Carlo cured Grandma Elisa's strange illness. Really? Kay's face showed surprise. Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes, Ed affirmed confidently. Kay began to believe, but then her expression turned bleak. Even if what you say is true, I know my condition well. It's practically incurable, so don't try to comfort me. Nadia and Ed urged her persistently, but Kay remained unmoved. Irvin stepped forward and smiled. Grandma, I can bring even the dead back to life. This minor ailment of yours isn't a big deal. What? You can revive the dead? Kay was taken aback. Nadia replied, Mom, I can vouch for this. Let Chuan examine you. Kay perked up. Fine, let him try. Irvin then asked his mother to help Grandma sit comfortably on the bed. Just as he was about to activate his Carlovinli eye to diagnose Grandma's condition, Nixon grabbed Irvin's shoulder, turning him around and shouting at him. Irvin, bastard. What do you think you're doing? We have a private doctor. Why should you treat my mom? Now get lost. Irvin's face darkened. Carlo suddenly caught Nixon's hand, twisting it sharply. Ah! Nixon screamed in agony. Irvin stared coldly. Who dares to order me around? Are you tired of living? It hurts. Nixon wailed in pain. Everyone nearby was stunned. No one expected Irvin's move to be so decisive and ruthless. Andre roared angrily. Irvin, bastard. Let him go right now. Jarvis and the other Young family members also demanded Irvin release him. But Irvin was unfazed, saying coldly, what relation does this Nixon have to me? Why should I let him go? Carlo is your uncle. Andre stopped abruptly, realizing it was inappropriate, changing his tone sternly. Irvin, will you release him or not? No. Irvin firmly refused. God damn it, you bastard. Are you asking for death? Jarvis, enraged, swung a punch at Irvin's face. Unexpectedly, Irvin grabbed his fist with the other hand and squeezed tightly. Ah! Jarvis shrieked, his face twisted in agony. Seeing both his sons restrained by Irvin, Andre nearly exploded with rage. At this moment, he wanted to teach Irvin a lesson himself but hesitated due to Irvin's ruthlessness, venting his frustration on Nadia instead. Nadia, look at the fine son you've raised. Aren't you going to make him release Jin Hong and Jinhu? Chapter 141. No one shall bully my mother. Seeing her father flare up at her, Nadia helplessly looked at Irvin and said, Chuaner, don't be impulsive. Quickly release your Uncle Jin Chong and Uncle Jin Tiger. All right, Mom. Irvin nodded, then sternly told Hunt and Julius, for my mother's sake who pleaded for you, I'll let you go. But listen carefully, whether I'm a bastard or not is none of your business. If I hear you call me a bastard again, don't blame me for being merciless. Having finished speaking, he released them and then gave them both a slight push. Hunt and Julius stumbled, retreating several steps and almost fell to the ground. Feeling utterly humiliated in front of so many people, the two brothers were extremely furious. However, thinking about Irvin's impressive skills, they didn't dare to act arrogantly anymore and dared not utter another word. They only complained to Andre. Father, just look at this kid. Carlo's gone too far. You have to do something for us. Hunt said, That's right, father. You have to stand up for us. Julius chimed in. Enough. Andre waved his hand irritably, then yelled at Nadia. Nadia, listen well. The Young family has its own private doctors. We don't need your son to play doctor. Take him away immediately. Nadia knew very well how capable her son was. If she left now, her mother would surely die. She gently refused. Irvin's medical skills are truly remarkable. Could you let him treat her? No. Andre stubbornly replied in a loud voice. I know exactly what your mother has, cancer, and it's already in its late stage. I've taken her to countless top-tier hospitals, and experts say there's no cure. Can your young son really cure her? Humph. Don't tell me he can even bring the dead back to life. I simply don't believe it. Seeing her father being unreasonable, despite Nadia's normally mild temperament, she could not hold back and shouted, Andre, whether you believe it is your business, but I can't just stand by and do nothing for my mom. I won't leave until she's fully treated. You dare? Andre flew into a rage and roared, Nadia, this is still the Young family. 20 years ago, you were expelled. If you don't take your son away now, should I call the police? Carlo originally intended to have someone forcibly remove Nadia and Irvin, but considering Irvin's abilities, he knew that wouldn't work, so he changed his threat to calling the police. Andre, how cruel-hearted you are. Mother has served the Young family faithfully for all these years, yet when she's seriously ill, you show no compassion. Are you still a decent husband? Nadia screamed. You. Andre's blood pressure soared from anger, and he was about to slap her, but Irvin, quick as lightning, stepped forward using the dragon walking technique, grabbing Andre's wrist and coldly said, No one shall bully my mother, not even you. Afterwards, he fiercely flung Andre aside, causing him to stumble backward. Fortunately, Hunt and Andre managed to catch him in time, preventing him from falling to the ground. Rebellion. Andre was livid, wanting to retaliate but also scared, shouting, Quick, call the police. Father, don't get so agitated. I'll call the police right away. Hunt immediately took out his phone and dialed the emergency number. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zinnia and Finn hurried to mediate. While everyone was arguing, Irvin shook his head and walked over to the bed, softly telling Grandma Kay, Grandma, don't worry, I can definitely cure your cancer. Nadia echoed, That's right, Mom, rest assured. Okay, Kay nodded. Since old lady here doesn't have much time left anyway, do whatever you want. Coloring this, Irvin knew Grandma still didn't fully trust him but didn't want to refuse his good intentions. Without arguing, he activated Carlovinli to examine her. Subject, Kay. Status, due to long-term yearning for her beloved daughter, loss of appetite, and depression, she ultimately developed stomach cancer which has now advanced to its late stages. Cancer cells have spread throughout her body, even infiltrating the bone marrow. After reviewing the details, Irvin knew what needed to be done. Carlo pulled out a bottle of bone marrow washing Ronalquid he had previously prepared. Bone marrow washing Ronalquid was a spiritual liquid beneficial for martial cultivation and breaking through limitations but was also effective for treating illnesses. For a case like Grandma Kay, where her entire body cells, especially bone cells, were affected by cancer, undergoing a thorough bone marrow washing to replace all cancerous cells with normal ones was essential for her survival. Grandma, this bone marrow washing Ronalquid was personally refined by me and is highly effective against cancer. Irvin turned to Ed and asked, Cousin, could you please get me a bowl and add some lukewarm water? Sure thing. Ed eagerly ran off. A few minutes later, he returned with a bowl of lukewarm water. Irvin took it and poured a small amount of bone marrow washing Ronalquid into the bowl. Bone marrow washing Ronalquid was an ultra-concentrated elixir with fierce medicinal power that even martial artists couldn't easily withstand. When Irvin first tried it, he spent considerable time digesting its effects. But Grandma Kay wasn't a martial artist and was elderly, so she couldn't endure the full potency. Once, Irvin had Ed prepare lukewarm water to dilute it, reducing its strength. Irvin gently swirled the bowl to mix the elixir thoroughly with the water. Feeling it was ready, he fed it to Grandma Kay. Kay sipped a little, finding it pleasant, so she drank a bit more. At that moment, Andre rushed over and slapped the bowl out of Kay's hands. Carlo angrily pointed at Irvin and scolded, Brat, what did you give my wife? What if something goes wrong? Irvin directly retorted, If anything happens, I will take responsibility. You'll take responsibility? Can you even afford it? Andre roared. As he spoke, Kay suddenly clutched her chest in pain. Oh, everyone present instantly changed their expressions. Kay, what's wrong? Andre anxiously asked. Mom, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Hunt inquired. Mom, don't scare me. Julius cried. Mom. Facing everyone's concern, Kay contorted her face in pain. My stomach feels terrible, like I drank fiery liquor, burning inside. Upon hearing this, all the Young family members, led by Andre, glared at Irvin furiously, especially Andre, who was beside himself with rage. Irvin, you brat, see what you've done to your grandmother. Just wait, I'll settle accounts with you soon. Get Dr. Ronaldong here now. Hurry. Chapter 142. Rejuvenation. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and tie, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and carrying a medical kit arrived. Carlo was none other than the Yang family's private doctor, Ronaldong Zhongquan. Mr. Yang. Upon seeing Andre, Ronaldong Zhongquan greeted respectfully. Andre nodded and urged anxiously, Dr. Ronaldong, please take a look at my wife as soon as possible. All right. Ronaldong Zhongquan nodded and walked to the bedside. When he saw the spilled soup and broken bowl fragments on the floor, he frowned. What is this? Through gritted teeth, Andre replied. Could it be anything else? It's all the herbal medicine concocted by this good-for-nothing boy, claiming it can treat cancer. Ridiculous. Who still believes in traditional Chinese medicine nowadays? It's absolutely ridiculous. Ronaldong Zhongquan's face turned extremely unpleasant as he reprimanded Irvin. Young man, can such an herbal soup really cure cancer? Are you playing some kind of joke on me? Coloring his derogatory remarks towards traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, Irvin frowned. What's wrong with TCM? Can't TCM treat diseases? It's true that TCM can treat minor ailments, but something like terminal cancer, how could TCM handle that? Ronaldong Zhongquan replied with disdain. Irvin grew increasingly annoyed and retorted, Dr. Ronaldong, are you saying TCM cannot treat cancer? Does that mean Western medicine can? If it could, why hasn't my grandmother improved? Ronaldong Zhongquan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, his statement had been too extreme. By common knowledge, TCM cannot cure cancer, but neither can Western medicine fully solve this century-old medical challenge. Dr. Ronaldong, remember this, both TCM and Western medicine have their strengths and weaknesses, which can complement each other. You should not belittle one so recklessly. Understand? Irvin lectured sternly. Ronaldong Zhongquan blushed from embarrassment and could not reply. At this moment, Andre stepped forward. Dr. Ronaldong, don't waste time on him. Please examine my wife and alleviate her suffering. Okay. Ronaldong Zhongquan nodded, gave Irvin a glare, and then took out stethoscopes and other medical instruments to examine Kay. To his surprise, Kay's body showed no apparent problems. Instead, her originally weak heart was beating exceptionally strongly. Madam, where do you feel pain? Ronaldong Zhongquan asked casually. Suddenly, Kay exclaimed, her pained expression now replaced by one of comfort. Strange, I initially had stomach pain, but now it's gone, and I feel entirely relaxed, no more aches or pains, as if I've had a full body massage. Really? Ronaldong Zhongquan couldn't believe his ears. Carlo immediately used another simple medical device for a preliminary examination. To his astonishment, the old madam's frail body was indeed gradually improving. How is this possible? Ronaldong Zhongquan's eyes widened in shock, his face flushed with heat. Even if he were a fool, he wouldn't fail to realize that this was likely due to Irvin's herbal medicine. Dr. Ronaldong, what's going on? Andre asked. Embarrassedly, Ronaldong Zhongquan informed Andre about the old madam's improvement. Dr. Ronaldong, what did you say? My wife's condition is improving. Andre was also surprised. Could that herbal decoction really work? That's correct, Ronaldong Zhongquan nodded and took a deep breath. The old madam's condition is indeed getting better. How is this possible? Andre still found it hard to believe. Not just him, but also the rest of the Yang family, led by Zinnia and Jarvis, refused to accept this result. At this moment, Ed said proudly, Grandpa, why not? Irvin is a miracle doctor who can even bring the dead back to life. How could he not cure Grandma's cancer? Andre's face darkened. Shut up. Ed felt dissatisfied, but what I said is true. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zinnia and Ronald and Zhaoyang signaled to him not to provoke further conflict. Reluctantly, Ed fell silent. At this point, the old madam, Kay, furrowed her brow. Strange, why am I sweating all over? My clothes are almost soaked. Irvin understood immediately and reassured her, Grandma, don't worry, this is normal. Kay felt slightly relieved. Irvin quickly instructed his mother Nadia, Mom, please take Grandma to the bathroom. Once the medicine takes effect, there will be a lot of impurities being expelled from her body through her pores. Nadia nodded. All right, let's go. She helped her mother off the bed and headed to the bathroom. Zinnia offered assistance. Ronald told sister, let me come with you. Together, the sisters supported old Madam Kay to the bathroom. In the room, only Irvin, Dr. Ronaldong, Ronald and Zhaoyang and Ed, Andre, Zinnia, and Jarvis remained. The tense atmosphere made everyone uneasy. Time ticked away. After more than half an hour, old Madam reappeared. This time, she wasn't supported by Zinnia and Nadia but walked gracefully alone, looking youthful and energetic. Remarkably, after bathing, old Madam Kay's facial muscles were fuller, her eyes bright, radiating vitality, appearing years younger. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Is this really the old madam? It's unbelievable. In such a short time, the old madam has changed completely. Could that bowl of herbal medicine really be effective against cancer? Mom, is that really you? Zinnia asked. Mom, what happened? Jarvis followed up. Ignoring them, Kay walked directly to Irvin and said emotionally, Good child. Thank you so much for making Grandma feel better. Irvin smiled. Grandma, it's nothing. For me, it was just a minor effort. At this moment, Andre interrupted harshly. Don't get too excited. Whether she's truly cured is still uncertain. Dr. Ronaldong, hurry up and give her a thorough examination. All right, Ronaldong Zhongquan nodded eagerly, driven by curiosity at how a single bowl of herbal medicine could transform the old madam so drastically. Subsequently, Ronaldong Zhongquan retrieved various medical devices from his medical kit and conducted a comprehensive examination of Kay. The results soon came in. Ronaldong Zhongquan looked at Andre with disbelief. Mr. Yang, based on my initial examination, the old madam's condition has indeed improved across all aspects. Moreover, the rapid cancer cell detection instrument shows that the cancer cells in her body have disappeared. Ah! Andre exclaimed in disbelief. Carlo never imagined that Irvin's herbal medicine would actually work. Immediately, his face turned hot with embarrassment. At this point, Irvin calmly spoke, Mom, I've cured Grandma's cancer. Now we can leave. Chapter 143, Target of Everyone's Arrows. When Irvin suddenly suggested leaving, Nadia's lips quivered slightly, clearly reluctant. But thinking that neither she nor her son were favored by her father, Andre, staying would only invite humiliation. So she nodded, all right, let's go. Unexpectedly, Kay became anxious. Chantel, and my dear grandson. I've been waiting over 20 years to finally see you both. Why are you leaving now? But, Mother. Nadia glanced at Andre, hesitating. Kay understood the situation well, saying, ignore that old coot. If he doesn't want to keep you, then I'll leave this family as well and go with you. Mom. Nadia was touched beyond words. At that moment, Andre snapped, nonsense. The recuperating Kay, who had previously been weak, suddenly regained vigor and retorted, old man, how is it nonsense? Explain yourself clearly. The term, old man, infuriated Andre, causing him to retaliate. You old hag, have you even thought this through? Do you think everything will be fine if you go with him? Let me tell you, once the person in Dexter Bay hears about this, our young family will still face disaster. Understand? This. And another thing, old hag, remember that you have more than just Nadia, the unfilial daughter. You also have your daughter Jean Seamus and her husband Ronald Zhaoyang, and sons Jean Long and Jean Hu, all with their own families. Can you bear to watch them meet a tragic end with no place to bury their bodies? Andre's words left Kay visibly shaken. True, Nadia was important, but so were her other children. After all, they were all her flesh and blood. In an instant, Kay shed tears, feeling lost. At this point, Maxim said, Mother, I know you care about the hardships Nadia has endured over the years, but every action has consequences. If she hadn't insisted on her own way back then, would we be here today? Jarvis agreed, right, Mom? She made her own choices and should bear the consequences. She chose to elope with Jeremiah rather than listen to Dad. Our family suffered because of her actions. The business was suppressed, eroded, and swallowed up, not to mention the fear we lived in daily. Now she expects to come back whenever she wants. Is it really that simple? Their complaints were followed by a round of criticisms from other members of the Young family, making Nadia the target of everyone's criticism. As a mother, Kay was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to protect or abandon her daughter. It was Zinnia who couldn't bear to see this and stepped forward, yelling, What's going on? What are all of you doing? As members of the Young family, you should stand up for each other, yet you refuse to fight fate. Instead, you criticize a helpless woman for refusing an arranged marriage. In what era are we living if feudal matchmaking still holds sway? How absurd. All Xiaomei wanted was to be with someone she loved. What's wrong with that? Instead of blessing her, you dare to complain? Do you really think she should marry someone she dislikes and live unhappily? Are you satisfied with that? In these past 20 years, while the family business was suppressed and eroded, what did any of you do? Wasting money, neglecting the future of the Young family. Who cares about its fate now? Who? Carler's words left many of the Young family speechless, including Andre, Maxim, and Jarvis. Then, Zinnia looked at Andre, Father, forgive me for being blunt, but even if Xiaomei had agreed to the arranged marriage with Dexter Bay back then, providing us with support, could these two brothers manage to preserve our family's legacy? Andre looked at his two sons, speechless. Honestly, both sons were incapable, and expecting them to carry on the family legacy was nothing short of a daydream. Father, I have a suggestion that can secure the safety of the entire Young family and allow your wife and Xiaomei to reunite. What do you think? Ronald and Zhaoyang interjected. Andre perked up immediately, asking, Dear son-in-law, speak quickly. What's your idea? Ronald and Zhaoyang paused before continuing. My idea is simple, Father. Only let Xiaomei return to the family. As for Irvin, we don't need to acknowledge him. After all, the person in Dexter Bay has always cherished Xiaomei, evident from the fact that he hasn't wiped us out in the past 20 years. However, Irvin is the child of Xiaomei and Jeremiah, and he might find it hard to accept Irvin. If Irvin acknowledges the family, it could provoke him into retaliating against the Young family. But if we reject Irvin, he won't have any reason to, right? His words stunned everyone, especially Nadia, who flatly refused, No, brother-in-law, Chuan is my son. If he can't join the family, what good does it do for me alone? Zinnia gave Ronald and Zhaoyang a disapproving look. Ronald and Zhaoyang, your ideas are despicable. You're tearing out Xiaomei's heart. Ronald and Zhaoyang smiled calmly. The idea may seem bad, but it's practical. Besides, Irvin hasn't expressed any opinion yet. Why rush it? You, Zinnia retorted helplessly. Ronald and Zhaoyang ignored her and turned to Irvin. Chuan, what do you think? Irvin took a deep breath and replied with a faint smile. I have consulted the I Ching, and Dai Fu's idea is practical and effective. Therefore, I agree that my mother should return to the Young family. As for me, forget it. Given his grandparents' and uncle's attitudes, he felt completely disheartened and had no interest in joining the Young family. However, allowing his mother to return was something he supported. After all, his mother had always dreamed of rejoining the Young family, and as her son, he respected her wish. Unexpectedly, his hopes would not go smoothly. Andre sneered, Humor me. You think Nadia can return just like that? What do you take me for? Ronald stinned carefully. The answer is no. Absolutely not. Old man, you refuse, right? Fine, let's go to the civil affairs office and get a divorce. From now on, you walk your sunny path, and I'll take my narrow bridge. Kay declared loudly. Andre didn't expect this move, feeling furious and retorted, Old hag, you, but he soon calmed down. If divorced, half of the Young family's assets would be divided, further weakening an already vulnerable family. Kay, can't you argue with me less? Andre softened his tone. Today, I'll argue with you, you decide. Kay shouted. Andre felt overwhelmed, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Maxim whispered to Andre, Father, having Xiaomei come back isn't impossible, but we have a condition. She must secure the order from the Qinya group. If she can't, she won't be allowed back. Note, Deifu refers to Ronald Zhaoyang as father-in-law in this context. ##### Chapter 144, Contract Manufacturing Order. Andre's eyes lit up immediately. What a great idea. In recent years, the Yang family group under the Yang family had been facing increasingly dire straits due to the pressure from a powerful figure in Dexter Bay. Collaborators and clients had dwindled, and even other families in Jinling seized the opportunity to take over markets that originally belonged to the Yang family group. Fortunately, the Yang family group recently secured a major client, the Chrysanthemum Leaf Group. It was known that Chrysanthemum Leaf Group specialized in pharmaceutical processing and was currently expanding its production capacity. However, based on their own scale, they could not meet this expansion target. Therefore, Chrysanthemum Leaf Group had to find contract manufacturers to distribute the billions of surplus production tasks. The Yang family group had its own pharmaceutical processing plants, and as the chairman of the Yang family group, Andre had pulled out all stops to secure these billions worth of contract manufacturing orders. Unfortunately, many other groups were vying for the same opportunities, leaving him unsuccessful so far. Carlo then turned to Kay and said, All right, since you insist, I won't oppose your reunion with Chantel, but I have one condition. Kay was delighted and asked eagerly, What's the condition? Andre promptly replied, Our Yang family is currently competing for Chrysanthemum Leaf Group's contract manufacturing orders. If you can make Chantel secure these orders within 3 days, I will agree to her return to our family. How about it? 3 days are not necessary. My mother can secure the order tomorrow. Irvin interjected confidently before Kay could speak. This statement stunned everyone present, especially the Yang family members. Zinnia laughed derisively. You arrogant brat. The contract manufacturing order of Chrysanthemum Leaf Group is in the range of several billion, with countless people chasing after it. You think you can secure it with just a word? Jarvis snickered. From your words, anyone unaware might think you're the CEO of Chrysanthemum Leaf Group. Ha, what arrogance. Others in the Yang family chimed in, mocking Irvin. Ed couldn't bear it anymore and exclaimed, Uncle, and all elders and siblings of the Yang family, please don't be so hasty. Irvin is capable. Perhaps he can indeed fulfill his promise. Didn't you all say that Grandma's cancer couldn't be cured? Yet, look how well it turned out. Zinnia, Jarvis, and others were all embarrassed. Indeed, Irvin managed to cure the old lady's cancer to everyone's amazement. It was evident that he had real abilities and might just be able to secure Chrysanthemum Leaf Group's contract manufacturing orders. Andre shouted at Irvin, Good boy. You said that Chantel can secure the order tomorrow. Remember that? No backing out? Irvin stood firm. No backing out. Good. Andre slapped his thigh and looked at Nadia. Chantel, did you hear what your son said? Nadia hesitated. In reality, she felt uneasy. She had distanced herself from business for over 2 decades and didn't know anyone in the Chrysanthemum Leaf Group. How could she possibly secure the order? How about it? Not confident. Andre taunted. Nadia couldn't tolerate this provocation. Plus, trusting her son Irvin, she decided to take the risk. I'll secure the contract manufacturing order from Chrysanthemum Leaf Group tomorrow. Great spirit. Andre laughed. I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, he was about to leave when Irvin stopped him. Wait. Andre paused and asked, What now? We agreed to your condition, but I also have a condition, Irvin calmly stated. What condition? Andre frowned. My condition is simple. Once my mother secures Chrysanthemum Leaf Group's contract manufacturing orders tomorrow, your Yang family must welcome her back with drums, gongs, and a grand carriage procession. And among those carrying the palanquin must be Zinnia and Jarvis, Irvin declared solemnly. Having his mother return with dignity was his long-held wish. Andre furrowed his brows. Having Nadia return amidst such fanfare would be humiliating if spread around. Worse yet, it could affect how the influential figure in Dexter Bay perceived them. Suddenly, Zinnia approached. Father, let's agree to his condition. I don't believe Chantel can actually secure this contract. Jarvis joined in. Exactly, father. Let's agree. Anyway, I doubt they can pull it off. Andre pondered for a moment before deciding, Fine, let's agree to his condition. Carlo then conveyed his agreement to Irvin. Both parties reached a mutual understanding. Afterward, Irvin, Nadia, Zinnia, Finn, and Ed bid farewell and left. Kay, feeling very reluctant, saw them off at the gate, tears streaming down her face as she held Nadia's hand. Chantel, it's all my fault. I couldn't convince that stubborn old man, causing you and Xiaochuan so much hardship. Nadia reassured her firmly, Mom, once I secure the contract from Chrysanthemum Leaf Group, I will come back, and we can reunite daily. But there are too many people eyeing the billions of Chrysanthemum Leaf Group's contract manufacturing orders. They might not choose us, Kay sighed. Grandma, if Irvin says he can do it, he definitely can. Just trust him, Ed, who always believed in Irvin, interjected. Kay sighed again. I hope so. Mom, things have escalated this far. Excessive worry won't help. Since Xiaochuan is confident, we should trust him, Zinnia spoke up. Finn added, Yes, mother-in-law, let's wait and see. Kay could say no more and watched them get into the car until it disappeared from sight. Inside the car, everyone couldn't help but ask Irvin impatiently about his plan. Irvin smiled faintly but didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked Ed with a teasing tone, Cousin, you have a female classmate from university working at Chrysanthemum Leaf Group, right? And apparently, she holds a high position. Am I correct? Ed immediately gave a thumbs up. You're truly amazing, able to deduce even this. Nadia, Zinnia, and Finn's eyes brightened with renewed confidence. There's hope. Irvin laughed and said, Well then, cousin, give your university classmate a call and arrange to meet her tomorrow. Ed readily agreed. Carlo quickly got in touch with his university classmate and scheduled a meeting at a cafe near Chrysanthemum Leaf Group the next noon. Seeing Irvin and Ed's confidence, Nadia, Zinnia, and Finn felt reassured. Back at the Ronald family villa, Irvin returned to his room to meditate. Carlo only came downstairs when the maid called him for dinner. After dinner, Ed pulled him aside. Seamus, shouldn't we go rescue Una now? Chapter 145, Instant Master of Deception. Seeing Ed's anxious look, Irvin couldn't help but find it amusing. However, thinking about his cousin's deep paternal love, he put away his smile and said seriously, Cousin, actually, I have already calculated the best time to rescue Natalie from Esmeralda's hands is in 2 hours. But since you're so anxious, let's leave now. Thank you for understanding, thank you. Ed was overjoyed and kept thanking him. Irvin smiled, waved his hand, and then gave an address. We're going to Baishan Village on the outskirts west of Jinling City. Going to Baishan Village on the city's west outskirts? Ed was taken aback, a puzzled expression covering his face. Irvin explained with a smile. In 2 hours, Esmeralda will meet her boyfriend at Baishan Village, which is her boyfriend's hometown. Ed grew even more confused. Why would they meet there? Irvin continued to explain. Cousin, think about it. If you were Esmeralda, wouldn't you hide Natalie somewhere safe? This, in Jinling, your family, the Ronaldan family, is a wealthy and powerful clan. With such influence, do you think Esmeralda wouldn't take precautions against your family finding Natalie? So, she can't hide Natalie in Jinling, only in a hidden place like her boyfriend's hometown Baishan Village. I get it, Ed suddenly understood. After that, Irvin called Frederick, instructed him to drive, and together with Ed, headed towards Baishan Village on Jinling's west outskirts. As it was getting dark, they didn't inform Nadia, Zinnia, and Finn of the true situation. They lied that they were just going for a drive to avoid their worries. After about 50 minutes, the car finally arrived at its destination. By this time, it was already pitch dark. Upon entering the village, Irvin and Ed noticed a large pagoda tree by the entrance where men, women, and children were cooling off and chatting. Irvin activated his Sheng.1-252.I instantly. Soon, the names and statuses of these villagers appeared before him. Finally, a name caught his eye, Lauren. There she is. Irvin smiled. Ronald's brother Seamus, what did you mumble just now? Ed was confused. Unwilling to reveal his ability of identifying people using Sheng.1-252.I, Irvin vaguely replied, Esmeralda's boyfriend's mother is right there. Let's get out and walk over. Ed finally got it and thumbs up. Ronald's brother Seamus lives up to being a contemporary genius. Indeed, no ordinary man. Frederick chuckled. Brother Chuan is the medicine saint. How could he not be formidable? Irvin smiled without speaking. Then, the three of them got out of the car and walked towards the big tree. From afar, they heard Lauren's loud voice. Everyone listen. My son Leona called me. He's coming back in an hour with his girlfriend. I need to go home and clean up. No time to chat. Once those words came out, everyone in the village teased her. Why rush, Yanfeng? There's still 1 hour. That's right. Tell us more about your successful son. Carlord, your son DeYoung works at a tech company in the high-tech development zone. True or false? Come on, tell us. Faced with all the questions from villagers, especially concerning her son Alec, Lauren became spirited. All right, seeing as you're so curious, I'll tell you. Lauren cleared her throat. Ronald Stinwell, my son DeYoung is the village's only prestigious university graduate. After graduation, he started working at a tech company in Jinling high-tech development zone. At this point, a middle-aged woman interjected, Yanfeng, forget the useless stuff. Tell us his monthly salary? Not much, just barely around 30,000 yuan a month, Lauren boasted. Whoa. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Villagers, who barely earned 10,000 annually despite hard labor, felt extremely envious when faced with Lauren's son's impressive salary. Carler Vanity was thoroughly gratified. Well, I need to go back and tidy up my house. She turned to leave. Wait. A voice interrupted her. All the villagers looked in the direction of the voice, only to see 3 neatly dressed men who clearly weren't from the village. You're calling me, sir? Lauren was flustered. Irvin smiled. Yes, you. Do you need something? She asked nervously. We are Mr. Zhang's subordinates. Carlos sent us here first to make some arrangements. Mr. Zhang? Which one? Lauren was baffled. Irvin smiled faintly. Of course, your son Alec. Honestly, his position has been promoted, and he's now our vice president. Really? Lauren was shocked. Carlo didn't mention that in his call. Yes, Irvin nodded without hesitation, smacking his forehead in regret. Oh dear, Mr. Zhang must have wanted to surprise you. Now I've blurted it out. I fear he'd scold me. Behind him, Ed and Frederick couldn't figure out what Irvin was up to, but both stifled their laughter, agreeing. Carloring this, Lauren felt immense happiness, especially looking at the jealous faces of the villagers. Nonsense. My son being so successful, how could I not feel good? Ronald told did she know, Irvin had deliberately gained her trust. Suddenly recalling something, Lauren asked Irvin, controlling her excitement. Sir, you mentioned that my son sent you here to make some preparations. What kind of preparation? Translation ends here. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to match the original text closely while ensuring fluency and natural English expression. Chapter 146. This woman really knows how to stir things up. Seeing that Lauren believed his lies, Irvin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. But he immediately put on a serious expression and explained. It's like this. President Zhang said that his girlfriend is a noble daughter from a prestigious family in Jinling. This time, he brought her back, so to avoid her disliking it here, he dispatched us 3 to come early to prepare. Oh, so that's the reason. Lauren was enlightened and felt immensely pleased. TSK, her son was truly amazing, managing to date a noble daughter from a prestigious family. That really boosted their social standing. Sure enough, when the villagers heard this, they all began to respect her even more. Some even offered enthusiastically. Yaofeng, oh no, Yanfeng, shall we go and help with the preparations too? Exactly, Yanfeng, Dayong's girlfriend is a noble daughter. We can't let her feel unwelcome during her first visit. Yes, Yanfeng, many hands make light work. Let's all go to your house and help out. Unexpectedly, Lauren wasn't buying into the villagers' enthusiasm. Enough already. If my son brings his girlfriend home, it's for her to meet me as the mother-in-law. If all of you rush over, it'll be chaotic and scare her away. I've heard city girls are very delicate, especially noble daughters from prestigious families. Parloring this, the villagers were discouraged. But then, Lauren changed her tone. However, if our village sends a few representatives, that would be fine. Immediately, a middle-aged woman spoke up. Yanfeng, I'm your neighbor and I used to hold Dayong when he was little. Can I go and help at your place? Lauren nodded proudly. Sheng.1-252.I, sure, you can come to my place. Marley instantly beamed. Thank you, Yanfeng. By the way, as you know, my son is a college graduate, but he's struggling in Jinling. Could you ask Dayong to help him find a good job when he comes back? Of course, don't worry, Yanfeng. If you do me this favor, I'll be eternally grateful to you and your ancestors. This last sentence sounded off somehow. Lauren frowned slightly but didn't think much about it. Marley had no formal education and was straightforward, so she replied, Sheng.1-252.I, sure thing, leave it to me. Seeing this, other villagers, especially the women, vied for attention, flattering Lauren extravagantly. Lauren's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she agreed to allow a few women to help at her house. Seeing this scene, Irvin, Ed, and Frederick exchanged wry smiles. They all thought the same thing. This woman really knows how to stir things up. In the midst of the commotion, Irvin and the others were led by Lauren to her home, followed by a large crowd of villagers. On the way, Lauren kept asking Irvin about her son's situation at the company. Irvin had already divined Alex's condition using the Tian technique, so he answered fluently, dispelling any doubts Lauren might have had, making her believe they were truly her son's subordinates. Without a doubt, Lauren's living conditions were better than most in the village, considered well off by the local standards. After all, with a high-earning son in the city, the family could not afford to live poorly. For the next hour, under Irvin's instructions, the women Lauren had brought started cleaning and tidying up both inside and outside the house thoroughly. Just as they finished, Lauren received a call on her mobile phone. Seeing the caller ID, she recognized it as her son's number and answered promptly, Carlo, dear, where are you? From the other end of the line came her son Alex's voice, Mom, I'm just 3 minutes away. Oh, and Mom, quickly tidy up a room. Relax, it's all ready, even sprayed with perfume. Waiting for your girlfriend to stay. Lauren smiled brightly. Mom, you already know? Alex sounded surprised. Of course, since you've made all the arrangements, how could I not know? Lauren replied, oblivious to her son's discomfort. Dear, don't say anymore. Just bring your girlfriend back so I can see her. Okay. Then Lauren hung up the phone. Irvin immediately instructed Frederick. 3 minutes later, Alec will drive into the yard. When Lauren welcomes them, mix into the crowd and rescue Elise when Alec and Esmeralda are not paying attention. Got it, Brother Chuan, Frederick nodded. At this moment, Ed asked, Seamus, what about me? Irvin teased, cousin. Once Frederick rescues Elise, we'll reveal ourselves and give Esmeralda a real surprise. Ed chuckled, not bad. She deserves a real surprise. 3 minutes later, a Maybach drove into the yard. The crowd of villagers who had been waiting there surged forward to greet them. Soon, Alec in a suit and Esmeralda in a loose dress, along with a timid Elise, stepped out of the car. Daeong, you're finally back. Lauren greeted warmly, then her gaze shifted to Esmeralda, smiling. Oh, dear, your girlfriend is so pretty. Wait, why did you bring another girl? Alec glanced around at the villagers and frowned. Mom, why did you invite so many villagers here? Dear, don't you understand? Lauren boasted, you were the only famous university student in our village before, now working at a tech company. It's such a rare occasion for you to return. I have to show off a bit. Alec shook his head. His mother had everything going for her except that she loved to show off. Carlo originally planned to hide Elise here, extort 100 million from Ed, and then move abroad to live the idyllic life. However, he never expected his mother to gather the entire village. Wouldn't that expose Elise? If the Ronald family found out, it might mean, Mom, get everyone to go home, Alec whispered. Why should they go? Lauren grumbled. They're here to see your noble girlfriend. Why would they leave so soon? Plus, more people make it lively. Alec frowned. What noble girlfriend? You must have misunderstood something, Mom. Lauren rolled her eyes. Didn't you send someone back saying you dated a noble daughter? Alec was astonished. Mom, when did I ever send anyone back with that message? As he spoke, a person suddenly rushed through the crowd and snatched Elise from Esmeralda's arms. Startled, Elise began crying, but upon seeing someone familiar appear, she immediately stopped crying and laughed. Daddy? Ed took his daughter from Frederick's hands, smiling. Elise, Daddy is here. Don't be scared. Seeing Ed, both Alec and Esmeralda's faces changed simultaneously. Ed, how did you find us here? Esmeralda gasped. Chapter 147. Be quiet. Alec and Esmeralda racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how Ed had found them so quickly. Seeing her son's expression was off, Lauren asked with a frown, Son, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Alec glared at Ed and gritted his teeth. Mom, why is he in our house? Lauren became even more puzzled upon realizing he was referring to Ed. Son, isn't he here early to decorate for your rich girlfriend to avoid her thinking we're poor? Mom, he's not an employee. You've been deceived. Alec replied in a rush. What? I've been deceived? Lauren looked bewildered. Why would he deceive me? Alec didn't know how to answer without revealing that he had kidnapped Ed's daughter for a ransom of hundreds of millions. Realizing she wouldn't get answers from her son, Lauren planted her hands on her hips and pointed at Irvin, Ed, and Frederick, scolding, You 3 frauds. What game are you playing? Son says you're not employees. So why are you here? Tell the truth now, or I'll call the police. The villagers of Beishinkin were baffled. Why did everything suddenly turn sour? Do you want to call the police? Irvin smiled wryly. Go ahead then. Let's see who they arrest first. What? Lauren realized it wasn't as simple as she thought. Suddenly, Alec shouted, "Fellow villagers, these 3 people are human traffickers. Let's take care of them." Human traffickers? The villagers immediately recalled the little girl being forcibly carried away by these 3 people, confirming the suspicions. Enraged, the crowd encircled Irvin, Ed, and Frederick, especially the young and strong men preparing to strike. Ronald told Claudia, never having seen such a scene before, cried loudly and hid in Ed's arms. "Don't cry, Claudia. It's okay." Ed comforted her, trying hard to soothe her. "People, take care of these 3 traffickers first. Don't let them escape. I'll report to the police right now." Alec dragged Esmeralda and his mother toward the car, attempting to flee. Lauren looked confused. "Daeong, what are you doing?" "Mom, I'll explain later." "We need to leave now," Alec said anxiously. "Where are we going?" Lauren felt something was amiss. "Why ask so many questions? Just follow us." Esmeralda snapped impatiently. Lauren was taken aback. She never expected her son's girlfriend from a wealthy family to have such a bad temper. Yet, she stayed silent. "Alec, where do you think you're going?" Seeing Alec about to drive off, Frederick rushed forward and kicked him to the ground. Seeing her son fall, Lauren yelled, "Villagers, seize this trafficker and beat him up." Blinded by hatred for traffickers, the villagers lunged without hesitation. Frederick, a martial artist at the first-level body tempering stage, easily overpowered the ordinary villagers, felling several strong men with ease. The others hesitated in shock. Irvin, unable to bear the violence, rebuked Frederick. "Frederick, they're just misled commoners. Must you be so heavy-handed?" Frederick scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Chuan. Enough. Keep an eye on Alec and Esmeralda. Don't let those 2 runaways escape." Irvin waved dismissively. "Yes, Brother Chuan. Who are you calling runaways? How dare you insult my son?" Lauren tried to kick Irvin. "Stay still." Frederick restrained her firmly. Seeing Frederick hold back Lauren, Irvin turned to the villagers. "People, don't listen to Alec. We're not traffickers." "Humbug. You are clearly traffickers. We saw you snatch that little girl," someone shouted. Others chimed in angrily, echoing the accusation. The child must be protected from traffickers. Facing the rising tide of fury, Irvin knew he needed a decisive move. Carlo gathered his chi and boomed, "Everyone, be quiet." His voice wasn't loud but resonated with internal power, stunning everyone into silence. Then Irvin continued, "Ask Claudia who her father is. If she says I'm a trafficker, then fine." All eyes turned to Claudia. Claudia hugged Ed tightly. "Carlo's my dad. My dad isn't a trafficker, he's the good one." She pointed directly at Alec. The crowd gasped in shock. No one, including Lauren, expected Alec to be the real trafficker. "Zanerius," Lauren demanded. "Say that again, you little wretch. Is my son a trafficker?" Feeling safer with Ed nearby, Claudia shouted boldly, "Yes, he is a trafficker. Carlo brought me here with my stepmother, and when I refused to come, saying I wanted to go back to Dexterjo, he hit me." Stepmother? Carloring this, the villagers were perplexed. They thought she was from a wealthy family, not a stepmother. The villagers' looks towards Lauren changed. Unable to bear the glances, Lauren lashed out, "Stop making false accusations, or I'll slap you." Note: this translation has preserved the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall tone while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 148, Beast. "Daddy, I'm scared." Seeing the menacing expression on Lauren's face, Elise was frightened and quickly hid in her father Ed's arms. "Don't be scared, Elise. Daddy is here." After comforting Elise, Ed stepped forward and shouted, "Lauren, you might not know what vile things your son has been doing. Since all our fellow villagers are here today, I will not hesitate to expose everything now." Carlo then proceeded to recount every detail of the incident. After hearing his account, the villagers present were astonished and started to curse Alec profusely. Beast, getting his girlfriend pregnant, only to send her off as someone else's wife. Not only that, but after being exposed, he dared to kidnap a girl and demand a ransom of 1 billion? How audacious. We thought he had such a respectable job at a tech company in the city. Who knew he would do such despicable things? What shame. Carlo's disgracing Baishan village completely. In an instant, Alec was condemned by everyone and couldn't hold his head up. As for Lauren, seeing her son being vilified by everyone, she lost all composure and felt thoroughly humiliated. At this moment, Frederick asked Irvin, "Brother Chuan, how should we handle Alec and Esmeralda? Should we call the police?" Irvin did not respond immediately but looked towards Ed. "Cousin, what do you think?" Ed sighed and said, "Let's report it to the police." Upon hearing this, Irvin agreed promptly, "All right, let's do as you say." Carlo then instructed Frederick to make the emergency call. Frederick was about to comply when Alec panicked upon hearing about reporting to the police. Just for kidnapping Elise alone, he could face several years in jail. "No way, they can't report me. I'm still young, and I have so much life left to enjoy, but I can't fight them. What should I do?" Suddenly, a desperate idea flashed through his mind. His eyes shifted to Esmeralda with malicious intent. Esmeralda, noticing his gaze, felt an ominous chill and stammered, "What are you going to do?" Alec sneered coldly and pounced on her like a leopard attacking prey, wrapping his arm around her neck. "Ah!" Esmeralda screamed. Everyone present, including Alec's mother Lauren, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. No one anticipated he would do something like this. "Alec, beast, what are you doing?" "Alec, release her immediately. You've made one mistake. Don't let it lead to more." The villagers continued to denounce him, but Alec wouldn't budge. Instead, he tightened his grip on Esmeralda. "None of you come closer, or I'll strangle her right now." "Alec, why are you doing this? I'm your girlfriend and carrying your child. You're treating me like this?" Esmeralda was on the verge of tears. "Shut up," Alec snarled. "Girlfriends can be replaced, But if I go to jail, my life is over. Coloring this, Esmeralda's heart froze. She never imagined she'd end up with such a scoundrel. At the same time, she deeply regretted not recognizing his true nature sooner. Lauren, unable to bear it, cried out, Daeong, are you crazy? Let her go. Mom, I don't want to go to jail. If we take Esmeralda hostage, we can escape. Mom, I'm your only son. You don't want to see me locked away, do you? Alec pleaded tearfully. Lauren hesitated. Honestly, she didn't want her only son to go to prison either. At this moment, Irvin spoke. Alec, you really have no conscience, hurting even your own woman and unborn child. Alec yelled, cut the crap. Back off, or I'll strangle her now. Beast. Ed cursed. Alec, do you have any conscience left? Release Esmeralda immediately. No, never. Alec snarled, she's my lifeline, and I won't let her go. Frederick pointed at him and threatened, if you dare hurt her, I swear I'll tear you to pieces later. Alec sneered, as long as you don't interfere, I won't do anything rash. But if you do, you understand. Frederick was about to retaliate, but Irvin held him back and smirked. Alec, feel free to strangle her. I can always bring her back to life afterward. Alec laughed derisively. Bring her back to life? Are you kidding? Do you think you're some miracle doctor? Frederick retorted loudly. Ronald, stand up. Alec, Brother Chuan is a legendary healer, capable of resurrecting the dead. It's nothing for him. Keep bluffing. Alec remained unconvinced. If you don't believe me, try it, Irvin said, stepping closer. Don't come any closer. Alec panicked and pulled Esmeralda back. Irvin kept advancing. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Alec was almost breaking down. Irvin continued advancing until he directly moved to snatch Esmeralda. Damn it, if you don't let me live, I'll go all the way. I'll strangle her now. Alec clenched his jaw and tightened his grip. Poor Esmeralda's trachea ruptured, causing suffocation and death on the spot. Beast. Irvin's expression darkened as he seized Esmeralda's body. Losing Esmeralda as his shield, Alec fled in panic. Frederick lunged forward and kicked Alec to the ground, pounding him relentlessly until he begged for mercy. All the villagers despised his actions, and no one attempted to stop Frederick. Lauren tried to save her son, but the villagers spontaneously blocked her path, leaving her frustrated. Meanwhile, Irvin knelt before Esmeralda's body and, after activating his Carlo-Vinli to find her ruptured trachea, began resuscitating her. Carlo covered her throat with his hand and channeled life-giving chi. Soon, Esmeralda's trachea healed, and the bleeding stopped. Then, Irvin used the 9 Ronald-preserving fingers technique to bring her back to life. Seeing this miraculous revival, everyone cheered. Only Alex stood there pale-faced, wondering if Irvin truly was a legendary healer. Chapter 149, A Minor Matter. Esmeralda slowly regained consciousness, and her first sight was Irvin. She couldn't help but be startled, pushing him away and loudly exclaiming, You bastard! What did you do to me? Irvin frowned. Frederick yelled, You shrew! If it wasn't for Brother Chuan saving your life, you'd already be in hell by now. Got it? Esmeralda then recalled how she had been strangled by Alec and felt incredibly embarrassed. Irvin shook his head, walked up to Alec and sneered, Alec, what's the matter? Didn't expect this, did you? Alec immediately hung his head dejectedly, full of despair, and remained silent. Irvin didn't bother with him and turned to Frederick, saying, Call the police right away. Okay, Brother Chuan, Frederick replied, taking out his phone to call the emergency number. At that moment, Lauren suddenly stepped forward and knelt before Irvin, tearfully pleading, Don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Carlo's my only son. If he goes to jail, I won't want to live either. Irvin coolly said, Your son is an adult. He must take responsibility for his actions. Setting aside other matters, the fact that he dared to commit murder in broad daylight cannot go unpunished. If we don't punish him, isn't it encouraging him to become even more reckless in the future? Lauren was momentarily speechless, her face full of despair as she collapsed on the ground. About 10 minutes later, several police cars arrived at Baishan village. After the lead officer understood the situation, he ordered Alec, the ringleader, to be taken into custody. As Esmeralda was the accomplice in kidnapping Una, she naturally wouldn't be let off either. Unexpectedly, as she was about to be taken away by the police, this woman suddenly screamed, You can't treat me like this, I'm pregnant. The leading officer quickly arranged for a female officer to verify the situation. The female officer took Esmeralda to a secluded area to check. Soon, she returned and nodded to the officer in charge. Her abdomen is noticeably swollen. She is indeed pregnant. The lead officer nodded and sternly said, Considering you are pregnant, we can lighten your sentence. But since you have broken the law first, we still need to detain you. Rest assured, we will handle your case specially and provide appropriate arrangements for pregnant women. Take her away. I don't want to go. Esmeralda resisted fiercely, seemingly going mad. At this point, Ed spoke up, Officer, according to our country's law, if a pregnant woman commits a general offense and obtains the victim's forgiveness, she can be spared from detention, correct? The leading officer nodded. That's right. In that case, I choose to forgive her, Ed said firmly. Upon hearing this, Esmeralda stood there dumbfounded, clearly not expecting this. Overwhelmed with regret, tears welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Irvin looked at Ed with some surprise but soon understood. They were once married and had feelings for each other. His act of forgiveness was partly out of respect for their past relationship. Well then, since Mr. Ronaldson has chosen to forgive her, we won't detain Miss Sue, the leading officer stated. Thank you, officer. Subsequently, the leading officer left Esmeralda behind and escorted Alec away. Thus ended the farce. The villagers who had gathered gradually dispersed, no longer paying attention to Lauren, who had previously been making quite a scene. Meanwhile, Irvin, Ed, and Frederick prepared to leave with the rescued Una. At this moment, Esmeralda suddenly grabbed Ed's hand and, with tears streaming down her face, begged begged, "Husband, I'm wrong, really wrong. Please give me another chance. I swear, from now on, I'll be a good wife and mother." A good wife and mother? Ed felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world and coldly laughed. "Esmeralda, do you think you deserve to be called a good wife and mother? Let go." "I won't let go, I won't." Esmeralda clung tightly to Ed's hand and continued pleading, "Husband, let's live well together from now on, okay? Don't worry. I'll get rid of this child tomorrow and give birth to one that belongs to us." "Esmeralda, why do you have such thick skin? My words of forgiveness in front of the police were just for appearances. I didn't really forgive you." Ed abruptly shoved Esmeralda's hand away and pointed at the Mercedes-Maybach S580. "Take the Maybach, for example. Although it's my beloved car, because you and that scoundrel Alec rode in it, I no longer want it. Remember, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning to file for divorce." With that, he took Una into the car and slammed the door shut. Soon, the car slowly drove away, gradually disappearing into the distance. Only Esmeralda remained there, tears streaming down her face. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Irvin and his group returned to the Ronald family villa. Nadia, Zinnia, and Finn were overjoyed to see Una brought back. However, after learning the details, they were both shocked and furious. Indeed, it was understandable. Since Ed's return, fearing that Zinnia and Finn would worry, he had kept the truth hidden, so they hadn't known about it. Who would have thought that Esmeralda could be so despicable? "I thought she was just playing with Una, never imagining she would kidnap her and try to extort money from us," Zinnia angrily remarked. "If not for Irvin exposing Esmeralda's wicked plot, our entire family would still be in the dark," Finn said with fear. Irvin smiled but didn't speak. At this moment, Zinnia said to Ed, "Sheng.1, thinking about it now, it was our fault that you and Sheng.1 divorced. You should find a way to bring her back. Una deserves a complete family." Finn echoed, "Yes, Sheng.1, Una deserves a complete family." Ed hesitated, "But Sheng.1 may not be willing to come back." Finn firmly stated, "Tell her that everything before was the fault of us two old people. We shouldn't have looked down on her for being unable to bear more children. As long as she returns, we are willing to apologize to her." Zinnia added, "Even if it means kneeling and bowing to her, we're willing." Coloring this, Ed rejoiced, "Father, Mother, with those words, I am reassured. I promise I will win Sheng.1 back and give Una a complete family." After chatting for a while, everyone went upstairs to rest. On the way, Nadia anxiously asked Irvin, "Chwaner, when you said at my mother's house that you would secure the Chinya group order within a day, are you sure you can manage it?" Irvin smiled, "Mom, rest assured, it's a minor matter. Wait for Chinya group to contact you tomorrow afternoon." Translation notes *. This translation aims to preserve the tone, style, and structure of the original Chinese text, ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Names are transliterated using pinyin, maintaining their integrity. Chapter 150, Chinya group. Back in his room, Irvin freshened up but found himself wide awake. Carlo sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to meditate. Carlo practiced for over 2 hours, only to realize that he was stuck again. His cultivation wasn't improving no matter how many chi refining pills he consumed. Reluctantly, he gave up and lay down to rest. Before going to sleep, he checked his phone and opened Douyin. What he saw startled him. His followers had increased to 150,000, almost triple his previous 50,000. Moreover, the number was still growing. Amazing! If this trend continues, my online stardom is just around the corner, Irvin said excitedly. After scrolling through Douyin for a while, remembering he had to go to Chinya group the next morning, he put away his phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Irvin continued to meditate in the room. Just after half an hour of practice, Ed burst in, surprised. "Ronald, brother Seamus, didn't you say you were heading to Chinya group today? Why aren't you getting ready?" Irvin smiled. "Why the rush? Even the Emperor isn't as anxious as you." Ed was speechless. "Brother Seamus, stop being mysterious. Tell me, what's your plan? Otherwise, I won't leave." With no choice, Irvin explained, "Actually, I'm waiting for someone." "Who?" "Ambry. You're waiting for my cousin?" Ed was taken aback. "What can she do even if she comes? Does she have connections at Chinya group?" Irvin snapped his fingers. "You guessed right. She does have connections at Chinya group. I want to use her network to help us get the contract into the young family's hands." Ed finally understood but then asked, "Right, I wonder if Grandpa and Schwer have arrived in Nanjing yet?" "They arrived yesterday, but they went to honor their ancestors, so they didn't come to see us." "That explains it. In about half an hour, they will arrive. You should tell Aunt and Uncle to prepare for their arrival," Irvin smiled. Believing Irvin, Ed immediately went downstairs to announce the news. Half an hour later, Ed came back in, exclaiming, "Ronald, brother Seamus, you were right. Schwer and Grandpa are here and already in the living room downstairs." Irvin perked up, stopped meditating, and stood up. "Let's go meet them." They went downstairs together. In the living room, sure enough, Murray and Ambry were chatting warmly with Mother Nadia, Aunt Zinnia, and Uncle Finn. Seeing Irvin, both Murray and Ambry brightened up. "Grandpa, Miss Schwer, hello?" Irvin greeted with a smile. "Carlallo, hello," Murray responded cheerfully. Ambry blushed slightly. "Brother Irvin, hello?" Irvin nodded and sat down on the sofa with Ed. After some small talk, Irvin spoke bluntly, "Miss Schwer, you have a high school classmate named Maya who works at Chinya group, right? Seems like she is quite close to the chairman of Chinya group, correct?" His words were tactful and polite. In fact, Maya wasn't just a friend but a kept mistress of the chairman. Ambry nodded. "Yes, Brother Irvin. What do you need from her?" "I do indeed." Irvin nodded, "But I don't know her personally, so I need your help introducing us." Ambry hesitated. "Brother Irvin, helping you introduce myself is fine, but I'm not close with Maya. I'm worried she might refuse." "Don't worry, you only need to arrange a meeting for us," Irvin reassured. "All right, I'll try calling her later, but I can't guarantee anything," Ambry replied. At this moment, Zinnia interjected, "Schwer, you might not know, but this concerns Irvin's mother rejoining the Yang family. It's crucial you bring your classmate out. Ambry paused. It affects Aunt Chantel rejoining the Yang family? What's going on? Zinnia explained everything to her. Biting her lip, Ambry agreed. All right, I'll try my best. Nadia thanked her hurriedly. Ambry smiled, insisting there was no need to thank her, then took out her phone and left to make the call. A few minutes later, the cute young girl came back enthusiastically. Brother Irvin, I've arranged a meeting. She wants us to meet at Tian Group headquarters. Irvin stood up, smiling. Great, let's not waste time. Let's head there now. Ambry nodded excitedly. All right. Irvin called Frederick, brought Ambry along, bid farewell to everyone, and headed to Tian Group headquarters. Originally, Ed wanted to join, but since he had a divorce appointment with Esmeralda today, he had to stay behind. Over half an hour later, Irvin, Ambry, and Frederick appeared in the reception hall of Tian Group headquarters. Ambry then contacted her high school classmate, Maya. Soon, a young girl around 18 or 19, heavily made up, wearing designer clothes and sunglasses, sauntered into the hall. Seeing her, Ambry beamed and approached warmly, taking her hand. Jia. Upon seeing Ambry, Maya's eyes lit up. She removed her sunglasses but pulled her hand away coldly. Snow? Is it really you? Feeling embarrassed by the cool response, Ambry still smiled. Jia, it's me. Didn't expect to see you here, did you? Didn't expect it. Seeing Ambry's flustered look, Maya felt triumphant and adopted a haughty demeanor. So, you came all the way from Dexterjo to find me? What for? This reaction was understandable. Previously, she had been from a poor background, but her parents scrimped and saved to send her to an elite school like Dexterjo Middle School. There, she felt inferior, especially when comparing herself to wealthy students like Ambry. As a result, she never got along well with Ambry. To ask for your help, Ambry spoke sincerely. Can you introduce me to Ezekiel of Tian Group? I heard you're friends with him. Could you help? Maya's guard went up immediately. Snow, why do you want to meet Ezekiel? What for? Ambry hesitated, biting her lip. I'm here regarding a Tian Group order. I have relatives in Nanjing who run a pharmaceutical factory. Interrupting, Maya smirked. Snow, I understand your intention, but to get Ezekiel's favor, you'll have to offer something, right? Offer something? What? Ambry was confused. It's simple. Maya leaned closer and whispered something in Ambry's ear. Blushing furiously, Ambry refused outright. No way. I can't do that. Chapter 151. Setting a trap. It turned out that Maya had come up with a rotten idea, suggesting Ambry sacrifice her dignity and serve Ezekiel for an entire night. Ambry had always maintained her moral integrity. How could she possibly do such a thing? Naturally, she outright refused. Ambry, are you dreaming? You think you can get the billion-dollar order from Chinya Group without paying any price? Maya sneered coldly. Ambry's eyebrows knitted together. Jia, we're old classmates and even sat next to each other. Is this how you treat someone? Maya laughed loudly. So what if I'm not a nice person? Look, you're the one begging me, not the other way around. If you don't want to do it, just leave. Leave. You. Ambry, let me be honest. Even if you wanted to do it, I wouldn't agree. We can talk about anything else but not this. Goodbye. As Maya was about to turn and leave, Irvin suddenly appeared, blocking her path with a smile. Maya, right? Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Maya's face turned slightly pale, her tone icy. Who are you to block my way? Suddenly, she glanced at Ambry, probing. I get it. You're on Ambry's side, right? Irvin smiled faintly. Who I am or whether I'm on Miss Schwer's side doesn't matter. What matters is that we came here to offer you a great benefit. Maya paused. A great benefit? Irvin smiled again. Maya, doesn't Ezekiel have a toothache lately? And he has been treating it for a long time without any success, right? Maya hesitated. How do you know that? Irvin didn't answer, only smiling faintly. You came to Chinya Group today not just to meet Miss Schwer as planned, but also because Ezekiel left his painkillers at your place and you were here to return them, correct? Maya was speechless. This guy was really something. How did he know all of this? Who told you all this? Ah, I see. It was Ezekiel, wasn't it? Maya demanded loudly. That's hilarious. Am I close to Ezekiel? Why would he tell me? Irvin scoffed. This? Maya became hesitant. Maya, I asked you here through Schwer simply because I want you to introduce me to Ezekiel. If I can cure his toothache completely, he will remember your favor and reward you doubly. Isn't that a great benefit? Irvin said. Forget it. Who knows if you're just lying to make me introduce you to him? What if you can't cure his toothache? Won't Ezekiel blame me? Maya waved her hand impatiently. Get lost and stop bothering me. I need to deliver the painkillers to Ezekiel. With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her leave, Irvin smiled mysteriously. Beside him, Ambry was puzzled. Brother Irvin, why aren't you stopping her? Why should I? Someone else is going to stop her, Irvin replied. Who? Ambry asked curiously. Irvin pointed towards the main entrance. Look. Following his gaze, Ambry saw a wealthy-looking woman in her 40s adorned in jewels, yet well-preserved in figure and skin, walking towards them. Who is she? Ambry asked. She is Ezekiel's official wife, Kaylee. She's like water and fire with Maya. Just watch, they'll soon start fighting. Irvin explained. Ambry panicked. That's no good. We shouldn't let them fight. Brother Irvin, we should stop them. Irvin held her back, smiling. Why stop them? I want them to fight. The bigger, the better. Ambry was perplexed. She couldn't understand Irvin's intentions anymore. Brother Irvin, what do you mean? Ambry couldn't help but ask. Unable to resist her curious eyes, Irvin explained. All right, I'll tell you. Miss Schwer, everything was intentionally set up by me. Everything was set up by you? Yes. I spoke to Maya earlier because I calculated that Kaylee would arrive at Chinya Group at this exact time. To create a conflict between them, I stalled Maya so Kaylee would arrive in time. Once they fight, it will surely alert Ezekiel, and then we can meet him. Coloring this, Ambry understood immediately, marveling at Irvin's foresight. Brother Irvin, you're incredible. You're like a fortune teller. Ambry teased. Irvin smiled wryly. Miss Schwer, are you praising me or mocking me? Both, can I? Ambry grinned playfully. Looking at her cute face, Irvin's heart raced. Wow, this little girl is really quite beautiful when she smiles. Seeming to notice his intense gaze, Ambry blushed and lowered her head. Embarrassed, Irvin smiled awkwardly and remained silent. At that moment, the wealthy woman Kaylee shouted, Maya, stop. Maya turned back, startled, and upon seeing Kaylee, she tried to run. But Kaylee quickly rushed forward and grabbed Maya. You bitch Maya, I've been looking for you for a long time. Finally, I caught you. The frail Maya was no match for Kaylee. Soon, she was crying out in pain, especially as her delicate face was nearly disfigured. The commotion attracted the attention of Chinya Group staff. Seeing the boss's wife and mistress fighting, the staff members were unsure whether to intervene or not. Eventually, they called Ezekiel. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in his 40s came down the elevator. Carlo was none other than Chairman Ishan of Chinya Group. Suffering from a toothache, he felt his head spinning upon seeing his wife and lover fighting. Stop it. Are you both idle, or what? Ezekiel sternly commanded. Kaylee and Maya turned to face him. Noticing Ishan's stern expression, Kaylee was apprehensive, whereas Maya directly threw herself into his arms sobbing. Ezekiel? Carlo, teary-eyed, pitiful demeanor captivated Ishan, who immediately comforted her. Sweetheart, don't cry, don't cry. But Maya continued to exaggerate. Ezekiel, look, she almost disfigured my face. You must stand up for me. Sob, sob. Ishan noticed several scratches on her face and flew into a rage. You bitch Kaylee, you're out of control. How dare you, ouch, ouch. Suddenly, he clutched his cheek, grimacing in pain. Chapter 152. You can't get the better of me. Honey, what's wrong? Kaylee exclaimed in alarm when she saw the pained expression on Ishan's face. Kaylee, for you to be Ezekiel's wife and not even know that he has a toothache? How do you even become his wife? Ronald deliberately chided her, getting back at her from before. Kaylee was nearly bursting with anger but had to endure it because Ishan was there protecting her. Seeing she gained the upper hand, Ronald felt better and took out the painkillers to give them to Ishan. After taking them, Ishan felt the pain slightly subside. At this moment, a mocking voice came through. These painkillers are good, even imported, but they're ineffective for your condition. They can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Upon hearing this, Ishan frowned and turned his head to see a young man standing confidently. Carlo asked, Who are you? Irvin was about to answer when Ronald interrupted. Ezekiel, don't mind him. He's just a con man who came to me earlier saying he could cure your toothache, which I refused. Only then did Ishan understand, and he looked at Irvin with some hostility. So, you're a fraudster. Yes, Ezekiel. I suspect he's trying to get our company's billion-dollar manufacturing order and hence making such claims, Ronald added. Oh. Ishan's expression darkened as he looked at Irvin. Young man, is this true? Irvin admitted frankly, yes, that's true. Ishan sneered. So you have ulterior motives. Well, hurry up and leave before I get angry, or I'll call security. Irvin smiled calmly. Ezekiel, I can leave, sure. But do you believe you'll have a toothache again within 10 seconds? Don't make me laugh. Ishan shouted. Security, security. Uniformed security guards quickly arrived. Ezekiel. Ishan pointed at Irvin. Get this guy out of my company. Yes, Ezekiel. The security personnel immediately moved to drive him away. Undisturbed, Irvin started counting. 10, 9, 8. Unable to bear it any longer, Ishan exploded with anger. What are you waiting for? Throw him out. The security guards promptly pushed Irvin. However, he stood like a rock, immovable. A bunch of incompetents. Ishan yelled, Are those sticks for show? Embarrassed, the security guards pulled out their batons and swung them at Irvin. Big brother Yi, watch out. Asia cried out. Irvin smiled lightly. A bunch of ordinary security guards can't get the better of me. In an instant, all the batons were in Irvin's hands. With a strong twist, all the batons snapped and were thrown to the ground. Ah! Seeing this, the security guards were stunned. So were Ishan, Ronald and Kaylee. Especially Ishan. His eyes almost popped out. These batons were made of special materials and extremely tough. How could they be broken so easily? What kind of monstrous strength was this? Irvin continued counting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Ishan clutched his cheek again. Ouch! Honey! Kaylee exclaimed. Ezekiel! Ronald followed suit. Irvin smiled wryly, glancing at Asia. Miss Schuling, let's go. Asia, being quick-witted, understood that Irvin was using reverse psychology. She said nothing and silently walked out with him. Sure enough, Ishan raised his hand and mumbled unclearly. Quick, stop him, please. Ronald retorted unhappily. Ezekiel, he's a fraud. What he says can't be trusted. Due to the pain, Ishan couldn't speak clearly anymore. Kaylee retorted sharply. Ronald quit your nonsense. If he were a fraud, how could he time things so accurately? Carlo must be a divine doctor. Divine doctor? Ronald laughed mockingly. Kaylee, pull yourself together. Carlo's so young. How can he be a divine doctor? Kaylee retorted. You? Ronald ignored her and addressed Ishan. Ezekiel, hold on. I'll call the dentist right away. Don't call anyone. Haven't you seen my husband is in unbearable pain? By the time the dentist gets here, who knows when that will be? Are you going to kill my husband with pain? Kaylee rebuked loudly. Kaylee, stop exaggerating. If that fraud isn't a real divine doctor and worsens Ezekiel's condition, who would be responsible? I will take responsibility. You take responsibility? Can you afford it? Ronald shut up. Kaylee snapped angrily. No matter if he's a divine doctor or not, We should give it a try. What if he really can cure my husband's toothache? She didn't continue arguing with Ronald and went after Irvin and Asia instead. Soon, she blocked Irvin's path. Divine doctor, please wait. Irvin and Asia exchanged knowing looks and stopped. Madam, what do you need? Irvin asked coolly. Divine doctor, please treat my husband's toothache. I beg you. Kaylee pleaded pitifully. Irvin was secretly delighted but remained outwardly unperturbed. Madam, it's not that I won't, but Ezekiel doesn't trust me. I can't keep begging, right? No. My husband has already changed his mind. Please, divine doctor, don't remember the little grievances and help treat his toothache. Rest assured, whatever consultation fee you ask for, I'll pay, Kaylee begged again. Sorry, I don't need money, Irvin replied casually. Kaylee was at a loss for what to do when she suddenly remembered something and said hastily, how about this, all the manufacturing orders of our Chinya group, we'll give to you. Will that do? When Ronald heard this, she panicked. This billion-dollar manufacturing order was supposed to go to a friend of hers, and she was profiting significantly from it. That's why she had rejected Asia's offer earlier. Now that Kaylee wanted to hand over the order to Irvin, how could she accept that? However, Kaylee was Ishan's wife and had the authority to make the decision while Ronald without official title, had no say in it. Thus, she resorted to nagging Ishan. Ezekiel, you've given me control over the manufacturing orders, yet your wife wants to give it to someone else. That's disrespectful. Ezekiel, you must support me. At this point, Ishan was in severe pain. Ronald showed no concern for him and cared more about the manufacturing orders, which infuriated him instantly. Ronald shut up. Chapter 153, Sorted. Ishan's outburst stunned Maya. Ezekiel, don't call me Ezekiel. Ishan lashed out. I ask you, which is more important, the contract order or my toothache? Well, of course it's your toothache that's more important, Ezekiel, Maya said weakly. Well then, there you go. Ishan grunted. At this moment, his tooth pain struck again, making him writhe in agony. Carlo decided not to waste any more time on Maya and walked straight up to Irvin. Through gritted teeth, he pleaded, young Carlo, I was blind before. Please forgive my past mistakes and help me. Kaylee echoed, young Carlo, my husband is the backbone of our family. We can't live without him. Please save him. I beg you. Irvin said calmly, saving him isn't a problem. But, Ishan immediately caught on and hurriedly said, young Carlo, you can rest assured. That subcontract order, I'll leave it all to you. Is that okay? Upon hearing his affirmation, Irvin nodded and instructed, bring a cup and fill it with a little warm water. Ishan immediately called the staff responsible for reception in the main hall and gave them the instructions. Soon, a paper cup filled with warm water was brought over. Irvin took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured a little into the paper cup, shook it gently, and explained, this is my secret marrow washing bone essence liquid, diluted in water. Drink it. Marrow washing bone essence liquid? Ishan was puzzled. Kaylee had the same expression. Young Carlo, what exactly is this? Irvin explained, the reason Ezekiel has a toothache is because of pulpitis, right? Both Ishan and Kaylee lit up at once. Without even doing a thorough examination, he diagnosed the issue directly. Truly deserving of the title young Carlo. They nodded simultaneously. Right. Irvin continued, pulpitis-induced toothache isn't uncommon. Many hospitals can treat it with medication or surgery. But Ezekiel's case is special. His bone marrow hematopoietic function is compromised. Even if the pulpitis is temporarily cured through medication or surgery, it will only mask the symptoms, leading to a relapse in time. Coloring this, Ishan slapped his thigh. No wonder. Irvin added, if left unchecked, your bone marrow function will eventually fail, evolving into leukemia, which is far harder to treat. Ishan looked terrified. That's why I recommend my secret marrow washing bone essence liquid. It can rejuvenate your entire body by thoroughly repairing your bone marrow function and curing your pulpitis. I understand. Realizing this, Ishan drank the entire cup of diluted liquid in one go. Very quickly, he felt his toothache significantly subside. At the same time, he felt an intense heat throughout his body, causing perspiration to pour out from every pore. Irvin promptly advised him to rinse off. Without delay, Ishan, accompanied by Kaylee, took the elevator to his private restroom. With Ishan and Kaylee gone, only Irvin, Adamaris, and Maya remained on the scene. Since the billion-dollar contract order had been taken by Irvin, Maya harbored deep resentment towards him and Adamaris. However, Irvin paid her no mind and sat down on the sofa in the reception area, waiting quietly for news. About 15 minutes later, Ishan and Kaylee returned. Unlike the earlier whining Ishan, now he was spirited, radiant, and energetic, as if he had become years younger. Sorry to keep you waiting, young Carlo. Upon seeing Irvin, Ishan showed immense respect, even using honorifics. Irvin stood up, smiling faintly. No problem. Ezekiel, how are you feeling? Better? A lot better, much better. Ishan beamed. Young Carlo, your marrow washing bone essence liquid is truly miraculous. After the treatment, my toothache is gone, and I feel much more energetic. Rest assured, I'll honor the contract order I promised. Besides, after discussing with my wife, if we have a smooth collaboration, we can consider long-term cooperation. Sorted. Irvin felt relieved and smiled. That's fine. However, the long-term cooperation won't be between us but between Chinya Group and Yang Corporation. Yang Corporation? Which Yang Corporation? Ishan was puzzled. How many Yang corporations can there be in Jinling? Irvin chuckled. Ishan, who had spent his entire life navigating business circles, quickly understood. You mean the Yang Corporation under Jinling's Yang family? Exactly. What relationship does this Yang Corporation have with you, young Carlo? Ishan asked cautiously. Ezekiel, you needn't worry about that. Ishan hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Irvin pressed. What, Ezekiel, Are you having second thoughts? Ishan appeared troubled. Young Carloler, honestly speaking, the Yang family has offended a powerful figure from the north bank of the river. Few dare do business with them. Irvin frowned deeply. At this point, Kaylee lightly kicked Ishan. A man without integrity stands for nothing. If you promised, you must fulfill it. Otherwise, how can the Zhao family maintain its position in Jinling? Or even Dexterdong? Instantly enlightened, Ishan clenched his teeth. My wife is right. Integrity is paramount. Since I promised, I'll fulfill it. Alright, young Carloler, given that you healed my toothache today, I'm willing to take the risk. Have someone from the Yang family come to my office to discuss the details of the subcontract. Fine. Relieved, Irvin then bid farewell and left with Adamaris. Once they were gone, Maya approached, crying. Ezekiel, that $1 billion subcontract, I had already promised it to my friend. Now that you handed it over to someone else, what am I supposed to do? Valued at billions, this contract could have easily netted her several million in kickbacks. Now she had to give it all up. How could she possibly accept this? To this point, you still care only about yourself, showing no concern for me at all. Only my wife truly cares for me. I was indeed blinded before, falling for your tricks. Ronald Stin carefully. I've decided to reform and return to my family. As for you, go away, and I don't want to see you anymore. Pointing at Maya's nose, Ishan scolded vehemently. Accompanied by Kaylee, he turned and walked away, leaving Maya standing bewildered. Chapter 154. Securing the manufacturing contract. After leaving the Chinya group, Irvin took Ambry to the parking lot outside to meet Frederick. Seeing the two return, Frederick couldn't wait to ask, Brother Chuan, how did it go? Did everything proceed smoothly? Irvin smiled and said, would it not be smooth with Brother Chuan personally handling it? That's great. Frederick admired him. I knew it would be a piece of cake for Brother Chuan. Irvin gave a slight smile. Suddenly, Ambry glanced at Irvin, hesitating to speak. Noticing her hesitation, Irvin laughed and asked, Miss Schwer, is there something you want to say to me? Ambry looked at him intently, biting her lip. Big Brother Horatio, I don't quite understand. With your capabilities, why didn't you directly approach Ezekiel? Why did you ask me to contact Maya first? Irvin laughed again. Is that hard to understand? Before coming, I divined and knew that Ezekiel could not resist Maya's persistent nagging and had already handed over the manufacturing contract to her. If I hadn't let you contact her first, how could I make her give back the contract? Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, if we don't let Maya make a mistake, even if Ezekiel gives us the manufacturing order, he might not be willing deep down, leading to unforeseen changes. At this point, Ambry finally understood. So that's it. A few moments later, she covered her mouth and giggled. Big Brother Horatio, I find you so devious. Irvin immediately felt embarrassed. But soon after, Ambry whispered, but I like it. Irvin's mood brightened up instantly. However, his heart started pounding rapidly. She likes it? Ronald's my deviousness? Or does she like something else about me? Is she hinting at something? Just as he was about to ask, someone caught up to them and appeared by the car window. It was Maya. Schwer, I was wrong. Considering we are classmates and former desk partners, please give me a way out and return the manufacturing order to me, okay? Maya pleaded. Ambry frowned but remained silent. Indeed, thinking about Maya's arrogant attitude earlier made her feel disgusted. Worse still, Maya had even suggested that she sacrifice herself to serve Ezekiel. I'm sorry, but no, Ambry firmly rejected, then rolled up the car window. Unexpectedly, Maya stuck her hand through the window, preventing the glass from rising further. Schwer, I really regret it. Please talk to your boyfriend and ask him to give me a way out and return the manufacturing order. Otherwise, I'll face millions in compensation. Please, she begged while kneeling on the ground. Watching Maya's downfall, Ambry felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to get out of the car to help her up. However, Irvin held her back, signaling her not to leave the car. Then, Maya pleaded again. Schwer, how about this? Can you give me half of the manufacturing order? Otherwise, I can't explain this to my friends. Wah. Ambry looked at Irvin, unsure what to do. Irvin smiled faintly. Maya, I have one word for you. Maya was taken aback. What is it? Irvin calmly said, Ronald is a play. All depends on acting. Maya's expression changed slightly, and she quickly feigned confusion. You, what do you mean? I don't understand at all. What do you mean? Irvin coldly chuckled. Don't think I don't know. You were putting on an act. You said you couldn't explain it to your friends? It seems more like you can't explain it to yourself. What can't I explain to myself? The more you talk, the more confused I am. Maya insisted stubbornly. Do I need to be more explicit? Irvin's face turned serious. Maya, if I'm not mistaken, after securing the $1 billion manufacturing order using unfair means from Ezekiel, you didn't contact a qualified large pharmaceutical factory. Instead, you privately contacted a small factory with mediocre credentials, planning to pocket the huge difference in profits. Am I right? Maya's face completely changed. What nonsense. You're just making things up. Am I really making things up? Irvin smiled ambiguously. Maya gritted her teeth. Then tell me, what mediocre credential factory did I contact? Irvin smiled faintly. Xanarkang Pharmaceutical Factory. Am I right? Maya was instantly stunned. Indeed, she had contacted Xanarkang Pharmaceutical Factory, but only via phone without revealing her identity or visiting in person. How did this person know? Seeing her silence, Irvin didn't want to waste more time. Carlo told Frederick, Frederick, let's go. Yes, Brother Chuan. Frederick immediately started the car and drove away, leaving Maya bewildered on the spot. About 40 minutes later, Irvin, Ambry, and Frederick returned to the Ronald family residence. Upon learning that Irvin had successfully secured the manufacturing contract from Chinya Group, everyone, the elder Nadia, Zinnia, Finn, and Murray, were overjoyed. Zinnia excitedly told Nadia, Ronald's sister, this is great news. Irvin secured the contract, and your return to the Young family is now secure. Nadia was equally excited, but soon turned melancholic. Unfortunately, only I can return to the Young family this time. Irvin is still excluded. Zinnia replied, Ronald's sister. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. Dad has too much resentment towards Irvin. It's highly unlikely he will agree to Irvin's return anytime soon. Finn added, yes, little sister, given father-in-law's stubborn nature, it would be difficult for him to accept both you and Irvin returning to the Young family simultaneously. It's better to focus on your return first. Once you're back, slowly work on convincing father-in-law. With persistence, you might change his mind. Persuaded by the two, Nadia reluctantly accepted the reality. Since the manufacturing contract was only an oral agreement between Irvin and Ishan, they needed to formalize it in writing. After lunch, accompanied by Irvin, Zinnia, and Finn, Nadia headed back to Chinya Group. As expected, Ishan signed the manufacturing contract promptly with Nadia. With the contract in hand, the group left Chinya Group, got into their car, and returned to the Ronald residence. Later, Irvin used his phone to obtain Andre's number from Aunt Zinnia and dialed it. The call connected swiftly. Carlallo, who is this? Came Andre's elderly voice. It's me, Irvin. Irvin responded solemnly. Carlaring his voice, Andre sneered. So, it's done? Irvin replied nonchalantly. Mom has signed the manufacturing contract with Chinya Group. When are you preparing the 8-man sedan chair to welcome her back to the Young family? Chapter 155. You can't go back. What? You've already secured the OEM contract with Thousand Leaf Group? Andre's body trembled upon hearing this. Irvin sneered. What? Don't believe it? Should I get Aunt to come over and vouch for me? Andre took a deep breath and said, give me the phone with Jean Seamus. Irvin immediately handed the phone to Zinnia, who confirmed it right away. Dad, everything Sheng.1 said is absolutely true. We've indeed secured the OEM contract with Thousand Leaf Group. With a confirmed answer, Andre was visibly excited and burst into laughter. Haha, well done, Jean-Lan. You deserve it as my Young family member. Once this OEM order is underway, our Young family can finally hold our heads high and turn things around. Upon hearing this, Zinnia asked joyfully, Dad, does this mean you agree to let Ronald's sister return to the Young family? Since Jean-Lan has really secured the OEM contract, I naturally have to honor my promise and allow her to return to the Young family. Andre declared proudly. Then what about Dad? What about Irvin? Zinnia tentatively asked. Irvin? Andre snorted. Absolutely not. Carlo's a bastard. I will never acknowledge him unless I die. But Dad. Zinnia hadn't expected her father to be so obstinate, and felt somewhat helpless at the moment. She was about to explain that all of this was Irvin's doing, but Andre interrupted directly. Enough, Jean Feng. Pass on to Jean-Lan to get ready. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for her return to the Young family and welcome her back into the family lineage. Carlo then hung up abruptly. Returning the phone to Irvin, Zinnia excitedly told Nadia, Ronald's sister, congratulations. Dad said he would arrange for you to return to the Young family and welcome you back into the family lineage tomorrow morning. Nadia cried tears of joy. This is wonderful, simply wonderful. But soon after, Zinnia poured cold water on her excitement. However, Dad still doesn't agree to let Sheng.1 return to the Young family. Nadia's face fell at these words. Irvin had clearly anticipated this outcome and smiled freely. Mom, you don't need to dwell on it. I have no interest in returning to the Young family now. Nadia sighed. Although that's what you say, you are still my son. If only you could. Mom, stop worrying about me. As long as you can return to the Young family and reunite with Grandma, I'll be reassured, Irvin said with a smile. Nadia was about to speak again when Zinnia said, Ronald's sister. Everyone has their own path. Don't overthink it. If you really want Sheng.1 to return to the Young family, you should work on improving your relationship with father. Who knows, he might change his mind. Nadia thought about it, and nodded in agreement. That night, the entire Ronald family held a grand banquet to celebrate the great news. However, Irvin noticed that Ed remained low-spirited and seemed distracted throughout the event. Seeing this, Irvin quickly guessed the reason. After the banquet, Irvin approached Ed and said with a smile, Big brother, what's wrong? Didn't things go smoothly with Esmeralda at the Civil Affairs Bureau today? Ed mustered some energy and replied, no issues. That woman knew she was in the wrong and readily divorced me without any property settlement. Pausing briefly, he continued, the only problem now is that when I met my ex-wife afterward and admitted my past mistakes, she clearly refused to reconcile. Is that why you're upset? Irvin laughed awkwardly. Did you forget what I told you before? The future with your ex-wife is promising, but the process is fraught with twists and turns. If you want to reconcile, you must prepare for a long-term effort. And little Natalie is the emotional bond between you two. If you treat her wholeheartedly, your ex-wife will gradually be moved and may reconcile with you. After Irvin's encouragement, Ed regained his confidence and expressed gratitude. Younger brother Seamus, listening to you makes me feel much better. Haha. Irvin smiled slightly. They chatted idly for a while when suddenly, Ed chuckled. Right, younger brother Seamus, you sure are blessed with women? Irvin was taken aback. What do you mean? You're pretending? Ed grinned mischievously and nodded toward Adamaris not far away. I saw clearly how that girl's eyes never left you. What? No reaction from you? Irvin's eyes widened as he followed Ed's gaze and saw Adamaris, the young lowly, gazing affectionately at him with beautiful eyes. Even if Irvin were a fool, he could tell that Adamaris harbored feelings for him. What should he do? Go for it or not? For a moment, Irvin was conflicted. Actually, his hesitation stemmed mainly from the fact that Adamaris was only about 18 or 19 years old, while he was nearing 25. The age gap was significant, but soon he eased his concerns. So what if she was a young lowly? In a few more years, she would grow into a mature young woman, wouldn't she? Thinking this way made him feel much better. The next morning, after breakfast, Irvin returned to his room to practice cultivation. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Ed's voice came from outside. Younger brother Seamus, come out quickly, Grandpa and the others are here. Irvin froze momentarily, stopped practicing, opened the door, and went downstairs with Ed. Sure enough, Andre, Maxim, Jarvis, and other members of the Young family were already in the living room downstairs. At that moment, Nadia, Zinnia, and Finn's couple were receiving them. Murray and Adamaris were also present as guests. Seeing the OEM contract handed over by Nadia, Andre couldn't stop laughing and praised her endlessly. Well done, Jean-Lon. You didn't disappoint me. Maxim joined in, smiling. Yes, little sister, securing this OEM order means our Young family can finally turn things around. Jarvis also chimed in with a smile. Indeed. Seeing their satisfaction, Nadia finally relaxed. Suddenly Andre said, by the way, Jean-Lon, it's getting late, and your mother is waiting for you at home. Why don't we leave now? Nadia nodded. I'll follow your arrangements, Dad. Good. Andre nodded, and prepared to leave with Nadia. But at that moment, Irvin stepped forward and said coldly, Mom, you can't go back. Everyone was stunned by his words, including Nadia, who was confused. All these years, she had dreamed of returning to the Young family. Now that she was finally about to fulfill this wish, her son objected at the crucial moment. Chuan, why are you doing this? Nadia couldn't help but ask. Chapter 156. Irvin wasn't raised to be easily scared. Irvin glanced at his mother Nadia and did not reply directly. Instead, he looked at Andre and said in a solemn tone, didn't we agree yesterday that if my mother secures the Keiwa Group's subcontracting order, you would celebrate by carrying her back to the Yi family in an 8-person sedan chair? Upon hearing this, everyone present finally understood the reason for his objection. Andre retorted with a scoff, it's easier said than done. In this large city of Nanjing, where am I supposed to find an 8-person sedan chair? Irvin sneered, it's not that they can't be found, but rather you never intended to look for one. Andre blew his beard in frustration. You? Seeing their argument escalating, Zinnia quickly pulled Irvin aside and whispered, Xiaochuan, it's just a formality. Why take it so seriously? Finn added, indeed, Xiaochuan, for your mother to return to the Young family is no small feat. Now that your grandfather has agreed, let's not quibble over this. Irvin firmly stated, Aunt, Uncle, what you say isn't without merit. But without integrity, how can a person stand? Since we agreed yesterday to have a procession and use an 8-person sedan chair, that promise must be honored. They come unprepared now, expecting to welcome my mother back to the Young family without any effort. There's no way it can be this easy. Zinnia and Finn were speechless. This? At this moment, Ed interjected, younger brother Seamus. In today's modern society, finding a drum band might be possible, but where do you find an 8-person sedan chair? Moreover, current traffic conditions don't permit its use on the streets. Otherwise, the traffic police would intervene immediately. Plus, our home is at least 50 kilometers away from Grandpa's house. You wouldn't ask the bearers to carry her that far, right? Irvin nodded. Cousin, you're right. It wouldn't be practical to carry her that far in an 8-person sedan chair. But have they prepared such a chair near the Young family compound? Forget the 8-person sedan chair. Even a simple chair hasn't been prepared. It's clear they've taken the matter of my mother returning to the Young family lightly and insincerely. Pausing for a moment, he continued, to put it bluntly, they only care about the subcontracting order in my mother's hands. Carla return to the Young family means nothing to them. How could I possibly allow her to go back under these circumstances? And even if she returns, what difference would it make? They would still look down upon her. So what's the point of her going back to the Yi family? To be treated as a nobody? These words left Ed speechless. Irvin then turned to his mother Nadia. Mom, I know you've always dreamed of returning to the Young family, but if you're going back, it should be with dignity. Nadia was torn. On one hand, she longed to return to the Young family, but on the other hand, her son's words made sense. Xiaochuan, Mom doesn't really care about the 8-person sedan chair. As long as I can return to the Young family and recognize my roots, I'll be content. So please. Irvin interrupted anxiously. Mom, do you realize that they're taking advantage of your desire, making you seem less important? Don't lower yourself and let them manipulate you like this. Suddenly, Irvin remembered something and said, right, Mom, you may not know this, but their lack of preparation is deliberate. They don't want to publicize this out of fear of provoking retaliation from someone in Dexter Bay. Given how much they fear that person, could they possibly force you into an alliance with someone in Dexter Bay under pressure after you return to the Young family? Nadia stammered, I. At this moment, Andre shouted, enough. All eyes turned toward him. Ignoring the stares, he glared at Irvin and loudly proclaimed, yes, we don't want to make too much fuss out of this to avoid provoking someone in Dexter Bay. Is there anything wrong with that? If that person retaliates, not only will our hard-won subcontracting order from the Keiwa Group be lost, but we might also face annihilation. Do you understand? Eldon echoed loudly, exactly, you young brat. How do you understand any of this? Who are you to speak so boldly? Jarvis added, if the Young family ceases to exist, what sense does it make for your mother to return to us? Irvin laughed bitterly. To put it simply, all you care about is your own safety and not my mother's feelings. Ronald stinned carefully. If you don't honor your promise, with just one word, I can't ensure you lose the Keiwa Group's subcontracting order. What a big joke, from you. Andre sneered. Irvin smiled coldly and turned to Zinnia and Finn. Aunt, Uncle, could you please tell him who actually secured the Keiwa Group's subcontracting order? Zinnia and Finn exchanged glances and then both looked at Andre. Dad, father-in-law, the subcontracting order was indeed secured by Xiaochuan. Andre's expression stiffened. What? Dad, it's true. Zinnia explained the entire event. Andre, Nadia, and Jarvis listened in disbelief, clearly unaware of Irvin's capabilities. After a moment, Andre gritted his teeth. Irvin, even if you did secure the order, do you still want your mother to return to the Young family? Irvin huffed. Of course, I want my mother to return to the Young family, but I want her return to be dignified. But have you thought about the consequences if this spreads and someone in Dexter Bay gets angry? The Young family could face annihilation. Can you shoulder this responsibility? Andre demanded. Irvin replied unwaveringly, I can handle it. You can? Andre chuckled derisively. Irvin, you're really fearless like a calf. Do you know who that person in Dexter Bay is? Let me tell you, their family is not only a martial arts clan but also holds significant influence in politics and the military. With just a finger, they could obliterate you. I'm not one to be easily scared, Irvin sneered. If that person dares to lift a finger, I'll break it. You are utterly unreasonable. Seeing Irvin's defiance, Andre glared angrily yet helplessly. At this moment, Eldon suggested, Dad, since this boy fears neither heaven nor earth, why not challenge him to retrieve all the properties the Shao family unfairly took from us over the years? If he can do that, we'll honor the agreement with drums and an 8-person sedan chair for welcoming Andy back to the Yang family. Andre's eyes lit up. Good idea. The Shao family was one of the top 10 influential clans in Nanjing and a supported force by the person in Dexter Bay. Carlo believed it would be nearly impossible for Irvin to get the originally Yang family properties back from the Shao family. Carlo asked immediately, So, Irvin, are you up for the challenge? Chapter 157, setting a trap. Seeing Andre deliberately provoking him, Irvin frowned slightly and blurted out, Isn't it just about getting the Yang family's assets back from the Shao family? What's there to be afraid of? Coloring this, Andre was overjoyed. Great. Straightforward and daring. Let me put it on the line. If you help us get back what belongs to the Yang family from the Shao family, our entire family will beat drums and prepare an 8-person sedan chair to welcome your mother home. It's a deal. Irvin said proudly. It's a deal. Andre agreed wholeheartedly. Afterwards, Andre personally led the Yang family away from the Ronald residence. The once lively scene suddenly turned extremely quiet. Nadia's face showed unmistakable disappointment. Irvin saw this and nervously asked, Mom, are you blaming me? Nadia sighed, unsure of what to say. It was Zinnia who stepped forward to smooth things over. Ronald's sister, it's too late for regrets now. Besides, Sheng.1 did well. If you return to the Yang family like this, you'd live a humble life and always be looked down upon by Father. If Sheng.1 can reclaim our family's assets from the Shao family, Father and the others might look at you differently because of him. Nadia seemed to have taken her words to heart, nodding and feeling much better. She then said to Irvin, Chuaner, I heard that the Shao family is notoriously tyrannical in Nanjing. Do you have the confidence to make them obey you? Seeing that his mother wasn't angry, Irvin breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Mom, rest assured. Leave this matter to me. So what if the Shao family is tyrannical? I'm even more so. Everyone, including Nadia, Zinnia, Finn, Sharon, Tilly, and Ed, became interested and asked about his plan. Irvin didn't answer immediately, but instead cast the Tian technique, deducing with his fingers for a while. Soon, he stopped and asked Zinnia and Finn, Aunt, Uncle, in 3 days, isn't the head of the Shao family, Taj, going to host a ball? But this ball is actually a matchmaking event purely to find a match for his son, Adair, am I right? Both Zinnia and Finn showed expressions of admiration. Zinnia said, that's correct. Although the Shao family is wealthy, Taj's son, Adair, is tyrannical and thoroughly wicked. No family in Nanjing dares to introduce their daughters to him. Once, Taj often organizes various events to help his son find a match. Getting confirmation, Irvin smiled. Great, my chance has come. The group's eyes lit up as they hurriedly asked for details. This plan needs to remain secret for now, Irvin chuckled, not answering directly but looking at Tilly instead. However, I need Miss Tilly's assistance to carry this out. Will Miss Tilly be willing to help? Tilly never expected him to ask for her help and felt elated. Brother Horatio, just tell me what to do. 3 days later, in the main hall of the Shao family residence in Nanjing. The moment Tilly and Irvin appeared, everyone's gaze fell on them spontaneously. Today, Tilly was exceptionally well-dressed and radiant, especially in her chiffon dress which accentuated her impressive figure, sparking endless imagination. Additionally, Irvin had placed charms on Tilly that increased her allure, making her even more captivating. Indeed, this was Irvin's deliberate move to attract Adair's attention and achieve his goals. His plan was to set a trap through Tilly to gain control over Adair, thereby making him his pawn. Once Adair was under control, dealing with Taj would be easier. Eventually, the entire Shao family in Nanjing would belong to his influence. The reason for this elaborate plan was mainly due to the extraordinary security measures the Shao family took. There were several Qi cultivation realm martial experts openly and secretly protecting Taj and Adair. Given Irvin's current strength, confronting these experts would be challenging. Thus, he resorted to this strategy. Moreover, based on the divination results, Adair was destined to fall in love with Tilly at first sight, ensuring success with her cooperation. However, to prevent Tilly from feeling repulsed, he concealed the truth and transformed the obedience pill he prepared for her into anti-wolf spray, which she could use if needed, achieving the same effect. Schwerer, remember, from now on, I'm your brother. Don't slip up, Irvin whispered. Got it. Tilly nodded obediently. Subsequently, Irvin sat down at a round table with Tilly. Carlo then activated his Carlovinly eye, scanning the crowd around them. There were many attendees, mostly young women dressed in elegant attire, all competing for attention. Unfortunately, Irvin didn't spot Adair. Feeling the urge to go to the bathroom, he apologized to Tilly and left for the restroom. Once he was gone, Tilly waited patiently. Due to the charm spell on her, she attracted many men's attention. These men eyed her hungrily, almost eager to pounce on her immediately. Finally, 2 men approached her. Carlalo, beautiful miss, I'm Guahaidong, founder of Yunfu Company in Nanjing. Carlalo, this lovely lady, my name is Chin Yong. Haiyong Hotel is part of my family's business. These 2 men introduced themselves enthusiastically, trying to show off their power in front of Tilly. Unfortunately, she wasn't impressed, and simply gave them a faint smile before ignoring them. Disappointed, the 2 men withdrew. However, many other men continued approaching her, annoying Tilly to no end. Initially, she responded politely, but eventually, she remained silent. This behavior made her appear unique and haughty to many men, fueling their desire to conquer her. Sure enough, she soon caught the attention of a young man, the star of tonight's event, Adair. Adair walked towards Tilly with a smile. Carlallo, beautiful lady, it's your first time here, right? Hi, I'm Adair. Welcome to my home. You're Adair? Tilly's eyes lit up. Earlier, Irvin had repeatedly instructed her not to reject Adair if he approached her. Please note that I have translated this chapter while maintaining its structure and tone, ensuring coherence with the previous context. Chapter 158, Wolf Repellent Spray. When Adamaris asked this, Adair was slightly surprised, but still smiled faintly. Yes, I am Adair. Is there a problem? No, no problem, Adamaris replied with a somewhat flustered look. But she quickly regained her composure. I haven't had the chance to ask for your name, miss? Adair asked with a smile. Joe. Adamaris responded vaguely. Because according to Irvin's previous description, this Adair was domineering and wicked. Yet, the person before her seemed cultured and gentlemanly. However, out of trust in Irvin, she remained wary of Adair. So you're Miss Adamaris, Adair smiled. But your accent doesn't seem like you're from our Jinling, does it? Adamaris nodded. That's right. I'm not from Jinling, but from Dexterjo. I came here to attend your family's ball after being invited by a friend who said it would be a good experience. Ah, I see. Adair smiled slightly. By the way, Miss Adamaris, it's quite noisy here. Why don't we take a walk somewhere quieter? Is that okay? Unarguably, his smile was very charming, which would usually leave most girls enchanted. Unfortunately for Adair, Adamaris already had someone in her heart and was completely unmoved. But remembering Irvin's warning, she reluctantly agreed to keep up appearances. Sure. Adamaris consented. They then got up and went elsewhere. On the way, they chatted and laughed, getting along splendidly. Before long, Adamaris found herself in a room with Adair. Seeing the room clearly contained a large bed, Adamaris felt uneasy. At that moment, Adair poured 2 glasses of champagne, handing one to Adamaris and keeping one for himself. Sorry, I can't drink, Adamaris said. Miss Adamaris, it has a low alcohol content. Just have a sip, Adair smiled. Adamaris refused again. Unexpectedly, Adair's expression turned serious. Miss Adamaris, what do you mean? You're not giving me any face. Drink this champagne or else. His tone wasn't a request but an order. Adamaris was caught off guard and hurriedly explained, Really? I'm not good with drinking. That won't do. Adair sneered. Carlo had drugged the champagne, and if Adamaris didn't drink it, how could he carry out his plan? I really don't want to drink. I need to leave. Adamaris turned to leave, but Adair blocked her path, his face contorted with malice. Adamaris, stop playing games. To be honest, I've taken a liking to you and plan to marry you. Drink this champagne and you'll be mine. Not drinking, not drinking. Me offering you champagne is showing respect. Aren't you going to drink? If you don't, you'll regret it. I don't want to drink. Adamaris shook her head again. Seeing Adamaris still refusing, Adair became enraged and completely lost control. Ronald slut, do you think you're someone special? Don't act high and mighty in front of me. Today, you will drink whether you like it or not. This is my house, my turf. Got it. The atmosphere changed dramatically. Adamaris stood there alone, motionless, her eyes welling up. Carla's pitiful appearance only fueled Adair's desire to conquer her. Still not drinking? Fine, I'll feed it to you. Adair lunged at her. Don't come near me. Adamaris took out the bottle of wolf repellent spray Irvin had given her and aimed it at Adair. What's this? Adair paused. Carlo ignored it and continued advancing. Adamaris pressed the button on the bottle. Whoosh. A burst of mist shot out directly onto Adair's face. Adair didn't pay attention, thinking it smelled nice, even taking a deep breath. So fragrant. But in the next instant, he looked dazed and confused. Adamaris was terrified by the sight and quickly opened the door to flee. Just then, a man suddenly appeared through the window. Girl, stop. Adamaris turned around to see a middle-aged man in a black robe appear inside the room. Carlo demanded, What did you spray on our young master? In nothing. Adamaris stammered in fear. Nothing? Then why is our young master acting so delirious? Huh? The robed man growled angrily. Give me the bottle in your hand, the robed man ordered. Seeing her hesitation, the robed man stepped forward, snatched the wolf repellent spray from her, and sniffed it. What is this? How fragrant. Wait. As he smelled the spray, he also started feeling dizzy and losing consciousness. You little wretch, this is poison, the robed man shouted furiously as he suddenly reached out to choke Adamaris. Suddenly, the door crashed open and Irvin rushed in, pulling Adamaris behind him. Brother Irvin, Adamaris, who had been at a loss, was now filled with relief at the sight of Irvin. Don't worry, Irvin gently reassured her. Adamaris finally calmed down. Irvin turned his gaze to the robed man and activated his Carlo-Vinley eye. Target, Chauncey. Status, normal. Cultivation level, Chi Condensation Realm Level 1. Combat Power, 1024. Damn, Chi Condensation Realm Level 1. Irvin's heart skipped a beat. Brat, who are you to dare barge in? I get it. You're in league with this little slut, trying to harm our young master. Watch me kill you now. Chauncey was speaking when he suddenly felt dizzy and unsteady. However, he clenched his teeth, determined not to lose consciousness. Suddenly, he lunged fiercely at Irvin. His speed was incredible, faster than Irvin imagined. Even Irvin couldn't react in time. Bang! Irvin was struck squarely on the chest and thrown back, crashing into the wall before falling heavily, blood gushing out. Brother Irvin. Adamaris cried in shock, rushing to support him. Ronald slut, you die too. Chauncey suddenly attacked again, striking Adamaris's back. Adamaris screamed, flying across the room. Miss Adamaris. Irvin's expression changed drastically. Chapter 159. Still not recognizing me as your master? Seeing Adamaris being sent flying by Chauncey, Irvin rushed forward swiftly to support her, preventing her from sustaining further injury. However, Adamaris's frail body couldn't withstand the severe blow from Chauncey, and she fainted on the spot. Humph, daring to poison me. This is your end. Chauncey scoffed heavily. Suddenly, he noticed that the consciousness in his mind was being eroded and devoured continuously. Recalling how young Master Adair had turned into a foolish wreck, his face changed drastically. Damn it, this poison clearly intended to turn him into an idiot. Immediately, with great willpower, he rushed towards Irvin, grabbed him abruptly, and choked his neck menacingly. You're siding with this little wretch. You must have the antidote. Hand it over quickly. As he spoke, he tightened his grip. Irvin instantly felt suffocated, his face turning beet red, nearly unable to speak. Noticing this, Chauncey slightly loosened his hold. Irvin finally felt some relief, but kept coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. After a while, his breathing finally steadied. Looking at the cultivation realm expert before him, Irvin felt an intense apprehension. Despite his current 6-stage body tempering strength, even with the aid of the Chaos Fantasy Sword, he could barely counterattack against a solidification realm expert. But facing someone 2 major levels higher, a cultivation realm expert, he wouldn't even have the slightest chance to use the Chaos Fantasy Sword. It seemed he was still too weak. Brat, I'm asking you, where's the antidote? Seeing Irvin not responding for a long time, Chauncey's expression darkened, and a powerful killing intent enveloped Irvin. Out of nowhere, Irvin felt a sense of defeat, as if his life was being controlled. However, he did not lose hope or despair. Immediately, an idea struck him. Do you want the antidote? I'll get it for you if you can just let me go for a moment, okay? Irvin forced a smile. Brat, don't try any tricks on me. Chauncey warned. Don't worry, I dare not play tricks on you. Irvin smiled ingratiatingly. Few more words. Give me the antidote quickly. Feeling his consciousness fading rapidly, Chauncey was getting desperate, even stuttering. Realizing the obedience pill had taken effect, Irvin knew he had to act. Yet, Chauncey's persistence was indeed remarkable. This also proved that while the obedience pill could control ordinary people's minds, it struggled with someone like Chauncey, whose will was rock solid. Unless Chauncey gave up, it was hard for the pill to take over. In fact, according to the explanation in Immortal Physician Xiang's legacy, the obedience pill was merely a spirit-level control drug with limited effectiveness on high-tier practitioners. I'm looking for it, okay? Irvin glanced at Chauncey irritably and pretended to search for the antidote on himself. Of course, he didn't have the antidote, nor would he hand it over even if he did. So, his only option was to stall for time in case Chauncey succumbed to the mind control. Damn it! Chauncey spat out. Hurry up, or I'll strike you dead. Realizing he couldn't delay any longer, Irvin said, found it, and took out a small porcelain bottle containing a single pill. Is this the antidote? Chauncey stared at the crude-looking pill in Irvin's palm, hesitating to believe. Didn't trust me? Then I'll give it to Adair. Just don't blame me for warning you. There's only one antidote left. If Adair takes it, you won't have any. Stop right there. Chauncey shouted. Irvin immediately halted. Brat, do you really only have this one antidote left? Chauncey demanded sternly. If you don't believe me, feel free to search me. Irvin lifted his hands, feigning generosity. Chauncey scrutinized him doubtfully, but chose to temporarily trust him. Hand over the antidote. At this point, he no longer cared about Adair. All he cared about was saving himself. People are practical. All right, Irvin reluctantly handed over the pill, sneering inwardly. Once Chauncey ingested it, he'd be no different than a dog on a leash. Unaware of Irvin's thoughts, Chauncey swallowed the pill. Initially, he waited hopefully for the toxins to subside, but soon realized something was amiss. Brat, what exactly did you give me? Chauncey raged, trying to grab Irvin, who sidestepped easily. You old fool, didn't expect that, huh? To be honest, that wasn't an antidote but more poison. Irvin grinned maliciously. Die, you son of a bitch. Xenarius, Chauncey lunged at Irvin. Unfortunately, this move weakened his mental resistance, causing him to stagger back, gritting his teeth in persistence. But Irvin wouldn't let him have his way. Carlo unleashed the deadly Chaos Fantasy Sword technique, swiftly slicing through the air. Whoosh! A sword shadow streaked toward Chauncey's back. Huh. Chauncey sensed the danger, turned around, and saw Irvin's attack. His expression shifted, and he immediately channeled energy, sending a powerful palm strike forth. Instantly, a fierce energy surge blasted from his palm, forming a barrier-like wall of force rushing towards the sword shadow, flattening everything in its path. Bang! With a loud crash, the sword shadow shattered completely. Karlovans, this is the power of a cultivation realm expert? Too strong, right? Startled by the scene, Irvin promptly used the dragon step technique to evade. Meanwhile, Chauncey, though the sword shadow was destroyed, felt his remaining consciousness being completely devoured. In the next second, Chauncey's stern face displayed utter bewilderment. Seizing this opportunity, Irvin stepped forward and whispered fiercely, Chauncey, still not recognizing me as your master? Chapter 160. Unexpected Joy. Upon hearing the words, recognize me as your master, Chauncey seemed to be struck by something, his whole body trembling. In the next second, the daze on his face gradually cleared, and he knelt before Irvin. Chauncey pays respects to my master. Only then did Irvin completely relax. Damn, it wasn't easy for him to subdue this cultivator. Stand up. Irvin nodded. Chauncey rose, standing respectfully, no longer exuding any of the arrogance from earlier. At this moment, Irvin noticed Adair cowering in a corner, trembling like a fool. Carlo approached immediately. Adair, you haven't called me master yet? Just like Chauncey, Adair's entire body trembled, and then he acknowledged Irvin as his master. Adair pays respects to my master. Thus, Irvin had smoothly subdued Adair and gained an additional cultivator. What a delightful surprise. But, remembering Ambree's unconscious state, he couldn't dwell on it and rushed over to help her. Under the healing effect of life force chi, Tilly gradually regained consciousness. Big brother Irvin, she murmured softly. Seeing her like this, Irvin felt intense guilt. If only he were stronger, how could she have suffered such a disaster? Thankfully for his superb medical skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face Axel if anything happened to Schwer. Miss Schwer, how are you feeling now? Are you still in pain? Irvin asked gently. No pain, Tilly shook her head. Irvin finally relaxed. Then Tilly noticed Adair and Chauncey standing behind Irvin. Her expression changed instantly. Big brother Irvin, they? Irvin smiled faintly. Don't worry. They've reformed and decided to follow me and recognize me as their master. They're following you and recognizing you as their master? Tilly looked astonished. What? Don't believe it? Irvin laughed and then pointed at Adair and Chauncey. Adair, Chauncey, tell Miss Schwer if you've decided to follow me and recognize me as your master. Adair and Chauncey promptly bowed. Yes, master. Coloring this, Tilly was even more stunned and asked Irvin, how did you manage that, big brother Irvin? Irvin chuckled. Luck, I guess. Tilly rolled her eyes. Sure. Clearly, she didn't believe him. But seeing Adair and Chauncey being respectful and obedient to Irvin, she had to accept it. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Without a doubt, the intense fighting must have alarmed the people of the Shao family. Irvin gave Adair a nod. Adair, don't just stand there. Go handle those people outside. Yes, master, Adair replied and went out immediately. After a short while, he dismissed everyone outside and came back to Irvin. Master. Irvin nodded, pulled Adair aside, and handed him a compliance pill. Take this pill and find a way to make your father swallow it. Normally, Adair would never do such a thing. But now, with his mind and will completely under Irvin's command, he agreed without resistance. Yes, master. Excellent. Once your father takes this pill, bring him to me, Irvin instructed. Yes, master. Adair left again. After about 10 minutes, he brought a man in his 50s to Irvin. This man was Taj, Adair's father, and the current patriarch of Jinling's Shao family. Upon seeing Irvin, Taj immediately kneeled down. Taj pays respects to master. Seeing this, Tilly's jaw nearly dropped. She couldn't comprehend how the proud patriarch of Jinling's Shao family could bow to Irvin upon meeting. Was it really all due to Irvin's luck? Irvin helped Taj up and spoke directly. Ronaldston carefully. Taj, over the years, everything your family has taken from the Yang family must be returned immediately. Understand? Taj paused. The Yang family? Which Yang family? Please specify, master. Frowning, Irvin clarified. Which other Yang family? Naturally, I mean the Yang family of Jinling. Understanding dawned on Taj, but seeing Irvin's stern look, he quickly added, rest assured, master. This will be addressed immediately. Satisfied, Irvin nodded. Very well. I await good news. Carlo glanced at Tilly, signaling her to leave with him. Tilly followed accordingly. Taj, Adair, and Chauncey tried to accompany them but were declined by Irvin. His purpose was simple. He wanted to keep a low profile and not let others know about his relationship with Jinling's Shao family. On the way back to the Ronaldston family, Tilly couldn't help but take out her phone and recount what happened at the Shao residence, revealing her admiration for Irvin. Irvin just smiled lightly. There was nothing he could do about it. He had encountered too many similar situations recently and had gotten used to it. Meanwhile, at the Yang family residence, Andre received a call from Taj, the patriarch of the Shao family, informing him that he intended to return all the properties the Shao family had seized from the Yang family over the years. The elderly man was almost disbelief. After hanging up, Andre called his two sons, Eldon and Haywood, to discuss the matter. Father, you said Taj, the Shao family patriarch, personally called you and offered to return our family's properties? How can that be? Eldon exclaimed. That's right, father. How can this be possible? The Shao family has always been domineering here in Jinling and has never given back what they've taken. Haywood agreed. This is true. Why would I lie to you? Andre replied seriously. Seeing this, Eldon and Haywood believed him. But father, why would Taj agree to return our properties? Could it be Irvin is doing something behind the scenes again? Eldon questioned. Though I have no proof, based on my intuition, it must be that rascal Irvin. There's no way our little sister could have managed it. Andre stated firmly. Both Eldon and Haywood nodded in agreement. Andre continued. But how on earth did Irvin manage this? It's baffling. Did you ask Taj why he's willing to return our properties? Haywood suddenly asked. Andre shook his head. Forget it. No matter how I probed, that old fox refused to say. Eldon and Haywood exchanged looks, sensing the complexity of the situation. After a long pause, Eldon suggested, Father, let's not worry about this now. In my opinion, we might have underestimated Irvin's capabilities. How about inviting Irvin back into the Yang family? Chapter 161, Too Late. Let Irvin return to the Yang family? Andre's expression darkened as he glanced at Eldon. How is that possible? What if that person from Dexter Bay finds out? Wouldn't our Yang family face utter disaster? Jarvizi chimed in, echoing Eldon's concerns. Yes, we've already taken a huge risk bringing little sister back. If we also bring that boy back, it will indeed be as father said, a disaster. Eldon had anticipated their objections and replied, Dad, Jianhui, your concerns are valid, but this boy has managed even to placate the Shao family. The power behind him is evident. Power behind him? Andre's eyes flashed with keen insight. Carlo couldn't believe for a moment that Irvin could settle matters with the influential Shao family in Jinling all on his own. There must be some hidden support. There must be. Eldon nodded, confirming Andre's thoughts. From how he completed those seemingly impossible tasks twice in a row, his backing isn't insignificant. If we seize this opportunity, why should we fear that person from Dexter Bay? Andre nodded, clearly swayed by the argument. But then, Jarvizi spoke up. What if his backing isn't strong? If that person from Dexter Bay gets angry, it would be very bad for our young family. Eldon smiled slightly. Actually, I think this issue can be easily resolved. How? For little sister, we can have drums and gongs, and even an 8-man sedan chair to welcome her home. For Irvin, we can handle it discreetly. No big fanfare, but we can work on it privately. Andre and Jarvisi understood immediately, both breaking into cunning smiles. Indeed, Andre grinned broadly. This way, even if that person from Dexter Bay disapproves, he won't find any pretext to target us. True, Jarvisi added with a grin. Considering that person's concern for reputation and influence, he wouldn't openly act against us. At most, he might apply some pressure indirectly. So you agree? Asked Eldon. We do. Andre waved his hand decisively. Jane Dragon Jinhui, you two take charge of this. Yes. Ronald and family home. Upon returning home, Irvin and Ambry were greeted like heroes by everyone in the Ronald family. Ed was the first to rush out, hugging Irvin tightly. Young brother Seamus, you've finally returned. Tell me, how did you manage to convince that old fox, Chairman Taj? Irvin shrugged. How else? It must be my good luck bursting through. Ed rolled his eyes. Pulling my leg, huh? Irvin smiled without replying. Unable to get an answer, Ed turned to Adamaris. Schwer, you experienced this firsthand. Tell us what happened. Adamaris shook her head helplessly. Brother, you ask me, but who do I ask? I'm still confused myself. Ed faltered. Well? At that moment, Nadia approached Irvin amidst everyone. She looked at him proudly. Schwanner, thank you for your efforts. Irvin smiled. Mom, the Shao family has agreed to return all assets unjustly seized from the Young family. Now, see how the Young family treats you. Yes, Nadia nodded with a happy smile. Soon after, Zinnia, Finn, and Murray all came forward, praising Irvin for his accomplishments. Irvin modestly accepted the compliments. Then, amid the crowd, Irvin and Adamaris entered the living room. They chatted for a while when suddenly, a phone call rang through on Zinnia's mobile. Recognizing it as her father, Andre, she signaled everyone to be quiet. With everyone silenced, Zinnia answered on speakerphone. Dad. Andre's voice came through. Jean Feng, tell your little sister we're fulfilling our promise. We're preparing the drummers and an 8-man sedan chair. I'll come with Jean Dragon and Jean Hui early tomorrow to greet her, so have her prepare. Sure, Zinnia beamed. The surrounding crowd rejoiced, especially Nadia, who was moved to tears. Andre continued, also, tell Irvin, if he wishes, he's welcome to visit us anytime. What? Zinnia was shocked. Everyone else shared her astonishment. None of them expected Andre to change his stance on Irvin. Irvin's eyebrows twitched as he calculated something. Soon, he realized everything, a sneer forming on his face. That's all, Jean Feng. Hang up. Andre ended the call. Zinnia put away her phone and glanced around, seeking opinions. What does Dad mean? Didn't he always refuse to acknowledge Schwanner? Why the change of heart now? Finn speculated. Maybe he saw Schwanner's abilities? Ed agreed. Right, probably. After twice successfully handling tough situations, grandfather likely sees Irvin's merits. Everyone nodded and congratulated Irvin. Unexpectedly, Irvin sneered. Too late. When they needed me before, they ignored me. Now that I'm valuable, they pretend to welcome me back. It's clear what they mean. Everyone was stunned. Irvin added calmly. When they need me, they want me to visit. But why not invite me back to reclaim my heritage? In truth, they don't want to offend Dexter Bay but also try to court me. You can't have your cake and eat it too. After Irvin's remarks, everyone fell silent. Indeed, if they truly welcomed Irvin, they should recognize him with his mother. Zinnia tried to mediate. Schwanner, understand your grandfather's position. As head of the Young family, many lives depend on him. Try to understand. Understand? Irvin scoffed. I understand them. But do they understand me? All these years, Mother and I struggled in poverty, and did they care? Zinnia stammered. This? Irvin sighed. I'm tired. I'll rest in my room. With that, he walked upstairs alone. Seeing his lonely, desolate figure, everyone felt deeply uncomfortable. They wanted to console him, but Murray interjected firmly. I believe Dr. Yi's mental strength is strong enough. Let him cool down alone. Everyone reluctantly agreed. Translation complete. Maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 162. Bare-faced threat. After returning to his room, Irvin's mood remained unsettled for a long time. Actually, before coming from Dexter Zhou to Jean Ling, he had practiced the Karlovinly deduction technique and divined a fortune for himself. The signs showed that it would be extremely difficult for him to return to the Young family. Initially, he intended to try once more, hoping against hope to reverse his fate. But what he did not expect at all was that on the very first day of meeting his maternal grandfather and 2 uncles, he encountered a barrage of rebukes and disdain. How could someone with such strong self-esteem accept this? Now, his maternal grandfather was reversing his words, saying he welcomed him back to the Young family whenever he wished. How hypocritical. In essence, they were changing their attitude toward him merely because they saw value in exploiting him. For a moment, he felt incredibly depressed, lying in bed unwilling to get up. After some time, he clenched his teeth and said, Enough. Life's disappointments are 10 out of 9. Since it has come to this, there is no point in holding on to past grievances. I might as well focus on cultivating myself to become stronger. Otherwise, if I encounter another chi practitioner like Chauncey, I may not be so lucky. With that thought, he adjusted his mindset, sat up, and began to meditate cross-legged. For the rest of the day, Irvin only left his room during mealtimes. Otherwise, he stayed inside to cultivate intensively. Everyone knew he was upset and did not dare disturb him. Thus, by the next morning, Irvin suddenly rose to his full height, his eyes sparkling with energy. Haha, finally broke through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage. Feels amazing. Irvin let out a deep breath, instantly dispelling the gloom that had been clouding his mind. Suddenly, his mood greatly improved. Just then, Ed's voice came from outside the door. Seamus brother, come down for breakfast quickly. Grandpa will be here shortly. All right. Irvin immediately got out of bed and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Ed gasped in surprise. Seamus brother, you have changed again? Did you break through again? Irvin smiled slightly and nodded. My God. Ed gaped. A few days ago, you said you had broken through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage, and now, you've broken through again. Seamus brother, you're simply a genius, an unparalleled genius. Calm down, Irvin whispered. Ed admired him deeply. That's just how Seamus brother is, so low-key. Irvin laughed. Low-key doesn't mean no-key, after all. Haha. Ed laughed loudly. Then, the two descended the stairs, chatting and laughing along the way. Upon reaching the dining table downstairs, everyone had already been waiting for a while. Apart from Irvin, nobody else noticed the significant improvement in Irvin's vitality. After the meal, Irvin pulled him aside and suddenly remarked, for a medical and martial arts prodigy like you, the Young family actually values you so little, truly a loss to them. Coloring this, Irvin knew that this wise elder had seen through his recent improvement in cultivation. Carlo gave a faint smile. I've given them a chance. If they don't cherish it, it's their loss. Irvin nodded, his face filled with regret, and said nothing more. About half an hour later, one of the servants reported that people from the Young family had arrived. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. Shortly thereafter, led by Andre, Kay, Zinnia, and Jarvis, the members of the Young family flooded in, and as the main character of this event, Nadia, was pushed forward like a star among stars. Seeing her mother personally come to greet her, Nadia hurriedly went forward with emotion. Mom, why did you come personally? Tears welled up in Kay's eyes. Good daughter. Today is your grand day of returning to the Young family. How could Mom not come to welcome you home? Nadia, deeply moved by her emotions, nodded. Right, where is Xiao Chuan? Kay suddenly asked. Nadia immediately beckoned Irvin over. Chuaner, come here. Towards his grandmother. Irvin felt an inexplicable sense of affection and walked over. Grandma. Kay smiled approvingly. Xiao Chuan, you really are a good boy. Come, go home with Grandma. However, Irvin was unmoved. No matter how foolish he was, he couldn't guess wrong that this was Andre's ploy. The purpose was simple, to use his sentimentality to coax him back into the Young family. Xiao Chuan, what are you? Kay asked. Irvin exhaled softly and replied, Grandma, I won't go back. Kay was taken aback. Why? Irvin cast a faint glance at Andre, Zinnia, and Jarvis. You'll have to ask them. Kay was puzzled. Xiao Chuan, do you think they won't let you go back? Irvin didn't respond. Kay frowned and turned to look at Andre. Old man, aren't you letting Xiao Chuan go back? Andre looked embarrassed. Of course not. Good. I'm taking Xiao Chuan back with me today. Do you have any objections? Kay bluntly stated. Andre hesitated. This? What? You disagree? Not that I disagree, but... Old man, I'm laying my terms here today. Today, I must bring Xiao Chuan back to the Young family and restore our ancestral lineage. Kay declared loudly. Andre, looking helpless, could only give his sons Zinnia and Jarvis meaningful looks. These two caught on and stepped forward. Mom, please don't get involved in this, Zinnia whispered. Yes, Mom, the situation behind this is complicated. Just come to pick up your daughter, Jarvis added. You two good-for-nothings. Angry, Kay was about to lose her temper. At this moment, Irvin spoke up. Grandma, I won't be going back today, but when I have time, I'll visit you at the Young family. Kay immediately objected. How can that be? Grandma came here specifically to take you back. Irvin felt waves of emotion rising in his heart but still said, Grandma, I appreciate your goodwill. With their current attitude, even if I go back to the Young family, I will only be humiliated. Why should I go back under such circumstances? Upon hearing this, Andre, Zinnia, and Jarvis all blanched. Andre, being experienced, managed to keep his composure, but Zinnia and Jarvis couldn't hold themselves back. Zinnia burst out, Irvin, what did you just say? What do you mean you will be humiliated? How dare you talk? Jarvis yelled, exactly, how dare you talk, elders? Irvin sneered, afraid of death, cowering like dogs at the mere mention of the person from Northern Dextersu, not daring to acknowledge your own sister. Is that what qualifies you as my elders? What did you say? Zinnia flared up in rage instantly. Jarvis fumed and turned to Nadia. Sister, look at the son you raised. Aren't you going to say something? Zinnia added, Sister, he must kneel and apologize to us. Otherwise, you won't be allowed back into the Young family today. Threats. Barefaced threats. Irvin's expression darkened. Apologizing was impossible, let alone kneeling to apologize. Chapter 163. Ed is beaten. Kneel and apologize? Irvin looked at Germano with a half-smiling expression. You want me to kneel and apologize to you? Are you sure? Germano felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze and suddenly realized that in his moment of impulse, he had made an unwise remark. Carlo was absolutely certain that if Irvin were to retaliate by canceling the manufacturing orders from Chinya Group or even forcing the Xiao family to return the Young family's assets, the loss would be immense for the Young family. So, nothing to say now? Irvin sneered. Germano looked helplessly at Andre. Dad. Andre gave him a harsh glare and barked. Haven't you apologized to Irvin yet? Germano was bewildered. Dad, are you sure? I'm his uncle. How can an uncle apologize to a nephew? Andre pretended to kick him. Startled, Germano reluctantly apologized to Irvin. Ronald told Chuan, it was all my fault for speaking rashly just now. Please don't take it to heart. Only then did Irvin's expression soften somewhat. Andre followed up with a smile. Ronald told Chuan, your uncle shouldn't have spoken like that. Just forget about it. However, given our family situation now, Grandpa won't go into details, but rest assured, you're always welcome in the Young family. It's just, well, today might not be the best time. With these words, Irvin understood completely. This grandfather, who should have been kind and respectable, was clearly fearful of retribution from someone in Dexter Bay, afraid it would bring disaster to the Young family because of him. Since that was the case, he definitely wouldn't return to the Young family. Carlo immediately replied with a cold laugh, "Don't worry. I never planned on returning to the Young family anyway." Andre finally breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile. After all, Ronald-Chuan knows what's best. Irvin inwardly despised his hypocritical and insincere demeanor, but didn't comment. At this point, Kay walked over, took Irvin's hand and said, "My dear child, even if your grandfather doesn't accept you, your grandmother does. Today, I will take you home, and let's see what they can do about it." Irvin smiled bitterly, "Grandma, I appreciate your kindness, but given the current situation, even if I returned to the Young family, I wouldn't be welcome. Why put myself through unnecessary trouble?" But Kay wanted to insist but couldn't find the words, as she knew that Irvin wouldn't be welcomed much if he went back now, making it pointless. Then, Seamus interjected, "Mom, let's stop here. Today is a joyous day for Ronald's sister's return to the Young family. Let's not talk about upsetting matters. As for Ronald-Chuan, everything will happen gradually. I believe everyone will eventually accept him." Finn chimed in, "Yes, mother-in-law, the timing isn't right for Ronald-Chuan to return to the Young family now. Let's discuss this later." Convinced by her daughter and son-in-law's words, Kay finally sighed and gave up. Suddenly, Nadia walked up to Irvin. Looking at her son whom she had raised alone for over 2 decades, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart and choked up, "Chuaner, it's all because of Mom's incompetence that you've suffered so much." Irvin also felt a lump in his throat but remained calm. "Mom, don't blame yourself. If you can finally fulfill your wish and return to the Young family, the little suffering I endure is nothing." Nadia sighed. "Okay, Mom, it's getting late. Go back with them first. I'll be fine." "Yes," Nadia nodded. She then left with Seamus and Finn, accompanying the rest of the Young family members, leaving Ronald and family. As for Irvin, he stayed at Ronald and family. Ed, Sharon, and Ambry both knew he was feeling down and kept consoling him. Gradually, Irvin pulled himself out of his melancholy. In the evening, Nadia, accompanied by her mother Kay, elder sister Seamus, and brother-in-law Finn, returned to the Young family once again. Seeing the happiness on her face, Irvin understood that her return to the Young family had gone smoothly, and he felt genuinely happy for her. That night, Seamus and Finn organized a grand feast to celebrate Nadia's smooth return to the Young family. As his grandmother, Kay was extremely pleased with her grandson who had saved her life, holding his hand lovingly. This warmth allowed Irvin, who was initially disheartened, to feel familial love. Over the next few days, Irvin spent more time with his mother and grandmother, their relationship growing stronger, and his mood improving significantly. One afternoon, Irvin was practicing cultivation in his room when there was a knock on the door. Soon after, Joshua rushed in anxiously, "Brother Irvin, something's wrong. My cousin was beaten up. Come quickly." "Huh?" Irvin opened his eyes, stopping his practice and hurriedly got out of bed, opening the door. "Carlo was beaten up? What happened?" "I'm not quite sure," Joshua shook her head. Seeing no further information coming from her, Irvin hurried downstairs. In the living room, Irvin saw Sharon using True Chi to revive Ed, who was covered in injuries and unconscious. His mother Nadia, grandmother Kay, Aunt Seamus, and Uncle Finn all looked worried. What exactly happened? How could he be beaten like this? Irvin asked angrily. Seamus sighed. "Well, it was probably because of his ex-brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Irvin understood that Ed must have gone to seek reconciliation with his ex-wife, only to get brutally beaten by her brother. To be fair, his ex-brother-in-law's actions were understandable, but it was still too violent. Shaking off his thoughts, Irvin decided to prioritize healing him. Carlo asked Sharon to step aside and placed his palm against Ed's back, channeling rejuvenating True Chi. Under the treatment of the rejuvenating True Chi, Ed gradually regained consciousness. Upon waking, he immediately looked around, urging, "Where's Irvin? Where's Irvin?" "I'm behind you," Irvin said. Ed turned around, confirming it was Irvin, and pleaded, "Brother Seamus, quick, please come with me to my ex-wife's place. Carlo's father is very ill. Only you can save him." Irvin understood that saving her father would likely lead to reconciliation between him and his ex-wife. Carlo nodded. "All right." Delighted, Ed, despite his injuries, eagerly pulled Irvin's hand. "Come, Brother Seamus, let's go find her." Half an hour later, Irvin was led by Ed to a residential area and stood before a villa. According to Ed, this villa belonged to his ex-wife's parents. Since the divorce, his ex-wife had moved back here with her parents. Ed knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly overweight middle-aged woman. However, upon seeing Ed, her expression turned extremely unpleasant. "Ed, what are you doing here again? Get lost, or else my son will beat you up again." Chapter 164, Comatose Oliver. Seeing the matron's unfriendly tone, Ed anxiously said, "Mother-in-law, all the past was my fault. No matter how Wiley Rand beat me up, it wouldn't be excessive. But father-in-law is now seriously ill. I sincerely hope to cure his illness. This is my cousin Irvin, a miraculous doctor with remarkable medical skills. My grandmother." Before he finished, the matron interrupted. "Do you think I'm blind, Ed? Carlo looks no older than 25 or 6, and yet he's supposed to be some miracle doctor? Ed, you really have grown audacious, even daring to fool me." Ed hastily explained, "Mother-in-law? Don't call me mother-in-law. You're divorced from Fern." "Naturally, I can't be your mother-in-law," the matron replied angrily. Ed looked embarrassed but didn't argue further. Instead, he complied with her preference and addressed her differently. "Auntie, you may not know that although my cousin is young, he truly is an exceptional doctor. My grandmother was on the brink of death, but he cured her effortlessly." "Is that so?" The matron appeared somewhat doubtful. She was Adrielle, Ed's former mother-in-law. Due to her daughter's divorce from her son-in-law, Her husband Oliver suffered from heart palpitations and fell from the second floor half a year ago, resulting in severe injuries. Since then, he had been admitted to the ICU. For nearly a year, he had remained in hospital. Unexpectedly, recently, the hospital informed her that her husband's condition had worsened, and his time was limited. She brought him home, preparing for final arrangements. However, personally, she and Oliver always had a good relationship, and she did not want to see him leave like this. So when she heard Ed say that Irvin had cured his grandmother, she felt a glimmer of hope. Come in. Adrielle shot a resentful glance at Ed before pulling the door open. Ed led Irvin into the house and then upstairs, where they saw Oliver lying in bed, his ex-wife Ivory, and their daughter Una, who had already been brought over. It was undeniable that Ivory had the image of a virtuous wife and nurturing mother, far surpassing Esmeralda. Upon seeing Ed, little Una ran towards him, calling out, "Daddy." Ed lovingly responded, "Carlo-y." Father and daughter played for a while before Ed put Una down and glanced at his ex-wife Ivory, who coldly remarked, "Why are you back here again? Wasn't getting beaten up enough?" Facing his ex-wife's sarcasm, Ed was speechless. Ivory seemed unwilling to talk to him and turned to Adrielle. "Mom, why did you let him in?" Sighing, Adrielle replied, "Isn't it because he said he brought a miracle doctor who could treat Dad's illness?" "Oh." Ivory glanced at Ed and then her eyes shifted to Irvin, narrowing in doubt. "Ed, he isn't the so-called miracle doctor you mentioned, is he?" Seeing the skeptical look on his ex-wife's face, Ed quickly explained, "Fern, don't underestimate my cousin. His medical skills are incredible. In Dexterjo, many people call him a medical sage." Medical sage? Ivory couldn't help but take another look at Irvin. Irvin was indeed young, but he exuded confidence and integrity, giving off a sense of reliability. Gradually, her disdain lessened. Taking note of this, Ed continued, "Fern, please trust me one last time, all right? Father-in-law is in critical condition. Let my cousin give it a try, okay?" Ivory looked at her mother, who nodded. "Let's give it a try. What if he really has a way?" Ivory nodded and then spoke to Irvin, "Mr. Yi, we beg of you to do your best to save my father." "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." Irvin nodded, then activated his Carlo-Vinley eye to examine Oliver. Subject, Oliver. Condition, severe damage to the central nervous system, localized nerve stiffening, skeletal muscle rigidity, and systemic meridian blockage. Understanding the situation, Irvin knew what to do. According to the knowledge inherited by him, Oliver's state was akin to a vegetative one. To save Oliver, he could directly infuse him with vital chi, which would be simple and effective but extremely draining. Doing so would greatly hinder his cultivation progress. However, there was a simpler method, acupuncture. "How is it, Brother Seamus? Can you treat him?" Ed couldn't help asking after a long silence. Irvin nodded. "I can." Upon hearing this, Ed was elated. The mother-daughter duo, Adrielle and Ivory, also felt a glimmer of hope. Ever since Oliver became comatose, they had sought numerous renowned doctors without success. Today, Irvin's promise was like a beacon of hope. "It's good that you can treat him. Please begin immediately, thank you." Ed expressed his gratitude earnestly. Irvin nodded and said, "Unfortunately, I lack the necessary silver needles for acupuncture. I'll buy them right away." Ed volunteered eagerly. Just as Ed prepared to go out, a cold voice came from the doorway. "Ed, you are truly incorrigible." Turning around, Irvin saw a young man in his 20s standing at the door, glaring hostilely at Ed. Ed's expression froze, and he managed a forced smile. "Sheng.1-252.I, you're back?" This young man was none other than his former brother-in-law, Marty. Marty sneered, "Cut the act. Before I get mad, get lost." Feeling awkward, Ed looked helplessly at Adrielle and Ivory for support. "Enough, Sheng.1. Now isn't the time to dwell on these things. Carlo says he brought a miracle doctor who can cure Dad's illness. Please stop causing trouble," Adrielle chided. "Yes, Sheng.1, don't be impulsive. Saving Dad's life is most important," Ivory echoed. Marty remained unmoved. What a big joke. Even the hospital's experts couldn't do anything for Dad. How can this inexperienced kid treat him? "Sheng.1, I've seen Brother Seamus's medical skills firsthand. Please believe in him. You wouldn't want your dad to leave this world, would you?" Ed tried to reason. But Marty only grew more agitated. "Ed, what are you implying? You harmed my sister, and now you're trying to harm my father? Ed, do you have any conscience left?" "Sheng.1, you misunderstand." "Misunderstand?" Marty laughed derisively. "Ed, you cheated first. To make my sister leave empty-handed. You lied about her being unfaithful and claimed you had evidence. Clearly, you were framing her. Is this a misunderstanding? Get out now. We don't welcome you here, or I'll hit you again." Ed wanted to explain further, but Irvin held him back. "Your former father-in-law's condition is critical. Arguing is pointless. Go buy the needles." "All right," Ed nodded and hurried toward the door. Unexpectedly, Marty pointed at Irvin. "And you, fake miracle doctor, get out too." Chapter 165. "What will you do then, quack doctor?" When Irvin heard this, a surge of anger arose within him. This Marty was just like a rabid dog, biting anyone who came near, launching indiscriminate attacks. Ivory frowned and said, "Sheng.1, calm down. The top priority now is to do everything possible to bring our father back to life. Whether he is a miraculous doctor or not, we must give it a try." Adrielle added, "Yes, Sheng.1, your sister is right. We should at least give it a try. What if father doesn't come back to life?" Marty shouted, "But what if he can?" Ivory retorted. Marty was momentarily speechless, but soon, he rebutted, "Sister, you are just too soft-hearted. Ed clearly has no good intentions. Carlo's here for revenge." Ed couldn't help but retort, "Marty, your father was my former father-in-law. How could I possibly be here to seek revenge?" "Humph, who knows?" Marty sneered. "You beat me up before, and now you've come running here with all these pretenses. If not for revenge, what are you really here for?" Upon hearing about the beating, Ed had an epiphany. Carlo quickly turned to Ivory and Adrielle. Fern, auntie, I was beaten black and blue by Sheng.1, with bruises all over my body. But now, look at my face and body. Can you see any sign of injury? To be honest, this recovery is due to my cousin's miraculous skills. Reminded of this, Ivory and Adrielle immediately began inspecting him closely. They noticed that there were indeed no signs of injury left on his face or body, especially the cut on his forehead from Marty's attack, which had vanished completely. Seeing this, they glanced at Irvin, thinking, could he really be a miraculous doctor? At this moment, Marty started complaining again. Mom, sister, don't let Ed deceive you. Look at this boy he brought. How old is he? Carlo claims he can cure Dad? Is he supposed to be better than experts in major hospitals? As he spoke, he pointed at Irvin and said menacingly, boy, what benefits did Ed offer you to harm my father? Irvin furrowed his brows. Let's set aside whether I intend to harm your father for now. But why do you repeatedly obstruct me from treating your father? Don't you want him to live longer? You're just shifting the blame. Marty raged. Irvin ignored him and turned to Ivory and Adrielle. Do you believe me when I say I can wake Mr. Wiley with just a few techniques? Upon hearing this, Ivory and Adrielle were visibly moved. Is this true? Absolutely true. Irvin's voice was resolute and confident. Seeing their reaction, Ivory and Adrielle immediately agreed to let Irvin try. Marty tried to intervene again, but Ivory said, Sheng.1, father has been bedridden for several months, and now he's critically ill. Don't you want him to recover? Marty finally relented. After staring at Irvin for a long time, he threatened, fine, I'll give you this chance. But if you fail to wake my father, I promise to beat you until your teeth are scattered all over the floor. Irvin was amused yet helpless. This kid wasn't much older but had quite a temper. Still, considering Ed's sake, he didn't argue and asked, what will you do if I manage to wake your father? We'll talk about that if you can even wake him up. Marty scoffed. In his mind, it was impossible for Irvin to wake his father. After all, so many experts had failed, and a young man like Irvin could hardly accomplish it. Irvin shook his head, unwilling to waste more words. Carlo walked straight to the bed, placed his palm on Oliver's forehead, and channeled some rejuvenating chi into him. Soon, under the stimulation of the vital energy, Oliver, whose brain nerves had been in a dormant state, began to revive and slowly opened his eyes. Mom, Dad is awake. Awake. Ivory exclaimed excitedly to Adrielle. Tears welled up in Adrielle's eyes. Great. Carlo's really awake. Marty, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. Ed felt vindicated and mocked Marty. How about that? Didn't I tell you so? And yet someone refused to believe me. Marty glared at Ed through gritted teeth. At this point, Adrielle suddenly asked Irvin, Mr. Yi, my husband is indeed awake, but why does he seem dazed, with a vacant look in his eyes? Irvin replied calmly, due to prolonged paralysis, his brain nerves have become sluggish, causing his eyes to appear lifeless. To restore him to normal, his brain nerves need to be stimulated using silver needles. Adrielle nodded in understanding. Irvin then instructed Ed, cousin, go buy a box of silver needles immediately. Remember, they should be long and thin, about 10 centimeters in length. Okay, I'll get them right away. Ed was about to leave. Suddenly, Irvin thought of something and told Ivory, my cousin tends to be a bit careless, while you are more meticulous. Go with him to ensure he doesn't make any mistakes and waste time. Under normal circumstances, Ed would bristle at being called careless. However, this time he secretly rejoiced. Irvin's intention was clear. He wanted to create a private moment for him and his ex-wife. Ed gave Irvin an approving glance as a silent thank you. Ivory wasn't foolish either. She quickly understood Irvin's purpose but didn't openly refuse. Unexpectedly, Marty interrupted. Why does this trivial task require my sister to do it? I can go. Irvin anticipated this interference and calmly replied, no need for you to go. There's another important task I need your assistance with. Marty immediately grumbled. What else can be more important that requires my help? Seeing his reaction, Irvin stifled a laugh and said, simple. You need to stay here to perform massage therapy. Massage therapy? I don't know how to do that. Marty firmly stated. Besides, massage therapy is delicate work, better suited for my sister. How can a man like me handle it? Irvin anticipated this response. Sorry, due to Mr. Wiley's prolonged bedridden state and critical condition, his muscle tissue has become extremely stiff. A woman's strength is not enough to be effective, so? Marty tried to insist, but Adrielle lost patience. Enough. Just follow Mr. Ye's instructions. Defeated, Marty gave up and shot Ed a fierce glare, warning Ivory, sister, be careful not to be deceived by his sweet talk. Ivory nodded and left with Ed. Next, Irvin made Marty massage Oliver, thoroughly exhausting him. Fortunately, 20 minutes later, Ed and Ivory returned. Carlo, you go, brother Seamus. Ed handed over an antique-looking box. Irvin nodded and looked at Ivory. Are these silver needles the correct specifications as I requested? Ivory confirmed, yes, they match the specifications. I've checked. Irvin pretended to be satisfied. Good. Carlo then opened the box, picked up a silver needle, and began to administer acupuncture. Wait. At this moment, an arrogant voice interjected. Who are you? Who allowed you to perform acupuncture on Uncle Wiley? Chapter 166, Retreat to Advance. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the door. A neatly dressed young man and a white-haired elderly gentleman walked in from the entrance. Upon seeing them, Ed's expression stiffened, looking incredibly awkward. The neatly dressed young man also noticed Ed's presence, and his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, but he quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, Irvin immediately understood what was happening. These two were clearly rivals for love. At this moment, Marty approached the young man enthusiastically. Barrett is here. Sister, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get Barrett some hot water. Adrielle urged as well. That's right, Fern. Hurry up and get some hot water for Barrett. Even a fool would realize they were intentionally trying to matchmake Ivory with Barrett. Ivory frowned slightly but ultimately obeyed. Seeing this, Ed felt his heart break into pieces and could only look at Irvin with a pained glance. Irvin remained calm and signaled him to stay composed. Ed, seeing this, could only endure the injustice silently. At this time, Ivory brought over a cup of hot water and handed it to Barrett. The latter seemed intent on provoking Ed and suddenly began caressing Ivory's hand while saying thank you. Startled like a rabbit, Ivory blushed and hurriedly tried to pull her hand back. Unexpectedly, Barrett had no intention of letting go. Instead, he tightened his grip. Let go of me. Ivory was flustered and at a loss. Seeing this, Ed's eyes shot flames, about to step forward to help Ivory. Suddenly, little Una dashed forward and bit at Barrett. Bad guy, let go of my mommy. Let go of my mommy. Reluctantly, Barrett released Ivory's hand. Ivory finally broke free but was thoroughly embarrassed. Seeing this, Marty laughed. Sister, don't be shy. You and Barrett are such a perfect match. We'll be one family sooner or later. Before Ivory could speak, Una shouted loudly. I don't want him to be part of our family. Daddy and mommy, that's our family. Annoyed, Marty scolded. Una, you little brat, what do you know? Your parents are divorced, and your dad even found a new mom for you. Isn't it fair for your mother to find a new dad for you? Una burst into tears. No, I don't want a stepmom or stepdad. I only want mommy and daddy. Parlor crying made Marty impatient. Stop crying. If you cry again, I'll slap you. Instead, Una cried louder out of fear. Ed couldn't hold back any longer. Marty, how you treat me doesn't matter, but if you dare touch my daughter, I won't let you off easily. Matthias Sheng.1, so your true colors have shown? Marty shouted. Honestly, if you knew what today would turn out to be, why did you choose that path initially? It's too late now for you to beg my sister to reconcile with you. You? What? Am I wrong? Marty roared. And stop using Una to play the emotional card. It doesn't work on us. With the quarrel escalating, Adriel, exasperated, commanded. Can everyone quiet down? Dad is still on the bed waiting for treatment. Ed and Marty fell silent. Barrett then spoke to Adriel. Auntie, I know Uncle's condition is severe, so I managed to contact the renowned old TCM Dr. Gutiani from Dexterdong. Old TCM Dr. Gutiani? Adriel's eyes lit up. Is he the same Gutiani known as Modern Huatua? Yes, precisely. Barrett nodded with a smile. With him, Uncle's illness will surely be cured. Overjoyed, Adriel instantly forgot about Irvin and greeted Gutiani respectfully. Mr. Gu, hello? Gutiani gave a nod of superiority. Pleased to meet you. Barrett smiled sardonically and asked, Auntie, Nanan said this person wanted to give Uncle acupuncture. Did you invite him? Before Adriel could answer, Marty interjected rudely. Of course not. Why would we invite someone like him to treat Dad? Carlo insisted on doing it on his own accord. Barrett chuckled. Oh, just as I thought. This person seems too young, probably fresh out of medical school without completing an internship. How could he have any medical skills? Exactly, agreed Marty disdainfully. A little knowledge can lead one to bluff. Go away and don't delay Mr. Gu's treatment. Irvin narrowed his eyes. You are sure you want me to leave? Marty replied arrogantly, yes, go. Honestly, I've been tolerating you. But now that Mr. Gu is here, I see no need. Leave now. Very well, you want me to leave? No problem. But listen up, Mr. Wiley's condition can only be treated by me. Whether you believe it or not, it's your choice. Irvin finished and gestured to Ed, let's go. Ed hesitated deeply. Earlier, he had bought acupuncture needles with his ex-wife Ivory and bravely knelt down to apologize, finally earning Ivory's forgiveness. Their relationship seemed on the verge of mending. If he left now, wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? Irvin saw his thoughts and smiled. Sometimes, retreating to advance is a wise strategy. Just wait. This so-called modern Huatual will fail and worsen the condition. Then, I can step in later. Ed finally calmed down and obediently followed Irvin out. Just then, Ivory chased after them. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my brother's rudeness. Could you please wait a moment? Can you? Irvin glanced at Ed and feigned hesitation. Well, Ed understood immediately and pretended to persuade. Ronald brother Seamus, considering my face, please? Irvin readily agreed. Fine, for my cousin's sake, I'll wait a bit. Ivory thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Don't be too pleased yet. Irvin shook his head. If this modern Huatual fails, your brother must come to me and kneel in apology. Otherwise, I'll leave immediately. This? Ivory hesitated but finally resolved herself. All right, Mr. Yi, I agree. She then returned inside. Outside, Irvin and Ed waited. Inside, Marty boasted proudly to his mother. Adriel? Mom, there's no need to worry. Even if that kid has some skills, how great can he really be compared to Master Gutiani? Sighing, Adriel had no choice but to let Gutiani examine her husband. After checking the pulse, eyes, and mouth, Gutiani sighed deeply. I'm sorry, I cannot treat this. Marty looked stunned, while Barrett looked awkward. Their expectations were high, but the disappointment was immense. They never expected the famous, modern Huatua Gutiani to fail. Chapter 167, Get Lost. Leah felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow upon hearing Master Monty's words. She looked as though her soul had departed, nearly collapsing on the spot. Master Gu, are you really powerless? Leah asked tremulously. Master Monty sighed. Mr. Wiley's injuries are extremely severe, and it has taken too long for him to receive treatment. His tendons, nerves, and muscle tissues have all stiffened, and he is nearing his end. With my abilities, I truly cannot help. This? Leah's face was filled with despair. At that moment, Wiley Sui walked in and suggested, Mom, the Mr. Yi brought by Ed is still waiting outside. Why don't we invite him in? Upon hearing this, Wiley Sui's eyes rekindled with a glimmer of hope. Quickly, invite Mr. Yi in. Wiley Sui frowned, but Mom, Mr. Yi said just now that if he is to come in to treat Dad, younger brother must personally go out and kneel to apologize to him. Kneel to apologize? Willie Xiaochuan instantly flared up. What sort of person is he? Why should I kneel to apologize to him? Shut up. Lia shot him a stern look. It's all you're doing. Earlier, Mr. Yi wanted to treat your father, but you insisted on stopping him and even mocked him. Now, he's gone because of you. Your father's safety depends entirely on this person. If you don't kneel and apologize, who will? But Mom. No more buts. If you don't go, then from now on, you are no longer my son. Lia threatened sternly. Wiley Hyakuan's face fell into a mournful expression. Beside him, Philip wanted to speak up for him, but lost his confidence when the master gu he brought couldn't do anything. In the end, it was Wiley Sui who pulled a serious face. Xiaochuan, aren't you going to quickly invite Mr. Yi in? If Dad leaves us because of you, I will never forgive you. Sis. Wiley Hyakuan was at a loss. Now. Wiley Sui chided. Reluctantly, Wiley Hyakuan had to obediently leave the room. Seeing Irvin and Ed standing right at the door, watching him with faint smiles, Wiley Hyakuan was inwardly fuming. However, thinking of his father still lying sick on the bed, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk towards Irvin, trying to bend his knees without fully kneeling. Irvin saw this and mockingly said, So, having to kneel is very difficult for you? Wiley Hyakuan clenched his teeth. You. Since it's so hard for you, then I won't make it difficult for you. Goodbye. Irvin turned and gave Ed a meaningful glance before both started walking away. Seeing this, Wiley Hyakuan immediately panicked. Stop. Irvin and Ed stopped and turned to look at Wiley Hyakuan. Bang. Wiley Hyakuan seemed to have given up all inhibitions, directly kneeling down and staring up at Irvin. Now, can you do it? Irvin crossed his arms and replied leisurely, Marty, does simply kneeling suffice? Wiley Hyakuan immediately understood what he meant and bit his lip. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm hard of hearing. I didn't hear that, Irvin sneered. Wiley Hyakuan, despite being furious, had no choice but to repeat it again. Only then did Irvin seem satisfied and said solemnly, Marty, listen carefully. One cannot judge a book by its cover or measure the sea with a gourd. Watch your attitude. Saying this, he walked straight into the room. Ed went over to help Wiley Hyakuan up. Unexpectedly, Wiley Hyakuan refused and instead shoved Ed away after getting up. Ed, get lost. Then, he also went straight into the room. Ed could only shake his head helplessly and followed them in. At this moment, Irvin had already entered the room. Upon seeing him come in, Lia and Wiley Sui were filled with joy. Mr. Yi, about what happened earlier. Lia looked apologetic. Irvin waved his hand. Forget it. Saving lives is important. Carlo then took out a silver needle box, pinched a silver needle between his fingers, and suddenly flicked his hand. With a whoosh, the silver needle pierced one of Oliver's acupoints accurately. Flying needle acupuncture? Monty's pupils contracted upon seeing this. Acupuncture was a basic skill for every traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. However, such a flying needle technique was rare. Even Monty himself dared not attempt it. After all, there were numerous human acupoints. Even a slight mistake in force or precision could lead to unpredictable consequences. The people present, especially Lia and Wiley Sui, realized upon seeing Monty's astonished expression that this Mr. Yi was indeed skilled. At this moment, Irvin paid no attention to the strange gazes around him and continued with the treatment. Within just a couple of minutes, he inserted silver needles into over 80 major acupoints on Oliver's body. Next, he settled his energy into his dantian, waving his hands like playing a lute, transferring strands of rejuvenating qi into Oliver's body through the silver needles. Soon, Oliver's body began to change. However, the situation was bizarre as his body started shaking violently, resembling a shivering fit. Wiley Hyakuan panicked. Yenumd, stop. Look at what you've done to my dad. If something happens to Dad, I won't let you off easily. Irvin's expression darkened, pushing Wiley Hyakuan aside. Get lost. Wiley Hyakuan landed on his bottom and moaned in pain. Irvin ignored him and continued delivering qi into Oliver, causing Oliver to shake even more intensely. Seeing this, Lia and Wiley Sui became tense. However, the situation didn't last long. Soon, Oliver's body gradually stabilized, and his complexion improved. Notably, Oliver's previously vacant and confused gaze cleared up. What happened to me? Oliver shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Dawei, Dad, Grandpa, Lia and Wiley Sui, along with little girl duo, were all overwhelmed with emotion. While Wiley Hyakuan was moved but bewildered. This is impossible? Meanwhile, Philip and Master Monty stared dumbfounded. Especially Monty, muttering, one generation surpasses another. I'm old. Carlo shook his head, retreating out of the room with a bleak expression, unswayed by Philip's attempts to retain him. At this point, after recognizing his family, Oliver gradually recalled the past events, especially realizing he had been in a coma for several months, almost losing his life. Oliver couldn't help but break down with his family in tears. After a while, Oliver suddenly remembered something and bellowed at Ed. Ed, you still have the nerve to show up here? Chapter 168, A Wager. Seeing his ex-father-in-law suddenly lash out at him, Ed was immediately at a loss for words. I. What do you mean, I? If not for your infidelity, how could my daughter have been hurt so badly? Oliver shouted angrily. Ed hung his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Oliver grew even angrier. What are you still doing here? Get out. You're not welcome here. Marty chimed in. Yeah, what are you waiting for? Our family doesn't welcome you. Ed had a mournful look on his face and turned to Ivory as if seeking help. Ivory, unable to bear it, said, Dad, let's just let bygones be bygones. Besides, if it weren't for him bringing the amazing Dr. Yi today, no one might have pulled you back from the brink of death. Adriel agreed. Yes, Dawei. In this regard, Sheng.1 did make some contribution. Contribution? Oliver raged. If not for him, how would I have fallen then? Adriel sighed in helplessness. Dawei, let's keep things separate. Let's not talk about the past today. Dr. Yi saved your life. Shouldn't you thank him properly? As she spoke, she pointed to Irvin. Only then did Oliver calm down, turning to shout at himself, we'll settle accounts later. Carlo then looked at Irvin respectfully and said, Mr. Yi, thank you very much. Otherwise, I would have died here. Irvin smiled calmly. It's just a small effort. At this point, he glanced at Adriel and Ivory. Since Mr. Wiley has regained consciousness, my cousin and I should take our leave. Adriel and Ivory immediately tried their best to persuade them to stay. Irvin gave a bitter smile. My cousin and I came together. Since he's unwelcome and is being asked to leave, wouldn't it be uncomfortable for me to stay? Adriel and Ivory felt embarrassed. A moment later, Adriel glared fiercely at Oliver. Dawei, listen well. Mr. Yi saved your life. This favor we owe can never be repaid. No matter what Ed has done, it has nothing to do with Mr. Yi. If you can't keep Mr. Yi here today, we will divorce. The word divorce made Oliver freeze, stuttering, wife, that's too much, isn't it? Adriel huffed. Do you think it's too much? Reluctantly, Oliver finally caved. All right, we'll discuss Ed's issues later. Pleased internally, Adriel quickly said to Irvin, Mr. Yi, how about? Only then did Irvin nod. As long as my cousin can stay, I will stay. Adriel frowned slightly, but decided to go all out to retain such an amazing doctor like Irvin. After all, she was getting older and needed someone like him in case of any serious health issues in the future. Ultimately, she looked at Ed, bit her lip and said, all right, I'll allow him to stay. Parloring this, Irvin breathed a sigh of relief. Ed, on the other hand, looked at Irvin gratefully. With Philip nowhere, who knew what would happen if he were kicked out of the Wiley family? Honey. Oliver wanted to protest. A sharp glance from Adriel immediately silenced him. Subsequently, Irvin became a distinguished guest at the Wiley household. Although Ed was unwelcome, due to Irvin's presence, he was spared further trouble. Meanwhile, Philip found himself in an awkward position. Despite bringing Sheng.1-252.I Tian to treat Oliver, it proved ineffective, tarnishing his reputation among the Wiley family. Fortunately, Marty kept defending him in front of the family, especially his sister Ivory, sparing him more embarrassment. Ronald told brother, rest assured, there's no way Ed can reconcile with my sister. Even if I'm okay with it, my parents won't agree, Marty reassured Philip. Philip still had concerns, but it seems my sister still harbors feelings for him. My sister is just too kind-hearted. As long as I prevent them from being alone together, I don't believe they can get back together, Marty snorted. Philip was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thanks a lot. Once I manage to bring you and my sister together, I'll give you my limited edition Bugatti immediately. Carloring this, Marty's heart raced with excitement. Carlo had coveted that limited edition Bugatti for a long time. Now that Philip offered it to him, how could he not be thrilled? Carlo immediately pledged, rest assured, Ronald told brother, I will do my utmost. They exchanged smiles. At the same time, on the other side, Irvin was treated as a distinguished guest by Oliver, Adriel, and Ivory. They even took him to the back garden of the villa, engaging in friendly conversation. Poor Ed trailed behind like a shadow, not daring to utter a single word. Suddenly, Irvin said meaningfully to Oliver, Mr. Wiley, the layout of your back garden fits the principles of Sheng.1-252.I, according to the Book of Changes. Oliver's eyes lit up. Mr. Yi also understands Sheng.1-252.I based on the Book of Changes? Unable to contain himself, Ed interjected, my younger cousin isn't just good at understanding the Book of Changes and Sheng.1-252.I. He's practically a master. Carlo can predict and calculate events. It's amazing. Is it your turn to speak? Oliver retorted rudely. Ed was utterly embarrassed and dared not say anything more. Oliver then asked Irvin, Mr. Yi, you can predict and calculate events? Irvin smiled faintly. It's just a minor trick, not worth mentioning. Just then, a derisive laugh came from behind. Predict and calculate? Impossible. Who are you trying to fool? Irvin frowned. Even without opening his eyes, he knew it was Marty speaking. Turning around, Irvin looked at Marty. Marty, if I'm not mistaken, you and Philip were conspiring earlier. Once you helped your sister and him get together, he would give you his limited edition Bugatti sports car. Is that true? How did you? Marty immediately realized what he was saying and hastily changed his tune. Nonsense. That's not true. Inwardly, however, he wondered in disbelief. Damn it. How did this guy know? Could he have been eavesdropping? Irvin didn't argue with Marty. Instead, he performed the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique to read Marty's fortune and said with a knowing smile, Marty, dare you make a bet? What kind of bet? I calculated just now that in 1 minute, you'll need to use the bathroom. Nonsense. Marty spat out. Why would I go to the bathroom for no reason? Irvin merely smiled without responding. Fine, you said I'd go to the bathroom in 1 minute, right? Let's see if your prediction holds. If you're wrong, humph. If I'm wrong, I'll leave your house immediately. Irvin declared firmly. All right, you said it. Marty gritted his teeth. Dad, you're the witness. Oliver nodded, intrigued. All right, I'm the witness. Time ticked away second by second. Soon, it was 1 minute later. Marty grinned smugly. 1 minute is up, how come The next second, Marty's expression changed drastically. Chapter 169, acting as a mediator. Hewer. Marty distinctly felt the urgent need to defecate surge up from his rear. Carlo desperately wanted to hold it in, but his sphincter muscles wouldn't heed the commands from his brain. Realizing that he was about to lose control, Marty did not dare stay any longer and rushed towards the first floor bathroom. Bang! The door of the first floor bathroom slammed shut loudly. Immediately after, an odd sound of clattering came from inside, sparking boundless imagination. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned. None of them expected Irvin's prophecy about Marty needing to use the bathroom within a minute to come true. For a moment, no one dared to doubt Irvin's ability to foretell events anymore. Especially Oliver, who looked at Irvin with the same reverence a Buddhist devotee would have for Buddha. Even Barrett no longer dared to belittle Irvin. Mr. Yi. No, Master Yi. I never thought that apart from your remarkable medical skills, your fortune-telling is even more impressive. I want to bow to you as my master. Please accept me as a disciple, said Oliver as he knelt down. Irvin was taken aback. If he accepted Oliver as a disciple, what place would that leave for his cousin? Hastily, he refused. Mr. Wiley, please. Divination is profound and complex. I've only learned the basics. How can I take on disciples? But we could certainly exchange knowledge. Seeing this, Oliver had to give up on the idea of becoming a disciple. Subsequently, the two started discussing the Book of Changes and Seamus Shui. While Irvin himself didn't specialize in these areas, the vast amount of information in his mind allowed him to cite ancient texts fluently, captivating Oliver. Suddenly, Adriel spoke up. Master Yi, could I trouble you with a request? Irvin smiled. What is it? Adriel glanced at Ivory and said, I'd like to ask Master Yi to read my daughter's fortune. Ivory was taken aback. Mom, why do you need to read my fortune now? Don't worry about it. I have my reasons, Adriel replied. Ivory remained speechless. Adriel then looked at Irvin again. Master Yi, what do you think? Irvin chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, you want me to predict your daughter's marriage prospects, right? Adriel was full of admiration. You're truly amazing, Master Yi. You know exactly what's on my mind. Ivory felt embarrassed, stamping her feet. Mom, what are you doing? Adriel gave her a stern look. You're divorced now, naturally. I want Master Yi to help us figure things out. Ivory was left speechless. Yet, Sierra, having witnessed Irvin's abilities, secretly wished to know about her future marriage too, so she kept quiet. Master Yi, could you read my daughter's fortune? Adriel asked. Irvin nodded with a smile. Of course, it's no problem. Adriel was overjoyed and thanked him immediately. Irvin waved it off and pretended to calculate with his fingers. After a while, he stopped. Adriel anxiously asked, Master Yi, how will my daughter's marriage fare in the future? Everyone turned their attention to Irvin. Taking a deep breath, Irvin replied, Forgive me for being direct, but after your family of 3 reunites, her marriage will be very happy and harmonious. Oh. Adriel was elated but quickly paused, thinking of something. She hesitated. Master Yi, you said my family of 3 reuniting? Are you saying Fern will reconcile with Ed? Irvin nodded confidently. Yes, once they reconcile, their reunion will benefit both spouses and especially little Una. This? Adriel was at a loss for words. Ever since her daughter divorced Ed, she had been quite fond of Barrett, believing his noble lineage and status made him an ideal match for her daughter. But Irvin's words shattered her hopes. At this point, Oliver interrupted. But Master Yi, Ed cheated and betrayed the marriage. How could my daughter possibly reconcile with him? Yes, he made my daughter leave empty-handed and betrayed her. That grudge, I can't just swallow, Adriel fumed. Irvin smiled faintly. This is the way of fate. Even if you oppose it, it won't change anything. Oliver and Adriel were speechless. Seeing their hesitation, Irvin prepared to seize the opportunity and persuade them further. However, Barrett, who had been observing coldly, interjected loudly, Fate? I don't think it's fate. It's just that you're favoring him. Irvin turned to look at Barrett. Favoring him? What makes you say that? Barrett scoffed. Humph, Mr. Yi. Stop pretending. Who here doesn't know you're cousins with Ed? Dare you deny you're not biased? The Oracle shows as such. Why would I be biased? Irvin replied calmly. Humph, the Oracle? Barrett laughed out loud. You call your finger-counting oracles. I say you're making things up. Turning to Oliver and Adriel, he continued, Uncle Ant, don't listen to this guy. I strongly suspect he came here today under Ed's instructions to convince Fern to reconcile with him. Oliver and Adriel turned to Irvin, waiting for his response. Unexpectedly, Irvin did not deny it and said honestly, Yes, I did come here to act as a mediator, hoping to promote reconciliation between my cousin and Fern. The Oracle readings are genuine. If you don't believe me, I understand. However, perhaps we should consult the opinions of the involved parties instead? Oliver and Adriel exchanged glances and finally nodded. Irvin gave Ed a meaningful look, signaling him to speak up. Understanding immediately, Ed suddenly knelt before Oliver and Adriel. Dad, Mom, everything I did in the past was wrong. To give Una a complete home and reconcile with Fern, I'm willing to risk everything. To show my sincerity, I'll transfer all my wealth and assets to Fern. Upon hearing this, Oliver and Adriel were deeply moved. For a man to hand over all his wealth and assets took courage and conviction. Ed, are you really willing to give all your wealth and assets to Fern? Oliver asked gravely. Chapter 170, Reconciliation. When Oliver asked, Ed did not hesitate at all. Dad, I agree. Oliver nodded and glanced at Adriel without saying anything further. Adriel sneered, Ed, do you really think a few sweet words from you will make me forgive you? Pausing for a moment, she continued to rebuke. My daughter Fern has been married to you for so many years, treating her in-laws with respect and working diligently without complaint. Yet you and your parents constantly hinted about wanting a second child, a boy to carry on the family name. But the problem is, Fern's body is frail. When she gave birth to Elise, she almost died due to complications during childbirth. Have you forgotten that incident? Ed hung his head, unable to speak. Adriel grew angrier. Ed, your parents were accomplices in your divorce with Fern. If they hadn't come here today to apologize, I wouldn't have agreed to your reconciliation. Ed looked miserable. Before coming, he hadn't considered this possibility or brought his parents along. Now, faced with this demand from his former mother-in-law, it took him by surprise. Even if he approached his parents now, given their temperaments, they might not be willing to apologize. At that moment, Irvin smiled. Mr. Wiley, Ms. Luo, you can rest assured. I anticipated you would say this. So before we came, I arranged for my aunt and uncle to follow us. They are already waiting outside your door. Please instruct someone to let them in. Really? Oliver and Adriel were taken aback. They hadn't expected Irvin to anticipate this. After a while, Oliver regained his composure and instructed his staff to open the door. Shortly after, the servants brought in two people, Ed's parents, Finn and Zinnia. As soon as they entered, they put on forced smiles, nervously looking at Oliver and Adriel. Irvin gave them a signal. Aunt, uncle, Ms. Luo just said that for brother Ronald to reconcile, you need to formally apologize. Finn and Zinnia immediately nodded. Finn spoke earnestly. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, our family was wrong in the past. We failed to protect Fern adequately, causing her distress. We're very sorry. Zinnia echoed. We're very sorry. Seeing this, Oliver and Adriel's expressions softened considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Irvin suggested, Mr. Wiley, Ms. Luo, old grievances should be forgiven rather than held on to. Moreover, my aunt and uncle have already apologized sincerely. What do you think? Oliver sighed. All right, I won't interfere. As long as my daughter Fern agrees to reconcile, I have no objection. Adriel followed. I agree with Dawei. Thereafter, all eyes turned to Ivory. Ivory glanced at her parents and in-laws, then her gaze fell on Ed. Ed looked sincere. Fern, I made mistakes in the past. Please give me another chance. Elise tugged at Ivory's hand persistently. Mom, please reconcile with Dad, Mom. Ivory's heart softened. She was about to agree when suddenly, Philip interrupted. Fern, once unfaithful, always untrustworthy. How can you be sure he won't cheat again? I won't cheat again. Ed interjected. Philip sneered. So you say you won't cheat, and that means it won't happen? That's right. At that moment, Marty emerged from the restroom, loudly advising Ivory. Sister, you must think carefully. Philip is truly devoted to you, and doesn't mind you being remarried. If you miss this chance and reconcile with Ed, the cheater, any future issues will leave you with no way out. Upon hearing this, Elise retorted indignantly. Uncle, who wants that Mr. Ko? If you keep urging Mom, I'll never acknowledge you as my uncle again. You little brat. Watch me slap you. Marty, enraged, raised his hand to strike Elise. Frightened, Elise quickly hid behind Ivory. Mom. Ivory immediately shielded her daughter, glaring at Marty. What are you doing? Marty laughed dryly. Sister, calm down. I was only scaring Elise a bit, not hitting her. Ivory shot him a displeased look. After a deep breath, she said to Oliver and Adriel, Dad, Mom, I've decided. For Elise's sake, to give her a complete family, I'm willing to give Ed another chance. Upon hearing this, Ed, along with Finn and Zinnia, could barely contain their joy. Elise cheered delightedly. Irvin also heaved a sigh of relief. He had fulfilled his cousin's wish successfully. Carlos sneakily glanced at Marty and Philip, both looking dejected like defeated roosters. Humph, farewell. Philip huffed heavily and stormed off. Seeing his rudeness, Oliver and Adriel shook their heads disapprovingly. How quickly one's demeanor could change. Immediately, they secretly rejoiced that their daughter Fern chose Ed instead of Philip. Otherwise, she might suffer in the future. Marty, look at the kind of friends you make. They have no manners. Adriel criticized. Such a person gets angry at the slightest inconvenience. How can your father and I trust you with your sister? Marty hung his head in shame, unable to respond. Due to Finn and Zinnia personally apologizing, the long-standing animosity between the Ronald and Wiley families was resolved, paving the way for Ed and Ivory's reconciliation. Realizing the situation was settled, Marty had no choice but to accept it. However, he immediately proposed an additional request: hold a remarriage ceremony. To this, Finn and Zinnia responded immediately with a simple, agreed. 1 week later, the Ronald and Wiley families invited numerous relatives and friends to celebrate the successful remarriage of Ed and Ivory. Irvin attended as a witness. Afterward, Irvin stayed at the Ronald residence for 3 more days. As autumn set in and the weather gradually cooled, Irvin began to feel homesick for Dexterjo. One afternoon, while meditating in his room, Irvin received a call. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was from Ronaldla. Carlallo, Princess Ronaldla. What brings you calling me today? Irvin chuckled. Do you miss me? Yes, I miss you, came the shy response from the other end. Then her tone changed abruptly. By the way, Irvin, when do you plan to come back? Feeling something was amiss with her voice, Irvin paused. Is everything okay? Ronaldla remained silent for a while, then suddenly burst into tears. Irvin felt a jolt of concern. Had something truly happened? End of chapter 170. Chapter 171. Return to Dexterjo. Irvin was a bit uneasy and immediately began using the Carlo-Vinley derivation art, calculating by finger. Soon, he had his result. Turns out, Ronaldlo's father had been kidnapped by a group of people chasing gambling debts. They called Ronaldlo with an ultimatum. Gather 1 million yuan in 3 days or they would kill him. Where would Ronaldlo get 1 million yuan? Panicking, she had no choice but to call Irvin for help. After all, regardless of how irresponsible Ronaldlo's father might be, he was still her biological father. How could she just sit idly by? However, luckily, they had 3 days, which was sufficient time. Irvin sighed inwardly with relief and said to Ronaldla, Don't worry, Ronaldla. Your father will be fine. They only want the money owed from gambling debts. They won't endanger your father's life for now. I'll head back to Dexterjo immediately and take care of this. Ronaldla felt relieved and gratefully replied, Irvin, thank you. Irvin smiled. Who are we to each other? You're my girlfriend, and if something happens to your father, I can't just stand by and do nothing. All right, I'll wait for you. Good. After hanging up, Irvin lost interest in further practice. Carlo went downstairs and informed everyone at the Ronald family estate about his intention to return to Dexterjo. Naturally, everyone tried to dissuade him, especially Grandma Kay, Aunt Zinnia, Cousin Ed, and cousin-in-law Ivory. But Irvin politely declined, stating he had nearly 2 weeks in Jinling already, and there were matters needing attention in Dexterjo. Seeing his determination, everyone finally relented. At this moment, Murray also expressed his intention to accompany Irvin back to Dexterjo with his granddaughter Ambry. An extra companion on the road, Irvin naturally did not object. After a lively lunch at the Ronald family, Irvin asked Frederick to drive over his car, and then prepared to leave with Murray and Ambry. Just then, Mother Nadia pulled him aside, hesitantly saying, "Schwanner, this time Mom can't go back to Dexterjo with you. You won't blame me, will you?" Irvin chuckled. "Mom, what are you talking about? It's taken so much for you to reunite with Grandma. How could I separate you?" "Then that's good." Nadia let out a sigh of relief and continued, "By the way, Schwanner, now that my issues are resolved, it's time for your father next. We don't know when he will return from Inshu. Only then can our family truly reunite." Sigh. Carler's voice trailed off with a soft sigh. "Mom, rest assured, once I'm strong enough, I will go to Inshu and bring Dad back. Then we can finally reunite as a family," Irvin said firmly. Nadia smiled approvingly. After chatting with her for a while longer, Irvin saw that it was almost time and got into the car. Frederick started the engine, and the car slowly moved off. Irvin rolled down the window to wave goodbye to everyone. As the car gradually drove away and the Ronald family villa vanished from sight, Irvin rolled up the window and exhaled deeply. This trip to Jinling had been worthwhile. At least now his mother was back with the Yang family, removing any lingering worries. Next, he needed to resolve the issue with his father. "Inshu, just wait. I will eventually come." That evening, at 7 o'clock, Irvin and his companions returned to Dexterjo. However, Irvin instructed Frederick to first drive to the Zhou residence to drop off Murray and Ambry. Initially, Murray and Ambry invited Irvin to rest and have dinner, but concerned about Ronaldla, he politely declined. After leaving the Zhou residence, Irvin sat in the car and told Frederick, "Frederick, go straight to Alf Bar on Alf Road." "Alf Bar?" Frederick looked puzzled. "Boss, going to Alf Bar to drown sorrows? Cut the chatter. Do as I say," Irvin said, displeased. Frederick immediately complied, navigating via phone and restarting the car. Meanwhile, Irvin took out his phone and called Ronaldla. Soon, the call connected. "Irvin, are you back in Dexterjo?" Ronaldla's voice carried a hint of anticipation. "Yes, I'm back, but I need to rescue your father first. After that, I'll find you." Irvin paused and whispered, "Remember, wait for me after getting yourself cleaned up nicely." "You're so naughty." Ronaldla's voice was laced with shy tenderness as she hung up. Putting away his phone, Irvin smiled to himself. Carlo had calculated that Ronaldla would behave properly and wait for him as instructed. Thinking about this, he felt energized. In room 101 of Alf Bar, Ronaldla's father knelt on the ground, surrounded by a gang of thugs, trembling and stripped of his freedom. Suddenly, a tattooed man sitting on the sofa picked up a beer from the coffee table and hurled it at Ronaldla's father, shouting, "Old scoundrel, you dare defy us and try to run?" Instantly, Ronaldla's father's forehead was smashed open, blood pouring down. Foam-covered beer flowed over his hair, eyebrows, cheeks, and even nose. But Ronaldla's father didn't dare to wipe it away, crying, "Brother Alf, you've misunderstood. I wasn't trying to escape. I just used the restroom and got lost after coming out." "Got lost?" Brother Alf laughed mockingly. "You think I'm easy to fool? Brother Alf, I'd never dare to trick you." Ronaldla's father laughed nervously. Bang! Brother Alf kicked him, cursing, "Damn old scoundrel. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Ronaldla's father was knocked to the ground, terrified and silent. After venting, Brother Alf's mood improved, and he suddenly asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay in touch with your daughter? When will she get the 1 million? Ronaldla's father cautiously replied, "Sir, she didn't give me a specific time, but she's working hard to gather the money." "Working hard?" Brother Alf scoffed. "Based on what?" "From what I know, she's still a college student. Where does she get that kind of money?" Ronaldla's father quickly explained, "Sir, you may not know, but my daughter has a very capable boyfriend named Irvin. Carlos, a highly skilled physician known as the medical sage." "Medical sage?" Brother Alf couldn't help but laugh. These days, someone dares to call themselves the medical sage? Does he think he's Zhang Zhongjing? Everyone in the room laughed along. Seeing this, Ronaldla's father grew frantic. "Sir, I'm serious. His medical skills are incredible. Many influential figures in Dexterjo have sought his treatment. Does it matter if he's a medical sage?" Brother Alf grabbed Ronaldla's father by the collar, snarling, "I only care when you will repay the 1 million you owe me. Got it?" Chapter 172. Ronald Master is giving you one last chance now. Seeing Brother Alf suddenly fly off the handle, Gideon was taken aback and hurriedly explained, "Brother Alf, calm down. Please listen to my explanation." "Fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll hear you out." Brother Alf released Gideon and pushed him away. Gideon Recknelt composed himself and then said, "Brother Alf, you might not know, but this Irvin is a medical genius. There are countless high-ranking dignitaries seeking his treatment. Those he cures often pay him enormous medical fees." "Enormous medical fees?" Brother Alf's eyes lit up. "Exactly," Gideon nodded. "Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so generous as to give my daughter a large sum of money to open a jade shop." Coloring this, Brother Alf began to believe it. Opening a jade shop does require significant capital. "Is that you really loaded?" "Absolutely," Gideon nodded again. "As far as I know, he has at least hundreds of millions now." "Hundreds of millions?" Brother Alf's eyes lit up once more. Gideon nodded emphatically. "I think Brother Alf should just ask my daughter for 10 million. We can split it 50-50 after the deal. How about that?" 50-50 split? Brother Alf was astonished. Carlo couldn't imagine how shameless this guy could be, even ready to deceive his own daughter for a 50-50 split. "Yes, 50-50, Gideon smiled insincerely. "If Brother Alf agrees, I will fully cooperate with your act. You'll get 5 million, 4 million more than the previous one. Why not?" Before he finished speaking, Brother Alf kicked Gideon again. "Ow!" Gideon screamed in agony. "Brother Alf, why did you kick me? Isn't my idea good?" "What good?" Brother Alf sneered. 50-50? With your pig brain. If I could really get 10 million, would I need to split it with you? Wouldn't it be sweeter for me to take it all? Brother Alf? Gideon couldn't believe Brother Alf's lack of chivalry. Shut up. If you can't get the 10 million, you're useless alive. Brother Alf patted Gideon on the face, smiling sinisterly. Gideon was terrified. He knew Brother Alf well enough to understand this meant a death sentence if he failed. Meanwhile, Irvin and Frederick had reached Alf Bar. They were blocked by a group of black-clad men in the corridor outside room 101. Scram, this hallway isn't for you. Go drink somewhere else, the lead black-clad man barked. Sorry, we need to go to room 101. Tell your boss Abraham, Irvin is here. Irvin spoke calmly. Who the hell is Irvin? Our boss Alf isn't someone for unknown nobodies like you to see. Get lost, the lead man yelled. Damn, talking to Brother Chuan like that, you're tired of living? Frederick flew into a rage, retorting instantly. The leader's face darkened. You're asking for it. Carlo threw a punch at Frederick. Smack. Frederick didn't bother with words. He slapped him hard. As a first-stage body-tempering martial artist, Frederick's speed was unmatched, catching the ordinary black-clad man completely off guard. Ah! The leader was thrown backward, crashing against the wall, bleeding from his mouth, before fainting cold. Oh! All the black-clad men froze, none daring to move a muscle. What's going on? Abraham emerged from room 101 upon hearing the commotion. Brother Alf, they started beating us. One of the henchmen pointed at Irvin and Frederick. Abraham fixed a glare on Irvin and Frederick. Who are you, daring to cause trouble here? Irvin sized him up and activated his Carlo-Vinli. Soon, he confirmed this was indeed Abraham he was looking for. Carlo gave a half-smile. You're the one who kidnapped my girlfriend's father and demanded a ransom, right? Abraham's expression changed. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Aren't you just after money? I have a check for 1 million. Release him now. Irvin handed over $1 million check. Now, he wasn't short on cash anymore and preferred to resolve things with money when possible. Unexpectedly, Abraham changed his mind. After receiving the check, he sneered, a mere 1 million. You expect me to let him go? Irvin's face fell. What? 1 million isn't enough? Not enough. I want 10 million now. Abraham declared loudly. 10 million? Irvin's face darkened further. Abraham, you're clearly breaking moral codes. So what if I do? The upper hand is mine. Go tell Ronaldo that girl to prepare the remaining 9 million. Or else? Abraham threatened. Tear up tickets? Irvin's killing intent flared. Abraham, I didn't intend to shed blood today. But since you break morals, don't blame me, Irvin. Irvin? Are you that medical sage Irvin? Abraham narrowed his eyes and asked solemnly. So you've heard of me? Irvin countered. Huh. Indeed, I also heard from Leona. Abraham grinned maliciously. Medical sage Irvin, worth billions, surely 10 million isn't much to you, right? Humph, my money isn't windfall. Why should I give you 10 million? Irvin's tone grew icy, burning anger seeping through his veins. Say what you want, release them immediately before I lose control. Yi, you don't understand the situation yet. This is my turf. Challenging me here means you're tired of living. Say another word, and I'll kidnap you too. Abraham shouted. Really? Frederick exploded, pointing at Abraham's nose, ready to strike. Irvin stopped him, giving Abraham a mock smile. What did you say? Kidnap me too? All right. Ronald Master gives you one last chance. With that, he took a big step forward. Chapter 173. This isn't scientific. Seeing Irvin walk towards him with incredible arrogance, Abraham immediately waved his hand and commanded, disable him. Several of his subordinates rushed forward upon hearing the order. Unexpectedly, Irvin didn't take them seriously at all. Carlo directly reached out, grabbed their arms, and with a series of crunches, snapped their entire arms clean off. Ow, ow, ow. These men rolled on the ground in pain, screaming endlessly. Why, you're a martial artist? Abraham's expression changed, suddenly feeling flustered and turned to flee. However, Irvin had already closed in on him, punching fiercely. Abraham hadn't even reacted before Irvin's heavy punch struck his chest. Next, Abraham was thrown back 7 or 8 meters, spewing blood profusely and nearly losing consciousness. In the corridor, many of Abraham's subordinates were completely terrified by Irvin's prowess. Their faces turned ashen, not daring to breathe loudly. Where is the person you kidnapped? Irvin demanded. Abraham, frightened by his piercing gaze, eventually raised his hand and pointed to a private room. Irvin then activated his Carlo-Vinli and saw through the walls of the room. Sure enough, Ronaldo's father was really inside. Irvin immediately headed for the door but was blocked by Abraham's numerous subordinates. Carlo shouted, "Get out of the way!" Terrified, they pressed themselves against the walls, clearing a path for Irvin. Bang! Irvin kicked the door open. The state of Elroy instantly ignited his fury. Elroy was beaten to a pulp, shivering and curled up in the corner. How could it be described as anything but tragic? Son-in-law, my dear son-in-law, how did you come here? Elroy said emotionally. Carlo wanted to stand up, but his injuries were too severe, especially several joints in his limbs were deformed, leaving him completely limp on the floor, unable to move a single finger. Witnessing this scene, Irvin felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Who did this to you? It's Abraham. Elroy gritted his teeth. Abraham. Irvin shouted to Abraham outside the room. Abraham was terrified and at a loss when a voice interrupted. Brother, what's going on? You can't handle such a petty thug? Abraham looked over and saw the man, instantly turning ecstatic. Elder brother, you came just in time. This kid caused a commotion at my bar. Please settle this for me. No problem, little brother. Watch me handle this. The man approached Irvin, wearing a menacing look. Irvin glanced up to see the man, around 40 years old, with a beard covering his face, sharp eyes filled with a murderous aura, appearing difficult to provoke. Seeing this, Irvin's eyebrow lifted as he used his Carlo-Vinli. Subject, Becker. Condition, normal. Cultivation, body refinement realm level 3. Combat strength, 35. Irvin couldn't help but laugh. A mere body refinement realm level 3 dared to act arrogantly in front of him? At that moment, Becker sneered coldly. Kid, causing trouble at my brother's place? You don't know your place, do you? Irvin frowned. Are you siding with Abraham? Carlo's my sworn brother. I have to support him. Becker sneered, his face full of menace. Kid, kneel before my brother. Apologize, and I might let you off. Otherwise, next year will mark your death anniversary. Irvin remained unfazed. What if I refuse to kneel and apologize? Becker grinned wickedly. Refuse to kneel and apologize? Then I'll beat you until you can't take care of yourself, making your life worse than death. Irvin shook his head. Sorry, I won't kneel and apologize. What are you going to do about it? You. Becker gnashed his teeth. Damn brat, really pushing your luck. Finished speaking, he kicked straight for Irvin's crotch, clearly intending to cripple him. But how could Irvin be someone who would accept that? Bang! As Becker's leg moved, Irvin suddenly and unexpectedly countered. A dull sound followed as the previously arrogant Becker clutched his stomach and fell to one knee. His forehead veins bulged, and cold sweat poured down, too painful to even scream. After a while, Becker took a deep breath and stammered. Why, you're also a martial artist? At least you haven't completely lost your sight, Irvin scoffed. Yes, I'm also a martial artist, and at body refinement level 7. Are you afraid? What? Body refinement level 7? Becker felt his scalp tingle. He never expected this young man to be at body refinement level 7. This isn't scientific. Think about it. After living over 40 years, he'd barely managed to reach body refinement level 3. Be sensible and scram. Or else. Irvin stepped forward threateningly. Don't come closer. Becker's face turned green in embarrassment, awkwardly smiling. This is between you two. I won't interfere. Goodbye. Saying this, he backed away step by step toward the door. Brother, don't leave. If you go, what will I do? Seeing Becker leave, Abraham panicked. Unfortunately, Becker ignored him and continued retreating. Soon, he vanished without a trace. Bastard, always running away when things get tough. My sworn elder brother? Pa. Abraham cursed inwardly. At this moment, Irvin stood before him, half smiling. Abraham, weren't you very active just now? Why aren't you bouncing anymore? Irvin, brother ye, please spare me. I beg you. Abraham trembled, kneeling and pleading. Sparing your life is possible, but you won't escape punishment. Irvin's tone was indifferent and authoritative. Carlo turned to Elroy. Whatever he did to you, do it back. Remember, no mercy. Got it. Elroy walked excitedly to Abraham, a deeply resentful look on his face. Mr. Seamus, you have today too? Now, I'll make you taste my special move. Descendants destroying kick. With a low roar, Elroy bent his right leg backward, aiming for Abraham's crotch, and kicked fiercely. Bang! A loud thud followed as Elroy's foot hit its target. The immense force made Abraham screech in agony, clutching his crotch and jumping repeatedly. Ah. At that moment, he resembled an old hen, wailing incessantly. Chapter 174. This is my first time. Seeing Abraham's miserable state, Bradford father felt incredibly satisfied. It was worth noting that to exact revenge, he had kicked with great force. As a result, Abraham was clutching his crotch with both hands, blood flowing through his fingers. Needless to say, this man's reproductive organ was most likely rendered useless. However, it seemed that Bradford father still hadn't taken out enough of his anger and was about to kick again. Unexpectedly, Irvin stopped him directly. That's enough. Let bygones be bygones. Have him hand over the proof of your gambling debt. Sure thing. Bradford father nodded gleefully and then shouted at Abraham. Abraham, didn't you hear what my son-in-law said? Hurry up and hand over the IOU I wrote earlier. Abraham naturally had countless unwillingness in his heart, but given the situation, he had no choice but to submit and immediately retrieved an IOU from his body. It was the one Bradford father had written according to Abraham's request when borrowing gambling funds from him. Seamus, you've been reasonable. Bradford father snatched it, unfolded it for a glance, confirming it as the IOU he had written earlier. Chirp. Bradford father suddenly tore the IOU into shreds, then laughed in wild joy. Haha, now it's settled. I don't owe any gambling money anymore. Haven't you played enough? Aren't you coming with me? Irvin finished speaking and turned around to walk away. Upon hearing this, Bradford father dared not linger, hurriedly chasing after. Good son-in-law, wait for me. Outside, Bradford father closely followed behind Irvin. Irvin's expression turned grim. At this point, you're still daring to gamble? Reprimanded by Irvin, Bradford father's old face was filled with embarrassment as he explained. Son-in-law, my good son-in-law, I don't want to touch gambling anymore. But the problem is, my hands itch, I can't quit. You can't quit? I see you don't really want to quit. Irvin saw through him directly. Bradford father grinned awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Irvin shook his head and continued, Ronald Stinwell, I can save you once, but not again. Understand? Bradford father replied hastily, Understood. I understand. Good that you do. Irvin nodded. Why are you still standing there? Why haven't you called Ronaldla to report safety? Oh. Bradford father immediately took out his phone, called Ronaldla, and reported safety. After finishing, Bradford father looked at Irvin weakly. Good son-in-law, the call is done? Irvin nodded, thought for a moment, then asked, Besides gambling, aren't you also fond of fishing, and often playing at black pits? A black pit is a specially cultivated pond for fishing contests relative to natural ponds. Its essence revolves around one word, bet. Bradford father was stunned. How do you know? Could Shao Kahn or Shao Xin have told you? Irvin smiled proudly. Would it be difficult for me to know these things? Do I need Ronaldla or Isabella to tell me? Confused, Bradford father couldn't figure out how Irvin knew if not from Ronaldo or Isabella. Irvin, indifferent to explain further, continued, how is your level in black pit fishing? Bradford father's face was filled with embarrassment. My skills are just average. Whenever I go to the black pit, I end up losing everything, never winning. Over the years, I've lost tens of thousands here. Irvin couldn't help but smile. Since you enjoy gambling so much, why not open a black pit yourself? That would be more practical than going to the casino and could even support you as a new business. Upon hearing this, Bradford father's eyes lit up, but soon, he shook his head. Opening a black pit isn't that simple. There are many complexities involved, and I don't know anything about it. A slight mistake could lead to huge losses. Irvin reassured, don't worry. With my help, you won't suffer huge losses. Really? Bradford father half believed it. Irvin checked the time. It's getting late. Go back to your place now, and come to Villa number 30 on Sheshui Road early tomorrow morning. I'll discuss this in detail with you. Bradford father nodded. All right. Then, they parted ways. Irvin called Frederick, and the two got in the car heading to Ronaldo's rented apartment complex. More than 20 minutes later, Irvin stood in front of Ronaldo's rental door. The moment the door opened, Irvin's eyes went wide and his heart raced. Today, Ronaldo had changed her usual conservative style, dressed in a light nightgown that exposed her fiery and perfect figure right before Irvin. Undoubtedly, Ronaldo truly listened to him, bathed herself, and waited for his arrival. Feeling his intense gaze, Ronaldo's face flushed red with shyness. What are you looking at? Come in already? Ronaldo shyly pulled Irvin inside and closed the door. Thud. The door closed, and Ronaldo flung herself into Irvin's arms breathlessly. Irvin, thank you for saving Dad. Truly, thank you. Inhaling her fragrance, Irvin chuckled uncontrollably. I saved your dad. How should you repay me? Should you dedicate yourself to me? Annoying. Ronaldo glared at him shyly, whispering, Shaukin isn't home tonight? These words were an invitation. Irvin's hormones surged instantly. Next second, Irvin embraced her tightly and sealed her cherry lips with his mouth. Ronaldo emitted a soft exclamation but quickly responded passionately. Soon, she was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Unable to hold back, Irvin laid her on the living room sofa, ready for the next move. Be gentle, this is my first time. Ronaldo bit her lip, her delicate face blushing deeply. Don't worry, I will be very gentle. Irvin gazed at her tenderly. Right then, the sound of keys turning in the lock came from the door. Both their faces changed dramatically. Not good, Shaukin is back. Ronaldo gasped, pushed Irvin aside, and sprinted toward her room. Carloe, hey, you run off, what about me? Irvin stayed in the living room, uncertain of what to do, with clothes scattered everywhere. In panic, he rushed into Ronaldo's room with his clothes in hand. Seeing him enter, Ronaldo's cheeks reddened even more. What are you doing? If Shaukin knows you're in my room, she'll make fun of me. Irvin grinned. Our relationship is clear to your sister. Even if we slept together tonight, she wouldn't say anything. You. Ronaldo was about to retort when Xiaodo Isabella's voice came from outside the door. Strange, there are men's shoes in the house? Sister, is brother-in-law here? Open the door, sister. Is brother-in-law in your room? Upon hearing this, Ronaldo glared fiercely at Irvin. You've ruined me. Now even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't wash this off. Note, some cultural references might not have direct translations, hence adapted. Hashtag chapter 175. Carlo's worth 2 when Carlo takes action. Seeing Ronaldo's aggrieved expression, Irvin inwardly chuckled but also felt quite frustrated. This rash girl Isabella had to come back at such an inconvenient time. What a troublemaker. However, Ronaldo was now as skittish as a startled bird. The mood had been thoroughly ruined, and it was clear that continuing their intimate moment was no longer possible. Besides, good things come to those who wait. If not this time, there would be another. Irvin had to suppress his desire and said softly, with things like this, we have no other choice. Let's face it together. Ronaldo thought for a moment and realized there were no better options. She finally said, then hurry up and get dressed. Irvin grinned and immediately began getting dressed. Ronaldo didn't lag behind, and in no time, both of them had redressed. Then, Ronaldo opened the door and walked out with Irvin. Standing by the door, Isabella saw her sister and brother-in-law coming out together and couldn't help feeling displeased. Sis, brother-in-law, you two weren't doing anything in there, were you? I called you for ages, but no one answered. Ronaldo's cheeks turned red, and she shot her sister a glare. What are you talking about? We were just discussing opening a store. Then why did you only open the door after so long when I called outside? I didn't hear, Ronaldo replied sheepishly, offering a rather poor excuse. Isabella wasn't easily fooled, but before she could argue further, Ronaldo swiftly changed the subject. By the way, King, why did you suddenly come back? Didn't you say you were going to stay at your friend's place for a party? 2 hours ago, someone called me and said Dad had been kidnapped. They wanted 1 million. I panicked and rushed back to discuss it with you. Oh. Ronaldo understood now. In fact, after receiving the kidnapping call yesterday, she had hesitated and ultimately decided to temporarily withhold the information from her sister. But the kidnappers still managed to call her. Suddenly, Isabella asked, Sis, what's Dad's condition now? Should we call the police? What's the point? Irvin already rescued Dad, Ronaldo replied irritably. Upon hearing this, Isabella exclaimed excitedly, I knew it. Brother-in-law is the best. Carlo can handle 2 people at once. She then ran over to Irvin, hugged his arm affectionately, and pouted, Brother-in-law, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Irvin looked both amused and exasperated. Who are you again? My future sister-in-law? Why should I report my comings and goings to you? But he couldn't voice his thoughts aloud and mumbled, I just came back. Feeling uncomfortable with her hugging his arm, especially in front of Ronaldo, Irvin subtly withdrew his arm. Right, brother-in-law, You must be hungry since you've just returned. These days, I've been learning cooking from sis. How about I show you my skills? Isabella said eagerly. Well, Irvin felt a headache brewing. His future sister-in-law was being too enthusiastic. But Ronaldo gave him a pleading look from the side, silently urging him to agree. Reluctantly, Irvin nodded. All right, I'll try your cooking today. Great. Wait right here, brother-in-law. I'll head to the kitchen. With that, Isabella dashed off into the kitchen like a whirlwind. Irvin breathed a sigh of relief. Who wouldn't feel overwhelmed by such fiery enthusiasm? During your absence, Kankan has been learning cooking from me. She wants to impress you. If you had refused her, she would have been very disappointed, Ronaldo explained. Irvin nodded in agreement. It made sense. Isabella had worked hard, and encouraging her was the right thing to do. After the interruption, Irvin and Ronaldo no longer had the heart for intimacy and went to help in the kitchen. This pleased Isabella, who worked even harder. An hour later, they laid out a delicious spread on the dining table. The three sat down and enjoyed the sumptuous dinner together in warmth. Not bad, really tasty. Kankan, your cooking has improved a lot, Irvin praised sincerely. Parloring this, Isabella beamed with delight. Brother-in-law, eat more if it's tasty. She immediately served him more food. Irvin smiled and nodded, sure. Just then, a phone rang. Irvin checked his phone. It was Ida. Feeling a bit guilty for not contacting her since returning to Dexter's show, he excused himself and stepped onto the balcony. Watching him leave, Isabella pouted unhappily. Sis, keep a closer eye on brother-in-law. That call was probably from some sly woman. Don't talk nonsense. Stop it, Ronaldo scolded gently. Sis, don't be complacent. Men like brother-in-law, the cream of the crop, are coveted by many women. Don't let him slip away, Isabella warned earnestly. Ronaldo remained silent, but felt a twinge of unease. Indeed, Irvin was exceptionally attractive to women. What could she offer him to keep him? On the balcony, Irvin pressed the answer button. Sister Fan. Ronald told brother Yi, you're back in Dexter's show? Ida asked accusingly over the phone. Yes, Sister Fan. I am back, Irvin responded vaguely. You really should have called me when you got back. If not for my subordinate reporting, I wouldn't have known, Ida chided. Irvin was taken aback. Your subordinate reported? What happened? Ida countered. Ronald told brother Yi. Did you beat up Abraham, the owner of the Alf Bar? Now more confused, Irvin confirmed. Yes, it's true. That explains it, Ida nodded. I have informants in the Alf Bar. The moment you showed up, I was informed. Irvin now understood. Anyway, Ronald told brother Yi. Abraham has connections. After you humiliated him, he's looking for ways to retaliate. Should Sister Fan handle him for you? Ida said with a deadly calm. Irvin admired her. Truly the queen of the underground world in Dexter's show. She exuded sheer dominance. Chapter 176. Which one is the darkest? However, Irvin felt that dealing with a small local thug like Abraham wasn't something worth bothering Ida about. Thus, he shook his head. Sister Fan, this little matter doesn't need your help. I can handle it on my own. All right, then I won't intervene. Ida paused, suddenly turning playful. By the way, Ronald told brother Irvin, you're currently at that Ronaldo's place, aren't you? Irvin was speechless. Sister Fan, you even know this? Silly brother. I am the queen of Dexter Zoo's underworld. If I didn't know this, would I deserve the title? Ida laughed. Irvin sincerely praised. Sister Fan, you're impressive. Carlo, sister has many more impressive qualities, Ida giggled. Anyway, I won't disturb your good times. Remember, don't hurt your back. The call disconnected immediately after. Irvin. Putting away his phone, Irvin returned to the dining table. Seeing Ronaldo and Isabella looking at him strangely, Irvin couldn't help but laugh. What's with the looks? Ronaldo remained silent, but Isabella pouted and asked, brother-in-law, who was that vixen on the phone just now? Vixen? Irvin chuckled. What vixen? That's my sister Fan. Your sister Fan? Any blood relation? Isabella pressed. Irvin shook his head. Canyon. What do you mean by bringing up blood relations? It's all for my sister. Before Isabella could finish, Ronaldo stopped her. Enough. The more you say, the less sense it makes. Don't talk nonsense. Isabella was still dissatisfied. But sis. Ronaldo's expression turned stern. What? You're not listening to me now? Isabella finally gave in. Ronaldo then turned to Irvin. Irvin, Canyon is just like that. Please don't mind her. Actually, at this point, Irvin clearly understood Isabella's implications, but chose not to take offense. No problem, no problem. Irvin smiled. To avoid the awkwardness, Irvin changed the subject. So, Ronaldo, what are your plans regarding your father's current situation? Ronaldo sighed. What plans can I have? Carlo's a compulsive gambler with massive debts, and he tricked Canyon into sex work. Had you not rescued her, she might have been ruined for life. Changing his ways isn't going to be easy. Isabella huffed. As sis said, I also owed a lot from gambling. Carlo lured me with promises of quick money. But once I went there, I realized he wanted me to entertain clients. When I tried to escape, I couldn't. Fortunately, my first client was you, brother-in-law, otherwise I. So, what does it mean when you say I was your first client? Isn't that embarrassing? Irvin felt extremely uncomfortable. Ronaldo saw through his discomfort and quickly reprimanded. Canyon, how can you speak like that? Carlo came to rescue you, and he's not really a client. Sorry, brother-in-law. I didn't mean it that way, Isabella hurriedly explained. Irvin waved it off. It's all right. You didn't mean any harm. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. Irvin continued, honestly, your father's actions are despicable, but he is your biological father. If we don't find him a purpose soon, he'll likely fall back into gambling. Ronaldo nodded. You're right. The problem is, besides gambling or fishing at black holes to swindle bosses, he has no other interests. If we give him a job, he probably can't settle down. Irvin chuckled. Since he loves swindling at black holes, why not let him become the boss himself and open one? I've thought about it. I'll invest some money to support him in becoming a black hole owner. This statement left both sisters stunned. Irvin, are you joking? My dad has never successfully scammed anyone at black holes. If you invest in opening one for him, you'd surely lose your money, Ronaldo exclaimed. Isabella agreed, yeah, brother-in-law, I heard opening a black hole is expensive. Just maintaining fish is a science he knows nothing about. Faced with their doubts, Irvin remained calm. Relax, with my support, his black hole will be profitable rather than a loss. Is that true? Ronaldo looked doubtful. Irvin smiled and confidently explained his plan, leaving the two women impressed. Running a black hole could be done this way? Brother-in-law, when are you going to help Dad open the black hole? I want to see it. Isabella said excitedly. Irvin smiled, sure, I'll bring you tomorrow. Great. Isabella cheered. The next morning, after breakfast, Ronaldo went to supervise the renovations at Siamusu Jade store, while Irvin asked Frederick to drive him and Isabella to Villa number 30 on Sci-fi Road. Just as they arrived at the villa gate, Irvin chuckled. There was Elroy squatting and dozing off by the door, having obviously been waiting for quite a while. Upon sensing visitors, Elroy lifted his head and opened his eyes. Seeing Irvin, he immediately perked up, jumping to his feet and smiling apologetically. Son-in-law, you're finally back. Irvin nodded. You're punctual. Very good. Elroy laughed sheepishly. Son-in-law, last night when you said you'd support me in opening a black hole, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. I came here around midnight but found you weren't home, so I waited outside all night. Irvin was surprised at first, but then became relieved. His excitement must mean he truly wanted to run a black hole and start a new venture. Very well, come inside, Irvin instructed, motioning for the household staff to open the door. Elroy followed. Suddenly, Isabella pulled him aside. Ronald, stand up. Brother-in-law supports you in opening this black hole, so you better work hard. If you mess it up, sis and I won't be kind. Elroy smiled nervously. Canyon, look at what you're saying. Besides gambling, my only passion is fishing. How can I mess it up? Glad to hear it, Isabella finished before entering the house. Elroy quickly followed. In the living room, everyone took their seats. A maid quickly served tea and retreated. Irvin sipped his tea, then said pointedly, which black hole in our city is the darkest? Let's go and check it out. Chapter 177, Wanli Xiang. As soon as Irvin mentioned going to the darkest black hole, Gideon suddenly perked up, as if he had just received a shot of adrenaline. Of course it's the Three Bay Pond Fishing Center's black hole. The owner, Aryan, is the darkest, Gideon said bitterly. Many fishing enthusiasts either don't catch fish or are cheated in other ways. But what's worse is when they actually catch fish, especially in large numbers, this Aryan starts being unreasonably difficult and even forces people to leave. I once got a good spot and caught fish nonstop. In retaliation, he set up an electric net which caused all the fish to stop biting. When I discovered this, I made it public and even posted online, only to be beaten and hospitalized by Aryan's men. Gideon clenched his teeth in anger, clearly furious. Irvin nodded, then asked, how big is this Three Bay Pond Fishing Center? Gideon replied, not very big, only about 10 acres. Irvin continued, what kinds of fish are there? There are carp, grass carp, and crucian carp, plus some small quantities of blue carp, silver carp, and yellowtail. Typically, those who come here aim for the grass carp, blue carp, silver carp, and yellowtail. Gideon explained. Irvin nodded again and asked, what kind of fish do you usually like to catch? Silver carp are my favorite. They're big and strong, making reeling them extremely satisfying. Just be careful, as they can easily break the rod, Gideon responded. Turning to Isabella, Irvin asked, Can, what about you? What kind of fish do you plan to catch? Isabella bashfully admitted, brother-in-law, I don't know how to fish. I'm here purely for fun. Irvin smiled. Alright, why not focus on catching crucian carp? It's easier and perfect for beginners like you. Okay, Isabella nodded eagerly. Irvin then asked Gideon, do you have any fishing equipment here? Gideon sighed. I used to have some stored in my rented apartment, but with recent debt issues, everything, including my fishing gear, has likely been taken by creditors. Irvin confidently said, then take in can to buy new equipment now. Remember, get only the best. Got it, Gideon agreed happily but hesitated. But, son-in-law, the funds for buying equipment. I'll cover it. Irvin declared boldly. How much do you need? If we all three get top-notch sets, at least 30,000 yuan each, I'll give you 100,000, Irvin firmly stated. Let's add each other on WeChat first. Gideon grinned from ear to ear. His future son-in-law was incredibly generous. They added each other on WeChat, and Irvin transferred 100,000 yuan to Gideon's account. Do you not want to go with us? Isabella asked curiously. No, you go ahead. I need to hurry and prepare a special bait that promotes better bites, Irvin replied. Gideon paused. Prepare a special bait? Yes, Irvin nodded. Why not just use what's available in the store? Gideon asked, confused. Before Irvin could respond, Isabella smirked. Dad, what do you know? Brother-in-law is a revered medical sage. His concoctions far surpass anything on the market, right, brother-in-law? You bet, Irvin gave her an approving glance. Indeed, the special bait he formulated was extraordinary, thanks to the formula from the carefree medicine Immortal. Before attaining immortality, this medicine sage was also a fishing enthusiast, developing a potent fish attractant superior to commercial products. See, Dad, I told you so. Isabella beamed triumphantly upon Irvin's confirmation. Gideon fell silent. Frederick took Gideon and Isabella to the fishing store while Irvin went to the basement to gather herbs for extraction in the Yuan Integrations Anarnase. An hour later, he successfully extracted a highly concentrated, fragrant medicine into a small porcelain bottle. Coincidentally, his phone rang. It was Isabella. Answering it, he said, Carlallo, brother-in-law, we're back. Where are you? Isabella asked. I'm in the basement, coming right up, Irvin replied. Carlo emerged to find the car trunk loaded with fishing rods, fish guards, platforms, umbrellas, and various accessories, along with packages of bait. Brother-in-law, Ronaldo, now dressed in fishing gear and wearing a hat, greeted Irvin warmly. Irvin couldn't help but notice her improved appearance. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Isabella blushed under his gaze. Irvin quickly changed the subject. Did you get everything? Isabella tried to hide her disappointment. Yes, we did. Oh, and did you finish preparing the medicine? Of course, Irvin showed her the porcelain bottle. This is it, and I named it Wanli Xiang. Wanli Xiang. Isabella was eager. Can I smell it? No, Irvin shook his head. Why not? Isabella protested. The potency of this medicine is extreme. Fish will start feeding aggressively upon smelling it, while humans will experience intense hunger and might uncontrollably defecate. Are you sure you want to try it? Irvin asked with a sly smile. Really? Isabella asked skeptically. Believe it or not, Irvin shrugged. Deciding against it, Isabella waved her hand. Maybe not then. Irvin chuckled. All right, let's head to Three Bay Pond and confront the boss. Okay, Isabella agreed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Three Bay Pond Fishing Center. However, Aryan wasn't there. Only his wife Kinsey and a few henchmen were guarding the place. Seeing Gideon, Kinsey sneered. Well, old Bradford. It's been a long time since you last came here. Not running around to avoid debts and unable to afford another trip, huh? Chapter 178. I will beat you today. Seeing the innkeeper looking down on him, Father Bradford felt irritated and shouted, Ronaldston, innkeeper, what's with the attitude? Am I someone who can't afford this? Then he took out his phone, showed the WeChat balance, and said proudly, see? There are tens of thousands here. Seeing that his WeChat balance indeed had tens of thousands, innkeeper Kinsey's eyes lit up. She immediately beamed. Oh, so old Bradford is having a comeback. Where did you strike it rich lately? Father Bradford grew somewhat impatient. Less talking, innkeeper. Just tell me, how much is the fishing fee for today's betting pond? Kinsey replied casually, 300 yuan an hour. Father Bradford was taken aback. What? 300 yuan an hour? It used to be just 100 yuan per hour. Why did it suddenly increase? Kinsey gave him an irritated glance. The past is past. Also, we added 10,000 caddies of live fish into the pond yesterday, especially grass carp and silver carp, making up half of them. This is the first day for official fishing, charging 300 yuan an hour. Is it expensive? If you can't afford it, then don't play. Coloring this, Father Bradford felt even more annoyed. Can't afford it? It's only 300 yuan an hour. I'll fish. Good, then pay now. Kinsey handed over a QR code for payment. Just as Father Bradford was about to pay, he suddenly asked, by the way, how much per caddy for the fish returned? Kinsey replied, for yuan per caddy. Father Bradford calculated silently in his heart and grimaced, so, to break even within an hour, I need to catch 80 caddies of fish? That's too difficult. Difficult? Kinsey wore a smirk. Indeed. For a less skilled angler like you, it would seem difficult. If you're not confident, then go elsewhere. You. Being looked down upon by the innkeeper, Father Bradford's face turned red from anger but couldn't argue back. To be honest, given his skills, catching 80 caddies of fish within an hour was simply impossible for him. So, old Bradford, do you have the confidence to beat me? Kinsey deliberately provoked him. This. Father Bradford hesitated. Finally, he looked at Irvin, son-in-law. My skills are lacking. Perhaps I shouldn't try. What do you think? I will take over, Irvin responded boldly and then asked Kinsey, innkeeper, how big are the grass carp and silver carp here? Kinsey sneered, young man. It's not that I underestimate you, but each grass carp or silver carp here starts from 40 to 50 caddies. However, if your rods aren't strong enough or your fish handling skills are poor, it won't be easy to catch them. Irvin didn't care about the innkeeper's disdain. Carlos smiled faintly. Innkeeper, don't worry about that. I will definitely beat you today. Carlos signaled Father Bradford to pay. Go ahead and pay. Father Bradford asked, how long do you plan to fish? Irvin asked Kinsey, innkeeper, how long can we fish here? Kinsey replied, as long as you can pay, however long you want. Irvin thought for a moment. All right, let's make it 2 hours. Carlo gestured for Father Bradford to pay. Father Bradford nodded and asked Isabella, are you going to fish? Isabella replied weakly, it costs 300 yuan an hour, and you need to catch 80 caddies to break even. I don't know how to fish, so I'll just watch my brother-in-law. All right, Father Bradford scanned and paid 600 yuan. Next, Kinsey gave Irvin a ping pong ball with a fishing spot number on it, asking him to draw lots. Irvin drew position number 30. Immediately, Kinsey tore off a fishing ticket, wrote something on it, and handed it to Irvin. You have 20 minutes to prepare bait and adjust your float. After that, the fishing starts. Got it? No problem, Irvin nodded. With the ticket, Irvin headed to the spot led by Father Bradford. On the way, Father Bradford complained incessantly. Damn it, this innkeeper really exploits us. Charging so much, and worse, it's noon. The hardest time for fishing due to low oxygen levels. Son-in-law, be prepared. Irvin chuckled. Don't worry. If I don't make her cry today, I'm not Irvin. Seeing his confidence, Father Bradford was elated. All right, I'll assist you. Sure, just help me prepare the bait, Irvin laughed. Okay, Father Bradford agreed cheerfully. I'll net the fish, Isabella offered. Netting fish? Irvin shook his head with a smile. Each fish here weighs at least 40 to 50 caddies. Are you sure you can handle it with your build? Ah, Isabella scratched her head shyly and said nothing more. They arrived at spot number 30. Seeing this spot, Father Bradford became worried. We're in trouble. Dad, what's wrong? Isabella asked curiously. Ah, spot number 30 is the worst. The pond is rectangular, but this spot is at the corner, making it extremely difficult to fish, Father Bradford sighed. Isabella's face fell. Does that mean brother-in-law will find it hard to succeed? Father Bradford nodded, sighing deeply, but Irvin remained calm, smiling. Why are you worried? Have you forgotten about the Wanli Xiang medicine I concocted? Father Bradford and Isabella were suddenly enlightened. However, Father Bradford soon felt doubtful again. Son-in-law, does your Wanlixiang really work? Whether it works or not, you'll see soon enough, Irvin grinned mysteriously. Now, help me prepare the bait. Okay, Father Bradford agreed promptly and got busy. Irvin set up his fishing umbrella against the scorching sun. Then he took out a fishing rod. The fishing ticket mentioned special instructions, specifying a maximum rod length of 7.2 meters. So, Irvin specifically chose a 7.2 meter rod. Indeed, the quality of this rod bought by Father Bradford was excellent, lightweight, great feel, and solid strength. However, catching fish over 40 to 50 caddies could still be risky. Irvin immediately reinforced the rod with a protective charm, putting his mind at ease. Next, he started tying the fishing line and hook. After completing these tasks, he sank into a deep breathing exercise, using true chi to straighten the hook. Coincidentally, innkeeper Kinsey appeared behind him, scoffing, "Young man, do you know how to fish? Your line doesn't even have a float or sinker, yet you expect to fish? And why did you straighten the hook? Do you want to imitate Dexter Taigong and wait for willing fish? Ha, hilarious." Chapter 179. You'll be crying before you know it. In response to Kinsey's mockery, Irvin remained unperturbed. Congratulations, you're right. I do want to try what Master Dexter Taigong did. Those who wish to bite will bite. So, is it not allowed in your fishing pond? Kinsey crossed her arms and shook her head. Of course it's allowed here. However, if you plan on catching fish this way, you might as well be dreaming. By the way, just to let you know, if you don't catch any fish and want a refund for your fishing fee, I won't give it back. Understand? Understand, of course I understand, Irvin replied with a half smile. Beside him, Elroy came closer and whispered, "Son-in-law, are you sure about this? How could a straight hook possibly catch any fish?" Before Irvin could speak, Bradford Chan interjected, "Dad, you underestimate my brother-in-law too much. Others may not catch fish with a straight hook, but brother-in-law is different. Carlo can achieve miracles." Elroy frowned. But it's common sense that a straight hook cannot catch fish. Bradford Chan was about to argue when Irvin interrupted with a smile. Whether a straight hook can catch fish, why argue needlessly? We'll see soon enough. That's right, Bradford Chan added. There's no point in arguing. We'll see soon enough. Seeing Irvin's determination, Elroy gave up and stopped trying to persuade him. At this moment, a fellow angler walked over with his fish keeper, looking utterly dejected. Carlo muttered to Kinsey, "Boss, the fish aren't biting today, and you've got them reeled in so tight. Anyway, I'm taking these few fish with me." Kinsey glanced at the 2 carp and several small crucian carps in his keeper, feeling secretly pleased. But she smiled and said, "Enjoy yourself. Hope to see you next time." The angler gritted his teeth. "Next time, I'll land more and make you cry." Carlo then left grumbling. Irvin felt curious and asked Kinsey, "By the way, boss, didn't you say you were restocking fish?" Kinsey looked at him like he was clueless. "Are you saying you've never fished in a black pit before and don't know the rules?" Feeling disrespected, Irvin frowned. "Everyone has their first time. What if I don't understand the rules of a black pit?" Kinsey laughed and shook her head, turning to Elroy. "Old Bradford, you're an experienced black pit player. Tell your clueless son-in-law the rules." Elroy chuckled nervously and explained the rules briefly. That angler chose the free catch mode. In other words, he could take the fish home without restocking. Irvin asked, "So, are we in the restocking mode now?" "Yes. In that case, there must be a price difference between free catch mode and restocking mode, right?" Irvin mused. "You're right." Elroy nodded. "Free catch mode is much more expensive than restocking mode. We pay 300 yuan per hour for restocking because one large fish here can easily exceed the fee. If someone catches too many, the owner would lose money. Carl once, the owner wouldn't agree to such a price." Understanding the situation, Irvin turned to Kinsey. "I choose the free catch mode. How much is the fee?" "It's expensive. Are you sure you don't want restocking?" Kinsey huffed. "Just tell me the fee." 1,000 yuan per hour, she said without hesitation, smirking provocatively. "How about it? Still going for free catch?" Irvin smiled. 1,000 yuan per hour isn't too bad. Carlo then told Elroy, "We paid 600 earlier. Add another 1,400 to the boss." Elroy panicked. "Son-in-law, don't be impulsive." "How? Are you worried about money?" Irvin asked sternly. "Not at all," Elroy replied. Irvin assured him, "Relax, catching even 1 or 2 large fish will cover the cost." "But it's not easy to catch those large fish here," Elroy countered. "Firstly, the pond is large, and the big ones are mostly in the middle. Even with our combined rod length, we can't reach them. Secondly, they have immense strength. A slight mishap and the rod breaks. Look over there. See how many broken rods are stuck in the ground?" Irvin looked and saw numerous broken fishing rods, densely scattered on the grass near the pond. "And besides, the fishing rod I bought is versatile. It handles ordinary large fish fine, but for giants like silver carp and bighead carp, it's challenging," Elroy added. Irvin couldn't reveal that he had implanted reinforcing talismans into the rod. "Don't worry, this rod can handle fish weighing over 100 pounds easily." Seeing Irvin's determination, Elroy reluctantly complied and scanned the code to transfer 1,400 yuan to Kinsey. Kinsey was overjoyed at getting an additional 1,400 yuan effortlessly from a fool. "All right, take your time fishing. I'll check your catch in 2 hours. Hope you don't end up empty-handed." "Haha." She laughed and left. Watching her go, Irvin thought, "Let you laugh now. Soon you'll be crying before you know it." Then Irvin instructed Elroy to prepare the bait quickly. "Sure thing," Elroy agreed. "What kind of fish are you targeting?" "Let's start with silver carp and bighead carp." "Okay, I'll use silver float bait for them." Elroy fetched a large bag of silver float bait and poured it into a large bait mixing bowl. Just as Elroy was about to mix it with water, Irvin took out a small porcelain bottle labeled 10,000 mile fragrance, opened the cap, and dripped 2 drops into the mixing bowl. Elroy paused, then smiled. "Does this 10,000 mile fragrance really work?" Irvin smiled back. "You'll see soon enough." Elroy chuckled. "Fine, I'll wait and see." Carlo started adding water, mixing it thoroughly, and set it aside to activate the bait. ##### Chapter 180. Intense fishing rampage. 5 minutes later, the baiting period ended. Elroy skillfully molded the bait into a ball and handed it to Irvin. At this moment, Irvin was already seated on the fishing stool, pulling the bait and casting the line in quick succession. Just 2 minutes later, the float suddenly dipped dramatically. Seeing this, Irvin's eyes lit up. Carlo immediately focused his energy, lifted the rod, and silently chanted the absorption spell. Instantly, his palm emitted an immense suction force that traveled through the fishing rod and line, reaching the hook. The fish biting the bait on the hook was instantly sucked in by the force and couldn't escape, struggling fiercely as it tried to dive deeper. Soon, the fishing rod bent sharply. "Wow, brother-in-law, you're so amazing. You've caught a fish so quickly. Whoa, this straight hook can actually catch fish?" Elroy's eyes widened at the sight. Meanwhile, other anglers waiting under the scorching sun cast envious glances, whispering among themselves. "My goodness, look at how much that rod is bending. It must be a big fish." "What big fish? That's clearly a massive catch." "Yeah, a massive one, probably over 40 pounds. TSK, if it's really that big, I wonder if he can reel it in?" At this moment, Irvin suddenly exerted all his strength, reeling in the fish with ease. Soon, a huge grass carp, nearly 70 centimeters long, was pulled out of the water. Strangely, this large grass carp seemed paralyzed as soon as it surfaced, struggling weakly for a bit before losing its strength. Irvin swiftly reeled it in to the shore. Then, Irvin released the absorption spell, and without the suction force, the grass carp slipped off the hook and floated on the water surface. Seeing Elroy still in shock, Irvin shouted, "Still standing there? Quickly net the fish." Oh. Elroy snapped out of his trance, picked up the landing net, scooped the large grass carp into it, and lifted it up. "Candy, take a photo of me with Dad," Elroy said with a smile. "Sure thing." Isabelle immediately took out her phone and snapped a picture. Feeling immensely satisfied, Elroy placed the large grass carp into the fish keeper. After placing it in the keeper, just 5 or 6 seconds passed, and the grass carp came back to life, thrashing violently, splashing water everywhere. "Haha, is this grass carp a fool? It only struggles now after being netted." Elroy laughed heartily. The quick capture of the large grass carp, without a prolonged struggle, left the other anglers amazed but unconcerned, thinking it was merely a lucky coincidence. Meanwhile, Irvin continued fishing at high speed. With his newfound confidence in the effectiveness of his 10,000-mile fragrance medicine, another catch followed shortly thereafter. Indeed, just a minute later, the float dipped sharply again. Irvin used the same method, reeling in another massive bighead carp. "Wow, brother-in-law, you're truly amazing," Isabelle cheered. "My God, the fish are coming in like crazy." Elroy roared in excitement, scooping up the bighead carp with his net and laughing widely. "This bighead carp must weigh over 50 pounds. Son-in-law, you're incredible." Irvin smiled faintly and continued casting. However, the other anglers grew restless. In just a few minutes, 2 massive catches were reeled in, without any signs of a struggle. Something wasn't right. Immediately, several anglers gathered around. Less than 10 seconds later, the float dipped once more. Irvin repeated his method, catching another massive bighead carp. Elroy grinned from ear to ear and quickly netted the fish ashore. But this was just the beginning. Every 10 seconds, Irvin caught another massive fish. Elroy and Isabelle joined forces, but even they couldn't keep up. Fortunately, enthusiastic spectators offered their nets to help resolve the issue. The scene was bustling, attracting the attention of everyone at the pond. Within half an hour, Irvin had caught over 100 massive fish, and even the fish keeper overflowed. Thankfully, fellow anglers provided their own keepers to assist Irvin. Meanwhile, the owner, Kinsey, arrived upon hearing the news. Witnessing Irvin's astounding haul, her earlier arrogance vanished, and she looked close to tears. Finally, seeing Irvin catch a massive fish every 10 seconds, Kinsey could no longer stay calm. Gritting her teeth, she approached Irvin aggressively. "Stop fishing, stop it. If you continue like this, you'll catch all the giant fish in my pond." Irvin frowned. "What? My fishing method violates your rules?" "Of course," Kinsey huffed. "All right, which rule did I violate?" Irvin asked with a cold smile. "That's right. Which rule did we violate?" Elroy held up the fishing ticket. "It clearly states the limit on rod length at 7.2 meters, and we strictly adhere to it. Also, your pond forbids the use of barbed hooks, and we're using straight ones, not violating any rule. Additionally, we didn't use red worms or other unconventional methods. So what rule did we break?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding anglers voiced their support. "You're right, Miss Wei. Which rule did they break? Miss Wei, are you worried about losing money?" "Miss Wei, be kind and fair." Faced with the criticism, Kinsey grew furious. "Everyone shut up. There's something wrong with his method. Look at the fish he catches. They're all listless as if drugged. Even though our rules don't explicitly state this, it's an unwritten rule, isn't it?" The anglers fell silent. Indeed, each fish Irvin caught seemed lethargic, easily reeled in without struggle, which was strange. Without some special additive, it couldn't be explained. "Miss Wei, if you suspect my bait, why don't you try fishing with it?" Irvin said with a smile. "All right, I'll try. I'll get my gear." Kinsey turned and fetched her fishing equipment, then set up beside Irvin. Irvin shared some bait, and she cast her line after preparing 2 balls of dough. Just 20 seconds later, the float dipped sharply. Kinsey immediately raised her rod, and the rod bent drastically. All anglers present gasped in amazement. Before they could react, the massive fish beneath began thrashing wildly. Kinsey's face changed, and she desperately clung to the rod, trying to stabilize it. However, the fish exerted tremendous force. Unfortunately, Kinsey's frail body couldn't hold on, and she was dragged into the water. Splash! Water flew everywhere, and everyone was in an uproar. Translation ends. Chapter 181. You are my ideal man. When the giant catch dragged by Madame Kinsey was pulled into the water, all the fellow anglers were greatly alarmed. How large and ferocious must this giant catch be? Madam, quickly let go of the rod. Yes, madam, don't be stubborn. Quickly throw the fishing rod away. Come on, quickly help pull madam to shore. Ronald stinting to numerous comments from her fellow anglers, Kinsey flailed in the water, even swallowing a few mouthfuls of it, before she had no choice but to abandon the fishing rod in her hand and allow her angler friends to pull her ashore. Seeing her soaking wet body, with water streaming onto the ground, employees at the fishery, afraid that their madam would catch a chill, hurriedly brought over a blanket for her to wrap herself in. Exposing her embarrassing state in front of so many fellow anglers left Kinsey, who was still shaken from the experience, feeling like she wanted to commit suicide. Note, the word longbai is translated as embarrassing state to ensure it reads naturally in English while conveying the original meaning accurately. Thinking of how proud Kinsey usually was, now humiliated in public, could she possibly accept such humiliation? At this moment, Elroy approached, his face full of mockery. Who just said that our bait was problematic, and that some strange medicine caused every fish caught to appear listless? Feels pretty embarrassing now, doesn't it? Kinsey's face burned with shame. She wished there was a crack in the earth to hide her shame. I say, madam, quickly move aside. My son-in-law has another hour of fishing time. Elroy smiled. Kinsey's expression turned gloomy. If Irvin continued to fish, she feared this fishery's giants would be completely wiped out. But as the owner of Three Bay Pond Fishing Center, she did have her skills. Seeing this, she put on a smiling face and walked to Irvin, saying, Carlo-y handsome, how about this? I will refund all your fishing fees if you give me a bit of face and stop fishing. I'll treat you to a big meal some other day, okay? These words sparked laughter from many anglers present. The madam is scared. The madam is scared? Kinsey's face turned pale green with anger as she glared viciously at those laughing. Unfortunately, these people didn't mind at all and cheered even louder. Kinsey felt so frustrated with these people but could do nothing about it. At this point, Irvin chuckled, sorry madam, but I'm not one to leave things half done. Since I paid for 2 hours, I naturally plan to finish them. Saying this, he threw in 2 balls of bait before casting the line again. But merely after 2 seconds, the float suddenly plunged underwater. What the? Irvin's eyes twitched, quickly lifting the rod to catch the fish. In the next second, another huge curve formed. Haha, bite off. It's a bite off. Elroy's eyes lit up as he cheered. Brother-in-law is so cool, you're my ideal man. Isabella clapped vigorously, almost until her hands swelled. All the fellow anglers present were deeply moved, whispering among themselves while many took out their phones to record this thrilling moment. Among everyone present, only Madame Kinsey looked exceptionally sullen, as though she had lost her parents. No way. If he continues fishing like this, I'm going to lose everything. Watching yet another large carp being successfully reeled in by Irvin and landed by Elroy, Kinsey gritted her teeth and took out her phone to make a call. Soon enough, the call went through. Wife, what's up? Came a lazy male voice from the other side. Aryan, you idiot. Where have you been? Come back right now, or wait for me to clean up your mess, Kinsey berated furiously. Wife, what happened? Who made you so angry? Just tell me clearly. Ronald stinned carefully, Aryan. We have a master angler today who cleaned out over 100 big fish in just 30 minutes using a straight hook. Carlo still has an hour left. You figure it out yourself. What? 100 fish in 30 minutes? Impossible. Even if Master Deng came here, it wouldn't happen so fast. How impossible? Want me to video call you, so you can see for yourself? Kinsey sneered. Okay, hurry up and video call me. I want to see which fishing god is so powerful. Just wait. Kinsey then clicked on WeChat and started a video call directly. Quickly, a burly-faced man appeared on the screen. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Oh my gosh, another giant catch? This speed is insane. Parloring this, Kinsey's heart clenched tightly, feeling utterly miserable. See that? Another giant catch. Not less than 50 plus. Kinsey vented all her frustration at Aryan on the screen. Aryan's eyes widened immediately. What? Not less than 50 plus? Don't believe me? Look for yourself. Kinsey hurriedly switched to front camera mode and aimed it at Irvin, who was forcefully pulling a giant fish. On the video end, Aryan saw Irvin's extraordinary fishing technique, leaving him momentarily speechless. Does this guy even know how to play fair? After a long pause, he panted loudly, Wife, I'll rush back. Remember, bring your hooligans along. I'm worried the fellow anglers might support them later. Got it. I'll be there within 10 minutes. Kinsey then ended the call, stowed away her phone, and coldly stared at Irvin. Kid, don't take kindness for granted. Wait till my husband comes back, and you'll see what happens. 10 minutes later, 4 to 5 minivans sped into the Three Bay Pond Fishing Center and parked in the parking lot. Then, about 20 people alighted from the cars, each looking threatening. The leader of the group was a short-haired man named Aryan, the owner of the Three Bay Pond Fishing Center. Others were his so-called buddies. Kinsey saw her husband far away and hurriedly greeted him. Husband, you're finally back? Aryan's face was grim. What's the situation now? Kinsey's face showed her suffering. In this past 10 minutes, that guy fished out another 50 to 60 giants, even catching a meter-sized bass. Oh, what should we do? Why are you crying? Aryan snorted. Now I'll lead people to show that kid a thing or two. Following that, he raised his hand and led his gang to Irvin's fishing spot. Witnessing this, the surrounding anglers felt something bad was about to happen and hastily dispersed. Brother-in-law. Realizing the situation was wrong, Isabella urgently called out. Irvin turned around and found himself and his companions surrounded by a group of people, frowning deeply. Carlo then noticed the leader instructing his men, Brothers, immediately return all the fish in these fish guards back to the pond. Saying this, he picked up a fish guard, intending to release the fish violently and roughly. Seeing this, Irvin flew into a rage, shouting, "Stop it!" Translation ends here as requested. If you need more translation, please provide the additional text. Chapter 182. Let's make a deal. Seeing Irvin stop him, Aryan glared over with a sinister snort. "Brat, you telling me to stop?" Irvin replied coldly, "That's right." "Zaynek, what if I don't stop?" Aryan shouted loudly to his gang of friends. "Guys, get going. Pour all the fish in the keep nets back into the pond." The gang of friends nodded and immediately sprang into action. Irvin let out an explosive shout after gathering his energy at his dantian, lower abdomen. "Let's see who dares." His voice was strong and resonant, exuding an intense and domineering aura that made everyone shudder. Aryan's gang of friends were all intimidated. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. Seeing this, Aryan arrogantly said, "Guys, this guy is just reckless. What's there to be afraid of? Get going." The gang of friends resumed their actions upon hearing this. Noticing nobody was listening to him, Irvin's face turned grim as he shouted, "Frederick, come here." In the next second, Frederick squeezed through the crowd and appeared before Irvin, bowing respectfully. "Brother Chuan." "Frederick, watch closely. If anyone dares touch my keep net, knock them down," Irvin said menacingly. "Yes, Brother Chuan," Frederick responded, then turned to glare at Aryan and his gang, cracking his knuckles. "Let's see who dares not listen to Brother Chuan." A man beside Aryan swore and cursed. "I won't listen. Let's see what you can do." Before he could finish, Frederick dashed forward and slapped him hard. "Ouch!" The man screamed in pain as he flew backward 7 to 8 meters and fell onto the ground in a pitiful state. Wow! Everyone was stunned by the force of Frederick's slap. Unknown to them, if Irvin had acted, that slap would have likely smashed the man's entire head. "Bastard! You dare hit my brother? I'll kick you to death." Another man became infuriated and kicked toward Frederick. Frederick narrowed his eyes and swiftly kicked back, intercepting the other person's leg mid-air. Bang! The man's leg bone broke into 2 pieces, causing him to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Phew! Everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. Anyone else want to try? Frederick scanned the area. "Brothers, it's tough to handle a single fighter when many are against us. Let's all go together," Aryan shouted. With that, he charged forward first, followed by the rest of his gang who rushed toward Frederick like a swarm of bees. "Don't overestimate yourselves," Frederick sneered, preemptively attacking before they could surround him. With a left hook and a right hook, he sent them sprawling. Even Aryan himself was punched in the stomach and lay on the ground in pain. At this point, everyone understood that this Frederick wasn't someone to mess with. And the young man Frederick called Brother Chuan was even more formidable. For a moment, no one dared to make any sudden moves. Looking at the groaning men on the ground, Frederick felt quite satisfied and glanced at Irvin. "Brother Chuan, how's this result?" Unexpectedly, Irvin shook his head irritably, bragging about beating up a bunch of worthless fighters. "Have some shame." Frederick laughed awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Irvin walked to Aryan, squatted down and smirked. "You're the owner of the San Juan Pond fishing field, Aryan, right? How about it? Are you convinced yet?" Aryan didn't answer directly but gritted his teeth and asked tremulously, Who are you exactly?" Irvin chuckled. "Simply put, I'm just an ordinary angler here to fish black pits." "An ordinary angler?" Aryan couldn't believe it. Ordinary anglers didn't possess such skill. Seeing Aryan didn't respond, Irvin continued, "Mr. Ronald, now I offer you 2 options. 1. Let me finish fishing for the remaining hour. 2. We make a deal." "Make a deal?" Aryan was puzzled. "What kind of deal?" Irvin looked around and said slowly, "This isn't the place to talk." Aryan caught on and suggested, "How about we go to my office?" "Fine," Irvin agreed readily. Then Irvin let Aryan lead the way to his office while everyone else stayed outside. Inside the office, both Irvin and Aryan took their seats. "Now, can we talk about the deal?" Aryan asked sternly. "Simple. Transfer this San Juan Pond fishing field to me. The price can be negotiated." Irvin cut straight to the chase. "Transfer?" Aryan shook his head vigorously. "I've leased this field for 20 years, and it's only been the first year. Forget profits. I haven't even recouped my capital. Why should I transfer it to you?" Seeing this, Irvin smirked. "Since that's the case, I won't force you. Let me finish fishing for the remaining time. If I catch all the trophy fish in your pond, don't blame me for being greedy." Aryan sneered. "My pond has at least 500 trophy fish. Do you think you can catch them all within the remaining time?" Irvin chuckled. "By myself, it's impossible. But if I share my bait with every angler present, what do you think will happen?" Aryan's expression stiffened instantly. "This? I'll give you 3 minutes to consider," Irvin said, calmly leaning back on the sofa. Aryan didn't take long to think before suddenly asking, "How much do you intend to offer?" Seeing Aryan relent, Irvin inwardly rejoiced but instead asked, "How much do you want?" Aryan replied, "I pay an annual lease fee of 35,000 yuan, totaling 70,000 for 20 years. Plus, I've invested another 70,000 in labor and materials. If you want to transfer, add another 40,000 as transfer fees. Not excessive, right?" So you're saying you need 1.8 million yuan in total to transfer it?" Irvin stated. "That's right," Aryan affirmed confidently. 1.8 million isn't too much. However, I, Irvin, have a habit of avoiding loose change. Carlo's my proposal. Either 1 million or 2 million. Your choice. Is this guy crazy? Upon hearing this bizarre proposal, Aryan instinctively thought this. Naturally, he chose 2 million. Since Mr. Yi says so, I won't hesitate. "It's 2 million then," Aryan couldn't wait to say. "Mr. Ronald, are you sure you want 2 million? Irvin asked with a faint smile. For some reason, when facing Irvin's eyes, Aryan felt an uneasy premonition. Is taking 2 million a risky move? ##### Chapter 183. From Joy to Sorrow. After much hesitation, Aryan sized Irvin up and down and asked, "Could there really be serious consequences if I choose the 2 million yuan?" "Indeed," Irvin replied calmly. What serious consequences? Aryan said disbelievingly. Irvin smiled faintly. Just now, I calculated with my fingers. If you choose 2 million yuan, within half an hour, your family will face ruin. Family ruin? Aryan's expression changed abruptly as he angrily retorted. I think you're just spouting nonsense. My family is perfectly fine and very harmonious. How could it possibly come to ruin? Without arguing, Irvin chuckled. All right then. Since you don't believe me, let's just say I didn't say anything. Now, draft a transfer agreement for us to sign. Okay. Aryan couldn't hold back his excitement. Carlo rushed to the computer, drafted a dual copy of the agreement, and printed it out on the printer. Then, both men signed the agreement. It was officially binding. Following that, Irvin transferred 2 million yuan into Aryan's bank account according to the agreement. When Aryan received the notification of the deposit, his joy knew no bounds. After all, his total investment in this San Juan pond fishing site barely exceeded 700,000 to 800,000 yuan at most. And now he had sold it for a staggering 1.8 million yuan. More ridiculously, this man actually offered an additional bonus, pushing the price up to 2 million yuan. How could such a windfall not excite him? Starting from now, this San Juan pond fishing site belongs to me. By sunset today, clean up your personal belongings and move out. Got it? Irvin said coolly. No need to pack. There isn't much valuable stuff here. I'll take my wife and parents and leave right away, Aryan replied brashly. Irvin did not stop him but simply smiled. All right, Mr. Ronald, please do as you wish. I won't detain you. Goodbye, Aryan said happily as he left the room. Outside, his wife Kinsey saw him coming out and hurried over. Honey, what did that guy want? Wife, we? Aryan almost blurted it out before realizing they were surrounded by people. Carlo leaned close and whispered, we struck it rich. Carlo then briefly explained what happened in the office. My God, you sold it for 2 million yuan? Kinsey was first stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. So, we've made more than 1 million net profit. Sure. Aryan hushed her and glared. Keep it down. We don't want others to overhear. Yes, yes, Kinsey grinned, nodding repeatedly. Honey, we should call our parents quickly and leave. If the fool changes his mind, we'll be in trouble, Aryan urged anxiously. Yes, yes, let's go, Kinsey agreed. Aryan went to get the car while Kinsey called their parents to get in. On the way, the parents kept grumbling. Son, why the rush? My clothes are still drying outside, the mother complained. And my phone is still charging, the father added. Kinsey panicked. Don't worry about them. We need to leave now, or it might be too late. The parents were bewildered and asked what was happening. Kinsey reassured them, Dad, Mom, once we're in the car, I'll explain everything. With that, the parents reluctantly followed her into the BYD sedan where Aryan was waiting impatiently. Why so slow? He complained. They were dawdling, Kinsey snapped back. Silenced by her reply, Aryan instructed them to buckle up and sped off like an arrow from a bow. Mom, what's going on? Why the urgency? The mother finally asked. Mom, listen. Kinsey explained how they had sold the fishing site and pocketed 2 million yuan. 2 million yuan? The mother's eyes lit up. Beside her, the father slapped his thigh gleefully. Fantastic. This is unexpected wealth. Exactly. The mother smiled greedily. Now, we can plan better with this money. Right, right, the father nodded. Carlo-y old man, our younger son still doesn't have a house. Why don't we take half of the 2 million and buy him a new one for marriage later? The mother suggested. The father immediately agreed. That's a great idea. Count me in. Seeing this, the mother turned to Aryan. Son, what do you think? This? Aryan inwardly groaned. Why were they bringing up buying a house for his brother when they clearly saw his wife beside him? Sure enough, he glanced sideways at Kinsey in the passenger seat, who looked livid, clearly on the verge of an outburst. Mom, Dad, what do you mean? Are you treating me like I'm invisible? Kinsey snarled. The 2 million yuan is marital property between Aryan and me. Why should we give half to you for your son? The mother's face darkened instantly. Our share? Ridiculous. This money belongs equally to us as well. The father chimed in angrily. Kinsey, my wife and I helped manage the fishing site. Even if we didn't invest heavily, we deserve a cut. Besides, we invested in its initial setup. Kinsey fumed. Dad, Mom, how can you shamelessly ask for half? Initially, Aryan and I put in over 600,000 yuan, while you contributed only 30,000 borrowed yuan. Now you want 1 million for yourselves? Kinsey, you... The mother clenched her teeth but soon turned to Aryan. Son, Mom is asking for your opinion. Shouldn't you contribute 1 million to help your brother buy a new house for marriage? Mom, what about me? Can't I buy a house for myself? Aryan hesitated, seeing the murderous look in Kinsey's eyes. You've already married and settled down. Your brother needs a house to get married. Without a proper house, who would marry him? The mother argued. Kinsey burst out in anger. Fine, Mom. Do you think I'm yours to command just because I'm married into your family? Let me tell you, if you dare take 1 million from us, I'll divorce Aryan and let your son remain single. According to the law, I can claim half in a divorce. Despicable woman, you dare? The mother seethed. Old witch, you've been bullying us, and you think I won't fight back? Kinsey retaliated fiercely. The insult pushed the mother to her limit. Carlo's face contorted in pain as she slumped and fell silent. The old lady, what's wrong with her? Old lady. The father's face paled. Aryan's face turned ashen with shock. This joy has indeed brought sorrow. Note asterisk this chapter conveys a significant shift in tone, reflecting sudden and tragic events unfolding rapidly due to escalating conflict and misunderstandings. Hashtag chapter 184. Letting bygones be bygones. Seeing his mother suddenly collapse and become silent, Aryan shouted out twice, Mom, Mom. At that moment Kinsey, with a sarcastic tone, said, Aryan, what's the point of shouting? Your mom loves to put on a show. You should know this by now. Shut up. Aryan yelled angrily. Look at what state she's in. Does it look like she's just pretending? Kenzie remained cold-faced. Who cares? Even if she isn't faking it, she brought this upon herself. You crazy woman, are you speaking human language? Aryan, overwhelmed with anger, slapped her fiercely. Smack. Kenzie's face instantly showed 5 red fingers, burning from the pain. So, Aryan, you think you're something now, hitting me? I'll fight you to the end. Kenzie, like a crazed tigress, lunged at Aryan viciously. Aryan, being a man, simply pushed her away with one hand. Caught off guard, Kenzie smacked the back of her head against the glass window, tears streaming down her face, gnashing her teeth in pain and rage. Damn it, Aryan, I can't take this anymore. Stop the car. I want to get out. Kenzie cried out loud. Aryan swore, crazy woman, I just slapped you once. Is it really that bad? I don't care. Stop the car now. I need to get out. Kenzie roared. Aryan rolled his eyes. I'm not dealing with you. Unexpectedly, Kenzie lost all rationality and lunged at him again, grabbing the steering wheel to force Aryan to stop the car. Aryan was terrified. You crazy woman. Have you gone mad? I'm driving here. Unfortunately, Kenzie wouldn't listen and fought desperately for the steering wheel. Father, mother, hold this crazy woman back, quickly. Aryan screamed loudly. The parents rushed over to pull Kenzie away, preventing her from touching the steering wheel. But Kenzie wouldn't let go, clinging tightly to it. In an instant, the 4 family members were wrestling over the steering wheel, chaos ensuing. Finally, Aryan lost control of the vehicle, and it crashed head-on into a large tree as thick as a barrel. Ah! Aryan screamed in shock, realizing too late the gravity of the situation. Kenzie and the 2 elders also realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. Bang! A loud crash followed, and the small BYD sedan collided with the tree. In the next second, the car flipped over, and all 4 occupants were knocked unconscious. After some time, Aryan regained consciousness. Seeing his wife and parents bleeding profusely and barely breathing, he was filled with regret. Wife, father, mother. Carlo called out several times, but no one responded. Carlo himself was trapped in the severely deformed front seat, unable to move, almost in tears. Suddenly, he heard braking sounds outside the car. Then came a man's voice, Brother Chuan. Just as you predicted, they've had an accident right up ahead. Aryan was elated. Rescuers had arrived. Carlo immediately shouted for help. Carlop us. Within seconds, a few people rushed to the car. They were none other than Irvin, Frederick, Bradford Zane, and Isabella. Hurry, save them. Irvin bellowed, trying to open the driver's side door, which was deformed from the collision and wouldn't budge. Irvin then focused his energy and ripped the steel door apart with sheer force. Crack. The mangled door gave way, revealing Aryan, drenched in blood. Seeing Irvin, who had spent 2 million to buy his fishing pond, Aryan felt both joy and remorse. Joy because finally, someone had come to rescue them. Remorse because he hadn't listened to Irvin earlier and instead mocked him. Carlop, help. Aryan weakly lifted his hand. Don't worry, I'll save you and your family, Irvin assured him, setting aside their past conflicts. True to the saying, doctors have compassion. Irvin wasn't petty and knew that lives were at stake. Thank you, Aryan whispered before losing strength. You're badly injured. Conserve your strength. I'll get you out first. Irvin punched through the mangled front seat, freeing Aryan's legs. With Irvin's help, Aryan was rescued. Meanwhile, Frederick and the Bradfords assisted in rescuing Aryan's wife Kenzie and his parents. Kenzie's injuries were the most severe, showing no signs of life, while Aryan's parents were barely alive. Aryan, on the other hand, had the least severe injuries. After considering the situation, Irvin decided to save Aryan's parents first, using his finger technique to prolong their lives. Soon, both parents were stabilized and thanked Irvin, bowing to him in gratitude. It's nothing. Irvin waved them off and continued treating Kenzie. At this point, Kenzie was dead. Irvin had Frederick guard and quickly set up the 7 stars revival array. Once complete, Irvin sat cross-legged beside it, biting his finger to release blood and chanting incantations. The blood mist spread, enveloping Kenzie's body. This scene stunned everyone except Frederick. Even Isabella watched in disbelief. Minutes later, the blood mist dissipated, and Kenzie, once grievously injured, was completely healed and slowly regained consciousness. Wife. Tears welled up in Aryan's eyes. However, Kenzie pushed him away. Aryan, get away from me. I want a divorce. Wife, I don't want a divorce, I don't. Aryan sobbed uncontrollably. Realizing their mistake, Aryan's parents hurried forward to apologize. Daughter-in-law, we were wrong. We shouldn't have tried that scheme. Rest assured, we won't ask for that $1,000,000 or anything else. Kenzie's heart softened somewhat. Suddenly, she recalled something, puzzled. I remember dying after the accident. How am I alive now? Aryan pointed to Irvin. Wife, you don't know. This person who bought our Sheng.1-252.I fishing pond for 2 million renminbi is a miraculous doctor. Carlo saved your parents and you. Kenzie was shocked but soon felt grateful, expressing her thanks to Irvin. Irvin waved her off. Remember, harmony at home leads to prosperity. Carlo then signaled Frederick, Bradford Zane, and Isabella to leave in the car. Watching them drive away, Aryan suddenly slapped his thigh. I know who he is. Note, I've made some slight adjustments to the original narrative to ensure smoother readability and maintain coherence. ##### Chapter 185. Large Spirit Gathering Array. Kenzie and Aryan's parents asked curiously, who is he? Aryan did not answer immediately but instead asked, do you know who has the most renowned name in the medical community of Dexterjo recently? Kenzie rolled her eyes at him. Who else? Of course it's physician Irvin, who is said to be so miraculous that he can even revive the dead. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. I get it. Could he be the divine physician Irvin? Right. It's him. Aryan slapped his thigh. Just now, I signed a transfer contract with him in the office. The signature he left was this name. Kenzie half believed, half doubted. Could it be a coincidence? After all, there are many people with the same name. No, it's absolutely impossible. Aryan firmly said, Mom and Dad were seriously injured just now, but as soon as he started treatment, it didn't take long for him to heal them. Yes, yes, indeed. Aryan's parents chimed in unison. Also, dear, you were clearly fatally wounded with no sign of life. Yet he managed to pull you back from death's grasp. Only the divine physician could achieve such feats, Aryan said with pride. At this point, Kinsey had no more doubts and felt nothing but regret. If only I had known he was divine physician Irvin, I wouldn't have been so rude to him. Now we've thoroughly offended him. We certainly offended him, but things aren't without hope for resolution, Aryan remarked. Kinsey's eyes lit up. Quick, what do you have in mind? You should know, he is the divine physician. If we maintain good relations with him, any difficult illnesses in the future would be easier to treat, right? Aryan replied, the Sheng.1-252.I fishing ground is now under his ownership. Why don't we go work for him? What do you think? Work for him? Kinsey's eyes twinkled as she quickly grasped his meaning. That's a good idea. If we perform well, we can gradually improve our image in his eyes. Aryan nodded. Exactly. Plus, we've run the fishing ground for over a year and have established customer relations and networks. We're familiar with the situation here, and I believe divine physician you will let us stay. Kinsey hesitated. But will he accept us? Aryan thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Worst case scenario, we don't ask for wages for 1 year. No salary for 1 year? That's practically working for free for a whole year. Aryan's parents were shocked, unwilling expressions on their faces. Yeah, working for free. I won't do it, Kinsey agreed. What do you understand? We've already netted 2 million renminbi from the transfer fees today. With this much money, how can we still worry about our family's income? Aryan said exasperatedly. Moreover, by working for a year without pay, our relationship with physician Yi can improve. If we have serious illnesses in the future, you might offer help even without us asking. This is better than spending huge sums of money at hospitals, isn't it? You're right. Kinsey and Aryan's parents eventually came around, smiling broadly and agreeing. Thus, the four of them walked straight back to Sheng.1-252.I, ignoring the totaled car. Meanwhile, back at Sheng.1-252.I, Irvin and his group had returned. The anglers who were still fishing crowded around Irvin enthusiastically upon seeing him. Irvin's incredible fishing skills had completely captivated them. In their eyes, Irvin wasn't just a king of fishing, but a god. Facing the enthusiastic anglers, Irvin smiled warmly. To thank everyone for your support, I've decided to open the fishing grounds for free tomorrow. Fish as much as you want or return them. Everyone is welcome. Cheers erupted at this announcement. Elroy grew worried. Son-in-law, this isn't proper. Some of these anglers are highly skilled. They'll deplete the pond. It's fine, Irvin reassured with a profound smile. As long as they enjoy themselves, I don't mind if they fish out everything. Elroy wanted to object further. At this point, Isabella pulled at him. Dad, just follow brother-in-law's lead. Carlo surely has his reasons. Irvin cast an approving glance at her. You understand me well, can? With his praise, Isabella blushed sweetly. Brother-in-law? But Irvin had already turned away, addressing the crowd. However, since the fishing ground has changed hands, I've decided to close today. All fishing fees paid will be refunded by my staff. Is that okay? Another round of cheers broke out among the anglers. Subsequently, Irvin entrusted Frederick to handle the refunds, who readily took care of it. Irvin began walking around the fishing ground, stopping frequently as if inspecting something. Isabella and Elroy followed, bewildered by his actions. Finally, Isabella couldn't contain her curiosity. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Irvin turned back, speaking mysteriously. What else? I'm examining the feng shui of Sheng.1-252.I. Seamus shui? Isabella was taken aback. Beside her, Elroy was equally perplexed. Why examine feng shui? Irvin laughed and explained. Actually, when we were here earlier, I noticed the feng shui of Sheng.1-252.I is quite favorable. If utilized properly, a large spirit gathering array can be deployed. Oh, why am I explaining this to you? You wouldn't understand anyway. Carlo shook his head. Unexpectedly, Isabella was intrigued and tugged at his sleeve. Brother-in-law, please tell us. How will we know if you don't explain? Unable to resist her insistence, Irvin continued. The feng shui of Sheng.1-252.I is promising. I plan to deploy a large spirit gathering array to harness the heavenly qi, making the fish here more lively. Both Isabella and Elroy were stunned. Large spirit gathering array? Yes. Irvin nodded. Once deployed, it has many benefits. It purifies the water, enriches oxygen levels, maintains constant water temperature year-round, ensuring fish always feed actively. More anglers will come here due to its reputation. Isabella and Elroy listened in awe. Especially Elroy, a true angler, knew that fish have tendencies toward warm temperatures, oxygen-rich environments, and food. If Irvin could solve these issues, earning money would be effortless. Suddenly, he raised another concern. But there are limited fish here. If skilled anglers come and deplete the pond, won't we suffer heavy losses? How could we suffer losses? Irvin laughed heartily. Let me tell you, this spirit gathering array has one major advantage. It promotes rapid fish growth. Within a day and night, fish can grow twice their size. Twice their size? Is that really possible? Elroy gaped. For example, if a large grass carp weighs 40 kilograms, after a day and night, it could grow to 80 kilograms? Irvin nodded with a smile. Yes? So, after another day and night, the grass carp could grow to 160 kilograms? Elroy pressed further. Hashtag chapter 186. Let me make it clear up front. Seeing Gideon's probing look, Irvin stifled a laugh and said, in theory, that's correct. My goodness, that's outrageous. If those creatures continue growing, our small 3-bin pond won't be able to contain them. Gideon exclaimed in shock. That's inevitable. Therefore, I've thought of a method to solve this problem, Irvin said seriously. What method? Gideon's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. Irvin took a deep breath and explained his idea. I've examined the terrain of this three-binned pond. It has 3 narrow bays. Only the central area of the pond is relatively wide, so I plan to close off these 3 bays from fishing and only open the central area for anglers. The closed bays will house spirit gathering arrays, and will raise fish fingerlings using large nets. For example, with carp fingerlings, it only takes 4 or 5 days to grow them to 1 pound. Once they are fully grown, we can release them into the central area for anglers to catch. I believe that with our rich fish resources and reasonable fishing fees, most anglers will choose to take their catches home freely. In this way, we can manually control the size and quantity of fish in our fishing grounds. Coloring this, Gideon understood completely and said joyfully, and since we only need to buy fingerlings, not adult fish, the cost is extremely low. No matter what, we can't possibly lose money. Irvin smiled. Exactly, that's the model. At this moment, Isabella interjected, but brother-in-law, for the fingerlings to grow, they need to feed intensively. Aren't we going to need a lot of fish feed? No need at all, Irvin shook his head. The spirit gathering array can gather the natural chi of heaven and earth. Fish can grow by absorbing this chi, without needing any feed. Moreover, fish feed contains too many growth hormones, which many anglers detest. We must never use it. Gideon agreed. Son-in-law is right. Many people prefer wild fish over farmed fish for this very reason. Isabella finally understood and eagerly asked, so, when do you plan to set up the spirit gathering array? Irvin frowned. Of course, the sooner the better. Unfortunately, we need many people to help, but there are only 3 of us here. Son-in-law, aren't there plenty of former staff members and anglers around? We can just ask them to help, Gideon suggested. Isabella shot him an exasperated look. Dad, are you really that naive? The spirit gathering array is our secret. We can't let outsiders know about it. Gideon realized his mistake and slapped his own face. Look at me. How could I forget that? This deserves punishment. Irvin and Isabella exchanged amused glances. Just then, Irvin heard footsteps approaching and said, someone's coming. Isabella and Gideon tensed up and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Aryan, Kinsey, and Aryan's parents walking briskly towards them. Why are they back? Gideon wondered aloud. Maybe they're coming to thank brother-in-law for saving them? Isabella speculated. Irvin narrowed his eyes confidently. It's not that simple. Isabella and Gideon were both surprised and ready to ask for more details. Just then, Aryan and the others arrived. Before Aryan could speak, Irvin said, Mr. Ronald, your visit today serves 2 purposes. 1, to thank me for saving your family, and 2, to work here for free and try to ingratiate yourself with me, right? Mediki, how did you know? Aryan was dumbfounded. Kinsey and Aryan's parents wore similar expressions. Let me tell you, my brother-in-law is not only a divine doctor but also a diviner. Carlo knows everything you're planning, Isabella said proudly. Kinsey and Aryan's parents couldn't help but wonder, is he really that good? Only Aryan knew better because earlier, Irvin had predicted that choosing 2 million would lead to his family's ruin, and it came true. After a while, Aryan awkwardly chuckled. I knew nothing could hide from Mediki, but I wonder if Mediki will agree to let us stay here. As he spoke, he glanced nervously at Irvin, fearing rejection. To his surprise, Irvin readily agreed. You've been working here for over a year, and know the place well. You can stay, and I'll pay you regularly. If you do well, there'll even be bonuses at the end of the year. Aryan, Kinsey, and the others were elated beyond words. They hadn't expected Irvin to agree so quickly and offer such favorable terms. But let me make it clear up front. Since you're working for me, you must be honest and diligent. If you dare to cheat, don't blame me for being unforgiving, Irvin sternly warned. We won't, definitely not, Aryan and Kinsey immediately assured. Now that there were enough people, Irvin instructed Aryan's family to assist in setting up the spirit gathering array. The setup itself wasn't complex, but since the array's focal point was underwater and the pond was deep, its shallowest part was 2 meters, it required someone skilled in swimming. Irvin, Frederick, and Gideon were all good swimmers. With Aryan joining, they formed a perfect team of 4. Aryan rowed out a boat and took Irvin, Frederick, and Gideon onto the pond. Following Irvin's instructions, they retrieved the pre-prepared jade stones. Irvin then pricked his finger, dripped blood on each stone, and directed Frederick, Gideon, and Aryan to place them at the underwater focal points. Whenever there was a placement error, Irvin corrected the position from the boat. After 2 hours, all the jade stones were perfectly placed without a millimeter off. Irvin began chanting. In moments, the sky changed color, and clusters of green mist surged towards the 3-binned pond, creating a spectacular scene. Watching this, Frederick, Gideon, and Aryan were all deeply impressed. This is terrifying. Chapter 187. Not even worthy of being a rival. But an even more astonishing scene was yet to unfold. After Irvin activated the formation, the vegetation along the shores surrounding the Sheng.1-252.I waters became lush and vibrant. Remarkably, despite the scorching sun overhead, the entire area around Sheng.1-252.I had pleasant weather, making people feel cool instead of hot. Mission accomplished. Satisfied that the formation was successfully activated, Irvin ceased his actions and had Aryan row the boat to shore. Along the way, Aryan could barely contain his excitement. Earlier, he thought that this medicine Saint-Yi merely had divine medical skills. Carlo didn't expect that Irvin could also make accurate predictions and deploy feng shui formations. Carlo had indeed been extremely lucky to connect with such an extraordinary person. Just as he was basking in his good fortune, Irvin suddenly turned and warned him, Boss Ronald. Aryan was startled and quickly said, Medicine Saint-Yi, you flatter me too much. The Sheng.1-252.I is already transferred to you, so you are the boss now, and I am just an employee. Please call me Old Ronald in the future. Pleased by his awareness, Irvin replied, Very well. From now on, I'll call you Old Ronald. Also, don't call me Medicine Saint-Yi anymore. Just call me Brother Yi. Aryan felt honored but responded, How can I do that? What's wrong with it? Since you're working under me now, we are family. Family doesn't need formalities, Irvin explained. Seeing this, Aryan did not insist further. Oh right, old Ronald, there's something I need to entrust to you. Irvin suddenly turned serious. Sure, brother Yi. What is it? I noticed earlier that the environment at the Sheng.1-252.I fishing grounds isn't ideal. Many spots haven't been developed, and even the roads aren't properly paved. Contact some reputable and qualified construction teams as soon as possible. No problem, Aryan agreed. Also, when I'm not at Sheng.1-252.I, Bradford Fader will be in charge here. If any issues arise, you can go to him. Irvin pointed to Bradford Fader. Aryan glanced at Bradford Fader and nodded. Understood, brother Yi. After assigning the task, Irvin instructed Aryan to attend to his duties while turning to Bradford Fader, Ronald Sten carefully. From now on, Sheng.1-252.I is your responsibility, but management should be handled by old Ronald. Don't interfere. Bradford Fader immediately looked displeased. Son-in-law, if you arrange it like this, won't I have nothing to do? What's the point of giving me control over Sheng.1-252.I? Before Irvin could reply, Bradford Chan interrupted irritably. Dad, let's be honest. You don't understand these things. Even if you manage the fishing ground, could you really handle it? Bradford Fader fell silent. Indeed, with his laid-back nature, he was unsuitable for management. Besides, Dad, don't you love fishing? Now you can fish as much as you want from this pond. How free would that be? Bradford Chan added. At this, Bradford Fader perked up. Right. I'll fish every day, however much I want. That sounds very freeing. Seeing how easily convinced he was, Irvin and Bradford Chan exchanged amused glances. Everything arranged, Irvin felt relieved. At this moment, a phone call came through. Irvin checked his phone. It was Ronaldla. Carlallo, Ronaldla. What's up? Irvin answered with a smile. Irvin, how did it go? Ronaldla asked. With me handling it, how could anything go wrong? Irvin teased. To tell you the truth, Sheng.1-252.I fishing ground is officially mine now. Really? Of course, if you don't believe me, asked Ru. Irvin held the phone toward Bradford Chan. Excitedly, Bradford Chan confirmed, Sis, what brother-in-law says is true. Sheng.1-252.I belongs to him now. That's great. Ronaldla's voice carried a hint of amusement. By the way, when will you all be back? Irvin checked the time. Already past 5 in the afternoon. Carlo was about to say they'd return soon when another call came in. Checking the caller, it was Queenie. Queenie calling at this hour must mean urgent matters. Ronaldla, I've got another call. I'll hang up now. Irvin said. Okay, Ronaldla replied. Irvin hung up, answered the new call, and moved away from Bradford Chan and Bradford Fader. Carlo joked. Inspector Fong, what's up? Missing me? A cold male voice replied. Are you Irvin? Irvin was taken aback. Why did Queenie's phone belong to a man? Alert, he asked. Yes, this is Irvin. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. But Irvin, I warn you, stay away from Queenie, or you'll regret it. The man's voice was filled with threats. Irvin frowned. His mood soured instantly. Carlo then performed Tian calculation and quickly determined the outcome. It turned out this man was also from the Patrol Carlovan department, Queenie's direct superior named Carver. Carlo had been pursuing Queenie using his position, but she despised him. And now, Queenie's phone was in Carver's possession, undoubtedly obtained improperly. If I'm not mistaken, you're Carver, right? Irvin coldly remarked. How did you know my name? Carver asked, surprised. Queenie told me, of course. Irvin huffed. She often mentions how much she dislikes her superior Carver. Due to their positions, she can't outright refuse him. Ronald stood up. Carver, stay away from Queenie, or you'll regret it. Carlo repeated Carver's words back at him. What did you say? Carver roared. Irvin, are you tired of living? Do you think I can't send you to hell with just one word? Carver, do you think I can't do the same to you? You. Carver nearly exploded with anger. Irvin, dare to fight me? Rest assured, I'll go easy on you. I'm not wasting my time on you. Irvin hung up. Carver wasn't even worthy of being a rival. Why should he bother fighting him? It would be too lowly otherwise. The best way to deal with someone so self-important was simple. Ignore him completely. Chapter 188. Who the Carlyle are you? Putting his phone away, Irvin returned to Isabella and her father. Isabella asked curiously, brother-in-law, who was on the phone just now? Irvin smiled ambiguously. A lunatic I don't even know. Really? Isabella seemed somewhat unconvinced, staring at him intently without blinking. Irvin felt uneasy under her gaze and tried to change the subject, feeling a bit guilty. Well, it's getting late. Should we head home? Otherwise, your sister will be waiting anxiously. Seeing this, Isabella had no choice but to agree. Subsequently, Irvin instructed Frederick to drive them, himself, Isabella, and Elroy, back home. Soon, Frederick arrived with the car. The three of them got in and left Sheng.1-252.I, heading towards the rented apartment where Ronaldo lived. However, halfway through their journey, several police cars blocked their way. Frederick frowned. Boss Chuan, what do we do with the police blocking our path? Irvin sighed helplessly. We'll have to take a detour. There's no other choice. Frederick prepared to back up. But at that moment, a few policemen holding pistols shouted loudly for them to stop immediately. Boss Chuan, what should we do now? Frederick asked for instructions. What else can we do? We'll have to stop, Irvin said. Helpless though he was. Although confident, he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge state authorities. Shortly after, the four of them got out of the car. Soon, armed policemen approached to interrogate them. Who is Irvin? A square-faced policeman barked. All four of them were taken aback, especially Irvin, who was puzzled. They're here for me? But how did they know I'd be here? With this doubt lingering, Irvin responded, I'm Irvin. The square-faced policeman nodded. Good. Now come with us immediately. Irvin frowned. Officer, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here? What misunderstanding? We received orders from superiors to intercept you at all checkpoints. Now that we've successfully stopped you, you'd better come with us right away or face lethal force. As he spoke, the policeman pointed his gun at Irvin. Irvin furrowed his brows and immediately used the Tian technique to figure things out. Carlo soon realized that these policemen were actually under the orders of Carver, whom Nan had contacted earlier. These policemen managed to intercept him on this road because Carver had tracked his phone by calling him. In other words, wherever his phone was, he was there too. I understand now. So, you're acting on Carver's orders to intercept me deliberately, Irvin said sternly. The policemen exchanged uneasy glances. They hadn't exposed themselves, so how did he know they were following Carver's orders? What Carver's orders? I don't understand a word. Ronaldston, carefully, follow us right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The square-faced policeman commanded harshly. Irvin was speechless. This truly was a case of logic lost on unreasonable men. Carlo immediately agreed. All right, you want me to go with you? Let's go then. You finally see reason. Get in the car, the square-faced policeman said, pointing to the police vehicle. Irvin obediently walked towards the police car. Sister-in-law? Isabella panicked. Irvin turned around and smiled slightly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. You guys go back first, and I'll contact you later. Then, he got into the police car directly. Two policemen flanked him on either side as they sat down, clearly intending to prevent any escape attempt. Little did they know, their capabilities were nowhere near enough to restrain Irvin. If he wished, he could easily end their lives. Soon, the police car started moving and sped off. Watching the car disappear, Isabella and her father were at a loss. Frederick reassured them, relax, since Boss Chuan has the guts to go, he must have a plan to turn danger into safety. Coloring this, Isabella and her father felt a little more relieved. Meanwhile, in the police car, Irvin looked at the square-faced policeman sitting in the passenger seat and remarked, Sir Policeman, aren't you losing your integrity? Carver is just someone from the patrolling department, while you belong to the police system. Why obey his orders? The square-faced policeman gave him a disdainful look. Shut up. Irvin didn't back down. Am I wrong? The square-faced policeman snorted. Irvin, to tell you the truth, Carver is my sworn brother. Since he asked me to intercept you, I naturally won't refuse. Carlo asks you to intercept me, and you do it? Do you know who I am? Who the hell are you? Even if you were the son of Karlovan, I would still intercept you. The square-faced policeman grew impatient, threatening. Ronald, stand up. Behave yourself. If you keep jabbering, don't blame me for not being polite. Feeling there was no common ground, Irvin decided not to waste any more words and simply closed his eyes to rest. The police car continued driving. After an indeterminate amount of time, it stopped at a police station. Irvin was led to the back courtyard of the station. There, Irvin noticed a group of people. Each person exuded an unusual aura of martial prowess, especially the leader wearing sunglasses, whose sharp gaze made him seem formidable. The square-faced policeman brought Irvin to the sunglasses-wearing man. Ronald Brother Wu. Here he is. Ronald Brother Wu? Irvin sensed something familiar. Could this sunglasses man be Carver? Immediately, he activated his Karlovinli technique to identify the man. Subject, Carver. Status, normal. Cultivation, 4th tier body tempering. Combat power, 45. Damn, it really is him, Carver. Irvin's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Carver nodded at the square-faced policeman. Thank you, brother. The square-faced policeman waved his hand indifferently. Following this, the square-faced policeman and his subordinates temporarily withdrew. Now only Irvin and Carver remained on the scene. The two stared at each other, both trying to assess the other's depth. You're Irvin? Carver sized Irvin up. You're Carver? Irvin countered with a question. Behave yourself. Carver roared. Now that you're in my hands, I can do whatever I want with you. If you dare to act as arrogantly as before, I'll skin you alive. Do whatever you want with me? Irvin laughed derisively. You think you can control me? Are you sure you have the capability? Carver narrowed his eyes and sneered. Irvin, facing death, you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you believe I can't execute you on the spot? Ha ha ha. Irvin burst into laughter. A mere 4th tier body tempering individual dares to challenge me. Who is at the 6th tier body tempering level? Hashtag chapter 189. You want to kill me with laughter? Executing me on the spot? Irvin burst into laughter. Carver, you're not much of a force, but your mouth is certainly big. If you want to pick a fight, just say so, and I'll give you a free treatment. Carver's face darkened. You sure have a sharp tongue, Irvin. But now that you've fallen into my hands, you still dare to be so arrogant? Not bad. Irvin retorted sarcastically. Fallen into your hands? Are you sure about that? As he spoke, he drew a deep breath, and his entire aura became wildly intense. What? This is clearly the strength of someone at the 5th level of body tempering realm. Carver was dumbfounded. Carlo was only at the 4th level of body tempering realm. How could he possibly be a match? However, thinking that he had numerical superiority on his side, he quickly regained his composure. It did no good. Irvin saw through his thoughts and smiled slightly. Sorry, but I'm already at the 7th level of body tempering realm. Surprised? Shocked? What? Carver felt a sharp pain in his heart. Carlo never imagined that Irvin, who didn't seem remarkable, was actually at the 7th level of body tempering realm. 7th level of body tempering realm. Even if he combined the strength of all his subordinates and everyone in the local police station, they might not be able to defeat Irvin. In an instant, Carver regretted his decision, cursing himself for being stupid enough to challenge his rival without knowing the full extent of his capabilities. One of his subordinates whispered behind him, Commissioner Wu, this guy is too strong. We can't move against him. What do we do? Carver's eyes shifted as he gritted his teeth. Hard power won't work. Let's try soft tactics. I am a commissioner from the Karlovinli Patrol Department stationed in Dexterjo. Does he really think he can lay a finger on me? The subordinate nodded in admiration. Commissioner Wu is wise. Feeling reassured, Carver immediately said to Irvin, Humph, Irvin, you're unexpectedly at the 7th level of body tempering realm, which surprises me. But our department is filled with talents and strong individuals. To me, someone like you means nothing. If you dare touch even a hair on my head today, it will be considered an act of war against the Karlovinli Patrol Department. Think carefully about what you're doing. Irvin's expression turned grave. As the saying goes, the common people should not fight with the officials. Carlo was an ordinary citizen and couldn't stand up against such a massive state apparatus as the Karlovinli Patrol Department. However, conceding right away was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do. So he calmly replied, Commissioner Wu, you mean to say that laying a finger on you means going against your department? Aren't you overestimating yourself? You're just a small-time commissioner at the 4th level of body tempering realm, yet you talk so boldly. If I were you, I'd bash my head against tofu and be done with it. You. Carver was infuriated by Irvin's remarks, turning pale with anger, yet unable to lash out. Realizing that verbal sparring was not his forte, Carver's mind raced again, forming a new idea. Irvin, I ask you this, you already have Candace from the Ronaldo family, Zhou Shuer from the Zhou family, and a female postgraduate student named Ronaldla. It's rumored that you also have some shady relationship with Ida, the queen of the Dexter Zhou underworld. Why are you still entangled with Queenie? Irvin laughed, not bothering to explain further, and smirked mischievously. What can I do? Blame it on my good looks and charm. Is that my fault? Carver almost spat blood in rage. Furious, Ronald, stand up. How you tangle with other women isn't my business, but Queenie belongs to me. Stay away from her, got it? Haha, pull the other one. Queenie belongs to you? Irvin sneered. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. You are utterly without dignity. Hmph, Irvin. You already have so many women, and now you're fighting me over Queenie. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Karlovin's wrath? Oh, I'm so scared. Irvin mocked. But let me tell you, Commissioner Wu, matters of love and relationships require mutual affection. You haven't even managed to court Queenie, and yet you claim she belongs to you. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? You. Carver was momentarily speechless under Irvin's counterattack, but he quickly rebounded. Irvin, just wait. I'll inform Queenie about all your philandering. Let's see if she still wants anything to do with you then. Haha, Commissioner Wu, you know Queenie's character. If you go tattling on me, it will only make you look like a troublemaker. Do you really believe otherwise? Irvin grinned, unafraid. Carver hesitated. Well, frankly speaking, he understood Queenie's strong sense of justice. If he did this, he would be seen as a villain in her eyes, leaving no chance for any future possibilities. Irvin, you win. Carver gritted his teeth. But don't get cocky. I swear I won't stop until I win Queenie's heart. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he intended to leave with his subordinates. Wait. Irvin stopped him. Speak your mind, or spit it out. Carver coldly ordered. Irvin sneered. Carver, listen up. Queenie is destined to be my wife. I advise you not to waste your time on her. You won't succeed, understand? Bullshit. Who says Queenie is destined to be your wife? You're just inflating your own ego. Carver sneered. Believe it or not, Irvin said nonchalantly. I don't believe any of it. Carver cursed. Anyway, I'll use every possible means to win Queenie's heart. From now on, you are my rival. I will compete against you with all my might. Compete against me? Irvin laughed incredulously. You? So what? Are you feeling pressured? Carver asked proudly. Pressure? Me feeling pressure? Irvin laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. You're trying to kill me with laughter to get rid of your competitor? You. Fine. Since you see me as a competitor, then let me test you. If you pass, you'll prove that you have the right to compete with me. Otherwise, don't bother me. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry could come and compete fairly, I'd be driven mad. Got it? Test? What kind of test? Carver was taken aback. Just now, I calculated that in 5 minutes, Queenie will arrive here. Are you kidding? 5 minutes from now, Queenie will arrive here? You think you're a deity who can predict things so accurately? Carver couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry about that part, Irvin waved his hand dismissively. If you have the guts, kneel before Queenie in broad daylight and declare your love. If you do, you've got the courage and the right to compete. How about it? Dare you take the test? This? Carver frowned, quite hesitant. Seeing this, Irvin couldn't help but laugh inside. From the moment he met Carver, he knew he was a man who cared too much about his image. Moreover, Carver was Queenie's superior. How could he lower himself to kneeling before Queenie in front of all these subordinates? If this news spread, he would be laughed at endlessly. Humph, why shouldn't I dare? Carver forced a tough front. Queenie wouldn't know about his sudden confrontation with Irvin today, so he was certain she wouldn't show up in 5 minutes. Naturally, Irvin's supposed test would be invalid. Fine, let's wait here quietly for 5 minutes, Irvin smiled warmly. Alright, let's see if Queenie really shows up in 5 minutes. Carver declared loudly. Chapter 190, compete with me again? Seeing Carver agree, Irvin smiled slightly and stopped talking. Both sides waited in silence. Time ticked by slowly. Soon, 3 minutes passed. Carver, growing impatient, sneered, Irvin, it's almost 5 minutes and Queenie still hasn't shown up. Didn't you just make that up to amuse me? Haha. His laughter was soon joined by his subordinates behind him. Facing this mockery, Irvin remained calm and said mildly, it's only been 3 minutes, far from 5. What's the rush? So be it. I have nothing else to do today anyway, so I'll wait a few more minutes with you. Carver folded his arms. Irvin glanced at him, choosing not to respond. Another 2 minutes quickly passed. Seeing Queenie still hadn't arrived, Carver huffed, Irvin, didn't you say Queenie would be here 5 minutes later? Why isn't she here yet? Irvin looked at him with an expression of incredulity. Come on, Special Envoy Wu. I said 5 minutes later, not at the exact 5-minute mark. Isn't 6 minutes, or even 10 minutes after 5 minutes? You, Carloe, your intelligence really worries me. I wonder how the patrol department even appointed you as a special envoy. Aren't you just causing trouble? Irvin mocked. You, what about me? Am I wrong? With your level of intelligence, you think you can compete with me? Better give up on that idea. Irvin cast him a sideways glance. Carver was nearly fuming with anger. His opponent's words were too convincing, making it impossible for him to counter. At that moment, a woman's voice came, "Oh, Irvin, what are you doing here? And why are you with Brother Wu?" Carver froze. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't believe Irvin's words had come true. Indeed, the woman speaking was none other than Queenie, whom he had long admired. Queenie was dressed casually today, wearing a blouse and jeans, looking neat and spirited. Irvin turned around, smiling at the surprised Queenie. "Inspector Queenie, did you know this special envoy Wu is actually your subordinate? Carlo heard we're close, so he invited me here for tea, asking me to be a witness." "A witness? To what?" Queenie asked, puzzled. Irvin deliberately played coy, turning to Carver. "Special envoy Wu said he wanted to do something big in front of me and have me as a witness. It's time to put you to the test, Special Envoy." Carlo laughed sardonically. Carver gritted his teeth, seething but unable to retaliate. But what troubled him more was that Irvin had mentioned testing, clearly hinting that he should kneel and declare his love for Queenie right away. However, in front of so many subordinates, he simply couldn't bring himself to kneel. The scene grew awkward and the atmosphere tense. "Special Envoy Wu, I've given you your chance. Why haven't you moved yet?" Irvin taunted again. Carver, filled with hatred, ignored him and instead flirted with Queenie. "Sister Queenie, aren't you supposed to be at the base? Why are you at the police station?" Queenie replied, "Brother Wu, I'm chasing a case and heard there might be clues here." Carver understood now but also wondered, this Irvin is really something. Could he be some kind of seer? Carlo re-examined Irvin carefully but found nothing extraordinary. "Brother Wu, I have important matters to attend to at the police station. I'll catch up with you later." Queenie then looked at Irvin. "Irvin, you came just in time. Come inside with me." "Sure thing, go ahead. I'll follow shortly," Irvin agreed easily. "Make sure you're quick. This case needs your help to solve," Queenie added before hurrying off. Irvin watched her leave, then turned back to Carver with a mocking look. "Special Envoy Wu, I gave you a chance. It's a shame you didn't seize it. Looks like you're not qualified to compete with me." Carver was furious, wanting to grind his teeth to pieces. Finally, clenching his fists, he shouted, "Irvin, stop your nonsense. I'm going to kneel and profess my love to Queenie right now. Go ahead, good luck." Irvin grinned mischievously, completely unworried. "Humph." Carver grunted heavily and ordered his subordinates, "You all stay here." Duh, why would they need to follow? To watch him kneel and profess his love? How embarrassing. If he failed, wouldn't that be incredibly humiliating? The subordinates understood immediately and chorused, "Yes, sir." Only then did Carver scurry off towards Queenie alone. Irvin shook his head and followed closely. Shortly, Carver reached an office door where Queenie was negotiating with a household registration officer. "Comrade, I am Inspector Queenie from the Sky Patrol Department stationed in Dexterjo. Carlor is my ID. Could you please check if there's anyone named Mac in the household registration system?" "Sure." The officer nodded and immediately opened the household registration system on the computer to start the search. But soon, he shook his head. "Sorry, Inspector Fong, there's no such person found." Queenie's face fell with disappointment, but still thanked him before stepping out. Just as she reached the door, she ran into Carver and couldn't help but ask, "Senior Wu, why are you here too?" Carver's face turned red with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Considering his position as a Sky Patrol Department Special Envoy, it was extremely difficult for him to kneel down and propose to a woman in front of everyone. At this moment, footsteps came from behind. Carlo turned around only to find Irvin following closely, looking at him with leisurely curiosity. "Damn it, regardless, for Queenie, I'll do whatever it takes." Carver gritted his teeth, preparing to kneel down and propose to Queenie. However, just then, Queenie's phone rang. "Excuse me, Senior Wu, I need to take this call." Queenie took her phone and moved aside. "Sure too. What's up?" "What? We have a lead? Great. I'll be right there." After hanging up, she glanced at Carver. "Senior Wu, I have something urgent to attend to. Let's catch up later." With that, she hurried away. As she passed by Irvin, she grabbed his hand without hesitation. "Irvin, come with me." Irvin didn't resist at all, smiling. "All right, you go ahead. I'll be there shortly." "Okay." Queenie didn't give it much thought and left first. Carver stood there gloomily, yet he couldn't vent his frustration. Irvin walked up to him, smiling. "Special Envoy Wu, I've given you 2 chances already, but unfortunately, you didn't seize them." "Irvin, don't gloat. If it weren't for Queenie's call just now, I would have knelt down and proposed. Now you're making excuses? Cowardice is cowardice. You can't compete with me like this. Give it up." Irvin snorted and turned to leave. Watching his retreating back, Carver clenched his teeth. "Irvin, wait and see. I won't give up." "Sure." The officer nodded and started searching on the computer. But soon, he shook his head. "Sorry, Inspector Queenie, there's no such person." Queenie's face fell in disappointment, but she thanked him and stepped out. Just as she reached the door, she encountered Carver and couldn't help asking, "Brother Wu, why are you here?" Carver's face turned red, unsure of what to do. Considering his position as a Sky Patrol Special Envoy, respected by many commoners, kneeling to propose love was truly difficult. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Carlo turned and saw Irvin following, watching him calmly. "Damn it, for Queenie, I'll risk everything." Carver gritted his teeth, preparing to kneel. But then, Queenie's phone rang. "Excuse me, Brother Wu, I have to take this call." Queenie took her phone and walked aside. "Yale, what's happening?" "What? There are clues?" "Great, I'm coming right over." She hung up and glanced at Carver. "Brother Wu, I have urgent business. See you later." Then she rushed off. Passing by Irvin, she grabbed his hand without hesitation. "Irvin, come with me." Irvin didn't resist, smiling. "All right, go ahead. I'll be there soon." "Okay." Queenie left without further thought. Carver stood there glumly, unable to vent his frustration. Irvin walked up to him laughing. Special Envoy Wu. I gave you 2 chances, but you missed both. Irvin, don't gloat. If Queenie's call hadn't interrupted, I would have knelt and professed my love. What use is saying that now? Cowardice is cowardice. Stop making excuses. You want to compete with me? Forget it. Irvin scoffed and walked away. Watching him leave, Carver gnashed his teeth. Irvin, you better watch out. I won't give up. Chapter 191. Spiritual Beasts. Before long, Irvin had shaken off Carver and caught up with Queenie. Seeing him approach, Queenie was delighted and said, Carlo-y Irvin, how did you get to know Senior Wu? Irvin teased, isn't it because of you? Because of me? Queenie was taken aback. How could that be possible? Irvin smiled. Don't believe me? Queenie huffed. I don't believe you at all. Seeing no way out, Irvin explained the matter briefly. To his surprise, Queenie not only didn't believe him but also replied in an unpleasant tone. You've got to be kidding. How could Senior Wu have a crush on me? And come all the way to Dexterjo to threaten you? Irvin was speechless. This woman wasn't stupid, but when it came to matters of love, she was clueless, completely failing to see Carver's true intentions. But thinking about it another way, he found it somewhat amusing. At least, the coward Carver had no chance. If he put in some effort, he would surely be able to win her over first. Carlo, I knew you wouldn't be convinced, Irvin smiled, feigning defeat. Queenie suddenly became proud. Of course. Who do you think you're dealing with? Your little tricks can't fool me. Not arguing with her, Irvin changed the subject. By the way, I heard you asking the police about Mac. What exactly are you looking for him for? Coloring this question, Queenie's expression suddenly turned serious. She responded with a question. Have you ever heard of spiritual beasts? Spiritual beasts? Irvin was slightly taken aback but nodded. Yes, I have. But what does this Mac have to do with them? According to the memories passed down to him, spiritual beasts were animals that possessed a form of intelligence, higher than ordinary animals, yet far below those of divine or immortal beasts. Mac is a beast tamer who understands animal language. We need to find him because recently, some young spiritual beasts have escaped from the Yin ruins, causing chaos and threatening people's lives and property. Even here in our area of Dexterjo, a young spiritual beast has appeared. Queenie continued. At present, our Sky Patrol team has confined one of these young spiritual beasts in a cave. We urgently need a beast tamer to help us persuade the creature to surrender, but unfortunately, this tamer named Mac appears to be using a false name. Despite my searches through various records, I haven't found any clues. After hearing this, Irvin understood and replied, Isn't persuading the young spiritual beast simple? Why bother finding a tamer? I understand animal language. You understand animal language? Queenie was dumbfounded. Irvin proudly grinned. Honestly, not only do I understand animal language, but I also know bird language. Carlo wasn't lying. The knowledge left by Xiangyao Medical Immortal included various forms of animal and bird languages. Queenie sized him up seriously and couldn't help but laugh. Irvin, stop kidding. I know you're very capable, especially in medical skills, but saying you understand animal and bird language sounds like nonsense to me. Tell me, Queenie, do I look like I'm kidding? Irvin asked earnestly. Well then, prove it. Queenie gritted her teeth. To prove it, huh? Alright, no problem. Irvin snapped his fingers, looked around, and spotted a sparrow perched on a nearby tree branch. Carlo immediately began mimicking its chirps. Strangely enough, upon hearing his calls, the sparrow flew towards him excitedly and finally settled comfortably on his shoulder. Queenie stared with wide, watery eyes, her cherry lips forming an O. A few seconds ago, she didn't believe Irvin understood animal or bird language. But now, seeing him call the sparrow down with such accuracy, she couldn't help but be convinced. Miss Inspector Fong, please stop staring at me like that. What if you fall in love with me? Irvin joked. Queenie's cheeks flushed slightly, but her gaze remained fixed on Irvin. Irvin, you really understand these things? If I didn't, how could I have called the sparrow down? Irvin shrugged. Try it yourself if you can. Realizing she couldn't replicate what he did, Queenie felt a rush of amazement. Oh my god. Irvin, you actually know animal language. You truly are talented. Who knows how many other hidden talents you possess? Honestly, there's a lot more that I can do, Irvin grinned broadly. Oh, really? Queenie asked, somewhat delighted. Sorry, I never noticed before. Irvin laughed generously. It's not your fault. Who would guess that a man as handsome as me would be so talented? Many thought I was just an idol, but in fact, I'm a low-key powerhouse. Seeing him boasting, Queenie retorted. Stop kidding. An idol? I find it nauseating. Irvin smirked. Isn't that the truth? Queenie rolled her eyes but then asked earnestly, Irvin, tell me, when did you learn bird language? I've checked your files and history, and there's nothing indicating you know animal or bird language. Looking at her probing eyes, Irvin knew she was suspicious, but he didn't mind her fear. Blocking her with words, he replied, Please, Miss Inspector Fong, those files and history were deliberately incomplete when I filled them out. Naturally, they won't reflect everything. Thinking about it, Queenie found it reasonable, but soon, she became puzzled again. Strange, someone as talented as you. Why was your life so difficult up until now? Irvin hesitated but quickly thought of a response, intentionally sighing. There's no choice. Keeping promises, you see. Keeping promises? What kind of promise? Queenie probed. Irvin explained, actually, all my knowledge comes from a master. However, he instructed me not to use his teachings until after his passing. Therefore, my early life was quite tough. But not long ago, my master passed away, and thus? Upon hearing this, Queenie realized something and even felt some admiration. I didn't expect you, Irvin, to be such a man of your word. Seeing he had successfully fooled her, Irvin secretly relaxed and bravely declared, As a fine youth raised under the red flag, integrity is my most basic moral bottom line. Queenie glanced at him with reverence and then smiled. Alright, Irvin, since you're so skilled, please come with me. After persuading the young spiritual beast, I'll request recognition for you. Carlo, besides getting recognized, what other benefits will I receive? Irvin asked with a smile. Chapter 192, I won't resist. Seeing Irvin open his mouth to ask for favors, Queenie glared at him with irritation. What? You ask me for favors just because I asked you to come along? Irvin ignored her glare and laughed. Who would do anything for you without a proper favor? Himph, is an acknowledgement of your effort not a reward? Queenie gave him another scathing look. I'm not from your Sky Patrol division. I don't care about credit. Irvin said sternly. You. Queenie felt helpless and had to give in. Alright, then what do you want? Just as Irvin was about to speak, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Carlo turned around to see Carver catching up. His mind racing, he quickly said, my request isn't too high. Just one thing, a hug, okay? Don't worry, it's innocent. Innocent my foot. Clearly, he wants to take advantage of me. Queenie immediately guessed his nefarious intentions, and was about to refuse when Irvin changed his tune upon noticing her reaction. If you don't want a hug, how about holding hands? Rome wasn't built in a day. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time and proceed step by step. Irvin, you don't go too far. Queenie's face darkened. Irvin didn't pay attention to her expression and chuckled. Miss Inspector Fong, am I being unreasonable? No, not at all. If you think I'm unreasonable, we can forget this matter altogether. Irvin, you? Queenie's pretty face was red with anger, but she realized that merely holding hands wouldn't cost her much. She gritted her teeth and said, only holding hands once. Seeing her finally agree, Irvin was overjoyed. Carlo extended his hand and gently held Queenie's delicate hand. Indeed, despite her martial arts practice, her hands were smooth and tender, obviously well maintained. Carlo, long enough? Still not letting go? Wu Senior brother is here. Queenie noticed Carver catching up and grew anxious. Unexpectedly, Irvin intentionally did not let go to annoy Carver. What's the rush? Not done yet. Irvin grinned. Let go. Queenie struggled anxiously, but Irvin refused. Moreover, Queenie was only at the second tier body tempering stage while Irvin was at the 7th tier, making their power gap significant. After much struggling, Queenie couldn't succeed. At this moment, Carver caught up and, seeing this scene, exploded with anger. Irvin, you bastard. Release Queenie. Why should it be any of your business if I hold my girlfriend's hand? Irvin leisurely looked at Carver. Girlfriend? Queenie was taken aback. When did she become his girlfriend? Irvin signaled her not to speak. Sensing something odd in his gaze, Queenie obediently stayed silent, watching events unfold. Then Carver rushed forward, shouting, Irvin, this is my last warning. Release Queenie now. She is my designated woman. If you don't release her, I will fight you even if I'm not your match. What? Queenie was utterly shocked. She never imagined that her respected senior, even her superior, would harbor such feelings for her and openly claim her as his designated woman. Even though she remained calm usually, she couldn't help feeling irritated. I am not merchandise. Why do you say I am your designated woman? If this spreads within the Sky Patrol division, how can I continue living with dignity? Fight? Are you worthy? Besides, why should Queenie belong to you? Where is your shame? Irvin sneered. Carver realized his blunder, growing both angry and ashamed as he lunged towards Irvin wildly. Not fit for the task. Irvin smirked and met his punch head on. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Carver's fist shattered, causing him to wail in pain. Seeing this, Irvin taunted again. Look at you. With such weak combat skills, how dare you challenge me? If not for your connection to Queenie, I would have smashed your fist completely today. Carver's face was livid, but he couldn't retaliate. Being a seasoned Sky Patrol envoy, he knew better than to foolishly persist against an unbeatable opponent. Irvin, today's humiliation I'll remember. One day, I will repay you tenfold. With that, Carver, still gripping his wounded hand, stormed off. Watching him leave, Irvin sneered silently, released Queenie's hand, and apologized apologetically. Inspector Fong, I held your hand just to provoke Carver into exposing himself. If this displeased you, I apologize. If you need to vent your anger, feel free. I won't resist, hee. You. Queenie stomped her feet, embarrassed and furious. Considering her temper, she would have taught Irvin a harsh lesson after being put in such a position. But thinking about needing his cooperation, she hesitated. You get your way and still complain. Fine, I won't dwell on it, but it mustn't happen again. Queenie sighed. Don't worry, it won't happen again. It won't, Irvin smiled. Satisfied, Queenie let it go. They continued their journey and soon reached a van. They got in, and Queenie drove them to the base of a mountain, where many vehicles with Sun plates, exclusive to the Sky Patrol division, were parked. Get out, then follow me up the mountain, Queenie ordered, getting out herself. Okay. Irvin followed. They proceeded up the mountain path. About 10 minutes later, they reached a spot on the mountainside where many people, all under Queenie's command, stood blocking the entrance to a cave from which occasional beast roars emerged. Seeing Queenie and Irvin, the officers cheered and greeted them. Boss, you're finally here. Did you find the beast tamer? Queenie shook her head. No tamer found, but Irvin understands beast language, so I brought him. All subordinates were stunned. They knew Irvin was skilled in medicine, but never expected him to understand beast language. Enough talk, Queenie looked at Irvin. Irvin, handling the spirit beast inside is your job. Remember, if you don't know beast language, you'll regret it. Irvin nodded. Got it. As Queenie and Irvin moved closer to the entrance, ready to handle the beast inside, the scene grew more intense, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. Chapter 193, The Spirit Tiger Cub. Seeing Queenie's fierce expression, Irvin smiled calmly. Don't worry. I assure you that I will persuade the spirit beast inside to come out peacefully. Queenie sighed in relief but still reminded him. All right, be very careful when you go in. Although it's just a cub, this spirit beast is temperamental and extremely fierce. Don't get hurt. Understood. Irvin smiled and then strode toward the cave entrance confidently. After a short while, he reached the cave entrance. However, he did not enter immediately, but cautiously activated his Sheng.1-252.I to observe the spirit beast. Soon, what appeared was a tiny, white kitten about the size of a fist, sitting in the corner of the cave, snarling aggressively at the entrance and roaring loudly. Target: Spirit Tiger Cub. Condition: Normal. Combat power: 65. Irvin was utterly baffled upon seeing this. Damn, this adorable-looking kitty is actually a spirit tiger cub? But realizing that tigers belong to the cat family and naturally resemble cats, he wasn't too surprised. Feeling that this spirit tiger cub didn't pose much threat, Irvin stepped into the cave entrance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, the little spirit tiger cub let out a violent roar with overwhelming energy. Holy crap, what a ferocious spirit tiger cub. Irvin jumped. But remembering its combat power was only 65, he relaxed. Carlo began communicating with the cub in beast tongue. No need to be nervous. I mean no harm. The little spirit tiger cub paused, clearly not expecting this human to understand beast tongue. However, perhaps due to its young age and limited vocabulary, the spirit tiger cub could only respond simply, human, out, out. Irvin hurriedly responded, you, me, friends, friends. The spirit tiger cub looked bewildered, then growled louder, out, out. Irvin frowned but decided, all right, I'll leave. I'm leaving. Carlo then backed out of the cave. Queenie and others waiting outside rushed over immediately. Irvin, where's the spirit beast? Didn't it come out with you? Queenie asked impatiently. Irvin explained, it's extremely wary of humans. I tried communicating with it, but it told me to leave. You communicated? Are you sure you know beast tongue? You weren't just spouting gibberish, scaring the spirit beast with your nonsense? Queenie said doubtfully. Irvin rolled his eyes. Inspector Fong, am I really as inept as you think? Queenie retorted, who knows? Too tired to argue, Irvin asked, do you have any food? What for? Are you hungry? Queenie asked. No, it's the spirit beast that's hungry. I plan on giving it some food to fill its stomach. Before Irvin finished, Queenie firmly refused. No way. This spirit beast is already weakened from hunger, which allows us to trap it in this cave. If you feed it, it will recover fully and continue fighting against us. Inspector Fong, can you please let me finish my sentence? Irvin said helplessly. Queenie furrowed her brow, but eventually nodded. Fine, speak up. Let's hear what you have to say. Irvin continued, I was thinking we could put some medication in the food. Queenie's eyes lit up, and she smacked her thigh. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Irvin chuckled. No time to waste. Get some food so I can mix in the medicine. Queenie replied, spirit beasts eat meat. I happen to have some canned meat in my car. I'll send someone to fetch it. She summoned an aide, handed him the car keys, and instructed him to retrieve the canned meat from her trunk. The aide obeyed and left down the mountain. 10 minutes later, the aide returned with all the canned meat. Irvin took 7 or 8 cans, opened them, and poured out the meat chunks. Next, he took out a small porcelain bottle containing obedience pills. To avoid detection, he ground the pills into powder and sprinkled it over the meat chunks, mixing them thoroughly into meatballs. Done. Irvin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Queenie. I'll return to the cave and try to communicate again. If that doesn't work, I'll leave these drugged meatballs behind. But the spirit beast might not eat the meatballs, Queenie doubted. Irvin smiled confidently. When I came out, I noticed how weak and famished it was. It may resist initially, but ultimately, it will eat. Maybe not. Spirit beasts are quite intelligent. They might be wary of eating something left by you, Queenie argued. True, but extreme hunger drives even humans to eat clay, let alone a spirit beast, Irvin pointed out. This, Queenie hesitated. There's no better option right now. We might as well try, Irvin said. Queenie agreed reluctantly. All right, let's give it a shot. With her permission, Irvin took the meatballs and re-entered the cave. The spirit tiger cub, sensing someone entering, sprang up from its crouch and roared fiercely at the entrance. It's me. I've brought you food. Irvin shook the meatballs and placed them on the ground before stepping back out. The spirit tiger cub calmed down and cautiously approached the meatballs, sniffing them and even flicking its cute tongue, but it held back from eating. All this did not escape Irvin's notice, thanks to his active Sheng.1-252.I. Despite being prepared mentally, he joined Queenie and waited patiently. Minutes turned into hours. As dusk fell, Queenie grew increasingly impatient, but Irvin suddenly noticed that the meatballs on the ground were gone. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the spirit tiger cub had taken the meatballs deeper into the cave and was devouring them. Irvin inwardly rejoiced. No matter how smart it is, it still falls for it. After a while, he observed that the previously bright eyes of the spirit tiger cub became dull and lifeless, clear signs of the effects of the obedience pill. Inspector Fong, I think it's ready. I'll check inside first, Irvin said. Be careful, Queenie warned. Sure. Entering the cave, Irvin found that the spirit tiger cub no longer roared at him. Delighted, he quickly approached the cub and spoke in beast tongue, Sheng.1-252.I. It's time to recognize your master. Chapter 194, The Beast King of Southern Ridge. Unfortunately, what surprised Irvin was that the spiritual tiger cub seemed rather indifferent to his words. But immediately, he slapped his forehead. I'm really muddled. This cub is just like a 1-year-old human infant. It knows very few words. Plus, it's probably separated from its clan. I said too much beast language at once. It might not understand. Immediately, he changed his mind and deliberately spoke slowly. Me, your master, master. After several attempts, the spiritual tiger cub finally understood. Its eyes, which had been vacant, immediately became clear. Then, it started jumping around Irvin, showing affectionate gestures. Clearly, under the catalytic effect of the obedience pill, it had already acknowledged Irvin as its master. Irvin was overjoyed and then communicated in beast language, Sheng.1-252.I. I'll call you Tiger Cub from now on. What do you think? This time, the spiritual tiger cub understood. And it obviously liked the name tiger cub a lot. It kept nudging Irvin's arm affectionately with its small head and wagging its tail at him incessantly. However, this spiritual tiger cub was too young, and it knew too little of the beast language, making their communication extremely difficult. Carloplus. He had no choice but to pick up this little fellow and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Queenie and her party saw the tamed spirit beast nestled in his arms and were all excited beyond measure, crowding around him. But when the spiritual tiger cub saw so many people, it instantly perked up its ears in alert, eyes flashing with fierce light, and snarled. Seeing this, Queenie and the others were all terrified, none daring to make a move. Indeed, although this spiritual tiger cub was young, its combat power was significant, comparable to a 6th-stage body-tempering human. Would they dare to be rash? Tiger cub, they mean no harm. They are friends, afraid the little one wouldn't understand. Irvin stroked its fur carefully, finally calming it down. Then, Irvin beckoned to Queenie and the others. All right, you can come over. Upon hearing this, Queenie and the others felt quite surprised but still crowded around him. Irvin, you're really incredible. You truly know the beast language. Queenie admired. A mere trifle, Irvin said smugly. Now it's good. With this spirit beast, we can form a team and explore the Isekai ruins after raising it a bit. Queenie exclaimed joyfully. To form a team and go to the Isekai ruins? Irvin was taken aback. Yes. Queenie nodded. I've always had a dream to venture into the Isekai ruins, but they are dangerous. With my current strength, it would be a one-way trip. But with this spirit beast by my side, I feel brave enough to try. Irvin was finally enlightened. At this moment, an incredibly arrogant voice came from the darkness. Damn, if you know what's good for you, hand over that spirit beast immediately, or you'll die. Queenie and the others were startled, immediately going on high alert. Meanwhile, Irvin activated his Sheng.1-252.I. Despite the pitch-dark night, his Sheng.1-252.I functioned like an infrared device, clearly seeing through the darkness. The man had messy hair, was tall and muscular, wrapped in animal skins, looking like a primitive wild man. Around him was a large group of wild beasts, wild dogs, wolves, boars, and even various venomous snakes. Irvin's heart raced, and he focused his gaze again. Subject, Emerson. Status, normal. Cultivation, 9th stage body tempering. Combat power, 98. What kind of person dares to act so arrogantly in front of our skylight department? One of Queenie's subordinates shouted loudly. Beast King of Southern Ridge, Emerson sneered. What's Southern Ridge Beast King? Never heard of him. Queenie's subordinate replied coldly. If even I haven't heard of him, you're wasting your life here. Keeping you alive is useless. After saying this, Emerson blabbered a series of sounds incoherently. In the next second, a venomous snake darted out from the grass straight towards Queenie's subordinate. In the dark, Queenie's subordinate couldn't see clearly. By the time he noticed the snake, it was too late. Ah! Queenie's subordinate screamed in pain, clutching his neck as he fell to the ground. Davian! Queenie was greatly alarmed and hurried forward to check on Davian, who had turned black in the face, hanging onto life by a thread. Don't worry, I'm here. Irvin stepped forward, pressing his hand against Davian's neck, and simultaneously channeled Vitality True Chi from his Dantian. Under the healing power of the Vitality True Chi, the wound on Davian's neck gradually healed, and the poisonous blood inside his body was expelled. After curing Davian, Irvin stood up and pointed at Emerson, shouting, Emerson, you have some guts, daring to kill publicly. If I don't capture you today, I'm not Irvin. So be it. So be it. A little punk like you. How dare you be arrogant in front of me, Emerson? I'll kill you right now. Emerson looked sinister and started barking orders in beast language to the surrounding wild wolves, commanding them to attack. All wolf. On Emerson's order, the pack of wolves surged forward, encircling Irvin, snarling and growling fiercely. These wolves were huge, with menacing eyes, causing fear. Ronald told Punk, did you see the wild wolves I keep? Let me tell you this. As long as I give the command, they will pounce and tear you apart. Are you scared? Emerson roared, his tone filled with overwhelming confidence. Just a bunch of wild wolves? What's there to be afraid of? Irvin sneered. Ronald told Punk, just keep being stubborn. Emerson sneered, while I'm in a good mood, you'd better think about apologizing. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Huh, apologize? Not a chance. Have the guts to send them over now. Your grandpa is waiting. Irvin shouted back. Carlo was at the 7th stage of body tempering. Even if a pack of leopards came, he wouldn't be afraid. Good. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Emerson waved his hand and commanded the wolves, attack. All wolf. With a chorus of howls, the wolves pounced at Irvin ferociously. Irvin wasn't afraid at all. Though the wolf pack was numerous, with his current 7th stage body tempering power, these beasts couldn't pose any real threat. Just as he was about to retaliate, unexpectedly, the spiritual tiger cub in his arms suddenly jumped down and, fearless, faced the wolf pack with a roar. Chapter 195, A Good Bite. The sudden appearance of the spirit tiger cub startled the pack of wolves into scattering in all directions. Seeing this scene, Irvin and Queenie were all taken aback. But soon, Irvin realized that although his cub was still young, it was a spirit beast with considerable combat power, far superior to these ordinary wild beasts. How could they possibly be its match? Aaron wore an expression of disbelief. Carlo never imagined that the wolf pack he had meticulously raised would be so easily intimidated by a single spirit cub. However, if he knew that this spirit beast was a spirit tiger, whose fighting prowess rivaled that of a 6th stage human body tempering martial artist, he probably wouldn't think this way. After a while, he again used beast language to issue commands to the pack, attack. Attack. But it was to no avail. The wolves remained timid, hiding at a distance and not daring to approach. Aaron instantly became furious. As the Beast King of South Ridge who had been commanding beasts for years, when had he ever encountered such a situation? Attack. If you don't obey now, I'll make sure you are all obliterated. Eren roared at the pack. Though the wolves hesitated, seeing their master issue a death order, they reluctantly advanced toward the tiger cub. Unexpectedly, the cub showed no fear. With a roar, it swiftly moved forward, tearing through the pack, biting down on the throats of any wolf in its path. Within moments, more than half the wolf pack lay dead. The remaining wolves, paralyzed by fear, refused to advance further. Meanwhile, the cub stood triumphantly over the fallen wolves. Seeing this, both Irvin and Queenie felt a surge of excitement. Only Eren's face contorted with rage, his temper nearly reaching the breaking point. Seeing his state, Irvin couldn't help but mock him. Eren, your title as Beast King of South Ridge seems rather undeserved. Why don't you give up and scram? F***CK. How dare you say my title is undeserved? Eren snarled. Haha, isn't it? Irvin smirked. You've spent so much effort raising these beasts, yet they can't even stand up to a spirit tiger cub. Do you really have the face to call yourself a Beast King? You, Xenarius, Eren growled. Ronald brat, don't get cocky. I'll show you just how powerful I am. With that, he began muttering incantations at the cub. Queenie and her followers were confused. Only Irvin understood. He was trying to communicate with the cub using beast language in an attempt to win it over. Wanting to win over my cub? Not a chance. Irvin sneered inwardly. As expected, no matter what promises or rewards Eren offered, even suggesting taking it to Isekai to find its mother, the cub remained unmoved. Seeing this, Eren frowned. In the past, relying on his mastery of beast language, he had successfully won over many wild beasts. Today, however, he hit a wall. Eren, give it up. This spirit tiger cub won't fall for your empty words. Bringing it to Isekai to find its mother? What a ridiculous idea. Irvin ridiculed. Eren's expression changed. You understand beast language? If I didn't, could I control it? Irvin replied nonchalantly. Eren stammered, this? I'd say your beast taming skills are pretty low grade. Really? Where did you get the nerve to call yourself a beast king? Today, I'll show you what real beast taming looks like. Irvin walked over to a nearly lifeless wolf lying on the ground. It was a large, imposing figure, clearly the alpha of the wolf pack. Carlo squatted down, placing his hand in front of the wolf's mouth, and spoke in beast language, Alpha Wolf, eat the powder in my hand, and I will save you. Driven by a strong survival instinct, the wolf immediately licked the powder clean from his palm and whined pitifully, save, save. Before it finished, the wolf's eyes began to glaze over, losing focus. The powder Irvin had given, it was actually crushed tranquilizing pills. Subsequently, Irvin successfully made the alpha wolf recognize him as its master. Then, placing his hands on the wolf's wounds, he channeled healing chi into it. Soon, the alpha wolf's injuries healed, and it stood up, looking vigorous once more. How is this possible? Eren stared in disbelief. Not only did this youth understand beast language, but he also possessed medical skills. Irvin then ordered the alpha wolf, command the surviving wolves to submit to me. The alpha wolf let out a howl, and the remaining wolves, devoid of any will to fight, flocked behind it. Seeing this, Eren felt like spitting blood. A well-trained wolf pack had so easily defected to the other side. It was beyond his comprehension. Carlo frantically shouted at the wolves, come back, come back. Any wolf that disobeys will be left to rot in the wilderness. Unfortunately, the wolves paid no heed. Realizing this, Eren switched tactics and pleaded in beast language, please come back. If you return, I will feed you fresh sheep every day. The wolf pack stirred momentarily. The alpha wolf howled once more, subduing them. Seeing his pleas ineffective, Eren was nearly driven mad with anger and frustration. At this moment, Irvin taunted, Eren, you seem to be running out of tricks. I suggest you give up. Seeing as we have no old grievances, scram before I change my mind. Bullshit. After such humiliation, you expect me to just walk away? Impossible. Suddenly, Eren screamed in agony. While speaking to Irvin, the tiger cub had suddenly lunged and bit him in the crotch. The cub's sharp teeth sank deep into Eren's groin, causing excruciating pain as it tore and pulled. Eren's pain was unbearable. Seeing this, Irvin laughed loudly, cub, good bite. Haha. Little brute, stop, stop. Oh. Eren begged for mercy, his face pale. Carlo wanted to retaliate but dared not, fearing that any violent resistance might drive the spirit tiger into a frenzy, inflicting even more damage to his private parts. At that moment, even if he killed the spirit tiger with one strike, he would become a cripple, stripped of his dignity to live. Brother, quickly, tell this little brute, this little guy to let go. I don't want to end up a eunuch. Eren tearfully pleaded to Irvin. Chapter 196, The Yin-Yang Prayer Beads. Seeing Emerson pleading for mercy, Irvin felt a wave of satisfaction. Scared of becoming a eunuch now? What were you thinking earlier? Emerson's face was filled with embarrassment, but he still begged with a bitter smile. Ronald told brother, please, if this little guy keeps biting, I'll really become a eunuch. Recognize me as your master, and I can make Tiger Cub let go. Irvin stepped forward and whispered in his ear. Recognize you as my master? Emerson hesitated. What, don't want to? Irvin frowned. Emerson hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth. Fine, I recognize you as my master. Emerson, the mighty Southern Hills Beast King, had always been free-spirited. How could he willingly submit to a young boy? His agreement was only pretended. He planned to escape once freed. Unbeknownst to him, Irvin had already seen through everything and had a solution ready. Obedience pills. Swallow this. Irvin handed him an obedience pill. What is it? Emerson asked, unsure. Don't waste time. Will you take it or not? Irvin calmly demanded. Emerson still hesitated, but the pain from the spiritual beast cub's bite became unbearable. Eventually, he swallowed the pill. Soon, Emerson's eyes glazed over. Seizing the opportunity, Irvin successfully made Emerson acknowledge him as master. Once done, Irvin addressed Tiger Cub. Okay, Tiger Cub, let go. Tiger Cub immediately released him, jumped to the ground, and then leaped into Irvin's arms. Emerson finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. Irvin activated his Carlo-Vinli-I and inspected his groin area. Carlo saw that although the skin was broken by fangs, there was no serious damage. Emerson, leave your contact information. Take your snakes, dogs, and other beasts away. If there's anything urgent, I will inform you, Irvin instructed. Yes, master. Emerson gave his phone number and drove the beasts away into the night. With the crisis resolved, everyone, including Queenie, cheered. They praised Tiger Cub for its cleverness. To them, without Tiger Cub biting Emerson's vital areas, he would never have retreated. This spiritual beast is really smart. Come here, let me hold you. Queenie found Tiger Cub irresistibly adorable and wanted to hold it. Unfortunately, Tiger Cub ignored her and snuggled deeper into Irvin's arms. Queenie felt very frustrated. Earlier, she had mobilized many resources to track down this spiritual beast cub, which had escaped from Inshu to Dexterjo. Despite trapping it with several skilled guards, Irvin had tamed it so quickly, and it only got close to Irvin. How can I be happy about this? Irvin smiled and said, don't worry. I'll communicate with it to ensure it becomes closer to you. Really? Queenie was delighted. Irvin nodded and communicated with Tiger Cub in beast language. Sure enough, Tiger Cub obeyed and crawled out of Irvin's arms. Come here, cute little one, into my arms. Queenie eagerly took Tiger Cub into her arms. Oddly, sensing the fragrant scent from Queenie's body, Tiger Cub perked up and even licked her playfully, looking thoroughly content. Holy crap, this little lustful rascal. Irvin stared wide-eyed. Tiger Cub wasn't licking a modest place. It was licking Queenie's chest. Though clothed, Queenie felt embarrassed in front of Irvin and others. Queenie blushed and adjusted Tiger Cub lower down. Although Tiger Cub continued licking, the less sensitive location made her feel more comfortable. Night had fallen, so they didn't linger, using flashlights on their phones to head down the mountain. After about 10 minutes, they reached their parked vehicles and got inside. Since Irvin needed to return home, Queenie personally drove him back, while her team returned to base on their own. In Queenie's car, Irvin asked Tiger Cub to come to him, not wanting to disturb her driving. But the little rascal seemed sure he wouldn't scold, so it ignored him, closing its eyes as if nothing happened. Isn't it? This little rascal dares to disobey me? Irvin, a bit angry, commanded again, Tiger Cub, come to me. Don't distract Officer Fong. Carlo tried to pick it up, but Tiger Cub bared its tiny teeth at him, squirming as if reluctant to leave Queenie. Seeing this, Queenie laughed. Irvin, it's fine if it wants to stay with me, as long as it behaves and doesn't affect my driving. Irvin reluctantly agreed. All right. Carlo placed Tiger Cub back with Queenie. Tiger Cub calmed down and lay comfortably on Queenie's lap. Witnessing this, Irvin shook his head. This little flirt, wait until later when I deal with you. Suddenly, he wondered. With the potency of the obedience pill, Tiger Cub shouldn't resist orders or bare its teeth at me. Could the effect have worn off? Activating his Carlo-Vinli-I, he examined Tiger Cub closely. Carlo discovered something unusual, not from Tiger Cub, but from Queenie. Carlo noticed Queenie wearing a prayer bead necklace that glowed brightly, surrounded by a yellow aura, radiating a sense of superiority. Notably, this aura continuously enveloped Tiger Cub. Now Irvin understood why Tiger Cub stayed with Queenie. Carlo focused his Carlo-Vinli-I on the beads. Object, Yin-Yang prayer beads. Status, low-grade spirit artifact, beneficial for balancing Yin and Yang. Irvin blinked. A low-grade spirit artifact? This string of beads is actually a low-grade spirit artifact? Hashtag chapter 197, fan following surges. Indeed, even though Irvin now possessed a supreme mundane weapon like the Dragon Slayer sword, how could such an item compare to a spirit tool? For a moment, extreme envy surfaced in Irvin's eyes. However, he quickly composed himself. It's just a spirit tool. What's the big deal about that? The inheritance from the free and easy medical immortal included countless forging techniques. Once he reached the solidification realm and gathered the necessary materials, wouldn't it be only a matter of time before he could forge a spirit tool? Not just spirit tools, but even more powerful magical artifacts were within his grasp. What are you staring at? Seeming to notice Irvin's intense gaze fixed on her chest, Queenie felt somewhat embarrassed. Irvin finally snapped out of it and chuckled. What's wrong with looking? It's not like I'll take a few pounds of your meat. You, Queenie, angry and embarrassed, was about to snap back. Okay, Officer Fong, please focus on driving, Irvin said soothingly. Queenie shot him a glare, but ultimately calmed down and resumed driving. From then on, after their brief spat, they remained silent for the rest of the journey. About half an hour later, Queenie dropped him off at Villa number 30 on Zafei Road. Carlo had been away in Nanjing for 2 weeks, and now standing at the villa's entrance, he felt a renewed sense of familiarity. Officer Fong, would you like to come in for a bit? Irvin invited. Queenie shook her head. I need to get back to base. Otherwise, my senior delegate might criticize me for not holding my position. Irvin frowned. Just a delegate? What's there to fear? Queenie said seriously, you shouldn't speak so lightly. Nelson was sent by the higher-ups to monitor our conduct. If he finds out I left my post, it will be trouble. All right then, Irvin conceded. If anything happens, we can stay in touch by phone. No problem, Queenie nodded and turned to leave for her car. Suddenly, the little tiger cub who had been sticking close to her jumped down from the car and ran up to Irvin. Surprised, Queenie called out, Ronald Guy, come here. However, the cub ignored her and wagged its tail expectantly at Irvin. Irvin laughed. The little fellow had clearly recognized him as his master. Ronald Guy, what's going on? Come over here. Queenie opened her arms, trying to coax the cub. Unfortunately, the cub remained indifferent, only gazing longingly at Irvin. Haha. Irvin laughed again, picking up the cub. Officer Fong, stop calling. This spirit tiger cub has chosen me. Why don't you just go? I'll take care of him. Queenie felt frustrated. How can this be? I've spent so much effort and resources on it. Now it's yours? No, it belongs to me. I have to take it back. Irvin replied calmly. All right, try taking it, and see if it follows you. Fine, let's see, she responded and stepped forward to pick up the cub. Unexpectedly, the cub snarled and showed its teeth at her. This? Queenie was shocked. She couldn't figure out why the cub, who once adored her, suddenly changed. Irvin understood through his Carlovinly eye. The yin-yang prayer beads around Queenie's neck had lost their glow, and the yellow aura surrounding them had vanished. Clearly, while nestled in her lap earlier, the cub had absorbed all the essence within the beads. Now, with no use left, the cub naturally wasn't affectionate toward her anymore. Officer Fong, since Lloyd doesn't want to go with you, please don't torment him. Since he prefers staying with me, let me take care of him, Irvin suggested. But, Queenie hesitated. I understand you want the cub, because you plan to venture into the Inshu ruins. How about this? I'll take Lloyd along with you when the time comes, Irvin offered. Queenie relented upon hearing this. Fine, Irvin, let's settle it this way. It's settled, Irvin smiled. Good. A man's promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. You mustn't break your word, Queenie insisted. 1,000 pieces of gold, never broken. Irvin affirmed firmly. Finally reassured, Queenie gave Lloyd one last longing look before driving away. Irvin returned to the villa. To his dismay, the Fange family wasn't home. Upon asking the security guard left behind by Francesca, Irvin learned that Francesca had taken her daughter Callie on a trip, expecting to return in a few days. Irvin, feeling helpless, took Lloyd back inside and prepared to wash up and rest. Before sleeping, he remembered he hadn't checked in with Ronaldla, Isabella, and Elroy yet. Carlo hurriedly initiated a WeChat video call. To his surprise, Isabella revealed that Ronaldla had been worried sick about him since the police took him away, even skipping dinner. Feeling extremely guilty, Irvin comforted Ronaldla until she agreed to eat. Through the video call, Irvin kept chatting with Ronaldla until nearly 11 p.m. After hanging up, he was about to sleep when he realized he hadn't checked Douyin for days. Upon opening it, he was stunned to find his followers had skyrocketed to 500,000. Strangely, he hadn't posted any new videos lately. How did this happen? After reviewing private messages and comments, Irvin understood. Many of the new followers saw clips of his wild boss fishing episode at Sheng.1-252.I, leading them to his account and boosting his fan count. Carlo immediately posted a short thank you video for the new fans. After posting, feeling sleepy, he put down his phone and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, shortly after waking up, Irvin received a call. Checking the caller ID, it was from Elroy. What's up? Irvin answered. My son-in-law, planning to go fishing at Sheng.1-252 today? Elroy chuckled. Irvin, intending to train at home, replied, No, I won't be going to Sheng.1-252. Leave the management to you and Aryan. Got it, understood. Elroy laughed again and hung up. Over the next few days, Irvin trained at home. Lloyd was very docile and stayed by his side. Whenever he had free time, he tried contacting Candace, but her phone remained off. Carlo knew her father had confiscated her phone to prevent contact. Despondent, Irvin focused on his training. One afternoon, he received another unexpected call. Chapter 198. They say, don't they, that a woman loves a bad man. Irvin looked at the caller ID. It was Ronaldla calling. Carlo immediately answered. Sweetheart, missing me? On the other end of the line came Ronaldla's plaintive voice. Irvin, what are you busy with? Coloring her tone wasn't right, Irvin quickly replied. What could I be busy with? Naturally, I'm practicing at home. By the way, what do you need? Ronaldla smiled mischievously. What else? Nan Decorators called and said our Seamus U Jade store is fully renovated. Aren't you, the real big boss, planning to come and inspect it? Irvin had no mood to continue practicing upon hearing this. Carlo laughed. Inspection, of course I have to come. Where are you now? I'm at school. Alright, I'll drive over and meet you there. Good, give me a call when you arrive. We'll meet at the school gate. Okay, decided. Hanging up, Irvin got up, went downstairs, and drove to Dexterjo University. Considering it wouldn't be convenient to bring Ronald Tiger, he left him at home. About 10 minutes later, Irvin appeared at the entrance of Dexterjo University and successfully met up with Ronaldla. She wore a white blouse today, which was stretched tight by her ample chest. Below, she had on a gray skirt tightly hugging her rounded buttocks, outlining a peach-like curve. Carlo's pretty legs were clad in black stockings, creating the perfect OL allure. Suddenly moved, Irvin pulled her into his arms for a passionate kiss. Ronaldla never expected him to kiss her so openly during the day. Flustered and anxious, she wanted to resist but ultimately succumbed to his tenderness. After a long while, they parted lips. Annoying. There are so many people around. Looking at the passing teachers and students, Ronaldla scolded playfully, though her clear eyes were filled with sweet smiles. What's there to fear? We aren't doing anything wrong. We're dating openly. What's there to worry about? Irvin laughed indifferently. Ronaldla gave him an adorable glare but didn't say anything. Alright, no more wasting time. Get in the car. Let's go inspect the store. Irvin chuckled, took Ronaldla's hand, and got in the car. Unexpectedly, just as they sat down, Irvin couldn't resist her sexy attire and kissed her again. Caught between resistance and consent, Ronaldla eventually yielded. Soon, Irvin felt his desire rising. However, just as he was about to unbutton her blouse, Ronaldla sensed his intention and panicked. No, not here. If someone sees us, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, no one outside can see us, Irvin grinned wickedly. No, not here. Ronaldla glanced nervously at Irvin. I'm scared, really scared. Feeling disappointed, Irvin couldn't bring himself to force her. Not here, huh? Then how about we find another place? Irvin grinned. We can get cozy inside after inspecting the store, okay? You're so naughty, Ronaldla rolled her eyes. Yet a thrill ran through her, even stirring some anticipation. Blushing furiously from these shameful thoughts, she whispered, "Bad men are loved by women, I guess." Irvin laughed, let go, started the car, gently pressed the accelerator, and they set off. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Seamus Jade store. After inspection, they were very satisfied with the renovation work and signed off on it, paying the bill promptly. The workers then left, leaving Irvin and Ronaldo alone in the large store. "My sweetheart, come here." Irvin closed the door, took Ronaldo's hand, and guided her deeper into the store. At a sofa, he wrapped an arm around her slim waist, cupped her neck with his other hand, and kissed her passionately. Afterward, they tidied up their clothes. Ronaldo blushed shyly, while Irvin looked refreshed and pleased. Finally, he had accomplished what he desired, which he couldn't last time due to Isabella's interruption. "By the way, it's almost lunchtime. Shall we go for lunch?" Irvin asked gently. "Yes," Ronaldo smiled sweetly at him. They left the store together and headed to a nearby restaurant chain named Ing. However, shortly after entering the restaurant, Irvin heard a harsh sound behind him. Yuan $. Hashtag. Frowning, Irvin recognized this as abusive language from the neighboring country of Dongying, adjacent to Dai Kingdom. Turning around, he saw a short, well-dressed young man sitting at a nearby table, muttering curses. Next to him sat a fashionably dressed young woman. At this moment, she translated the young man's words to the angel standing beside their table. "Molly, listen, Mr. Archibald says your restaurant has an excellent dining environment, truly first class in the Xia Kingdom." "Thank you, Mr. Archibald. Such high praise." The manager beamed proudly. Ronald did she know, Archibald's true words were derogatory towards the restaurant. The young female translator, being a Xia national, avoided translating the insulting comments aloud. "Idiot, laughing so happily while I'm cursing you? You're stupid." Archibald sneered in Dongyingese. "Mr. Archibald, what did you say?" Seeing his menacing look, the manager kept her professional smile and asked cheerfully. The young translator smiled. "Mr. Archibald says your smile is warm and friendly." Thank you. The manager blossomed. "Our Xia Kingdom is a land of propriety. Of course, we must be warm and friendly to foreign guests." The young translator relayed this. Archibald scoffed. "How laughable. In the world, Xia nationals are the most uncivilized and rude. To boast of etiquette is shameless." The young translator was deeply embarrassed, feeling insulted herself as a Xia national. However, needing the job, she continued politely to the manager. "Mr. Archibald says he's hungry and wants lunch. Please prepare it quickly." The manager smiled. "Of course. Right away." She turned to leave, only for Archibald to suddenly stand and shout angrily in Dongyingese. "Did I tell you to leave?" Chapter 199. Slap yourself 10 times. Seeing Mr. Keenan's displeased expression, the angel was startled, and then looked at the young female translator. The young female translator appeared embarrassed but still smiled and said, "Mr. Keenan asks you to please wait a moment." No matter how foolish the angel might have been, she couldn't fail to notice something was off now. However, instead of showing anger, she maintained her professional smile. "Mr. Keenan, is there anything else? Please let me know." Keenan spoke with an arrogant face, looking at this woman. "She seems quite pretty and quite to my taste. Tell her that tonight, she will be serving me." The young female translator was taken aback. She never expected Mr. Keenan to make such an unreasonable request. She stuttered, unsure of how to convey it. Keenan grew somewhat impatient. "Translate what I said for her." The young female translator had a grim look on her face. "Mr. Keenan, this? Do you refuse to translate? Then I'll talk to her myself." Keenan turned his head towards the angel and said in not very fluent Xia language, "I like you. I want to bed on the bed." The angel's expression changed drastically. Although the Japanese man's words were somewhat jumbled, it wasn't hard to understand that he wanted to go to bed with her. Shameless. The angel felt insulted and immediately slapped him. Unexpectedly, Keenan slightly sidestepped, avoiding her slap and leered, "You, Xia women, all of you are loose, especially ones like you. If I fancy you, that's your fortune. Bastard." The angel's expression changed again, and she kicked out directly. "Ha." Keenan laughed loudly, suddenly reaching out and grabbing her ankle, pulling her into his arms. Let me go. The angel struggled fiercely. Seeing this, the young female translator became anxious. "Mr. Keenan, no, absolutely not. What you're doing is illegal in our country, and you'll be imprisoned." So what if it's illegal? I'm a samurai from Japan, personally appointed by the emperor, holding an esteemed status. You have no authority to imprison me, understand?" Keenan said sternly. Before he finished speaking, an angry voice interrupted. "A Japanese person dares to come to our Xia country and show off their power? Quite bold. Release her immediately." Keenan frowned. "You? Who are you?" Mind your own business," Keenan said to the newcomer. "Who do you think you are? Let the manager go right now. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Irvin pointed at him, shouting loudly. "The damn Xia pig, what are you? Tired of living? Get lost while I'm still in a good mood." Keenan angrily said. "Xia pig?" Irvin was enraged and about to act. At this moment, the young female translator panicked and tried to stop him. "Sir, don't be impulsive. This Japanese samurai, Keenan, has been invited here for martial arts exchange in Dexterjo. You can't beat him." "What did you say? I can't beat him?" Irvin couldn't help but laugh. Carlo had already used Carlo-Vinli to assess Keenan and saw that he only had a cultivation level of solid body realm first tier, nothing much to fear. The young female translator shook her head. "Even if you can beat him, what's the point? Once there's conflict between you two, it will inevitably escalate to a diplomatic level. You won't have a good end then. What a big joke. This beast is bullying us, and you're helping him speak? Stand aside." Irvin rudely pulled the young female translator aside and confronted Keenan. "Keenan, this is your last warning. Let her go immediately, or I will beat you up today." Damn it. A mere body-tempering realm novice dares to be so brazen? Keenan sneered and suddenly kicked toward Irvin with incredible speed, like lightning. Irvin coldly smiled, instantly summoning the primal illusion sword and slashing out. In an instant, sword energy whistled as a blade of light shot towards Keenan. Ah! Keenan's face changed dramatically. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand how someone at body-tempering realm could possess such formidable power. Carlo didn't dare resist and quickly dodged, but it was too late. The blade of light grazed his forehead, shaving off a small piece of his scalp. It didn't hurt much, but it terrified him. Japanese dog, still not letting her go? Irvin said coldly, to be honest, if I hadn't held back just now, your head would have already rolled off. Keenan's expression stiffened, feeling as if he'd been slapped repeatedly by invisible hands, his cheeks burning hot. What his opponent revealed was astonishing. Now he no longer dared to underestimate his adversary in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally surrendered, changing his previous arrogance to a lowly demeanor. All right, I'll let her go. Subsequently, he released the angel. She immediately covered her face and ran away sobbing. Let's go. Keenan gave the young female translator a meaningful look. To think of leaving so easily? Not so fast, Irvin said coldly. I've already let her go. What more do you want? Keenan gritted his teeth. As a Japanese dog, you came to our Xiao land, boasting and making grand statements. In broad daylight, you oppressed an innocent Xiao woman. You think you can get away without any punishment? Irvin grinned. Slap yourself 10 times, and I'll let you go. You're too extreme. Keenan's face instantly changed. As a samurai honored by the emperor, he held a high status. Yet, now the other party demanded he slap himself 10 times. How could he accept that? I'm indeed being too extreme. So what? If you're unhappy, then stay and leave your life here. Irvin said leisurely. Keenan hesitated for a long time, eventually deciding his life was more important and chose to comply. Immediately, he raised his hand and smacked himself 10 times. Seeing this scene, many people in the restaurant felt greatly relieved. Even the young female translator felt similarly, though she couldn't openly express it. As for Ronaldla, she looked at Irvin with admiration. In her eyes, Irvin effortlessly subdued this Japanese person, which was truly satisfying. Finished slapping yourself? Can I go now? Keenan said dejectedly. Get lost. Irvin shouted. Chapter 199. Slap yourself 10 times. Seeing Mr. Keenan's grim expression, the angel was taken aback and then looked at the young female interpreter. The young female interpreter felt somewhat embarrassed but still smiled and said, Mr. Keenan asks you to wait a moment. No matter how foolish the angel might have been, she could now clearly sense something was amiss. However, she didn't show anger. Instead, she maintained her professional smile. Mr. Keenan, is there anything else? Please let me know. Keenan replied arrogantly, this woman looks quite good, fitting my taste very well. Tell her that she will be serving me tonight. The young female interpreter was shocked. She never expected that Mr. Keenan would make such an outrageous request. She stammered hesitantly, unable to speak. Keenan became impatient. Translate what I said for her. The young female interpreter frowned. Mr. Keenan, this? If you won't translate, I'll say it myself. Keenan turned his head towards the angel and spoke in imperfect Xiao language. I want to be with you, on the bed. The angel's face changed dramatically. Although the Japanese man's words were somewhat jumbled, they were not hard to understand. He wanted to get into bed with her. Shameless. The angel felt insulted and slapped him right away. Unexpectedly, Keenan slightly sidestepped, avoiding the slap, and grinned lewdly. You Xiao women are all loose, especially ones like you. It's your fortune if I notice you. Filthy scoundrel. The angel's face changed again as she kicked him directly. Haha. Keenan laughed loudly, suddenly grabbed her ankle, pulled her toward him, and wrapped her in his arms. Let go of me. Let go of me. The angel struggled fiercely. The young female interpreter, seeing this, panicked and said urgently, Mr. Keenan, no, absolutely not. What you're doing is illegal in our Xia country, and you can be arrested. Humph. So what if it's illegal? I am a spirit warrior from Dongying, bestowed by the emperor, esteemed and respected. Your Xia country has no authority to arrest me. Understand? Keenan retorted sternly. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger interrupted him. A Dongying person dares to swagger around our Xia country? How dare you? Release her immediately. Keenan frowned. Who are you? Mind your own business. Keenan glared at the newcomer. Who do you think you are? Let go of the manager right now if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Irvin pointed at him and shouted loudly. You damn Xia pig, who do you think you are? You're tired of living? Get lost before my mood worsens. Keenan snarled. Xia pig? Irvin flew into a rage, ready to attack. At this moment, the young female interpreter panicked and tried to stop him. Sir, please don't be impulsive. This Dongying spirit warrior, Keenan, was invited to our Dexterjo for martial arts exchanges. You can't beat him? What? Can't beat him? Irvin couldn't help laughing. Carlo had already used his Carlovinly eye to see through Keenan's true strength. A mere first-level body tempering cultivator. Nothing to be afraid of. The young female interpreter shook her head. Even if you can defeat him, what difference does it make? The problem is, once a conflict arises, it will escalate to a diplomatic level. You will be in serious trouble then. This is really laughable. That brute is bullying us, and you're defending him? Step aside. Irvin rudely pushed the young female interpreter to one side and confronted Keenan. Keenan, this is your final warning. Let her go immediately, or I will definitely beat you up today. Baka, a mere first-level body tempering cultivator, daring to act so arrogantly? Keenan sneered and suddenly kicked at Irvin, lightning fast. Irvin smirked coldly, instantly summoning the primordial illusion sword and slashed out. Instantly, sword energy howled, a streak of sword light heading straight for Keenan. Keenan's face turned pale as he struggled to comprehend how someone at merely first-level body tempering could possess such formidable power. In that moment, he dared not resist and hurriedly dodged. But it was too late. The sword light grazed his forehead, peeling off a small piece of scalp, causing more shock than pain. Dong-ying dog, still not letting her go? Irvin said coldly, frankly speaking, if I hadn't held back just now, your head would have already rolled off. I. Keenan's expression stiffened, feeling as if he had been slapped invisible slaps, burning hot on his cheeks. The opponent's move earlier was astonishing. Carlo now no longer dared to underestimate his adversary. After some hesitation, he finally gave in, changing his arrogant demeanor to a submissive one. All right, I'll let her go. Carlo then released the angel. The angel quickly covered her face and ran away sobbing. Let's go. Keenan shot the young female interpreter a look. Do you really think you can just leave like that? Not so easy, Irvin said coldly. I've already let her go. What else do you want? Keenan gritted his teeth. You, a Dong-ying dog, come to our Xia country and show off, making grand statements, and even bully our Xia women in broad daylight. You expect to walk away without any consequences? Irvin grinned. Slap yourself 10 times, and I'll let you go. You, don't push it too far. Keenan's face darkened instantly. Carlo was a spirit warrior of Dong-ying, honored by the emperor, prestigious and respected. Now, being asked to slap himself 10 times? How could he accept that? I am pushing it, so what? If you're not satisfied, stay here and leave your life behind. Irvin replied casually. This? Keenan hesitated for a long time, eventually deciding that his life was more important and chose to compromise. Immediately, he raised his hand and slapped himself 10 times consecutively. Witnessing this scene, many people in the restaurant felt relieved. Even the young female interpreter felt the same way, though she did not show it. As for Ronaldla, she looked at Irvin with admiration. To her, Irvin effortlessly tamed Keenan, making her feel extremely satisfied. Done with the 10 slaps, can I go now? Keenan asked sorrowfully. Get lost. Irvin commanded. Chapter 200. Secret mission. Yes, I'll leave right now. Right now? Having received Irvin's instruction, Enzo hurriedly left with the young female translator, as if she had been granted a pardon. The moment they left, Irvin became the hero of everyone in the restaurant. Each person approached him, praising him and giving him thumbs up. Even the angel came over to thank him, offering to waive the bill. Although Irvin intended to decline, her sincerity was too hard to refuse, so he accepted it graciously. Carlo then pulled Ronaldla over to a table and sat down. Before long, the angel, accompanied by several waitresses, brought their dishes one by one to the table and invited them to enjoy their meal slowly. Irvin didn't hesitate, diving into the food alongside Ronaldla with relish. Suddenly, Ronaldla's face turned worried as she said, By the way, Irvin, that Japanese person, Enzo, seems to be someone influential. Be careful. He might cause you trouble. With the Japanese tendency for revenge, if he seeks trouble, it's inevitable, Irvin replied with a smirk, his expression unreadable. Carlo really would seek trouble? What do we do then? Ronaldla exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry about this. Carlo can't stir up much trouble, Irvin assured her. But I heard from the translator that he's a spiritual martial artist, even endorsed by the emperor. If he doesn't let go, it could turn into an international incident. Ronaldla anxiously added. Don't worry. Enzo has come to our country on a secret mission. Carlo won't escalate matters, Irvin confidently declared. On a secret mission? Ronaldla was puzzled, but quickly realized that Irvin must have foreseen it. She asked, What secret mission? I'll keep it a suspense for now. I'll tell you in a few days, Irvin smiled faintly. Annoying. You've already gotten everything from me, yet you still hide things, Ronaldla pouted unhappily. Irvin was captivated by her slight anger and pout, but knew the matter was serious. Not wanting to involve Ronaldla, he hardened his heart and said, I'm not hiding anything. It's just not the right time to tell you. In a couple of days, I promise I will. Reluctantly, Ronaldla dropped the subject. Afraid she might stay upset, Irvin laughed and suggested, Come on, Ronaldla, don't be unhappy. Our Siamusu Jade Shop is about to open, and we need to plan well, okay? Mentioning the Siamusu Jade Shop immediately shifted Ronaldla's focus. That's right. We need a good plan to make it successful, Ronaldla agreed eagerly. After lunch, they returned to their rental apartment, loaded all the jade sculptures, pendants, bracelets, and especially the precious Guan Yu wielding sword jade statue onto the car, and transferred them to the store. It took them the whole afternoon to arrange all the items on the shelves. When do you plan to officially open? Irvin asked. Ronaldla thought for a moment. How about tomorrow? Sure, no problem. Immediately, Irvin shot a short video using the shop as the backdrop and uploaded it to Douyin, TikTok. Seeing this, Ronaldla couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Advertising, of course. I have 500,000 followers on Douyin. Many of them followed specifically because of our Siamusu Jade Shop. This way, I believe many people will visit our shop. Ronaldla was shocked. Carlovans, 500,000 followers? That's unbelievable. Feeling smug, Irvin added, That was last night's number. Sierra checked. It's close to 600,000 now. Ronaldla was speechless once more. A while later, Ronaldla hesitantly asked, Irvin, our jade pieces are extremely expensive. Can we sell them? Irvin reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, we'll sell them. I have a plan. Really? Of course, you'll see tomorrow. Irvin chuckled, suddenly remembering something. By the way, remember I told you I provide free medical consultations on opening day? Make sure there's space in the shop for me. Relax. I already set aside a resting room during the renovation. Use it for now, Ronaldla responded. Good. Irvin nodded. You mentioned employees. How many did you hire? Not many. Apart from my sister Isabella, there are 2 others, female students from Dexterjo University working part-time through the work-study program, very reliable. But what? Irvin inquired. Well, Our shop has many valuable jades, so security personnel are needed, but no one applied for the position. Irvin pondered and replied, no need to recruit. I have suitable candidates. Who? My flunky Frederick has a few buddies I plan to assign here, Irvin grinned. Ronaldo's eyes lit up. Right, they're perfect for the job, but will they agree to come? Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll handle it properly, Irvin confidently asserted. Ronaldo gave a sultry look. All right. With the evening falling, they returned home. Coincidentally, Isabella was already back and preparing dinner. Learning the Siamusu Jade shop was opening the next day, Isabella was thrilled and cooked an extra dish for celebration. The night passed without event. The next morning, the Siamusu Jade shop opened grandly. The shop hadn't opened yet, but people were already crowding outside. Many were Irvin's fans who had seen the news on Douyin and rushed to support. When Irvin, Ronaldo, Isabella, the two part-time female employees from Dexterjo University, and the security personnel Irvin arranged arrived, they were taken aback by the enthusiastic crowd. My God, there are so many people. Yeah, looks like over 1,000 at least. Ronaldo and Isabella stared in disbelief. Irvin smiled. This is nothing. Sierra's prediction says more people are on their way. There will definitely be a long queue soon. Upon hearing this, Ronaldo and Isabella gulped in amazement. At that moment, someone in the crowd spotted Irvin and shouted, Medical Seiji is here. Medical Seiji is here. Hashtag chapter 201. Opening day. As soon as the crowd outside the store heard that Master Physician Yi had arrived, they erupted into a frenzy. Holy crap, it really is Master Physician Yi. Fantastic. Now that Master Physician Yi is here, there's hope for my illness. Wow, Master Physician Yi is even more handsome in person than on Douyin. Quick, let's rush over. I want to take a photo with Master Physician Yi. In no time, the crowd surged forward, swarming around Irvin. People were clamoring for autographs and photos. At that moment, Irvin felt like a top superstar making a royal appearance, receiving overwhelming attention. Even Ronaldo and Isabella were stunned, and so was Irvin himself. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Irvin couldn't take it anymore. Carlo took a deep breath, focused his energy, and loudly called out, Please calm down for a moment and listen to me. His words instantly quieted the crowd. Everyone widened their eyes and perked up their ears, afraid of missing any move or word from Brother Bay. Today is the grand opening of Siamusu Jade Store. To thank everyone who has come from afar to support us, I will keep my promise and provide free medical consultations for all present. No matter how serious the condition, even terminal illnesses, I can guarantee a cure. The moment Irvin finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out, along with numerous praises. No wonder he's Master Physician Yi. He's just incredible. Master Physician Yi truly has a compassionate heart. A big thumbs up for him. Master Physician Yi loves without bounds. As a member of the fan club, I'm proud of him. Praise for Master Physician Yi. You are our Dexterzo's pride. I've decided that if Master Physician Yi cures my heart attack, I'll buy a piece of jade before I leave as a keepsake. So do I. And me too. Seeing so many people pledging their support, Irvin smiled at Ronaldo. What do you think? Didn't I say today would be auspicious? Ronaldo nodded with a smile, and then addressed the crowd. Thank you all for supporting our store, but please be rational when purchasing since the jade here is quite expensive. Carlo's words drew immediate backlash. Someone shouted, Don't worry about it. We're not short of money, and we want to shop recklessly. This sentiment quickly gained high-pitched agreements from many others. Ronaldo was embarrassed by the reaction to her well-intentioned reminder. Irvin noticed her discomfort and reassured her, smiling. It's all right, they're joking. Don't take it to heart. Let's open the store and get ready for business. Okay. Ronaldo took out the key and opened the door. Then, she, Isabella, and others filed inside, with Irvin bringing up the rear. Everyone, due to the limited space in the store, we cannot accommodate too many people at once for the consultation. Please form a line and enter in order, Irvin said clearly. Immediately, many people scrambled to be first in line, causing chaos. Frowning, Irvin knew this wouldn't work. Carlo called over Frederick's close friends to maintain order. Soon, everything became orderly again. Irvin entered the waiting room inside the store and began seeing patients. With the help of Carlo Vinli, his diagnostic speed was incredibly fast. Carlo could even skip traditional examination steps and diagnose directly. For minor ailments, he prescribed medication. For severe or terminal cases, he personally treated them. His remarkable healing skills left every patient awestruck. After leaving the room, these patients praised Master Physician Yi widely, which further fueled the enthusiasm of those waiting outside. The scene soon attracted some local Douyin influencers who rushed to the store, recording the event. Suddenly, a man emerged from the store, excitedly shouting, Haha, Master Physician Yi cured my AIDS. Master Physician Yi cured my AIDS. The influencers swarmed around him. What did you say? You got your AIDS cured? Are you exaggerating? How is that possible? AIDS is incurable. That's right. With current medical technology, it's impossible to cure AIDS. Are you playing a joke on us? Is this some publicity stunt? Faced with the skeptics, the man retorted irritably, Are you trying to provoke me? I didn't believe in Master Physician Yi's skills before, but now I have experienced it firsthand. Regarding whether I'm a shill, I won't argue. But are all the people queuing outside shills too? The influencers had no reply. Anyway, Master Physician Yi doesn't charge for consultations. I should buy a piece of jade as gratitude. The man walked to the counter and chose a jade pendant worth 50,000 yuan. Excuse me, can I try this jade pendant on? He asked Isabella. Isabella, who had been stationed at the counter with two other female staff, was delighted. Ever since the opening, most visitors headed straight to the waiting room to see Irvin. When they returned, they didn't look at the jade items on display, walking away immediately. Even those who wished to express gratitude to Master Physician Yi often balked at the high prices and left empty-handed. This frustrated Isabella. She immediately replied with a sweet smile, Of course you can. Isabella took the jade pendant from the counter and handed it to the man. Carlo put it on and exclaimed, "Wow, this jade pendant feels magical. It makes me feel refreshed and comfortable." Naturally, Master Physician Yi inscribed a comfort talisman on this jade pendant. Also, it has a safety talisman that can protect you from danger, such as car accidents, Ronaldo explained as she walked up. "So that's why." The man nodded, then confidently declared, "Wrap this jade pendant for me." "Sure thing." Ronaldo signaled to Isabella, who found an elegant box, wrapped the jade pendant, and handed it to the man. Carlo paid via QR code, put on the pendant, and left. Watching the man leave, the influencers shook their heads. This guy is dumb. Carlo spent 50,000 yuan on a small jade pendant. Yeah, something that size should only cost a few thousand on the market. What a fool. I don't believe a tiny jade pendant can ensure safety. Just then, shouts came from outside the store. "Carlo, someone's dying." Chapter 202. Sensational Incident. As soon as they heard someone might have been seriously injured, Ronaldo, Isabella, and the group of internet celebrities rushed out of the shop to see what had happened. Just a short distance from the door, the man who had bought a jade pendant earlier sat on the ground in a daze. Near him, a shattered flower pot lay on the ground, its soil and flowers smashed into pieces. It was clear that this was caused by an object falling from a height, almost striking the man. At this moment, many people who were queuing outside began to gather around him, speaking up. "That was too close. You were really lucky just now. It nearly crushed you and sent you straight to the underworld." "Exactly, it was too close for comfort. I distinctly remember that the flower pot seemed headed right for your head, but somehow it suddenly swerved. Indeed, I also saw the flower pot veer off as if an invisible hand pushed it aside." Too bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Coloring everyone's comments, the man who narrowly escaped being hit by the flower pot suddenly remembered something. Carlo fumbled for the jade pendant he bought from Sierra from his neck. The jade pendant had already split and was beyond repair. But instead of feeling upset, he looked frenzied. "Ha ha, I get it now. It must be the jade pendant working its magic. Surely it saved me. It saved me. It can ensure safety." Everyone there was taken aback. But Ronaldo and Isabella exchanged amused glances. They knew they'd gotten a live advertisement. Sure enough, once people heard about the protective power of the jade pendant, they became even more interested. The internet celebrities, sensing the opportunity like flies drawn to food, rushed over. "Sir, what did you say? That the jade pendant ensures safety? How could that be?" "Yeah, things can be consumed indiscriminately, but words shouldn't be spoken lightly. It's just a small jade pendant. How could it possibly protect you? You're believing in superstition." "Exactly, superstition." Ronald standing to this, the man frowned. "What's superstition? I'm telling the truth." Pausing briefly, he continued. "After leaving the store, I was walking when suddenly someone shouted at me to look up at the sky. As soon as I raised my head, I saw a flower pot plummeting towards me, scaring me so badly I almost wet myself. As the flower pot neared my head, I thought I was done for. But strangely, it appeared as though an invisible large hand deflected it, causing it to miss me and smash beside me. Isn't that amazing? Afterward, I checked the jade pendant, and it had cracked in two. I can guarantee that it must have been this jade pendant protecting me. It must have been." After hearing his story, several bystanders confirmed his account, validating that his tale was indeed true. The internet celebrities were stunned, having never seen anything so unbelievable. "Haha, if jade pendants from Siamusu Jade Shop can truly ensure safety, then I must buy one more just in case," said the man excitedly. Ronaldo seized the moment and responded, "Sir, your jade pendant is damaged, but considering your unique experience, I'll give you another identical one free of charge." The man was delighted. Thank you very much." Ronaldo promptly returned to the store, retrieved an identical jade pendant from the display cabinet, and handed it to him. The man expressed heartfelt gratitude before departing. Carlo's gesture won considerable admiration and goodwill from onlookers, resulting in an instant surge in jade sales. Even the internet celebrities joined the purchasing spree. By noon, most of the medium to low-price jades in the store had been snapped up. "Irvin, today's business has been incredible. Look, our display cases are almost empty," Ronaldo exclaimed excitedly. Irvin smiled. "How much did we make? Has anyone counted?" Sierra and Kinkin calculated it. "So far, we've made over 500 million yuan. If word gets out, this will certainly be a monumental achievement in our Dexterjo city," Ronaldo said, agitated. "Great start." Irvin smiled approvingly. "Indeed." Ronaldo nodded. "Speaking of which, what do you plan to do with this large sum?" Irvin asked. "These jades were made from waste material you provided, so all the proceeds belong to you. Naturally, you should decide what to do with it," Ronaldo replied. Irvin laughed. "You're my girlfriend and future wife, so naturally you should manage it." "Bah, who said I'm your future wife?" Though she teased him verbally, internally, she felt incredibly gratified. Then she asked, "Really? You'll let me manage this huge amount?" "Of course." Irvin nodded confidently. After some thought, Ronaldo stated seriously, "Let's keep 100 million yuan as development funds and donate the rest to charity. What do you think?" Irvin immediately admired her decision. Donating to charity is excellent, and it helps spread our name. A win-win situation. Moved and relieved, Ronaldo didn't know what to say. After a moment, she suggested, "You should announce the donation to everyone." "All right." Irvin agreed, and then announced the charitable donation in front of everyone. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by thunderous applause and praise. Damn! To create over 500 million yuan in sales on the opening day, this is insane. Yeah, 500 million yuan. And yet Beckham doesn't blink, only keeping 100 million and donating the rest. Incredible. No one besides Beckham could pull this off. It's so badass. Beckham is the epitome of awesomeness. "Beckham, please accept my knees." Meanwhile, at the Ronaldo family residence in Dexterjo City, Candace was having lunch with her father, Unkit. Since being placed under house arrest, Candace spent her days confined at home, unable to leave or participate in company affairs. Yueling, here's a new phone I bought for you. Feel free to surf the web and pass the time, Ankit said, handing her the new device. Candace was delighted and took it immediately. Thank you, Dad. During this period, her old phone had been confiscated, leaving her bored and idle at home each day. Now with a new phone, she could access the internet, browse news, and use TikTok to pass the time. Opening TikTok, she came across a video. My God, isn't that Irvin? Carlo opened a store and made over 500 million yuan in sales on the opening day. Unbelievable. Candace said, looking proudly at her father. Chapter 203. Others' wealth is but an external possession. When he heard from his daughter that Irvin had opened a jade store with a sales turnover of over 500 million yuan, Ankit was utterly bewildered. Is this true? That kid has this ability? Ankit asked Candace and added, bring me the phone. Let me see. Yes, Dad. Candace promptly handed him the phone. Ankit took the phone and thoroughly watched the video. However, by the end, his brows furrowed tighter. Where did this kid get so much jade? Could it be fake? Coloring this, Candace became upset and retorted, Dad, if it were fake, would so many people buy it? That's not necessarily true, Ankit grunted. If it turns out to be substandard jade, it will cause him plenty of trouble. Zaming, Candace shot back, Dad, you're biased. She snatched back the phone and stomped off in a huff. Watching her leave, Ankit pulled out his phone and dialed Destin's number. Old Master Zane, come over. 3 minutes later, Destin appeared before Ankit. Mr. Ronaldo, what can I do for you? Ankit said, Old Master Zane, today Irvin opened a jade store and boasted on Douyin about a turnover of 500 million yuan. It seems suspicious to me. Since I don't trust anyone else, only you can go check it out and confirm whether it's true. To his surprise, Destin didn't move right away but mused aloud, Mr. Ronaldo, there's no need. Oh, why is that? Ankit was puzzled. I happened to pass by there and witnessed the grand opening of the jade store myself. It was magnificent. Pausing briefly, Destin continued, also, I personally went into the store and can assure you all the jade is genuine, with some extraordinary properties. Extraordinary properties? Ankit was stunned again. Indeed. Destin nodded calmly and then retrieved a pendant from his pocket, handing it to Ankit. This pendant cost me 1 million. Take a look. 1 million for this pendant? Looking incredulous, Ankit inspected the pendant carefully and nodded. The material is indeed high quality, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. But similar pendants on the market wouldn't cost more than 10,000 yuan. How did you spend 1 million? Is it because of those special properties? Destin smiled serenely without directly answering and instead said, Mr. Ronaldo, wear this pendant and feel the difference. Okay. Ankit immediately put the pendant on. Soon, he felt the scorching heat diminish, as if spring breeze caressed him, making him feel refreshed. Ah, why do I suddenly feel so cool? Ankit exclaimed. Old Master Zane, how can this be? Destin smiled slightly. You feel cool because Irvin infused this pendant with a tranquility charm, along with other charms like safety, dust repelling, waterproofing, fire protection, and karlomastatic charms. For us martial practitioners, these benefits are invaluable. So amazing. Ankit couldn't believe his ears. If you don't believe it, Mr. Ronaldo, you can try testing it, Destin replied smilingly. How should I test it? Ankit asked. Destin looked around and then focused on a water cup on the coffee table. Suddenly, he grabbed it and splashed the water toward Ankit. What are you doing, Old Master Zane? Ankit jumped in shock and tried to dodge. But Destin's movements were too fast, and he couldn't evade. As Ankit braced himself to be drenched, he was astonished to find a faint protective aura enveloping his body, deflecting the water outside. Not a drop touched him, and instead, the water spread across the floor. Ankit stared wide-eyed, completely baffled. Mr. Ronaldo, shall we test it further? Destin grinned. No need, no need. Ankit waved his hands and took a deep breath. I never imagined such a small pendant could have such capabilities. It seems I've seriously underestimated Irvin. Not just you, Mr. Ronaldo, but even I underestimated him. By the way, there's something you might not know. What is it? Carlo also opened a black pit fishing pond, which is extremely popular. Although it doesn't bring in as much as the jade store, business is still very good. So what if he opened a black pit fishing pond? Is it really worth getting excited over? Ankit shook his head. But Mr. Ronaldo, you don't know. The kid did something peculiar in that fishing pond, causing Dexter Zhu's chi to converge there. Many martial artists now train there. Such things happen? Ankit sighed, unsure of what to say. Mr. Ronaldo, to be frank, Irvin's abilities are unfathomable. If you can recruit him as your son-in-law, our Ronaldo family's future is promising. Even the man in Dexter Bay may soon defer to our family, Destin noted. Ankit nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps you're right, Old Master Zane, but it's already decided. We agreed on 1 year, so we'll wait and see how things develop then. At Siamusu Jade Store, big sister, brother-in-law, you really plan to donate over 400 million to charity? After everyone left the store, Isabella couldn't help but ask. Ronaldo nodded. Of course. Isabella panicked. But big sister, it's over 400 million. Are you sure you're okay with giving it away? Ronaldo laughed. What's not to be okay with? Your brother-in-law agrees. Isabella was still hesitant. But you don't have to donate money to do charity. Isabella, others' wealth is merely external possessions. It's just over 400 million. What's the big deal? Irvin interjected. Give me time, and I can produce more jade for sale. Each piece crafted by me is extraordinary. Worrying about sales? And our costs are virtually nil. Truly a profit-making venture, isn't it? Coloring this, Isabella perked up. True enough. Besides, donating over 400 million today is like advertising. I believe the Siamusu Jade Store brand will soon be famous throughout Dexter Zhou, and perhaps even beyond, across the whole Daxia Kingdom, Irvin remarked in a lecturing tone. Isabella, you need to think bigger. Rolling her eyes, Isabella playfully scolded. Got it, brother-in-law. You're always talking so much. Just then, Irvin's phone rang. Checking it, he saw the home landline number. Thinking something was amiss at home, he answered immediately. But the voice on the other end almost made him kneel down in shock. Please let me know if you have any additional requirements or specific sections you would like translated. ####Chapter 204. Ronald Tiger is kidnapped. It turned out that the voice on the other end of the phone wasn't human. Instead, it was Ronald Tiger's voice. Roar, master. I'm hungry, hungry. Irvin was initially stunned. This spirit beast could actually make a phone call? What an IQ, 666. Carlo immediately responded in beast language. Ronald Tiger, don't worry. I'll notify the nanny at home to arrange something for you. Thank you, master. By the way, Ronald Tiger, what do you want to eat? Irvin asked again in beast language. Meat. Meat? Noted. I'll get it arranged right away. Irvin then hung up and called the nanny's number, instructing her to feed Ronald Tiger some pork. After making the arrangements, Irvin put his phone away and suddenly noticed that Ronaldo and Isabella were looking at him with puzzled expressions. Why are you two staring at me? Irvin asked, puzzled. Brother-in-law, what gibberish were you speaking just now? I couldn't understand a single word, Isabella questioned. What gibberish? It's beast language. Irvin replied rather irritably. Beast language? Isabella was thoroughly confused. Ronaldo interjected. Irvin, beast language? What kind of beast language? Feeling a headache coming on, Irvin explained. It's a language used to communicate with animals. Isabella, not convinced, retorted. Sure, whatever. I don't believe you. She added teasingly, brother-in-law, fess up. Wasn't that some siren trying to hook up with you through secret signals? Irvin rolled his eyes. Hook up? Are you really thinking so low of me, Can? Am I that kind of person? Ronaldo gave her a stern look. Can you speak properly? Realizing she had crossed the line, Isabella stuck out her tongue adorably. Sis, brother-in-law, sorry, I was wrong. Seeing this, Irvin and Ronaldo let it go. Just then, Irvin's phone rang again. Carlo saw it was from the nanny's number. I'll take this. Irvin smiled at Ronaldo and Isabella and walked aside to answer. Davina, what's going on? On the other end, Davina was crying. Mr. Yi, the little pet you brought back is too difficult to handle. I prepared fresh pork for it, but it refused to eat and got furious instead, destroying much of our furniture and appliances. So it went wild? Irvin was instantly angry. Davina, don't worry, give me the phone. I need to talk to Ronald Tiger. Davina. After a while, she weakly said, Mr. Yi, are you sure you want me to hand the phone over to it? Realizing he might have made a mistake, Irvin decided not to alarm her further. No need, I'll be back soon. After hanging up, he pondered why Ronald Tiger would refuse Davina's fresh pork despite being a carnivore. Suddenly, an ancestral message flashed in his mind. Now I get it. Ronald Tiger isn't like ordinary carnivores. Being from the Iin ruins, where the aura is incredibly abundant, everything there is imbued with essence. Davina's pork, though fresh, lacks any essence, making it tasteless to Ronald Tiger. With this realization, Irvin began to worry. Where could he find essence-rich food outside the Iin ruins for Ronald Tiger? Then he slapped his head. I'm such an idiot. Why did I forget about Sanwan Pond fishing ground? I set up a spirit gathering array there, and the fish absorb essence. They'd be perfect as food for Ronald Tiger. Relieved, Irvin phoned Frederick to fetch 8 live fish from Sanwan Pond and send them to Ronald Tiger. Frederick agreed immediately. With everything settled, Irvin returned to Ronaldo and Isabella. Brother-in-law who just called? Before Isabella could finish, Ronaldo pulled her sleeve and interrupted. Irvin, we had a good day at the store today. Many of our jade pieces sold out. Should we prepare more jade products? Irvin nodded. Good idea. Let's buy some scrap jade now. Okay, Isabella smiled in agreement. The three closed the store and headed out to buy scrap jade. On the way, Isabella whispered to Ronaldo. Why did you stop me? What if it was some vixen calling brother-in-law? Ronaldo shook her head. Can. Everyone has their privacy. If I question Irvin every time he takes a call, wouldn't that make me seem petty? Besides, trust is the foundation of any relationship. If I questioned him like you suggested, it would show I don't trust him. Isabella nodded repeatedly. I get it, sis. Back at Ronaldo's rented apartment, Irvin worked tirelessly to refine and carve the newly purchased jade scraps until dusk. Ronaldo, these jades should be sold carefully, Irvin instructed. Carefully? Ronaldo was confused at first, but then realized selling too fast would overwhelm Irvin. We'll sell them carefully. No problem. Ronaldo expressed concern. But what if business remains as booming as today? I'm worried we won't be able to slow down sales. Irvin chuckled. We can raise the prices. I believe many will be deterred once the price skyrockets. Ronaldo nodded. Only that will work. After enjoying a meal cooked by Isabella, Irvin planned to spend intimate time with her when his phone rang again. It was Davina. Davina, what's wrong? Irvin was somewhat impatient. On the other end, Davina sounded frantic. Mr. Yi, your little pet has been kidnapped. What? Irvin's face changed. Who did this? I don't know, Davina weakly answered. Should we report it to the police? No need, Irvin flatly refused. Using his Carlovan-deriving art, he could divine the truth easily. Soon, he had the answer. Ronald Tiger had been taken by a group of Japanese people, including Chavi. Great. These Japanese have dared to target my Ronald Tiger. We'll see how they fare against me. Note, the name Chavi is kept in its original form to maintain consistency, assuming it is a proper name used within the context. Chapter 205. Finished eggs. Tiger Cub had fallen into the hands of the Japanese, and Irvin was furious. Carlo immediately decided to leave. Seeing this, Ronaldo's face instantly fell in disappointment. She had summoned her courage to prepare herself in lingerie bought online, ready to engage in intimate activities with Irvin. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, he was about to leave. Seeming to sense her thoughts, Irvin chuckled. Don't worry, stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon, and then we'll go all out. Ha! Ronaldla spat at him with a flushed face, shyly replying, okay, I'll wait for you. Then, Irvin left without delay. Immediately afterward, he called Frederick. Frederick, where are you? I'm napping in my car inside the underground parking lot, Frederick yawned. Irvin nodded inwardly. As a loyal follower, Frederick was competent and up to standard. Hurry up and drive over. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yes, Brother Chuan. After hanging up, feeling uneasy, Irvin called Remy, the master of Jinwei martial arts school. Because Leona had divined that these Japanese people were hiding in the Sakura dojo, which housed no less than 100 people, including some experts at the solid body realm. With only himself and Frederick, it would be difficult to handle them. Moreover, to completely eliminate them and avoid any escapees, he needed more manpower. Thus, he decided to call for help from the Jinwei martial arts school. Originally, he could have asked Queenie for assistance too, but since this was a personal vendetta, he didn't want Carver, Queenie's senior at university, to seize on it and accuse Queenie of misusing official resources. Soon, Remy answered the call. Mr. Yi, is it because my nephew Eben hasn't given you that 100 million? Rest assured, I'll hurry and follow up. Remy sounded anxious on the other end. Irvin laughed. That happened a long time ago. There's no need to rush. I've already received it. Oh, good. Remy sighed in relief. Remy, how many martial artists can you gather from your school? Irvin asked. We can muster about 60 to 70 people, Mr. Yi. Is there anything you need us to do? Remy detected something off in Irvin's tone and hurriedly asked. Irvin nodded, feeling they were enough, and said, Remy, immediately gather everyone and head to the Sakura dojo. Once we meet up, we'll raid it. Raid the Sakura dojo? Are you serious, Mr. Yi? Remy exclaimed in shock. Of course, what's the problem? Irvin countered. That's great. Remy's voice showed unbridled joy. You see, Mr. Yi, the Sakura dojo has been opened by the Japanese in our city and has always been trouble for us at Jinwei martial arts school. They often send people to challenge us. By the way, a few days ago, they even injured Braden, who is still in bed. Irvin remembered Braden well, but never expected he had been hurt by the Sakura dojo. One must show respect for one's followers. Braden was his own loyal follower, and if Irvin did nothing after hearing he was injured, how could he be a qualified leader? What? How come you didn't tell me earlier? Irvin felt displeased. Mr. Yi, I intended to inform you, but Braden said his injury was minor and not a big deal, so? Alright, let's set that aside. Gather everyone, and go to the Sakura dojo immediately. We will discuss when we meet up. Yes, Mr. Yi. Remy eagerly nodded but hesitated. Right, Mr. Yi, the Sakura dojo isn't easy. They have Master Ellison, an expert at the solid body realm, while our school lacks such experts. I fear. Do you fear? Irvin asked sternly. No, Mr. Yi, of course not. Remy excitedly replied. I am immensely grateful for your help, but without an expert at the solid body realm, we might fail and disappoint you. Relax, I will handle Ellison. You just need to provide support, Irvin reassured. Remy accepted without further hesitation, responding loudly, yes. At the Sakura dojo, lights blazed brightly. Several samurai-dressed Japanese gathered around an iron cage containing a rather cute spirit beast, the baby tiger cub. Currently, it looked listless, unmoving within the cage. Beside the cage stood Mei Liangxiang, smiling obsequiously at the dojo master, Ellison. Master, what do you think of this spirit beast cub? Ellison nodded continuously. Very good. By the way, how did you discover it? Master, it was pure luck. Mei Liangxiang paused before continuing. This afternoon, while wandering near Xiaohui Road, we spotted a spirit beast cub being kept in a civilian home. Seizing the opportunity when no one noticed, we sneaked in, drugged the cub, and quietly brought it back. Ellison gave him a thumbs up. Well done. This is a significant contribution. I will reward you accordingly. Thank you, Master. Mei Liangxiang rejoiced. Suddenly, the caged tiger cub roared and started gnawing at the iron bars, trying to break free. Ellison couldn't hold back laughter. Ha! This little spirit beast cub actually wants to bite through the cage. What a joke. But his laughter ceased abruptly as the iron bars snapped under tiger cub's relentless biting. Oh no, it's escaping. Quickly, knock it out. We can't let it get away. Ellison panicked. Mei Liangxiang and other samurais rushed to subdue it with sticks, preventing it from biting further. Unexpectedly, this infuriated tiger cub, who bit through the stick like powder. This? Mei Liangxiang and the samurais stared in disbelief. A bunch of idiots. Ellison fumed. What are you waiting for? It's nearly escaped. Realizing their mistake, Mei Liangxiang shouted, Master, watch me. Carlo attempted to strike Tiger Cub unconscious, but Tiger Cub, having broken the bars, leaped out and bit straight towards his crotch. Instantly, blood gushed out. Ah! Mei Liangxiang screamed in agony. In that moment, his mind raced with only one thought. Finished eggs. The paragraph structure, original tone, style, and character names are maintained throughout the translation, preserving the essence of the story and its development. Chapter 206. Will you be alive to see tomorrow's sun? Seeing Carson's pitiful state, Ellison and the few samurai immediately understood that he had been bitten in the crotch by the spirit beast cub. Everyone shivered empathetically. Ah! At this moment, Carson let out another anguished scream as the tiger cub suddenly exerted force and tore a huge hole through his pants. This wouldn't be so serious except that in its fury, it also ripped off the part below his crotch. In other words, Carson had instantly become a eunuch. Roar roar. The tiger cub succeeded in its attack and then roared furiously at Ellison and the others. Don't come over. All the samurai were terrified and took steps backward. Ellison was on guard, wary of the cub's sudden attacks. However, he noticed that the cub suddenly turned around and barked a few times toward outside. Roar roar. Then it wagged its tail and ran out. Quickly chase after it. Don't let it run away. Ellison hastily intercepted the tiger cub's path. Roar! The cub got angry, opening its mouth and pouncing forward swiftly. Upon seeing this, Ellison didn't dare take it lightly and delivered a powerful strike. Bang! A loud clap. Sensing something amiss, the tiger cub tried to dodge, but it was too late. With a thud, it was struck, flying away and barely hanging on to life. At this moment, an enraged voice came from afar. How dare you lay hands on my tiger cub? Are you tired of living? Startled, Ellison looked towards the source of the sound and saw a young man enter with anger clearly visible on his face. It was none other than Irvin. Just as the tiger cub had seen him, it rushed forward enthusiastically. You little brat, who are you? How dare you come here uninvited into my cherrywood dojo? Ellison stared at Irvin sternly. Ignoring him, Irvin knelt down beside the tiger cub and spoke in beast language. Tiger cub, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Carlo immediately transferred a wave of vital energy into the cub. Facing formidable enemies now, he could only temporarily sustain the tiger cub's life. After resolving matters concerning the Japanese samurai of the Yamagi dojo, he would devote himself entirely to saving the tiger cub. Shortly, the tiger cub, originally near death, was temporarily brought back to life. Irvin stood up and huffed. You kidnapped my tiger cub here, and do you think I can't come to claim it? Ellison's gaze hardened. You mean to say that this spirit beast cub belongs to you? Yes, Irvin affirmed proudly. You say it's yours, so it is yours? On what basis? Ellison acted stubbornly. At this point, Carson, supported by two samurais, struggled to rise and gritted his teeth. Master, I recognize this kid. He has some grudge against me. What happened? Ellison asked in surprise. Carson recounted the enmity between himself and Irvin. Ellison finally understood the situation. Master, we are all honored samurai knights bestowed titles by our emperor. Now this Xia countryman bullies us. Please regain the dignity for us. Carson implored. Nodding, Ellison replied, rest assured. I have my own plan. Feeling relieved, Carson glared fiercely at Irvin. Xia swine. Just wait for Master's wrath. Irvin laughed derisively. I truly never thought someone whose privates are gone would still speak so boldly. Carloe, how does being a eunuch feel? Isn't it amazing? Baka. Carson shook all over with rage and growled. Xia swine. You're about to die yet you still dare act arrogantly in front of me. Remember this well, after Master takes care of you. I'll cut your private parts and feed them to dogs. With him, Irvin sneered coldly. Just a mere solidification stage level 1. Not much to boast about. Feeling belittled, Ellison's expression darkened. Do you know where you are? Daring to come alone? Who said I came alone? Irvin smiled calmly. I suggest you send someone to check outside the dojo. Ellison's expression changed slightly, immediately calling a samurai to go and see. That samurai left through a side door. Moments later, he returned, looking flustered. Master, it's bad. Many people are coming. They seem to be from Sheng.1 Martial Arts Hall. Why panic? They're from Sheng.1 Martial Arts Hall? Is there anything to fear? Ellison laughed disdainfully. Sheng.1 Martial Arts Hall had always been dominated by their cherrywood dojo, and he didn't take it seriously. But the issue is, it seems like Sheng.1 Martial Arts Hall has sent almost everyone. Even their master Remy is here. The samurai hurriedly explained. What? Even old Remy is here? Ellison realized the seriousness of the situation. Yes, master, Remy indeed is here. Hurry, gather all the people from our dojo. Yes. At this time, Irvin interjected with a smile. No need. What do you mean? Ellison was confused. Well, while you were busy, I silently infiltrated your dojo's courtyard and eliminated most of the samurai, Irvin declared nonchalantly. What? Ellison gaped. After a pause, he ordered a samurai to check the courtyard. That samurai soon returned, looking more flustered. Master, it's true. Many in the dojo are dead. Enraged, Ellison snapped. Xia person, even if we kidnapped your spirit beast cub, it doesn't justify killing so many of us. Irvin sniffed. Of course not. But you should know what kind of people reside in your cherrywood dojo. This Xia person speaks nonsense. Our cherrywood dojo opened here in Dexterjo to promote martial arts exchange between our two countries, and we've always operated properly. Never broke the law? Irvin interrupted with a smirk. If I'm correct, isn't the true reason your cherrywood dojo exists here in Dexterjo to spy on Xia? A look of unease crossed Ellison's face, but he quickly regained composure, shouting loudly, what a ridiculous lie. Just because you say so? Do you have any evidence? Indeed, I have no evidence, Irvin smiled wryly. But that's okay. Knowing you've appeared here and with ill intentions, that's enough. Xia person, this is slander without cause. I will report this to the Japanese consulate in Dexterjo. Ellison shouted. Do you really think you'll live to see tomorrow's sun? Irvin retorted menacingly. Chapter 207. Defeating the enemy in one move. Ellison's face darkened after hearing Irvin's words. Judging by your tone, can you really kill me? Irvin cast a leisurely glance at him and sneered. What? You don't believe I can kill you? Ellison sized him up from head to toe and laughed derisively. From the aura around you, it's clear that you are still at the body tempering stage. As for me, I am at the solidification stage. Who gave you the courage to claim that you can kill me? Just as Irvin was about to respond, a commotion erupted outside Yamagi Dojo. A large crowd rushed in, immediately surrounding Ellison, Alexandra, and others. Leading this group was none other than Remy. Seeing Remy, Ellison's anger flared. Well, Remy, it is really you. Remy snorted disdainfully. So what if it's me, Ellison? Let me tell you plainly, your Yamagi Dojo's days are numbered. Our Yamagi Dojo's days are numbered? Haha. Ellison laughed loudly as if he had heard an extremely funny joke, then sneered. Remy, I thought you were someone, but it turns out you're just as foolish as this kid. Let me tell you, in the presence of absolute strength, no matter how many weaklings there are, It's like eggs hitting a rock. Understand? His words were extremely arrogant, yet they held a truth beneath the rudeness. In these times, within the martial arts world, defeating the strong with the weak was not unheard of. However, defeating a solidification stage expert at the body tempering stage was nothing short of a daydream. Eggs hitting a rock? The key question is, who's the egg and who's the rock? Irvin said coldly. Obviously, I'm the rock and you're all eggs. Ellison laughed. Is that so? A hint of a cold smile appeared on the corner of Irvin's mouth. Then he turned his head and gave Remy a nod. You all step back. I want to see the prowess of Mr. Ellison, the master of Yamagi Dojo. Yes, Mr. Yi. Remy waved his hand, and his disciples stepped back accordingly. Seeing this, Ellison laughed heartily. All right, today, I'll show you what real disparity looks like. At this, everyone behind Ellison burst into laughter. I didn't mishear. This Ya Kingdom pig dared to challenge our dojo master? Haha, this is the funniest thing I've heard today. Remember, our dojo master is at the solidification stage. Exactly, this Ya Kingdom pig clearly is only at the body tempering stage, yet he dared to challenge our dojo master. Carlo's asking for death, and major death at that. Upon hearing this, Remy's disciples couldn't help but sympathize with Irvin. Do you know who's challenging your dojo master? Let me tell you, he's our renowned Beckham, medical sage, Irvin. Humph. In this, Dexterjo Cup, youth martial arts competition, Beckham defeated numerous opponents and won the championship. What if your dojo master is at the solidification stage? Our Beckham doesn't take him seriously. Beckham, beat up Ellison. We're cheering for you. Right, beat up Ellison. For a moment, the crowd was in uproar. On Ellison's side, everyone's expression changed drastically. Not long ago, they also intended to participate in the Dexterjo Cup youth martial arts competition, but due to their Japanese identity, they were refused by the organizers. Nonetheless, they had all heard of Irvin, who had performed exceptionally well in the competition. So, this Ya Kingdom pig is the famous young medical sage Irvin, who gained fame recently. It's said that during this youth martial arts competition, you achieved victory despite being weaker. Admirable indeed, Ellison said with a solemn expression but filled with disdain. However, those you faced were merely weaklings at the body tempering stage. Against me, a solidification stage expert, you will only be humiliated. Carlo, is that so? Irvin shook his head. If so, why wait? Let's get started. Ellison looked disdainful. I'll give you 3 moves first. You make the first move. Finishing his sentence, he folded his arms behind his back, displaying supreme arrogance. You sure you want me to go first? Aren't you afraid I might render you incapacitated within 3 moves? Irvin taunted. Just you? Afraid you don't have the capability? Ellison replied dismissively. Move. Irvin rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. That's what you said. Now watch closely as I start. Move quickly. You Ya Kingdom pigs always chatter on endlessly. Without any further ado, Irvin summoned the Honghuang illusory sword. Before Ellison could react, he slashed out. Instantly, a sword beam emerged from his hand, slicing through the air and heading straight for Ellison with a whooshing sound. Initially, Ellison didn't take it seriously, but witnessing this, his entire complexion changed. Such a formidable technique was beyond his own capabilities, yet a mere body tempering stage individual managed to pull it off. It was utterly unbelievable. Not good. Before Ellison could think much, the sword beam whistled right before him. In a panic, he immediately rolled to avoid this fatal strike. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sharp blade struck his right calf. Rip! Ellison's right calf was severed instantly, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground, bleeding profusely. The entire venue was stunned. No one expected Irvin to use such ruthless tactics from the outset. Especially the Japanese warriors of Yamagi Dojo, their faces were filled with shock. This kid was only at the body tempering stage, yet he managed to maim a solidification stage dojo master. On the contrary, Remy and his disciples were elated. Not only did Irvin achieve victory against the stronger opponent, but he did it with just 1 move. Who else could do such a thing? Ellison, thank you for conceding. However, there are still 2 moves left, Irvin smiled. Seeing his severed calf, Ellison sat paralyzed on the ground, racked with pain and sweat. Carlo realized that he had been played by the opponent. Baka, Ya Kingdom pig, you are despicable. At this point, Alexander shouted. Despicable? Where's the despicableness? Even before Irvin could reply, Remy stood up angrily and refuted loudly. Everyone saw what happened just now. It was clearly because Ellison underestimated the situation. Now, you dare accuse Mr. Yi of being despicable? Have you lost your mind? Alexandra seethed with rage. You Ya Kingdom pig, say that again if you dare? If you insist, then here it is again, Remy retorted, repeating his previous statement verbatim. Thurf***cur. You dare call me a eunuch? Do you think I don't understand Ya Kingdom language? Alexandra fumed, suddenly attacking Remy. Chapter 208. Not a single one shall be left alive. As Armand attacked, Remy's face was filled with excitement. Himph! You dare to be arrogant in front of me, a mere eunuch? Without hesitation, he swung his fist towards Armand. In his view, this Japanese man, Armand, was not worth mentioning in terms of combat ability. Moreover, being castrated and heavily injured, he was no match for him. But just then, Irvin's voice interrupted. Remy, step back quickly. Carlo is at the solid body realm level 1. You are no match for him. What? Solid body realm level 1? Remy's expression changed dramatically. Carlo was only at the 6th level of tempering body realm. How could he be an opponent for someone at the solid body realm level 1? Although the other party had lost his genitals and was seriously injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Wasn't it obvious that he would be brutally beaten? Panicking, he hastily retracted his fist, trying to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Armand had already lunged forward, his cold eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Seeing himself about to be killed on the spot, Remy closed his eyes in despair. In a flash, a towering figure appeared before him. Stop! Irvin roared, standing firm as he met Armin's punch head-on. Ordinarily, he would never dare to face such a blow directly, but what could he do? After all, he had already taken a mighty strength pill. The outcome was predictable. Armin let out a wail of pain, flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Carlo rolled around on the floor, howling in agony. My hand is ruined. Seeing this, Remy and his disciples felt greatly relieved, shouting, Long live Dr. Yi! Long live Dr. Yi! On the other side, Ellison and the samurai looked extremely grim, especially Ellison. His gaze was filled with hysterical fear when he looked at Irvin. Just now, he saw clearly that Armin's palm strike was powerful and unstoppable. Yet Irvin faced it head-on without any trickery. Any ordinary warrior at the tempering body realm couldn't have withstood it. But Irvin not only endured it, but also sent Armin's hand into ruin while remaining unharmed. It was simply too bizarre. It seemed that Irvin was playing possum all along. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving my life, Remy said gratefully as he walked up to Irvin. Irvin waved his hand. We're family. No need for words. Yes, Mr. Yi, Remy nodded. Next, Irvin approached Ellison with a half-smile. Ellison, I still have 2 moves left unused. Want to? Before he finished, Ellison blustered. Irvin, don't be arrogant. Ellison, accept my defeat today without complaint. You can kill or maim me as you wish, but please spare these samurais who have followed me for years. I'm afraid that none of your samurais will be spared, Irvin replied coldly. Yi, you heartless beast. Ellison raged. This is unjustifiable slaughter. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? What retribution? Irvin didn't care. Matters of national righteousness cannot afford mercy. For those who threaten our country's and people's safety, I will act decisively even if it means going to hell. Ellison nearly burst with anger. You say we endanger your nation, but where's the proof? Show me the evidence. I've said it before, I don't have the evidence now, but I've predicted that you will carry out these deeds in the near future. To prevent any trouble, I must take action. Irvin didn't bother elaborating further, gesturing to Remy. Make sure everything is handled thoroughly. Not one shall be left alive. Mr. Yi, this? Remy hesitated. Remy, I know what you're worried about. You fear diplomatic complications from dealing with them, right? Irvin asked. Yes, Mr. Yi, Remy nodded. Don't worry, just take action. I'll handle the aftermath, Irvin reassured. With that, Remy had no more reservations and led his disciples to encircle Ellison, Armand, and the other Japanese warriors. At the brink of life and death, everyone fought fiercely. Though Ellison and Armand were heavily injured and weakened, the other samurais were still in perfect condition. When they realized they were about to be killed, they immediately retaliated. Unfortunately, their strength was only at the tempering body realm level, far below Ellison and Armand. Within 4 or 5 exchanges, they were annihilated by Remy and his group. Now it was Ellison and Armand's turn. Unexpectedly, Armand cringed, begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll submit and be your loyal dog. Ellison was furious. Armand, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you no conscience? I don't have a conscience, so naturally, I can't lose it, Armand retorted indifferently. Ellison glared. You? Armand ignored him, continuing to beg for mercy. What do you say? Can you spare me? I promise to be your loyal dog, faithfully. Remy sneered. No thanks, we don't want to waste food. With that, he raised his palm, ready to strike Armand's forehead. Wait. Irvin intervened. Remy paused, looking at Irvin in confusion. Irvin didn't explain but turned to Armand. Are you sure you want to be our loyal dog? Armand nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm sure. Good, swallow this then. Irvin took out an obedience pill and handed it to Armand. Looking at the black pill in his palm, Armand hesitated, involuntarily shrinking back. This is enough talk. Will you take it or not? Remy demanded. I'll take it. I'll take it. Armand nodded reluctantly. Quickly, he swallowed the pill. Under Irvin's inducement, Armand was forced to recognize Irvin as his master, becoming his lackey. Note, the term Byodal is correctly translated as inducement in this context, so the provided translation by the user is accurate. No changes are needed for this specific sentence apart from removing the Chinese characters. Normally, given Irvin's hatred for evil, he wouldn't have spared Armand. However, considering that this Japanese spy was sent to the Great Xia to establish an intelligence network, why not keep him alive to gather information for the benefit of understanding Japan's activities? Why not? Mr. Yi, what should be done with Ellison and the others? Remy suddenly asked. Irvin glanced at Ellison. Anyone willing to submit, speak up. Screw that. Ellison, will never submit to the Xia pigs. It would be a betrayal. Ellison shouted. The samurais echoed his sentiment, refusing to submit. Armand growled. You fools. On the verge of death. You dare defy Mr. Yi? End of chapter 208. #### chapter 209. The sage has a plan. Seeing that Morris was determined to be a loyal dog to the people of Shagwa, the samurai, including Addison, were all fuming with anger and cursed him vehemently. But it was all in vain. Under the influence of the obedience pill, Morris remained completely unmoved. At this moment, Remy proposed to Irvin, Master, since they insist on not surrendering, should we just kill them all? Irvin nodded. Leave it to you. Is there any problem? Remy hesitated. Except for Addison, dealing with the other samurai is no issue for us. Very well. I will take care of Addison. You handle the rest of the samurai. If you cannot capture them alive, then eliminate them without mercy. Yes, Mr. Yi. Just then, a samurai shouted loudly, Quick, escort the dojo master to break out. No sooner had he spoken when the samurai quickly sprang into action. One of them carried the injured Addison, who had a broken lower leg, and fled through a side door. while the others covered the retreat. Remy, I'll chase after Addison. You clean up here and remember, don't let anyone escape, Irvin said before immediately employing his dragon walk technique to give chase. Yes, Mr. Yi. Remy took the lead, rushing forward, followed closely by his disciples. In no time, the samurai responsible for covering the retreat were all killed on the spot. Meanwhile, Irvin had already chased out the side door. To his surprise, the samurai carrying Addison had hidden in a rock formation. By the time Irvin reached it, they had vanished. Where did they go? Frowning deeply, Irvin immediately activated his Carlovinli eye. Soon, he discovered a secret door within the rock formation leading to an underground passage. Unfortunately, it took him quite some time to locate the mechanism to open the passage. It turned out to be an electronic fingerprint lock made of high-grade steel, which he could not break. Frustrating. Irvin was somewhat annoyed. Carlo should have finished them off earlier. Now Addison had managed to escape. If he gets away, this matter could become public. Then I'll be everyone's target. Moreover, if this incident causes diplomatic tension between Xiagua and Dongyi Ingguo, I'll be in serious trouble. Even Queenie might not be able to protect me. Realizing this, Irvin quickly calmed himself down. Right, I'm being stupid. Why didn't I think of using the Tian method to predict where he's going? Slapping his forehead, Irvin immediately started calculating. The results came swiftly. Oh no, this guy intends to seek refuge at the Jailiguo consulate, which has good relations with Dongyi Ingguo. Irvin's expression grew grim. I must intercept him quickly. Carlo left the Sakura dojo and instructed Frederick to drive him to the Jailiguo consulate as fast as possible. 3 minutes later, they arrived near the Jailiguo consulate. Sure enough, after a short wait, the samurai carrying Addison appeared, panting heavily. Where do you think you're running? Irvin stepped forward with a cold laugh. Ah. Seeing Irvin, Addison and the samurai turned pale. Run, Addison urged. Reacting quickly, the samurai turned to flee. However, Irvin used his dragon walk technique to catch up instantly, striking Addison's back with a palm. Spit. Addison spat blood and died on the spot. As for the samurai, Frederick punched him once more, ensuring he met the same fate. Frederick, load their bodies into the car and bring them back to the Sakura dojo, Irvin ordered. Frederick paused. Brother Chuan, they're already dead. Why bother taking them back to the Sakura dojo? What do you know? If we leave their bodies exposed here and it becomes public, it will cause endless trouble for me. But Brother Chuan, even if we take their bodies back to the Sakura dojo, it could still cause trouble. Carlo, perhaps not. Irvin smiled mysteriously. Really? Brother Chuan? I have a plan. Take their bodies back to the Sakura dojo first. You'll understand soon enough, Irvin said. Reluctantly, Frederick suppressed his doubts and helped Irvin carry Addison and the samurai's bodies into the car, driving back to the Sakura dojo. In no time, the two returned with the bodies. At this point, Remy, Morris, and the others were waiting inside the dojo for his return. Mr. Yi, everything is settled. What's the next move? Remy asked as he approached. Irvin placed Addison's body down and said, bring all the bodies of the Japanese from the Sakura dojo here. I need to revive them all. What? Everyone, including Remy and Morris, was stunned. They couldn't help but wonder why he had killed them in the first place if he intended to revive them now. Wasn't that redundant? But Frederick quickly understood. Brother Chuan, I get it. You killed them because they refused to surrender. Now you're reviving them to control them with the obedience pills, thus avoiding future complications. With so many Japanese dying in Dexterjo, it would undoubtedly cause diplomatic issues, and if the higher-ups investigate, we'd be in trouble. Snap. Irvin snapped his fingers, giving Frederick an approving look. Smart. Frederick grinned sheepishly. Beside him, Remy and Morris finally grasped Irvin's intentions and felt immense admiration. Indeed, such a brilliant scheme turning death into life could only come from medical Saint Irvin. Subsequently, Irvin began using his skills to revive Addison and the other samurai. Of course, before they regained consciousness, Irvin ensured each one received an obedience pill. After about an hour, Irvin successfully completed his task. Addison and the samurai all acknowledged him as their master. Thus, Irvin's most pressing concern, the potential diplomatic conflict, was resolved instantly. Additionally, Irvin gained another martial force composed of Japanese, the Sakura dojo. Feeling rather pleased with himself, Irvin looked at Addison and said, Ronaldston carefully, Addison. From now on, if you receive any intelligence harmful to Xiagua, notify me immediately. Understood? Yes, master, Addison respectfully replied. Irvin then provided his phone number, which Addison promptly recorded. Irvin then gestured to Remy. All right, it's late. Let's withdraw. But suddenly, Morris knelt down. Master, save me. Chapter 210. Scarcely settled. Another problem arises. Save you? Irvin was momentarily taken aback. But as soon as his gaze fell upon Meade Ronaldangsing's crotch area, he understood and sneered. You mean you want me to help turn you back into a normal man from a eunuch? Meade Ronaldangsing was overjoyed at these words and continuously bowed, saying, Master is truly wise beyond compare. Please, master, save me. Beyond compare in what? Isn't it wise enough to see the minutest details? Really, where did you learn your Xia country language? Irvin couldn't help but laugh. Meade Ronaldangsing scratched his head awkwardly. Forgive me, master. All right, let's get back to the topic, Irvin said with an earnest face. Rest assured, if I handle this, I will definitely make you a normal man again, ensuring the root remains. Really? Master, can I really become a normal man again? Meade Ronaldangsing was incredibly excited, but immediately became uneasy. But master, my vital organ was bitten off by this little creature. As he spoke, he pointed at the tiger cub on the ground, filled with hatred. If it's bitten off, so be it. Out with the old, in with the new, Irvin smiled. I promise, your vital organ will grow back, and I ensure you'll be more virile than before. Thank you, master, Meade Ronaldangsing rejoiced and knelt down again. Since we are master and servant, naturally I won't let you suffer such torture. Irvin helped him up, then frowned and said, however, to turn you back into a man, I need a medicinal catalyst. Medicinal catalyst? What kind of catalyst? A live gecko, Irvin said gravely. A live gecko? Mead Ronaldangsing was stunned. Not just him, but even Remy and Ely were also puzzled. Unsure how a live gecko could serve as a catalyst? Perceiving everyone's thoughts, Irvin explained, surely you've heard that when a gecko is in mortal danger, it will cut off its tail to escape. After some time, due to a regeneration hormone within its body, its tail grows back. Therefore, I plan to extract this regeneration hormone from a live gecko to use as the catalyst. At this point, everyone finally understood. Remy marveled. Mr. Yi truly lives up to the title of medical sage, coming up with such a method. If Mr. Yi were in ancient times, I'm sure the eunuchs in the imperial palaces would queue up for your medical services. Yes, yes. Ely agreed along with others. Irvin smiled slightly and pondered. I wonder where to find a live gecko. Ely replied, Master, we have geckos in our Sakura dojo. I've seen them with my own eyes. Mead Ronaldangsing was overjoyed. Master, really? Of course. Just wait here. I'll fetch some. Ely finished speaking and ran off. About 5 or 6 minutes later, he returned, holding a plastic bag with 7 or 8 geckos inside. Carlor, you go, Master. Ely handed the plastic bag to Irvin. Good. Irvin accepted it. Due to the large size of the Michuan integral Xanernase, which wasn't convenient to carry, fortunately, according to the legacy of the medical immortal, extracting the regeneration hormone from a live gecko wasn't complex. A mere iron pot would suffice. So, Irvin asked Ely to take him to the kitchen. A short while later, they arrived at the kitchen. Irvin promptly found a frying pan and started working. Half an hour later, a bowl of milky white regeneration hormone was successfully extracted. Take this bowl of regeneration hormone to the bathroom and apply it there. It might hurt a bit, but you must endure. Then return here for further treatment, understand? Irvin handed the bowl of regeneration hormone to Mead Ronaldangsing. Yes, Mead Ronaldangsing suppressed his excitement, took the bowl, and hurried to the bathroom. 3 minutes later, he emerged looking pained. Irvin nodded and told him to lie down, then suspended his hands above Mead Ronaldangsing's crotch, releasing life force chi constantly. Soon, a lot of life force chi enveloped Mead Ronaldangsing's crotch area. What comfort! Mead Ronaldangsing felt his pain lessen and was greatly relieved. Meanwhile, under the catalysis of the regeneration hormone, Mead Ronaldangsing was amazed to discover that his missing vital organ was regenerating rapidly. After about half an hour, Mead Ronaldangsing loudly exclaimed in front of everyone, Ha ha! I'm a man again. I'm a man again. Master, you're simply divine. At this moment, Mead Ronaldangsing was not only surprised but also filled with admiration for Irvin. Everyone present shared similar sentiments. Irvin smiled faintly, picked up the tiger cub, and signaled to Remy, it's getting late. Let's withdraw. Yes, Brother Chuan, Remy nodded. The group of over 100 people prepared to leave the Sakura dojo. But at this moment, Frederick suddenly rushed in, panting, Brother Chuan, it's bad news. It's bad? Irvin furrowed his brows. Frederick, what's the hurry? Take your time. No need to panic. Brother Chuan, listen. A large number of Tian department personnel have come to arrest us. By the way, Brother Chuan, the leader is Special Agent Carver, Frederick explained hastily. Upon hearing this, Irvin's brows furrowed deeper. What? Carver leading them? Yes, Brother Chuan, Frederick replied. At this moment, Remy gritted his teeth. Strange. How did the Tian department know to come here? Frederick sighed. What's so strange about it? We made such a commotion. Of course someone reported it. The police can't interfere in martial arts world affairs, but they can notify the Tian department to send people. This is going to be trouble. Since we've had run-ins with that doggone Special Agent Carver, he won't let this pass easily. Irvin remained calm, smiling. Relax. Every problem has a solution. Amir Carver, what is there to fear? Besides, now that everything at Sakura Dojo has returned to normal, what can Carver do? Parloring this, everyone relaxed. At this moment, a strong male voice called from outside the dojo gates. Irvin inside Sakura Dojo, listen carefully, surrender immediately, otherwise, this day next year will be your Memorial Day. Inside the dojo, Irvin and everyone else were astonished. Truly, just as one wave settled, another rose. Brother Chuan, strange. How did Carver know you were here? Frederick looked puzzled. Irvin pondered. Let me divine this. Carlo started calculating swiftly. Soon, he got the answer. I understand now. When we chased after Ely earlier, someone from the Korean consulate recognized me and saw me kill Ely, leading them to report it. The police then notified the Tianchuan department, and once Carver heard I was here, he personally led the team to find me, Irvin explained. Everyone finally understood. Now that everything is settled, let's see what Carver can do, Irvin said and waved his hand. Come, follow me outside. Chapter 211. After all, we were just acting. Subsequently, Irvin led Frederick, Remy, and others out of the Yamagi dojo. Just at the door, they saw a large group of people dressed in Tianbu uniforms waiting in formation. Leading them was none other than Carver. The moment he saw Irvin come out, Carver sneered and ordered, "Take the criminal Irvin into custody immediately." Instantly, 7 or 8 Tianbu officers stepped forward to apprehend Irvin. Seeing this, Frederick moved quickly to protect Irvin and shouted loudly, "Protect Brother Chuan." Remy and his disciples also moved forward upon hearing this. "You've all rebelled." Carver raged uncontrollably. "Do you know what you're doing? Obstructing the Tianbu from arresting a public murderer is a more serious crime, understand?" Frederick retorted immediately, "Nonsense. How could Brother Chuan commit murder in broad daylight? You're just spouting nonsense." "Spouting nonsense? This is the truth, and we have sufficient eyewitnesses and evidence." Carver pointed at Frederick. "Move aside now. If you obstruct our investigation any further, we will arrest you too." "You try and see," Frederick yelled loudly. Remy and others joined in supporting Frederick vocally. "Xenerius," Carver commanded. "Originally, Gathering here to create chaos was already a punishable offense. I had been magnanimous and did not pursue it. But since you choose to be obstinate, don't blame me for being heartless. Arrest everyone involved in causing disturbance at Yamagi Dojo. With that, all the Tianbu members drew their weapons and advanced step by step. Unfortunately, neither Frederick nor Remy and others showed any signs of retreating. Instead, they took initiative and confronted the Tianbu officers head-on. Tensions escalated rapidly. At this moment, Irvin yelled loudly, "Wait!" Carlo pushed through the crowd and walked to the front. "Brother Chuan, Mr. Yi." Both Frederick and Remy voiced their concerns. "Don't worry, they can't do anything to me." Irvin nodded reassuringly. Understanding his gesture, Frederick and Remy moved back. Irvin continued forward. "Humph, so the coward Irvin finally showed himself," said Carver, smirking triumphantly as he spotted Irvin coming out. Facing the ridicule, Irvin looked disdainful. "Carver, you claimed I murdered someone on the street and boasted about having witnesses and evidence. So where are they?" "Irvin, you want witnesses and evidence? Very well, follow us, and our special envoy will show you everything," Carver declared loudly. "Bullshit." Before Irvin could respond, Frederick interrupted fiercely. "It sounds nice, but I think there's no witness or evidence. Everyone agrees, right?" "Yes." Remy and others roared in agreement. Seeing this, Carver frowned but then sneered after some time. "Fine. You want witnesses and evidence? All right, I'll show you." After instructing an underling, he brought out a man soon after. "Look carefully, this is Ignatius, staff from the Korean Consulate General in Dexterjo, who witnessed Irvin killing outside the consulate and recorded a video." Pointing at the person, Carver asked, "Mr. Kim, isn't what I said true?" Ignatius, speaking with a Korean accent, confirmed, "Indeed, I personally witnessed someone murdering outside our consulate, specifically Mr. Ellison." Carver pointed at Irvin. "Mr. Kim, is this the person who killed Ellison?" Ignatius studied Irvin closely before affirming, "Yes, it's him. Carlo killed Mr. Ellison." Satisfied, Carver turned smugly towards Frederick and Remy. "So, did you hear the witness? Do you want to see the video recorded by Mr. Kim?" Unexpectedly, Frederick and Remy remained unperturbed. At this point, Irvin scoffed. "You say Mr. Kim is your witness? What if the video is fake?" Enraged, Carver pointed at Irvin. "You insolent Irvin, you're just quibbling. The video can't be fake. Mr. Kim, please send the video to my WeChat. Let him see and be speechless." "Understood, Agent Wu." Ignatius added Carver's WeChat and sent the video over. Carver displayed the video on his phone. "Look yourself." Irvin glanced at it. A clip showing him and Frederick killing Ellison and his henchmen outside the consulate and loading their bodies into a car. "Irvin, seeing clearly? Now what do you have to say?" Carver demanded loudly. Irvin responded slowly. "Can we say it was just acting?" "Acting?" Carver laughed derisively. "Ha ha ha, what a joke, Irvin. That's the worst excuse ever. Murders on the street and now acting? Do you take us for fools?" "Believe it or not, we were acting," Irvin smiled. "Daring you," Carver bellowed. "Now that the facts are clear, you dare to resist? Arrest the murderer Irvin immediately. If he resists, subdue him by force." "Yes." The Tianbu agents moved again to apprehend Irvin. "Wait." Irvin raised his hand. The Tianbu agents halted, turning to look at Agent Carver, who looked impatient. "Irvin, what are you up to? Speak up." Irvin spoke solemnly. "Agent Wu, it seems you're convinced I killed the dojo master Ellison. But if I can bring the living Ellison to meet you, what would you do?" "Zanini, you've killed him. How can he possibly be alive to meet me?" Carver laughed out loud. Without contradicting, Irvin smirked. "If I can bring Sakamoto Master alive to meet you, what would you do?" "Emph. If you can make Sakamoto Master appear alive, I'll apologize." Carver replied with contempt. "Please, bringing such a big troop to arrest me, just apologizing? So what do you want?" Carver asked. "Simple. I slap you 3 times. How does that sound?" Irvin calmly suggested. "You." Feeling greatly insulted, Carver turned red but quickly regained his composure. "All right. If you can make Ellison appear alive, I'll honor my word and accept 3 slaps. But if you can't, if I fail, I leave it to your discretion." "Agreed. I said it." After saying that, Irvin clapped his hands. Next second, the crowd parted. Ellison, leading the Yamagi Dojo warriors, emerged. "Ellison?" Carver stared dumbfounded. You weren't dead? How are you still alive?" Chapter 212, Guarantee Not to Kill You. At the same time, Stewart beside Carver was also baffled. "Director Sakamoto, what's going on? I clearly saw you being killed by him." Ellison remained expressionless. "Mr. Jean, didn't Mr. Yi just say it was an act? We were just performing." "An act? What a bizarre reason." Stewart felt his brain couldn't cope with this situation. However, now that Ellison was very much alive and standing before him, accusing Irvin of murder made him look like a fool. "I say, Director Sakamoto, why did you and Irvin choose to put on such a performance? And especially one involving a street killing?" Carver asked, bewildered. "Why should we explain ourselves to you?" Sakambo Ruji replied coolly. Such a simple sentence hit Carver hard. As they say, it's priceless when someone enjoys themselves, making him feel as if he had overstepped boundaries. Initially, he hoped this incident would ruin Irvin permanently, allowing him to win Queenie's affection easily. But never did he expect such an outcome. Then, Irvin laughed. "Special Agent Wu, now that everything is clear, are you not ready to let me slap you 3 times as promised?" "This?" Carver looked embarrassed but could not refute it. After all, he had publicly agreed to Irvin's terms. Going back on his word now would damage his reputation severely. Finally, biting his teeth, he relented. "Irvin, it was Special Agent Wu's mistake today. I apologize. Additionally, I offer 10,000 yuan in compensation instead of the slaps. Can we settle this peacefully?" To him, losing money was trivial compared to losing face. Otherwise, if news of him being slapped spread, his reputation would be ruined. So, 3 slaps from me are worth only 10,000 yuan? Irvin scoffed. That's quite cheap, isn't it? Predicting Irvin wouldn't let it go easily, Carver gritted his teeth again. How about 300,000 then? Huh? 300,000? Irvin laughed derisively. Special Agent Wu, you're from the patrol department sent to Dexterjo. Isn't saying such things quite foolish? Carver, this? Although he was a special agent, his salary wasn't high. 300,000 was nearly his annual income. Special Agent Wu, let me be honest. Even if you offered $1 million, I wouldn't care. Just bring your face forward for those slaps. Don't worry, I won't hit too hard. I guarantee not to kill you. Guarantee not to kill you? Carver seethed inwardly. Was this still called not hitting too hard? Irvin, think about the consequences. Carver said threateningly. Consequences? What consequences? Irvin smiled. You should think about the consequences of refusing to keep your promise. Look at your subordinates behind you. How many of them despise you? Carver glanced around and noticed strange expressions on his subordinates' faces, some even showing disdain. However, admitting to being slapped publicly was out of the question. Carver sneered, Irvin, dreaming if you think I'll let you slap me. Let's go. Carlo waved his hand to lead them away. Stop. Irvin suddenly appeared in front of Carver using a swift step, striking a slap across his face. Smack. Caught off guard, Carver staggered, momentarily dazed. A moment later, regaining consciousness, he roared angrily, You dare slap me? Why not? You need it. Irvin sneered and slapped him again swiftly. Smack. Unprepared, Carver received another slap, spinning around and losing a tooth. Enraged, he swore, I'll kill you. Then he retaliated. But Irvin was prepared and dodged easily. With your skills? You wish. Irvin returned another slap. Smack. The final slap landed squarely on Carver's face. His face swelled like a pig's head, blood trickling from his mouth, tears streaming down his eyes. All right, 3 slaps done. You can leave now, Irvin dismissed him casually. You. Covering his burning cheek, Carver, furious and embarrassed, barked at his subordinates. Are you all dead? Arrest this little bastard. Sadly, no one moved. Clearly, despite his title, he held no real power. Carlo could command the Dexterjo patrol department only because of police assistance. With Irvin's innocence proven, they would no longer obey him. Moreover, everyone witnessed the entire event. Special Agent Wu had lost credibility, so naturally, no one supported him. At this point, Irvin remarked, 3 slaps done. Why haven't you left yet? Did you enjoy it? Want more? Shaken, Carver dared not respond further, waving his hand to lead his team away. But halfway, he turned and roared, Yi, remember this humiliation. One day, I will return the favor. With that, he marched away into the night. Haha, Brother Chuan did well. 3 splendid slaps. Frederick exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, indeed. Remy and others agreed. Irvin smiled without a word. Since it was late, Irvin didn't linger, instructing Remy to lead everyone away. Carlo bade farewell to Ellison and Armand, then took Frederick and the baby tiger, Lloyd, into his car to leave. Inside the car, Lloyd lay on Irvin's lap, pleading pitifully in animal language. Master, hungry, hungry? Startled, Irvin asked Frederick, Frederick, weren't you supposed to fetch fish from Sheng.1-252.I for Lloyd? Frederick replied, Brother Chuan, they're in the trunk. I'll get them. Carlo got out and headed for the trunk. Irvin patted Lloyd and said in animal language, Go to the trunk and eat slowly. Lloyd responded happily, Thank you, master, then jumped out of the window to follow Frederick. Irvin shook his head, amused by the glutton. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Chapter 213. Carlo has a cunning plan. I have a wall-climbing ladder. Irvin glanced at his phone and was momentarily stunned. It was an unknown number. But upon checking the area code of the phone number, it appeared to be from Dexterjo. Without hesitation, he rejected the call. The reasoning was simple. It was most likely a telemarketing or harassment call. However, what he did not expect was that within mere seconds, the call came through again. Carlo felt vexed and directly blocked the number. Once the block was set, he sighed in relief, thinking, will this finally stop? Almost immediately, however, a text message arrived, containing only 3 characters. Candace. Damn. So it's Yueling who called. With immense joy mixed with a touch of guilt, Irvin promptly unblocked the number and returned the call. Soon enough, the call connected. Then, the voice of Candace, whom he had been yearning for lately, came through. Irvin. Irvin could barely contain his excitement. Yueling, is that really you? Yeah, it's me. How are you? How have you been recently? Irvin asked, his voice choked with emotion. Well, what do you think? These past few days, I've been confined at home, unable to go anywhere. My dad even confiscated my phone, and I'm almost bored to death. Thankfully, my elder sister came back home for a visit. Seeing how pitiful I looked, she secretly gave me her phone so I could contact you, Candace complained. Only then did Irvin understand the situation. Right, Irvin? Where are you now? I'm at our Dexterjo Cherrywood dojo. Be careful. My fiancé has come to Dexterjo again, along with his father. They're currently discussing things with my dad at our house, Candace suddenly added. Oh. Irvin's expression darkened. You mean Fraser from Jinling's Liu family? Yeah, him. Don't worry. I don't take the Liu family duo seriously, Irvin said nonchalantly. Irvin, don't underestimate them. This time they brought about 7 or 8 solid realm experts specifically to deal with you, Candace warned. Oh. Irvin's expression turned grave. 1 solid realm expert he might handle, but 8 all at once. After all, even a powerful fighter struggles against multiple foes. Moreover, they were overwhelmingly outnumbered. Irvin, since they're coming after you aggressively, why don't you go out of town to hide for a while? Candace suggested. Hide out of town? Upon hearing this, Irvin felt uncomfortable. Although Candace meant well, hiding away as a man would tarnish his reputation as a medical sage. Yes, Irvin, you should go out of town. My elder sister is finishing her visit and preparing to leave Dexterjo. She can bring you to stay at her place for some time, Candace said. Welling, there's no need. Irvin firmly declined. Irvin, do not provoke trouble, but I am not afraid of it either. Since the Liu family duo targeted me by coming here, I won't retreat. Moreover, isn't it true they only have 7 or 8 solid realm experts under their command? Well, I do too. You do too? Candace was taken aback. Irvin chuckled. Welling, let me tell you honestly, during this period, I've made many staunch friends in the martial arts world, including solid realm experts. Really? Of course, if I lied to you, I'd make you ride me for life. What do you think? Irvin said with a naughty grin. Candace, quick-witted, immediately caught on and spat. Oh, you're terrible. After such a long separation and inability to communicate via phone, the lovers filled with longing talked endlessly. For half an hour, they still felt like they hadn't had enough. Suddenly, Candace said, Right, Irvin, there's something that needs your help? Needs my help? Irvin's heart raced. Wait, let me guess. How about that? Sure. Candace smiled. Irvin immediately activated the Karlovinly derivation technique and began deducing with finger calculations. Soon, he smiled gently. Welling, if I didn't guess wrong, you want me to treat your elder sister Madeline for infertility, correct? Irvin, you're truly amazing. You guessed right, Candace exclaimed. Right, are you free tomorrow? If you are, give me an address, and I'll have someone bring my sister to see you. Just as Irvin was about to give the address, he thought of a better idea. Forget it. I'll come find you at the Ronaldo residence. Come to our place? Candace blurted out in surprise. But my dad has strictly forbidden your entry into our house. Don't worry, he may have cunning plans, but I have a wall-climbing ladder, Irvin said confidently. You have a way to come to our Ronaldo residence? Candace was both surprised and delighted. Of course. Really? Absolutely. Irvin then explained his plan. Candace was thrilled. Subsequently, they discussed some specifics about meeting up tomorrow, confirming everything was foolproof before hanging up. As soon as he put away his phone, Frederick arrived carrying Ronald Tiger onto the car. The moment Ronald Tiger entered the vehicle, he hopped straight into Irvin's arms, clearly disgruntled. Master, fussing. Irvin laughed and replied in beast language, How am I fussing? The phone, Ronald Tiger responded. Irvin understood immediately. The little spirit beast was upset about the prolonged phone call. All right, Ronald Tiger, no complaints, or else I won't feed you, and will starve you for a few days, Irvin threatened mildly. Ronald Tiger quickly calmed down upon hearing this. At that moment, Frederick asked, Brother Chuan, where to, home or Miss Ronaldlo's place? Without hesitating, Irvin answered, Ronaldlo's place, of course. Half an hour later, Irvin quietly appeared in the room Ronaldlo rented, leaving the lights off. Through his celestial eye, he saw that Ronaldlo was sound asleep. Notably, beneath the thin blanket, she wore a sexy lingerie set, complementing her gracefully undulating posture, which left much to the imagination. Damn, Irvin's eyes widened, unable to resist any longer. Carlos stripped off his clothes and climbed into bed. Who's there? Jolted awake by the movement, Ronaldlo struggled. It's me, hee, Irvin reassured her. Recognizing his voice, Ronaldlo's guard dropped instantly. Bad. You came back without turning on the light? This way it's more thrilling. Irvin grinned wickedly and pounced on her, pinning her down. An hour later, Ronaldlo, utterly exhausted, fell into deep sleep, while Irvin was energized and wide awake. Carlo got up quietly, left Ronaldlo's room, and went to the kitchen, setting up a soundproof barrier around it. Because he intended to concoct something to prepare for his clandestine visit to Candace at the Ronaldo residence tomorrow. Chapter 214, Human Skin Mask. What Irvin was going to refine was actually a human skin mask. In the medical immortality legacy in his mind, there were many techniques to change one's face. However, with his current level of cultivation being too low, he could only achieve the goal of changing faces by making a human skin mask. Once he changed his face, not only could he freely enter and leave the Ronaldo family, but even the Liu family father and son from Jinling would not be able to find him if they wanted to cause trouble. In fact, with his present cultivation level, there was another method, the bone transformation technique. But this technique had its disadvantages. Once used, the bones would deform severely, and it would be almost impossible to revert. If applied to other parts of the body, it wouldn't matter much, but using it to change one's face would be problematic. Therefore, choosing to make a human skin mask was much safer. However, creating a human skin mask was indeed not easy. It wasn't that the required herbs were hard to find, but the process was extremely complicated and couldn't be completed in less than 2 or 3 hours. Still, for the sake of seeing Candace, he decided to go all out. Before starting, he first called Frederick. Frederick, have you brought all the things I asked you to prepare for my place? It turned out that after Frederick had taken him to Ronaldlo's place, he instructed Frederick to return to the villa on Zafei Road to bring over all the tools and herbs he needed for alchemy. Already, boss, everything is in the car trunk, Frederick replied. Very good, bring everything upstairs. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Irvin went out of the kitchen, opened the door, and waited for Frederick to come up. 3 minutes later, Frederick appeared before Irvin, carrying large bags of Chinese medicinal materials and the Sheng.1-1-252.I Santernace, breathing heavily. Seeing Frederick puffing and panting, Irvin frowned slightly. It seemed he needed to create a spatial storage ring soon. With a spatial storage ring, he could carry anything he needed conveniently. Boss, I'll take my leave now. Following Irvin's instructions, Frederick moved the items into the kitchen and quietly left. Then, Irvin re-entered the kitchen and started working. Concerned about disturbing Ronaldo and Isabella's rest, he activated a soundproofing array. Meanwhile, at the Ronaldo residence, on the sofa in the first-floor living room, the patriarch of the Ronaldo family, Unkit, was receiving a group of visitors. Among them, the leading figures were a father and son duo, Fraser from the Liu family and Jinling and his father, the patriarch of the Liu family, Hildred. The atmosphere in the living room was tense. Brother Ronaldo, Our families have been old friends for generations, and you and I are brothers in spirit. We had set the marriage arrangement between our children long ago. Yet now you want to back out. What does this mean? Hildred said coldly. Ronaldo brother, what do you mean? I never intended to back out. I merely suggested postponing the wedding for a year. There's no other meaning, Unkit replied with a smile. Humph, brother Ronaldo. According to our original agreement, the wedding should have happened this year. Now, you're suggesting a delay. Isn't this backing out? Hildred said gravely. Unkit maintained his smile. Brother Lou, honestly speaking, delaying for a year is a helpless move. Carloplis? What do you mean? Hildred asked, perplexed. Brother Lou, as you know, we're not in the feudal era anymore. Marriages aren't solely determined by parents' wishes. Nowadays, young people believe in free love. My daughter adamantly refuses to agree to the arranged marriage, and I can't force her to marry your son just because I'm her father. This? Hildred was speechless. At this moment, Fraser interjected, Uncle Ronaldo, I remember Miss Yueling didn't oppose the marriage initially, and she got along very well with me. But suddenly, her attitude has changed, clearly indicating something's wrong. As I understand, a guy named Irvin has intervened. Hasn't he, Uncle Ronaldo? Of course, I remember him. Then is your change of heart due to this guy? Fraser asked. Unkit laughed awkwardly. How could I change my mind because of this fellow? Carlo's just a poor boy, nothing compared to Lord Liu. Uncle Ronaldo, let me tell you, Irvin isn't just some poor kid. Fraser shook his head. We found out that Irvin recently visited Jinling and helped his mother reunite with her ancestral clan. If my father and I hadn't been in Dexter Bay then, we wouldn't have let him off easily. Wait, what did you say? Carloping his mother reunite with her ancestral clan? Unkit interrupted. Uncle Ronaldo, didn't you know this? Fraser couldn't help asking. Unkit shook his head. Fraser then narrated Irvin's visit to Jinling. Unkit finally understood. I never expected that Irvin would turn out to be the grandson of Andre from the Jinling Young family. But despite all that effort, he still couldn't reconnect with his ancestors. How ironic. In fact, Hildred remarked solemnly, this matter is partly Andre's fault. Carlo feared a powerful figure from Dexter Bay and refused to accept Irvin. Regardless, since Andre dared not accept Irvin, he remains just a poor nobody, a bastard, nowhere near Lord Liu. Only marrying you would make my daughter a match, right? Unkit flattered. This pleased Fraser immensely. Since it's a perfect match, why hesitate? Let's pick an auspicious day soon and settle the wedding, shall we? Hildred suggested. Unkit was still hesitant. Seeing this, Hildred became impatient and pressured further. But Unkit remained firm. Hildred grew displeased and bid farewell. Ronaldo brother, I'll give you one night to consider. I'll visit again tomorrow and wait for your answer. With that, he led his son out. Unkit tried to retain them, but Hildred ignored him and left. Watching them leave, Unkit sighed helplessly. Irvin, whether you live to see next year depends on your fortune. After leaving the Ronaldo residence, the Liu family father and son got into their car. In the car, Fraser couldn't help but ask, Dad, Uncle Ronaldo didn't agree. What are we going to do? Son, don't worry. His agreement doesn't matter much. The key lies with Miss Ronaldo's stance, Hildred smiled. Dad, I know, but the problem is that Candace won't agree so easily. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its 7-inch mark. Miss Ronaldo doesn't want to marry you because of that Irvin fellow. If we silently dispose of him, imagine what would happen, Hildred grinned sinisterly. What? Silently disposing of Irvin? Fraser was startled. Chapter 215, Madeline. Exactly, Hildred nodded, a sinister smile creeping across his face. As long as we quietly eliminate Irvin, Miss Ronaldo will lose all hope and give up for sure. In the end, she'll still obediently marry you. Upon hearing this, Fraser's eyes lit up with delight. Only Dad could come up with such a brilliant plan. Hildred sighed. It's a pity that we went to Dexter Bay recently and didn't know Irvin had gone to Jinling. Otherwise, how could that kid have survived until now? Yeah, Fraser echoed. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late to kill him now. Hildred then said to the driver, Old Dexter, I'm entrusting this task to you. After escorting us back to the hotel, I'll have Honor hand over all Irvin's information to you. Once you get news of Irvin, take care of him for me. Yes, Mr. Liu, Old Dexter nodded, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. After over 2 hours of effort, Irvin finally finished making an incredibly thin human skin mask. This mask was almost indistinguishable from his own skin tone, preventing anyone from noticing. Additionally, it could be easily put on and taken off, offering great convenience. Irvin carefully placed the mask on his face and examined it in the mirror. It fit perfectly without any flaws. 2 words described it best. Perfect. Not bad, not bad. With this, going to the Ronaldo family tomorrow will be foolproof. Even if I appear before Unkit, he might not recognize me. I've been really foolish. Why didn't I think of making a skin mask before? Irvin shook his head. However, after working for so long, he was exhausted. Carlo dismantled the soundproofing array and returned to Ronaldo's room, holding her closely as they fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Irvin was having breakfast with Ronaldo and Isabella when a phone call came in. Carlo glanced at the screen. It was the number Candace had called from yesterday. Not wanting to cause misunderstanding with Ronaldo, Irvin smiled faintly. I'll take this call. Carlo walked to the balcony. Unbeknownst to him, this action annoyed Isabella immensely. Sis, look at that. Brother-in-law is taking calls behind our backs again. That call must be from some vixen or flirt, Isabella pouted angrily. Ronaldo remained silent, focusing on her meal. Seeing this, Isabella grew even more upset. Sis, with a third party almost intruding on your relationship with brother-in-law, why are you so indifferent? Ronaldo frowned slightly. Kinchan, my relationship with Irvin is none of your concern. But sis, as your sister, how can I stay out of it? Isabella grew even angrier. In any case, I won't let any vixens or flirts ruin your relationship with brother-in-law. Kinchan, I say this again. Don't interfere with my relationship with Irvin. If you do, I will no longer recognize you as my sister. Ronaldo said sternly. Startled by her serious tone, Isabella felt both angry and anxious. Sis, why? Ronaldo sighed softly. Brother-in-law has exceptional medical talent and is destined for greatness. I'm just an ordinary woman. How can I hold on to him? I don't ask for anything else. I only wish to be by his side. You. Isabella wanted to refute but knew in her heart that someone like her brother-in-law couldn't be held down by an ordinary woman. Ronaldo continued, actually, with Irvin's abilities, there will inevitably be more women around him in the future. If I tried to manage each one, it would be futile. I might even annoy Irvin, causing him to leave me. What's the point? AI, Isabella sighed, her eyes filled with compassion. Sis, you've suffered too much. Ronaldo smiled wryly. Actually, things aren't that bad. Irvin and I have known each other since college. I understand him thoroughly and know he values relationships deeply. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to be with him. I trust him. No matter how many women he meets, I will always have a place in his heart. Let's hope so, Isabella replied. At the same time, Irvin had gone to the balcony and answered the call with a teasing tone. Yelling, did you miss your big brother already? Unexpectedly, a gentle voice unfamiliar to him responded, Carlallo, Mr. Irvin. This is Madeline. Irvin's expression froze. Damn, this is embarrassing. Flirting with my sister-in-law. Cough, cough. Irvin cleared his throat and laughed awkwardly. Oh, Miss Ronaldo, nice to meet you. Mr. Yi, here's the situation. My sister can't move around easily right now. Please call me once you arrive at the Ronaldo family entrance. I'll come out with her to pick you up, alright? No problem. Alright, let's settle on this. See you later. See you. After hanging up, Irvin returned to the dining table. Suddenly, he noticed Isabella hesitating as if she had something to say. Confused, Irvin asked, Kanchan, is there something you want to tell me? Just as Isabella was about to speak, Ronaldo interrupted, Kanchan, it's almost time for work at the Jade Shop. You're the deputy manager, responsible for everything there. You should go early and set an example for the staff, okay? She kept giving Isabella significant looks. Isabella looked helpless and decided to remain silent. Seeing this, Irvin didn't press further. After breakfast, Isabella went to work at the Jade Shop while Ronaldo headed to class. Irvin had Frederick drive him to the Ronaldo family. Once in the car, he put on the human skin mask. Watching him change faces instantly, Frederick was left speechless. About half an hour later, they arrived at the Ronaldo family's gate. Irvin texted Madeline, informing her he had arrived. Less than a minute later, Madeline appeared at the door. Upon seeing her, Irvin scrutinized her closely. She was in her 30s, fair-skinned and beautiful, with her hair in a bun and dressed in a nude-colored dress, exuding a mature and graceful aura. Carlos studied her while she did the same to him. To Madeline, the man before her seemed rather ordinary, someone you wouldn't remember if you saw him in a crowd. Are you Dr. Mu? Madeline asked loudly, pretending. Yes, Miss Ronaldo, Irvin responded with a slight smile, retrieving a medical kit from the car and leaving Frederick outside to wait. Carlo followed Madeline through the Ronaldo family's front gate. They turned several corners before reaching the living room of the Ronaldo villa. As soon as he entered, he saw Unkit entertaining guests, one of whom was Fraser. What a small world. Irvin chuckled inwardly but reminded himself that he was currently Mickey, maintaining a poker face as he followed Madeline inside. Initially, no one in the living room paid him any attention. However, as he passed through, Fraser suddenly shouted, Stop! Irvin's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Did he recognize me? Chapter 216. Turn a blind eye. Just as Irvin was inwardly mumbling to himself, Madeline, who had been leading the way, turned back and gave him a reassuring look before smiling at Fraser. Young Master Lu, did you call me just now? No. Sister Ruyun must have misunderstood. I wasn't calling you. I was calling him. Fraser pointed at Irvin. You were calling him? Madeline smiled. Young Master Lu, what do you need Dr. Mu for? Carlos Dr. Mu? Fraser scrutinized Irvin carefully, revealing a disappointed expression. Earlier, I saw his back, and he looked extremely like someone else, so I called him out. So that's it, Madeline giggled. Young Master Lu, please continue your conversation. I'll take Dr. Mu upstairs. With that, she shot Irvin a meaningful glance. Irvin understood and quickly followed her, preparing to head upstairs. But at this moment, Fraser called them again. Sister Ruyun, hold on. Madeline restrained herself and smiled. Young Master Lu, is there something else? Sister Ruyun, I know the Ronaldo family's personal doctor. When did they get a Dr. Mu? Fraser cast a suspicious look at Irvin. Madeline responded adeptly with a cunning smile. You're right, young Master Lu. Dr. Mu isn't the Ronaldo family's personal doctor. Carlo's an old friend of mine. Fraser nodded. So Dr. Mu is Sister Ruyun's friend. But I still have one thing I don't understand. What is it, young Master Lu? Madeline asked. Why are you bringing your friend into the Ronaldo family? Surely it's because you're taking him to see someone in the family who's not feeling well. Could you tell me who it is? This? Madeline hadn't expected Fraser's quick thinking and secretly admired him. It's my sister. Oh, Dot is sick? Fraser immediately panicked. Let me see her then. Parloring this, Irvin cursed inwardly. Damn, what do you want? Are you here to cause trouble? Madeline shook her head. Young Master Lu, you'd better not. You know my sister's temperament. She doesn't want to see you now. Why upset her? Fraser's face fell. At this moment, Hildred, who had been observing, spoke up. Ronald Ruyun, don't say such things. Our two families have long-standing marriage arrangements. As your sister's fiancé, my son has every right to visit her. Madeline faltered. But, Hildred turned to Unkit. Brother Ronaldo, you're the head of the Ronaldo family. What do you think? Let the young people meet first and talk? Unkit hesitated. Brother Lu, I have no objections, but my daughter. Hildred interrupted. Since Brother Lu agrees, that's settled. Han, go see your fiancé. Remember to be gentlemanly. Yes, father. Fraser immediately stood up and eagerly trotted over to Madeline, smiling brightly. Sister Ruyun, let's go. Madeline glanced helplessly at Irvin. Irvin was thoroughly annoyed, but restrained himself due to his disguise. Seeing this, Madeline reluctantly agreed. All right, let's go. The three of them proceeded upstairs. On the way, Fraser talked nonstop like he was high on drugs. Madeline could only respond intermittently. As for Irvin, he pretended not to hear anything. Soon, they arrived at Candace's room. Upon opening the door, Candace, dressed elegantly, rushed forward eagerly but instantly turned somber upon seeing Fraser. Meanwhile, Fraser was completely taken aback. Wasn't she sick? She looks perfectly fine. Fraser, why are you here? Candace snapped. I heard from Sister Ruyun that you were ill, so I came to see you. Fraser said awkwardly. Don't worry about my illness. Since you've seen me, please leave, Candace replied coldly. Fraser didn't expect Candace to be so ungracious. Feeling humiliated, he gritted his teeth. We have a marriage contract. As your fiancé, I come to see you, and you treat me like this? If you dislike my treatment, why don't you break off our engagement? Candace retorted sharply. Fraser stuttered, speechless. Candace ignored him and approached Irvin. This is Dr. Mu, right? My sister told me your medical skills are remarkable. Recently, I've been troubled by restlessness. Could you come to my room and check on me? Looking at his beloved, Irvin suppressed his inner agitation. Of course. Carlo followed Candace into the room. Madeline came in right behind them. Fraser attempted to follow but was pushed out by Candace, who slammed the door shut. Fraser felt utterly humiliated. As the esteemed heir of the Nanjing Liu family, many women would willingly throw themselves at him. Yet Candace didn't give him the time of day. Bear with me, Candace. Wait until you enter the Liu family, and see how I deal with you. Fraser muttered angrily and headed downstairs. Inside the room, Irvin, who had already activated his Carlo.I, confirmed Fraser's departure and turned to Candace with a gentle smile. Carlo's gone. Candace breathed a sigh of relief and threw herself into his arms. Irvin. The long-separated lovers embraced tightly, words unnecessary. Moments later, a light cough broke their reverie. Irvin and Candace quickly separated. Candace blushed furiously, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. Irvin remained calm, protected by his disguise. Carlo chuckled and said to Madeline, Xanature sister-in-law, don't you know the principle of turning a blind eye? Madeline was bewildered. She clearly wasn't prepared for Irvin's sudden change in demeanor. Stop talking nonsense with my sister. Have some respect. Candace scolded Irvin playfully and turned to Madeline. Sister, that's just him. Don't mind him. Madeline finally caught on and laughed. No problem. By the way, you haven't seen each other in a while. Go ahead and talk privately. I'll keep watch outside. With that, she left the room. Once alone, Irvin removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Candace couldn't contain her excitement and threw herself into his arms for a passionate kiss. After a long moment, they parted. Irvin, you truly have impressive skills. How did you create such a realistic disguise? Candace marveled. Oh, Irvin, can you do me a favor? Note. The chapter captures the tension between various characters and Irvin's resourcefulness, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 217. Does true love need to be together every moment? Irvin smiled and said, Yueling, between us, why bother talking about helping or not? Isn't it just about treating your elder sister? It's not about treating my elder sister. Candace shook her head. I want you to make a human skin mask for me so that I can slip out and meet you more often. Irvin was both moved and astonished, saying, no problem, leave it to me. Seeing his quick agreement, Candace kissed him on the cheek with delight. Irvin couldn't help but return the kiss, feeling overwhelmed by affection. The two caressed each other for a while, exchanging sweet words, when Candace suddenly remembered, right, Irvin, my sister is still waiting outside for you to treat her. Should I call her in now? Sure. Irvin nodded with a smile. Then, Candace opened the door and led Madeline in. Madeline hesitated. Ronald told sister, I really don't need. Sister, rest assured, Irvin is an extremely skilled doctor. If you can't trust me, who can you trust? Candace reassured her. Madeline had no choice but to remain silent. Candace pulled Madeline to stand before Irvin, who comforted, Miss Ronaldo, there's no need to be nervous. Madeline bit her lip. Okay. Irvin then activated his Carlo.I. Target * Madeline. Condition * normal. Seeing this, Irvin was stunned. How was this normal? Where was the infertility? However, due to his trust in Candace, he felt there must be something unusual. Carlo immediately used the Tian technique and began calculating. Soon, he understood the situation. It turned out that Madeline wasn't suffering from infertility. She had intentionally been taking contraceptive pills, which over time had resulted in complete loss of fertility. For Irvin, this condition was a minor issue, but for most doctors, it would be impossible to treat. At this point, Candace urged, Irvin, what's wrong with my sister? Why aren't you speaking up? Yueling, let's talk elsewhere. Irvin pulled her aside and explained the diagnosis. What? You mean my sister has been taking contraceptives and has lost her fertility? Candace stared at him, wide-eyed. Exactly, Irvin nodded solemnly. But why would she do that? Probably related to her first love, Irvin replied gravely. Candace shivered slightly and exclaimed, my sister's first love died years ago. Has she never gotten over him? Irvin sneered. The thing is, he didn't die naturally. Someone deliberately murdered him. The murderer, although not your brother-in-law, is closely related to him. Your sister has always suspected her husband's family, but lacks evidence. However, she will never bear children for them or carry on their lineage. Candace trembled again. This? Are you sure? No doubt about it, Irvin said confidently. Seeing his determination, Candace had no more doubts and blurted out, I'll go find her right away to confirm. Hold on. Irvin grabbed her arm and warned, "You can verify, but don't mention the murder case. It might upset her and cause her to act rashly." Candace nodded, "Got it." She then went over. Irvin sat on the couch nearby, observing silently. Meanwhile, Candace stood before Madeline and recounted Irvin's diagnosis without mentioning the murder. Madeline instantly paled, stammering, "Ronald's sister. How is this possible? How could I have taken contraceptives intentionally? Besides, Irvin didn't even use traditional diagnostic methods. This seems too absurd." Candace noticed her reaction, confirming Irvin's words. She gently persuaded, "Sister, don't hide it from me. Irvin is revered as a medical saint in our Dexterjo, and his skills are widely recognized. Carlo doesn't need traditional methods. If he says you took contraceptives, it must be true." Madeline turned deathly pale, then begged pitifully, "Ronald's sister, please don't tell anyone. It's my secret." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, not even Dad. After all, you're my sister," Candace promised firmly. "And Irvin? Sister, you can absolutely trust him." With this verbal agreement, the tension eased somewhat. "Sister, if you really don't like your husband, why not divorce him? Why torment yourself?" Candace suggested. I. Madeline hesitated, unable to finish. "Do you fear revenge against our family after the divorce?" Candace guessed. Madeline finally nodded after much hesitation. "Sister, you've suffered so much." Unable to hold back, Candace hugged her sister and cried uncontrollably. Touched, Madeline also broke down into tears. After some time, the sisters calmed down. "Well, little sister, don't worry about me. Focus on yourself. Do you plan to stay with Irvin forever?" "Honestly, I don't want you to follow in my footsteps," Madeline said worriedly. "Don't worry, I won't. I have confidence in Irvin," Candace replied firmly. "But the strength of the Jinling Lu family is immense. Not just their own power, but their network surpasses Irvin's ability. Can he really handle it?" "My dear sister, stop worrying about me," Candace smiled. Seeing this, Madeline could only shake her head and reminded, "By the way, Irvin has been in your room for quite a while. Carlo should leave soon, or Dad and the Lu family might suspect something." Candace frowned slightly. "It hasn't been long. It's almost an hour, and you say it's not long?" Madeline sighed. "Two hearts that truly belong together need not be together every moment." Candace paused, obviously touched by her words. Then, she walked to Irvin and said, somewhat reluctantly, "Irvin, Irvin had heard everything they discussed and smiled. "Your sister is right. Two hearts that truly belong together need not be together every moment." "You heard everything?" "We spoke softly." Candace was surprised. Irvin chuckled. "To a strong expert, even whispers are useless." Candace finally understood. "All right, I'll head downstairs now." Irvin put his mask back on. "Irvin, I'll escort you," Madeline offered. "That would be very kind," Irvin thanked. "I'll come too," Candace added. Irvin knew she wanted more time together and agreed. They descended to the living room together. But just as they entered, Hildred smashed the coffee table into pieces with one palm strike. What happened? Irvin's eyelids twitched. Chapter 218. Truly pitiful. Hildred continued to lash out at Zyler, whether you agree or not, my son is going to marry your daughter Candace today. This Sunday, which is 5 days from now, happens to be an auspicious day. My son will come to fetch her personally. If you aren't prepared, you'll have to consider the consequences." With that, Hildred abruptly stood up and was ready to lead everyone away. Zyler was already terrified, hastily standing up to pacify him. "Brother Lou, calm down. Everything can be negotiated." Hildred shoved Zyler aside and barked, "What's there to negotiate? If it weren't for my son's declaration that he would only marry your daughter Candace, do you think I, Hildred, would humiliate myself by coming to negotiate with you? Let me tell you this. Many families are queuing up to wed their daughters into our Lu family. What makes you think your Ronaldo family dares to hesitate?" Zyler was scolded until he had no response left. Candace could no longer stand it. She spoke up, "If Uncle Lou looks down on our Ronaldo family, then why bother coming here? In short, marrying into your Lu family is absolutely out of the question for me." "What did you say?" Hildred instantly radiated a menacing aura, causing everyone present to feel uneasy. Especially Zyler, who was close to Hildred, felt suffocated. As for Candace, she almost couldn't stand steady, but Irvin steadied her. Candace looked gratefully at him and said firmly to Hildred, "I'll say it again. Marrying into your Lu family is absolutely out of the question for me." Good. Ronald brat, you're quite bold." Hildred was filled with rage. "In all my years in Dexteru, no one has dared to speak so insolently to me. Aren't you afraid of our Lu family retaliating?" "Why should I fear? The Lu family can do whatever they want in Jinling, but can they do the same in our Dexterjo?" Candace retorted without flinching. "You." Hildred was nearly driven mad with anger. Seeing the tension rise dangerously, Zyler panicked and reprimanded Candace. "Rubbish! How dare you speak like this to Uncle Lou?" Then, turning back to Hildred with a forced smile, he pleaded, "Brother Lou, Yueling is still young and impulsive. Please forgive her considering our long-standing friendship." Hildred's fury lessened slightly as he snorted at Candace. "Humph, little girl, if it weren't for your father pleading for you, I'd teach you a lesson right here and now." "You." Candace tried to protest, but Irvin held her back. Calm down. How can I stay calm when he acts so shamelessly and forcefully?" Candace pouted. "Endure a moment of storm, and you'll see calm seas. Retreat a step, and the world will widen," Irvin whispered. "But how can I endure when they plan to force a marriage this Sunday?" Candace gritted her teeth. "Don't worry, I won't let them force this marriage on you," Irvin said resolutely. Coloring this, Candace's eyes brightened with joy. "What are you planning?" Before Irvin could answer, Fraser rushed over and yelled, pointing at him, "Mr. Moo, take your hands off my fiancée right now." Irvin froze, realizing he still had his hand on Candace. Remembering his identity as Dr. Mickey, he quickly withdrew his hand, feigning fear. But Candace wouldn't let her beloved suffer such indignity. Fraser, who are you intimidating? Dr. Mu was invited by my sister to treat me. Carlo's a distinguished guest. How dare you shout at him? Yueling, Fraser, don't call me Yueling. You don't deserve it. Our relationship isn't that intimate. Candace shot back mercilessly. Fraser looked extremely displeased, but couldn't retaliate openly. Inside, however, he was fuming. Candace, you just wait. 5 days from now, once I marry you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Enough. Hildred roared. Candace, as my son's fiancée, how dare you speak to him like that? I'll speak to him exactly like this. So what? If you can't accept it, then kill me, Candace replied defiantly. You. Hildred flew into a violent rage. Ronald brat, do you really think I can't kill you? Xyler was horrified and immediately reprimanded Candace. Candace, ungrateful child. How dare you speak to your elders like this? Go to your room now. But Dad, they are bullying us. Candace protested. Xyler was infuriated and shouted at Madeline. Ruyun, take your sister to her room now. Realizing further argument might provoke Hildred and endanger her sister, Madeline pulled Candace upstairs. Only then did Xyler breathe a sigh of relief, smiling weakly at Hildred. Brother Lou, please overlook my daughter's rudeness. Humph. Hildred grunted. Ronald stinned carefully, Xyler. In 5 days, my son will come to your place to fetch Candace. Prepare accordingly. If my son fails to bring her back, you'll bear the consequences. Let's go. With that, Hildred led his son Fraser and subordinates away, ignoring Xyler's attempts to retain them. Soon, only Irvin remained in the living room. Xyler was in a foul mood and vented his frustration on Irvin. What are you looking at? Get out before you wait for lunch? Irvin frowned, then laughed. Mr. Ronaldo, you lack the demeanor of a family patriarch. Xenerius, Xyler ordered, get someone to beat him out. Instantly, several guards rushed in, brandishing batons. But Irvin sidestepped deftly, vanishing beyond their reach. This? Xyler gaped in disbelief. Is this real? A mere doctor can have such skills? Irvin's words echoed in the silence, leaving Xyler seething yet helpless. Chapter 219, Extortion. Just as Unkit was lost in thought, a person appeared beside him. It was Dempsey, Destin. Mr. Ronaldo, this is not just any ordinary doctor. From what I see, he might be Irvin, Destin said gravely. What? Carlos Irvin? Dempsey, are you pulling my leg? Unkit exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Ronaldo, although I don't know why his appearance has changed so much, judging by his physique, voice, and the amazing martial skills he just displayed, I truly suspect that he is Irvin. Destin then seemed to recall something and continued, right, Mr. Ronaldo, there's another thing I almost forgot to mention. What? Mr. Ronaldo, this guy was summoned by Miss Sarai, who said he was here to treat Miss. However, he stayed in Dot's room for nearly an hour. Additionally, I noticed that Miss Sarai stayed outside the room like she was keeping watch. Usually, wouldn't a medical examination be straightforward? Why all this secrecy? Unkit was once again astonished. Really? Destin slapped his thigh confidently. Mr. Ronaldo, I can assure you 100%, that man must be Irvin. Parloring this, Unkit could no longer remain seated. I will find them now and thoroughly question them. How infuriating. I told them not to meet with that boy Irvin again, but they disregarded my wishes. Mr. Ronaldo, calm down, calm down. Destin held back Unkit. They say, to perceive without exposing. If you go up there now to interrogate the two ladies, they'll deny everything. And if things get out of hand and the Liu family finds out, it will only serve as ammunition against us. This, moreover, Mr. Ronaldo, if that man was indeed Irvin, it shows his abilities far exceed our expectations. His disguising skills are simply beyond belief. Fraser couldn't even recognize him. You're right, Dempsey. Unkit nodded repeatedly. So, what should we do? Let's wait and see. Destin's old face broke into a mysterious smile. Wait and see. Unkit fell into deep thought. Exactly. The Liu father and son spoke earlier. Presumably, Irvin also heard it. This Sunday, the Liu family plans to force Mist into marriage. If my guess is correct, Irvin will surely try to stop it. So, why should Mr. Ronaldo worry? Instead, you should sit back and observe the situation. That's true. Why didn't I think of that? Unkit smacked his forehead, his frown disappearing, replaced by a hearty laugh. Dempsey always knows what's right. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I'd still be at a loss. After all, I had an agreement with Irvin for a year. Now, less than a month in, this happens. How can I explain myself when the year is up? Destin smiled but remained silent. At the same time, Irvin had just exited the Ronaldo residence. However, as soon as he came out, he ran into a group of people led by the Liu father and son. Mr. Mu, stop right there, shouted Fraser. Irvin frowned but halted, his expression displeased. What is it? Fraser approached, sneering. Mr. Mu, listen up. If you don't want to suffer, answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, I'll make sure you end up dead and buried. Irvin felt a surge of anger. What nonsense? Dead and buried? Carlo was about to burst out, but then remembered his current identity was Mickey. Carlo decided to see where this would lead. Irvin feigned fear. Sure, I'll answer honestly. Seeing his compliance, Fraser was satisfied. Tell me, what illness does Ronaldo have? Carloring this, Irvin instantly understood. Clearly, Fraser wanted information on Ronaldo. I'm not sure. What exactly? What? Speak quickly. Fraser was highly dissatisfied. You dare hesitate at such a crucial moment? Do you want to die? Irvin forced a smile. No, young Master Liu, you misunderstand. I'm an ordinary person who accepted a hush money payment from Miss Ronaldo. Now you're asking me to reveal her secrets? Isn't that putting me in a difficult position? Just hush money? I'll pay double. Fraser loudly proclaimed, acting rich. Seeing Fraser fall for it, Irvin inwardly smirked. How dare you threaten me? If I don't extort you, I won't be Irvin. Double? That's quite expensive. Irvin feigned hesitation. Don't waste time. How much is the hush money? Speak. Fraser was growing impatient. About $1 million. $1 million? Fraser's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Master Lu, why would I joke with you? This concerns Miss Ronaldo's hidden illness and her honor. So naturally, she paid a hefty price to keep me quiet, Irvin quickly replied. It concerns her honor? Fraser pondered over the words, sensing deeper meaning, and reluctantly agreed. Fine. I'll give you $2 million. Now tell me about Ronaldo's illness. No problem. Irvin grinned widely. After successfully extorting $2 million from Fraser, how could he not be smiling ear to ear? Fraser swiftly filled out a check and handed it over. As Irvin reached for it, Hildred, Fraser's father, stepped forward and said sternly, Mr. Mu, listen carefully. $2 million is not a small amount. How can we trust you? Since you are a martial artist, let's make a blood oath. With this, the $2 million is yours. A blood oath? No problem. Irvin readily agreed, biting his finger to issue the oath seriously. Mickey swears here that everything I said is true. If any part is false, may I lose all my skills and become nothing more than a cripple. For a martial artist, this was a harsh oath indeed. Only then was Hildred satisfied. Fraser then handed over the 2 million yuan check. Irvin looked greedily delighted as he took it and finally revealed. Miss Ronaldo suffers from an infertility condition, which is extremely difficult to cure. Carla's attitude toward you changed because she doesn't want to ruin your future and make the Lu family extinct. Upon hearing this, Fraser felt a sweet sensation in his heart. No wonder Dot acted this way towards me. This makes sense. That wouldn't be so cruel to me. As the saying goes, the bystander sees most clearly. While Fraser was easily convinced, his father, Hildred, was not so easily deceived. Han, don't be too optimistic. Hildred promptly cooled down his son's enthusiasm. Chapter 220, An Eye for an Eye. Seeing his father pouring cold water on him, Fraser was reluctant to listen and tried to reason. Dad, if Dot really suffers from infertility, it's not hard to understand that she made such a move considering me. Hildred sneered and shook his head. Han, you grew up in a sheltered environment and don't understand the treachery of human hearts. If she truly considered you, she should have told you the truth and faced it together with you. But by choosing to hide it, her motives are impure. Irvin, hearing this, secretly admired his astuteness. Indeed, experience does matter. Dad, Dot is kind-hearted and simple-minded. Surely, she wouldn't do such a thing? Fraser said, still unwilling to believe. Han, knowing someone's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. If Dot were truly kind and innocent, how do you explain her confronting me in front of everyone just now? Hildred scolded. Fraser, this? Hildred continued, Xanarthermore Han, you once suspected that Dot had a secret affair with a man named Irvin. If this is true, perhaps Dot used this as an excuse to cancel the engagement and cut ties with you, so she can be with Irvin freely. Fraser was speechless. Carlo wasn't without doubt, but didn't want to suspect. Son, tell me, now that things have come to this, do you still wish to marry Dot? Hildred suddenly asked. Dad, I've always liked Dot and wanted to marry her. So? Fraser replied, his expression full of reluctance. Sighing at the sight, Hildred said, all right, since you insist, your father will support you. The plan to marry, this Sunday, remains unchanged. If she indeed has fertility issues, I will find a miraculous doctor in the capital to treat her, ensuring our family lineage continues. Deeply moved, Fraser choked out, Dad, That's enough. Nothing more needs to be said. Let's leave the Ronaldo family first and find Irvin, Hildred instructed. Fraser nodded. You're right, Dad. Just eliminate Irvin, the third party, and I'm sure it won't refuse to marry me. Hildred's face darkened. Han, hold your tongue. Carlo gave him a meaningful look, signaling that Mickey was still present. Realizing his slip of tongue, Fraser quickly regained his composure. Then he turned to his two bodyguards fiercely. Mu heard our secrets just now. You two, take care of him. Remember, make it clean. With that, they led their followers away. Yes, master. The two bodyguards grinned maliciously and approached Irvin. Startled, Irvin thought, damn, this Fraser looks gentle but acts viciously. As the two bodyguards lunged at him, Irvin immediately vanished using his agile steps. Huh? Where did he go? They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They knew the doctor was only at the KD level and no match for them. How could he disappear? What happened? Fraser, sensing something amiss, turned back to ask. Master, the doctor escaped right under our noses. One of them reported glumly. The other added, it's not our fault. We thought he was a weak martial artist, but he used some peculiar technique and disappeared before we could react. Escaped? You idiots, why aren't you chasing him? Fraser fumed. They dared not retort and rushed to chase him. Forget it. Hildred interrupted. That little doctor is just a KD-level martial artist and poses no significant threat. But Dad, he overheard our conversation. If he tells Dot, she might hate me even more and ruin my plans. Empty words. Who would believe him? Besides, even if she believes it, what can the insignificant Ronaldo family do compared to ours? We could shake the ground and terrify them. Would Uncle dare not marry his daughter into our family? Right, that's my dad, domineering. Huh. After the Lu family left, Irvin emerged from a nearby corner and returned to the car. Hardly inside the car, Frederick eagerly asked, Chuan, I saw everything. If you hadn't escaped, it would have been bad. Yeah, fortunately they underestimated me. Otherwise, given their strength, I wouldn't have gotten away, Irvin admitted, showing signs of fear. By the way, when they passed by, I heard them planning to kill you. What's going on? Frederick asked. Irvin recounted the events and sighed. I thought my lie about Dot being infertile would trick Fraser into breaking off the engagement. But the old fox Hildred didn't fall for it easily. What a pity. Chuan, I have a foolproof plan. Should I share it? Frederick suggested. What is it? Irvin casually asked. Since they plan to kill you, we shouldn't hesitate either. Why not kill them? That ensures your safety and cancels Miss Ronalda's wedding. 2 birds with 1 stone. Frederick proposed. Irvin's eyes lit up. True. Why didn't I think of that? But Frederick shook his head. However, the Liu family is too powerful. Not to mention they have several solidified stage protectors. Hildred himself is also at that stage. Killing them is too difficult. Irvin smiled. Killing Hildred is tough, but Fraser is easy. Having heard Fraser's intention to kill him, Irvin decided an eye for an eye was necessary. Do you have a plan, Chuan? Frederick's eyes shone brightly. Of course. Irvin shared his thoughts. Ronald standing intently, Frederick exclaimed, brilliant. Only you could come up with such an excellent plan. Smiling slightly, Irvin narrowed his eyes, thinking, Fraser, since you seek death, I'll oblige. Chapter 221, Spatial Storage Ring. Subsequently, Irvin instructed Frederick to drive, keeping a considerable distance behind the Liu family's group. Next, he took out his phone, found Emerson's number, and called him. Carlo had thought it over. Killing Fraser would not be difficult. After all, Fraser was not a martial arts practitioner and had no martial cultivation whatsoever. But the hard part was how to do it without anyone knowing or suspecting Irvin. Therefore, the underling he had just recruited, Nanling Beast King Emerson, became his most ideal executor. Why? The reason was very simple. Any of the beasts controlled by Emerson could be released to kill Fraser when he was off guard. The beauty of this plan was that others would only think that Fraser had bad luck and encountered a beast. They wouldn't know it was arranged intentionally. At this moment, the call connected. On the other end of the line came Emerson's voice. Master? Irvin nodded and directly asked, Emerson, where are you enjoying yourself? Master Jess, I am now cultivating in a cave on Zisha Mountain outside Dexterjo City. Stop cultivating and come into the city immediately. I have an important matter for you to handle. If you succeed, Master will reward you with some elixirs to ensure faster cultivation. Master, what needs to be done? I'll come right away. Simple. Kill someone. Irvin explained his plan to him immediately. Rest assured, Master, leave it to me. Good. I'll give you this person's information later. All right, Master. Putting away his phone, Irvin looked out of the car window, seeing the Liu family board several cars parked by the roadside and then drive off. Carlo immediately instructed Frederick to step on the gas and follow closely behind. About 8 minutes later, Irvin noticed that the Liu family's convoy stopped in the parking lot of a Hilton International Hotel and went upstairs. Obviously, the Liu family was staying at this hotel. Irvin immediately told Frederick, follow them quickly and find out the room number where Fraser is staying. Yes, Brother Chuan. Frederick drove the car into Hilton Hotel's parking lot, then got out to track them. 10 minutes later, when Irvin was waiting impatiently in the car, Frederick returned. Frederick, did you find out which room Fraser is staying in? Irvin asked. Brother Chuan, I found out. He's in room 502, Frederick replied. Additionally, I secretly took a photo of Fraser, which I've sent to you via WeChat. Send it to Emerson to avoid him killing the wrong person. Irvin inwardly praised Frederick for his attentiveness. Truly a competent underling, but his cultivation level was a bit too low. Thinking about Frederick's cultivation, an idea struck him. Carlo took out a bottle of body tempering pills from his pocket and handed it to Frederick. Frederick, after handling a few tasks for me, you've done quite well. These body tempering pills can help you enhance your cultivation. Take them all. Carloring this, Frederick was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Thank you. That's enough talk. Before Emerson arrives, go to a jewelry store and get me a few rings embedded with jadeite. I have a special use for them, Irvin ordered. Brother Chuan, are you planning to gift these? Frederick asked. Irvin smiled and shook his head. Not really. I plan to make a few spatial storage rings. That way, we can store things inside them for convenience. Spatial storage rings? That's amazing. Frederick's eyes lit up, but I heard that such items are priceless, and even billionaires can't buy them. Brother Chuan, can you really make them? Why? Do you doubt my abilities? Irvin raised an eyebrow. Brother Chuan, never. Frederick smiled sheepishly. It's just that, as far as I know, only the most supreme martial practitioners who have comprehended the laws of space can make spatial storage rings. Brother Chuan, you're so young, hence. Tisi. Irvin sneered. So what if I'm young? Does being young prevent one from comprehending the laws of space? Brother Chuan, I didn't mean it like that. Enough nonsense, get going. Yes, Brother Chuan. Wait here. I'll be back shortly. Go ahead. Irvin nodded. Then Frederick hurried off. Meanwhile, Irvin took out his phone and sent a location to Emerson along with Fraser's information. Soon, Emerson replied with an okay emoji. About 10 minutes later, Frederick returned with more than a dozen jadeite rings. Did you buy so many? Irvin was speechless. Trying to exhaust me? Frederick scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Well, since they're already bought, I'll endure it. Irvin picked up a jadeite ring and started working on it. Just as Frederick said, making spatial storage rings required understanding the laws of space. Of course, Irvin being so young couldn't comprehend those laws. But he had the vast inheritance from Free and Easy Medical Immortal in his mind, which included the principles of space. Therefore, he could directly apply them without having to understand them. In no time, he implanted one spatial array after another into the jadeite ring. Before long, the first spatial storage ring was completed. Irvin dripped a drop of blood onto it, successfully establishing a spiritual connection. Then he fetched a pack of tissues from the car. A moment later, the pack vanished, absorbed into the spatial storage ring. Done. Irvin looked at the ring with a satisfied smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Frederick beside him was grinning widely, praising endlessly. Brother Chuan, you're absolutely amazing. You actually made a spatial storage ring. Irvin smiled without speaking and began implanting spatial arrays into the remaining dozen jadeite rings one by one. It took him almost an hour, leaving him quite exhausted. Fortunately, he meditated in the car for 15 minutes and recovered. Coincidentally, upon opening his eyes, he saw Frederick's eyes fixed on the dozen spatial storage rings with a longing look. Amused, Irvin said, Since you paid for these jadeite rings, pick a few. Frederick was overjoyed but hesitated. Brother Chuan, is that all right? Just pick them. Stop asking questions. Irvin laughed and scolded. Yes, Brother Chuan. Frederick chose 3 and successfully established a spiritual link with one by dripping blood. Haha, Brother Chuan, it worked. It really worked. Haha, great. I have a spatial storage ring too. Frederick cheered excitedly. Crazy. Irvin shook his head. At this moment, there was a knock on the car window. Looking up, Irvin saw a disheveled figure with wild hair standing outside the car door, grinning foolishly and giving him a thumbs up. None other than Emerson. Irvin immediately opened the car door. Emerson, is the job done? Reporting to Master, yes, but... Emerson hesitated. But what? Irvin frowned. Chapter 222. Dogs I see people low. So, Master, I followed the address you provided and went to Fraser's room. Then I released a king cobra inside. Although it successfully bit Fraser, his father Edmund forced out the venom using his own power, so Fraser is still alive, Emerson explained. What? Irvin's expression darkened. Seeing how displeased he was, Emerson became nervous and hurriedly said, Master, please don't worry. Although Fraser is still alive, it's only a matter of time. After all, the king cobra's venom is extremely potent, not something just anyone can expel. Irvin's mood lightened somewhat, but he wasn't entirely convinced, so he specially activated the Carlo-Venli derivation technique, calculating once more with finger snapping. The result was satisfactory. Fraser would die from the poison in 5 minutes. Now thoroughly reassured, Irvin felt much better. Carlo took out a bottle of body tempering pills and handed it to Emerson. You did well this time. Take these pills. They will help enhance your cultivation. Carloing that it would help improve his cultivation, Emerson was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Among us family, no need for formalities. By the way, since you're older than me, call me young Master Yi from now on, Irvin said. Yes, young Master Yi. That's settled. You can go now. I'll call you if there's anything next time. Yes, young Master Yi. Emerson left hastily. Then, Irvin told Frederick, Frederick, drive. Let's head back. Yes, Frederick nodded and started the engine. The car soon entered the road. A few minutes later, as they passed a large mall, Irvin had a thought and said, Frederick, drive into the mall beside us. Frederick was surprised. Brother Chuan, are you planning to? Weren't the spatial storage rings I made supposed to be used for buying stuff and storing them in case of emergencies? Irvin smiled slightly. Frederick suddenly understood. Subsequently, Frederick drove into the parking lot of the mall. Then, the two entered the mall and embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. Before long, their shopping carts were full, piled up like small mountains. This exaggerated scene amazed the customers and staff in the mall. When they passed by an imported wine counter, Irvin was about to pick some when his phone rang. Carlo pulled it out to see it was a call from Candace. Carlo immediately answered, teasing, Ronald Toldot. What do you need? Irvin, I almost forgot to tell you when you left. Best not stay at home these couple of days. I'm worried Fraser might come after you, even threaten your life. Candace said on the other end. Irvin chuckled mysteriously. Don't worry. Fraser probably doesn't have the heart to bother me right now. Oh, what do you mean by that? Candace asked curiously. Irvin naturally wouldn't tell her that he sent Emerson to kill Fraser, so he ambiguously replied, as such, I've calculated that Fraser will have a lot of trouble lately, possibly even a threat to his life. Oh, is that so? Of course. Irvin smiled. I am the divine calculator. I wouldn't say things I'm not sure about. Oh. Candace didn't ask further. Okay then, just be careful these few days. Understood. Just as Irvin hung up, a disdainful female voice caught his attention. Carlo, you, what are you doing? Are you buying red wine or not? If you're not buying, get out of my counter. You're blocking my business. Irvin was taken aback. Carlo looked up to see the middle-aged female shop assistant at the imported wine counter glaring at him irritably. Carlo's hateful expression seemed like someone owed her money. However, Irvin, having seen too many people and things, was accustomed to this kind of behavior. Carlo said calmly, buy, yes, I'll buy. Package all the imported red wines in this counter for me. All of them? The middle-aged shop assistant rolled her eyes. You must be drunk. Coming here to play tricks on me? Irvin's face darkened. What did you say? The shop assistant scoffed. Boy, do you know how expensive these imported red wines in my counter are? To be honest, the most authentic and purest tasting imported red wines in the entire Dexterjo city are here, and each bottle costs upwards of 10,000. Coloring this, Irvin's expression grew uglier. So what if each bottle costs 10,000? Let me tell you, not only do I want all the imported red wines in your counter, but also all the imported red wines in your inventory. Just give it a rest. The middle-aged shop assistant looked disgusted, sneering at him. Boy, let Annie tell you something. At your age, you should be honest instead of talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Irvin's expression darkened further. Did I say something wrong? The shop assistant rolled her eyes again. The imported red wines in our counter alone are worth at least 1 million. As for the inventory, at least 10 million. And you say you want all of them? Do you think I'm stupid? Irvin hadn't spoken yet, but Frederick couldn't stand it any longer and yelled, You silly old woman, you really are stupid. Damn, dog's eyes see people low. What did you say? The shop assistant jumped angrily. I said dog's eyes see people low. Frederick retorted, Do you know what our brother Chuan is capable of? Honestly, let me tell you, he can easily buy everything in this entire mall. Based on what? The shop assistant remained unconvinced. Carlo looks like he can barely afford it. Frederick was about to argue when a neatly dressed, middle-aged man who looked like a manager approached the shop assistant and asked, What's going on? Why are you arguing with a customer? Aurelio, it's like this. The shop assistant embellished the story and recounted what happened earlier. After listening, Aurelio frowned and looked at Irvin. Sir, you want all the imported red wines in our counter, both those on sale and in inventory? Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Irvin declared confidently. SK, stop showing off, or lightning will strike you down. The shop assistant snickered. Did you hear that, Aurelio? This kid is just here to make fun of us. Aurelio remained silent, but instinctively thought Irvin was joking around too. However, to reach his managerial position, he knew the importance of treating customers like gods. Customers are kings. Whether they are joking around or not, we must provide good service. Understand? Aurelio scolded. The shop assistant, feeling aggrieved, argued, but Aurelio, I've been selling at this counter and have quite an eye for it. This kid is clearly poor, judging by his ordinary clothes. Carlo can't afford them. I can't afford them? Irvin couldn't take it anymore. Carlo took out several checks from his pocket and slapped them onto the shop assistant's face. Take a look at the amount. Seeing the string of zeros on the checks, the shop assistant was nearly dumbstruck. This can't be possible. Chapter 223. I want it all. But soon, the Virginia regained her composure and shouted, these checks are fake. They must be fake. Let me take a look. The Alexei took over the checks and carefully examined them. So, Aurelio, are these checks all fake? Asked the Virginia. Bullshit. They're all real. The male manager immediately scolded. For crying out loud, you idiot. You can't even tell if checks are real or fake. What kind of job do you have here? What? They're all real? The female clerk panicked immediately. Of course they're all real, roared the male manager. I don't know how you passed your training. If I hadn't been here to save the day, we would have lost a major customer. Ronald, stand up, write your resignation letter and quit. Resign in disgrace? The female clerk was completely bewildered. She had worked so hard to get this job, and at her age, it would be difficult to find another as good. Realizing this, she pleaded bitterly, Aurelio, please don't make me resign in disgrace. If I do, my mortgage will be foreclosed. Besides, I have elderly parents and young children. Don't pull that sympathy card. The male manager barked. Get out of here. Seeing her pleading was in vain, the female clerk covered her face and left in tears. The male manager then turned his attention to Irvin with a smile. Sir, are you satisfied with how I handled that clerk? Carlo had seen from Irvin's expression earlier that he was clearly unhappy with the female clerk. Now he wanted to salvage the situation by pleasing Irvin. However, Irvin didn't care and waved his hand. All right, stop talking. Bring out all the imported red wines, both in stock and on display. I want them all. Carloing this, the male manager was overjoyed. No problem, no problem. Carlo immediately called for help to bring all the imported red wine from storage. After verifying the accounts and confirming everything was correct, Irvin paid promptly. Sir, since you've purchased a large quantity of imported red wine, let me arrange delivery for you. No need, Irvin smiled mysteriously and revealed his spatial storage ring. With a thought, all the red wines disappeared instantly. Where did the red wines go? Where did they go? The male manager stared in shock, utterly baffled. Irvin smiled but said nothing, leading Frederick away calmly, leaving the male manager still in confusion. At Seton International Hotel, room 502, Hildred was sitting cross-legged on the bed, pressing his hands against his son Fraser's back, channeling energy to expel the venom. However, no matter how hard he tried, the king cobra venom inside Fraser couldn't be forced out. Mr. Liu, it's not good. Young master's breath is getting weaker. He may not have much time. One of Hildred's subordinates warned. Upon hearing this, Hildred was frantic, yelling at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Carl me forced the poison out. Reluctantly, the subordinates joined him, aiding in the effort. But it was too late. The snake venom had already infiltrated Fraser's entire bloodstream. Poof! Fraser suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his neck tilting, and he passed away completely. Han. Hildred was shocked and used all his strength, but alas, there was no response. After some time, his subordinates consoled him. Mr. Liu, the dead cannot be revived. Please take it easy. Yes, Mr. Liu, young master is gone. Don't grieve anymore. That's right, Mr. Liu. Since young master has passed, perhaps we should take his body back to Jinling to rest in peace. Unexpectedly, Hildred wouldn't listen, full of sorrow. Han, my Han. All subordinates sighed. Young master was Mr. Liu's only heir, now poisoned by the king cobra and dead, meaning Mr. Liu would have no descendants. Suddenly, one subordinate remembered something. Right, Mr. Liu, I nearly forgot. This hotel just welcomed the eldest disciple of Medicine King Valley, named Jake. Their medicines are unrivaled and extremely effective. Oh, and his room is next door. Shall I invite him to see if he can save young master? Upon hearing this, Hildred felt like he found a lifeline, eagerly saying, regardless, I have to try. Hurry, bring this Medicine King Valley disciple here. Yes, Mr. Liu. The subordinate immediately left. Soon, he brought a middle-aged man dressed differently from ordinary people. Mr. Liu, this is the eldest disciple of Medicine King Valley, Taoist friend Jake, the subordinate introduced. Ronald Stinning, Hildred urgently asked, Taoist friend Do, please check on my son quickly. If your Medicine King Valley medicine can save him, I will offer a generous reward. Jake nodded, glanced at Fraser, and shook his head. Sorry, the venom has spread too deeply. I can't help. You'd better find someone else. Hildred's tiny spark of hope vanished instantly. But although I can't help, there is one person who might be able to save your son, Jake suddenly added. Upon hearing this, Hildred's eyes lit up. Taoist friend Do, who? The person causing quite a stir recently in Dexterjo is the young medical saint, Irvin. The young medical saint Irvin? Exactly. It's said that his medical skills are divine, even capable of bringing the dead back to life. Bringing the dead back to life? Is that true? It shouldn't be false. Not long ago, I saw him treat people outside the newly opened Siamusu Jade shop. Not only was he efficient, but also very accurate, saving some terminal cancer patients. Anyway, I have things to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Jake left. Hildred could no longer sit still, shouting, quickly, invite the young medical saint Irvin here. Hurry. The subordinates remained unmoved. You are still standing around? Quickly invite him, Hildred shouted again. One of them grimaced. Mr. Liu, you haven't forgotten that this young medical Saint Irvin is our young master's archenemy? Aren't you sure we should invite him? Archenemy? Hildred suddenly realized, his face filled with bitterness. This can't be a coincidence, right? From the heart, he was utterly unwilling to invite his son's enemy. Mr. Liu, shall we invite him or not? A subordinate asked. Hildred looked at his deceased son Fraser, his face full of hesitation. To invite or not to invite? That was a big decision indeed. Chapter 224, Suspicion Arises. After much deliberation, Hildred finally made a decision in his heart. Yes, Carlo must do it. Now that his son had died from snake venom, dwelling on the feud with Irvin was meaningless. Moreover, although he had planned to kill Irvin, it hadn't been carried out yet, so there was still room for maneuver. Gerald, Hildred shouted at one of his subordinates. The subordinate named Gerald immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Mr. Liu, what do you need? Gerald, according to what Hans said, you've been investigating Irvin's situation? Hildred asked. Yes. Where does he live? Chaffee Road. Carlo to Chaffee Road immediately. As Hildred spoke, he moved to pick up his son's body. But at this moment, Gerald looked troubled. But Mr. Liu, I sent someone to Chaffee Road earlier today. They were told by Irvin's servant that Irvin left early in the morning and hasn't returned yet. What about Irvin's phone number? Doesn't he have one? Yes, but when I dialed, it was always busy. I suspect he has set his phone to reject calls from unknown numbers. What? Hildred felt a headache coming on. Mr. Liu, should we directly contact Ronaldo from the Ronaldo family and ask him to arrange a meeting between Irvin and you through Candace? Since Irvin and Miss Ronaldo have a special relationship, he won't block her calls, Gerald suggested. Hildred's eyes lit up. Good idea. I'll contact Ronaldo now. Carlo took out his phone and dialed Ronaldo's number. Soon, the call connected. Brother Liu, what's up? Ronaldo's cheerful voice came from the other end. Hildred wasn't foolish enough to reveal his son's death. Instead, he put on an affected tone. Brother Ronaldo, can you help me connect with Irvin? I want to meet him. What? You want me to contact Irvin? Ronaldo hesitated, not understanding Hildred's intentions. Hildred patiently explained, Brother Ronaldo, let me be honest. On my way back from your place, I thought it over. Forced marriages are never good. If your daughter no longer wants to marry my son, then so be it. Let's cancel the engagement amicably. Coloring this, Ronaldo was pleasantly surprised. Carlo never expected Hildred to soften up like this. On the surface, he feigned regret. Brother Liu, how can this be? The Liu family is a prestigious martial arts clan in Jinling. We Ronaldo family would be honored to marry into your family. It's just, fate has denied us this chance. Hildred could tell Ronaldo was being insincere but had to endure it. Nonsense. Even without the marriage, our relationship remains intact, right? That's true. Anyway, since you mentioned canceling the engagement, why did you ask me to help arrange a meeting with Irvin? Ronaldo asked, suspecting ulterior motives. Hildred hesitated, but decided to tell the truth. To be honest, my son was bitten by a venomous snake and died. I heard Irvin is a famous doctor who can revive the dead. That's why. Ronaldo understood instantly. I see. And you want help arranging this meeting? If Irvin can revive my son, I'll ask my son to step aside and let him marry your daughter. Hildred promised. This was exactly what Ronaldo wanted to hear. Rest assured, Brother Liu. I'll contact Irvin right away. Wait for my good news. Thank you, Brother Ronaldo. After hanging up, Hildred breathed a sigh of relief and waited for Ronaldo's reply. At this moment, Gerald looked puzzled and approached. Mr. Liu, there's something troubling me. Hildred, feeling slightly better, replied, Gerald, speak your mind. Mr. Liu, the incident involving the snake bite seems suspicious, Gerald said. Suspicious? How so? Hildred was taken aback. Just think, this hotel is renowned for its first-class environment and service. How could a poisonous snake get in? Gerald pointed out. Hildred realized the oddity. Indeed, it is strange. Also, this part of Dexterjo City is too bustling for any snakes. I strongly suspect someone brought the snake in intentionally, Gerald added. Hildred frowned. Who would bring a poisonous snake here? That's crazy. It doesn't matter if they're crazy or not. What matters is whether they have an ulterior motive, like harming your son, Gerald insisted. Deliberate harm? Hildred's expression darkened. Mr. Liu, I believe this isn't a simple accident. We should investigate the hotel and review the surveillance footage to find clues, Gerald suggested. Hildred considered it and decided, Gerald, take charge of this investigation. If it turns out someone deliberately harmed my son, I won't let it go unpunished. Yes, Mr. Liu. Meanwhile, in the Ronaldo family living room. Dad, what did you say? Fraser was bitten by a snake and died? Is that true? Candace stared incredulously at Ronaldo. Beside her, Madeline was equally stunned but silent. Ronaldo shook his head. It doesn't seem fake. Uncle Liu sounded very urgent. By the way, he also wants me to help arrange a meeting with Irvin to revive Fraser. Candace and her sister exchanged astonished glances. Ronaldo continued, Uncle Liu also said that if Irvin can revive his son, he will cancel the engagement and let you marry Irvin. Really? Candace's heart raced. She couldn't believe the sudden turn of events. Of course. He told me this himself, Ronaldo said. Yueling, are you satisfied now? Contact Irvin and bring him here. Carlo's your phone. Carlo handed her the confiscated phone. Yes, Candace nodded, preparing to contact Irvin, but suddenly, she hesitated. Dad, could Uncle Liu be setting up a trap to harm Irvin? Chapter 225. I won't save him anymore. Seeing her daughter raise doubts, Unkit started to feel uneasy as well. Indeed, it was just Edmund's one-sided statement just now. What if he was bluffing and trying to harm Irvin? If that were the case, he would have become an accomplice. Yes, Yueling, your suspicion is reasonable. However, what if Uncle Lu is telling the truth? If I don't help him with this, won't we offend him? Unkit said worriedly. Yeah. Candace also felt a headache. At this moment, Madeline suggested, Dad, sister, why don't we do this? We can ask Uncle Lu to come over first and check if Davon really died from snake venom. If it's true, then it proves what Uncle Lu said. If not, we can decide what to do next. Reasonable. Candace immediately agreed. Dad, shall we follow what my sister said? Unkit nodded. Okay, I will call Edmund now and ask him to bring Davon over. Saying this, he got up and walked aside to make the call. Soon, he returned, his expression serious. I just called Edmund. Carlo said it's no problem and will bring Davon's body over shortly. Coloring this, Madeline said, so, it seems Uncle Lu might be telling the truth. Sister, are you going to make that call or not? Candace's expression was complicated, feeling conflicted. Honestly, she didn't have feelings for Davon, but out of compassion, she didn't want him to die unjustly. However, what if Irvin saved Davon, and Davon went back on his word? Ultimately, she gritted her teeth. Forget it, I'll take a gamble. I'll make that call. She dialed Irvin's number right away. The call connected quickly. Ronald told Darling Yueling, did you miss me already? Came Irvin's teasing laugh from the other side. Hate you. No seriousness at all. Candace blushed slightly but then straightened her face. Enough nonsense. Where are you now? I'm shopping at a mall near your place. Alright, come to our house right now. I need to talk to you, okay? Why bother talking? Can't you just decide? Irvin chuckled. This involves your life. How can I decide? Are you coming or not? Candace asked irritably. Irvin felt the situation was getting serious and could only say, alright, I'll come. Isn't that enough? Good, I'll wait for you. On the other end of the phone, Irvin put away his phone, looking puzzled as he muttered to himself. Strange. Why is Yueling calling me to her place suddenly? Anyway, let me divine this. Immediately, he used the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique and began calculating. Very soon. Damn. This Edmund actually wants me to save his son? What nonsense. Irvin looked displeased. Chuan, what happened? Frederick asked beside him. Irvin recounted the situation. Frederick frowned. Chuan, are you going or not? In a low voice, Irvin replied, personally, I don't want to go. After all, with Davon dead, Edmund has no reason to force Yueling into the Lu family. But what if Davon revokes his promise after I save him? Frederick nodded. That's true. So what are you going to do? Go or not? After hesitating for a while, Irvin gritted his teeth. Forget it, for Yueling's sake, I'll go. Chuan, aren't you afraid the Lus will renege? What's there to fear? If they do, it's their fault. When I settle accounts with them later, I'll have reasons. That's true. Frederick, drive me to the Ronaldo residence. Yes. 10 minutes later. With the mask removed, Irvin appeared at the Ronaldo family's entrance in his true form. Upon seeing him, Candace greeted him happily, leading him to the reception hall and formally introduced him to Unkit and Madeline. Madeline had seen him before but still played along. Only Unkit was kept in the dark. Irvin, come in, please come in. Unkit changed his previously hostile attitude and treated Irvin warmly. Irvin sat down somewhat awkwardly. Mr. Ronaldo, you're too kind. Carlo. Unkit smiled. Irvin, I need your help with something important. Do you? Irvin knew what was coming but said, Mr. Ronaldo, feel free to speak. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. Brilliant. Unkit nodded. It's like this. Carlo explained the situation. Irvin pretended to be troubled, remaining silent. Seeing this, Unkit added, Irvin, honestly, I refused your relationship with Yueling because of the Lu family's influence. They are a martial family, and they can control us easily. But now things are different. Davon was poisoned by a snake. Edmund says if you can save his son, he will rescind the engagement and support your relationship with Yueling. Will you help us? No problem. Irvin agreed readily. Good. Unkit repeated 3 times. You truly have a healer's heart. From this, my daughter Yueling hasn't misjudged you. Just then, there was commotion outside. Then came Edmund's aggressive voice. Get out of the way, all of you. Unkit frowned. What's going on? At this moment, a servant reported that the Lu family had arrived, behaving very rudely, especially Edmund, who seemed desperate. How can Uncle Lu act like this? Candace felt annoyed. Unkit advised, forget it. Your uncle is worried about his son. Let's understand his urgency. You wait here. I'll welcome them. Saying this, he hurried out. 1 minute later, Unkit led Edmund and his people into the reception hall. Irvin noticed that Davon was now a cold corpse lying on a stretcher. Edmund, this is Irvin, the young medical sage of Dexterjo, Unkit pointed out. Edmund scrutinized Irvin, flashing a fierce look but quickly concealing it. Medical sagey, my son was bitten by a poisonous snake and died. I heard you can bring someone back from the dead. Could you please save my son? Let's not rush to that, Mr. Lu. Tell me, have you and your son ever planned to kill me? Be honest. Irvin asked sternly. Everyone present was stunned, not understanding his question. Edmund was similarly confused. Medical sagey, never, absolutely never. Edmund denied immediately. Looks like you're not being honest, Mr. Lu. Irvin sneered. Fine, forget it. I won't save him anymore. Chapter 226. Kneel and apologize. Am I not going to save him? Hildred was instantly infuriated upon hearing Irvin's retort. Carlo, as the prestigious head of the Lu family, who could summon winds and rains in Nanjing, never had to endure such humiliation. Just then, Gerald behind him roared, Irvin, listen up. Mr. Lu is only asking you to save his son because he thinks highly of you. If you dare to throw a tantrum, do you believe I can't sever your head from your shoulders right now? After speaking, his aura drastically changed. A strong oppressiveness from a solid body realm expert attempted to envelop Irvin instantly. However, it was futile. Irvin wasn't intimidated at all. With a flowing dragon step, he swiftly dodged and sneered, "Sever my head? All right then, I'm eager to see how you plan on doing that. What kind of movement is this? It's so profound." Gerald was stunned on the spot. Not just him, but the others present, especially Hildred, were equally taken aback. This boy was merely at the tempered body realm and possessed such a technique. A truly unexpected revelation. "Don't you want to sever my head? What are you waiting for? Show me." Irvin mocked Gerald. "You don't talk big without action, do you?" Looking for death. Feeling humiliated on the spot, Gerald became furious and instantly attacked, intending to subdue Irvin with a grappling technique to show him who was boss. Unexpectedly, Irvin directly unleashed his formidable move, the Primal Illusion Sword. Whoosh! A sword shadow flashed from Irvin's hand, piercing the air with a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Gerald's extended hand. The speed was lightning fast. Gerald didn't have time to react. His hand was slashed off on the spot, resulting in a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted out uncontrollably. Hua! The entire scene erupted into chaos. No one expected Irvin's attack to be so ruthless and decisive, especially Hildred, who couldn't fathom that Irvin, merely a tempered body realm individual, could cripple his close aide in an instant. For a moment, Hildred and his entourage began to reassess Irvin, no longer daring to look down on or act rashly towards him. Seeing this, Irvin knew he had managed to intimidate these solid body realm experts and secretly let out a sigh of relief. After all, if it came to a group fight, facing so many solid body realm experts, he would only be beaten up and might even lose his life. "Gerald, how is your condition?" Hildred hurriedly approached and pressed a few key points on Gerald's arm to stop the bleeding. Soon, the bleeding from Gerald's severed hand stopped. "Mr. Liu, my hand is completely crippled." Cold sweat dripped from Gerald's forehead as he clenched his teeth against the pain. This kid was pretending to be weak. His true strength isn't just at the tempered body realm. Hildred nodded solemnly. At this point, Irvin spoke. Gerald, did you know if I hadn't held back just now, you wouldn't have lost your hand, but your head?" Gerald, feeling both angry and ashamed, was about to burst out but was restrained by Hildred. Worthy of being the young medical sage, showing such skills at a young age. This Liu is impressed. Hildred said formally to Irvin and then humbly added, "My subordinate was impulsive and disrespectful earlier. Please don't take offense, medicine sage. It's all just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? If it weren't for my exceptional skills, I probably would have been captured by this Gerald. Now you're telling me this is a misunderstanding?" Irvin said coldly, "Goodbye." With that, he prepared to leave dramatically. Seeing this, Hildred panicked and rushed forward, blocking his path. "Medicine sage, please wait." "What? Do you still want to try forcing me?" Irvin's expression darkened. No, medicine sage, that's not what I meant." Hildred forced a laugh. "Let me make amends on behalf of my subordinate." Irvin's expression eased somewhat but still asked, "What good will just an apology do?" Carlo glanced at Gerald. Hildred caught on and urgently signaled Gerald, apologize to medicine sage immediately." "Mr. Liu." Gerald wore a furious face but dared not lash out. "Gerald, what? Are you defying orders?" Hildred put on his patriarchal demeanor. Seeing the master's serious stance, Gerald caved instantly and apologized sincerely. "Medicine sage, I'm sorry for what happened." "Not sincere enough." Irvin curled his lips and blurted, "Kneel and apologize." "What? Kneel and apologize?" Gerald felt utterly humiliated and exploded. "What? Unwilling? Fine, forget I said anything." Irvin turned to leave again. Seeing this, Hildred was once more frantic and blocked Irvin's path. "Medicine sage, calm down." "Gerald, kneel and apologize." Gerald felt extremely aggrieved. His hand was severed, and now he had to kneel to his enemy. Was there any justice in the world? But with the master's command, how could he disobey? After hesitating for a long while, he finally knelt, full of indignation. "Medicine sage, I'm sorry. To err is human, to forgive divine." Irvin smiled slightly. "Considering your sincerity, I won't hold it against you." With that, he picked up the severed hand from the ground and positioned it near Gerald's wound. "What are you doing?" Gerald asked through gritted teeth. "What else?" "Reattaching your hand." Irvin grinned. "What?" Gerald stared wide-eyed. Everyone around, including Hildred, had the same reaction. How could a severed hand be reattached? They needed to go to a hospital for that. Only Unkit and Candace were unsurprised. Back then, old Zane's legs were severed by Irvin but were eventually reattached by him. "Don't move." Irvin aligned the severed hand perfectly and then channeled life-infusing true chi slowly into it. Soon, Gerald felt miraculous sensations returning to his hand, causing him immense surprise. "My hand. It seems to be healing." This statement left everyone shocked. Especially Hildred, who hurriedly ran over to Gerald. Sure enough, Gerald's arm was gradually healing at an incredible speed. This is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable." Hildred's lips trembled with excitement. Unkit stepped forward, saying, "Brother Liu, what does this mean? In my family, we had a martial arts expert called Old Zane. Irvin not only revived him from death, but also reattached his legs. You can rest assured that as long as Irvin agrees to save your son, he can be brought back from the dead." "That's wonderful, simply wonderful." Hildred's doubts vanished. Before long, Irvin had successfully reattached Gerald's hand, allowing it to function normally again. Gerald's happiness was palpable as he felt reborn. Seeing this, Hildred became even more convinced of Irvin's medical prowess and tried to appease him even more. "Medicine sage, regarding my son?" However, Irvin kept a stern face. "Sorry, for someone who lies continuously, my answer remains the same. I won't save him." Chapter 227. Treating you as a fool. "Not save him?" Hildred's face immediately turned gloomy. But, considering that this person was the only hope to bring his son back to life, he had to suppress his anger and humbly said, "Medical Saint-Yi, how can you expect me to admit something that doesn't exist? Isn't that forcing an impossible demand on me? Something that doesn't exist?" Irvin raised an eyebrow and gave a cold snort. "Mr. Liu, are you questioning if I'm falsely accusing you? If so, I'm afraid I cannot continue." Having said that, he got up to leave. Seeing this, Hildred became frantic, pulling at Irvin's sleeve and smiling awkwardly. "Medical Saint-Yi, fine, I admit it. I admit that my son and I indeed had thoughts of killing you before. Why did you want to kill me?" Irvin pressed. Well? Hildred hesitated. Irvin sneered, "Mr. Liu, if you can't say it, then let me." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If I'm not mistaken, after leaving the Ronaldo family this morning, you and your son secretly decided that in order for the second Miss Ronaldo to marry into your family, I must be eliminated. Once I'm dead, she would lose all hope and naturally comply with marrying into the Liu family. Is that correct?" How did you know?" Hildred was speechless. This matter, discussed privately between him and his son Fraser, had never been mentioned to anyone else. Yet this medical Saint-Yi seemed to have seen right through their intentions. Could he have been there? "So, you're admitting what I said is true?" Irvin smiled slyly. Only now did Hildred realize he had fallen into Irvin's trap, but it was too late for any arguments. For his son, he could only choose to be honest. "Yes, medical Saint-Yi, we did have that thought, but we never acted on it. Medical Saint, doctors have a compassionate heart. I only have Fraser as my only son. Please save him, and I will certainly reward you generously." "Reward me generously? How generous?" Irvin calmly replied, "Let me clarify. Anything less than 5 billion won't make me act." 5 billion? Upon hearing this, Hildred's eyes widened in shock, his expression completely dumbfounded. Demanding 5 billion outright. Wasn't this an outrageous price? Shouldn't he just rob a bank? Feeling his head spin but unable to argue, Hildred realized 5 billion wasn't small change. But if his son was to be revived, he had to agree to Irvin's conditions. "Fine, I'll pay 5 billion. Please, medical saint, save my son." Hildred gritted his teeth. "Good. Since Mr. Liu is willing to pay such a large sum, things can be discussed further. But honestly, money isn't my issue. To save your son, just paying 5 billion seems a bit too little, don't you think?" Irvin spoke meaningfully. Hildred quickly caught on. "Medical Saint-Yi, if I guess correctly, you're suggesting that I cancel the marriage alliance between our Liu family and the Ronaldo family, right?" Informed. Irvin snapped his fingers, his face full of approval. "Since you understand, you should know what to do next, right?" I understand. Hildred immediately addressed Unkit. "Brother Ronaldo, our Liu family only has Han as an heir. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, can we peacefully dissolve the engagement?" Parloring this, Unkit was inwardly delighted. After witnessing Irvin's capabilities, he was more than eager to cancel the engagement with the Liu family. But some formalities were still necessary. "Brother Liu, what a pity this good match would end. But for young Master Liu to live, I have no choice." "Alas," Unkit sighed dramatically. Hildred, of course, saw through his act, inwardly cursing him. Following Irvin's requirements, they officially signed documents to dissolve the engagement. "Medical Saint-Yi, are you satisfied now?" Hildred asked, smiling broadly. "Quite satisfactory," Irvin nodded and then pulled out his phone to provide a payment code. "Please transfer the 5 billion consultation fee directly to me." "All right, no problem." Daring not to refuse, Hildred obediently complied. Soon, the message confirming the 5 billion deposit appeared on Irvin's phone. Seeing this, Madeline couldn't help but tell Candace, "Sister, your boyfriend makes money so easily? 5 billion like it's nothing." Candace beamed with pride. "Of course, he's a miraculous doctor who can revive the dead. Naturally, his earning power is impressive." "Look at you getting all smug," Madeline laughed. At this moment, Hildred interjected, "Medical Saint-Yi, are you satisfied now? Can you save my son?" "Rest assured, a man of his word stands firm. I'll start now." Irvin instructed everyone except Candace to leave the reception room. Candace knew he was about to set up the 7 stars revival array and nodded in understanding. However, Hildred was hesitant to leave until Unkit finally persuaded him to go. Once everyone left, Candace closed the door. Time ticked by slowly. Finally, after Hildred felt like time dragged on endlessly outside, the door opened and Candace came out. "Miss Ronaldo, how is it? Is my son alive?" "Carlo is saved, but..." Candace hesitated. "But what?" Hildred sensed something was wrong. "Uncle Liu, you should see for yourself." Candace shook her head. Without delay, Hildred rushed inside, followed closely by Unkit and others. Entering the reception room, Hildred saw his son lying on a stretcher, breathing steadily, a clear sign of life. Han. Overwhelmed with joy, Hildred rushed to his son, tears streaming down his face. But soon, he noticed something amiss. No matter how he called, his son didn't wake up, lying unresponsive like a vegetable. "Medical Saint-Yi, what happened? I paid 5 billion to save my son, and this is the result." Hildred demanded angrily. "Come on, I only promised to save your son, not wake him up." Irvin, annoyed, replied coldly, "Besides, the snake venom had already invaded his brain. It's impressive enough that I saved his life. What more do you expect?" "You, Xenerius," Hildred shouted. "Medical Saint-Yi, that's not how it works. I paid 5 billion, expecting you to save my son. Instead, you left him as a vegetable. There's no difference between a vegetable and the dead. Damn, are you treating me like a fool?" Irvin silently sneered. "Exactly, I'm treating you like a fool. What are you going to do about it? Bite me?" Chapter 228. The villain strikes first. "Mr. Liu, what do you mean by that? I saved your son with all my heart, yet all I get is your complaints. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have bothered saving him." Irvin sniffed. Hildred almost choked in anger upon hearing this. Yi, what are you talking about? Do you still have a hint of a healer's compassion? To me, this is clearly revenge. Deliberate revenge? Deliberate revenge? Irvin frowned deeply. Say whatever you want. The fact remains that I saved him according to your request. I am at peace with my conscience. Deal with it however you wish. You. Hildred felt his lungs about to explode with rage. Carlo could no longer contain himself and roared, all right, since you're so unprincipled, I'll throw caution to the wind. Saying this, he barked at Gerald and the others behind him. Ronald, stand up. Join me. Today either he dies or I perish. Irvin inwardly gasped. Bad move. If it really came to a fight, he was no match for so many body-tempering realm experts. Of course, he could run away, but what about the Ronaldo family? Just as he was lamenting his plight, Unkit quickly stepped forward and tried to calm Hildred. Brother Lou, stay calm. Irvin just said that he followed your instructions and revived your son. Though your son is currently a vegetative state, from Irvin's words, he should be able to restore him to normal. Hildred's attitude softened. Indeed, while his son was now in a vegetative state, he believed Irvin's medical skills could heal him. Realizing this, he reined in his temper and chuckled awkwardly. Divine Dr. Yi. Earlier was a misunderstanding. Please use your expertise to return my son to normal. All right? Use my expertise again? Irvin laughed coldly. Sure, but sorry, without 30 billion in consultation fees, I won't act. 30 billion in consultation fees? Hildred felt his stomach churn in fury. After being extorted for 5 billion before, he gritted his teeth and endured it. But now, this brat demanded an outrageous 30 billion. Carlo was treating him like a fool. This cannot be tolerated. Meanwhile, Candace and her sister Madeline were dumbfounded. 30 billion. Wasn't this too easy to earn? However, upon deeper thought, it made sense. Who else but Irvin could treat Fraser's condition? What was it called? It was called monopoly. It was called fleecing you without hesitation. How about it? Can't part with 30 billion? Irvin sneered. Your Liu family is the top martial arts family in Jinling. Surely, such a trifling amount isn't a problem, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help. But let me make one thing clear. Fraser's condition is severe. Apart from me, nobody in the world can treat it. Hildred's expression was dark and moody. With his fiery temper, he longed to tear Irvin apart immediately to vent his frustrations. Yet, thinking of his only heir, he chose to endure it. Divine Dr. Yi, can it be any less? Hildred gritted out. No room for negotiation. 30 billion, Irvin stated firmly. Hildred felt his heart wrench painfully. 30 billion was no small sum. Although the Liu family was wealthy, 30 billion already accounted for a third of their annual income. This young whelp was charging too exorbitantly. Damn, once my son recovers, I swear I'll tear you limb from limb. Deciding on this, he clenched his teeth and said, fine, 30 billion it is. However, I don't have that much cash on hand. Let me call the financial department in Jinling to arrange the transfer. Great. Irvin grinned inwardly, feeling highly satisfied. 30 billion. So easily acquired. How couldn't he feel elated? Subsequently, Hildred made a call to Jinling and asked Irvin to send him a screenshot of the payment QR code, which he then forwarded. After a series of tedious procedures, finally, Irvin received the confirmation text message. Seeing the additional 30 billion in his account, Irvin felt overjoyed. Divine Dr. Yi, can you now save my son? Hildred asked. Don't worry, having received your 30 billion, I will honor my promise. Irvin walked up to Fraser and pinched his philtrum. Soon, Fraser slowly regained consciousness and sat up, mumbling to himself, didn't I die from snake venom? How am I alive? Everyone present was astonished, especially Hildred, who nearly spit blood in frustration. Damn, was this all it took? A mere pinch of the philtrum? Was giving 30 billion so unreasonable? Well done, Irvin. You really took me for a fool. Just pinching the philtrum cost me 30 billion? What about your face? Where is your dignity? Hildred roared in anger. What? A simple pinch of the philtrum doesn't deserve 30 billion? Irvin retorted dismissively. Do you understand what knowledge is priceless means? If you don't agree, why don't you try pinching it yourself? Hildred was speechless with anger. After a moment, he snapped, forget it. You charged me 30 billion for a mere pinch. This is outrageous. Give me my money back now, or there will be no end to this. Give you your money back? Irvin scoffed. You really think you're entitled to it? Not going to give it back? Fine. Then today, I'll go all out against you. Hildred waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, attack. Want to fight? Fine. Whoever isn't afraid of death, come on up. Irvin bellowed with immense bravado. Despite being at a disadvantage, he refused to back down. Only one word in his mind, fight. Just as the situation reached its climax, hold it. At that moment, a stern woman's voice echoed from outside the door. Everyone turned to see a group of people dressed in Tian department uniforms rushing in under the lead of a female commander, quickly surrounding everyone in the room. This female commander was none other than Queenie, and beside Queenie was Frederick. Obviously, these people were summoned by Frederick. Irvin inwardly rejoiced. Smart Frederick truly knew what to do. The sight of the Tian department personnel left Hildred and his gang momentarily cowering. These officers were all at the body tempering stage, relatively weak, but Hildred's group dared not challenge them. Joke. Even the weakest of the Tian department represented the organization's authority. Ma'am, you arrived just in time. I accuse Irvin of extortion. Hildred accused falsely. Chapter 229. Who do I complain to? Extortion? Queenie's delicate brows furrowed, and she turned to look at Irvin with a stern face. Sir, is this true? She asked, while secretly giving him a meaningful glance. Irvin immediately caught on. Queenie didn't call him by name clearly to prevent Hildred from suspecting that she knew Irvin. Carlo replied firmly, Officer, there's absolutely no such thing. How exactly did this happen? Queenie asked, maintaining her serious expression as she looked at Hildred. If you don't explain clearly, the charge of false accusation will fall squarely on your head, understood? Upon hearing this, Hildred couldn't help but panic. Carlo explained immediately, Officer, it happened like this. My name is Hildred, the patriarch of the Liu family in Jinling. Carlo talked elaborately about his family background, clearly intending to use his influence to intimidate Queenie into respecting him. Then, he narrated the events, exaggerating when it came to the extortion part. After listening, Queenie roughly understood and said, Mr. Liu, what you're saying is that your son died from snake venom poisoning, and you were desperate and helpless. Irvin claimed he could bring your son back to life, and extorted 5 billion from you first. However, he didn't cure him. Instead, he left your son in a vegetative state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hildred nodded, then continued, in order to restore my son to normalcy, I had no choice but to agree to Irvin's unreasonable demands, and gave an additional 30 billion for medical fees. But who would have thought? This guy just pinched Runjong, the point between the nose and upper lip of my son, and my son returned to normal. So, you're not convinced and demanded that Irvin return your payment? Queenie summarized.
Yes.
Hildred exclaimed loudly. Queenie then looked at Irvin. Mr. Yi, what do you have to say? Officer, may I ask, if I revived a dead man who was poisoned by snake venom, making him lively again, and charged 35 billion for it, isn't that reasonable given the Liu family's wealth? Irvin calmly questioned. Indeed, as they say, life is priceless, so 35 billion for a medical fee isn't too much, Queenie pondered aloud. Exactly. Irvin slapped his thigh. Honestly, if it weren't for Mr. Liu's incessant pleading, I wouldn't have cared about this good-for-nothing Fraser at all. Officer, you probably don't know that to save this fellow, I expended an enormous amount of cultivation. Originally, I was about to reach the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm, but due to this delay, it will likely take another year. Where the hell am I supposed to go to complain about this loss? His continuous references to this good-for-nothing Fraser made the revived Fraser, who overheard this, extremely angry. Irvin, watch your mouth. Irvin's expression darkened. How can you speak to your savior like that? Damn it, if I had known you had no gratitude, I shouldn't have saved you. You. Fraser became furious and was about to refute when Candace stepped forward and loudly declared, Fraser, I never expected you to be such a petty person. I witnessed Irvin saving you, yet you treat him like this. Are you even human? Carler's words struck Fraser like a blow, leaving him speechless for a moment. Yelling, no more excuses. Candace rebuked directly. I refuse to talk to someone as low and ungrateful as you. Fraser felt utterly despondent, almost to the point of wanting to die. Beside him, Hildred watched this exchange silently and whispered, That's enough. A real man doesn't need to worry about losing a wife. Can't you see that Candace has no feelings for you? Why waste time on her? Despondent, Fraser didn't hear him at all. Hildred cursed under his breath, stubborn mule. Choosing to ignore him, Hildred turned to Irvin. Ronald, stand up. Hand over the money you extorted from me right now, or you won't leave here today. With his son already revived and back to normal, Hildred felt emboldened and spoke rudely to Irvin without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Queenie interrupted. What are you doing? Don't you think our Sky Patrol department exists? Hildred was startled and realized the Sky Patrol members were present. Carlo hurriedly retracted his hostility and smiled awkwardly. Officer, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to underestimate the Sky Patrol department. However, Irvin extorted 35 billion from me, and he must return every penny today. Do you mean to say Irvin should have brought your son back to life for free? Queenie raised an eyebrow. Of course not, officer. It's true that he revived my son, but 35 billion is simply too high a price, Hildred retorted. What about 35 billion? Could you find anyone else in the entire Xia country who could revive your son? Queenie glared fiercely. Shame on you, patriarch of the Liu family in Jinling, to be so petty. Isn't 35 billion worth your son's life? Being lectured by a young late-stage body-tempering cultivator, Hildred's old face turned nearly purple with rage. Ronald stinned carefully. Queenie, don't care how influential your Liu family is in Jinling. You will take your people and leave now. If you dare to cause any trouble, don't blame me for having you all arrested, Queenie bellowed angrily. Hildred laughed spitefully upon hearing this. A mere junior body-tempering cultivator dares to ride roughshod over me. This is truly laughable. Fine, since you're so arrogant, you leave me no choice. 2 men, take care of these Sky Patrol clowns. Immediately, 2 subordinates stepped forward, rubbing their hands menacingly. Anticipating a conflict, Unkit rushed forward with a grimace. Brother Liu, this isn't appropriate. They are from the Sky Patrol department. If the higher-ups find out, it could involve us Brulius. Fear nothing, Hildred interrupted brusquely. They are just minor officials in the Sky Patrol department. Once we deal with them, I'll take care of their superiors. There's nothing to fear. But, before Unkit could continue, Irvin pulled his sleeve secretly and whispered, Watch closely. Hildred is about to get a big fall. Really? Unkit doubted. However, trusting Irvin, he remained silent and suppressed his urge to speak. Meanwhile, Hildred's 2 subordinates approached Queenie, smirking ominously. Queenie saw this and remained calm, calling out loud, Form the formation. Chapter 229. Who the Carlyle am I supposed to complain to? Extortion? Queenie's eyebrows furrowed, and she turned her head to look at Irvin with a stern face. Sir, is this true? She asked, secretly giving him a glance. Irvin immediately caught on. Queenie didn't call him by name, clearly not wanting Hildred to suspect that she and Irvin were acquainted. Carlo immediately replied solemnly, Miss Officer, there's absolutely nothing to it. What's really going on here? Queenie asked stiffly, looking at Hildred. If you don't explain yourself clearly, the charge of false accusation will stick to you. Do you understand? Parloring this, Hildred couldn't help but get anxious and explained immediately. Officer, let me explain. My name is Hildred, the head of the Liu family in Jinling. Carlo elaborated extensively on his family background, clearly aiming to intimidate Queenie into respecting him. Next, he narrated the events. Of course, he exaggerated the part about being extorted. After hearing him out, Queenie had a general understanding and said, Mr. Liu, what you're saying is that your son died from snake venom, and you were at a loss. Then this Irvin claimed he could bring your son back to life. So he extorted 5 billion from you first, but failed to cure him, instead leaving your son in a vegetative state. Is that correct? Exactly. Hildred nodded, continuing, in order to turn my son back to normal, I had no choice but to agree to Irvin's unreasonable demands and pay an additional 30 billion as consultation fees. The result? All he did was pinch my son's philtrum, and my son was restored. So, you are dissatisfied and got into an argument with Irvin demanding a refund of the consultation fee? Queenie guessed. Exactly, Hildred said loudly. Queenie then looked at Irvin. Mr. Yi, what do you have to say? Officer, I'll ask one question. I received 35 billion as consultation fees for bringing a dead man back to life who was poisoned by a snake, and even made him fully recover. Considering the wealth of the Liu family, would you say 35 billion is too much? Irvin asked calmly. Indeed, life is priceless. 35 billion doesn't seem excessive, Queenie mused. Exactly. Irvin slapped his thigh. To be honest, if it weren't for Mr. Liu's desperate pleas, I wouldn't have bothered with his son's fate. Officer, you probably don't know that to save Fraser, I expended a great deal of my cultivation energy. I was about to reach the 8th stage of body tempering, but now it's delayed by at least a year. Who the hell am I supposed to complain to about this loss? His constant use of this Fraser infuriated Fraser, who roared, Irvin, watch your mouth. Irvin's face darkened. Is this how you speak to your savior? Damn, if I knew you'd be so ungrateful, I shouldn't have saved you. You, Fraser, fuming, was about to retort when Candace stepped forward, shouting, Fraser, I never expected you to be such a despicable person. I saw Irvin save you with my own eyes. Now you dare treat him like this? Are you human? Parlor words left Fraser speechless, unable to defend himself, yelling, I, don't bother explaining. Candace interrupted. I refuse to talk to a contemptible, ungrateful wretch like you. Fraser felt like crying, even considering suicide. Beside him, Hildred watched quietly and whispered, It's fine. Why worry about losing a wife? Can't you see Candace has no feelings for you? Why waste your time on her? Desperate, Fraser ignored him. Hildred cursed under his breath. Wouldn't block. Choosing to ignore Fraser, Hildred turned directly to Irvin. Ronald, stand up, hand over the money you extorted from me, or you won't leave here today. Now that his son was alive and well, he felt no need to hold back and spoke harshly to Irvin. Unexpectedly, Queenie interrupted. What do you think you're doing? Acting so arrogantly. Are you ignoring the existence of our patrol department? Hildred was taken aback, realizing the patrol department members were present. Carlo quickly suppressed his hostility and smiled. Officer, don't misunderstand. I respect the patrol department, but Irvin extorted 35 billion from me, and today he must return every last cent. You mean Irvin should have resurrected your son for free? Queenie raised an eyebrow. Of course not, officer. It's true he brought my son back to life, but the consultation fee was too high. 35 billion is an astronomical sum. So what? In all of China, can you find someone else who could have done this for you? Huh? Queenie glared. As head of the Liu family in Jinling, you are incredibly petty. Is 35 billion not worth your son's life? Being scolded by a young cultivator, Hildred's old face flushed purple with anger. Ronald, stand up. No matter how powerful your Liu family is in Jinling, you will immediately leave with your people. If you keep causing trouble, I swear I'll have all of you arrested. Queenie thundered. Hildred laughed mockingly. A mere body-tempering cultivator dares to belittle us? Truly laughable. Since you're so arrogant, blame yourself for the consequences. Bring in 2 men, take care of these patrol department weaklings. 2 subordinates stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves. Seeing the imminent conflict, Unkit stepped forward anxiously. Brother Liu, this isn't wise. They are from the patrol department. If the higher-ups find out, we may all suffer. Why fear? Hildred rudely interrupted. They are just low-level officers. Once they're dealt with, I will smooth things over with their superiors. By then, everything will be smoothed over. What's there to fear? But, Unkit hesitated, but Irvin tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Watch, Hildred is about to make a big mistake. Oh. Unkit remained skeptical but trusted Irvin enough to stay quiet. By now, Hildred's 2 subordinates stood before Queenie, grinning malevolently. Queenie remained calm and shouted, Form the formation. Chapter 230. How do you expect me to show my gratitude? The moment Queenie finished speaking, her subordinates immediately sprang into action. Within seconds, the Karlovan-level Kunlun Golden Lock Array was deployed, enclosing Hildred's 2 underlings in its core. Ever since she had captured Elder Egbert of the Knife Society using this array, Queenie had reaped significant benefits. She now practiced with her team every day, and they had become highly proficient in executing this formation. Trying to scare us by setting up an array? Exactly what formidable formation can these Chu Ti realm trash hope to achieve? Hildred's 2 underlings exchanged glances and sneered derisively. But in the next second, they could no longer laugh. Before their eyes, everything changed. The original reception hall, along with everyone else, vanished completely. What's going on? Both men were at a loss, panic surging within them. Outside the array, Hildred saw the 2 men looking around helplessly like dumb geese and immediately barked loudly. What nonsense are you doing? Why don't you attack? Unfortunately, the 2 underlings trapped inside the Kunlun Golden Lock Array seemed to be completely isolated and couldn't hear any sounds from outside. In fact, at this moment, The Kunlun golden lock array had already been activated. Countless golden mountains emerged densely from the ground all around, pressing down upon the two men. Both men felt their scalps tingle but had no choice but to try to resist. Sadly, no matter how much they struggled, it was futile. They couldn't stop the movement of these golden mountains at all. Finally, with cries of agony, the two men were knocked down and rendered unconscious. Seeing this, Queenie, who was at the heart of the array, ordered, "Disperse the array." With that command, everything returned to calm. Everyone in the reception hall, especially Hildred, looked at his two severely injured underlings lying on the ground, feeling chills run down their spines. Carlo never imagined that a group of people in the Chu Ti realm could defeat his two Gu Ti realm strongmen instantly with a strange formation. At this point, Queenie stared at Hildred and coldly smiled. "Do you still dare underestimate us? Do you want to personally step in and try?" Hildred's face turned alternately red and white as he stood speechless. Feeling he couldn't gain any advantage today, after some time, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, today I, Hildred, admit my defeat. Let's go." Finishing his words, he waved his hand and was about to lead his people away. However, Fraser hesitated. "Dad, the wedding arrangement between me and it is unresolved." "Wedding? It's already off. Let's go." Hildred retorted irritably. "Dad, what on earth happened?" Fraser's face was pale. He had no idea that due to his near-death experience, his fiancée had already disappeared upon his return. "We'll talk about it when we get back home. Let's go." Hildred's expression was incredibly stern as he scowled. Startled, Fraser didn't dare oppose further and obediently followed. Within moments, the Lus left hastily, leaving behind a scene of disarray. "Irvin, your crisis has passed, so I won't stay longer. Brothers, let's withdraw," Queenie said, and gave Irvin a meaningful glance. Irvin understood and told Candace, "I'll see them off." While curious about the relationship between him and Queenie, Candace didn't press, but merely advised, "Be quick about it." "Sure thing." Irvin agreed cheerfully. Walking far enough with Queenie and her group, Irvin asked mischievously, "Miss Inspector, what did you mean by giving me that look?" "Meaning? To rescue you, our whole team mobilized. Shouldn't you show some gratitude?" Queenie replied indignantly. Irvin immediately understood that she had called him out to extort something from him. "Miss Inspector, just rescuing me, you expect gratitude? Is our friendship so easily tossed aside?" Irvin joked. "Cut it out. If not for me pleading on your behalf just now, would you have earned 35 billion today?" Queenie replied with a smile. That was true. Irvin nodded and said, "All right, since Miss Inspector helped me today, tell me, how do you expect me to show my gratitude?" "Not too much. We'll take 1 billion, that's all." "What? A billion? Are you robbing me?" Irvin exclaimed. "Just say yes or no." Queenie stared intently at Irvin. Seeing her determined gaze, Irvin capitulated. Okay, 1 billion it is. Look, Miss Inspector, based on our relationship, forget a billion. Giving you 10 billion daily wouldn't be an issue." Queenie didn't catch his innuendo and replied, "Enough nonsense. 10 billion? Really? All right, no more talk. Transfer the money." "All right," Irvin sighed, taking out his phone to make the transfer. Unexpectedly, Queenie giggled. "Silly you. Do you think I'm really asking for a billion? I was just joking." Parloring this, Irvin's tension eased and he laughed, as expected of a national official, demanding money from a commoner like me. It wouldn't look good if word got out. Carlo put away his phone. "Right, Irvin. I reckon those Lus won't give up easily. Be careful," Queenie warned. "No worries, if I can't fight, I can always run," Irvin chuckled. Queenie nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh right. How's that spirit beast cub?" "Don't worry, it's safe and sound at my place." "That's great." Queenie nodded again. "Just so you know, if I visiting ruins in the future, this cub will be invaluable. Don't let it die on me, or there'll be trouble." "No problem." After chatting a bit more, Queenie bid farewell and left with her team. Irvin returned to the Ronaldo family reception hall. The moment he came in, old Milton grinned widely and eagerly welcomed him. "Son-in-law, come in, come in." "Son-in-law? Such a swift change in address?" Irvin was taken aback. Candace blushed and shot her father an irritated look. "Dad, what are you saying? We aren't even officially engaged yet." Milton smiled and said, "I'm not wrong here." Irvin made Hildred cancel the engagement, so I no longer need to hesitate. "I agree with your union. Calling him son-in-law isn't incorrect, is it?" Candace was speechless but felt warmth in her heart. After all, everyone wants their lifelong partner to receive support and blessings from their family. "All right, I've decided to expedite your marriage to avoid delays. What do you think?" Milton declared. Before Candace could respond, Irvin suddenly shook his head. "Not advisable. ####Chapter 231. A promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Impossible?" When Irvin outright denied it, not only was Unkit dumbfounded, but even Candace and Madeline were at a loss. What kind of act was he putting on? However, as a girl, Candace couldn't express her frustration openly and just looked at Irvin with some resentment. As the elder sister, Madeline naturally had to speak up angrily for her younger sister. "Irvin, what do you mean? Is my sister not good enough for you?" Irvin shook his head. No, you've misunderstood me. That's not what I meant." "So what do you mean?" Madeline demanded furiously. Irvin explained, "My intention is that I had an agreement with Mr. Ronaldo that if I could stand up to the Lu family within 1 year, then I would be with Yueling. The 1-year period has not yet expired, and my goal hasn't been achieved yet, so I won't choose to marry Yueling immediately." Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Ronaldo family felt relieved. "Son-in-law, what you say makes sense. However, times have changed. Our initial agreement was just a temporary measure to show the Lu family something. Now that you've made Lao Luzon leave empty-handed, why should I still worry? I declare that our initial agreement is null and void." Unkit declared resolutely. Seeing Irvin becoming more outstanding by the day, and fearing losing him, how could he afford to be careless? "No, Mr. Ronaldo, Irvin said loudly. As a man, I keep my word once given. Unkit was thoroughly depressed. This future son-in-law was too stubborn. How could he be so rigid? On the contrary, Candace admired his firmness and confidence and said, Irvin, you're ambitious. I believe in you. Irvin smiled in response. Everything was left unsaid. At Seton International Hotel, room 502. Dad, how could you agree to that ridiculous condition set by that bastard Irvin? Do you realize that once you agreed, there's no hope for me and Yueling? Fraser complained with a grieving face. Idiot. Hildred scolded angrily. At that moment, you were dying from the poison. If I hadn't agreed to Irvin's terms, how could you come back to life? And if you didn't come back to life, wouldn't you still have no chance with Candace? Fraser slumped to the ground, looking utterly hopeless. Seeing this, Hildred felt very uncomfortable and consoled again. Honor, with the resources of our Liu family and your looks, what kind of woman can't you find? Why must you cling to that little tramp Candace? Besides, she doesn't love you at all. Even if you married her into our family, you'd only get her body, not her heart. Why go through all this trouble? Fraser remained silent, clearly not listening. Hildred became furious seeing this, when someone entered and whispered in Hildred's ear, Sir Yi, we figured out the source of that king cobra. Unexpectedly, Hildred frowned upon hearing it. Figured out? Where did it come from? The person replied, Mr. Liu, according to the hotel surveillance, the king cobra was brought in by a man named Shokuin. Shokuin? Yes, he is called Shokuin. Carlo has a nickname in the underworld known as the Beast King of Ronaldingan. It's rumored he owns numerous exotic beasts. Oh. Hildred showed a puzzled look. Strange. Our Liu family doesn't have any grudges with this Beast King of Ronaldingan, right? The person shook his head. Our Liu family rarely ventures into Ronaldingan, so naturally, we don't have any grievances with this Beast King. However, I noticed through the surveillance cameras around the hotel that this Shokuin met someone after coming to the hotel. Who? Mickey. Mickey? Hildred immediately sensed something amiss. Yes, Mr. Liu, Shokuin first went to see Mickey sitting in a car in the open-air parking lot after arriving at the hotel. How strange. This Mickey is just a small-time doctor. How could he get involved with Shokuin, the Beast King of Ronaldingan? Hildred was baffled. Mr. Liu, remember we saw this Mickey at the Ronaldo residence. Could it be that Candace found him, and through Mickey, contacted Shokuin to intentionally harm our young master? These words suddenly woke Hildred up. Yes, that's reasonable. Who would have thought Candace looked so beautiful and kind-hearted but harbors such evil intentions? She dared to plot to kill her own husband. Dad, could there be a misunderstanding? I know Yueling. She couldn't be this kind of person. Fraser defended her. Honor, at this point, are you still defending that little tramp Candace? Hildred bellowed angrily. Dad, enough. Get out. Get out. Dad, out. Hildred feigned to kick him away. Daring not to utter another word, Fraser obediently left. Watching his retreating figure, Hildred couldn't help complaining. I, Hildred, have been a hero all my life, yet I end up with such a useless son? After a while, he turned to his subordinate and asked, Where is Mickey now? Have you found him? In response to Mr. Liu, we have been tracking Mickey, but unfortunately, we haven't seen him. However. What however? Through surveillance, we discovered the license plate number of the car Mickey was in, and it turns out it belongs to Irvin. What? Hildred's expression changed slightly. It seems increasingly suspicious about my son being poisoned. By the way, where is Shokuin? In response to Mr. Liu, through citywide surveillance, we have found Shokuin's whereabouts. And where is he staying? At an underground bullfighting arena in Dexterjo. An underground bullfighting arena? Hildred chuckled sarcastically. This Shokuin is quite interesting, going to an underground bullfighting arena. What's he up to? To clarify, Mr. Liu, this underground bullfighting arena operates like an illegal gambling den. Located in a cattle farm in the southern outskirts of Dexterjo, it does brisk business, attracting many people who enjoy betting. However, according to Xia country law, gambling is strictly forbidden, so this bullfighting arena can only operate secretly. Got it. Hildred nodded. Well, since there's nothing else to do right now, immediately notify everyone to accompany me to visit this bullfighting arena and meet the Beast King of Ronaldingan, Shokuin. I want to personally interrogate whether it was Mickey who ordered him to poison my son. Yes, I will inform them immediately. Chapter 232. Torture for Confession. South Suburbs Cattle Farm of Dexterjo. The fertile land and lush grass here had long been used by locals for grazing cattle and sheep. However, a big businessman from within Dexterjo City saw potential in this area and leased it for 20 years. Subsequently, with substantial capital investment, the place was extensively developed into the current cattle farm. Later on, the boss found profit slow, so he secretly introduced some combative North African bulls according to market demand and opened a hidden bullfighting arena, accessible only to VIPs. Since gambling was prohibited in Xia country, many gamblers got hooked on the betting through mobile internet technology, similar to the World Cup football betting from Hong Kong Island. In other words, daily bullfights allowed gamblers to place bets on numbered bulls via live broadcasts or mobile apps. The outcome of the fights would decide the winning bets. Using mobile internet technology made the process cashless and very discreet. Therefore, the Dexterjo police never caught them red-handed, which allowed this underground bullfighting arena to thrive up until now, with booming business. But today, chaos reigned inside the bullfighting arena. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere. A group of unexpected visitors suddenly stormed into the arena and thrashed the guards, scaring off the gamblers who fled for their lives. Only one gambler remained, who was held tightly. This gambler was none other than Biling Beast King, Aaron. These unexpected guests were led by Hildred, head of the Jinling Liu family. Currently, Aaron was bruised and battered all over. Aaron, speak. Who asked you to bring the King Cobras to Seton Hotel to harm my son? Hildred grabbed Aaron's collar, roaring angrily. What are you talking about? Who is your son? Aaron spat out blood, gritting his teeth. Don't play dumb with me. Hildred slapped him hard, cursing, damn it, if you don't tell the truth, I'll make sure it won't just be like this simple beating from my men. I really don't know what you're talking about. Despite his swollen cheek, Aaron didn't relent. Don't understand what I'm saying, huh? Let me give you a hint. Hildred snarled. Did you go to Seton Hotel this morning? Yes, I did, Aaron admitted. What did you do there? Of course, to check in. Check in? Hildred scoffed. I've checked with the hotel front desk. You didn't book a room. Aaron's eyes darted around, immediately coming up with an excuse. I didn't book a room because the conditions there were unsatisfactory, so I left after circling around. Bullshit. Hildred lost his temper. Aaron, let me warn you once, you'd better tell the truth, otherwise, next year's this day will be your death anniversary. With a pained expression, Aaron insisted. I was telling the truth. Zaynek, you refuse to acknowledge reality. Hildred couldn't hold back anymore, kicking Aaron down and barked at his men. Beat him until he speaks the truth. Immediately, several subordinates started punching and kicking Aaron. Sadly, though almost beaten to death, he still gritted his teeth and didn't utter a word. Seeing this, Hildred frowned deeply. Ha, you stubborn bastard. Today I will break every bone in your body and see how tough you can be. As Hildred raised his foot to crush Aaron's knee, a cell phone fell out from Aaron's pocket. Hildred raised an eyebrow and instructed Flint. Flint, take his phone. Yes, sir. Flint quickly handed the phone to Hildred. Hildred browsed through Aaron's call history and found a conversation that took place that morning. Fortunately, the call was automatically recorded. Carlo immediately played the recording. Master. Aaron, where are you having fun? Master Jess, this servant is meditating in a cave outside Dexterjo City at Zixia Mountain. Stop meditating. Come into town immediately. I have something important for you. If you do well, I'll reward you with medicinal pills that will help enhance your cultivation. Master, what task should this servant undertake? I will come right away. Simple, kill someone for me. Master, rest assured, it's taken care of. Good. I'll send you the person's information later. Understood, Master. After listening to the recording, Hildred turned pale and yelled at Aaron. Aaron, what do you have to say now? Though barely alive, Aaron remained silent. Hildred asked again, is the person you spoke to on the phone your master? Who is he? Mickey or Irvin? Aaron stayed quiet, giving face without accepting it. Hildred could no longer contain himself, ordering Flint, interrogate him severely, beat him. Yes, sir. Flint started to beat Aaron. The agonizing screams came incessantly until Aaron fainted. Seeing this, Flint stopped and looked at Hildred. Mr. Liu, he has fainted. Fainted. So be it. Anyway, I've already found the real culprit behind the attempt on my son's life. Hildred handed over the phone. Flint, I give you half an hour to trace the owner of this number. Mr. Liu, please rest assured. There's a town nearby with a service hall. Mobile numbers are registered under real names now. I can use the pretext of paying bills to find out the number's owner. As soon as I have results, I'll return and inform you. Good, proceed. Flint hurriedly left. Only 15 minutes later, he returned out of breath. Flint, what's the result? Hildred asked. Mr. Liu, the owner of this number is none other than Irvin, Flint said gravely. So, it's Irvin causing trouble after all. Hildred was furious. Carlo orchestrated Aaron to release poisonous snakes to harm my son. We were kept in the dark and even paid him 3.5 billion yuan for treatment. Humph, he's taken all the benefits. This revenge must be taken. Flint asked. Mr. Liu, what next? Confront Irvin? Exactly. We'll confront Irvin. Hildred gritted his teeth. But can we win against Irvin? That guy is formidable, and his true strength is immeasurable. Flint shuddered, recalling how Irvin had severed his hand. Hildred also felt uneasy. What should we do? Mr. Liu, I have an idea. Flint's eyes lit up. What idea? Speak quickly. Hildred urged impatiently. Chapter 233. Hidden Wonders Within. Upon Hildred's inquiry, Gerald smiled slightly and promptly said, Mr. Liu, we can send false messages to Irvin using Emerson's phone to lure him here, while we set up an ambush in advance. With a prepared mind against an unprepared one, we won't have any trouble dealing with him. Hildred's eyes lit up instantly. Gerald, that's brilliant. I'll send the WeChat message to that guy right now. Mr. Liu, hold on, Gerald interrupted. What is it now? Hildred asked, his face showing confusion. Mr. Liu, Irvin excels at hiding his true strength. If we're going to move against him, we must ensure success at the first strike. Otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Gerald warned. That makes sense. Hildred nodded. Gerald, do you have any good ideas? Mr. Liu, let's use Emerson's tone to send a distress WeChat message to Irvin, saying that Emerson is at death's door, then send a location. Let's not say anything else to avoid raising suspicion. Wonderful. Hildred praised enthusiastically. Let's do as you suggest. Meanwhile, at the Ronaldo family residence, Irvin was enjoying lunch with the Ronaldo family. Suddenly, he took out 3 jade rings and gave them as gifts to each of the father and daughters. Irvin, these rings look quite ordinary. It's fine giving them to my dad and me, but why give one to my younger sister? Isn't that somewhat disrespectful? Madeline teased lightly. Candace couldn't bear to listen anymore and defended Irvin. Sister, don't say nonsense. As they say, the gift may be small but the thought counts. Whatever Irvin gives me, I like it. After speaking, she fondled the jade ring in her hand lovingly. Carlo-y, little sister. Not yet married and already taking sides? Madeline laughed teasingly. Sis. Candace's face turned beet red, unable to tolerate her sister's words. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Happy now? Madeline shook her head with a laugh. Candace finally calmed down. At this moment, Enkitmo stroked the jade ring in his hand and suddenly remarked, Ru Yun, perhaps you've misunderstood. This jade ring doesn't seem as ordinary as you think. Oh. Madeline paused. Enkitmo continued, can you feel it? There seems to be a peculiar energy pulsating within the ring when gently stroked. Madeline tried it immediately and exclaimed, "Dad, you're right. There really is a peculiar energy pulsating inside." Coloring this, Candace also tried and soon shrieked in surprise, "Indeed, there is energy pulsating inside. Really?" Seeing the sisters' amazed reactions, Irvin, who had remained silent, smiled. "Actually, these 3 jade rings, though appearing ordinary, contain hidden wonders." Hidden wonders? The Ronaldo family members were taken aback. "Exactly," Irvin nodded. "These jade rings are actually spatial storage rings, equipped with space array formations I've set up." Spatial storage rings? While Candace and Madeline were still processing the information, Enkitmo looked excited. "Spatial storage rings? Is it really the legendary spatial storage ring? Son-in-law, you're not pulling our legs, right?" "Mr. Ronaldo, if I were to deceive anyone, it certainly wouldn't be you." Irvin chuckled. Enkitmo finally felt reassured. "Dad, what exactly is a spatial storage ring? Is it very expensive?" Madeline couldn't help asking. "Of course. It's more valuable than diamond rings," Enkitmo explained excitedly. "Dad, how could that be possible?" Madeline didn't believe it. "Yeah, Dad, diamond rings are incredibly expensive," Candace agreed. "Ruyun, Yueling, you don't understand. These spatial storage rings can store items and are portable, making them perfect for travel or daily life," Enkitmo clarified. Carlo then asked Irvin about how to use them. Irvin explained without hesitation. Following the instructions, Enkitmo pricked his finger, dropping a drop of blood onto the ring, establishing a mental connection. "Watch closely, girls." Enkitmo picked up a bowl from the table and held it in his palm. With a thought, the bowl vanished. Where did the bowl go?" Both Madeline and Candace stared wide-eyed. "Nowhere else but into the storage space within the ring," Enkitmo replied proudly. Unable to resist, the 2 sisters followed suit, dripping their own blood onto their rings, establishing their connections as well. Shortly after, both managed to place the bowl into the storage space, delighting them immensely. "Carlo-y brother-in-law, how much can this spatial storage ring hold?" Madeline asked. Carlo's casual call of brother-in-law clearly showed she, like Enkitmo, had accepted Irvin. Irvin smiled modestly. "Given my current level of cultivation, the storage capacity of these rings is limited to approximately 10 square meters. 10 square meters? That's enough." Madeline laughed. "Brother-in-law, I never expected you to be so multi-talented." Irvin smiled shyly, about to respond, when his phone received a WeChat notification. Without thinking, he pulled out his phone and saw a message from Emerson. The WeChat message read, "On death's door." It also included a location. Irvin frowned and immediately replied to inquire further. But after waiting for a while, there was no response. What on earth happened to Emerson? Irvin pondered inwardly. "Forget it. Let me use the Tian technique to divine what's going on." Thinking of this, he began the divination process with swift finger movements. The Ronaldo family noticed his serious expression and remained silent, sensing something significant. Finally, Irvin completed his divination, his expression turning grim. "Son-in-law, what's wrong?" Enkitmo asked. Irvin didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood up. "I have some urgent matters to attend to. Please continue eating. I need to go out." Without waiting for the Ronaldo family to ask further questions, he left quickly, disappearing from sight. Outside the Ronaldo family gate, Irvin called Frederick and explained that Emerson had been captured by Hildred. "What? How could this happen?" Frederick was astonished. Irvin nodded. "I didn't expect Hildred to act so swiftly and target Emerson so quickly. Fortunately, despite all kinds of threats and temptations, Emerson did not betray me. Unfortunately, Hildred managed to find our conversation recordings through Emerson's phone and identified me as the instigator." "Chuanji, what should we do?" Frederick asked. "The situation has reached this point, leaving me no room for mercy. I must find a way to eliminate the Lus. Otherwise, it will bring endless trouble," Irvin declared with determination. Chapter 234. Who is so tyrannical? Upon hearing Irvin declare his intention to eliminate the Lu family father and son, Frederick was not at all shocked. Instead, he felt his blood boiling and asked eagerly, "Brother Chuan, speak up. How do you plan to go about it?" "If it were a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid of the Lu family father and son. However, the men that Hildred brought are all solid body realm powerhouses. Once they throw themselves into an all-out attack on me, I can only run away in a sorry state," Irvin frowned. "Should I call Officer Fong from the Sky Patrol Department for support?" Frederick suggested. Irvin shook his head. "Not advisable. This is my personal grudge with the Lu family father and son. If the Sky Patrol Department gets involved, things will get messy, making it hard to resolve. We might even implicate Queenie." "You have a point," Frederick nodded. "Brother Chuan, should we contact Remy and ask him to bring everyone from the Jinwei Martial Arts School to give us a hand? After all, Remy is one of our own and very reliable." Irvin pondered for a moment and said, "Remy is indeed trustworthy, but their overall strength is not strong. Almost all of them are in the body tempering stage. Facing those solid body realm experts brought by Hildred, they will only be mercilessly crushed. They could suffer heavy casualties. Although I can revive them, it will greatly deplete my true chi, delaying my cultivation breakthrough. Alas, if only I had taught them the Karlovan Earth Golden Lock Array earlier, we wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Brother Chuan, this way won't work, nor will that way. Then what do you suggest?" Frederick complained. Irvin meditated for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. "I have an idea." Frederick was delighted and asked hurriedly, "Brother Chuan, what's the plan?" Irvin gave a slight smile and whispered something into Frederick's ear. After listening, Frederick frowned slightly. "Brother Chuan, your plan is to control the bulls in the bull ring so that the Lu family father and son will be busy dealing with them, and then we take the opportunity to strike, thereby eliminating the Lu family father and son?" "Exactly," Irvin affirmed proudly. "Brother Chuan, the plan sounds good, but will it work?" Frederick asked doubtfully. "Whether it works or not, let me consult the signs," Irvin said as he started using the Karlovinly derivation art for divination. Before long, the result was out. Great success. A smile spread across Irvin's face. Seeing this, Frederick quickly asked, Brother Chuan, how did it go? Don't worry, I just consulted the signs, and it will definitely succeed, Irvin said confidently. Knowing well Irvin's ability in divination, Frederick felt his confidence soar. Alright, Brother Chuan, I'll follow your lead. Okay, let's settle this then. Irvin snapped his fingers. Before going to the bull ring, I need to spend some time making a new human skin mask to facilitate our actions. After all, Imo Chiowa's identity is no longer suitable. As for you, Frederick, stay in touch with Hildred through my phone to keep him occupied and delay the time. Leave everything to me, Brother Chuan, Frederick assured. Good, come back home with me now. You will be responsible for vigilance while I make the mask. Yes. Irvin then returned to the Ronaldo family compound and explained to the father and daughter that he had urgent matters to attend to and needed to leave. Candace looked somewhat reluctant to part with him, but saw that he had important matters and reluctantly watched him leave. Subsequently, Irvin met up with Frederick outside the Ronaldo family compound and went directly back to Villa number 30 on Xiangfei Road. Once home, Irvin immediately went to the basement and began working on the new human skin mask. Frederick stayed outside, keeping watch. Time ticked by. More than 2 hours later, looking at the newly made human skin mask, Irvin was quite satisfied. Carlo put it on and instantly transformed from a youthful man into a middle-aged man with a beard. Checking himself in the full-length mirror, Irvin nodded continuously. Excellent, excellent. Appearing at the bull ring with this new identity, Hildred would never recognize me. Haha, he chuckled triumphantly to himself. Emerging from the basement, Frederick looked at his new disguise approvingly. Brother Chuan, your craftsmanship is truly top-notch. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have recognized you. With this new identity, even if you eliminate the Liu family father and son today, no one will suspect you. Irvin smiled. Of course. But Brother Chuan, you might as well change your clothes too, into something more ordinary, Frederick suggested suddenly. Irvin agreed heartily. That's a good suggestion. I have old clothes in my wardrobe, perfect for this occasion. Then Irvin went to his room, fetched an old t-shirt and shorts from the wardrobe, and quickly dressed. Just then, Ronald Tiger trotted up to him. Seeing it, Irvin had an idea and asked in beast language, Ronald Tiger, want to join me? Ronald Tiger nodded excitedly. Sure. Pleased, Irvin picked up Ronald Tiger and rushed out to meet Frederick. Let's go. Oh. Seeing Irvin bringing Ronald Tiger along, Frederick was taken aback. Brother Chuan, why did you bring Ronald Tiger? Irvin gave a mysterious smile. I have my reasons. Seeing that Irvin didn't want to explain, Frederick decided to drop the matter. At the cattle breeding base in the southern suburbs of Dexterjo City, inside the underground bull ring, the boss of the cattle breeding base pleaded humbly to Hildred, Mr. Liu, please be gracious and allow my bull ring event to continue as scheduled. Otherwise, I'll incur substantial losses. Carlo couldn't help but notice that these people were all martial artists with formidable strength. Otherwise, his hired thugs wouldn't have been easily subdued. Your losses, what concern are they of mine? Get lost. Don't bother me. Come near again, and I'll tear down your bull ring. Hildred bellowed angrily. The cattle breeding base boss turned pale but remained silent. At that moment, a coarse voice rang out. Who is so tyrannical? Talking about tearing down someone's bull ring? Did you consult us gamblers? Hildred's face darkened, and he turned around to see a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, walking over unhappily. This middle-aged man was none other than Irvin in his new disguise. Scram, fool. It's none of your business. One of Hildred's subordinates pushed forward to try and push Irvin away. Unexpectedly, Irvin sidestepped effortlessly with a dragon step. Huh. Hildred was taken aback. Carlo never imagined that this shabby-looking middle-aged man could dodge his subordinate's attack so easily. Damn, you dare to dodge? Hildred's subordinate got angry and tried to push again. Irvin used the dragon step again, sidestepped, and kicked the subordinates, but from behind. Although the subordinate wasn't hurt, his pride took a hit, and he prepared to fight back. Just then, Hildred shouted loudly, Enough! The subordinate had no choice but to back off sullenly. Hildred then looked at Irvin, scrutinized him from head to toe, and coldly asked, Fellow Taoist, what relation do you have with that guy Irvin? Chapter 235, The Beast Tide. At Hildred's question, Irvin couldn't help but feel uneasy. What's going on? My mask is pretty good. So how did this old guy immediately connect it to me? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Irvin deliberately feigned ignorance. Comrade Taoist, stop pretending, Hildred harumphed. I observed your movements carefully just now, and they strongly resemble those of Irvin whom I know. May I ask what your relationship with him is? Coloring this, Irvin inwardly admitted his opponent's perceptiveness. He had identified something from the movement, but thankfully, this old man hadn't seen through that he was Irvin himself. With this thought in mind, he steadied his heart and spoke loudly. Why should I tell you? You insolent wretch, how dare you speak to Master Liu like that? Are you tired of living? Do you know who Master Liu is? Another underling of Hildred shouted. Irvin snorted coldly and folded his arms, leisurely saying, Who is he? Carlo frightened you half to death. Our Master Liu is the head of the Liu family from Nanjing. Have you heard of the Nanjing Liu family? This is a renowned martial arts family, not only in our Nanjing but throughout Dexterdong, admired by countless martial artists. Just the Liu family of Nanjing. What's so impressive about that? Irvin spat directly. K. I see you're tired of living. Fine, I'll oblige you today. The underling, enraged, attacked Irvin swiftly. Just then, Hildred stopped him. Stand down. Master Liu. The underling looked reluctant. Hildred shouted. Didn't you hear me? Stand down. The underling, sensing his stern tone, obediently withdrew. Hildred then looked at Irvin. Comrade Taoist, let's be straightforward. From your movements earlier, I can confidently say that you must have some connection to Irvin. Am I right? Lousy has no connection with Irvin whatsoever, Irvin loudly denied. Seeing he wasn't being truthful, Hildred grew angry and said heavily, "Comrade Taoist, since you choose to court trouble instead of cooperation, don't blame me for being impolite." Saying this, he ordered the Old Fifth, give him a taste. Old Fifth nodded, "Yes, Master Lu." Carlo rubbed his hands and approached. But at this moment, Irvin suddenly put his fingers into his mouth and whistled sharply. In the next second, there was turmoil in the bull arena, with screams rising. Immediately after, many gamblers rushed out, fleeing in all directions in extreme disarray. Hildred and his party were all taken aback, unaware of what had happened inside. At this moment, the boss of the cattle ranch came running out. Hildred saw him and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "That's bad, very bad. The 100 or so fighting bulls I kept beside the arena have all gone mad, breaking through the fences and heading this way. You guys should run too," the boss replied hastily before disappearing. "What?" Hildred was stunned. At this moment, Old Fifth shouted loudly, "Master Lu, the cattle herd is coming." Looking in the direction Old Fifth pointed, Hildred saw more than 100 crazed fighting bulls charging towards them recklessly. Wherever they went, people were tossed up or knocked down wildly. The scene was chaos. Moo. With a moo, the leading bull spotted Hildred's group and ran towards them in madness. Its speed and strength were astonishing. Behind it, a large number of bulls followed closely, surging in from all sides, raising clouds of dust, as if trying to obscure the sky. "This speed is so fast." Instinctively, Hildred exclaimed, "Quick, block them." Immediately, Old Fifth led a group of men to charge forward. It had to be admitted, solid-state cultivators were incredibly powerful. With their attacks, one bull after another fell dead on the ground. However, the incoming bulls were too many and their impact force was strong. Soon, Old Fifth and others were overwhelmed and trampled upon, sustaining heavy casualties. Meanwhile, over 100 bulls had already broken through the fences and were rushing towards Hildred. "My God!" Hildred broke out in cold sweat instantly, shouting wildly, "Quick, retreat, quick retreat." As they turned to escape, Irvin wouldn't let them go so easily. "Want to retreat? No way." Irvin sneered and whistled again. In the next second, behind Irvin, led by the little spirit beast cub Lloyd, a large number of wild dogs, wolves, and even venomous snakes surged over in the thousands, blocking their path. Apparently, Lloyd had gone to the nearby mountains and gathered these various beasts for reinforcements. Is this the legendary beast tide? Hildred looked bewildered but soon realized something, suddenly looking at Irvin. "I get it, it's you. It's you who summoned these animals, isn't it?" "Right, I summoned them." Not satisfied, Irvin sneered. "Comrade Taoist, we have no grudges or grievances. Why are you doing this to me?" Hildred roared loudly. "Sorry, no comment." Irvin didn't want to talk much and simply waved his hand. In the next second, the large number of fighting bulls, wild dogs, and wolves, as well as venomous snakes, surrounded and attacked Hildred and his group. Seeing this, Hildred felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, an underling said, "Master Lu, capture the leader first. Take down that beardy one." Hildred suddenly regained consciousness, shouting, "These wild beasts were summoned by this guy. Carlo's likely a companion of the beast clan. Take him down, quick." Decisively, he charged forward first, intending to take down Irvin before dealing with the beasts surrounding them. Unfortunately, Irvin was prepared. With a single sliding step, he retreated. "Master, don't be afraid." Lloyd suddenly appeared in front of Irvin, blocking Hildred's path and biting at him fiercely, moving as fast as lightning. "Lloyd, don't be reckless." Irvin was alarmed. After all, Hildred had solid-state 8th level strength, and Lloyd was no match. Indeed, Hildred struck out directly with formidable palm energy, stirring up sand, quite terrifying. But what Irvin didn't expect was that Lloyd nimbly dodged this fatal blow. However, this enraged Lloyd, who began roaring, "Roar, roar." The deafening roar carried an overwhelming power, akin to issuing orders to every wild beast present. As a result, these beasts became restless, attacking faster. "Oh my God." Hildred's face turned deathly pale. Carlo never dreamed that this little beast could command such authority. Translation note. Names such as Irvin, Hildred, and Lloyd are kept as pinyin to adhere to your instruction. Chapter 236. The Lu family father and son, fallen. As Hildred was lost in thought, one of his subordinates panicked and shouted loudly, "Mr. Lu, these beasts are coming. What should we do?" Hildred snapped out of his daze and yelled, "Quick, form a back-to-back formation and fight these beasts to the end." "Yes, sir." The subordinates immediately followed Hildred's instructions, forming a back-to-back defensive circle to resist the onslaught. At that moment, countless wild animals pounced upon them, ferociously attacking Hildred and his group. It must be said that experts at the solid body stage were no ordinary beings. Faced with the swarm of beasts, Hildred's group regained their composure and retaliated with vigor. Before long, the leading wave of wild animals fell under the onslaught from Hildred's men. For a time, the ground was littered with dead beasts. Witnessing this, Irvin felt that if things continued like this, Hildred and his men might actually escape. The key now was to disrupt their formation and tear open a breach. With this thought, he activated his Carlo-Vinli and scanned Hildred and his group. In an instant, all information about Hildred and his men was revealed to him. Carlo then pointed to someone beside Hildred and instructed one, "That guy with the short haircut is the weakest, only at the first level of the solid body stage. Go and sneak attack him, eliminate him." One nodded cutely, "Yes, master." One then sprinted into battle, entering the fray like lightning. However, the young spirit beast did not launch an immediate attack, but instead kept its deep eyes fixed on the target, waiting for the right moment. Finally, the opportunity arrived. While the man was concentrating on defending against the surging wild animals with palm strikes, one suddenly growled low and darted forward from an unexpected angle, biting fiercely at the man's crotch. Indeed, one proved its cleverness as a spirit beast. It clearly knew that to succeed in the sneak attack, it had to target the weakest point. A scream erupted. Feeling the bite, the man's expression froze in horror. His movement slowed as his eyes bulged in pain. Looking down, he saw a small creature latched onto his groin. Get off! The man roared angrily, attempting to strike Juan away. Unexpectedly, Juan's teeth sank deeper into the sensitive area. In a frenzy, Juan ripped apart the crotch area. Amidst screams and chaos, the man's cries became frantic. Before he could react further, a pack of wild bulls, dogs, and venomous snakes descended upon him. Within moments, the man lay dead, torn apart by the frenzied animals. Naturally, this created a gap in Hildred's defense, allowing a flood of wild beasts to surge through. Bad news. Seeing their defenses failing, Hildred grew increasingly anxious and called out, "Quick, tighten our defenses, Titan!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Wild beasts surged in and began breaking their lines, picking them off one by one. Within moments, 2 more of Hildred's subordinates were mauled to death by the beasts. Over. It's over. Just when Hildred was staring into despair, SUV suddenly rammed through the melee, clearing a path by knocking aside and trampling many wild beasts. Hildred paused, recognizing the vehicle and noticing the driver, his son, Fraser. "Father, hurry, get in the car." Fraser shouted from the window. Realizing what was happening, Hildred quickly unleashed a powerful palm strike, then rushed to the vehicle, opening the door and jumping inside. "Father, hang on tight." Hardly closing the door, Fraser slammed on the gas pedal, turning the wheel and driving recklessly through the crowd of beasts. More beasts were knocked aside or crushed under the wheels. Witnessing this, Irvin's face darkened. Carlo hadn't anticipated that Fraser would show up at such a critical moment. However, Irvin seized the opportunity to finish them both off. Without hesitation, he summoned the primal illusion sword. Instantly, a sword shadow streaked from his hand toward the SUV. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the metal SUV was sent flying. Huff! Juan dashed forward. Coincidentally, Fraser, bloodied from the crash, was just crawling out of the driver's seat. Seeing the small, seemingly harmless Juan, Fraser dismissed it, kicking it away. "Ronaldo monster, scram." This action enraged Juan, who bared its fangs and snarled aggressively. Ah! Terrified, Fraser scrambled backward but was too slow. Juan leaped onto his head and swiped a claw across it. With a crunch, Fraser's skull shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere as he died instantly. Han! Seeing his son's gruesome death, Hildred, who had just climbed out of the SUV, roared in rage. Without thinking, he unleashed a powerful palm strike toward Juan. An intense blast of palm energy shot toward Juan, but the agile spirit beast jumped into the underside of the SUV, disappearing from sight. Refusing to let Juan escape easily, Hildred kicked the SUV aside with a thunderous boom, exposing the hidden Juan. Seeing his enemy exposed made Hildred's fury boil. "Ronaldo monster, where will you run?" But before he could retaliate, a bamboo pit viper struck at his ankle. Aya! Screaming in pain, Hildred saw the viper and his face paled. Bamboo pit vipers were highly venomous. If the poison wasn't expelled quickly, even his high cultivation wouldn't save him. Desperate to expel the poison, he couldn't fend off the surrounding beasts which encircled but didn't attack him. Then, a bearded man approached him. "Hildred, didn't you want to ambush me? You didn't expect this outcome, did you?" Irvin sneered. "Ambush you? We've never met. Why would I? Who are you?" "Are you Irvin?" Hildred asked suspiciously, eyeing Irvin. "You're right, I am Irvin. But I wore a human skin mask," Irvin grinned. "Human skin mask?" Hildred's face showed shock. "Also, there's another secret. Homer was also me in disguise." Irvin chuckled. "What? You?" Confused and shocked, Hildred tried to respond but the bamboo pit viper's venom had already spread throughout his body, causing him to collapse dead on the spot. Liu family father and son, fallen. Relieved, Irvin sighed. With the Liu family's downfall, the Jinling Liu clan would crumble, removing any obstacles between him and Candace. Thinking this, Frederick called, "Brother Chuan, trouble. Police are heading this way." Irvin acknowledged and instructed Juan, "Handle the cleanup here. I need to leave." "Yes, master." Juan smiled adorably. Hashtag chapter 237, Trouble at San Juan Pond. After quickly evacuating from the cattle ranch, Irvin immediately met up with Frederick, who was responsible for the rendezvous. As soon as he got in the car, Frederick started the engine and turned onto a secluded side road to avoid the main highway. Just as they were driving, police sirens began to wail nearby. Clearly, a large number of police had been alerted and were on their way. Frederick let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness we got out in time. Otherwise, once the police arrive, we would have been prime suspects." Irvin smiled confidently. "Don't worry. The police will only conclude that the murders at the ranch were due to a beast search. They won't connect it to us." Frederick thought about it and nodded. "You're right. By the way, how about Fintan? Did you manage to rescue him?" Irvin casually asked. It turned out that during this operation, Irvin was responsible for diverting Hildred's attention while Frederick was tasked with rescuing Fintan. "Boss, rest assured. I've already saved Fintan. Carlo's lying in the back seat, though he suffered a lot of torture and is barely recognizable," Frederick explained. Irvin turned around and indeed saw the badly beaten Fintan lying in the back seat. Immediately, he went to the back seat and transferred vital energy to heal him. Within moments, Fintan's injuries were mostly healed, and he regained consciousness. Upon seeing Irvin, Fintan understood what had happened and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Irvin waved it off. "We're family now, no need for pleasantries. I've healed your external injuries, but the internal ones are still your responsibility." Fintan nodded. "Understood, master. In addition, you held firm under severe torture. I'm very pleased with you. Carloer, take this bottle of body-tempering pill as a reward." Irvin handed over the bottle. "Thank you, master." Fintan replied gratefully. Having dealt with the Lus, Irvin felt in high spirits and asked Frederick to drive him directly to the Ronaldo family residence. At the Ronaldo residence, Irvin acted as if nothing had happened and made no mention of dealing with the Lu family. After a harmonious dinner with the Ronaldos, Irvin politely excused himself. After all, his relationship with Candace had just been acknowledged by Unkit, and staying any longer at the Ronaldo household would be inappropriate. As soon as he left the Ronaldo residence, Isabella's call came in. Isabella, what do you need? Irvin asked. Sister-in-law, did you go to the Ronaldo family today? Isabella's voice sounded accusatory over the phone. Well, suddenly feeling uneasy, Irvin wondered how she knew he had visited the Ronaldo family without him telling her. Sister-in-law, answer me. Isabella's tone was unfriendly. Initially, Irvin thought of denying it, but then realized Isabella must have some evidence since she brought it up so directly. Carlo decided not to lie. Yes, I did go to the Ronaldo family. Is there a problem? So you want to see Candace, huh? What about me and my sister? Isabella suddenly lost her temper. Isabella, did you misunderstand something? I went to the Ronaldo family because I don't want to hear your excuses. Do you know that my sister saw the short video of you and Candace together on Douyin and her heart broke? She's crying in her room now. Think about how you'll comfort her yourself. With that, Isabella hung up abruptly. Ronald standing to the dial tone, Irvin felt frustrated. Earlier in the afternoon, Candace had been in a good mood and recorded several short videos with him. Carlo hadn't given it much thought and agreed to it, never expecting that the video would be seen by Isabella. Sighing, he shook his head when another call came in. Initially, he thought it was from Isabella again, but upon checking, he saw it was from Aryan from Sheng.1-252.I. Narrowing his brows, Sheng.1-252.I was now managed by Ronaldlia's father. Why was Aryan calling instead? This could only mean one thing, trouble at Sheng.1-252.I. Carlo answered immediately. Aryan, what's the matter? Mr. Yi, something terrible has happened at Sheng.1-252.I. What happened? To report to you, Mr. Yi, multiple anglers have experienced heat stroke and fell into a deep coma with life-threatening conditions. Also, old Bradford has fallen into a deep coma too. What? This can't be happening. Irvin's expression changed. Ronald, stand carefully, Aryan. Protect the scene. I'm on my way. Yes, sir. Ending the call, Irvin instructed Frederick to drive to Sheng.1-252.I. Boss, what exactly happened at Sheng.1-252.I? Frederick couldn't help but ask. Irvin explained the situation. That's strange. Due to the various formations set up inside Sheng.1-252.I, the climate should be perfectly suitable. How could anglers suffer heat stroke and fall into a coma? There's definitely something fishy going on. Frederick said firmly. You're right. Let me calculate this. Irvin began performing the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique and quickly figured out the result. I understand now. A Taoist named Yu Jingzi, who craves our abundant spiritual energy and sees Sheng.1-252.I as a feng shui treasure land, wants to claim it for himself. Carlo deliberately set up a feng shui trap to frame us, intending to make Sheng.1-252.I unprofitable so he could buy it cheaply. Irvin explained sternly. Upon hearing this, Frederick was furious. How despicable this Yu Jingzi is. Boss, you don't need to worry. I'll handle him. Irvin shook his head with a smile. Yu Jingzi isn't weak. He's at the third level of the solid body stage. Are you sure you can handle him? Frederick was speechless. Considering he was only at the first level of the body tempering stage, he clearly wasn't a match. Seeing Frederick silent, Irvin chuckled and urged him to drive faster. Frederick focused on driving as they arrived at Sheng.1-252.I half an hour later. Just as they stepped out of the car, Aryan rushed over anxiously. Mr. Yi, more anglers have fallen into a deep coma due to heat stroke. Calm down. The sky won't fall. Scanning the area, Irvin immediately sensed something amiss. Carlo activated his Carlo-Vinley eye and discovered the unusual circumstances. Note, the structure and style of the original Chinese text are preserved as requested. Chapter 238. The 3 corpse convergence formation. Under Irvin's Carlo-Vinley eye, in the water of the Sheng.1-252.I, 3 spots about 7 to 8 meters from the shore were constantly emitting bubbles similar to fish bubbles. However, as these bubbles burst, strands of thick black mist began to dissipate. This dense black mist was none other than corpse gas. Strange, where does this corpse gas come from in this fish pond? Could there be dead fish inside? Irvin immediately focused his Carlo-Vinley eye on the 3 bubbling areas. As he expected, the bottom of the pond under these 3 areas was indeed filled with a large number of dead fish, grass carp, and crucian carp among others. What a ruthless method. Irvin's expression darkened. Aryan, standing beside him, was taken aback and asked, Mr. Yi, what happened? What do you mean by ruthless? Irvin then explained his findings. Mr. Yi, is this true? Aryan could hardly believe his ears. Mr. Yi, if there are indeed dead fish at the bottom of the pond, they should float to the surface. How can they remain at the bottom? Irvin smiled slightly. You're right, dead fish do float, but Dai, the Taoist priest, set up the 3 corpse convergence formation. Under its influence, the dead fish are firmly adhered to the bottom and won't rise. Dai? 3 corpse convergence formation? Aryan looked puzzled. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? I don't understand any of it. Frederick, standing beside Irvin, quickly explained the situation to him. Aryan finally understood but immediately wondered aloud. That doesn't make sense. Since Sheng.1-252.I reopened for fishing, my family and I work here every day. Old Bradford has been guarding this place all along. We haven't seen any Taoist priests enter. Irvin spoke solemnly. The Taoist didn't come directly. Instead, he sent his disciples. They secretly set up this formation using fishing rods and bait. Aryan nodded. I see. Irvin continued. This bait has a fish-attracting effect. Once the fish consume it, they die quickly and rapidly decompose within an hour, producing corpse gas. Under the effect of the 3 corpse convergence formation, the stench is reduced, but the toxicity increases. Anyone who smells it will soon fall into unconsciousness, giving the impression of heat stroke. No wonder. Aryan believed it completely. By the way, over these past days, which people have fished at these 3 spots? Do you remember? Irvin asked Aryan. Aryan sighed. Mr. Yi, I apologize. Since you set up the spirit gathering formation, the fish grew extremely fast, resulting in many large fish. Consequently, there are always a steady stream of fishermen. Our pond is often crowded. So. Coloring this, Irvin understood his point. Alright, if you can't remember, it's fine. Remember to install cameras moving forward. In fact, we already have cameras installed at Sheng.1 Pond, but that area happens to be a blind spot. Now that Sheng.1 Pond's business is thriving and there are many fishermen, you'll definitely have substantial earnings. Install more surveillance cameras so that if anything happens, you can review them. Yes, Mr. Yi. Aryan breathed a sigh of relief. Now, let me explain how to dismantle this 3 corpse convergence formation before more anglers fall victim, Irvin said. At this moment, Frederick asked, Brother Chuan, how do we dismantle this formation? Dismantling it isn't difficult. We just need to pump out some pond water to expose the 3 points where dead fish gather, then clear away all the dead fish. Remember, dig 50 centimeters deep within 1 meter around the dead fish because the soil is already contaminated with corpse gas. Failure to clear it would cause, Irvin explained. Aryan replied, that's manageable. The depth at those 3 points is only about 1 meter. If we use 50 pumps, we should lower the water level by more than 1 meter within an hour. Irvin nodded. Good, proceed with this plan. Yes, Mr. Yi. Aryan agreed. Also, send someone to buy some gas masks to prevent more people from falling victim. Understood. By the way, where are the people affected by the corpse gas? Irvin asked. They are all gathered in the office, attended to by my family, Aryan replied. Take me there immediately. Yes. Aryan led the way. Soon, Irvin arrived at the office, while Aryan hurried off to arrange the pumps. In the office, several fishermen, including Ronaldo's father, were sitting or lying down. Irvin approached Ronaldo's father and infused vitality true chi into him. Before long, Ronaldo's father slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Irvin, he was surprised. Son-in-law, why are you here? Irvin explained the situation. Ronaldo's father was enraged upon hearing this. What? Someone dared to sabotage our Sheng.1 Pond? Son-in-law, who did this? I'll risk my life to confront them. Indeed, Sheng.1 Pond was his new beginning for both his hobby and career. Any disruption could affect its business, and he couldn't stay idle. Irvin held him back. They've already fled. It would be a waste of time to chase after them now. Moreover, I calculated that they will return tonight. Let's wait and see. Ronaldo's father calmed down but still looked furious. Irvin then revived the other people affected by the corpse gas, but he kept the cause hidden from them. After all, the perpetrators hadn't been caught yet, and concealing it temporarily would avoid alarming them prematurely. Irvin advised Ronaldo's father to close the pond early and refund the fishermen's fees. Being a miser, Ronaldo's father hesitated. Son-in-law, normally we close the pond in an hour. Is it appropriate to refund all the fees? Can we only refund part of it? Can you think bigger? Today, we're closing the pond early and breaking our promise. We should refund all fees. This way, the fishermen won't harbor resentment, and goodwill can bring us fortune. Also, doing this will enhance our reputation, ensuring future success, Irvin smiled. Ronaldo's father thought it over and agreed, all right, I'll follow your advice. Carlo then went to arrange the refunds. Shortly after, the sound of pumps echoed outside. Irvin left the office to find Aryan directing a group of people to set up 50 pumps and start draining the pond. Within an hour, the water level dropped by 1.2 meters, exposing the bottom of the pond about 5 to 6 meters from the shore, revealing a large number of highly decayed dead fish. Irvin instructed Aryan to have the dead fish cleared. Just then, a middle-aged Taoist priest dressed in robes, accompanied by 2 young Taoist boys, approached with an ugly expression. Looking at Irvin with disdain, he sneered, Kid, impressive. I didn't expect you to dismantle my 3 corpse convergence formation. Chapter 239, Jade Void Temple. Irvin turned to glance at the middle-aged Taoist priest and immediately activated his Carlovinli eye. Subject, Stefan, Refined Clarity Master. Condition, Normal. Cultivation, Solid Body Realm 3rd Stage. Combat Power, 308. So, you're the infamous Stefan. Irvin now understood. Carlo sneered, a trifling 3 corpses formation. What's there to boast about? Instead, it's you, Stefan, who acts dishonorably, trying to snatch this Sheng.1 Pond from me using such despicable means. Stefan was taken aback. How do you know my name? Do you recognize me? I'm sorry, I don't even know scoundrels like you. Irvin said coldly. You. Insulted, Stefan's face darkened. Humph. Since you already know I want this pond, I won't hide it. Ronald Sten carefully. This pond belongs to me now. I hope you move out soon. Otherwise, if we have to resort to force, beware for your life. Beware for my life? Irvin laughed heartily. That sounds funny. Shouldn't that be something I should say to you? Stefan sneered again, a disdainful look in his eyes. Young man, you are too arrogant without fully understanding the situation. However, I can understand it. To enter the 7th level of the tempering body stage at such a young age is indeed rare. But, the feng shui treasure land of this pond isn't meant for someone like you. I'm giving you until tomorrow morning to vacate, or else don't blame me for acting seriously. With that, he turned around and led 2 little Taoist boys away. Watching Stefan leave, Irvin remained silent, but a hint of a cold smile played on his lips. At this moment, Frederick approached, puzzled. Brother Chuan, didn't you say that Stefan only has a 3rd stage solid body cultivation? With your skills, why would you fear killing him? Irvin laughed and reprimanded. Frederick, must everything revolve around fighting and killing for you? I didn't react because I calculated something discreetly just now and found that Stefan isn't alone. Behind him is the Jade Void Temple. Jade Void Temple? Exactly. Irvin nodded. The Jade Void Temple has few Taoists, but their cultivation isn't weak. Ronald Stefan's master, who is a chi practitioner realm powerhouse. With my current strength, I am no match for a chi practitioner realm expert. Carl once, it's better to hold back for now. Once I reach the solid body realm, I'll deal with them. Ah, I see, Frederick nodded. Suddenly, Frederick recalled something and asked, right, Brother Chuan, you have Ronald Stenning pills, right? You could control Stefan and then use him to control his master. The Ronald Stenning pill can fully control tempering body experts and barely control solid body powerhouses, but it fails on chi practitioner experts. I see, Frederick realized. At the foot of a mountain near Sanwan Pond, inside a rural yard, an old Taoist with a duster stared intently at the middle-aged Taoist, his expression grim. This middle-aged Taoist wasn't anyone else but Stefan, who had returned from Sanwan Pond. The old Taoist was none other than his master, known as Urban the Wanderer. What did you say? That young man really spoke like that? Urban asked. Yes, master. Stefan nodded. Master, that kid has exceptional vision. Carlo saw through the three corpses formation instantly. I believe he is far from ordinary. Urban looked serious. I didn't expect such talent from a mere provincial city like Dexterjo. Yes, master. Stefan agreed. Additionally, I heard from anglers that the transformation of Sanwan Pond into a feng shui treasure land happened overnight, closely linked to this young man. Oh, such a thing exists? Urban's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, master, Stefan replied through gritted teeth. That's also why I refrained from making a move. If he truly has such power, forcefully taking the land might result in unpredictable consequences. Yuqing, you did well. Urban nodded approvingly. Don't act rashly before thoroughly understanding your opponent. Otherwise, a catastrophe may ensue. After hearing you, it seems this youth indeed possesses profound knowledge of feng shui, but I cannot comprehend which feng shui school in our entire Daxia kingdom could produce such an outstanding master. Stefan fell silent. At this point, Urban seemed to think of something. Speaking of which, Yuqing, could another feng shui sect have noticed this place first and deliberately sent this lad to secure it? Stefan shook his head. It's possible, master. But after thorough inquiry, this place was initially quite ordinary. Its recent transformation suggests this lad indeed has significant abilities. Very well, I trust you this time. Urban nodded. Given that, this lad is a rare talent. If we can recruit him to our Jade Void Temple, it would greatly aid our future dominance over the martial world of the Dexterdong region. Master speaks wisely, Stefan agreed. By the way, Yuqing, you mentioned giving them until tomorrow morning to move? Yes, Stefan nodded. I told them I'd come back tomorrow and take action if they haven't moved. Do you think he will leave? In my opinion, he probably will. Despite his deep feng shui knowledge, his martial cultivation is too weak, currently only at the 7th level tempering body stage. I can defeat him easily. Urban chuckled and nodded. Very well, let's wait till tomorrow. Remember to show mercy. Killing such talent would be a pity. Don't worry, master. I'll handle it properly, Stefan assured. But at that moment, a teasing voice echoed, why wait until tomorrow? Chapter 240, The Hanging Pot Sect. Upon hearing this, both Gustav and his disciple Ryder changed expressions. Gustav thought to himself how formidable the newcomer was, clearly at the body tempering stage, yet able to approach without making a sound, unnoticed by him. Ryder, on the other hand, was thinking that when he came to see his master, he had confirmed no one was following him. For the person to be found now was simply unbelievable. After a moment, Ryder finally spoke. Master, this is the guy I told you about. The newcomer was none other than Irvin. It turned out Irvin had divined through the Karlovinly derivation art that Ryder's master was here, so he decided to come for a visit. After all, there were no deep-seated grudges between them. If they could reconcile, it would be ideal. Naturally, becoming friends would be even better. Gustav sized up Irvin from top to bottom. Young man, are you the hidden owner of Sanwan Pond? One could say so. Irvin did not deny it. Young man, what's your name? Gustav asked in a haughty manner, looking down upon Irvin. After all, as a chi practitioner, facing a body-tempering young successor naturally made him feel superior. Why should I tell you? Irvin said loftily. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Gustav's expression darkened. Beside him, Ryder couldn't stand it any longer and scolded Irvin. You brat, daring to speak to my master like this? Do you have a death wish? Ryder, since I'm speaking with your master, why should you intervene? Irvin's face grew stern as he immediately summoned the primal illusion sword and waved his hand. Instantly, a sword shadow shot from his hand, slicing towards Ryder's feet with a sharp, whizzing sound. Bang! Dust flew, and a large hole appeared before Ryder. Ah! Seeing this, Ryder's face turned pale. Carlo never imagined that someone at the body tempering stage could have such means. Humph, Ryder, if I hadn't held back, you'd probably be sliced into two halves by now, Irvin huffed deeply. Ryder had no reply. Beside them, Gustav was also startled, exclaiming, you're only at the body tempering stage, yet you can perform the chi manipulation art? This advanced technique can only be performed by chi practitioners. How can you possibly do it? Suddenly, he no longer dared to look down on the young man before him, even feeling a bit wary. Who knew what other tricks the opponent had in reserve? Irvin laughed. Isn't it just the chi manipulation art? Why shouldn't I be able to do it, being at the body tempering stage? To be honest, as Gustav mentioned, it was indeed unbelievable for someone at the body tempering stage to master the chi manipulation art. But this wasn't hard to understand, given his brain full of the legacy of immortal physician Tian, which included various advanced techniques transcending cultivation boundaries. Truly unexpected. You're so young but already possess such skills, quite surprising. Gustav said gravely. Seeing his intimidation working, Irvin smiled. Not really, just minor tricks, please don't laugh. Gustav tried to keep his calm face, but couldn't help wondering what the kid was planning after giving him a strong warning from the start. Carlo couldn't figure it out despite much thought. Suddenly, Ryder whispered nervously, Master, what should we do now? Shut up, don't panic. Gustav glared at Ryder angrily. Ryder wisely shut his mouth. Only then did Gustav look at Irvin and said solemnly, "Friend Taoist, since you won't reveal your name, fine. But let me make this clear. Sheng.1 interests are Yushu Temple, and you must vacate tonight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "Quite amusing. Sheng.1 is my territory. Why should I listen to you and vacate tonight?" Irvin laughed coldly. "To be honest, don't think you scare me just because you know the chi manipulation art. Your current level is still body tempering, far below my level. Yes, if we fight, I admit I'm no match for you as a chi practitioner. But since I dared to come, I have ways to protect myself. Wanna try?" Irvin declared loudly. This? Gustav hesitated, unsure of what to do. Given the unclear background and considerable skills of the newcomer, he didn't want to act rashly. After some thought, he decided to make a concession. "All right, young man, name your price and transfer Sheng.1 to me. How about that?" Irvin refused outright. "Sorry, I will not transfer Sheng.1 to you." Gustav's expression turned dark. "Young man, since you're so unreasonable, let's settle this with our fists. Take it easy. I haven't finished talking." Irvin calmly continued. Gustav's expression softened slightly as he pondered. "Fine, go on. If I guessed right, you guys are interested in seizing my Sheng.1 due to its abundant spiritual energy, wanting to occupy it for cultivation purposes. Is that correct?" How did you know?" Gustav looked surprised. Irvin grinned. "Can't tell you." "Gustav, you?" Irvin interrupted. "Since your purpose is cultivation, it's simple. I can set up a spirit gathering array at a location you designate to meet your needs." "What? You can set up a spirit gathering array?" Gustav gaped. "This ancient array comes from the Iin ruins, and it's said that only a few top martial families have the manuals. How do you have it?" "That's none of your business. Let's just ask. How does my plan sound?" Irvin grinned again. "Certainly," Gustav nodded without hesitation. "But you seem too eager. There must be conditions, right?" Snap. Irvin snapped his fingers and smiled. As expected of Gustav. "Yes, I do have a condition." "What condition?" "Simple. Swear loyalty to me," Irvin boldly stated. At these words, Ryder couldn't hold back, laughing loudly. "Haha, what a huge joke. A weakling at the body tempering stage dares ask my master, a chi practitioner, to swear loyalty? What kind of international joke is this? Who do you think you are?" Gustav, though silent, showed displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Irvin's proposal. "Who do you think I am? I'm the majestic." Irvin's eyes gleamed as he had an idea. "I'm the majestic master of the Hanging Pot sect." Chapter 241. No loss anyway. Hanging Pot sect? What nonsense is this? I've never even heard of it. Dai sneered and then turned to look at his master, Paul. "Master, have you ever heard of this Hanging Pot sect?" Paul shook his head with a smirk. "No. Haha, did you hear that?" Dai looked back at Irvin again. "My master has traveled far and wide and is extremely well informed. Even he doesn't know about your Hanging Pot sect. You can imagine how worthless it is. Oh, by the way, what kind of sect is your Hanging Pot sect? Surely not one that's just for pouring out chamber pots, right?" Faced with ridicule, Irvin's expression turned grim as he retorted. "For you to have lived so long and still not know about Hanging Pot sect, you must be a dog's fart." Dai turned pale with fury. "What did you say?" "Humph, am I wrong?" "Not wrong. Who knows what Hanging Pot sect even does?" "Alright, since you don't know, let me educate you today. The term, Hanging Pot sect, actually comes from the idiom, hang the pot and save the world. In ancient times in our Xia country, it specifically referred to doctors practicing medicine and healing people. Now, do you finally understand what my Hanging Pot sect is all about?" Irvin spoke solemnly. After such a detailed explanation, how could Dai not understand? Meanwhile, Paul had already figured it out. "Young man, you mean that your Hanging Pot sect is a medical sect?" Paul couldn't help but ask. "Yes, indeed." Irvin affirmed boldly. Paul nodded and asked further. "May I inquire how many disciples are currently in your prestigious sect?" Irvin calmly replied. "This sect was spontaneously established by Sierra, so for now, it's just me." "Haha, really hilarious. So this sect is something you just made up on the spot, and you're its only member." "Haha." Dai burst into laughter. Irvin gave him a sideways glance. "What if I'm the only member? Honestly, I have many cronies under my command who will join immediately if I say the word. Besides, if your master agrees to my terms right now, both of you would become members of my Hanging Pot sect." "Nonsense. We're alive for Jade Void Temple, and dead for Jade Void Temple. We won't join your trifling Hanging Pot sect," Dai dismissed disdainfully. Irvin chuckled. "Since that's the case then fine, I'll take over Jade Void Temple later." "Would you dare?" Dai exploded in anger, ready to attack. However, Paul held him back. "Bowen, don't be rash. Step down." Dai calmed down and obediently stepped back. Paul then looked at Irvin seriously. "Young man, you sound quite arrogant. I wonder where the courage comes from for someone at your body refinement stage." Irvin laughed. "So be it if I'm arrogant. After all, I have the means. Well, will you agree to my conditions or not?" Paul didn't commit either way but said, "Young man, if you want me to agree, you need to show some genuine skills that can convince me. Rest assured, I'll give you 3 moves to start." Irvin frowned slightly. Carlo had expected Paul wouldn't surrender easily. Now, with the other party demanding real skills, they were clearly preparing for a fierce battle. But with his current cultivation level, he wasn't a match for Paul. What should he do? Should he really fight it out? Irvin pondered deeply. Suddenly, an excellent idea surfaced in his mind. "So you want me to display genuine skills? No problem." Irvin agreed readily, but then changed his tone immediately. "However, I admit that my current cultivation level is nowhere near yours. Let's consider another form of competition." "What other way?" Paul looked puzzled. Irvin smiled. "Since you can set up formations like the 3 Iin Corpse Assembly Formation, you must be proficient in formation arts, right?" Paul proudly replied, "Of course. Though we of Jade Void Temple cultivate the Tao, Our founding patriarch once visited Inshu and obtained a high-ranking formation manual. Ever since, besides martial arts and Dao cultivation, we also study formations. Many invaders have suffered defeat before the unparalleled formations of Jade Void Temple since its establishment. Good, then go ahead and deploy a formidable formation. I'll break through it, alright? Irvin proposed. Do you really intend to try breaking through it? Paul asked gravely. Certainly. Irvin grinned. What? Are you afraid of losing? Afraid to accept? Absurd. Would I fear losing? I'm concerned that you might not survive the attempt. Paul shook his head. Young man, truthfully speaking, you showed remarkable talent in discerning and breaking the 3 Corpse assembly formation. I cherish your talent and don't want you to lose your life. Relax, your strongest formations are merely Earth class. I fear not even Karlovan class formations, so why worry about your Earth class ones? Irvin replied arrogantly. Seeing this, Paul felt more perplexed. What background does this kid have? How can he be fearless against Earth class formations? What, afraid to compete? Irvin taunted. Nonsense, would I dare refuse? Paul coldly snorted. Fine, since that's the case, let's lay down our terms and see who's better. If you win, I join your hanging pot sect. If you win, I'll join too. Dai chimed in loudly. But if you lose, you must become my closed-door disciple, agreed? Paul stared intensely at Irvin. Closed-door disciple? Irvin laughed aloud. At this point, he realized the ulterior motive behind their proposal. However, there was nothing for him to fear. If he lost, having a cheap master wouldn't be bad either. No loss anyway. Isn't that true? Alright, isn't my condition reasonable enough? Paul remarked. Reasonable, very reasonable. Irvin smiled. Then, let's start now. Agreed. Paul nodded and turned to his disciple Dai. Bowen, assist me. Yes. The two of them immediately started setting up the area. It took until dusk before they finally finished. Young man, are you prepared? Paul asked Irvin. Irvin nodded, crossing his arms casually. Been ready all along. Very well. I'm about to activate the formation now, Paul concluded, reciting some incantations and shouted loudly, activate. In the next moment, the entire foothill region around the farmhouse suddenly became eerie and bone-chilling. Chapter 242, Female Ghost Shay. Irvin looked around and saw green starlight rising from all directions under the night sky, resembling swarms of fireflies. The green starlight was surrounded by green smoke, slowly drifting towards him. At the same time, ghostly cries and howls echoed in the air, sending chills down his spine and causing his heart to race uncontrollably. What's going on? Despite the creeping fear, Irvin managed to calm himself and activated his Karlo-Vinli-I. Instantly, the pitch-black night vanished. Carlo could now see everything clearly as if wearing infrared night vision goggles. It turned out that the green starlight was nothing but countless ghosts' eyes, and the smoke surrounding these ghostly eyes were the bodies of the ghosts. So it's a ghost formation. Irvin's face darkened. Young man, you have keen eyes. Cody praised from the darkness. Yes, this is indeed a ghost formation called the 100 Ghost Soul Capturing Array. All living beings who come across these 100 ghosts will have their souls captured. You must be cautious. Irvin, however, felt more relieved than alarmed. According to the inherited knowledge in his mind, although the 100 Ghost Soul Capturing Array was considered a difficult formation at the Earth rank for ordinary martial artists, it was quite manageable for him. It's just the 100 Ghost Soul Capturing Array. Child's play. Irvin said with a faint smile. Cody immediately scoffed. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Wait until you can get through it before bragging. Thereafter, no more words were heard from Cody. Irvin frowned slightly but didn't pay attention to it, instead focusing on breaking the formation. To be honest, there were over 1,000 methods to break the 100 Ghost Soul Capturing Array in the legacy of Free and Easy Medical Immortal. Unfortunately, due to his current weak power, only at the 7th stage of body tempering and lack of spirit or magical weapons, very few of those methods were within his reach. However, his immediate priority was to quickly draw a soul lock talisman and stick it on himself. By doing so, no matter how much trouble the evil spirits and fierce ghosts caused within this array, his soul would not be taken away, placing him in an unbeatable position. With this thought, he tore off a piece of cloth from his shirt, bit his finger, and quickly drew a blood talisman, a soul lock talisman, on the cloth before sticking it inside his shirt. Immediately afterward, he began chanting incantations. In the next second, the soul lock talisman took effect, and a red aura enveloped his entire body, extremely eerie. Now it's done. I want to see how those evil ghosts will capture my soul, Irvin smirked. As if on cue, over 100 ghostly souls started floating toward him, wailing mournfully. Adding to his unease were occasional pitiful cries of animals from the dark. Clearly, these creatures had been stripped of their souls, likely meeting tragic ends. Irvin frowned, grateful that no one lived around here. Otherwise, if anything happened to people or livestock, he wouldn't let Cody off easily. At this moment, a crowd of ghosts drifted up to him and surrounded him tightly. Through the Karlo-Vinli-I, these ghosts snarled and bared their fangs at him, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Come on, try to capture my soul. Irvin taunted fearlessly. The ghosts seemed enraged, rushing toward him en masse. Unfortunately for them, a red aura barrier appeared around Irvin as soon as they approached, blocking all of them outside. Seeing the helplessness of the ghosts, Irvin couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I thought you ghosts were mighty, but that's all? Outside the array, Cody and his disciple Halden watched in astonishment. Especially Cody, never had he imagined that his meticulously prepared 100 Ghosts soul capturing array would be utterly ineffective against Irvin. After all, numerous people had been ensnared in this array before, even some chi condensation realm experts, and without exception, their souls were captured, turning them into mindless zombies. Master, I never thought this guy had such skill. Your 100 Ghost soul capturing array can't do anything to him. Do we really need to submit to his bottle carloling sect? Halden asked anxiously. Calm down. Even if this array can't subdue him, he may not be able to break it either. In other words, it's a stalemate. Since it's a draw, we don't have to submit to his bottle carloling sect. Cody responded solemnly. Right. Master is correct, Halden replied brightly. Cody smiled and continued watching Irvin within the array. Meanwhile, after noticing the ghost's impotence, Irvin gradually calmed down. Carlo came to the same conclusion as Cody. He was safe from the soul-capturing effects of the ghosts, but also couldn't harm them. If it was a stalemate, it would be meaningless. How should I deal with this? Irvin pondered slightly. Then a flash of inspiration struck him. Right? How could I forget about the female ghost and the ghost-keeping urn? Since acquiring the urn from Gabe, he had recited the purifying scriptures daily, eventually turning the once malevolent female ghost into a gentle, harmless spirit. Without hesitation, he took out the ghost-keeping urn from his spatial storage ring and activated the Carlo-Vinley eye. Inside the urn, the female ghost sat cross-legged in meditation. She had lost her previous ferocious appearance, now dressed in simple ancient attire, looking graceful and exuding a holy light. Irvin was pleasantly surprised by her transformation. Carlo then tried calling out, "Female ghost, hey, female ghost." Sensing his call, the female ghost slowly opened her eyes. Seeing him staring, she floated out of the urn and knelt down reverently. "Servant Shay greets Lord Benefactor." "Servant? Shay? Lord Benefactor?" Irvin was momentarily bewildered but quickly understood that the ghost, coming from ancient times, spoke in an old-fashioned manner. "That's Shay, right? No need for formalities, please stand." "Thank you, Lord Benefactor." Shay rose and stood respectfully with her head bowed. Irvin, satisfied, asked, "Shay, compared to these surrounding evil ghosts, who is stronger?" Following his gaze, Shay glanced around. Naturally, they are stronger. Irvin was somewhat disappointed. But then, Shay added, "Lord Benefactor, if you want Servant to defeat these evil ghosts, it's impossible, but Servant can try to persuade them to submit to Lord Benefactor." Irvin was taken aback. "Shay, you have this ability?" Shay explained, "Yes, Lord Benefactor, Servant can appear and use my own experience to convince them." Irvin nodded, intrigued by this new possibility. Chapter 243, Subjugation. Shay smiled calmly. "It's not that I have this ability, but Master has saved me from suffering and guided me onto the righteous path, which is bright and boundless. I believe these surrounding ghosts will make the right choice." Irvin suddenly understood. "Very well, Shay. Now try to persuade them. I guarantee to save them from suffering and guide them onto the righteous path for a better future." Irvin said. "Yes, Master. I will go now," Shay replied, then floated away. As soon as she left Irvin's bloody aura shield, countless evil spirits were enchanted by her saintly demeanor, appearing almost mesmerized. Seeing this, Irvin couldn't help but laugh. If humans were lustful, he hadn't expected the same from ghosts. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the sight of an additional beautiful white-robed female ghost within the formation left Boris and his disciple Cohen utterly speechless. "Strange, where did this female ghost come from? I don't recall having any female ghosts in my 100 Ghosts soul-devouring formation," Boris asked perplexedly. "Yeah, Master, this female ghost is very strange indeed," Cohen echoed. "Master, what should we do now?" Boris frowned deeply. "For now, there's nothing your master can do except watch and wait." Cohen nodded. "Oh." Then they fell silent, continuing to observe the situation inside the formation. At this moment, with her charm, Shay was using her silver tongue to successfully persuade the 100 ghosts to submit to Irvin. However, the ghost had one unanimous request, that he chant scriptures to purify their souls in the future. Irvin readily agreed. Carlo then had Shay lead the ghosts into the ghost-nurturing spirit niche one by one. In no time, the once vast 100 ghost soul-devouring formation became completely devoid of any ghost. Without the ghosts, the formation was rendered useless and automatically collapsed. Irvin squinted his eyes, feeling relieved and reassured. Carlo even felt like laughing out loud, because he was fully aware that taming over 100 evil spirits required immense effort, but now, they all belonged to him. It was exhilarating. Imagine, once he finished chanting the scriptures to purify them, what kind of formidable dark force would he possess? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard two swooshes to his left. It was none other than Boris and Cohen. However, Boris looked livid, shouting at Irvin, "What audacity you have, you disrespectful brat! After all the efforts I put into taming these ghosts, you actually took them all. Return them immediately, or you'll suffer the consequences." Irvin burst into laughter. "You old coot, what are you talking about? How have I broken martial virtues?" Stop feigning innocence. You broke into the formation and naturally had to abide by the code. To break it is one thing, but stealing my subordinates is beyond the pale," Boris bellowed. Irvin sneered. "Old coot, willing to bet and lose gracefully. How could someone who's lived so long not understand this?" "You." Boris glared at Irvin through gritted teeth. "Brat, since you refuse to show respect, don't blame me for being unfriendly." Then he gave Cohen a meaningful look. Understanding his master's intent, Cohen moved into position, ready to attack alongside him. Seeing this, Irvin frowned and sneered. "So, you intend to break your word and refuse to acknowledge defeat?" Before Boris could speak, Cohen shouted, "Nonsense, who refuses to accept defeat? The real issue is you breaking martial virtues first." "Silence, this isn't your place to speak." Irvin barked sternly. "Ridiculous," Cohen shouted. "My master laid the formation, and you stole the ghosts he tamed. Naturally, my master can't follow the rules when you break them first." Irvin snorted. "Since that's the case, what do you intend to do now? Challenge me? Isn't this beneath your dignity?" Cohen laughed coldly. "So what? Who says your incompetence means anything? This world follows survival of the fittest. Your arrogance when weak only shows you're tired of living." Turning to Boris, he continued, Master, shall we act now? His skill in formations is strong, but his cultivation is too weak. Once he's dead, the ghosts return, and we can turn him into part of our ghost army. Yushing, you're right. Boris nodded, his aura changing drastically, emitting overwhelming killing intent that enveloped Irvin like rolling thunder. Irvin was startled. No wonder he's a breath mastery expert. Such power is truly terrifying. With no choice, Irvin used the dragon glide step, dodging Boris's relentless attacks. Unfortunately, despite the sophistication of Irvin's movements, it was futile against a breath mastery expert. Frustrated, Irvin yelled, Boris, you old coot. Have you lost your mind? Ignoring martial rules aside, don't you know breaking trust affects one's Taoist foundation? Affecting the Taoist foundation? Boris paused, his movement slowing. Seeing his master hesitate, Cohen urged, Master, why stop? Ignore his talk of martial virtues. We shouldn't waste time on such nonsense with him. What do you know? Boris rebuked, silence. Reluctantly, Cohen kept quiet. Boris then withdrew his stance and said to Irvin, enough, you're right. Breaking trust does affect one's Taoist foundation. Therefore, from now on, I, Boris, belong to your pill hall. Master, how can you? Cohen stammered, shocked. Silence. Boris growled menacingly. If you don't behave, see what happens. Terrified, Cohen dared not utter another word. Opposite, Irvin ignored Cohen, smiling at Boris. Having Boris join our pill hall is indeed best. But, I have one condition, Boris intoned gravely. Chapter 244, Restriction Formation. Conditions? When Giselbert proposed conditions, Irvin's eyes gleamed as he grinned. If I'm not mistaken, you want me to set up a spirit gathering array for your master-disciple duo, right? To make it easier for you to cultivate? Giselbert was slightly taken aback by how easily Irvin saw through his intentions, but still nodded and confirmed. Indeed. That's simple. I can set one up for you later, but it can't be in Dexterjo because there's already one in Sheng.1-252. Irvin spoke earnestly. It was easy to understand. Setting up another spirit gathering array in Dexterjo would undoubtedly split the spiritual energy of this area, weakening the existing array at Sheng.1-252. Giselbert also clearly thought about this and simply replied, that goes without saying. For now, you two can stay and cultivate at Sheng.1-252. I'll inform them, Irvin suggested. In reality, there was an ulterior motive behind keeping this master-disciple duo at Sheng.1-252. Given today's events, Sheng.1-252, being such a prime feng shui location, would naturally attract more martial artists. Giselbert, being a chi condensation realm expert, could serve as a deterrent against potential troublemakers, sparing Irvin the trouble. Fine, Giselbert agreed without knowing Irvin's true intentions. Great, let's settle it this way then. I should get going. Irvin then bid farewell and left. As soon as he departed, Darien couldn't help but question Giselbert. Master, this guy Sheng.1-252 only has him as its sole patriarch. Isn't it too degrading for you to join so readily? Giselbert gave him a stern look. What do you know? Didn't you see how he dismantled my 100 ghost soul capture formation? Think carefully. Could an ordinary body temperament cultivator achieve that? Well, Darien was speechless. Frankly speaking, even if he, a solid body realm practitioner, entered the 100 ghost soul capture formation, not only breaking the formation but even surviving seemed highly improbable. Yet, that man managed to do it effortlessly, which showed he must possess extraordinary abilities. Right, Master, we are disciples of Yushu Temple. If we hastily join this Sheng.1-252, our temple head might consider it an act of betrayal. What if? As long as we don't speak of it, how will the temple head ever know? Giselbert snorted. You have a point. Alright, Yuching. Since I've decided to join Sheng.1-252, there's no need for further discussion, Giselbert declared with resolution. Alright, Master. A few minutes later, Irvin returned to Sheng.1-252. After what had happened today, Irvin realized that while Sheng.1-252 was indeed a treasured feng shui site, its defense capabilities were woefully inadequate, making it susceptible to covetous eyes among martial artists. Running into someone like Giselbert was one thing, but encountering unreasonable martial artists who might forcefully seize the pawn could lead to fatal consequences. Ronaldo's father and Aryan couldn't defend against martial artists since they were mere civilians. It seems I need to install a restriction formation at Sheng.1-252 to limit the use of force by martial artists. But with my current cultivation level, I can only restrict martial artists up to the chi condensation realm. It won't work on foundation establishment realm or higher. Still, with this restriction formation, at least Sheng.1-252 will have fewer potential threats. Irvin made up his mind and took immediate action. Carlo first extracted dozens of jade stones from his spatial storage ring, implanting small spirit gathering formations within each one, turning them into spirit stones. Carlo then placed these spirit stones in various locations around Sheng.1-252 and buried them deeply. After ensuring everything was in place, he bit his finger and sprinkled blood into the air, muttering incantations. The next second, an ethereal white light enveloped the entire Sheng.1-252, rising slowly from the ground and expanding like a balloon, forming a white hemisphere over Sheng.1-252. Initially, this hemisphere flickered before gradually dimming until it completely disappeared. However, Irvin immediately felt the chi in his dantian being suppressed by an invisible force, preventing it from being released. Unfortunately, even though the restriction formation was effective, its creator wasn't exempted from its effects. Next, he headed to the office. Inside the office, the fishing enthusiast affected by necrotic chi had already left safely, leaving Ronaldo's father and Aryan checking accounts. Seeing him arrive, Elroy lamented, "Son-in-law, we lost a fortune today, around 60,000 yuan. Only 60,000? Not bad, not bad." Irvin smiled. Elroy was bewildered. Losing 60,000 is not bad? Irvin laughed. I thought we'd lose over 100,000. Ending up with just a 60,000 loss isn't too bad. Elroy. Seeing his father-in-law still somewhat upset, Irvin comforted, well, whatever's done is done. Besides, it said losing brings good fortune. I believe today's losses will establish a good reputation for us, attracting more fishing enthusiasts in the future. We'll earn it back eventually. This logic brightened Elroy's mood. Just then, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Ida. Thinking about the 3 weeks since he parted ways with his mother in Dexterjo and didn't see Rochelle again, he felt a slight excitement. Immediately excusing himself to Elroy and Aryan, he went outside to take the call. Rochelle, did you return? Irvin asked, clearly pleased. Yes, I'm back, Ida replied with evident joy. Irvin, where are you now? Irvin promptly informed her of his location and asked, where are you now? Are you at my place? No, after returning from our trip, Madeline and I came back to my own home. Oh, by the way, it's Madeline's birthday the day after tomorrow. I plan to host a birthday party for her in the evening and invite some relatives and friends. Don't forget to come, Uncle. The day after tomorrow is Madeline's birthday? Irvin lit up. Rest assured, I'll definitely attend and bring a grand gift. Great, then it's settled. Sure, it's settled. After hanging up, Irvin headed to the outdoor parking lot of Sheng.1-252.I and got into his car. Frederick was dozing off in the driver's seat. Seeing Irvin enter, he yawned and asked, Boss Chuan, where are we heading? Without hesitation, Irvin answered, to Ronaldla's, naturally. Earlier, Isabella had called, mentioning Ronaldla was very distressed upon learning he visited Ronaldo family and seeing his intimate video with Candace on Douyin. As her boyfriend, he needed to comfort her. Chapter 245, Smart Wristwatch. Irvin returned to Ronaldla's doorstep at 9:30 at night. To his surprise, after several attempts with the key Ronaldla had given him, he still couldn't open the door. It was obvious that the door had been locked from the inside on purpose. Even a blind guess would tell him it was meant to deliberately make things difficult for him. Just as he was about to knock and ask Ronaldla to open the door, he heard the conversation between Ronaldla and Isabella from inside the house. Despite their low voices, Irvin's hearing, now at the 7th level of body tempering, was extraordinarily sharp. Carlo immediately activated his Carlovinli eye. Instantly, everything inside the room appeared before his eyes. Isabella was stopping Ronaldla, who was enthusiastically trying to open the door for him. Sensing something odd, Irvin perked up his ears and listened carefully. Isabella said irritably, Sis, how can you have no self-control? Didn't we agree that when brother-in-law returns, you should act aloof and give him a hard time? Look at yourself now. Can, isn't this too much? Ronaldla asked weakly. Sis, what's wrong with it? I know you deeply love brother-in-law, but he's such a flirt. If you don't teach him a lesson, he might think you're easy to bully. But, sis, there's nothing to hesitate about. Just listen to me, Isabella said while dragging Ronaldla to sit down in the living room to watch TV. But Ronaldla remained uneasy, frequently glancing at the door. Seeing this, Irvin couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So all this was orchestrated by Isabella. How could Ronaldla be so jealous? Thinking of this, he stopped trying to open the door and climbed onto the window ledge at the end of the corridor. The balcony outside the window was about 7 or 8 meters away, perfectly aligning with the living room. With his current skill level, leaping over was effortless. Carlo took a deep breath, jumped, and landed steadily on the balcony. Coloring the noise, both sisters looked up. Seeing Irvin walk in from the balcony with a sardonic smile, they were both shocked. Why didn't you just use the front door, brother-in-law? Why did you choose the balcony? Isabella complained. Irvin laughed awkwardly. You've locked the door from the inside. My key doesn't work. How could I use the front door? Isabella sniffed. Sure, the door is locked, but you could have knocked. I did knock just now, but you didn't open the door. Irvin responded helplessly. Well, you could knock more times. Isabella pouted. What do you mean? Why should I knock multiple times without any reason? Irvin asked. Humph, you should know what you did, Isabella retorted with a frown. Isabella, I don't understand what you're talking about, Irvin smiled lightly. Brother-in-law, didn't I tell you on the phone? Isabella stomped her feet. Oh, you mean my visit to the Ronaldo family and the intimate video with Candace? Yes, Isabella replied indignantly. My sister is with you, yet you dally around with a rich and beautiful woman like Candace. What does that make my sister? Irvin explained proudly. Can, it's not like you think, but my feelings for your sister are sincere. Sincere? Are you sure? Isabella gave him a skeptical look. If you really loved her, you should be wholeheartedly devoted to her. Well, you misunderstand. Irvin felt like arguing with a child who wouldn't listen to reason. Then, Ronaldla spoke up to help him out. Can, please stop. This is between Irvin and me. Don't interfere. Go back to your room. But sis, Isabella protested. If you keep doing this, I'll be upset. Sis, do you want to go back to your room or not? Ronaldla sternly asked. Isabella pursed her lips but finally conceded, going back to her room. After Isabella left, Irvin gave Ronaldla a sardonic look. Ronaldla, I. Feeling embarrassed under his gaze, Ronaldla stuttered, like a guilty child. Irvin gently comforted her. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Relieved, Ronaldla added. Can is just a kid. She only wants to protect her elder sister. Don't worry, I won't blame her. After all, she's looking out for you. But regarding my actions, before Irvin finished, Ronaldla covered his mouth. Irvin, I know, as the revered medical sage, many girls admire you. I know your life will never have only one woman. All I ask is to stay by your side. Moved, Irvin embraced her tightly. Ronaldla, rest assured, no matter how many women come into my life, you will always be the most important to me. Thank you, Ronaldla leaned into his arms, her face radiating happiness. Looking at her tender expression, Irvin felt a surge of desire. It's late. Let's go to bed. I've thought of some new positions to try. Disgusting. The next morning, Irvin practiced martial arts alone at home until he hit a bottleneck in the afternoon. Remembering it was Madeline's birthday tonight, he started preparing a gift. What should I get for Madeline? Irvin racked his brains. Carlo decided to buy her a smart wristwatch because she had expressed a wish for one before. Calling Frederick to drive him to a nearby mall, he bought the smart wristwatch. However, giving just a smart wristwatch seemed too insincere for a child like Madeline. Carlo decided to enchant it with talismans like a safety charm, a cleansing charm, and a dust avoidance charm. After about half an hour of work, he completed the special smart wristwatch. Checking the time, he realized it was almost 5 o'clock. Then, Irvin contacted Ida via WeChat to get her location, then headed toward her place with Frederick. About half an hour later, they arrived at Aida's home. As the queen of Dexter Zoo's underground world, her residence featured typical southern Chinese architectural style. The entrance was guarded by 2 majestic stone lions, adding an air of grandeur. Just as Irvin was about to enter, an extremely arrogant voice came from behind. "Didn't you see our gang leader has arrived? Step aside." Chapter 246, the chief of the Azure Dragon Gang. Irvin couldn't help frowning and turned his head to look, only to see a group of people hurrying towards them from behind, especially the middle-aged man at the front, with a face full of tough flesh. He didn't look like someone easy to provoke. Irvin's heart stirred, and he immediately used Carlo-Vinli to assess him. Subject, Alan. Condition, normal. Cultivation level, 5th stage of body tempering. Combat power, 55. What are you staring at? Move out of the way, or I'll have you kicked aside. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. A blonde thug beside the middle-aged man roared angrily upon noticing Irvin scrutinizing their chief rudely. Gouging my eyes out? Big talk. Irvin sneered. What did you say? The blonde instantly lost his temper, stepping forward and slapping Irvin. Beside him, Frederick couldn't stand for it and kicked out directly, hitting the blonde square in the stomach. Carlo couldn't hold up and fell backward, landing on his buttocks on the ground, groaning pathetically. Damn fool. You dare to show off in front of Brother Chuan? Are you tired of living? Frederick yelled. The blonde's face flushed red as he quickly got up and rushed to the middle-aged man named Alan. Boss. Alan raised a hand to silence him. The blonde promptly shut his mouth. Alan then narrowed his eyes, looking menacingly at Frederick. You've got some guts, attacking one of my men? Who are you? Frederick sized up Alan dismissively instead of answering directly. Alan gave a proud look to the blonde and signaled him to speak. Tell him who I am. Yes, boss. The blonde became haughty, addressing Frederick. Ronald, stand up. This is our boss of the Azure Dragon Gang in Chuzhou, Alan. They call him Lord Xian in the martial world. All our territories in Chuzhou fall under his control. Scared yet? Chuzhou. Coloring this, Irvin's heart raced. Wasn't Insu located in the Chuzhou territory of Dexterdong? Why would someone from the Azure Dragon Gang travel from Chuzhou to Dexterzhou? Just to attend Callie's birthday party? This situation seemed more complicated than it appeared. Humph. Scared? The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. Frederick raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Do you know who this is next to me? As he spoke, he pointed at Irvin. Who is he? The blonde rolled his eyes. Just a kid, right? Ronald, stand up. This is the renowned healer and miracle worker of Dexterzhou, known as the Ronaldving Medicine Saint and leader of the Alchemy Gate, Irvin. Medicine Saint? An Alchemy Gate leader? The blonde burst out laughing. With that look, he dares to call himself the Medicine Saint and Alchemy Gate leader? How shameless. Haha. All the members of the Azure Dragon Gang behind him laughed aloud. Even their boss Alan wore a disdainful smile. Ronald Stinwell, you have 3 seconds to kneel and apologize to me. I might consider letting you off if you do. Kneel and apologize? Frederick snorted. Dream on. You. Seeing Frederick's defiance, the blonde turned to Alan. Boss, he? Useless trash. Stand down. Alan huffed. Daring not to speak up, the blonde quietly retreated. Alan then faced Frederick. Are you sure you won't kneel and apologize? Frederick proudly replied. In this life, there is only one person I will kneel to, and that is my master, Irvin. As he said this, he pointed at Irvin. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Alan suddenly struck out with a palm. At this moment, a child's voice echoed from within the Fan family gate. Uncle Yi, Uncle Yi. Turning around, Irvin's face lit up with joy. Callie. It was none other than Aida's daughter, Callie. Today, she was wearing a pink princess dress with a bow at the waist, looking incredibly cute and lively. Behind her followed a group of bodyguards Ida had arranged to protect her. Uncle Yi. Callie dashed out of the gate and leaped into Irvin's arms. Callie. Irvin picked her up immediately, smiling warmly. Suddenly, the blonde sneered. Brat, get out of the way, or else our boss will deal with you too. Callie, frightened by the sudden threat, hid in Irvin's embrace. Uncle Yi, I'm so scared. Irvin hurriedly comforted her. Meanwhile, the bodyguards accompanying Callie were furious. Boldness. How dare you be so disrespectful to our little guest of honor? Guest of honor? She's the guest of honor? The blonde's face changed dramatically. Their boss had come all the way from Chuzhou seeking favor with the underground queen of Dexterzhou, Madame Ida. Upon arriving in Dexterzhou, they learned that Mrs. Fan had taken her daughter on a trip elsewhere. They had no choice but to wait. Luckily, last night, they heard that Mrs. Fan had returned to Dexterzhou and would be celebrating her daughter's birthday today. That's why they came over. But he hadn't realized his words had offended the birthday girl. Thinking about this, the blonde cast a furtive glance at Alan and saw his boss's terrifyingly grim expression as if he wanted to tear him apart. Boss, I. The blonde quivered. Good-for-nothing scum. Alan kicked him furiously. Aren't you going to apologize to the guest of honor immediately? Thrown to the ground, the blonde scrambled up and started kowtowing to Callie repeatedly. Ronald, guest of honor, please forgive this lowly one. Forgive me? This only made Callie feel even more confused and distressed. Seeing this, Alan grew angrier, kicking the blonde again and yelling, Fool, you're speaking nonsense. Is the Ronald guest of honor an adult? Look at how scared you've made her. The blonde grimaced silently. Alan then turned to Callie with a forced smile. Ronald, guest of honor, don't be afraid. We mean no harm. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Callie just clung tighter to Irvin, more terrified. Irvin interjected, Callie, Uncle Yi has brought a gift for you. Let's go inside and see it, okay? Okay. Callie immediately cheered up, clapping her tiny hands. Irvin completely ignored the Azure Dragon Gang and carried Callie inside, with Frederick and the bodyguards closely following. Seeing himself ignored, Alan was seething inside but dared not act out. After all, the residence of Mrs. Fan was filled with formidable figures, especially the old monster always standing behind Ida. He wasn't someone Alan could afford to offend. Boss, what do we do now? Leave or stay? The blonde timidly asked. Of course we stay. Alan clenched his teeth. Though we're uninvited guests, we've come to celebrate the little girl's birthday. Mrs. Fan wouldn't turn us away. Let's prepare the gifts and follow them in. The translated text maintains the original tone and style while ensuring the English reads naturally and coherently. It preserves paragraph structures and character names in pinyin as requested. Chapter 247. Slap in the face? Irvin had just entered the Fan family parlor with Madeline when Alan and his group followed closely behind. As Alan had predicted, the security guards at the entrance of the Fan residence allowed him to pass through once they learned he was there to celebrate the little birthday girl's special day, bearing expensive gifts. After seeking approval from Ida via phone, they let him in as ordered. However, after what just transpired, Alan had become more reserved, greeting everyone from the Fan family with a smile and maintaining an air of courtesy. Seeing this, Irvin grew even more curious about Alan's true intentions. Initially, he planned to use the Karlovinli derivation technique to discern Alan's purpose, but Madeline clung to him eagerly, wanting to see her birthday present immediately. Carlo thus suppressed his curiosity for now. The Fan family parlor was bustling with people, mostly Aida's relatives and friends. Irvin, now famous, received respectful greetings from everyone upon his arrival. This sight irked Alan greatly. In his view, the so-called medicine saint and master of Sheng.1-252.I were merely capitalizing on a reputation they did not deserve. At that moment, Madeline, the birthday girl, couldn't contain her excitement. Uncle Yi, didn't you say you have a birthday gift for me? Can I see it now? Irvin smiled gently. Of course, let's see. With that, he produced a pre-wrapped gift box. Madeline gleefully accepted it, planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Open it up, Irvin said with a grin. Okay. Madeline unwrapped the box to reveal an elegantly designed, cute-looking electronic smartwatch. Wow, so beautiful. Madeline exclaimed happily. How is it? Do you like the gift? Irvin asked with a smile. Love it. I really do. Madeline said, cupping Irvin's face and kissing him again, much to his delight. Suddenly, a derisive voice sounded from behind them. Hilarious. A grandmaster of Sheng.1-252.I giving such a cheap and common trinket as a birthday gift. People will laugh. Despite the softness of the voice, Irvin heard every word clearly. Turning around, he saw that the speaker was none other than Alan. Frederick overheard and flew into a rage. You dare insult the gift brother you gave? What do you know? Imph, an electronic wristwatch. How much can it be worth? Are you blind? Alan snapped, his face darkening. His goons and Matthias Mao echoed his disdain. Ha, the master of Sheng.1-252.I should change its name. Change it to what? To Beggar's Gate. Only beggars would give such a measly gift. Irvin frowned but restrained himself due to his upbringing and respect for the Fan family grounds. Frederick, however, was less patient. Shut up, Frederick roared. One more outburst and you'll answer to me. You think? Alan scoffed. Remember, we're in the Fan family territory, no room for your nonsense here. Get this person out of here, commanded a stern female voice from the doorway. Turning, Irvin saw Ida herself approaching. Dressed in an elegant white dress, she exuded grace and dignity. Irvin was momentarily taken aback by her newfound authoritative presence. Madam Fan. Seeing Ida enter, Alan turned smugly towards Irvin. Embarrassing, isn't it? Madam Fan wants you out. Irvin remained silent, smiling faintly. I'm asking you to leave. Ida walked closer, her eyes locked on Alan. Alan's complexion changed dramatically. He never expected this turn of events. To be honest, Ida had no martial cultivation, yet the thought of the old monster backing her filled him with dread. Didn't you hear me? Leave. Aida's tone became sharper. Alan inwardly groaned. Entering had been hard enough. Offending the underground queen of Dexterjo could cost him everything. Could it be because of Irvin? Carlo seemed so ordinary. Leave. Again. Aida's face was cold and unyielding. Madam Fan, it's a misunderstanding truly. Alan paled, explaining hurriedly. If he left, he would lose all hope of returning or gaining favor from Madam Fan. Misunderstanding? Did I hallucinate? Ida huffed. Let me tell you plainly, Irvin is not only my honored guest but also my godson. Insulting him means insulting me. Carlo's your godson? Alan gaped in shock. Now he understood why Irvin held such weight. Carlo inadvertently stepped into a hornet's nest. Do you understand now? Out, or else. Ida stated coldly. Alan felt a chill run down his spine. Knowing the dire consequences of leaving, he turned to Irvin, pleading on his knees. Medicine Saint-Yi, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please intercede for me before Madame Fan and beg her not to expel me. Ha, now you seek leniency? Too late. Embarrassing, isn't it? Irvin laughed bitterly. But, Alan stammered. Desperate, he continued, Medicine Saint-Yi, I was wrong. Please help me. Otherwise, my son will die, and my lineage will end. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed uncontrollably. Your son is certain to die? Irvin blinked in surprise. Chapter 248. I got cornered. Alan nodded, his face distraught, eyes brimming with tears as he explained the situation. It turned out he had an only son named Mu Bradford Chun who had secretly led a team to explore the Een ruins half a year ago and hadn't returned. As a father, Alan was anxiously worried, but dared not go look for him himself due to his low cultivation level. Carlo feared that if he went, he might not come back, leaving his family in peril. However, he had heard that the Dexter fan family harbored a centenarian cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm who had visited the Een ruins countless times and always returned unscathed. To Alan, no matter the cost, this person was the only hope of bringing his son back. Alright, since you're so worried about your son, and it's Madeline's birthday today, I won't hold it against you. After listening to his explanation, Irvin generously waved a hand. Alan felt as if he had been pardoned, thanking Irvin repeatedly. Thank you, Medical Saint-Yi. Thank you, Medical Saint-Yi. Then Irvin turned to Ida and said, Elder Sister Fan, how about we just let this go? Ida smiled. Since little brother Irvin doesn't mind, why should I? But then she added, however, Haddon is currently in seclusion and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. It's unlikely he can be persuaded. Parloring this, Alan panicked and interjected. Madam Fan, please. If you can persuade the old master, I'll pay any price, even if it means bankrupting my family. Please help me ask old master. Aida's expression turned stern. I've told you, my grandfather is in seclusion and won't allow interruptions. Are you trying to get me scolded? Enough. If you speak more, leave our house immediately. Ida sternly ordered. Alan could only stop talking, too afraid to continue. This incident made him respect Irvin even more and dare not offend him. At this moment, a scream erupted. In the reception hall, everyone turned to see a maid carrying a bowl of hot soup heading towards the dining table. Due to a slippery floor, she slipped and the hot soup spilled directly onto Madeline's head. Oh no! Everyone gasped in shock, especially Ida, who cried out in worry, Madeline? But unexpectedly, something remarkable happened. A red light flashed from Madeline's wristwatch, and a translucent pink barrier enveloped her, preventing the hot soup from touching her skin. When all the soup had dripped off without touching her, Madeline remained unharmed. Notably, her princess dress stayed dry, untouched by the liquid. Miraculous! Madeline, are you okay? Ida hurried over, hugging her daughter. Mommy, I'm fine, Madeline answered sweetly. Are you sure? Did you get burned at all? Ida checked. Mommy, I'm really fine. Look, I'm all good. Not even a bit of burn, Madeline assured her. Upon confirming her safety, Ida finally relaxed. Meanwhile, the maid realized the disaster and trembled before Ida, begging, Please forgive me, madam. How did you do this? If anything happened to Madeline, I'd have flayed you alive. Ida still fumed. Bring her out and beat her 30 times. The maid was terrified, clutching Aida's legs and pleading for mercy. Irvin, seeing the maid's pitiful state, intervened, Elder Sister Fan, since Madeline is unharmed, let's let her off. In fact, I foresaw such dangers and embedded protective runes in the wristwatch I gave her to ensure her safety. Ida understood and was both surprised and delighted. No wonder Madeline was unharmed. So, it was because of this wristwatch you gave her? Yes, it was just a scare. There's no need to punish her. Plus, even if something happened to Madeline, wouldn't there still be me to help? What, do you think I'm just a decoration? Irvin chuckled. Ida laughed, dissipating her earlier anger. She then instructed the maid to thank Irvin and clean up. Amidst this, members of the Fan family arrived, marveling at the power of the smartwatch. However, some people looked awkward, notably Alan and his group. They had mocked Irvin's gift, but now they were proven wrong, feeling utterly embarrassed. Boss, it seems this guy isn't just anyone, Matthias Mal whispered. Do I need you to say that? Alan glared at him. Find out everything you can about this medical Saint-Yi. I feel like this guy is significant and might be key to finding my son. Yes, boss. During the subsequent banquet, Irvin became the center of attention at the fan residence. Everyone took turns offering toasts to him. Eventually, overwhelmed, Irvin asked Ida, Elder Sister Fan, where's the restroom? Ida smiled. I'll take you. Let's go together. Sure. Irvin agreed readily. They left the table, and shortly, Ida guided him to the restroom entrance. Just as Irvin was about to enter, Ida followed him in. Elder Sister Fan, what are you doing? Before Irvin could fully ask, Ida pressed him into a corner, leaning close and forcefully kissing him on the lips. Irvin's mind blanked, his only thought, damn, I got cornered. Chapter 249, Foundation Establishment Realm Super Strong. For a moment, Irvin was somewhat flustered. It wasn't that he lacked experience with such predicaments, but this was the first time someone like Ida had cornered him in the bathroom. But thinking about it, it was rather exhilarating. Soon enough, he relaxed, completely indulging in the warmth of this mature woman, even hugging her voluptuous waist and engaging passionately with her. After quite some time, they finally calmed down. Thinking of how forward she had been, even Aida's boldness couldn't prevent her from blushing. Seeing this, Irvin couldn't help but feel amused. Brother Irvin, thank you for helping Madeline tonight. Ida suddenly lifted her head, expressing gratitude. Irvin smiled. Sister Fan, you make it sound as if we aren't close. You're my god sister. Madeline is your daughter, so naturally she's my goddaughter. I will, of course, protect her. Ida bit her lip. With these words, I'm more at ease. Irvin chuckled again. By the way, Brother Irvin, I hope you won't reveal our relationship. Ida suddenly became serious. What do you mean, Sister Fan? Irvin looked puzzled. You are now my woman. How can we keep it hidden? Isn't it going to be sneaky otherwise? Are you worried Madeline can't accept it? That's not it. Ida shook her head. Madeline likes you a lot. She once told me multiple times that she wants you to be her dad. But what? Irvin pressed on. Ida sighed. Brother Irvin, please don't ask. I only want to protect you from harm. Protect me from harm? Irvin became even more confused. Sister Fan, without telling me clearly, how would you know I'd get hurt? Ida stared at him. Brother Irvin, please stop asking. Even if our relationship becomes public, so what? Could you obey me and give up Miss Candace and Ronaldo from Dexter University and just stay with me? That, Irvin choked. As the saying goes, in poverty one improves oneself. In wealth, one acquires many wives. If he were still the old Irvin, he wouldn't have been fickle-hearted. Carlo would marry a wife and live his life. But now, as an inheritor of the medical immortal's legacy, his future is boundless, destined for endless romance. Since heaven arranged it this way, he naturally shouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Thus, he knew he couldn't abandon Candace and Ronaldo and be with only Ida. It's not because he was fickle, but because he was responsible for the feelings he shared with both women. See? I'm right, aren't I? You obviously can't give up Candace and Ronaldo. In this case, it's better we maintain this relationship where everyone benefits, okay? Ida giggled. Irvin solemnly replied, but Sister Fan, it's unfair to you this way. What's unfair about it? Ida smiled. I'm fine with it. Isn't that enough? Moved by her magnanimity, Irvin felt deeply admiring. At this moment, footsteps were heard approaching from outside. Irvin immediately recognized them and said, it's Madeline coming. Madeline? Ida was startled and hurriedly acted as if nothing happened, leaving the restroom one after another. Just as they left the restroom, Madeline came running up. Noticing her mother's flushed face, Madeline curiously asked, Mommy, your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Ida, feeling embarrassed, mumbled, a little? Then Mommy, you need to take medicine, Madeline insisted. Yes, Mommy will, Ida laughed. Then Madeline turned to Irvin, oh, Uncle Yi. Bodhi asked me to tell you he wants to meet you. Huh. Irvin was taken aback. Frankly speaking, he had always wanted to meet the Foundation establishment level Hu Elder. However, Ida kept saying that Hu Elder was in seclusion and didn't wish to be disturbed. So, Irvin hadn't planned to disturb him today, yet unexpectedly, Hu Elder requested a meeting. Recalling that Hu Elder was a super strong practitioner while he was merely at the body tempering stage, Irvin felt honored and surprised. Nearby, Ida was also astonished and asked Madeline, did Bodhi come out of seclusion? Mommy, Bodhi hasn't finished his seclusion. Madeline shook her head. Then how did you see him? Ida was confused. Did you sneak into his cave? Madeline lowered her head guiltily. Ida sighed and reprimanded gently, Madeline, how many times have I told you not to disturb Bodhi during seclusion? If you cause him to suffer a mental breakdown, it would be terrible. Mommy, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Madeline bowed her head lower. Why did you run to his cave? Ida persisted. Speak up. Aida's voice grew stern. Sierra got an intelligent bracelet from Uncle Yi, and I couldn't resist showing it to Bodhi, so? Madeline was close to tears. Seeing this, Ida softened and comforted her. Okay. This time Mommy forgives you. Don't do it again. Okay. Go play. Okay. Madeline then ran off. Ida shook her head and turned to Irvin. Brother Irvin, do you want to see my grandpa who or not? Of course I'll go, Irvin smiled. Alright, I'll take you to him. Ida nodded, cautioning, however, be careful. Recently, during cultivation, Bodhi suffered a mental breakdown and might be unstable. If anything seems off, retreat before he loses control. Don't worry, I understand, Irvin smiled. Under Aida's guidance, 3 minutes later, they arrived at a cave at the back mountain of the fan residence. The moment they reached the cave entrance, Irvin felt an overpowering presence, almost making him breathless. Wow, truly a super strong Foundation establishment realm practitioner. Irvin inwardly marveled. Suddenly, a hoarse yet booming voice sounded from within the cave. Young man, come in. Irvin took a deep breath and stepped forward. Chapter 250, The Strange Old Man. Upon hearing this, Irvin glanced at Ida, who nodded and replied after some thought, Alright, I'll go in with you. If anything happens, I can help you handle it. Great. Irvin agreed with a nod. Then, the two entered the cave. The cave wasn't large but was spacious like a cave dwelling, fully equipped with standard lighting and even a bathroom. The furniture was top-notch, all high-end boss brand items. Clearly, Ida had invested a lot to ensure Armando's comfort while living there. At the very back of the cave, an unkempt old man sat, his white hair and beard resembling Jean Mao Shirtai Shen's lion mane. Carlo was undoubtedly the elderly Mr. Hu. Irvin's mind stirred, and immediately, his Carlovinli eye activated. Subject, Hu Shouhui. Condition. Due to being disturbed during practice, he suffered a chi deviation, leading to chaotic meridians, and is in imminent danger. Cultivation level, 9th stage Foundation establishment realm. Combat power, 99,988. Holy cow, this was simply too impressive, especially that combat value. Just a little more effort and he would reach 100,000, thus achieving perfection in the Foundation establishment stage, breaking through into the far more terrifying core formation realm. Irvin felt a shock to his heart and couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. If he could reach this level of strength, wouldn't it be amazing? Suddenly, Emir spoke. You are the current Ronaldo medical Saint Irvin? His voice wasn't loud but resounded like a morning bell, exuding an aura that demanded respect. Carloing this, Irvin felt his body go limp, almost kneeling down. Carlo immediately responded composedly, gritting his teeth. Emir, I am the current Ronaldo medical Saint Irvin. Emir sneered. Your face is as thick as a city wall, not knowing humility at all. Are you young enough to be worthy of the title medical saint? As he spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from him, making it almost impossible for Irvin to breathe. Anyone else would have been frightened into submission, likely kneeling down to beg for mercy. But Irvin, with his stubborn personality, refused to back down. Carlo steadied himself and stood up straight, replying proudly, Emir, they say heroes don't ask about age. Though I am young, my medical skills are proficient, having saved countless lives. Why shouldn't I deserve the title of medical saint? Seeing him speak calmly and eloquently, Emir looked surprised but soon sneered again. You claim to have great medical skills and saved many lives. Fine, this old man is feeling unwell right now. You tell me what's wrong. If you can explain it accurately, I'll believe you. Irvin instantly knew this was a deliberate test. Carlo promptly replied, if I'm not mistaken, Amir, you're physically healthy at present, but due to being disturbed during a crucial moment of cultivation, you suffered a chi deviation, leading to chaotic meridians and inability to achieve breakthrough. Am I correct? Amir was greatly astonished. Carlo hadn't publicly mentioned this incident, not even to Ida, yet this young man revealed it so easily. It seemed this young man had some true ability. Just then, Ida, worried, interrupted. Bodhi, you said someone disturbed you during your cultivation? Who? I'll deal with them right now. Amir waved his hand. Forget it. That person isn't from your estate, but my old rival. Old rival? Ida was taken aback. Clearly, Amir didn't want her involved and changed the subject. This is personal grudge. Don't worry about it. Seeing this, Ida decided not to press further. Irvin was curious and quietly activated the Carlo-Vinley derivation art, calculating with his fingers. Soon, the result came out. Irvin couldn't help but smile. The divination revealed that Amir's rival was none other than his former partner with whom he practiced cultivation together in their youth. However, they later turned from love to hatred and became lifelong mortal enemies. Young man, why are you smiling? Seeing Irvin's peculiar smile, Amir asked in confusion. Coming back to his senses, Irvin hinted subtly, Amir, it's ironic that you and Xandra could resolve your grievances with a smile if only both were willing to take a step back. At your age, why persist in conflict? Xandra was indeed Amir's former partner from his youth. Amir's face drastically changed. How do you know about this? Carlo had never told anyone about his relationship with Xandra, and yet this young man knew it in detail. This was truly astonishing. Ronald, brother Yi, what did you just say? What about Xandra? Resolving grievances with a smile? Ida asked, puzzled. Irvin smiled and explained the results of his divination. Ida finally understood. Amir asked again, boy, answer me. Who are you? How do you know about these things concerning this old man? Aren't I the Ronald medical Saint Irvin from Dexterjo? Irvin laughed. That's all? Yes, that's all. This is impossible. Amir couldn't believe it. How can a mere Ronald medical saint know so many of my secrets? Bodhi, you misunderstood. Ronald brother Yi has predictive abilities. Knowing such private matters wouldn't be difficult, Ida defended. Carlo can predict? Amir narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Even if he can predict, how could he be so accurate? Bodhi, if you don't believe me, ask him something only you know. I assure you, he will be mostly correct, Ida suggested. Amir was somewhat convinced and began asking some personal questions. To his utmost shock, Irvin answered almost perfectly. The waves behind push those ahead. This old man has underestimated you, young man. Amir sighed. Irvin smiled slightly but remained silent. Suddenly, Amir's expression changed, filled with pain. Chingying, quickly take him out. My internal cold poison is about to flare up, Amir gritted his teeth. Aida's face paled upon hearing this and urgently grabbed Irvin's hand. Brother Yi, let's go. However, Irvin didn't move an inch and said, I can suppress the cold poison in Amir's body. Really? Ida was stunned. Of course really, Irvin affirmed. Carlo walked over to Amir. Amir, if you trust me, I can help suppress the cold poison in your body. Will you allow me to do so? Amir, suffering greatly from the cold poison's assault, was overjoyed but immediately shook his head vigorously. No, I don't need you to suppress it. Leave me alone. Get out quickly. In the end, he sat cross-legged and forced his cultivation to resist the cold poison. Irvin found this highly unusual. Carlo he was offering to help suppress the cold poison. Yet Amir refused? Truly a strange old man. Chapter 251. The Love Poison. Just as Irvin was feeling puzzled, Amir suddenly let out a wild roar with bloodshot eyes, looking as if he was about to devour someone. Why haven't you left yet? Amir bellowed in a frantic manner. Yet, even in this critical moment, he was still holding on, maintaining his clarity and calmly pressing a button that looked like a switch. With a rumble, the cave wall behind Amir opened up, revealing an entirely different world, a much larger cavern beyond. Inside the new cave, two large iron chains as thick as bowls were firmly anchored into the walls, leaving a deep impression. Amir immediately rushed in, wrapping the two iron chains around himself, securing them tightly, then sat cross-legged, desperately channeling his energy. Seeing this, Ida grew more anxious. Ronald told brother Irvin, quickly leave. Bodhi is about to lose control. If you don't go now, once he fully erupts, none of us will be able to stop him. But Irvin responded, Sister Fan, relax. Since I promised to suppress the cold poison in Amir's body, I have confidence in doing so. Really? Ida was taken aback. Of course. Irvin finished speaking and hurriedly entered the inner cave. Unlike the outer part, this space, though spacious, was damp due to the lack of renovation, with puddles on the ground. Despite this, Irvin paid no attention, sprinting straight towards Amir to attempt a rescue. At that moment, however, Amir could no longer contain the cold poison within him. His madness erupted, flailing the iron chains wildly around. Irvin was startled and had to urgently employ the dragon step technique to narrowly avoid the chain strikes. Ronald told brother Irvin, are you alright? Ida anxiously called from the cave entrance. I'm fine. If it's too dangerous, just back out. Bodhi's cultivation far exceeds yours. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to Andy? Ida urged. Irvin hesitated. Honestly, he had never met Amir before. Refraining from helping would not make him less righteous. But as a healer, if he stood by watching, it would gnaw at his conscience. Sister Fan, don't worry, I'll be careful. As long as I get close to him and timely input my true chi, the cold poison in his body can be suppressed, Irvin reassured her. Ronald reviving true chi has a miraculous effect, capable of healing everything, including cold poisons. Unfortunately, due to his low current cultivation level, curing Amir completely was impossible. However, temporarily suppressing the poison was doable. Noticing that Amir's movements had slightly slowed, Irvin seized the opportunity. Carlo leaped forward, placing his right palm over Amir's head before the latter could react. Meanwhile, he continuously channeled Ronald reviving true chi into Amir. Soon enough, Amir calmed down, showing immediate improvement and ceasing his frenzied behavior. It really worked. It really worked. You're amazing. Ida exclaimed in surprise. Irvin gave a slight smile but did not let his guard down, continuing to send Ronald reviving true chi. Gradually, Amir settled down, his breathing steady, his face normal, and consciousness regained. Bodhi, it's such a relief you're okay. Ida approached, filled with joy. What exactly happened here? Amir asked, confused as he sat up. Bodhi, thanks to Ronald's brother Irvin, he managed to suppress the cold poison in your body. Ida proudly explained. How about that? Bodhi, isn't my Ronald's brother Irvin skilled? However, Amir didn't smile. Instead, he shook his head repeatedly. Nonsense. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Irvin and Ida were baffled by his response. Especially Irvin, what was going on? Did he mess up while trying to do good? Bodhi, aren't you losing it? Ronald's brother Irvin helped alleviate your suffering, yet you show no gratitude, calling it nonsense? Ida retorted irritably. Fangirl, you don't understand. This cold poison only affects me. I alone bear its burden. But now, this young man has suppressed it, unintentionally drawing trouble upon himself. Sigh. Carlo sighed deeply, causing Irvin and Ida to grow curious, especially Irvin who suspected something. To confirm his suspicion, he ran the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique, calculating the possibilities. The results soon came. Everything was as he expected. Amir, I appreciate your concern, but letting someone die without helping is something I can't do. Besides, aren't you afraid that if Sabrina finds out I suppressed the love poison she placed in you, she might kill me? Don't worry, killing me won't be easy. You figured it out? Old man who admits defeat. Utterly. Amir stared in disbelief. It turned out that Sabrina was originally a Miao ethnic woman. Young and smitten with Amir, she planted a love poison in him when they first met. Initially, Amir felt no significant effects, but later, he found it unbearable. The reason was simple. Sabrina's possessiveness was extreme. Not only did she forbid other women from touching him, but she also prevented him from interacting with any, not even casual conversation. Over time, Amir grew miserable and eventually left Miao territory to escape her control. But leaving infuriated Sabrina, she directly manipulated the poison inside him, making him suffer daily agony. In desperation, he sought renowned healers to remove the poison. However, what he didn't expect was that this was no ordinary poison but a rare ice-cold poison insect. Once someone tried aiding him, the insect would release a cold poison as self-defense, causing imbalance and immense pain in his body. Worst of all, anyone attempting to help would contract the same cold poison, dying shortly after. This explains why Amir vehemently opposed Irvin's assistance earlier. He did not want others to suffer for his sake. Understanding the full story, Irvin assured Amir, don't worry, this ice-cold poison insect, though formidable, isn't terrifying to me. Unfortunately, my current cultivation is too low, allowing only temporary suppression. With some time, I can remove it completely. Is this true? Amir exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely, Irvin affirmed firmly. That's wonderful. So, just as Amir spoke, he shook his head again. No. What was wrong now? Irvin was speechless. Chapter 252, the grand finale. Upon hearing that Irvin had a way to completely remove the parasites from his body, Jacques immediately sought help from Irvin. Without hesitation, Irvin used his miraculous technique and successfully eradicated the parasites within Jacques' body. Overjoyed, Jacques held Irvin in even higher regard. Just then, Jacques heard commotion outside the cave and promptly ordered the person outside to come in. Soon, someone shivering came in. Irvin recognized him as Alan. Jacques detested eavesdroppers the most and was about to kill Alan, but Alan continuously begged for mercy. This moved Ida, especially since it was her daughter's birthday. She pleaded on his behalf, eventually persuading Jacques to change his mind. Then, Jacques interrogated Alan about why he had been eavesdropping. Alan confessed that his only son was trapped in engsub, ruins of En, and pleaded for Jacques to rescue him, offering all his wealth in return. Jacques refused but recommended Irvin. Though skeptical of Irvin's capabilities at the Chosha realm, Alan had no other choice but to give it a try. Thinking of his father, Arvid, who was also trapped in engsub, Irvin agreed to Alan's repeated pleas in order to reunite with his family. After preparing overnight, Irvin informed Queenie the next morning and set off early with Tiger Cub and Alan's group by plane to Chuzhou. At noon, they arrived in Chuzhou. With Alan's arrangements, vehicles were already waiting to transport them. By 8 o'clock that night, they reached the outskirts of engsub. To Irvin's surprise, numerous injured people limped out from the core area of engsub, looking extremely ragged. It was evident that engsub was indeed perilous, yet this did not deter Irvin. Carlo led Alan's group forward with great determination. Along the way, spirit beasts frequently appeared, but thanks to Irvin's ability to communicate with them and Tiger Cub's assistance, the group remained unharmed. They even managed to recruit several spirit beasts to protect them. A week later, they finally entered the core area of engsub and crossed the temporal barrier into a new world, the Spirit Martial Continent. In this new land, powerful spirit beasts were ubiquitous, and notably, besides humans, there existed a new race, half-human, half-beast hybrids known as the Savage Race. Using the Carlo-Vinley derivation technique, Irvin quickly located Alan's son, Mu Bradfordchun. However, Mu Bradfordchun's condition was dire. He had become a slave to a savage tribe. Fortunately, Irvin succeeded in infiltrating the tribe and rescuing Mu Bradfordchun using a human skin mask. Next, Irvin began planning to meet his father, Arvid. Coincidentally, Mu Bradfordchun had met Arvid before. According to Mu Bradfordchun, Arvid had made a significant name for himself in the region, but had fallen under the control of the savagely emperor. His soul had been extracted, leaving him without consciousness, only capable of mechanically executing the savagely Emperor's orders. Thus, meeting Arvid at present seemed hopeless. The only solution was to enhance his cultivation and strength, defeat the savagely Emperor, and reclaim Arvid's soul to restore his awareness. After sending the Mu family back to Engsub, Irvin and Queenie returned to the Spirit Martial continent. Over 3 years, they experienced countless adventures and rapidly improved their strength. Irvin advanced from the Chosher realm to Solidification realm, followed by Cultivation, Foundation building, and ultimately became a Divine Transformation realm practitioner, becoming the new human emperor of the Spirit Martial continent. Queenie, having endured hardships with Irvin, married him and became the empress of the human race in the Spirit Martial continent. Under the leadership of Irvin and Queenie, the human race warriors, tired of being oppressed, launched a massive counterattack against the savage race. The savage race suffered heavy losses, retreating step by step, and even the savagely Emperor fled during the final showdown with Irvin to the world of gods, demons, and spirits. However, Irvin did not pursue the savagely Emperor, but instead retrieved his father's soul. Father and son were reunited and left the Spirit Martial continent together through the temporal barrier connected to Engsub, returning to Jinling to reunite with their mother. Unexpectedly, they learned that their mother was soon to be married. To their shock, the groom-to-be was none other than Zhou Yongchang, now the highest-ranking official of the patrol department in Dexter Bay, who had persistently pressured Nadia over the past 3 years to marry him for the safety of her family. Learning of this, Irvin and Arvid were furious. They destroyed the patrol department headquarters and killed Zhou Yongchang, avenging their grudge. Finally, the family was reunited. Under Queenie's arrangements, Irvin subsequently married Candace, Ronaldla, Ida, and the grown-up Adamaris, who had waited for him for 3 years. They lived happily ever after in the Spirit Martial continent, starting a blissful life together. The end.